Chinfang obtained a system. But the twist was that the system was shared with top figures across various fields worldwide. Whenever Chinfang completed a task, they would also receive rewards. The system's first task: pursue the campus belle and get together with her, with the reward being an elixir of immortality. Chinfang immediately sprang into action. "Hello, campus belle Luo. Nice to meet you," the campus belle asked. "How nice." Chinfang felt a bit discouraged and thought, "Screw this task, acting all aloof. Whatever, I'm still young anyway." But the top figures around the world began to panic. "You're still young, but what about us?" The world's top financial conglomerate declared, "No matter how prestigious the campus belle is, there's nothing in this world that money can't solve." The world's leading assassination organization issued a statement. "Luo Xian, will you go find Chinfang yourself, or shall we drag you to him?" The world's foremost arms dealer threatened. "Luo Xian, the Vulcan cannon is already aimed at your villa. The choice is yours." A young man in a white t-shirt was sprinting down the road. Today was his postgraduate entrance exam day, but he had overslept. Suddenly, a stretch limousine slammed on its brakes but still sent Chinfang flying several meters. As the driver was about to step out to check, 10 masked individuals in the back seat exited first. These 10 were the most influential figures from various fields worldwide, gathered in the capital merely to discuss a minor project. Among them were the chairman of the Dragon Empire's top financial group, the leader of the world's #1 assassination organization, and the CEO of the planet's largest arms dealer. After 10 people got off the car, one of the middle-aged or elderly men anxiously asked, "Young man, are you okay?" Chinfang struggled to prop himself up when suddenly, a mechanical voice inexplicably echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host, on successfully binding to the system." As the system binding completed, the pain in Chinfang's body vanished instantly. "Mr. Steven, stop asking questions. Hurry and call an ambulance for this young man, or have my shadow guards drive him directly to the hospital." "I'm fine, I'll be on my way." Chinfang didn't dwell on it. Perhaps he hadn't been hit in a critical spot. He dusted himself off and immediately jogged toward the bus stop leading to the examination hall. This scene left the 10 big shots dumbfounded, being knocked flying yet completely unharmed. They stood frozen for a moment before reluctantly returning to their cars. Strangely enough, a synchronized mechanical voice echoed in the minds of all 10 big shots at that very moment. The chairman of the world's top financial group muttered to himself, "What's going on? Why is there this inexplicable mechanical voice in my head?" The world's leading arms dealer thought silently, "What binding system? What's happening?" The leader of the world's top assassination organization wondered, "Have you been experiencing tinnitus lately?" After being knocked flying, Chinfang felt no pain and still hurried toward the bus stop. As he passed through a narrow alley, a group of shady characters suddenly jumped out at him. "Kid, didn't expect that we slipped something into your takeout yesterday, but you still didn't sleep till noon," said the yellow-haired young man, Li Huaigang, standing in the middle. Hearing this, Chinfang gritted his teeth and said, "No wonder I slept until 8 today. Why would you do this? Do I even know you? Whether we know each other or not, it doesn't matter." Li Huaigang chuckled. "Anyway, you won't be taking the exam today. Try again next year. Did Wang Guoji send you?" Chinfang racked his brains and realized he might have only offended this person. Half a month ago, he saw Wang Guoji, a rich second generation, bullying a female classmate in a corner of the university and stepped in to intervene. Unexpectedly, he ended up being roughed up by these guys. Chinfang, unwilling to let it slide, reported it to the police. To his surprise, Wang Guoji was released shortly after with no consequences. Today must be his revenge. "At least you're not completely clueless." Li Huaigang glanced slightly at his watch. "It's 8:20 now. If we delay you for another 10 minutes or so, you won't make it into the exam hall. We're just doing our job, taking money to solve problems. You brought this on yourself by not knowing when to back down." He had no intention of beating Chinfang up. His only goal was to stall him for 15 minutes. Just then, the mechanical voice in Chinfang's mind sounded again. "Mission issued. Host Chinfang must pass the postgraduate entrance exam to complete the task. Mission rewards, 100 million yuan in WeChat balance, a Ferrari sports car, and a 30 million yuan villa in Beijing." At the same time, the same mechanical voice echoed in the minds of the 10 tycoons who had returned to their respective hotels, clearly startling them. Su Xinghe, chairman of the Dragon Empire's top financial conglomerate, was sipping tea on his hotel sofa when the voice startled him. "What is this? Why is there another inexplicable mechanical voice in my head?" Su Xinghe grew irritated and began investigating, only to discover that the task was assigned to someone named Chinfang, who seemed to be the system's host. "Then what am I?" Though thoroughly confused, Su Xinghe knew the priority was to find Chinfang. He immediately summoned his subordinates and ordered, "Mobilize the company's intelligence unit, find Chinfang within 5 minutes at all costs." It wasn't just Su Xinghe. The other 9 tycoons also received the system's task prompt in their minds, leaving them equally bewildered. Mr. Steven, the world's top arms dealer, scoffed, What the hell is this? A system straight out of a novel? Is this thing even reliable? And who exactly is it bound to? The task mentions Chinfang as the host, so what does that make me? Unable to make sense of it, Mr. Stephen had no choice but to send people to tail Chinfang, hoping to uncover the truth covertly. In the deserted alley, Chinfang was still cornered by several men. The task prompt in his mind made him take notice. This voice, did I really bind with a system? And now it's issuing tasks? Right after getting hit by that car. I vaguely remember hearing something about system binding, thought it was a hallucination and didn't catch it clearly. Chinfang's heart at this moment was like a torch suddenly lit in the darkness, illuminating his chilled soul. Isn't the system in web novels just the golden finger that helps the protagonist rise to fame and fortune? Passing the postgraduate entrance exam would reward me with cash, luxury cars, and villas. My life is about to take off, isn't it? But right now, I'm being blocked by a bunch of people here. How am I supposed to take the exam? Chinfang grew increasingly agitated. His phone had just been snatched by these people, and he was no Zhao Zilong. How could he face so many opponents and fight his way through 7 times? Besides, there was no Zhang Fei waiting to back him up at Dangyang Bridge. You're doing this just for some money, aren't you? What are you trying to say? Li Huaigang turned to look at Chinfang. How much is Wang Guoji paying you? I'll double it. Upon hearing Chinfang's words, Li Huaigang and his lackeys burst into laughter. Are you out of your mind from poverty? Double? Do you even know how much it costs to hire us? You probably can't even scrape together 10,000 yuan. If I can't pay up when the time comes, you can always come after me. Chinfang, unable to fight his way out, could only think of buying his way out of trouble. If the system is real, completing the mission will give me 100 million in pocket money. Naturally, I won't be short on such a small amount. Ha! Come after you? What good would that do? You might as well sell your blood. Do you really think you can afford to pay us double? Li Huaigang scoffed, glancing at his watch. There's still about 8 minutes left before the mission is complete. And the other side. Su Xing has sat on the hotel sofa. Butler Zhang hurriedly came forward to report, Master, we've found it. I've found it. This Chinfang is really an exam student. But I'm afraid he's in a bit of trouble now. He was intercepted on his way to graduate school, and he should have recently offended a rich second generation named Wang Guoji. And it's the same young man you bumped into on your way back from your meeting with the 9 bigwigs. It's actually him? Su Xinghe was first staggered for a moment, then added, then notify the constables. Then go and help relieve the situation. These people are too lawless. Exams are very important to a college student. Butler Zhang responded, Master, I have already notified. And these punks, they seem to be the thugs of Lin Zhensheng, the owner of the bar near the point of the incident, but they shouldn't have been arranged by Lin Zhensheng. It's these thugs who went outside to pick up the job additionally. Butler Zhang continued, Master, the beeps in your head are a bit inexplicable. The task was sent to Chinfang, but you hear it here. It feels like Chinfang's side is the one who binds the system, while Master is just a subordinate feeling. In the end, after the mission is completed, will the Lord get the reward, or will Chinfang get the reward? Butler Zhang was naturally Su Xinghe's beloved. Su Xinghe told him about the system. P.S. After all, Su Xinghe talking to himself is not a good description, so write two people dialogue better, belong to 100% loyalty. I don't really understand it either. Su Xinghe pondered for a moment, then said, then this moment? Shouldn't we help Chinfang succeed in his exams after this task is completed? After further verifying what's going on with this system, right? Although I'm not bad at this reward, the system must be clarified. Su Xinghe paused and added, let Lin Zhensheng go over to take care of it first. It's likely that the constable will be slow to get there, but we can't let this kid suffer. If the system is true, this is a strange boy. Master has a point, let's do this first. Butler Zhang nodded fiercely, extremely agreeable. The story returned to Chinfang, who was now anxious. The time for exams is fearfully past. This system is really strange. Chinfang stranded here blocked? It releases the task of success in the examination? But suddenly, in the alley, a man in a suit then rushed over with a large group of security guards. Brother, isn't that the boss? Why is he here? No way. If we let Boss Lin know that we're out there making extra money, he won't go around us. Immediately. What appeared to be a little bit of a vaguely whimpering catcher's voice went up. Chapter 3, shocking the entire audience. What exactly is Chinfang's identity? Groovy. The constable is coming. Big brother, this guy can't get into the examination room anymore anyway. We've accomplished our mission, so let's withdraw. Go. With a wave of Li Huaigang's hand, several people quickly disappeared into the corner. Who are you guys? Chinfang opened his mouth to inquire when he saw a group of security-looking people coming. Little brother, don't get me wrong, I'm the owner of a nearby bar. My name is Lin Zhensheng, and these people appear to be thugs under my banner. Lin Zhensheng stepped forward and apologized. Did you call it? No, little brother, they must have picked up someone else's money that I didn't know about. I only rushed over to take a look because I heard it from someone. Don't worry, I'll deal with them ruthlessly. How could Lin Zhenxing dare to find trouble with Chinfang, who had been ordered by the old steward of the Su group to come over and look after them? So that's it? Chinfang was slightly flabbergasted. Little brother, the people under me don't do things properly. This is my company's gold card. There are some bars, KTVs, and hotels under its banner. When little brother takes the card, you can get 20% discount on all of them. Lin Zhenxing naturally wanted to curry favor with Chinfang and sent out a meet and greet gift. Thanks. Chinfang still picked it up smoothly. But just then, the constables finally got close. Seeing this, and not being very white himself, Ling Yansheng dashed off with his men. What's going on here, little brother? Someone just said there was a fight here, saying that there is a case here? The head constable's surname was Li, and the people under his banner addressed him as Captain Li. Comrade, I want to take the exam. Chinfang was so excited that he immediately pounced on him and touched his exam documents. I'm taking the exam today, and I was blocked by a few punks. There is this? Is it too late then? Captain Li inquired. The exam starts at 8:30. If you're 15 minutes late, you won't be able to enter the exam room. Chinfang sighed. Now I'm afraid the time has passed, right? Chinfang was in a state of utter despair at the moment. 0 points in one subject. Definitely failing the exam. It wouldn't be too much of a problem to do it again next year. But the quests issued by the system, that's a great reward. Suddenly, Chinfang looked at Captain Li beside him, and for a moment, as if he were a lifesaver, he said, Captain Li, can you send me to the examination center? And explain the situation here? Let me continue with the exam? Chinfang thought about it. He was blocked by punks, which made him late, saying that it is not necessarily possible to special circumstances special treatment? I'll give it a try. Captain Li said, immediately urging to, then, little brother, get in the car. We'll clear the way for you. Thanks. Thank you. Chinfang thanked him profusely and bowed deeply. It's fine, this is all as it should be. Without much nonsense, Captain Li immediately got into the main driver and headed towards the examination center. Brother Wang, it's done, this Chinfang is 15 minutes late, he definitely won't be able to enter the examination center. Li Huigang's side was inviting his employer for the reward, and the rest of the matter was definitely to claim the $500,000. Did you meet the constable? This Chinfang was sent to the examination center by the constable. When the time comes for this special situation, the invigilator will definitely give special treatment. Wang Guozhi gritted his teeth fiercely. How did you guys do your job? The place where you blocked Chinfang was basically empty, so how could you be arrested and sent to the exam center? Brother Wang, we don't know. First of all, we robbed this kid's cell phone, and we don't know who reported the constable. Li Huigang stammered for a moment. So what now? What to do? Wang Guozhi laughed. I have my own way. Old me won't let Chinfang take the exam. And Chinfang sighed. In 5 minutes or so, he was sent to the examination room by Captain Li in a blaze of speed. The invigilator was called Li Mulin, and when he saw the 4 constables arrive with Chinfang, he gave them a strange look and opened his mouth to inquire, Comrade, what are you? This is a student taking the exam. He was blocked on the road and that's why he was delayed. Can you see if you can give him special treatment? Let him continue the exam? Captain Li politely said, although the regulations can't be easily changed, but special circumstances still need special treatment. I'm afraid this won't work. Li Mulin immediately refused. If we set this precedent, are we afraid that if there is a situation like this in the future, we will still not abide by the rules? Teacher, those punks just purposely didn't let me take the test. It was prepared, so please be accommodating? Seeing this, Chinfang also spoke anxiously. Oh? So you have proof that you were blocked by punks? And not sleeping late? Li Mulin smiled contemptuously. He was naturally greeted and could not allow Chinfang to take the exam, although the invigilator did not have a cell phone and it was impossible to contact the outside, but as long as the people outside were willing to put their minds to it, there were ways to contact the people in the exam room. What do you mean? Did we and Chinfang conspire to deceive you? Captain Li's face was covered in displeasure for a moment. Captain Li, I don't mean that, I just want to ask, did you guys see Chinfang being blocked by the punks with your own eyes? Li Mulin questioned. That's not true, it's just that we heard someone report a crime, so we went over there. When we got to the point of the incident, Chinfang said that those punks ran away. Captain Li also felt that this matter was very odd, permeated with an evil aura. That's right. Obviously this Chinfang directed himself, he was late for his exams, so he said that there were punks blocking him, and then reported himself to the police. Li Mulin laughed. In fact, such a thing is not unheard of. 3 years ago there was a senior high school student who was late for his exams and used such a trick. Little brother, are you blocked or not? When Captain Li saw the invigilator say this, he also began to be skeptical. Captain Li, you believe me, it's true. It's true. Chinfang took a hard look at this invigilator and felt that this guy knew his business very well. Could it be that? This guy was greeted? Is there any surveillance around? As long as we investigate the surveillance and show that you were blocked by punks, then I can let you go to the exam. Li Mulin laughed lightly. No. There's not a single person in that place, what kind of surveillance camera could there be? Chinfang said fiercely. Moreover, he felt that this invigilator teacher had a problem. On the other hand, in Su Xingha's hotel, he naturally knew about what was going on here with Chinfang, and it was easy for a Dragon Empire's #1 consortium to go to the examination hall and arrange for eyes and ears. At this moment, Su Xingha burst into a rage. This invigilator, he must have been greeted. Looking at him, it seems like he knows Chinfang's business very well in general. Master is right. Butler Zhang inquired, why don't we go and greet the examiner in charge of that exam room and let Chinfang enter the exam room? It's better to help him complete the task first and see if the rewards will be sent to him so that we can find out if the system thing is true or not. Go do it. Su Xingha nodded. Teacher, do you think this is okay? You let me take the test first and then investigate afterward if I was blocked or not. If the matter is false, then cancel my exam results? Chinfang was in a hurry. How else could the other party refute such a request? That's a good idea, little brother. I think it's feasible. Captain Li immediately nodded. When Li Mulin saw the other party say this, he was a bit dumbfounded all of a sudden, but since he had promised his employer, he definitely had to get things done. No way. Late students haven't been let in since 1987, when the whole empire opened up for exams. That's it? You still can't do it? Didn't you say that if I cheated then the results would be cancelled? Chinfang was also enraged for a moment and sneered, you're in league with those punks, aren't you? You won't let me take the exam, right? Kid, don't spit blood, if you're here to fool around at the exam center. I think you've come to the wrong place. Li Mulin's face instantly darkened and shouted, defense, defense, come on, kick this person out. Mr. Li? Who are you kicking out? This time. A 50-year-old man in a Chinese mountain suit then walked over gently. Chapter 4, the whole school is shocked. Someone from the Ministry of War. Examiner Fan? What brings you here? As soon as Li Mulin saw this person, he giggled in his heart. I know the situation here. You let the candidates in first. Examiner Fan looked at Chinfang and said, this little brother is right, take the exam first, if things are false, then just cancel the results, don't delay the student's future. But Lemurin was about to say something. But that Fan main examiner let out a low roar and said, stop it, I'll take care of anything. Could it be that you're really in league with the gang that blocked the students? Then. You go in then. Li Mulin gave Chinfang a hard look and could do nothing about it. Thank you, Examiner Fan. Chinfang hurriedly bowed and thanked him, then took his answering tool and immediately entered the examination room. Examiner Fan looked at Chinfang's back as he hurriedly went in, and laughed, teacherly, behave yourself, if you really collude with someone, I don't think you should be a teacher, it's not certain that you'll be involved in a criminal case. Li Mulin all of a sudden scared Yen, if the matter is found out, he really sinned in the unpardonable, but Li Mulin thought of the relationship of Wang Guoji's family, he did not take it seriously, the other party will certainly protect himself. On the other hand, that Wang Guoji who was eating at the Western restaurant was a bit fired up. What kind of luck is this Chinfang? This can meet the chief examiner? Boss, I don't think it's luck, is it? Does this Chinfang know the examiner? Why else would he help him so much? When Wang Guoji heard this, he immediately sneered, this person is not just a poor college student, where would he know any examiners? It's just good luck though. Although Wang Guoji said so on his mouth, but inwardly he also began to worry, if this matter is stabbed out, it is okay to say at the bottom, if it comes to the higher levels of the empire, his family's relationship is not enough to look at. That's why Wang Guoji felt the need to make things real for Chinfang. That's the way to rest easy. It was no longer a simple matter of getting back at Chinfang. Instead, it's aftercare. Examining the exam room. Chinfang had just gone into the examination room to answer the questions when he was shouted out. Lord Fan Examiner. How can you be so black and white? You haven't even investigated the matter clearly? Just let the students in to take the exam? If he has really been wronged, just give him a separate examination at that time. The person who called out to Chinfang to come out was probably around 50 years old. The name is Tang Kufeng. Mr. Tang? Chief Examiner Fan's expression changed slightly. Although he was the chief examiner, this Mr. Tang was in charge of the entire exam site work in the entire capital today. Chinfang is living in a university dormitory, so find his dormitory mates and ask them when he departed from the dormitory. Won't everything be known? Mr. Tang stepped forward and glanced coldly at Chinfang. Mr. Tang is extremely right. That's the way it should be. Li Mulin is also a cunning old man. Look at this situation. Mr. Tang must be arranged by Wang Guoji, right? This student Chinfang, can you provide the phone number of your roommate? Mr. Tang laughed, but it's okay, we can still ask if you don't provide it. What's not to offer? Ask yourselves. There are signal blockers in the exam room though. But Dawn wants to talk on the phone, find a place with a signal, that's still doable. Soon. Chinfang's roommate Su Xiaoyuan, on the other hand, was called by Mr. Tang. Hey, hello, it's Tang Kufeng. You're Chinfang's roommate, right? What time did he leave the dormitory this morning? Across the table, Su Xiaoyuan was first confused, then replied, it seems like he woke up after 8 o'clock, right? What about the exact point in time? Around 8:30 or so. I was wondering, isn't this guy going to graduate school? Why hasn't he gone yet? I even reminded him. When Chinfang heard Su Xiaoyuan say this on the phone, he immediately said angrily, he's bull-ting, although I overslept, I got out of the dormitory at 8 o'clock and it's still not too late for me to rush to the examination center. Oh, over at the school dormitory building, the surveillance video has already been transmitted. It shows that you did come out of the dormitory at 8:30 in a panic. And at 8:30, didn't you say that you were surrounded? Mr. Tang's eyes glared at Chinfang, saying, now that the human and material evidence are all there, what else do you have to sophistically argue about? You didn't meet any punks blocking you at all, it's complete nonsense. Of course. The monitor thing, naturally, can be faked. Change the time, change the background, and with a little more skill, you can't see the cracks at all. Defense, kick this student straight out. Immediately dive back to our school, hand over to their school to deal with it. Li Mulin is like a raised eyebrow, really Wang Guoji's family relationship is good, this thing can also give Chinfang to do real? You guys? You're all in cahoots. Chinfang wasn't a fool, so he naturally knew that Wang Guoji must have hit up a lot of people to make it false, and he was so wronged. Since you guys have evidence, then I won't say anything, but if this matter is found to be false by then none of you will want to be left alone. None of you have to run. Lord Fan Examiner grunted, this Chinfang's back, but that Su Clan had greeted him. The Dragon Empire's #1 consortium wasn't made of clay. When the time comes, these people will have nothing to show for it. Immediately. On Lord Fan's side, he can only report today's situation to Su Xing his side. This Wang Guoji actually bought off Chinfang's roommate? And faked the surveillance video? Truly abominable. Su Xingha was also furious when he heard this news in his hotel. Master, so much time has passed now? I'm afraid that Chinfang's examination is not going to work. Butler Zhang replied, are we looking for other ways to help Chinfang succeed in his exams? That way, we'll have completed the task and we'll also know if Chinfang will get a reward, which will in turn verify the authenticity of the system. That's right. You don't necessarily need to pass an exam to succeed in graduate school, right? Just give a greeting to a random person from the university and break the rules. Su Xinghe laughed, and to falsely accuse this person, Chinfang, who actually dares to go against our Su clan and is so sightless, no matter who he is, I will bring him to justice. Chinfang sighed. Naturally, they were quickly sent back to our school, the Capital University of Finance. Look, isn't that Chinfang? Egu, Chinfang is here? Do you guys know what Chinfang has done today? Done what? I heard that this guy was late for bed and then delayed the exam, and he actually directed his own play about being blocked by punks. He almost really got mixed into the exam room. Crap. There is such a thing? This Chinfang is really strange too. So bold? Honestly, this is already considered a criminal case, isn't it? A false report? To get to the exam? Who says it isn't? I guess soon, the constable will come for him. This guy, who usually plays games every day, but always gets good grades in all subjects, is really talented too. How about talented? Now with this ex-con, he's done. The school definitely won't keep him. Chinfang was walking on the university campus at the moment, and although he couldn't hear what the people around him were saying, he could feel that they were all pointing at him. However, Chinfang completely ignored it. Because there's no mood for that. The system issued the task of studying for the exam, it seems that it can't be finished. But the system didn't finish saying what the penalty was for failing to complete the task. The next time you come to a mission, you have to go through it properly, and when you do more missions and get developed, Chinfang swears that Wang Guoji, this guy, he's going to make him look good. Yo hey, isn't this Chinfang? Why is your head hanging down? Suddenly, a row of people appeared in front of Chinfang. The one who spoke was none other than that Wang Guoji. Wang Guoji didn't mean to come to mock Chinfang, he didn't have that kind of free time yet, but he met him by chance back at school. Wang Guoji. Chinfang clenched his teeth fiercely when he saw this guy's appearance. You did all this behind the scenes? What I did back there? Wang Guoji looked smug and pretended not to know. Don't pretend, I know it's you, if you can't get me killed. Our matter is not over, one day you will regret it. Chinfang knew that since he had the system, he had to be obscene first, and it was not advisable to fight the other party hard now when he was weak, but Chinfang really couldn't bear this. Wang Guoji looked around and saw that there was no one else either, so he spoke, oh, so what if you know me? What? Do you want to move mountains like a fool? Wang Guoji's family's connections in the capital, facing a small person like Chinfang? Isn't that just a mountain? You Yugonishan. Chinfang laughed coldly, waiting for himself to slowly do his quests and get developed. By then who is the Yugong and who is the mountain, it is still unknown. Chinfang didn't want to beat more with this person, he had to go to the principal's office and receive disciplinary action. Chinfang will definitely not be able to study at school in the future. There's a system anyway. Chinfang wasn't worried either. Chinfang, originally, I still appreciate you, but why are you minding your own business? Didn't I just clean up a girl who was bad-mouthing me behind my back? And you ran over to help? Beat you up and you go report the constable? Wang Guoji smiled smugly and added, how about in the end? This place, the yamen, I can get in and naturally get out. Ha! Chinfang laughed coldly and ignored these people as he headed towards the principal's office. Chinfang, turn around and look, who's here? Wang Guoji suddenly looked out into the distance and couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was a couple of constables coming to the school. And right in front of him, University President Huang Guming also hurriedly came, squinting at Chinfang without saying anything. Captain Jiang, hello. Huang Guming greeted. Principal Huang, hello. Captain Jiang said, then asked, where is Chinfang from your school? This is it. Huang Guming coldly looked at Chinfang and said, now our school has already made the punishment of expulsion, as for the rest, that's up to your yamen. You're Chinfang, right? Captain Jiang also looked at Chinfang coldly and said, you're involved in reporting a false case and causing a waste of resources, which is a serious act of intentionally disrupting public order. Come with us. Aria, Chinfang has been expelled, it's a pity, his grades are so good. Wang Guoji looked at the little brothers around him and asked, do you guys think so? Yeah, it's too bad, with such good grades, you got expelled? It's not going to be easy to find a job in the future with a stain on this file. Yes, this Chinfang seems to have a bad family as well, now it's so miserable. What's so tragic? Who told him to report a false crime? He overslept himself and used it in such a way, this kind of person deserves it, right? Chinfang looked at Wang Guoji sneering on the side and squeezed his fists vigorously, saying towards Teen Jiang, have you investigated the matter clearly? Why are you so sure that I reported a false case? Why did you believe the witnesses and surveillance video provided by Mr. Tang? Have you checked the authenticity of the surveillance video? We've verified the surveillance footage, and there are no traces of counterfeiting. Teen Jiang said seriously. Chinfang, it's come to this, what are you still sophomoric about? Wang Guoji laughed from the side, it doesn't matter if you did something wrong, the key is to face it courageously. Take them away. Teen Jiang said, beckoning his subordinates to take the man. But it was at this time. Outside the gates of the university campus, there was suddenly a din of voices. Check it out? Why are there a couple green cars coming? Crap. Is this the War Department's car? Seems like it, doesn't it? This off-road, plus this green color? Could it be from anywhere else? A car from the Ministry of War? Why did it suddenly come to our university? Could it be something big? Look, you guys. There's a car in the middle here that doesn't seem to be a war ministry car? Students were talking and wondering why on earth these cars had come to the university. Chapter 5, Dare to Mess with Chinfang. You're finished. It can't be that Chinfang thing, can it? Chinfang's matter is at most a report of a false case, how could it involve the war ministry? Also not for a little guy like him. It's a shame about this Chinfang. I think there must be something wrong with things because today I saw him seemingly go out from the school at 8 o'clock and I even said hello. Didn't you say Chinfang didn't leave the house until 8:30? The exams are already in session. I'm afraid someone's messing with him, messing with some big shot. Come on, let's keep our mouths shut on this one so we don't get into trouble. Just under the sound of the students chattering and discussion, those green cars, and a business Audi in the center, then drove into the middle of the playground. Brother, what's the situation? How come there are so many green cars? The one who spoke was the little brother beside Wang Guoji. How would I know? Wang Guoji was still a little flustered inside, secretly saying, are these people not found by Chinfang? It seems like they're driving in our direction? But Wang Guoji thought about how Chinfang, who was nothing more than a poor college student, would find someone from the war ministry. Not at all. Is there something special about these green cars? Captain Jiang, who had come to take Chinfang back to the bureau, was also confused, but greeted him anyway. And the other side. Su Xinghe was in his own hotel, when suddenly housekeeper Zhang reported, Master, Chinfang's side suddenly had a green car go to the school, it seems to be for him, and we're not sure what's going on right now. A green car? People from the war ministry? Su Xinghe was puzzled, his side had just contacted the people from the Capital General Bureau to go over and rescue Chinfang, but the people hadn't arrived yet, so how come the people from the war ministry had gone? Could it be that this Chinfang has another relationship? Master, isn't this Chinfang a poor college student? How could he startle the people from the war ministry? Butler Zhang asked in a very confused manner. They could have investigated Chinfang, he was completely an ordinary college student who couldn't be any more ordinary. I'm not sure, maybe this guy still really has another background. Su Xinghe naturally wouldn't have thought that it was actually not only him who had shared Chinfang's system, but also the other 9 bigwigs. Su Xinghe thought it should be just him. How about this steward Zhang? If these people from the war ministry are there to help Chinfang, then we won't make a move. Understood, Master. On the university campus, the War Department's car is majestic, like a god descending from the sky, and this color is inherently domineering. After all, in the Dragon Empire, it was the War Ministry that was supposed to be honored. There was no one. "Hello, sir." Captain Jiang came up and quickly saluted. He didn't know the identity of the people in the car, but no matter what, they were from the Ministry of War. Even ordinary sergeants are far more bullish than they are. "Are you from the district office? What are you doing here?" On the green car, the person speaking, on the other hand, is a man with 6 stars on his shoulders. His name is Chen Xingshan. Chen Xingshan said, before getting off the green car. The people around him were surprised when they saw the badge on his shoulder. "Sir, it's like this, we're here to deal with a false report on our side, and we're about to bring this person back to the court." Seeing that his position was not low, Team Jiang was even more respectful. "Dare I ask what mission you are here for?" That Chen Xingshan hadn't replied. Suddenly, in that Audi, on the other hand, an old man of about 60 years old got down. The people around them were even more shocked. Isn't this the president of that Dragon Empire's first military university? It seems to be called Luo Yu. My god. The first military university of the Dragon Empire. Although in the Dragon Empire, Qingqing University on the other hand is the #1 school. But in terms of status, it's still not as impressive as the Dragon Empire's #1 military university. Yes, the students that come out of this place go into the War Department. And they're second lieutenants as soon as they're inaugurated. Did you guys know? The president of Qingqing University can only be considered as a deputy, not grade. Therefore, this university is only a vice, not level university. And if the first military university, the president is positively unranked, then this university is also the only positively unranked university in the entire Dragon Empire. Don't say it! Anyway, of all the university presidents in the Dragon Empire, the most awesome one is this one. At this moment, Huang Guming, as the president of the Capital University of Finance, he naturally knew Luo Yu. Immediately, he went up to say hello. "Hello, President Lu. Welcome to our Capital University of Finance." Huang Guming greeted warmly. "Principal Lu and the officer didn't say anything? We may as well do a welcome ceremony." "Welcome is not necessary." That Chen Xingshan took over the conversation and said, "Just now I heard that someone reported a false case? Have you found out?" As soon as Wang Guozhi heard this, he immediately had a shock on his face. Why is this Chen Xingshan asking this? It can't be. No. How could Chinfang possibly know someone from the War Ministry? No way. It's probably just people casually asking. Of course it's been checked, there's no problem at all. Captain Jiang had also sent someone to verify that monitor, and there was indeed no problem. Oh? Have you really verified it clearly? But don't be wrong, otherwise how to apologize to the people? Chen Xingshan coldly smiled. That Majesty was not angry. Crap. Why are these words getting more and more wrong? Wang Guozhi felt more and more that things were not right, as if this Chen Xingshan was quite concerned about this matter. Suddenly, Chinfang ran up ruthlessly. "I didn't file a false report. I was wrongly accused." Chinfang saw such a good opportunity, how could he let it go? "Chinfang, this matter is all proven, what else do you have to say?" Wang Guozhi instantly panicked. Although his family had connections, he couldn't mess with the War Ministry? What evidence is overwhelming? You made those up. Chinfang, don't spit blood. When you speak, you'd better think about the consequences, what words should be said and what words shouldn't be said. Or else the consequences will be your own. Between Wang Guozhi's words, there was no lack of threats against Chinfang. As long as Chinfang dared to sue him, then if he couldn't get him killed, he would definitely make Chinfang pay the price. I'm bloodthirsty? Chinfang also ignored him and looked at that Chen Xingshan, saying, "You can send someone to verify the surveillance video again, it's definitely a forgery." What surveillance video? Chen Xingshan looked at that Captain Jiang. It's a copy of the security camera footage of Chinfang leaving the dormitory at 8.30, but at this point in time, he said that he was besieged by punks. Team Jiang said, then briefly talked about Chinfang. Then this is a good thing to do. Chen Xingshan smiled faintly and looked at one of his subordinates beside him, saying, "He's from the technical department of our War Ministry, and he plays with all the high-tech stuff in the War Ministry, so take the surveillance video out and show it to him, and he'll naturally know if it's true or not." Wang Guozhi's heart began to beat faster when he saw this. Why does this Chinfang meet all the good things? First of all, the punks found a seamless spot where no one would even notice. But it was someone who found Chinfang and helped him report the constable. Difficulty from the invigilator in the back. Then the examiner appeared. Things are here, even if it's a big deal. It's not good for me to end it. That's why I'm planning to make a risky move to make things real for Chinfang. I thought that this matter was definitely over. How could Chinfang, a small person, turn up the waves? But now how come there are people from the War Ministry at the school again? And now you've lifted a rock and smashed it into your own foot? Everything was confusing for Wang Guozhi. No, this Chinfang must have a secret relationship? Otherwise, even if this is some kind of luck, it won't get to his head, right? At this moment, Wang Guoji was so inwardly disoriented that he couldn't even stand up a bit. Inspector Chen, it's been checked, this surveillance video, there is indeed a problem. The time has changed, the background has changed. Soon. Of the technical department of the Ministry of War. Naturally, he watched the security footage a couple times. Traces of forgery were soon discovered. Chapter 6, Shocking the Whole School Again. Guaranteed admission to graduate school at the #1 university in China. Oh, this Captain Jiang, right? Is this your job? No distinction between real and fake? Chen Xingshan smiled coldly, straight away frightening Captain Jiang. This? I don't know, it's the technician under me who authenticated it and said that this surveillance video. No fake. Captain Jiang is also very confused. That technician appraisal, not to ensure that there is no problem? Aoyama, as a matter of urgency, I think we should first find this technician who authenticated the surveillance video. And the college student who committed perjury. The one who spoke was Luo Yu, the president of the first military university of the capital next to him. When Chen Xingshan heard this, he nodded and said, that's how it should be, as long as we find these two people, the rest will be solved. Actually, there's no need to check, the operator at the back, I know this person, it's him. Chinfang stood up and immediately pointed at Wang Guoji, who was a bit hexed by his side. Chinfang, don't spit blood, I'm going to sue you for slander, sue you for slander. Wang Guoji was also anxious for a moment, and the accent of that speech resembled the Chopstick brothers in the movie. It's fine, when the person you arranged to be a perjured witness arrives, everything will be clear. Chinfang laughed and said with a raised eyebrow, I see, you just can't see the coffin, right? Now why don't you go and arrange for a hit? Where are your connections? What about your family's connections? Perhaps you don't have the ability to infiltrate the Ministry of War either? Chinfang. You. Wang Guoji was dumbfounded by his dislike. Honestly, with the outcome of this day, he had thought about it 10,000 times, but he wouldn't have thought that there would be someone from the War Ministry to take care of this matter. Chinfang must have a background behind him. And just at this moment, that Chinfang's roommate Su Xiaoyuan was brought in. At this moment, Su Xiaoyuan's trembling expression was terrified. This man is Su Xiaoyuan. Seeing this, Chen Xingshan stepped forward with a slight fury and inquired, you're the only one who made a false testimony? I. Su Xiaoyuan looked at Wang Guoji and swallowed. Why are you looking at me? You're making false witnesses yourself, so you'll tell them yourself, and when the time comes, it'll just be a few days in jail. What are you afraid of? Wang Guoji's words were very clear, that is, letting Su Xiaoyuan take the matter on himself, and it's only a matter of going in for a week or so. But Wang Guoji's words had just fallen. That Chen Xingshan lifted over with a kick. I'm interrogating. What are you saying more? How could Chen Xingshan not understand the implications of their words? This is the Ministry of War. The power of that kick. Imagine how much it hurts. But as awesome as Wang Guoji was, he didn't dare bleep anything now. You said yes, you interrogate. Wang Guoji ate through, showed his teeth for a moment, and could only obediently shut up. Your name is Su Xiaoyuan, right? I'll ask you one more time, who told you to do the perjury? When Chen Xingshan saw that he was still sneaking glances at Wang Guoji, then he angrily said, you don't need to go look at him, when it comes to me, you only have to answer honestly or no one else can protect you. I. Su Xiaoyuan trembled with fear and trembling, swallowing, and unable to speak. You won't talk, will you? Take it away then, go to the bureau and talk about it. Chen Xingshan grunted and said, if you don't say it, then the technician who appraised the surveillance video will also say it, and now it's a chance for you to get credit. Don't waste it. I say. Seeing this, Su Xiaoyuan hurriedly spoke, it's Wang Guoji, he gave me $50,000 to perjure myself, and I got carried away. He also said that he would cover anything and nothing would happen. Oh? Seeing this, Chen Xingshan looked at that Wang Guoji and said, you peddled? Can you still pocket it now? I. Wang Guoji at this moment was also all disheartened. He knew that this matter was afraid that he could not escape, but he did not blame anyone. To blame it on his own stupidity, Chinfang obviously has a big background, why did he not know? The War Department people were here, obviously for him. Chinfang's affairs could be casually passed over by the War Ministry. One could imagine how awesome Chinfang's background was. Why would you mess with a guy like that? Xingshan, it seems that the technician from that bureau also confessed that it was indeed Wang Guoji who went through the connections to get him to do the fake appraisal. Luo Yu gave Chen Xingshan a word in his ear. Very well, this matter is considered done. Chen Xingshan said, glaring at Wang Guoji, and commanded, come on people, give me a car from the War Department and personally escort him to the bureau for a final interrogation. And this Su Xiaoyuan as well. Of course. Just get in that place. What Director Tang? Or other interested persons. It's all going to be a disaster. This student, hello, you should know me, right? Luo Yu saw that the matter was over and it was time for his own mission. I recognize you, you are the president of that first military university. Chinfang was grateful to these people and naturally respected them. But Chinfang wasn't a fool, he himself, today, appeared to have the help of a god. Everything turned out to be really strange. Could it be that he really had some great help? But my family hasn't produced any big names in the past 3 generations, right? There was a Qin Shi Huang for thousands of years at most. But Qin Shi Huang's last name isn't Qin either. And the system is something that only you should know about, right? Chinfang could never have imagined that his system would malfunction and crosstalk to the minds of the 10 bigwigs. Little brother, since you know me, you must know something about our university, right? Luo Yu smiled amiably. I know, getting into that place is a guaranteed war department, and getting in is an ensign. Why would Chinfang not want to go to this place? But at first, his college entrance examination score was not enough, so he couldn't go there. Although this place didn't have the high score that Qingqing University, the #1 school in the whole empire, wanted, but it also needed to book upwards by many points. So do you want to come to our school? Go to graduate school, huh? Luo Yu said indifferently. But the onlookers around them were all stunned. What? Going to graduate school at the first military university of the Dragon Empire? My god. My god. What's going on here? This place, when you graduate from college, you're guaranteed a second lieutenant in the War Department. If you're a graduate student, then surely you go to the War Department and you're a lieutenant straight away. TM, this Chinfang? What kind of life is this? Why did Principal Lu just break the rules and admit him? Are you guys stupid? This Chinfang? He must be related. There's a connection? You don't think so? What relationship could he have? I think it's just a coincidence. People around here are getting suspicious anyway. Is this Chinfang lucky, or does he have connections? But those who knew Chinfang knew that he was just an ordinary college student. 4. Why did you let me go straight to graduate school? Is this a breakthrough admission? Chinfang didn't understand, this benefit hadn't come too quickly, right? Little brother, don't think too much, we came over today, and we're also enrolling students. Luo Yu explained amiably. It is a failure of our work that our imperial staff did not do things properly, that you were wrong, and that you were not able to take the exam. Coupled with the fact that you fought for the struggle without fear of power, our side has also looked at your grades, which are good in all subjects, and your physical fitness is also very good. One more thing, the cause of this incident was entirely because you saw the righteousness and helped the bullied classmates, and only then did you suffer from Wang Guoji's retaliation. To summarize, you are completely excellent in both character and academics. Is that so? Chinfang was a bit half-hearted, but after thinking about it, he shouldn't have any big background behind him, right? It was likely that he had really gotten lucky? If you are not willing, you can only wait for the next year, continue to graduate school. Luo Yu's words are very clear, just such a big bargain, do you take it or not? Of course. The people behind Luo Yu were definitely trying to pull Chinfang onto the Empire's big boat, so that he could go into the war ministry in the future. After all, the big brother behind Luo Yu was one of those 10 big brothers. He knew that Chinfang was someone with a system. Alright then. What else could Chinfang do? He could only agree, he didn't want to take the test again next year. And even if you take the test again, he also didn't have the ability to get into the first military university of the Dragon Empire for graduate school. So it's because of compensating Chinfang? I thought he really had some awesome connections. This Chinfang, he really got lucky. Didn't take the exam, but picked up such a great bargain? This guy, he'll come out a lieutenant later. He's a cowboy. Not always, if you go and don't perform well, you can be snuck back in. Let's hope so, this guy is really out of luck. People who watch theater are often confused because there is so much they don't know. But Wang Guoji, who was in the whirlpool, he knew that Chinfang was not unrelated. After all, that examiner's attitude towards Chinfang was so unusual that it could not be out to defend justice. Plus, nowadays, he had directly broken the rules to go to the Dragon Empire's first military university. Wang Guoji knew that Chinfang definitely had a background. Alright, little brother, you study well in college and come to our school to enroll in the second half of the year. Luo Yu smiled faintly and took Chen Xingshan with him while he went to the principal's office, saying that he was there to discuss the matter of enrolling in that school. It's really just a front. It was to make Chinfang think that they had met coincidentally rather than deliberately coming to help him. After all, the people behind them had explained that they should not let Chinfang know about their existence yet. And in the corner of the university campus, at this moment, a power suit beauty was also secretly observing all this. This assassin was sent by the boss of the world's #1 assassination organization, the Green Bamboo Sect. The boss of the Green Bamboo Sect, Bamboo Leaf Green, was naturally one of the 10 bigwigs, and she had also gotten someone to pay attention to Chinfang, as she also had a strong interest in the system in her head. After Chinfang ended the day's events, he naturally returned to the dormitory alone. Several roommates except for Su Xiaoyuan. The others are in. Nowadays, Chinfang was a graduate student of the first military university of the Dragon Empire who had broken the rules. They must respect it a lot. As for Chinfang's words, he was just lying quietly alone. At the beginning of Lingenshang? And then I wonder who reported the official? Special favor from the examiner? Someone from the Ministry of War? Principal Lu and other characters? One by one, they made their appearance? Was it an accident? It does look like an accident. But it shouldn't be that simple, should it? Chinfang thought about it for a long time and couldn't figure out what made him take care of by them. Probably really got lucky. But it was at this time. The machine voice in his head, however, tried to ring out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Successful examination. Although it was said that the results of the examination would only come out in 3 months, Chinfang, who had bailed out, was naturally considered to have succeeded in the examination. Chapter 7, A new mission is coming. Are the 10 big brothers ready? Chinfang waited for about 10 seconds and saw that the system didn't say anything afterward. Then he asked, Then what? What about the reward? $100 million? A luxury car? What about the villa? Rewards have been issued. What is it? Issued? Where? Chinfang was all confused. The promised reward? Nothing? And the other side? Su Xinghe's mind, on the other hand, also came the notification of mission completion. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing your mission. Reward item, 100 million WeChat change. Luxury car. Villas have been distributed. Mission accomplished? Rewards handed out? Su Xinghe immediately ordered, Old Butler, go check if Chinfang has $100 million of pocket money on his WeChat account. Exactly who will the reward be sent to after completing the mission? After all, Su Xinghe's Su Clan group, under its umbrella, had 2 big companies, one was Penguin and the other was Tengu Online Shopping, and there were other industries as well. There are about $10 trillion in total assets. How else is it the #1 consortium in the Dragon Empire? To find out if Chinfang's WeChat change has $100 million, that's of course very simple. Master, it was checked, and it wasn't. What? No? It shouldn't be, right? Chinfang is the host, it should be rewarded to him, right? Su Xinghe was confused. Where did this reward go? Could it be that the system was fake? Master, you suddenly have 100 million extra change on WeChat. There are also people sending you luxury cars and villas. Butler Zhang answered the phone and someone notified these over. What? There's suddenly 100 million extra change on my WeChat? Su Xinghe's face was fiercely embarrassed. Once again blinded, he quickly opened his WeChat, and sure enough, there was an extra 100 million in change. Hoping? Chinfang completed the mission and the reward was for himself? Can't you find out where this money came from? Can't find out. It can't be traced at all. Just like the money in so many internet novels, no source can be traced. Butler Zhang said excitedly. Geez. Could this system be real? Su Xinghe sat on the hotel sofa, and at this moment, his forehead was already covered with some beads of sweat. It's such a weird system though, it's confusing. In fact, the system is binding Chinfang when there is a malfunction. It's like the channel crosstalk in the mind of 10 big brothers, and the task is completed to send rewards indiscriminately. But the system itself didn't even know it had a glitch. To put it simply, that is, the task is issued to Chinfang, but the reward, plus Chinfang, a total of 11 people, randomly and indiscriminately issued rewards. The rewards may be given to one of the 11 people, or many of them, or all of them. The whole thing is completely unorganized. For the first reward, Chinfang was more unlucky and didn't randomize it. Having said that, Chinfang and the 10 big men wouldn't be able to figure out what's going on with the system, and would have to slowly explore it on their own. In Chinfang's dormitory, he was still asking the system for his reward. I said, system? Where's my reward? The luxury car? A villa? What about a small goal? You're not going to play me, are you? Chinfang was going crazy. What kind of system is this? Obviously no rewards were given out, but you say they were? Sorry. The rewards have been handed out. You. Chinfang completely lost interest. This dog system, too damn speechless. You've completed the mission and you don't give a reward? Finish it. Chinfang is skeptical. This dog system is not some kind of malfunction, simply inexplicable. Chinfang is really suffocating, but today's mood is said to be bad, but it is also considered good. After all, I heard that Wang Guoji's family is finished, and the relevant people are all in, which is very cool. Can't sleep, why don't you open the game and play one? Chinfang couldn't sleep all night, so he could only play League of Legends. Meanwhile, Su Xinghe was sitting in his hotel suite and was constantly exploring the system as well as spying on Chinfang. Master, we've checked, Chinfang doesn't seem to have any background in the war ministry? Could it be that Chen Xingshan and Lu Wuping really went to the university to enroll? And then stumbled upon this thing, before they fought a little? Perhaps. After all, this kid is indeed quite ordinary. The system thing is probably known only to himself and us. Su Xinghe didn't care that much anymore. Anyway, right now for the system thing, he knew that it was probably just Chinfang doing a mission and him getting a reward. That would be beautiful. When Butler Zhang saw that his master was also unclear, he then put aside the matter and opened his mouth to report, "Master, I have detected on my side that Chinfang's Penguin account is opening a game under our banner called League of Legends." This kid is playing a game? Su Xinghe listened to Chinfang's movements, paused, and said to the loyal old butler, "This system thing, although we've somewhat figured it out, it's not completely clear. Why don't we send someone over there to get closer to Chinfang so we can probe for understanding?" "Master, I don't think it's a problem." Butler Zhang seconded. As for Chinfang's side, he actually met a young lady named Lu Hanyan playing the game today, and the two added WeChat to each other. This young lady has good gaming skills, nice voice, and gentle person. Chinfang was also on a hard score. An all-nighter past 6. That's why I went to bed. But what Chinfang doesn't know is that the young lady he met in this game, on the other hand, was arranged by Su Xinghe to come here, with the purpose of further clarifying what's going on with this system. After all, nowadays Chinfang, as well as the 10 bigwigs, hadn't actually figured out what was going on with the system. Because of the success of the examination, Chinfang slept until he woke up naturally. When he woke up in the afternoon, the system voice in Chinfang's head sounded, "It seems that a new mission has come? Quest issued, host Chinfang pursues schoolgirl Luo Xian and gets together. Mission accomplished, reward, super powerful cell phone chip technology." The cell phone chip is a 100-core processor, a future Apple 100 level configuration. Of course, Chinfang's mission here went out. The same quest prompt appeared in the minds of those 10 bigwigs. Shocker. Absolute shock. Su Xinghe's heart was already pounding here. What? Apple 100 level configuration? My god. Su Xinghe man was dumbfounded. A cell phone chip with such a configuration, once it is released, is really going to blow up cell phones all over the world. Su Xinghe has a Sumi cell phone that rivals the Mi Empire's Apple phone. Want this bonus tech to hand? Su Xinghe was sure that the Sumi cell phone under the direct banner would be able to hang the Apple cell phone. And Su Xinghe got this Apple 100 level cell phone configuration. He didn't necessarily get such a strong phone out at once. He's perfectly capable of lowering some of the configurations. Let's start with an Apple 20 level configuration. Then a wave of wool gathering. Is Chinfang's mission to chase after the schoolgirl, whoever that is? Let's help him finish the job this time. According to the last pissing match, Chinfang completed the mission and the reward given should be mine, Su Xinghe. Master, as a matter of urgency, let's first find someone to investigate this girl called Luo Xian and find out her basic information. While speaking, Butler Zhang picked up the phone on the table and informed, immediately find the basic information of this person Luo Xian, keyword, schoolgirl. Of course, with a name, plus being the school flower, not to mention the first consortium of the Dragon Empire going to look for it, even if an ordinary person wanted to find out some information about Luo Xian, it would be better to inquire. The people below immediately took Luo Xian's basic information, printed a copy, and sent it to Su Xinghe's office. Chapter 8, Big Brother is shocked. The reward for this quest is quite unbelievable. Name, Luo Xian. Position, flower of the Capital University of Finance. Temperament, cold-spoken and high-minded. Height, 173. Age, 22. National School Flower Ranking, 3rd place. Family assets, $10.9 billion. Note, netizens call Luo Xian the number 1 black silk long legs in the capital, and she often appears in her classmates' view with her famous black silk. Master, this girl is so outstanding, can this kid Chinfang? When housekeeper Zhang saw this Luo Xian's basic information, his face twitched fiercely. The two people, one heavenly pride and one mediocre, no matter how they thought about it, they wouldn't be together. Look at what you're saying, now that Chinfang has our Su clan behind him, what kind of girl is a problem? Su Xinghe smiled disdainfully and made a decision. Now let's just wait for Chinfang to make his move, then we'll secretly help. And all corners of the world. 10 of the world's greats at the moment also received such an assignment. Mr. Steven, the world's #1 weapons dealer, mobile phone technology rewards? That's not bad. Selling it to Su Xinghe of that Dragon Empire would be at least $100 billion trillion, which could be used to build a few battleships when the time comes. I hope the next reward will be something more awesome. Like a star annihilation cannon or something? Bamboo Leaf Green, the boss of the world's #1 assassin organization. The rewards this time around are quite interesting. The last time, what with the luxury cars, villas, and 100 million in cash, it was poor. Obviously. 10 bigwigs, who are in different fields, have different views on this wave of rewards. That is, the desire to get it is different. Bigwigs such as Su Xinghe, who very much wanted to obtain the cell phone chip technology, would go all out to help, while other bigwigs would only observe the situation from the fringes. And on Chinfang's side, receiving such a mission. It's almost like cursing. Crap nigga? Let me woo Roxy in? Dog system, why don't you lend me 10 guts, okay? Unless the limo and villa rewards are given to me, and it's slightly stronger. But it seems that this schoolgirl's own family is rich, and she's not a gold digger. How dare I? Chinfang was suffocating. What kind of mission was this? Is it that difficult? He knew that this schoolgirl was notoriously high-strung. The key to this dog system is that it doesn't even give rewards for completing a mission. Is it done or is it good? Or the first mission? The dog system malfunctioned? Therefore no rewards were given out? What about the second time when it says it's not necessarily normal anymore? The reward is a super strong cell phone chip technology. Nah, this thing is awesome. When it's time to sell it, I don't know how much money it'll fetch. Billions? Tens of billions? Hundreds of billions? The rewards from the last mission have already been distributed by this system. Please don't keep on talking about it, host. In fact, this thing sounds very bullish, but it is at most a kind of intelligent and strong things. In the final analysis, or robots, it has a malfunction of its own, and did not notice. Naturally, Chinfang asked for rewards, and it said that it had already been issued. You, don't come out, it's annoying to look at you. Chinfang once again broke into a fit of rage. Inside, too, it began to nag. Do we do this mission or not? There is no penalty for not accepting the mission. If you accept the mission, you'll definitely have to touch the ground if you go after a high-flying schoolgirl. Chinfang didn't want to do that much. He had a class on a weekend night and it was time to go to class. The task of wooing the schoolgirl, well, let's just go with it. Chinfang didn't think he could succeed. But just at this time, on the edge of the school's garden, a beautiful figure, on the other hand, walked over, a female college student dressed in a new and famous fashion. Her little pink jacket with a short shawl accentuated her perfect figure, and paired with a purple knee-length skirt, it was perfect. A pair of straight, long legs is a bit of a sight to behold. It's a natural innocence. Chinfang remembered that once in the dance studio, there had been a physical contact with her, and this girl's skin was as smooth as tofu. It's so beautiful. This woman. It's too tempting. Look, it's Luo Yu coming. Oh my god, this outfit. Hurry up and take a picture. Another set of portraits of the schoolgirl in the old man's gallery. Too bad, I actually prefer her in black silk. Such unbelievably long legs, it's a shame not to wear black silk. Don't people wear Luo Yu often? Isn't it good to change today? But black silk is the YYDS. This woman, whoever is blessed to take into his arms, that taste, surely indescribable. Why? Of course, Luo Yu's arrival, even though Chinfang's luck of being admitted to the program yesterday had a lot of attention, it still didn't have as much attention as Luo Yu's schoolgirl. That's the way it is with schoolgirls, wherever they appear is a hotspot. She was the top streaming big star of the school. Luo Yu. She's here. Chinfang also saw the appearance of this cool schoolgirl. He wanted to go up and strike up a conversation at the moment, but he was still a bit afraid to do so. I'll just do the quest again this time. If there's no reward again, I'll say nothing about doing quests in the future. Chinfang did what he said he would do, made a detour, created an opportunity to have a chance encounter with the school flower Luo Yu, and greeted her. Student Luo Yu, what a coincidence, do you have elective classes on weekend evenings as well? That Luo Yu looked straight at Chinfang for a moment and just nodded slightly, and, there are classes. Having said that, Luo Yu then took her long legs that millions of people desire and was about to leave. Chinfang were willing to let go of this opportunity. Chase to step up, nice to meet you, what elective are you taking today? Heh, glad to meet me? Then how happy are you? Luo Yu was used to seeing these male classmates hitting on her. It wasn't that she was rude, it was that she was already annoyed. Chinfang never expected that the other party was such a reply. He was really speechless, but he still replied, naturally very happy. Just have fun. Luo Yu said, about to leave. Chinfang shouted again, see the direction you're going? Are you going over to the lab as well? Is there something wrong? Luo Yu frowned slightly. Why was this male student so annoying? Nothing, looks like I have to go to the lab for my elective class as well. What number lab are you taking classes in? Chinfang opened his mouth and inquired. 408, replied Luo Yu coldly. 408? What a pity, I'm in lab 405. Chinfang's face was slightly embarrassed. The heavens were not favorable. Not in a lab. Since you've been admitted by Principal Lu on an exceptional basis, do well in school. Luo Yu gave a word of advice, and after saying that, she stepped on her invincible figure and left, only leaving Chinfang with a craggy cliff with a perfect arc, and what a thing to aspire to. See, this Chinfang? Does he think he's been admitted to the school? Thinks he's qualified to pursue the school beauty? It's ridiculous. But it's just a matter of getting lucky. How dare you hit on the schoolgirl? Yeah, how dare he? To hit on Luo Yu? Bumper to bumper. Even the rich kids in the school who went to hit on Luo Yu got cold feet, let alone him. You don't say, I actually admire him for having the guts to hit on Luo Yu. We wouldn't dare. That's true, at least Chinfang had a few words with school flower Luo, right? This is the third most beautiful girl in the national school beauty list. I feel like what's wrong with her being number one? You've never seen the number one in the national school flower list, that's what a fairy is. Although Luo Xian is already very attractive, she's still a bit short of the mark. Chinfang sighed. Also walking towards the lab building. Soon came lab 405. Everyone listen to me. Mr. Ho is sick. It won't come today. But Mr. He greeted us. Let's go to lab 408 and have Mr. Gu Xiaochun substitute for one class. Chinfeng listened to his classmates' notice and wondered, saying, Mr. He is sick? Let's go to lab 408? Isn't that the lab that Luo Xian is going to? What a coincidence, meeting you again. Chinfeng walked to the entrance of lab 408 and saw Luo Xian enter at the same time. Aren't you going to lab 405? Luo Xian was depressed. Why this guy again? I heard that the teacher is sick and asked us to come here, with Ms. Gu Xiaochun as a substitute. Chinfeng had initially said that the heavens were not kind, but now he completely lost the thought. It seems that the heavens still favored him. But what Chinfeng didn't know was that all of this was actually just a deliberate arrangement by someone. Okay. Luo Xian didn't say anything, so she found an honest and uglier classmate to sit next to the lab table, which was in groups of 2. And Chinfeng happened to be sitting at the next lab table. The honest student's heart thumped as soon as he saw that the schoolgirl was actually sitting next to him. But suddenly, this student's cell phone then rang. It was someone texting him. Hello classmate. I've made $100,000 on my side for you. Just need you to give up your seat to the male student at the next lab table. Hit me up for $100 grand? Make position? This student immediately opened WeChat. Turns out Microsoft change really is $100,000? Almost didn't scream. Same. Classmate, why don't we switch places? Ha? Change position? Chinfeng was confused for a moment. Isn't it beautiful to have the schoolgirl on the side? And you're switching positions? But Chinfeng saw his nervous look. Is it too much pressure to have the schoolgirl on the sidelines? It's alright bro, you can't grasp it, so I'll do it. Chinfeng laughed darkly and spoke, alright, then switch positions. Hello? Student Luo Xian, I don't know what's wrong with this student, she had to ask me to change my seat? Chinfeng greeted slightly after he sat down. Ha! Luo Xian really obviously this Chinfeng to find people to change, should be given the benefit, now it is good? Pretend what have to give you change position? Epsilon equals Omicron ugh, it's so high and mighty. Chinfeng was repeatedly frustrated, he was really disheartened, this mission is not going to be done, right? On Su Xing's side, through his eyes in the school, he naturally saw Chinfeng's frustrated pursuit of Luo Xian. It's a little tough. This task was indeed difficult for Chinfeng. But with him, Su Xinghe, nothing was a problem. Anyone who blocked Chinfeng from chasing the schoolgirl was an enemy of the Su Clan. Chapter 9, the schoolgirl is cold in front of Chinfeng? How dare she? Chinfeng didn't strike up a conversation too often after he sat next to Luo Xian. Just pretend to ask questions occasionally. Trying to pull some strings. Actually, Chinfeng's chemistry is very good. Chinfeng, Ms. Luo Xian, is this sodium oxide? Luo Xian, there's writing on the bottle, read it yourself. Chinfeng, and how much to put in? Luo Xian, put as much as you want. Chinfeng, how come my alcohol lamp won't light? Luo Xian. What's with this male student? Going to sit at the same table as schoolgirl Luo? Look at him, he's like a dog, she doesn't even want to talk to him, so why don't you be smart? You guys don't know, this guy thinks he's guaranteed grad school, so he's confident. He's just going to be a lieutenant in the War Department. What's the big deal? Look at him wearing that, it won't be more than $200, how dare he? Even if he goes out as a lieutenant, it's still too much worse than Luo Xian's family at home. Ugh, I was going to boldly sit next to the schoolgirl just now, but I wimped out. A good number of male students, although they said they came to the lab to attend classes, in fact, part of them were pinpointing that Luo Xian would be here, and came to see the beautiful woman specifically. At this time, her eyes were definitely aiming at Luo Xian, and she despised the Chinfeng one after another. Student Luo Xian, is the small beaker heated directly? Chinfeng asked again. But Luo Xian finally couldn't help himself, he stood up and said, Teacher, I have something to tell you alone. Yes. The teacher on that stage, called Gu Xiaochun, naturally took Luo Xian to the next office. What's the matter with you, miss? Gu Xiaochun is a chemistry teacher at the university though. But the money for his college education in the first place was funded by Luo Xian's dad's company. Usually, they addressed Luo Xian as miss in private. Can you move my table for me? The student next to me keeps asking me questions. Luo Xian didn't mean that Chinfeng was really interfering with her class, but she was worried that if Chinfeng kept accosting her like this, her father and her suitors would not be able to get around him. After all, Chinfeng was counted on by Wang Guoji today. Luo Xian knew it too. It started when Chinfeng helped a girl who was being bullied by Wang Guoji. It just so happened that the girl was in Luo Xian's class again. Actually, Luo Xian still had a bit of a crush on Chinfeng, but why did she keep hitting on herself? Okay. Miss, I know. Gu Xiaochun also got a clear picture of the situation. It seems that this Chinfang is bloated, thinking that just because he got bailed out of graduate school, he thinks he's a bully? How can he be so confident? But he was just lucky. Miss, is Chinfang worthy? When Gu Xiaochun returned to the lab, she walked towards Chinfang and spoke, "This student Chinfang, if you have any problems, you can go sit with that male student over there, he has better chemistry. I'll change the table for you?" "Thank you, teacher, I don't think I need it." Chinfang refused without even thinking about it. He wasn't the one with the problem, chemistry was fine. "This student. You come with me to the office." Gu Xiaochun saw that the other party actually didn't agree, and all of a sudden, she also became a bit grumpy. "Teacher, to the office? Do you have something to do?" Chinfang looked up at Gu Xiaochun. "Just follow me." Gu Xiaochun clenched her teeth fiercely and inwardly despised. "What are you, not knowing the heights of heaven and accosting Ms. Luo?" "All right." Chinfang twisted his head and glanced at the side of the iceberg schoolgirl's face before leaving with the teacher. Luo Xian looked at Chinfang being taken to the office and said in a faintly dark voice, "Finally, he's gone, I won't like you at all, why do you bother? Is it nice to find yourself in trouble?" Bang! Gu Xiaochun's unattractive face darkened even more after she brought Chinfang to her office. "What is your business, teacher?" Gu Xiaochun looked at Chinfang, took a deep breath, and said in a rather unpleasant tone, "This student, although I'm not your counselor, it's necessary for me to tell you to give up some unrealistic fantasies and do more practical things. Studying well is your only way out." "Old. Teacher, I don't understand what you're saying." Although Chinfang said this on his lips, he understood the other party's meaning, which was to tell him not to disturb Luo Xian. But the teacher is too much in the student's business, isn't he? Chinfang had only asked Luo Xian a few questions in total, so it wasn't intrusive, was it? When Gu Xiaochun saw him acting like a fool, she became even more upset for a few moments and snapped, "You know what? You've seriously affected the other students' normal classes, I have the right to make you leave the lab." "Heh, who am I affecting?" "The one next to you." "Oh? I can't even ask questions?" Chinfang laughed. "Okay. Stop it, you don't have to take this class. I'll go and talk to your homeroom teacher." Gu Xiaochun really hated this Chinfang, and when she met their homeroom teacher, she would definitely have a good talk. "What's to stop me from taking classes? Just because I'm the teacher of this class." Gu Xiaochun said firmly, "If you don't listen to advice, you'll suffer the consequences." Of course, Chinfang's situation was naturally within Su Xinghe's grasp. At this moment, in Su Xinghe's office, only a sound of a cup falling on the floor could be heard. What's the point of this Thai college teacher? It's too much control, isn't it? Call me the principal of that school and inform this teacher that he can eat more than he can eat, but keep his nose out of idle business. And warning Chinfang of the consequences of not listening to advice? I think you're the one who will suffer the consequences of not listening to advice. How awesome was Chinfang's reward for completing the mission? How could Su Xinghe look at a tiny teacher getting in the way here? Meanwhile, in the school lab office, soon Gu Xiaochun's cell phone rang. "Principal Wang? He called me?" Gu Xiaochun's pupils slightly fluttered, and his dark face smiled, smiling. "Principal Huang, you're calling from your side, what's the matter? Were you educating a student in an office in the lab building?" Principal Huang snapped. "Ha? Gu Xiaochun was confused. How did the principal know? "I advise you not to mind your own business, or you'll suffer the consequences. Just to remind you, this classmate is not something we can mess with, or even the Luo family that subsidizes your schooling won't be able to keep your position." Principal Huang received the call. What kind of character was that calling? That was Su's group. What's a Luo family to the Su group? Even if 100 Luo families were tied together, Su clan didn't even look at them. At this level? Not to mention him, Gu Xiaochun. Even he, the principal, could never afford to mess with him. No wonder Chinfang had to be busted. So that's what this is all about? This. Gu Xiaochun was immediately stunned. What is the origin of this Chinfang? Looking at his attire, he shouldn't be a wealthy son, right? How come even Principal Huang is so intimidated? Wasn't it rumored that Chinfang was lucky to be admitted to the school? After Gu Xiaochun hung up the phone, the picture changed dramatically, immediately became full of smiles. This student, just now the teacher's words, too intense, in fact, you're quite good, there is something you do not understand, you can ask your classmates more, you go back first, the normal class is. Ha? Chinfang was also confused, why was this teacher so strange? At this moment, Chinfang, the events of the past 2 days had added up, and he had begun to notice that something was not normal. The barkeep at the very beginning treated himself with exceptional respect. Now this teacher's sudden change of face also appeared to be afraid of himself to the limit. Why is this guy here again? It shouldn't be. Luo Xian also looked confused. Did Gu Xiaochun not let him go? Did you tell the teacher to kick me out? Chinfang sat down and his tone was a bit inquisitive as he no longer wanted to accost this high cool schoolgirl and naturally didn't spoil her. Or what? You're good at getting yourself into trouble? Luo Xian gave Chinfang a cold look. Oh? You mean, you're doing me a favor? Chinfang was a bit half-hearted. If it wasn't for the fact that you helped my classmate last time, you can do whatever you want, I wouldn't care. One more word to you, don't accost me, don't get into trouble, this is not a threat, but advice. After Luo Xian finished speaking, she lowered her head and started her experiment. Thank you for your advice, and I'll leave you alone, but it's not that I'm afraid of getting into trouble. Chinfang was inwardly thinking that he had no chance at all, so he was going to give up on the mission. He wasn't afraid of any of Luo Xian's suitors. Chinfang was just like that, otherwise why would he have been hardened against Wang Guizhi as a civilian in the very beginning? This guy isn't going to give up on pursuing the schoolgirl, is he? Su Xinghe also threw the eyes, understand the situation here, see Chinfang has the intention to give up, all of a sudden panicked, in the office a slap on the table, the teacups are shocked to the ground, said, what is this bull high cool beauty? How dare she? She even warned Chinfang not to accost her? Don't cause trouble? My Su group is really not afraid of causing trouble. Although Luo Xian's side was really a word of advice, no threats. But here in Su Xinghe, it totally smells like a threat. This schoolgirl is still waiting for Chinfang without washing her hands of it? This woman is ruining my Su group's big plans. Seeing this, Butler Zhang picked up the teacup on the ground and opened his mouth to ask, Master, what's going on with all that fire? That girl called Luo Xian is really too high and cold. Chinfang's side can't make a move no matter how he accosts her. And warned Chinfang not to hit on her? Su Xinghe said indignantly. Seeing that this was the case, Butler Zhang paused and said, in today's society, girls like good men, so let's find a name and get Chinfang a sum of money to make him rich? That way the chances will be better, right? When Su Xinghe heard this, he shook his head and said, it's useless, this woman's own family is very rich, she's not a gold-digging woman, it's useless even if Chinfang is rich. What about our cell phone technology? What to do? Housekeeper Zhang said anxiously. Su Xinghe did not reply immediately, looked at the old housekeeper in front of him, and ruthlessly inhaled a few puffs of smoke before speaking. This can't be helped. For the sake of my Su group's centennial plan, I think we can only use unrighteous tricks. An unrighteous trick? Once the super-strong cell phone chip technology is released, what will be the change in the status of the Dragon Empire's domestic cell phone? Su Xinghe here is very clear, he no longer wants to let Chinfang slowly go after this icy schoolgirl. I'm afraid that even exhausting Chinfang's lifetime of heat wouldn't be able to melt this iceberg. Su Xinghe decided that from now on, just find another shortcut. Chapter 10, It hasn't even begun to be awesome, is this giving in? In the office of the experimental building, Gu Xiaochun, as the teacher that Luo Xian's father subsidized to go to school, must have reported what happened here, to the past. Mr. Luo, I'm afraid Miss is in some trouble. My daughter's in some trouble? What's going on? Luo Qiuxia asked anxiously. It's like this, when I saw that there was a classmate named Chinfang beside the young lady who kept accosting and harassing her, I wanted to get rid of him, but I didn't expect that this Chinfang would find the principal from some unknown source. It made the principal give me a hard time and told me to mind my own business. Gu Xiaochun was slightly upset when she remembered what had just happened, and added in a telltale tone, and Principal Huang also said that this Chinfang wasn't something to be messed with, or else the Luo family, who financed my schooling behind me, wouldn't have been able to protect my position. Who is this Chinfang? I've never heard of him. Luo Qiuxia was also worried, her daughter wouldn't really be taken in by some super rich second generation, right? This kid Chinfang is dressed in ordinary clothes, he doesn't look like a rich man, but recently it seems like a lot of big shots care about him, the root of the matter can't be traced for the moment now. Gu Xiaochun said and shallowly inquired, Mr. Luo, how should this matter be handled? Don't bother, Xian hates this kind of dude the most. Cold for a while, the passion will be much less. Luo Qiuxia was still smart enough not to make any moves without knowing the other party's strength. Anyway, her daughter's nature was like this, she hadn't seen any man who could melt this iceberg yet. It is natural for these rich kids to give up after their futile efforts. After Luo Qiuxia hung up Gu Xiaochun's phone, she sat in her office and instructed her subordinates, go and check for me, find out about this Chinfang, what kind of god is he? If the strength is not good, then communicate and let him not harass my daughter. If the strength is very strong, just say it again. A few minutes over, the male secretary entered the chairman's office and reported, Luo Dong. A lot of information about this Chinfang can't be found. It seems to be hidden by someone. Can't find out this person's information? Luo Dong's eyes glazed over in surprise, could it be someone from the empire? I'm not sure, I can only learn from his classmates that he should be a poor college student. A poor college student should be the surface identity, right? Since it can make Principal Huang say hello, it's definitely not simple. Seeing this, Luo Qiuxia decided, let's not bother with this Chinfang for now, a dude can't make any big waves except for giving up after a crazy pursuit. But just the next moment, Luo Qiuxia then heard the door to the office room being knocked heavily a few times. Who is it? Come in. As soon as the office room door opened, it turned out to be the company's general manager, who anxiously said, Mr. Luo, it's not good, our company is being suppressed by a mysterious cash flow, and our stock market is falling again and again. Luo Qiuxia sniffed and immediately opened the computer on her desk, realizing that her company's stock price had, indeed, been dropping. What's this? Did it check out? This mysterious cash flow? Who the hell did this? Luo Qiuxia had just asked out when her own private cell phone rang. Luo Qiuxia took a look. Turns out it was an unfamiliar number. Dare I ask, who are you? How come you have my private number of someone Luo? Ha! The first thing that came from the opposite side was a very cold voice, then disdainfully said, Is it hard to check your Luo Qiuxia's private phone number? The voice was sophisticated and lazy. Who the hell are you? What do you want? Luo Qiuxia inwardly sensed that this was coming from a bad place. Mr. Luo, I'm sure you are, nowadays, investigating the mysterious source of funds that suppressed your company? It's you? You're the one behind my company? Who the hell are you? Luo Qiuxia reacted, and it became clear in her heart that the other party must have some kind of deal to threaten herself. Su Clan, Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe slowly spat out a few words. It only almost scared Luo Qiuxia so much that she couldn't hold her hand on the phone. Who is Su Xinghe? That's the head of the Dragon Empire's #1 consortium. Although his company is already tens of billions of assets, but compared to the Su group, like that firefly candle fire than the white moon in the sky. Old Mr. Su, we have no grievances in recent days and no enmity in the past, why are we doing this? That's for you to ask your daughter. Su Xinghe smiled lightly. He Yen? Could it be? Luo Qiuxia immediately remembered that young man Chinfang when she heard the opposite side say that. You think nothing wrong, first give you a lesson, if your daughter is still this uneducated, get up tomorrow, your company's stock market will once again a page in the green. Su Xinghe smiled sophisticatedly, you shouldn't suspect that our Su group doesn't have this strength, right? You guys are too much. Since your child likes my daughter, he could have pursued it on his own, using power in exchange for love? Interesting? Luo Qiuxia naturally didn't have a bit of toughness in the face of Su Xinghe, and could only beg for forgiveness in this condescending but wimpy way. The melon twisted by force is not sweet, but it quenches the thirst. Su Xinghe smiled shallowly, anyway, as long as the two people were together, no matter if they were genuinely fond of each other or were forced to be together, then it should be considered a mission accomplished. Luo Qiuxia's mouth trembled a few times in the face of Su Xinghe's tough attitude and countered, Aren't you afraid that I'll go to the Empire and sue you? No matter how bullish you Su Clan group is, you're just a businessman under the Empire. This is just a deal. If you don't want to, the Empire can't care if we suppress our peers, right? Su Xinghe smiled faintly, and if you agree to this, then I can help you take down a piece of land that your company has recently wanted. In turn, I will give it to you, and in the future, when your company is on the big boat of Su Group, can't you still ride the waves? Su Xinghe hit a stick and gave a honey date. This was the superior's grace and mercy. He believed that no one would refuse such a benefit. Luo Qiuxia's heart began to waver at this moment, but when she thought that she only had that one daughter, did she not care about her daughter's happiness for the sake of her career? I'll give you half an hour to think about it. Your company will be safe and sound during this time, but after this time, I don't know. Su Xinghe said, and was about to hang up the phone. However, that Luo Qiuxia counterattacked with a bite, no need, I'll tell you right now, even if the company goes bankrupt, you guys won't be able to get away with it. Luo Qiuxia said. The phone was snapped off. Rather a competent father. Su Xinghe never expected that the other party would have such an attitude. This matter was a bit tricky. But for the sake of Chinfang's reward for completing the mission, and for the sake of the domestic cell phone being able to suppress the Apple cell phone with a single blow, Su Xinghe felt that he had done the right thing, and would do his best to compensate the Luo family afterwards. Master, Luo Qiuxia's clan is quite big. If we can't get it from him personally, we can try his clan. Seeing this, Butler Zhang gave Su Xinghe another note. Su Xinghe paused and also reacted, saying, What you mean is to let his clan persuade Luo Qiuxia? On the other side, Luo Qiuxia, at this moment, was walking around alone in the office, 6 gods and anxious. What to do? Now messing with the SOS. Is it really going to be the end? Is there a way to do both? How about making your daughter say yes? Just play along anyway? Luo Qiuxia was in a great hurry when he suddenly thought of someone, and the phone immediately dialed out, saying, Hey, old Mr. Nangong, I've met a bit of a troublesome matter over here. Chapter 11, Daughter, just submit to Chinfang. Oh? Troublesome things? Tell me about it. The person on the other side of the phone was called Nangong Bo. He was an old butler of the first line of the imperial family of the Dragon Empire. Because he had followed the royal family all his life, he was originally surnamed Zhang, but was later given the surname Nangong. Luo Qiuxia also met Nangong Bo by a chance, making the other party owe him a favor. Someone is trying to force me to sell my daughter. Luo Qiuxia quickly informed Nangong Bo about this. When Nangong Bo heard this, he was really furious and rebuked. Su Clan, how dare he na? How dare he act like this? Old Mr. Nangong, you see this thing. Luo Qiuxia knew that the other party is just an old housekeeper of the royal family, to put it badly, is a lackey, no say, but at least people are able to talk to the celestials, right? Xiaoxia, I don't dare to promise you this matter, I can only try to mention it to the Celestials, and see what the Celestials say. After all, the Su group is the #1 consortium in my Dragon Empire, and the Celestials won't go out of their way to do something just because of my face. Old Mr. Nangong, I know, just try your best. Whether it succeeds or not, I, Luo Xiaoxia, will remember your great kindness. Luo Xiaoxia was in a very low mood. She could only hope that the Supreme Celestial of that Dragon Empire would take this matter seriously. The royal villa in the capital, this place used to be a hunting ground for the former emperors 100 years ago. There are mountains and water. The scenery is great. In the present-day Dragon Empire, it was changed to a villa area for members of the royal family. At this moment, in a large quadrangle of the royal villa in the capital, an old man was massaging the shoulders of a man who was about 70 years old but looked like his eyes were shining. That old man was none other than Nangong Bo. And the spiritual old man sitting on the golden heather chair was the Dragon Empire's Supreme Celestial. Elder Nangong, a few days ago, I heard that you were guilty of tinnitus. Why don't you ask a doctor to look at it? Nangong Bo carefully massaged and casually found a topic. It's an old problem, no need to care. Elder Nangong's face changed slightly. Ever since a few days ago, after the meeting of the 10 global bigwigs in various fields, he had a machine tone prompt in his head. At first he thought it was tinnitus, then Elder Nangong researched on his own, and there was a possibility that he had bound the system in the online novels that the young people liked to read. Elder Nangong was suspicious by nature, and he didn't tell anyone about this. The first time Chinfang's mission to study for the exam was also successful, and the rewards were also sent out. Therefore, for the matter of the system, Elder Nangong was convinced. Elder Nangong had also analyzed the situation on his own, and it was likely that he had shared the system with Chinfang. The second mission, on the other hand, was for Chinfang to pursue that schoolgirl, Luo Xian, and the reward was cell phone technology. For such a reward, it was indeed rare at Su Xinghe. However, in the case of Elder Nangong, it was a bit tasteless to eat and discard. However, if it can really be obtained, Elder Nangong will authorize this technology to Su Xinghe so that he can properly get the domestic cell phone up and running. Of course, the Chun Xingshan and Lu Whooping at the very beginning were naturally sent by Elder Nangong. Elder Nangong, why do you like to read those internet novels by young people these days? You have a lot of work to do every day. That stuff is just a pastime for young people, and it's said to be all about some pie in the sky pompous plots. Nangong Bo continued to carefully look for some topics, attempting to find an opportunity to say what Luo Xiaoxia had asked him to do. What's wrong with young people watching? I can't watch it? Elder Nangong blew his beard slightly, startling that Nangong Bo. But Elder Nangong was also old and wise. He glanced at Nangong Bo and said, "Do you have something to say to me today? Say it as much as you want, there's no need to hide it." Harm, nothing can hide from these eyes of the old master Na. Nangong Bo saw that the other party had already noticed, so he stopped pretending and told Elder Nangong the whole story. The Su group? Actually threatening Luo Xian's father in an attempt to get the two young people together? Elder Nangong said silently, all confused for a moment. According to the investigation, wasn't Chinfang just a poor college student? How could he be involved with the Su clan? But Elder Nangong wouldn't think about the fact that the system had been shared with someone else besides himself and Chinfang, let alone a whole 10 people. Old master, this Su clan is really too much, bullying on the strength of their power. Look at. Nangong Bo's side hadn't finished. And then it was a blow to the head. Have you been eating too much food all day? Do you care about this kind of nonsense? Although Elder Nangong was a bit tasteless and throwaway for the cell phone technology, it was better to have it than not to have it, right? By the time Chinfang completed the mission, it would be fine to collect the reward here on his own, so why bother blocking people? Elder Nangong's mission for Chinfang's pursuit of the schoolgirl, on the other hand, was to help himself in case he failed. Since this brat Chinfang could have the Su group step in to help, then just sit back and wait for the rewards for completing the mission, how could he even try to stand in the way? Waiting for the mission rewards to be enough for Elder Nangong to come to be interested, he would then pour his all into helping. Old master. Old slave is too talkative, receive punishment. Nangong Bo saw the old master rebuking, and all of a sudden, he was so scared that he fell to his knees. Well, go down, and don't mention this matter again. On the other hand, Luo Xiaoxia was sitting in her office and naturally received the bad news. The Nangong Bo, whom he himself had requested, had not succeeded in suing the defense. Then this is something that can't be solved until now. But at this moment, Luo Xiaoxia's phone had been called by so many people from so many families. Luo Xiaoxia, are you going to bring my entire clan to be buried with you? It's a blessing for you that Su group has taken a fancy to your daughter. Please ask your precious daughter to put away her arrogance. Such a good thing, other people begged and begged, but you're so good as to turn it away? For the sake of your daughter's happiness, do you really want to sacrifice your entire family? You have to realize that one word from Su can make our family immediately brilliant, and the opposite of destruction, that's not hard either. The Su clan has people in the royal family, no matter how we fight, we won't be able to fight. What Luo Qiuxia was facing at the moment was not only the pressure from Su Group on the stock market, but also the warning from this same family. It can be described as internal and external. This is where the breakdown of an adult begins. Luo Qiuxia slowly picked up her cell phone and dialed out. The number was none other than her own daughter. Dad, what's going on in the family? Why is everyone urging me to be with someone named Chinfang? Luo Xian is taking a lab class. Facing the obnoxious Chinfang by his side, not a word was said. But the cell phone was a constant stream of messages from the elders of the family. All of them were persuading themselves to agree to Chinfang's pursuit. Luo Xian was also confused. Just about to call and ask my father what's going on. Now her father was calling and she had to go to the bathroom to answer the phone. Chapter 12, The Iceberg of the High Cold Schoolgirl Melts, a Rare Tenderness. Daughter, to make a long story short, now that father doesn't have a single thing left to do, just agree to be with Chinfang. Be his girlfriend, he's worthy of you. Luo Xian listened to her father's words, and being smart, she also saw the clues and spoke shallowly. You've been threatened? The entire family has been threatened? Yes, daughter, for the sake of Dad's company, for the sake of the family, we can only sacrifice you alone. Dad, why? I don't even know him, how can I be with him? Love in exchange for power? Is it interesting? Luo Xian is worthy of being Luo Qiuxia's daughter. She speaks in the same tone. She anxiously asks, what power is behind Chinfang? It's a big consortium, but they explained that they couldn't let us leak it to you. And this Chinfang is probably not only such a background. Luo Qiuxia stammered for a moment. According to the reply from Namgungbo there. His original words were like this, Elder Nangong seems to recognize Chinfang. But I'm not sure, I just saw it in the old master's eyes. This kind has the Su behind it. And straight to the Chinfang of the divine will. Who can mess with that? A very large consortium? This. Luo Xian didn't ask much when she saw that her father didn't say anything. It should be a consortium at least at the level of hundreds of billions of dollars, or else it didn't have the strength to threaten her father. But Luo Xian thought wrong. That's more than 100 billion, that's a $10 trillion consortium. The reason why he didn't give Luo Xian the name of this consortium. That was because the Su clan didn't want Chinfang to know about their existence yet. So, Dad, you're selling me to Chinfang? Luo Xian's ice-cold eyes slightly reddened, her mood indescribably low. Daughter, we have no other choice, just be his girlfriend for a few days, just a few days. Luo Qiuxia said hopelessly. Luo Qiuxia had just finished speaking. All that could be heard was a beeping busy line tone. Obviously. The daughter had hung up on him. Luo Dong, I know Mrs. Temper, she must be very angry right now, but she will definitely make concessions for the sake of you and the company. Luo Qiuxia glanced at the old subordinate beside her and smiled bitterly, let's hope so. That Luo Xian, after receiving her father's phone call from the bathroom, naturally came to the hallway, slightly tidied up her low mood, and striding with her charmingly long legs, she then re-entered the laboratory, sitting next to Chinfang like a fresh breeze. At this moment, Luo Xian was still as cold as ice, but her big beautiful eyes had actually begun to aim at this Chinfang. She could never have imagined that Chinfang, who accosted her like a dog, had the strength to subvert her family. Luo Xian looked at Chinfang who was operating the equipment, those sexy lips opened slightly, her voice was slightly gentle but not lacking in coldness as she said, this test tube can't be burned directly, before heating it up, we have to wipe the small droplets of water on the surface of the test tube. You give it to me first, let me teach you. Oh. Chinfang was really taken aback when he faced the sudden hitching up of Luo Dashua's schoolgirl. What's the situation here? Why did she suddenly change like a different person? Chinfang could only feel it at the moment. Luo Xian's body still smelled like jasmine when she leaned over that slightly. Or the perfume she wears. Or the scented pouches that you keep in your clothes closet. And, thank you Mr. Luo. You operate it, I'll watch. Chinfang was flattered, and inwardly he was even more puzzled. He was going to give up, he hadn't struck up a conversation for 10 minutes already, how come she turned back to pay attention to him? Are all women like that? She looked all high and mighty when you were on your knees? Gave up on her and now she's folding back? Is this the crazy pull between a man and a woman? No. Chinfang is still a bit self-aware, he is a poor college student, what virtue and ability ah? Looking at the surrounding male classmates casting over father-killing eyes, Chinfang was a bit enlightened. Was this pulling hate on himself? Revenge for hitting on her all the time? Bothering her all the time? Blah blah blah. I'm not blind, am I? What the is this? What's wrong with schoolgirl Luo? How dare she share a pair of chemical equipment with the classmate next to her? Two people are so happy. Dog thief, your hand, where do you put it? Don't touch my schoolgirl's hand, okay? My Luo University school flower is ice clear and clean, I've never seen her have contact with other boys. Today how? Luo Xian is crazy, right? Actually teaching Chinfang to operate hand in hand? My goddess. My Luo University schoolgirl. The crowd of male students in the lab, at this moment, although no one said anything, but their hearts have long been rippling. They were all confused. Chinfang is too happy, isn't he? What department is this kid from? Which class is he in? Why? I heard it was a poor man. People bail out of military college. That's it? You're not worthy of Luo University's schoolgirl? No matter what. This kid has become the public enemy of all the boys in the school. He'll have a lot to suffer in the future. A piker is not guilty of a crime. To accept the tenderness of a beauty without that ability, then what awaits him is a nightmare. Soon. The matter of Chinfang in the lab with Luo University's schoolgirl immediately began to spread in the school with a swift momentum. In the forum, so many students started discussing it. Some people were incredibly envious of Chinfang. Someone cursed at Chinfang. Some people were also starting to guess what Chinfang's identity really was. Chinfang felt Luo Xian's soft and tender hands that were as watery as tofu while he was doing so. And it's not very calm inside. After all, this is the third most beautiful girl in the national school flower list. There's no boy in the school who doesn't like her, right? Did you learn it? Didn't learn? I'll operate it again and show you? Luo Xian asked after demonstrating once. Didn't remember. Just dazed away. Chinfang replied honestly. That's fine. Don't be dumbfounded, I'll teach you again. Luo Xian carefully observed Chinfang's appearance at the moment. In fact, it wasn't very ugly. It was considered to be middle to upper. It was just a little bit away from the handsome man in her mind, but Luo Xian didn't really eat the face value. She still liked the kind of man who had the ability. But of the young people I know at the moment, they are either old people or poor college students, and there is no one of interest at all. Jingle bells. The bell rang. This game of chemistry is finally over. Chinfang, are you hungry? How about going to the cafeteria to eat something? Luo Xian took the initiative to invite. Yes. Chinfang nodded and secretly said, invite me to dinner? Pulling hatred, right? Then go ahead and pull it. Maybe pulling hatred even pulls out a relationship, and I'll have accomplished my mission by then. And one of the school's music classes. Hey, you. Look at the forum. What forum? The Luo University schoolgirl actually taught a guy to use chemical equipment by hand. There are photos of the scene. What? There's this? Zheng Zhao's face changed when he heard about this matter, and he immediately took out his cell phone and flipped through the forums, and he could see that in the top posting, there was indeed a photo of Chinfang and Luo Xian sitting intimately together sharing a set of chemical equipment for an experiment. Who is this guy? How could Luo Xian be so nice to him? Zheng Zhao couldn't figure it out. This Luo Dashua was famously high and cold. I heard it's from class 309 of the management department, right? Seems like a poor college student? It's just that he got lucky and was admitted to the program. Now the other person, Luo Xian, has invited Chinfang to dinner. Poor college student? Zheng Zhao was getting confused, his heart was hurting, that was his goddess Na. Zheng Zhao immediately took out his cell phone and sent a message to Luo Xian, saying, are you having a snack in the cafeteria? As soon as the message was sent out, Luo Xian, who didn't expect to be on the other side, replied back in seconds, saying, yes, I'm eating a snack in the cafeteria. Zheng Zhao was inwardly happy for a moment when he saw the other party replying so quickly, but when he thought about what happened between her and Chinfang, he couldn't be happy anymore. Usually, sister-in-law Luo only replies once every few days. How come she's so fast this time? The one who spoke was Zheng Zhao's beloved junior beside him. Calling Luo Xian her sister-in-law was just to please Zheng Zhao, and it belonged entirely to their own YY. Zheng Zhao ignored the beloved minions around him and replied, in what district? It's over here in Cafeteria A. You want to come? Luo Xian actually replied with such a sentence. It simply made Zheng Zhao's eyes light up and immediately replied, I'll do it. Chapter 13, Schoolgirl's Rescue? It's a pity that the fighting ability is not good. Talking to who? You took your cell phone back as soon as I arrived? Chinfang had just returned from hitting the snack bar when he saw her flustered scene. It's nothing. Luo Xian put her cell phone in her pocket, sniffed the meal Chinfang had called in, and pulled away from the conversation to say, today's snack was good. It's quite good. Chinfang responded with a smile before sitting down across from Luo Xian. Why don't you come sit next to me, not across from me, okay? Ha? Chinfang was a bit confused. This was another hate-pulling trick, right? Yeah, I don't like it when someone sits across from me at dinner. Just come next to me. Luo Xian rarely showed a sweet smile, but inside she had already started to plan. This Zheng Zhao was the #1 young master in the school. His family had hundreds of billions of assets. I don't know if he could fight Chinfang, although she didn't like him, but the other party had always been very fond of herself. When the time came, she would let him come over to give Chinfang a downward spiral. In other words, Zheng Zhao was the rescuer she moved in with. Luo Xian wasn't actually a woman with a heart of gold. She didn't want to be like this. But this Chinfang was too detestable, actually using the family behind him to threaten his father. Although Zheng Zhao was a bit stalkerish, at least he wouldn't go to his own father and threaten him, right? Hello, Roxy Yen. Suddenly, Here in the cafeteria's card seat, there was a man dressed in gorgeous clothes, and this person was that Zheng Ziyao. When Luo Xian saw Zheng Ziyao arrive, she then slightly nodded towards him. When Zheng Ziyao appeared, some students in the cafeteria immediately started discussing it. Isn't this Mr. Zhang? Crap. Zhang Xiao is here? This guy also comes to the cafeteria to eat? Isn't it the Grand Hotel? Stop it, Zheng Ziyao came to the cafeteria to eat, it must be for Luo Xian. Haha, what's his name Chinfang just now, wasn't he doing chemistry experiments with Luo Xian? And used a set of instruments together? And now they're eating together? Sitting together? Well now, Zhang Xiao is here, this guy is indeed. Yeah, young Zhang is Luo Xian's crazy suitor. No matter what kind of god this Chinfang is, he'll have to crawl when he sees young Zhang. That's not true, Zhang Xiao's dad is the president of Sumi Cellular today. It seems that his father has a 10% stake in Sumi Cellular, right? Just wait for the good stuff. Zheng Ziyao sighed of the words, quickly went to the window, played a snack, sat down opposite the two people, opened his mouth, this student, how to call, I can come to your table. Feel free. Chinfang responded indifferently. Boing, Chinfang, eat this piece of fatty meat, I'm afraid of getting fat. Luo Xian saw that Zheng Ziyao had taken his seat, and took a piece of meat from her bowl and pampered herself by pinching it into Chinfang's bowl. Crap. What is Luo big school girl doing? Goddess. You clip it to me. Any amount of fat will do. I'll take the meat that the goddess clips, even if it stinks. The surrounding people are again giving Chinfang a father-killing gaze, too damn happy for this Chinfang. I'll punch a boing monster, believe it or not. This Luo Xian is taking revenge on me, pulling hate on me, right? And even here in Zheng Ziyao? Chinfang was speechless, he was being roasted on the fire. Chinfang, you son of a... Zheng Ziyao saw Luo Xian in such a little girl posture pouting here at Chinfang, he simply had the heart to kill. Zheng Ziyao, if you're a man and you see the woman you like being so intimate with another man, you shoot him off. Luo Xian slightly glanced at Chinfang and indignantly said secretly, Chinfang, you guy, you threatened my father just because of the power behind him, right? This Zheng Ziyao's family is a big shot at the 300 billion level, the top 10 richest people in the country, I'll see how you can fight him. Cough, this student, what's your name? Zheng Ziyao barely put on a bit of a smile. My name is Chinfang. Chinfang replied faintly. Oh? Chinfang? I haven't heard of an entrepreneur with the surname Qin in the capital, your father is a boss outside the capital, right? Zheng Ziyao actually knows that the other party is a poor student, with the attitude of inquiry, it is undermining the other party, I also don't know where Luo Xian is looking at this guy? The looks are not handsome either nah. My parents aren't exactly entrepreneurs. Then it must be someone from the empire? Zheng Ziyao said rather amused. No. Chinfang didn't want to talk to the other party at all, pretending to be Nima, not just a lucky tadpole. But at this moment at the headquarters of the Su group, Su Xinghan naturally took all of this in Chinfang's eyes. What's this Zheng Ziyao thing? Where did it come from? What is he pretending? Su Xinghan also saw that Chinfang appeared to have met a rich second generation and was resting there pretending. Master, this appears to be old Zhang's son. Butler Zhang looked at the photo that his eyes had passed over. What? Old Zhang's son? How could Su Xinghan not know old Zhang? This old Zhang's name is Zheng Longgang, many years ago was Su Xingha's comrade in arms, after his discharge from the army, both of them began to do business. Su Xingha's Sumi cell phone under the Su group, is the old Zhang in the position of being the president. Sumi cell phone this piece, Su Xingha has 51% of the shares, while Lao Zhang only 10%. Hey, old Zhang, what's going on? Su Xingha immediately made a phone call over, but there was no intention of a superior talking to a subordinate, although the two people's assets were very different, but after all, they were old comrades in arms and had always been on good terms. At the company, why are you calling me all of a sudden? Zheng Longgang smiled and replied, do you want to drink? A trip to Wang Fu restaurant? Don't, mind your good son. Su Xingha said somewhat unhappily. My son, he. What happened to him? Zheng Longgang was confused for a moment. Does your son like one named Luo Xian? Frantically pursuing him to no avail? It seems like... Zheng Longgang was still a bit confused, what was going on? Old Zhang, inform your son that this woman should not be messed with in the future. Old Su, what's going on? You say it clearly first. Zheng Longgang was getting confused and blindly guessed, is there some big shot who has taken a fancy to this Luo Xian? This. Su Xinghan never spoke in a superior manner when facing this old comrade, he thought for a moment and said, do you believe me when I say that helping Chinfang to chase after Colonel Flower has a $1 trillion profit? $1 trillion level? Exactly. Old Su, you haven't been drinking, have you? $1 trillion? Even more. Helping Chinfang chase after the schoolgirl is Sumi Mobile's 100-year plan. Su Xingha didn't tell a lie. After Chinfang completed his mission, the processor of that cell phone chip was simply Apple 100 level. Su Xingha can lower the configuration a bit, starting from the Apple 20 level. Then a wave of wool gathering. Isn't this a 100-year plan for Sumi phones? Isn't that $1 trillion profit? It's not surprising to say it's 10 trillion, is it? Apple phones have made $10 trillion over the years, right? And he's only out with the Apple 12. Well, no kidding, why else would I help a young man I've never met? Have I eaten too much? You don't even believe my words? Su Xingha solemnly said, anyway, on your son's side. You see to it. I know what to do. Just wait, I'll make this loser go home. Don't interrupt a date between two people. Just after Zhang Long finished speaking, he hung up the phone and dialed his own son's number, secretly furious, this loser thing. Don't ruin my Sumi cell phone's 100-year plan nah. Zheng Zhao over there, at the moment in the cafeteria, and Chinfang jealousy, with Luo Xian's provocation, more and more intense, but he never thought that he almost did not make his old man angry to death. Zheng Zhao, hey, Pops, why are you calling me all of a sudden? Zheng Longgang, what are you doing? Zheng Zhao, I'm having a snack in the cafeteria. Zheng Longgang, eat with whom? Zheng Zhao, Luo Xian. And an alumnus. Zheng Longgang, you'd better get your ass home and you're not allowed to harass Luo Xian in the future, don't they have no interest in you? Why are you bothering? Are all the women in this world dead or what? Zheng Zhao, Pops, don't you usually support me in pursuing my own happiness? I really like Luo Xian. Zheng Longgang, bull. Do you like her? You're craving her body, you're cheap. Zheng Zhao, I'm cheap, but what about Luo Xian? She's now looking at a poor college student and being so intimate, I can't stand it, I'm going to show him what it means to be rich today, and I haven't even started disliking him yet. Zheng Longgang, don't talk about these useless things, just say, are you coming back? Zheng Zhao, I say, Pops, who is this Chinfang to you? If you don't help me, you go and help him? I'm not going back, I'm going to humiliate him today. Zheng Longgang, okay, you're not coming back are you, I'll go find you myself. Zheng Longgang decides to persuade his son to no avail, that is certainly anxious to go towards the school, which assuming cell phone 100 years of planning, cannot be destroyed in the hands of his son. Mr. Zhang. There's a red light ahead. Break it in. I'm going to lose my license if I break in again. Here's $500,000. Cut the crap. Around 5 minutes, Zheng Longgang, who came to the university in a hurry, was heading towards the school cafeteria with his feet like the wind. Look. Isn't that guy over there Zheng Longgang? Crap. The founder of Sumi cell phone nah. Young Zhao's old man came to school? In such a hurry? What's the situation? Zheng Zhao was worth hundreds of billions of dollars, but he was very famous in the Dragon Empire, and it could be said that the people who knew him accounted for half of the entire empire, while the people who knew Su Lao, the head of this super consortium, didn't have as much as he did. Pops, what's going on here? You didn't say clearly, who is this Chinfang? Does he have a big background? Zheng Zhao shelved here is still very confused, looking at the opposite side of the Chinfang and Luo Xian show love, but also did not continue to humiliate Chinfang's mind. After all, I heard that their own old man really came to the school to find their own. Old dad. You really came. Zheng Zhao stood up and was at a loss for words when he saw his father who was hurriedly walking quickly towards him. Chapter 14, so what if you're 100 billionaire? Get the hell out of here. Snap. That Zhang Long had just walked up to his son and was slapping him across the face. Don't listen, do you? I told you to go home. Why are you still here? Looks like you're usually given too much slack. Starting today, you stay home for a month. Don't come out and cause trouble for me. Zheng Longgang has never been a person who goes along with his son, and at most, his daughter-in-law always spoils his son, so naturally he strikes without mercy. After beating his son, Zheng Longgang pulled the dumbfounded Zheng Zhao and headed outside the cafeteria. This nifty. What's going on? Chinfang was dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded. There can't really be some big shot covering me behind me, right? Why is it so strange lately? Not only was Chinfang confused, Luo Xian was also confused. This Chinfang, what kind of energy is it? It's too scary, isn't it? A family like Zheng Zhao's has to run away when they see it? Luo Xian also said to take advantage of Zheng Zhao, but did not expect to be completely insufficient for a dish? Crap. What the hell? I didn't get it at all. How come young Zhao's old man took him away? It should be that this Chinfang is too awesome. My son doesn't know the depths, but Pops is a man of understanding? That's the only way to understand it. Then how awesome does this Chinfang have to be? Crap. No wonder that iceberg schoolgirl melted? So Chinfang is this awesome? Alright, I'm not going to be sour on Chinfang. What's so sour about having the iceberg school flower since it's a figure that even Zhang Longgang scorns? This is the protagonist in a nifty novel, right? Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Didn't we agree on a poor college student? Surely it wasn't a stroke of luck that I got bailed out yesterday. Where in the world is that much chance? Didn't someone say that Chinfang had a girlfriend a year ago? called Lin Yuding, and broke up because she resented Chinfang's poverty? Is this Lin Yuding stupid? She doesn't cherish such a bull? She even broke up with him? Maybe Lin Yuding doesn't know that Chinfang is awesome either. I'm in the same class as Chinfang, and I didn't know he was so awesome. Look, the person coming over there, isn't it Lin Yuding? To be honest, this Lin Yuding is quite pretty. This Lin Yuding's body is indeed okay, but for her face, it's far worse than Luo Xian. The long legs are just okay, not at all as restful as my Luo big schoolgirl, okay? Your Luo University schoolgirl? Now it's someone else Chinfang's forbidden domain. You'll have nothing but YY lives. Because Lin Yuding had heard about Chinfang and Luo University's school flower, and also knew that the boy she used to dislike was a bully, she secretly wore a mask to the cafeteria, wanting to find a chance to hit on Chinfang to see if she could have a chance to ease up, but she didn't expect that she would be recognized. Is this meant to be? You pretending to be a poor college student? Just to test me, right? Lin Yuding looked downcast as she looked at the Luo University student beside Chinfang and smiled bitterly. Maybe someone like Luo Xian can only be worthy of him. Still, in Lin Yuding's case, Chinfang's retaliation was so vicious that it was almost like a knife stirring in Lin Yuding's heart. Not that she was in love with Chinfang. Rather, such a mood is as if you won the $5 million number and didn't bother to buy a lottery ticket. Simply regretting life. Zheng Zhao father and son's departure. Soon the cafeteria gradually restored calm. Chinfang bit her face to eat. Inside has not been very calm, who in the end is behind their own operation. As for the current Luo Xian, the intimacy and pampering she had shown to Chinfang just now was only to provoke Zheng Zhao, and seeing that the plan had failed, she had definitely resumed her icy appearance as well. And Chinfang also sensed Luo Xian's perversity and opened his mouth to ask, "Why did you keep ignoring me at first when I accosted you, and then all of a sudden you started paying attention to me? Ha, you don't know what you've done yourself? Why bother asking me?" Seeing this, Luo Xian lifted her head up and coldly looked at Chinfang. "What did I do? Can you say it clearly?" Chinfang was now annoyed. He didn't like this feeling of being operated behind someone's back. Although he had been pretending to be a straight shooter, he didn't know anything. "You're not sure?" Luo Xian frowned slightly. "Could it be that the consortium behind you is doing things without your consent?" "The consortium behind me? What consortium?" Chinfang asked in confusion. "The consortium behind you went and threatened my father to make me stay with you." Luo Xian saw that Chinfang wasn't pretending, so it seemed that threatening her father wasn't really done by this guy, but by the family behind him. To threaten your father? Chinfang was now solidly convinced that there was indeed a consortium secretly helping him, the bailout in the beginning. There was also teacher Gu Xiaochun's sudden respect. It all made sense now. Well, that's it for today. I've got to go home. If you have a bit of conscience, advise the family behind you not to do this, trading power for love. Interesting? Luo Xian blinked her eyes, looked at Chinfang, or opened her cell phone and said, "Give me your WeChat, let me know when you figured it out. If you really like me that much and won't let me go, you can open the hotel at any time and I'll go find you. After getting me, let's go our separate ways." Seeing that Chinfang was flabbergasted, Luo Xian took his cell phone, took Chinfang's hand and unlocked his fingerprints, added WeChat, and left the cafeteria. Who the hell is behind me? Can't you come out bright and early? It's really exasperating. Chinfang looked at Luo Xian's slender figure's back with a bewildered face, and picked up his cell phone to see that he already had Luo Xian's friend on WeChat. And Luo Xian had cozily typed her own name. Chinfang slightly picked up his cell phone and typed a message, "I'm sorry, do you believe me when I say that I don't even know about the threat to your father?" Luo Xian had just left the school and was sitting in the limousine that her father had sent to pick her up. When she saw Chinfang send a message, she immediately replied, "I believe it. You already said it just now, and I see your expression, it doesn't look like you're pretending. It should be the family behind you, seeing that you accosted me and then I ignored you and did things for you. Then do you believe me when I say that I'm just an ordinary person, and that the family that helps me behind my back doesn't even know about me? Can you not play the idiot?" Luo Xian rolled her eyes and replied with a message over, "If Chinfang is an ordinary person, people are brain dead? Inexplicably help you? Heh, this woman still doesn't believe it?" Chinfang was a little speechless, but now I guess no one would believe him if he jumped out and said that he was an ordinary person, right? Could it be the system? I don't think so. No one knows about having a system, do they? Luo Xian, who was sitting in the luxury car, held her cell phone and thought for a while, but still sent out a message. "Chinfang, since the thing that threatened my father was not your intention, I have to apologize to you. In fact, Zheng Zhao was the one who I called over, and I wanted to use him, but I didn't expect that his father seemed to be jealous of the consortium behind you as well. I can see that. After he left, don't you stop pampering yourself?" The corners of Chinfang's mouth couldn't help but rise a bit as he replied to the message. "Hee, ridiculous, I'm not the one who's being pampered." Luo Xian's face slightly reddened when she saw the other party say she was being pampered. "Without further ado, I'm off to the hotel." "What? Want me to go to a hotel with you? You're not going to let me go?" When Luo Xian heard this, she immediately returned to her initial disgust with Chinfang's newly improved impression. I'm going to stay in a hotel, no? Didn't ask you to go. Chinfang thought to himself, since he had big shots operating behind him, the bar owner at the very beginning, Lin Zhensheng, must be one of them, so when the time came to go and stay at a hotel under his banner, let's see if we can get it for free? Chinfang did as he said, left the school and immediately took a taxi to a hotel called Heavenly Palace. This is a hotel owned by Rincon. Chinfang also had a gold card with a 20% discount. Since the person behind it refused to come out, it was time for Chinfang to enjoy himself. Waiter, open the best suite. Chinfang went to the front desk of the hotel, took out the gold card given by Lin Zhensheng and handed it over. Welcome, sir. Presidential Suite $89.99 a night, how long do you intend to book? At first glance, the receptionist girl saw that Chinfang was dressed in general and thought that he was a poor college student. How did he come to such a high-end hotel as theirs? But when she saw this gold card, she immediately changed her attitude. Just 1 week. Chinfang said indifferently. Hello sir, a week's worth of presidential suite, the original price is 62,993 yuan, you have a gold card, after 20% discount it's 50,394 yuan, you just pay 50,000 yuan. The receptionist girl revealed a charming smile and spoke in a gentle voice. However, Chinfang's next sentence immediately threw her for a loop. I don't have any money, I'll take it on credit first. Chinfang said indifferently. What? Sir, you're not kidding, are you? If you use a gold card, how can you be broke? Sir is so funny. Seeing that the other party thought he was joking, Chinfang said seriously, I really don't have any money, maybe someone will pay later? In fact, Chinfang wasn't sure if someone would pay the bill for him. But this operation, at least, could determine if Lin Zhensheng was a pawn of that consortium, and it could also verify if his every move was being watched. In a high-end villa in the capital, Su Xinghan naturally knew what was going on here in Chinfang after the report from his eyes, and spoke with a smile, this kid, still enjoying himself? After Zhang Ziyao made such a mess today, he definitely knows that someone is operating him behind the scenes, but it doesn't matter, as long as he doesn't know that it's the Su Clan, it's fine. Send someone to inform Lin Zhensheng to go and pay for the hotel. It's all on my person Su's head. Su Xinghai instructed the Zhang butler beside him. Seeing this, Butler Zhang responded, Master, I don't think this kid is a treacherous person, find an opportunity to showdown, perhaps both sides can work together happily. Let's see. Although this kid is not a treacherous person, but I can see that there are some small smarts, by the time his side does not go to complete the task, we can only stare at it, which is not fun. Su Xinghai's idea, at least wait until Chinfang had completed the task of pursuing the schoolgirl. Sir, I'm sorry, if you really don't have any money, we can't give you a room on our side. Sorry. The front desk girl was also confused, what the hell is this college student doing here? Could it be that he borrowed the gold card? Does this kind of gold card not have a spending limit? Chinfang was speechless when he saw that the person behind him hadn't acted yet. But it was fine, at most it would be a disgrace. I'm sorry sir, there isn't a limit, it will only be 20% off when you spend. The receptionist girl smiled faintly on the surface, but inwardly she was contemptuous, this was definitely a gold card borrowed by the other party, right, she didn't know anything about it. Alright then, excuse me, I'll go then. After Chinfang finished speaking, he turned around and left the hotel, not embarrassed at all, after all, he was a small person, what was there to be embarrassed about? Take care, sir. The receptionist girl gave a contemptuous look and shallowly cursed, a psychopath came, right? A monkey invited a comedian? But just at this moment, a character familiar to all hotel members appeared at the hotel entrance. Boss Lin. Hello, Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, what brings you here? If there's anything you can do, just call and let me know. It was no one else at the door of the hotel, it was the bar owner, Lin Zhensheng, who had helped Chinfang for the first time. Chapter 15, Waiting for Chinfang in a hotel room? A happy life begins. Chin old brother, don't go, you want to stay in a hotel, right? I vacate a presidential suite out, you off and out is it? Lin Zhensheng strides forward, stopping the Chinfang who wants to leave. This is Su Lao's side of the butler greeted himself to take care of the young man, come to live in his own hotel, that is simply fluffy ah. After Lin Zhensheng finished speaking, he turned his head and then looked at that receptionist lady and said sternly, what did you say just now? Boss, I didn't say anything. The receptionist lady panicked, could it be that she had been heard calling Chinfang a psychopath? It shouldn't be, it was a very small voice. You said take your time? Right? Lin Zhensheng smiled coldly, a hotel waiter, a closing remark to send off a guest? There's such a thing as a slow departure? Honestly, what's the point of taking your time? It's not just two people talking a little bit upset and then the host family will say a slow one. It's not a friendly attitude. There are very few contexts in which this word would indicate a conciliatory attitude. Boss. The receptionist girl was a bit speechless, this Chinfang took a gold card and was here on credit, she thought she was just borrowing the card to be funny, so she couldn't help but say so. You tell me what to say after a guest leaves. Is it to go slowly without seeing them off? Lin Zhenxing really didn't mean to curry favor with Chinfang, but the waiter of his own hotel must have a bit of quality. No matter if the guest came to make trouble well, to find fault well, the ending word shouldn't be would be the unfriendly slow walk without seeing you off. After the guests leave, they should say welcome to the next visit. The receptionist girl held her tongue, but inwardly, she was still thankful that the sentence calling Chinfang a psychopath had not been heard. Heh, it's good that you know. Deduct your salary for this month, no comment? After Lin Zhenxing finished, he looked at the hotel gang and said, this person is an example, to give you guys a long memory. Forget it, elder brother Lin, thank you, since you got a free suite for me, I'll be coming to stay more often from now on. Chinfang wasn't polite, anyway, he had a big shot behind him to help him, so it would be good to enjoy it quietly. Chinfang briefly greeted Lin Zhenxing and naturally went upstairs to the hotel. The design of this hotel suite, basically in golden yellow color, is suffused with a rich European style and more decorations from all over the world. French bronze ware. A small musical fountain in Italy. English crystal lamps. Bedding of international first-class standard. Together with the rich wood floors, the walls are decorated with gold leaf, from the inside out, all of them show the noble atmosphere. Chinfang had never lived in such a luxurious place in his life. When it really looks silly. What a big comfy bed. Chinfang pounced on him at once. Soft and fluffy. The quilt smells good. Unspeakably restful. However, at this moment, Chinfang thought of the fact that it appeared that with a single word, he could make Luo Xian, the third most beautiful person on the national school flower list, come directly over to accompany him. Inside, I can't help but get restless. No wonder, this Luo Xian's long black silk legs really mesmerized a lot of people. Chinfang was also among them. But if he got that Luo Xian this way, Chinfang would be too inhuman. Big schoolgirl Luo, what are you doing? Chinfang sent a message out. At home. Is something wrong? Luo's schoolgirl's nature was still the same, even if her father was threatened, she was still as high-strung as ever. But if it wasn't for the Su group and other forces, perhaps Chinfang wouldn't even have the qualifications to add someone's WeChat, right? Come over and accompany me. Chinfang hemmed and hawed, thought about it, and sent this message out. You really want. When Luo Xian saw this, her face reddened and her typing hand trembled a little. Just kidding, don't get excited. Seeing that the other party believed it, Chinfang hurriedly explained, and then sent another message, or else? You give me $1 million? I'll let you go? Chinfang felt it. Anyway, after completing the task of pursuing the schoolgirl and getting together, the system said that it wouldn't necessarily not give rewards like the first time, so why bother? $1 million from this schoolgirl's family, isn't that easy? Really? Give you $1 million and you'll let me go? Luo Xian pouted her lips slightly. Can you stop poking fun at me when you're fine? Would you be short of $1 million? I'm still really short of $1 million. Chinfang laughed and sent a voice bar over. Seriously, this iceberg schoolgirl might still be a pure beauty. Isn't 1 million this wave a bit of a loss? Fine, give a word to the power behind you. I'll pay for this $1 million for the Luo family, so that he doesn't threaten my father. Luo Xian saw the other party send a voice bar, and sent a voice bar over herself, but it seems how the message can't be sent out? It wasn't a network card or being deleted, it was a software problem. And at this moment, that Su Xinghao was in his own villa and started to panic. What's this brat up to, $1 million? Is he poor and crazy? Hurry up and send someone. Send this kid some money. Don't around. After all, Su Group's industries include Penguin and WeChat. Therefore, it was still possible to make Luo Xian unable to send out messages. Why are you suddenly not replying to messages? Chinfang rolled under the covers. Seriously, this iceberg schoolgirl is actually quite good except for being a little bit high and cold. If she only became her girlfriend because of the inexplicable big shot behind her threatening her, is it a bit too much? This kind of thing Chinfang cannot be done. If it is replaced by a novel, it will certainly be a triple view. Ding dong. The door to the hotel suite was knocked on at the moment. Something wrong? Chinfang opened the door to see a man in a suit. Hello Mr. Chin, this is something someone gave you. The man in the suit handed over a password box. What is it? Chinfang opened the password box and was startled. It was full of bundles of red tickets. Naya, how much is this going to be? A bundle should be 10,000? I'll count first. This whole $500,000? Surely the big man behind it sent himself, right? Chinfang was so happy that he quickly asked, Buddy, who told you to send money to me? I'm sorry Mr. Chin, I'm only responsible for delivering the money. So, can you ask the people behind you to send me a car? I'll take my place for a while? Chinfang laughed, since you want to stay behind the scenes, right? I'll lose your family fortune. That's what I'll bring. The man in the suit said with an expressionless face. Okay, just go back. Get a better car. Chinfang grinned. In Su Xingh's villa, he naturally knew about Chinfang's demand and cursed, this bastard kid, so many things a day? Wanting a car again? Master, don't spoil him. If we spoil him too much, when we show our cards in the future, he will have a big appetite. Seeing this, Butler Zhang kindly reminded. Fair enough. But I have a broken BMW in my garage, a gift from the BMW company. It's empty anyway, so it's cheap for this kid. It's too late today, send it to this kid tomorrow morning. This car in Su Xinghe's garage is the most trashy existence, belonging to the situation of putting it to take up space, so send it out. Of course, they're nothing compared to the rewards that come with completing a mission. $500,000 in cash. And a free daily stay in the presidential suite. And there's an iceberg schoolgirl at my disposal. This is the life of a protagonist. Chinfang is in the hotel suite, joyfully looking at the money in the password box. To be honest, although Chinfang is a bit piggish and unprofitable in this way, but for any poor college student, I'm afraid that he is more excited than Chinfang. The consortium behind me, why should they help me? Is it something to do with my system? But I should be the only one who knows about my system, right? Chinfang cannot think clearly, also do not want to think about it. Anyway, the enjoyment should enjoy, care so much tired. Suddenly, someone added a friend to Chinfang's WeChat. The note name hit was Young Sayu. This guy? What's he tweeting me for? Didn't his dad take him away from the cafeteria? Is it possible to be upset and then add me to the cussing? Chinfang also did not bring fear, separated from the network cable, bold thief, immediately clicked agree to friends, sent a message, what is the matter? Chapter 16, is the schoolgirl cool? Do you want the hotel to arrange a wave? Student Chinfang, I'm deeply sorry for what happened today. I hope you don't mind. It's okay. It's all in the past. The corner of Chinfang's mouth tugged fiercely. Feelings were here to apologize? Thought the visitor was not good. I'd been observing Luo Xian for a long time. I've written down some of her hobbies and habits, why don't I send it to you? Wish you get the school beauty soon? Ha? This. Chinfang was once again confused. This other party apologized even though, but now he even turned around and helped himself? What the hell is this? Immediately after, Chinfang then received a folder. Open it. Roxy Yen. Hobby food, desserts. Hobby wine, Romane Conti. Hobby games, King, Peaceful Elite. Favorite clothing brand, Balenciaga. Favorite luxury car brand, Spiker. Hobby watch brand, Longines. Favorite music, J-Len. Favorite anime, Fox Demon Little Red Queen. Favorite TV series, Powerful or High Flying Queen. Favorite novels, Campus Bully President type sweet articles. Prefers to work out on the weekends and occasionally goes to the House of Horrors. Love it when guys wear understated but not too regal clothing. Favorite head shape for boys is short and fresh. Favorite character in a boy, dominant and career-oriented. Crap. Well researched enough. Chinfang just couldn't look at it anymore. This form is really too long. To say how much this Zheng Zhao on the other side likes Luo Xian. Chinfang definitely didn't believe it. But I'm afraid any boy would want to kiss a beauty of this caliber, right? After all, the more high-flying and beautiful a girl is, the more it gives a boy a desire to conquer. Thinking of Luo Xian, Chinfang also remembered the mission issued by his system. Isn't the father of this Luo big school girl being threatened? Chinfang immediately picked up his cell phone and sent a WeChat to Luo Xian, saying, hello, are you there? What for? The other party quickly replied to the message. Chinfang hesitated and typed, how about you being my girlfriend? Yes. Luo Xian, sitting on the sofa in her house and crossing her queenly legs, also agreed without hesitation. Huh, how come there's no hint of mission success? Could it be that this quest to pursue the schoolgirl and get together? Is it necessary to do something? Forget it, why bother when you can't necessarily say you won't be rewarded again after completing the mission anyway? Am I that kind of vulgar person? For Su Xing has sighed to know about this idea of Chinfang. Surely the 40-meter machete came carrying it. I'm trying to set you up? How about you? You like to take your time? You don't like to be direct? So you promise? You're my girlfriend now? Can't you read? I promised. Are you humiliating me? Luo Xian gritted her teeth fiercely. Honestly, she really hoped that the other party would quickly go to open a hotel, get herself, and this matter would materialize earlier, and save her from being annoying. Call you a wife, will you say yes? Chinfang thought that the other party was quite funny and really played along. You call it wife. Luo Xian had a black line, and she really called it? Che, see, you still say yes. Chinfang pouted his lips, realizing that the other party was completely terrified of himself, and domineeringly said, pop me a video, I want to see you now. I'm going to bed soon and I'm in my pajamas, it's inconvenient. Then I'll give the order to come over to the hotel and find me now? Chinfang grunted, see how dejected you are? What's wrong with pajamas? What's the big deal? How dare you refuse? Chinfang admitted. He's all starting to swell up. Who asked for the help of a mysterious consortium behind it? Knock knock. The other side of the room, Lo Yen, still called the video call. The video picked up. Chinfang could only see Luo Xian sitting on the sofa, draped in a trench coat that covered most of her benefits. The other side didn't lie. Luo Xian does need to sleep. Inside that pink trench coat was a set of silk pajamas. If there's something, just say it. Luo Xian crossed her legs and glanced at Chinfang in the video with a cold as ice look. But for some reason, this Chinfang's looks got better and better. That's about it though. But for the first time, Luo Xian felt that this man was still quite handsome. What's with the attitude? Do you want to come over to the hotel directly? Chinfang grunted, what's with the arrogance? Can't you be more gentle? What kind of attitude do you want from me? I won't genuinely like you anyway, take this skin if you want it. Luo Xian bites her silver teeth hard, going to your hotel to find you now, right? I'll be right there. That's good. You come? Chinfang was not spoiled. You? He. Chinfang smiled faintly, knowing that this Luo Xian was only saying this on her lips, but in actuality, she definitely couldn't do it. Do you like novels? Share one with you? Luo Xian's side was frustrated in her aura and simply pulled away from the conversation. Chinfang was about to say he wasn't interested, but changed his mind and said, are there any campus text novels of the domineering president type? The more domineering the male lead is, the better, the sweet to death kind. You like this kind? Luo Xian's eyes lit up. Could it be that you like it too? Chinfang snickered inwardly. The hell I like it, I don't read novels. Luo Xian deflated her mouth, secretly saying, I don't care to share the same hobby with you. But if you want to like this category, I'll go online and find it for you and share it with you. Luo Xian said, lifting those folded legs, gently getting up and heading towards the bedroom. Opened the laptop. Pretend to rummage around on the internet a bit. But in reality, sent Chinfang some of her collection of sweet campus essays. Nag, these are the ones I found for you. Take your time to read them yourself. Luo Xian typed sharply and quickly sent the names of more than 10 novels. The president's on top, I'm on the bottom. Sweet wife on the pillow, the emperor's husband comes nightly. President's love, husband's restraint. The private favored baby of the cold major. Oh, these novels, how do you look at the names so? Big schoolgirl Luo, are you trying to bring me down? Send me some little red books specifically? Honestly, those names, they have to conjure up something else. Don't you talk nonsense, okay, these are just names that look like that, but the content is very puritanical. Oh? You've seen it all? Chinfang sneered, he couldn't pretend anymore now, could he? I didn't look. Then how did you know? Chinfang pursued. Guess. Alright. Chinfang didn't pull too much from her and said in a domineering manner, I want to read this book, Sweet Wife on the Pillow, Emperor Young Husband Comes Night and Day. But my eyes are tired, Lian Mai, you read it to me. You're crazy. Go read it yourself. Luo Xian was really pissed off, actually asking her to read a novel? Treating her like an artificial intelligence? Then you'll come straight to my hotel and we'll have real men and women. You choose yourself. Chinfang laughed, see how arrogant you are? I read. But $10,000 a word. Do you pay? Luo Xian wasn't one to suffer, wanting to embarrass the opposite party, even though the other party didn't seem to be poorly paid. Chapter 17, 100 million pocket money, is that enough? $10,000 a word? Chinfang, face embarrassed for a moment, looked at the money in his password box. This is only enough for $500,000 only enough for 50 words? That's 50 words in one paragraph, right? What? The family behind you don't say you can't afford it? Luo Xian inwardly laughed, playing domineering president here in this lady? If I don't read you bankrupt, I'll also make you lose layers of skin. Chinfang didn't know how to answer. But just at this moment. Then Su Xinghe was monitoring the entire chat between the two. Watching two little youngsters chatting. He also laughed his aunt's laugh. Why does it feel like this Chinfang has suddenly changed his style? How come he didn't have this power when he was hitting on Luo Xian in the beginning? Could it be that he's gotten a lot more bold knowing that there's a big consortium behind him? Definitely. And it looks like this guy doesn't want to go straight to the top in one step and wants to take his time? Never mind, looking at the progress, and with my secret push, it should be taken down in a few days. It would also be a bit difficult for that Luo girl if she was in a hurry to make her account. Su Xinghe immediately contacted Luo Xian through WeChat, saying, you read novels to Chinfang, 10,000 a word, we'll pay for it. 10,000 words would be 1 billion. 100,000 words is only 1 billion. It's nothing compared to that reward. How can you spoil the fun of two little youngsters? Well, the consortium behind you is really bullish, he promised me a price of 10,000 for 1 word. Luo Xian had a bit of a headache. It was clear that she was the one who embarrassed the other party, but she didn't expect to be directly disliked back by the other person's wealth. Chinfang was especially surprised to see this, the consortium behind this, ho. Why don't Chinfang and Luo Xian discuss it and split it in half? I'll start reading then. Luo Xian cleared her throat, Chapter 1. Wait, the synopsis of this novel seems good, aren't you going to read it? Chinfang also found this novel in his browser and realized that the synopsis was quite ed up. Luo Shiyan was speechless for a moment and opened her mouth to read. Sweet wife on the pillow, the emperor's husband comes nightly. Synopsis. She was cornered by him and resisted. Hey Xiao, my status is ordinary and unworthy of you. He hooked his lips. It's okay, you're a big bear. Bears are brainless. It's okay, I don't like to touch my brain anyway. With an evil smile, he transformed into a wolf and pressed her underneath him, pampering her in 100 ways. Young master, why are you crying? Daddy pinned mommy down. Hee, this synopsis. Chinfang was a bit amused that an iceberg schoolgirl was now reciting such tiger and wolf words out. Told you, the content is very puritanical. Believe it or not. If you want to hear it, be quiet. Would it kill you to admit that you've read this novel? Chinfang saw this and said with dissatisfaction. Seen it. It's okay, isn't it? Listen well, I'm going to earn your money yet. Read a few tens of thousands of words first today. Luo Shiyan rolled her eyes. The other party could really be a master at torturing people, she was convinced. No problem. Chinfang transferred the WeChat video into a state of connected voice, lay down on the soft hotel king-size bed, put on the headphones, and began to listen to the AI reading. Someone else pays for it anyway. Chinfang didn't feel any pain at all. Chapter 1 Wrong Room, Power Outage. Standing in the doorway of the luxury box on the 9th floor of the Imperial Hotel, Xiao Zhifei took a deep breath. Luo Shiyan's voice was very nice, a high and cold type of imperial female voice. Chinfang's ears were enjoying themselves and listening attentively. Luo Shiyan had a good rhythm, reading neither too fast nor too slow. And it will also mimic the context of the text. Chinfang, who had his eyes closed, was as if he had really entered the world of fiction. Hey, still there? This guy's not asleep, is he? There were 5 chapters read. I read it, it's 10,800 words. Pay up. Luo Shiyan said a few words. It seemed that the other party did not respond, sure that he was asleep. That's what hung up the WeChat voice. Standing up and bracing himself. Unexpectedly the next moment. Ding dong. Came a text message. Your account receives the payment, 100 million and 8 million. It's great to be rich. Luo Shiyan bitterly grimaced for a moment. Was this considered pocket money from the overbearing president? Her father is a billionaire, but he has never spent $1 billion casually. After all, total assets are only $10 billion. Father's liquidity is only a few $100 million. Shiyan, that. How's your chat going? Looking at you, you seem to be quite happy? Luo Shiyan brushed her teeth in the bathroom and planned to go to bed. However, Luo Qiuxia came over and gave a greeting. Am I happy? No, right? Luo Shiyan had toothpaste in her mouth and stammered, then added, by the way Dad, Chinfang gave me an allowance. Oh? How much? Luo Qiuxia asked curiously. A small goal, I guess. Luo Shiyan took a sip of water, tilted her neck and wowed a few times, spitting out the water. What? A small goal? What do you mean? Gave $100 million? And, all on my account. Luo Shiyan nodded. This guy actually asked me to read a novel to him. I'm not going to blackmail him hard. This. Luo Qiuxia pulled the lower half of her face hard. She didn't even know what to say. This is what it feels like to have a godly son-in-law. $100 million of pocket money? In fact, if the daughters genuinely like each other. Luo Qiuxia was totally fine with the two of them. And by the look of my daughter's face tonight, she wasn't all that unhappy. Let's hope the two young men can talk. I don't know what kind of person this Chinfang is from the Su group. Is he the illegitimate son of Su Xinghe? The next day. Chinfang, because of the last few days of the system, it would have been difficult to sleep at night, but fortunately, yesterday there is Luo big schoolgirls bedtime reading novels, so that he had a full night's sleep. Chinfang looked at his cell phone. It seemed that it was now past 10 o'clock. Lo Hiyan sent a message. Chinfang opened WeChat to take a look. Luo Shiyan, hey, still reading novels or not? What novels are you listening to in broad daylight? I haven't eaten yet. Chinfang took his cell phone and walked towards the hotel bathroom. After thinking about it, he sent another message. Why don't I treat you to dinner at noon? Are you free? Luo Shiyan replied in seconds. Of course I'm not free. I'm going to accompany my girlfriends to the mall. That's a shame. I was planning on going to Maxim's. I'll just go alone. Are you talking about the Maxim's Western restaurant over on West Main Street? Luo Shiyan was instantly interested. After all, this was one of her favorite Western restaurants to go to na. Is there a second Maxim's on West Street in the capital? A new one? Chinfang laughed. Of course there isn't. Just one. Luo Shiyan was hungry anyway, and her parents at home were busy at the company, so there was no one to cook, so she would accompany him. By the way, my best friend has something going on and can't seem to stay with me, so let's go. Okay. I'll drive to pick you up. Chinfang replied. You got a car? Can't I have a car? Chinfang laughed. Just now when he was washing up, a waiter came to report that a BMW car was parked downstairs and was delivered by a gentleman. Chinfang knows. It's a car given to you by the consortium behind it. That's fine. But you don't have to come pick me up, meet me directly at the restaurant. Luo Xian put down her phone and walked towards the closet, picking out a purple halter dress and knee-length black silk, casually dressing up. Hello, Mr. Qin. Good morning, Mr. Qin. Is there anything Mr. Qin needs? As soon as Chinfang arrived in the hall, there were so many male and female waiters greeting him. After all, yesterday Lin Zhenxing came to the hotel, personally received Chinfang, and was so polite. Can this Chinfang's identity be ordinary? Plus, it looks like someone sent a limo over early in the morning. This should be the young master of the mansion. Thank you, there's nothing I need to go out. Chinfang had a smile on his face. The feeling of being admired by millions of people was not bad. Is this a BMW 7 Series? The price seems to be around $2.56 million, right? But it doesn't seem to be. Chinfang looked at this car in front of the hotel and realized that it was very much like a BMW 7 Series, but not the same. Maybe it's the high end? Chinfang didn't care that much. Took time to learn how to drive during my freshman year. And after returning home, his own old man also has a van. Chinfang's car skills are not superb, but it's still no problem to drive it. Soon. Chinfang then stepped into the BMW and headed towards the Western restaurant on West Street. Do you know what kind of car Mr. Qin drives? Not the BMW 7 Series? I think it's the top of the line, right? $2.5+ million. What do you know? This isn't just any BMW. Chapter 18, White Skin, Long Legs, Dance Department Flower? Maxim's Western restaurant, in the eyes of the people of the capital, has always stood for the expensive consumption, with the words of the capital as a kind of spectrum synonymous with the people of the capital. To talk about the platitudes of the so-called spectrum, can be fortunate enough to go here once. It is also one of the best thing to do. The beautiful thing. Maxim's dining environment is elegant. Every piece of glass on the restaurant wall was flown in directly from France. The oil paint on the glass was painted on with one stroke, thick and atmospheric, making the first thing that comes to mind is the church. The all-wood dining room structure adds more imaginative space and distinction. The dim European wall lamps and the long table setting in the salon make guests feel as if they have come closer to 18th century Europe, with silver candlesticks, flowers, knives, forks, wine glasses, and deep unrestrained blue tablecloths, each of which is so exquisite and harmonious. Mr. Several. Chinfang, dressed in a handsome casual suit, got down from his brand new BMW, and the waitress girl of the restaurant greeted him politely. 2, I think, and one more will come later. Chinfang smiled faintly. Tell you what, find me a quiet box first. Chinfang had $500,000 in cash anyway. It's not so bad that you have to spend more than $500,000 for a meal, is it? Yes, sir, please come in. The waiter raised his hand in invitation, but just then, buzz off. The sound of a sports car's engine, accompanied by a silver-white sports car, stopped at the entrance of the Western restaurant. Spiker C8? Over $5 million for the high-end. The waitress girl's eyes lit up slightly. This car was much more expensive than the BMW 7 Series of the young man in front of her. And generally people who drive Spiker cars look like they have class and are not thugs. Why? Because the Spiker brand of cars, I guess, isn't as loud as Ferrari or Lamborghini. If he were violently rich and he had $5 million to buy a car, he would certainly choose a Ferrari, a car that everyone knows is expensive. And Spiker car, this brand words, drive out perhaps no one recognize, how to achieve the effect of pretentious. Chinfang. But soon. That Spiker C8 sports car, on the other hand, down a sexy little beauty, on the side of the street, can be turned back to the explosion. Well dressed up for me? Chinfang greatly appreciated Luo Xian's outfit, not like in the past, when she could only secretly appreciate it from behind someone else's back. You're dressed nice too. Dressing up for me? But no need to be like this, I can't appreciate your good looks. Luo Xian laughed and countered, but she had to say that this Chinfang's dress was very much in line with her tastes. She hated some of the clothes worn by some of the rich second-generation people that were fancy. Whereas this low-key and luxurious Zegna men's clothing of Chinfang was very good. Hee hee, close your eyes then. Chinfang tossed his lips, followed by the waiter's lead to the private room. Drinking? Chinfang settled down on a mahogany chair, his fingertips slightly drawing circles randomly on the ornate tablecloth. I can do both. Luo Xian coldly opened her mouth, her little head slightly raised. In broad daylight, she wasn't afraid of the other party pouring alcohol on her or something like that. Ms. Waitress, what kind of wines do you have in your Western restaurant? Chinfang inquired with a raised eyebrow. Sir, we have all the high-end Western wines on the market in our restaurant, such as Lafite, Romane Conti, Petrus red wine, Remy Martin, and brandy. If Mr. wants to drink white wine, there is also Maotai and Wulianye. I've heard that brandy is too strong for these drinks. Plato seems to taste good. Chinfang did not directly order Luo Xian's favorite Romane Conti. After all, first of all, he had brought Luo Xian to her favorite Western restaurant. Furthermore, if he ordered her favorite red wine, he would be suspected by the other party that Chinfang had researched her hobbies. But to be honest, Chinfang really didn't bother to study it. It was only yesterday that Zhang Ziao sent a document of Luo Xian's interests, and Chinfang read it and took it to heart. What do you think? Chinfang raised his head slightly and asked the other party what he meant. It's quite good, just Play-Doh. Luo Xian squeezed out a smile, and although she didn't like the brand, she nodded in agreement. Yes sir, then Play-Doh. The waitress lady was about to check the box on the menu. Chinfang, on the other hand, glanced at Luo Xian and interrupted, why don't we? How about a Romane Conti instead? Or Ouzo? I suddenly don't want to drink Play-Doh. Romane Conti then. Luo Xian opened her mouth and spoke, with a slight smile on her face, secretly saying, this guy, why did he suddenly change? Could it be observing my expression? Seeing that I don't like Play-Doh? That little detail. It had to be said that here in Luo Xian, there were a few more points of goodwill towards Chinfang. For the next dishes, Chinfang didn't deliberately cater to Luo Xian and order all of her favorite sweets, but half sweets and half meat. Anyway, the other girl has a small appetite and can't eat much. Do you have quite a sweet tooth? Ordered so many sweets? Luo Xian glanced at the menu and asked curiously. Not bad. Isn't there a lot of meat too? Chinfang responded indifferently and also saw that Luo Xian on the other side was satisfied with this date. It had to be said that that document of Zheng Ziyao's had really come into play. On the other hand, at the Beijing International Airport, at this moment, a girl wearing a pink ultra-short skirt sat in a coffee shop by the airport, seemingly waiting for a person to get off the plane. The girl is called Luo Yu. The person she had to wait for was not the one she intended. Instead, it's a dispensable spare tire. Hey, Xiaoyu, where are you? Dad, I'm on this side of the airport, picking up a friend. Luo Yu held the expensive cell phone and said indifferently, is there something wrong? Who are you picking up? Is it important? Just an ordinary friend. Luo Yu frowned, Dad, if there's something, just say it. Do you know that there's a guy named Chinfang in your university? Luo Qiulong's tone became quite serious when he mentioned Chinfang. Chinfang. Once Luo Yu heard it, the conversation opened up at once. I know, just today, this guy seems to have compared Zheng Ziyao, the young master of the $300 billion family, to him. Just how bullish his family is, classmates are speculating, and the younger sister, Shi Yan, appears to be with him. Heh, what's a $300 billion family fortune? Do you know what power is behind this Chinfang? What? Luo Yu asked curiously. It's the SOS. What? Su Clan. That number one plutocrat of the Dragon Empire that is rumored to have $10 trillion in total assets? Luo Yu's eyes glowed up all of a sudden. The identity behind this Chinfang really scared her. It's a shame that such a super rich kid has his eye on his sister from his own family. I'll make it short. Do you know why Luo Xian suddenly got involved with Chinfang? That's because the Su Clan threatened your uncle Luo Qiuxia with their powerful financial strength. Luo Qiulong quickly gave a brief account of what happened. Daughter Na, this Chinfang must be Su Xinghe's illegitimate son, otherwise why would the Su Clan be relentless in helping him? So? Luo Qiulong hadn't said anything further. Luo Yu then laughed bitterly, so father, you're planning to let me go across the board? Chapter 19, Other People's Goddesses, Chinfang's Licking Dogs. Not bad. You are Na, your body and looks aren't bad. I heard that Luo Xian is the school flower in your school, but I also heard that you are the department flower. As long as you work hard, I don't think you don't have a chance, right? As long as we get on the big boat of the Su group, then now your father can't just be $1 billion of total assets, so simple. At that time, let's see how your second uncle's side can still compete with me? I'm willing to do it. Seeing that her father meant this, Luo Yu agreed without even thinking. In the family, Luo Xian was a proud daughter of heaven. Now that there was a chance that she could surpass Luo Xian's popularity, Luo Yu definitely wanted to try. Climbing is not only for the older generation. In the younger generation, it just gets worse, not more harmonious. Good daughter. I'll wait for your good news. If there's anything you need help with, you tell father. Luo Qiulong paused and said, I saw Xian go out today. It seems that she went to find Chinfang for dinner. The location of the restaurant should be at Maxim's Western Restaurant on West Street. Thank you, father. Luo Yu smiled brightly and looked at her bang-dressed. This was just what she was wearing to come to the airport to pick up her spare tire. She would have to go back and dress up and wear something sexier out. What's the saying? As long as the hoe is wielded well, no wall can't be dug down. Not to mention a beautiful woman who is so sexy and special. Sorry, Lijia, I'm in a bit of a hurry, so I won't wait for you at the airport. I'll treat you to dinner next time. Luo Yu sent a message to her spare tire, Li Lijia, and drove her Maserati, heading back towards home. 10 or so minutes later, Luo Yu, who had finished her makeup at fire speed, sent a message to Luo Xian, saying, Xian, what are you doing? So boring. I'm eating at the restaurant. Luo Xian replied to the message while chewing on her foie gras and holding her cell phone. In what restaurant? Alone or with your classmates? If you're alone, why don't I come find you? Luo Yu replied in a very condescending manner. Not a single person, and a friend. Male or female? Luo Yu pretended to inquire. Men. Good. Sister got a boyfriend and didn't even tell me about it? Luo Yu joked, then I won't bother you guys for dinner. Looks like I'll just order a takeout and eat whatever I want. Just ordinary friends. If you want to come over, Sister Yu, it's all fine. Luo Xian said here, but still added, but I have to ask him, after all, it's someone else's treat. Forget it, I'm not going, this must be your sweetheart, how can I bother? Luo Yu wanted to tackle her for a bit. If she wanted to compare sets, this Luo Xian really couldn't play with her. Chatting with whom? Chinfang suddenly asked. My uncle's daughter, my sister. Luo Xian lifted her head and raised her eyebrows. She said she was hungry and wanted to find me for dinner, so I called her over? No way. Chinfang refused without even thinking about it. You? Luo Xian's face was embarrassed for a moment. This guy was too direct, right? But that Chinfang laughed. Just kidding with you, whatever, it's just a matter of adding a pair of chopsticks anyway. Ha! Seeing that Chinfang had agreed, Luo Xian informed Luo Yu. In fact, in Luo Xian's heart, if it was yesterday, she couldn't wait for Luo Yu to come over. After all, her sister's looks and body are not bad, so it's not certain that Chinfang has his eyes on Luo Yu. She was able to get away with it. But through last night and into today, Luo Xian really didn't want Luo Yu to come over right now. Beijing International Airport, Li Lijia and the plane are sleeping. He is also a student of the capital city university. Freshman year when he met Luo Yu, a schoolmate, to her began to be infatuated. Although they have known each other for quite a long time, but the relationship has not progressed. This time out of the country to do things for the family's company to come back, can give Luo Yu brought a lot of gifts, when she will certainly like it. Ha! Luo Yu had an emergency? Did she leave the airport? Li Lijia got off the airplane and saw this message sent by Luo Yu, and was instantly in a bad mood. Luo Yu, what's your emergency? Didn't you say you'd come to pick me up? Li Lijia quickly replied a message out. She could hand over the gift to Luo Yu in person. At this moment, Luo Yu had already arrived at the downstairs of the Western restaurant where Chinfang was. She glanced at the message from this spare tire and didn't choose to reply. The one upstairs, he's Su Xinghe's illegitimate son. Ali Lijia with a family fortune of only $1 billion in total assets was nothing compared to Chinfang, so why pay attention to him? Hey! Luo Yu, why are you ignoring me? Lick the dog, lick the dog, lick the dog until you end up with nothing. A licking dog's greatest fear is not rejection by the other person, but their disregard. Now Laka was in a worried mood. I told you, I'm in a hurry. Why do you keep sending me messages? Luo Yu was heading towards Chinfang's box when the cell phone in her pocket kept vibrating endlessly, and she was also very upset. I'm sorry, Luo Yu, I just want to know what's so urgent that you're not even coming to pick me up? Li Lijia didn't get upset because the other party lost his temper. After all, licking dogs, as long as there was a reply from the other party, it would be a heavily good thing. Don't pry into my own personal affairs, and don't call me or send messages. Wait until I'm done. Luo Yu typed an irritated reply. Okay then, so do you have time tonight? I'll meet you for dinner. I'll make a reservation at one of your favorite Western restaurants. My treat. I'll pick you up at your house tonight? Luo Yu was about to knock on the door to enter Chinfang's compartment when she looked at the message on her cell phone, pressed her brows together deeply and said irritably, this person is really annoying. Temper on the head of Luo Yu. Straight away, I deleted Laka. Lest you keep messaging me endlessly. Luo Yu had also thought about it. Even if Chinfang couldn't snatch it here, when the time came to turn around and pay attention to this spare tire, he would still accept it all the same. Knock knock. Luo Yu put away the mood of being annoyed by Li Lijia, knocked on the door of the box, straightened her clothes, and immediately wore a charming smile on her face. Please come in. Chinfang promised. Soon. The boxes were then pushed open by a slender hand. What came into view was a shapely woman in a short sequined halter dress. The body is first class. Almost on the same level as Luo Xian. But if that face value, it is not as pure and cold as Luo Xian. Rather, it's a foxy, imperious type. On the long legs were black Parisian silk with diamonds. Tall and thin, her entire body is well coordinated, and with the sequin dress, she's even more foxy. My sister, her name is Luo Yu. Luo Xian briefly introduced herself and called out, Sister, have a seat, this guy is called Chinfang. Chinfang, hello. Luo Yu walked a modeling one step, slowly and elegantly walking to Chinfang, stretching out that white tender right hand and said, Nice to meet you. Hello. I know you. It's the dance department, right? Chinfang hadn't paid much attention to this school flower, department flower, and other beauties in the past. After all, there's no way to not pay attention to them, and the dormitory mates would discuss them all the time, so how could they not recognize them? This Luo Yu is the department flower of the dance department. The body is outstanding. There are also many suitors. So many of my classmates have quite a collection of photos of this woman on their cell phones. Are you from our school too? Luo Yu pretended not to know, surprised. And the other side. Li Lijia sent a message to his goddess, but it was actually a red exclamation mark, and he panicked at once. Frantically add Luo Yu's friends. Why did Luo Yu delete me? Did I upset her by talking too much? Anxiously Lijia see crazy plus Luo Yu's friend, the other side also ignored. Had to pick up the phone and call. But after one ring, the other person hung up the phone. Keep hitting one. Find out it's on a call? And the phone is blacked out? Lijia at the moment like a bolt from the blue, 6 gods, seriously, Luo Yu was born with a seductive look, completely a vixen. Lijia is really fascinated, now in a bad mood. At this moment, Lijia was sitting in the car that her family had sent to pick her up. Suddenly, he saw a Maserati on the side of the street, in front of the Western restaurant. Isn't this Luo Yu's car? Lijia immediately got out of the car and walked towards the Western restaurant. Luo Yu suddenly deleted him as a friend and didn't say a reason. Lijia definitely wants to find Luo Yu to say something. Confused like this, Lijia was suffocating in her heart. Excuse me, Ms. Waitress, the owner of the Maserati parked at the entrance? In which compartment is he eating? Lijia anxiously asked the receptionist lady. I'm sorry, sir. We can't expose the privacy of our guests. This money is for you, please. Lijia didn't talk nonsense and directly took out a collapse of US dollars from his wallet. There were about 7 or 8 of them. $100 bill is $600. That's about 5,000 soft dollars here. What a dirtbag. Alright then, sir, you come with me. The young lady is upstairs in box 208. Soon. Laka was then taken upstairs by the waiter. Knock knock. Laka knocked anxiously on the door of the room a few times. Come in. Chinfang answered as usual, expecting a waiter or something. But the next moment, the compartment door opened. Chinfang and Lijia's eyes locked together. Chapter 20, How dare you jeopardize the plan? Go and teach them a lesson. Chinfang? Laka? How could Chinfang not recognize this? Lijia said also counted as his roommate, but people Lijia is a billionaire second-generation family, do not even live in the school-assigned beds. Didn't you go abroad on vacation last month? And then you went to do some work for your family's company? Why is this guy Chinfang in such a high-end Western restaurant? Luo Xian is there too? And how did Luo Yu know this poor guy Chinfang? It wasn't that Lijia didn't like beautiful women like Luo Xian. But people's Luo Xian's family is a $10 billion family. Laka doesn't deserve people at all. This Luo Yu words, the family is just about 1 billion, basically in his own family is almost the same, but if you put some effort, Lijia felt that he should be able to do it. Chinfang, why are you here? And classmate Luo Xian, you. Lijia asked in a very confused manner, but the most important thing right now was to figure out why Luo Yu inexplicably deleted herself. Luo Yu, come out for a moment, I have something to tell you. Lijia looked at Luo Yu with a somewhat unfavorable face, and also saw what she was wearing, dressed so beautifully today? This outfit, for a while, also made Lijia look dumbfounded. Did Luo Yu wear such a pretty dress to pick me up at the airport today? So well dressed. But why did you suddenly stop answering again? And then also deleting your WeChat friends? Just say anything here. Luo Yu also had a big headache. How did this Lijia know that he was in this restaurant? Could it be that he sent someone to follow him? She slightly took out her cell phone and immediately agreed to Lijia's application for a friend and secretly sent a message. Sorry, mistakenly deleted, accidentally clicked on it. Luo Yu didn't want this guy to disturb her plan to rob Chinfang, just stabilize it first. So it was deleted by mistake. Lijia's brows relaxed for a moment, and all of a sudden she was in a much better mood. By the way, Chinfang, how? Why are you here? Lijia brought up this question again, really can't understand, this person seems to be a poorer than right? How did he get involved with $1,000 like Luo Xian and Luo Yu? Why can't I be here? Chinfang smiled faintly and did not wimp out. After all, there are forces behind it that even the $300 billion bigwigs can't afford to mess with. What are you afraid of? In fact, to talk about the relationship between Chinfang and Lijia, it was quite normal. At most, Lijia never took them poor college students seriously, but not particularly targeted. But there is one thing. Chinfang remembered it clearly. That was freshman year when Lijia had begun to pursue Luo Yu. Chinfang was playing basketball and missed smashing Luo Yu, then Lijia on the side yelled at Chinfang. At that time Chinfang didn't know that Lijia's family was a rich second generation with more than $1 billion, thinking that it was just an ordinary rich person. Chinfang then got into an altercation with him. In the end, Chinfang was even slapped by Lijia. It's something that Laka should have remembered. But Luo Yu's words, looking at her, she shouldn't remember at all. Why is this guy talking so much? What's the point? Not just a poor college student? Lijia secretly got upset inside. Could it be that something happened when he didn't return to China for a month? That, Chinfang, can I order a steak? Luo Yu also has a big head. Why these two people have a feeling of saber rattling? Can't be because of this Lijia disturbing his plan. The two people must not quarrel. Feel free. Chinfang nodded slightly. Luo Yu, do you and Chinfang know each other? Lijia asked curiously, then looked at Luo Xian and said, or does big schoolgirl Luo know him? He invited me to dinner, do you think I recognize him? Luo Xian said coldly, answering first. His treat? Li Lujiao was confused. This Chinfang had the money to treat such a luxurious Western restaurant? I didn't recognize it first, but today I'm also a friend. Luo Yu reveals a charming smile and lifts her wine glass. Chinfang, drink, this wine is good. Chinfang, do you play king? Luo Yu didn't care that the spare tire was on the side anymore and started her own plan. Play. What segment is up? Luo Yu asked immediately afterward. Play casually, king 50 stars. Wow, 50 stars? So powerful? Want to take me with you? Luo Yu's purpose was definitely to add Chinfang's contact information, but it couldn't be too direct. Oh, usually have no money to nest in the dormitory to play the game, sure segment high. Li Lijia secretly disdained for a moment, also don't know what this Luo Yu is so excited about. He opened his mouth. Luo Yu, if you want to play, I'll accompany you, you're only in the platinum segment, I can totally bring you. Luo Yu really didn't want to talk to him, but at least the other party is also a rich second generation, it's not good to be too offended. In a joking attitude, how do you take me off? You also only diamond, people Chinfang is a king 50 stars, you last time to take me to fight, not to capsize? Laka was a bit dumbfounded. I'll hire a substitute trainer for you, at a professional level. How meaningless it is to substitute trainers, it's better to play by yourself. Luo Yu looked straight at Chinfang and said, I've also eaten almost enough, do you want to open a hand? You first add my WeChat? If we eat now, I usually don't play games, so I'll take you when I'm free. Chinfang glanced at this foxy woman and realized that she was kind of hitting on him. What was this situation? Luo Xian was her sister. What kind of attitude does this Chinfang have? People Luo Yu let you bring it, that's because they look up to you, and you still have such a draggy look? Li Lujia inwardly got upset and vowed to find a chance to teach this brat who didn't know the heights of heaven a lesson today. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, in a castle in the country of Great Britain, Bamboo Leaf Green, the boss of the world's #1 assassin organization, the Green Bamboo Sect, was dining. In her boredom, she was also eating while watching the video of Chinfang eating here. After all, although they were a killer organization, but the people under their banner, as well as not bad hacking skills, Chinfang was in the hotel surveillance video, surely casually hacked in. This Luo Yu? Is it meant to be hooking up with Chinfang? What Bamboo Leaf Green hated the most was this kind of third-party meddling. She immediately gave orders, notify the people who are monitoring Chinfang and warn this Luo Yu not to be uneducated. Although Bamboo Leaf Green wasn't that keen on Chinfang's reward of cell phone technology after completing the mission, something was better than nothing, right? She didn't want anyone to ruin Chinfang and Luo Xian. Boss, I'll do it now. The subordinate bowed and saluted before going on his errand. Chapter 21, Do It. Kill his whole family? Chinfang, Xian, you guys eat first, I'm going to the restroom. Seeing that adding Chinfang's contact information was thwarted, Luo Yu planned to find another shortcut and found a diversion to go to the restroom. Hey dad, people Chinfang here is so high and cold, I went around the bend at playing games and wanted his contact information, but they didn't give it. Luo Yu beamed, even in front of Luo Xian, he can't reject me like this, right? Su Xinghe's bastard is just tugging. Good daughter, don't complain, it's normal. Put more effort into it, and find another opportunity to ask for contact information, although I can casually get you Chinfang's phone number and WeChat here, but it's still better for you to ask for people's permission to add it yourself. Luo Yu thought for a moment and spoke, Dad, how about this? You help me check Chinfang's Penguin or WeChat, what groups he's added, then I'll go into the group and pretend to have a chance encounter, so that if I add him, I'll be able to avoid Luo Xian, and I'm sure the other party will agree. Fair enough. Dad, immediately go and do it. Luo Qiulong, on the other side, was quite efficient, and in less than 2 minutes, he was able to find all the WeChat groups that Chinfang had entered, and let his daughter's side add them. First go to the group to get acquainted, when Chinfang speaks in the group, I can add him. Luo Yu smiled foxy, it's best to do it late at night, this point in time has twice the effect with half the effort. Luo Yu came to the mirror and washed her hands while thinking about having such a dirtbag husband like Chinfang in the future, her heart was happy. But just then, Luo Yu saw a man in a suit appear behind him in the mirror. What are you doing? Getting so close to me. Luo Yu suddenly turned around and yelled at the man in the suit behind her, could it be a LSP, coming to molest herself? Ms. Luo, I want to warn you. Don't be uneducated. What? What do you mean? Luo Yu was all confused, this man's words were so strange. Chinfang is not something you can mess with. Give it up. Don't be a third-party interloper. I don't understand what you're saying, please get out of the way. Luo Yu frowned slightly, secretly saying, this person is not sent by Luo Xian's father, right? And threatening himself? You know in your own heart what I'm saying. I'm warning you for the last time, don't be uneducated. Otherwise, your father's small company can't withstand your defeat. The man in the suit warned again. Who are you? Threatening me? It's none of your business what I do. Get out of my way. Luo Yu was furious and reached out to push the man away. But the man in the suit held Luo Yu's wrist. You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Do you have to give you a lesson you can't forget for the rest of your life before you'll give up? Again, don't go as a third party. Who are you? What are you doing? You let go of Luo Yu. This time. Then Laka also came to the restroom. He saw that Luo Yu hadn't returned for a long time, so he came out to take a look. I didn't expect Luo Yu to be held by a man in a suit holding her wrist like this. Spread your hands. Do you hear me? Lilija made 2 steps and 3 and pounced sharply, reaching out to push the man in the suit, but it felt like a mountain, completely unable to push. And who are you? The man in the suit looked at Laka with an expressionless face. It's none of your business who I am. If you don't spread your hands, I'm really not polite. Lilija knew that he might not be able to beat the man in the suit, but in front of Luo Yu, he definitely couldn't wimp out. Oh? I'd like to see how you're not polite? The man in the suit chuckled. You? Lilija is not a brainless rich second generation. See this person's dress, at most counts as a driver or security guard, hit it. Lilexa raises his hand and punches it. But not expected. The man in the suit slapped him across the face. It slapped Lil Laka straight to the ground. Lilija, you guys stop fighting. When Luo Yu saw the 2 men strike, she began to get anxious as well. You. Where is the stinking security guard from? You dare to hit my old man? Lilija was furious, touching the corner of his mouth, seemingly bleeding. He shouted, where's your restaurant's security guard? Where's the security guard of the restaurant? Someone here is beating people. And bullying women. Laka yells so much. Soon several black uniformed security guards with stun batons arrived. What's going on? Who hit someone? Just this person. I can't believe he dared to hit someone. Your restaurant's security is doing too poorly, isn't it? Who is this? When Lilija saw the restaurant security coming, she naturally felt a little more secure. Who are you, this gentleman? Why are you hitting people? The security guard's eyes glared towards the man in the suit. He's nosy. The man in the suit said coldly. I'm meddling? You're a big man, bullying my friend, a woman, and I can't mind? Directly report it to the police to deal with it. Lilija felt out the phone and was about to dial out. But the man in the suit saw that he was going to report to the police and laughed. Kid, just wait, you'll regret messing with us. The man in the suit finished. Immediately, he dodged out of the restaurant. Where's my regret, Nima? Where did that hairy thief come from? Lilija cursed towards the suit man's back and inquired, Luo Yu, are you alright? I'm fine. Luo Yu touched her wrist and realized that the white skin, because of the tight grip of the man in the suit just now, was already bruised. But now Luo Yu's inner thoughts were all about who actually sent this man in suit? Keep yourself from being a third party? Look at the way that man acted just now. He doesn't look like a serious person. He shouldn't be sent by Luo Xian's dad, right? Not Luo Xian's dad? Who is it again? Could it be the Su group? Boss, I've encountered a bit of trouble on my side. I followed what you said and warned this Luo Yu, but a kid suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The man in the suit quickly gave a brief account of what happened here to Bamboo Leaf Green, who was far away in Great Britain. No need to say it, I know it all. Bamboo Leaf Green took the napkin handed over by her subordinate and slightly wiped those sexy lips. This kid's name is Lilija, right? Give him a lesson he'll never forget. Boss, is it vegetarian or non-vegetarian? The subordinate opened his mouth to inquire. Chapter 22, The Wind is Picking Up. It's time for the Leaf family to go bankrupt. Bamboo Leaf Green paused slightly, just vegetarian. I've been praying to Buddha lately, and I don't want to kill anything. Understood. The subordinate nodded and bowed before going on his natural errand. The world's #1 assassin organization is not the kind of serious businessmen like the Su group. If you mess with them, you'll have to break your hand even if you don't take off your skin. Western restaurant. What a guy, somehow. You're a good fighter, aren't you? Why don't you stay and fight with the constable? What's the point of running away? Lilija definitely wasn't going to just let this man in suit go. Waiter, call up the monitor for me. I want to find this man. How could Laka let this man off the hook when he had been slapped at least once? What happened? Laka, who did you get hit by? When Chinfang and Luo Xian heard the commotion, they naturally went out and came. Then he saw Laka wiping the blood stain on the corner of his mouth. The one who spoke was Chinfang. What's it to you? Lilija had been slapped and was already upset now, and seeing Chinfang looking like he was watching a joke, he definitely didn't have anything nice to say. Hey, Luo Yu, did that guy in the suit do anything to you just now? If he bullied you, I promise to make him regret his life. As a licking dog, Lilija definitely had to give Luo Yu the best care at this time. Sister, are you being bullied? What's going on? When Luo Xian heard this, she immediately went forward. I'm fine. Luo Yu squinted at Luo Xian, secretly saying, this man in the suit, even if it wasn't sent by your father, I'm afraid it's not out of line with you. Is it interesting for you to cry cat and mouse here? I say, Mr. Laka, is it necessary for you to be so verbal when I ask who hit you? It's still none of my business? Chinfang was slightly offended and secretly said, "What's this person pretending to be? Who messed with him? You're acting as a licking dog for Luo Yu, but unfortunately, she looks like she's trying to please me, so you're lashing out at me? It's really inexplicable. I know you well. Need you care?" Seeing that this poor college student was still pretending, Li Lujia walked forward slightly and looked straight at Chinfang. "Don't you just know Luo Xian? It's not like you're her boyfriend." The line. "We don't know each other well. I'm still too lazy to care about your business." Chinfang naturally didn't want to beep with him much, looked at schoolgirl Luo beside him and said, "Let's go." Seeing Chinfang walking away, Luo Yu gathered those emotions and followed. "Luo Yu, wait for me." Seeing Luo Yu walking away, Li Lujia also followed, turning back and adding, "Your restaurant must find out this person who beat me up, and then I'm going to send him in for tea." On Chinfang's side, he quickly arrived at the front desk. "Waiter, let's settle the bill for box 208. Chinfang touched his large bag with $500,000 in cash. "Good day, sir." A total of 98,000 yuan was spent. The receptionist girl smiled. "Cash, right?" Chinfang was about to open his large bag, which contained a large pile of cash. Then Luo Yu stood out and said, "Let me treat this meal. How troublesome is cash?" Luo Yu was also speechless. Chinfang, a rich second generation like this, still going out with so much cash? Making it look like a burgeoning rich man. If she didn't know that Chinfang was backed by the Su group, Luo Yu would definitely think that Chinfang was outrageously rich. Packing that much cash to go out? The family just sold the land, right? Seeing this, Li Lujia secretly spat out a sentence. "I've already paid. Let's go." Luo Xian wasn't a fool. She could see that her sister was kind of hitting on Chinfang, so she definitely couldn't let her pay the bill. "You're quite handy." Seeing this, Chinfang smiled faintly and didn't say anything. "Ha!" Seeing this, that Li Lujia let out a heckle, secretly saying, "How shameless, going out to eat and asking a woman to pay." But the next moment, Luo Xian's words simply stunned the entire audience. "It's fine, you gave me $100 million in pocket money yesterday. This is nothing," Luo Xian said, and glanced towards Luo Yu, as if she was deliberately saying it to her. "What? $100 million pocket change? Crap. Did I hear you right? Is this guy that rich? $100 million pocket money? Seetsong isn't that bullish, right?" The lady at the front desk was dumbfounded. "That's not the way to brag, is it? Did I hear you right, classmate Luo Xian? You said Chinfang gave you $100 million pocket money?" Li Lujia was all amused. "He Chinfang? Has $100 million? Ha!" Luo Xian squinted and glanced at Li Lujia, ignoring it. "It doesn't matter if I have it or not, can you have it?" Chinfang was not spoiled and disliked it. Li Lujia couldn't say for a moment. His family's total assets only amounted to $1 billion. How could he give his girlfriend $100 million in pocket money? This is the financial power of Su Xinghe's illegitimate son from the Su clan? $100 million of pocket money at the drop of a hat? Luo Yu also listened stupidly. She naturally believed that Chinfang could come up with 100 million. Now she was simply envious of Luo Xian to the extreme. She once again became ruthless. She must snatch this man. "Chinfang, are you still not leaving?" Luo Xian glanced coldly at Li Lujia. "What's the point of talking more with someone like him? You." Li Lujia also knew that Luo Xian's family was tens of billions of dollars and didn't dare to bleep anything. "Alright, go home and continue reading the novel." Chinfang said and pressed his car key. The BMW then rattled, and the two of them each got into their own seats. This car is a BMW you shadow?" Li Lujia's eyes glared. He recognized Chinfang's car. It was not an ordinary car. It was built by BMW for the world's top 25 preferred customers, a limited edition of 25 units worldwide. It was not an ordinary BMW 7 Series. The specific function of this car can simply be described as the existence of chopping cows and killing horses. It's a BMW, but it's better than many Lamborghinis and Ferraris. As for how hard it is to be a top 25 premium customer at BMW, that means the top 25 who spend the most money with BMW as an individual or as a company. You know, BMW sells hundreds of thousands of cars a year now. The car is not expensive from the factory, just a few $1 million, but the person who owns it must be a tycoon at the tens of billions level or above. He really gave Luo Xian $100 million of pocket money? Li Lujia saw the BMW shadow, and at the moment, it seemed that she was not so skeptical about this sentence. But wasn't Chinfang a poor college student? Isn't it true or is it fake? Take a look at the forums in the school yourself. Luo Yu glared at him fiercely. "Please don't come to me in the future. I'm not familiar with you." Luo Yu was really annoyed. She came to have dinner with Chinfang properly. What kind of mess did this guy come to make? "Hey, Luo Yu!" Li Lujia shouted, still confused inside. How could Chinfang suddenly be so bullish? But soon, Li Lujia still opened the forum in the capital university. The eyes bulged out. "What? Zheng Zhao's father, because of Chinfang? came to the school and took Zheng Zhao away? And slapped him? This Zheng Longgang is a big shot at the $300 billion level. Chinfang. Chinfang. Li Lijia felt her body floating lightly, her head was dizzy. Chinfang, what the hell is all this? No wonder Luo Yu was angry? Feeling that people have been hitting on Chinfang while they have been in the way? You've been a clown yourself from the beginning until now? The long-legged goddess that Li Lijia was kneeling to? Now in Chinfang's place, she was completely cold-shouldered? Laka stumbled to her car, intending to leave. Hello sir, 300 parking fees, pay it. Okay. I'll scan your WeChat. Li Lijia numbly felt out her cell phone, swept the QR code and fingerprinted the payment. It should be that when Chinfang and the others checked out just now, they didn't count Li Lijia's parking fee to pay together. Payment failed. What the hell? How did the payment fail? Your bank card has been frozen. My card? Why is my card frozen? Li Lijia was instantly confused. What's going on? Why is my card frozen? It shouldn't be. Could it be because I'm out of the country? Waiter, wait a minute. Li Laka took out his purse, intending to pay cash. But open the wallet. Send money for a penny. After all, when he entered the restaurant just now, he didn't give the waiter all the dollars in his wallet just to ask him what box Luo Yu was in. Waiter, why don't I go home and I'll send you the money right away? Li Lijia had no choice but to do so. I can't, sir, this store doesn't accept credit. The waiter was also speechless for a moment. Wasn't he quite pretentious at first? He even gave his colleague a tip of $800? Now he can't even afford to pay the parking fee of 300 soft sister coins? It must be a white boy for $1,000, right? I don't know where I borrowed this limo. Okay. I'll ask someone to send the money over, okay? What kind of Thai store? Not just 300 for parking. Li Lijia said irritably. Dad, are you there? My bank card suddenly froze and I don't have any cash, so ask someone to send me some money. The call came through. But no one on the other side answered. Hey Dad, are you listening to me? Li Lijia looked at the cell phone screen. The call was in a connected state. Chapter 23. Li Lijia is crazy, begging Chinfang on her knees. Hello, this is the Yamen. Your father's side has been evading taxes as well as producing some shoddy products. He has now been taken to the XX District Public Security Office. Please come here as well to be investigated. If we don't see anyone within half an hour, we will send someone to find you. There was a snap. Laka's hand missed the phone for a moment. The phone fell to the floor. Li Lijia's mind was even more fluttering now, and she was on the verge of fainting. Dad, how did he get caught? Li Lijia, for the father to do those things, naturally heart clear, but these things, the father should cover up very well. How was it shaken out? Why is that? Could it be? It must be Chinfang. It must be this dog. He's capable of scaring even the $300 billion Zheng Zhao. What to do? What now? Is my family going down? Li Laka, a rich kid who relies on his dad, is going to be a pauper if his old man collapses. This tax evasion thing is punishable by a fine alone. I don't want to be a poor man. Chinfang really isn't a thing. Wasn't it just a few words? Is it necessary to push my family to death? Laka kept gasping for air, her heart in turmoil. Hey, mister, did you call someone to send you money? If you don't want to pay for parking, we're going to have to call the constable on our side. You report it. You report it. Go ahead. I'm going in anyway. Get lost. Li Lijia was as crazy as he was, cursing directly and indiscriminately. Alright, let this person go. What's wrong with your brain? The restaurant manager came out and looked at Li Lijia with contempt. No way. I can't just end up like this, Chinfang. Chinfang must have a way. Can't I just apologize to him? Li Lijia thought of this, although he used to look down on Chinfang, but at least he was in the same class. The phone number was still there. After rummaging around for half a day, I finally found it. Hey, Chinfang. Chinfang over there, who was driving home alongside Luo Xian, received a call. What's the matter with you, Li Laka? Chinfang, I'm wrong. I know I'm wrong. I just came back to China. I don't know how powerful you are. Will you spare me? Li Lijia spoke quickly. I don't want to be a pauper. You're being too ruthless. Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. Chinfang was also confused. He didn't do anything. How did the other party? Chinfang, I was wrong. I'll give you a sincere apology and I'll do whatever you want me to do in the future. Please let me go, okay? I really don't know what you're talking about. Chinfang thought about it. Could it be that the consortium behind him had gotten Li Lijia? Crap, Nima Chinfang. You son of a. You don't have to pretend to me. My family is going to be finished. I won't let you go for the rest of my life. Nuts. Hang up. Chinfang said and was about to hang up the phone. Don't. Chinfang. Don't. I'm begging you, don't be so cruel. Spare my family. I know you have the power. Please. Li Lijia was crying. My father is being investigated for tax evasion. Our family is almost finished. For the sake of being classmates, don't be so heartless. This guy's old man is being investigated? Chinfang also counted on roughly knowing the ins and outs of the matter and laughed. Sorry, didn't you say that we're not familiar? I wouldn't dare to be your classmate. Hang up, bye. Chinfang, I'm going to get you killed. Oh, tax evasion, the assholes of the empire, deserve your family's bad luck. None of my business. Chinfang laughed and hung up the phone decisively. Toodle oh. Li Lijiao listened to the busy line sound on the phone and squatted on the side of the road, living like a beggar. Think about it half the time. Li Lijiao still called Luo Yu's number out. Hey, Luo Yu, my father is being investigated for tax evasion, on the basis that we've known each other for quite a long time. Can you ask your father to step in and help me? Laka hadn't said anything further. Luo Yu's side hung up the phone directly. The quality trifecta. QQ, WeChat, phone all pulled black. No point in keeping a worthless lick spill. Li Lijiao is finished? This Chinfang is really thunderous. Luo Yu's side also thought that this operation was definitely done by Chinfang. But Chinfang was really innocent, he really didn't do it. Just then, Luo Yu had just parked her car in front of her house when she saw a familiar figure. Hello Ms. Luo. It's you. Why are you still haunting me? Who the hell are you? Luo Yu's beautiful eyes glared. Wasn't this the man in the suit who had threatened her in the restroom just now? Ms. Luo, I'm sure you already know what happened to Li Lijiao, right? So a word of advice, don't be uneducated. The man in the suit laughed. Of course, it's none of our business how you're going to hit on Chinfang. The point is, if you're going to ruin things with Chinfang and Luo Xian, then it's a no-no. That being said, you're on your own. I want to know who sent you. Luo Yu let out a low cry. Her heart was very bad. The more the other party made things difficult for her, the more she had a strong heart to get Chinfang. You're not qualified to know we exist. Don't you have any kingly laws? Who I pursue is my freedom. The man in the suit sniffed and smiled coldly, suddenly dodging. Luo Yu only felt a cold dagger across her slender, beautiful neck. Such a beautiful beauty, if I want to be red in the face, I would be a bit unable to lay my hands on her. You. Luo Yu was scared silly at the moment, she had never experienced anything like this before. Now you tell me, are you still going to be a third party? The man in the suit lifted the dagger across her neck slightly, and that white swan neck was immediately scratched with a bloodstain. I'm just not going. You don't kill me. Luo Yu's heart was in turmoil, and between her fears, her two evil masses continued to rise and fall. It's best to remember what you said, don't hitch your whole family's lives at that time, there's no medicine for regret at that time. The man in the suit cocked a cold smile and flashed away from the villa downstairs, entering the dense garden. The whole family's lives? Luo Yu's pupils were slightly dilated as she looked at the back of the man in the suit in horror and muttered, who the hell is this person? It's not like the Su group sent him, right? At least the group is a serious businessman, right? The tactics can't be this rampant. Could it be that there are other forces behind Chinfang? Am I going to give up on Chinfang just like that? Luo Yu clenched his fists fiercely. The more Chinfang displayed such a powerful strength, the more unwilling she became. Why do all the good things belong to Luo Xian? At that time, if I become Chinfang's woman, all of you will have to call me young grandma, and you won't be able to touch me at that time. Luo Yu didn't want to give up on Chinfang, who had such a powerful background. She still had to look for an opportunity but wasn't going to be in a hurry. On the other hand, after Chinfang and Luo Xian drove away from the western restaurant, the two of them drove side by side, driving slowly on the outer ring road of the capital. There's a little garden up ahead, why don't you have a seat? I can do both. Luo Xian glanced at the street-side kiosk. She was thirsty anyway, so she bought a soda to drink. Bring me a bottle of Yuan Chi Forest. Chinfang also parked his BMW in the parking area on the side of the road. Ha! Luo Xian slightly twisted her head and blankly glanced at Chinfang, and without saying anything, she headed towards the kiosk. But when Luo Xian came back from the kiosk, instead, he had 2 bottles of water in his hand. One bottle was her own Waha mineral water. One bottle was the Yuan Chi Forest that Chinfang wanted. Thanks. Chinfang took the soda and drank a third of it in one gulp. Who called you just now? I see you still scolding the other party? Luo Xian took a small sip of mineral water, glanced at Chinfang and asked curiously. Isn't it just that Li Lijiao? Chinfang smiled disdainfully and added, by the way, it seems like something happened to his family and he was investigated for tax evasion. I said Chinfang? Are you that careful? People didn't just have a few arguments with you, and you made him so miserable? Luo Xian wasn't being snarky, after all, she wasn't familiar with Li Lijiao either, it's just that this was too miserable. Heh, what am I being careful about? I don't even know what's going on, okay? Chinfang sat on the front of the car, clasped his hands in his arms, and laughed. Could it be that the consortium behind you took matters into their own hands again? Luo Xian's brows pressed deeply, then stretched, but tax evasion is already hateful, and being investigated is also to blame. That's a good thing you said. As a reward, why don't you accompany me to the mall? Chinfang slightly stood on his tiptoes, made an aiming motion, and threw the drained soda towards the trash can. Shopping at the mall? Buy for me or you? I don't need clothes. Luo Xian pouted slightly and struck out. Besides, your appreciation level is definitely not in the same line as mine, so why bother? Then you want to wear bedclothes directly? Chinfang saw her that arrogant strength. Immediately a spray of cold water splashed over. Chinfang this side did not open the mouth to dispose of her. Has been very good. She still smacks that? Chapter 24, Want to chase after Luo Xian? Are you worthy? Why don't you go to hell? And the love clothes. Even if. Luo Xian said here, her voice came to an abrupt end and didn't continue. Oh? Even if what? Chinfang was interested. What did this Luo big school flower want to say? It's nothing. Luo Xian glared fiercely at Chinfang. Speak quickly, or else today will be your big day, I'm not joking. Chinfang's face was slightly serious, but inwardly, he sneered. I'd like to say that even if I were to account for it, I wouldn't wear those clothes with you. Hearing this, Chinfang's head came over slightly and said domineeringly, with me what? Doing it with you. What else? Don't come so close. Luo Xian pushed his head away as soon as he came closer. Alas, I finally understand the saying that women are hard-boiled eggs, white on the outside, but very yellow when peeled. Chinfang smiled broadly. Without realizing it, he felt that he was much more powerful than before in flirting with girls. Why is that? It must be because they know that behind them, with a large consortium that could easily subvert Luo Xian's family's company, money is a man's guts. That's really true. At first, when I thought I was a poor college student, how could I dare to say such things? And now, in the face of a high-cool schoolgirl who was at his disposal, that naturally dared to say anything. Don't give me these cold jokes, they're not funny. Luo Xian glared at her and snapped, don't you want to go shopping? Let's go. Okay. Just Hangda Mall, it's quite close to here. Chinfang used to just go in and look at this place, he didn't even dare to buy anything, after all, it was too expensive. Now that he has money, then he naturally has to go shopping. Hurry up and keep up. That's a spiker you've got there. A globally famous sports car brand. It's really slow. Chinfang stepped on the gas and went to the front in a puff of smoke, leaving behind a sentence. Funny. The BMW Yoshi Instant Speed Boost is certainly awesome. What are you showing off for? Be careful of falling one day. Luo Xian wanted to curse, but didn't say anything further, only glaring fiercely towards Chinfang in front of her. She knows what the car can do. 6.6 TV12 engine. A maximum output of 430 kilowatts and a peak torque of 850 Newton meters can be achieved. An acceleration from 0-100 km/h takes only 3.8 seconds. Her own Spiker C8, on the other hand, is just equipped with a 4.2-liter twin-turbo engine with 525 horsepower, a top speed of 320 km/h, and 0-100 km/h acceleration in under 4 seconds. From data comparison. Obviously you can see it. The BMW Yoshi's acceleration is going to be about 0.2 seconds shorter than the Spiker C8's. Don't look at just 0.2 seconds. I'm not sure if I've heard of that World Sprint Olympian, and the gap is only 0.01 seconds up or down. In about 10 minutes, the two people smoothly arrived at the open parking lot on the first floor of Hangda Mall. The two had luxury cars for each other and were naturally treated with courtesy by the car guides. Although Chinfang's car, many people would think it was a BMW 7 Series, but even if it was a BMW 7 Series, it was $1 million car. Enough for the respect of them all. Louis Vuitton, want to go inside? Nice men's and women's clothing. I can do both. Luo Xian glanced at the LV store, full of little lovers, both male and female, and inwardly resisted a bit, but why was this guy the one who could decide his own blood? This Luo Xian, it's just a shopping trip, making it so unhappy. I wish I could just hokey-pokey you tonight. Chinfang was secretly dissatisfied for a moment inwardly, he was so magnanimous, but she was still so careful. But if Luo Xian didn't have that arrogant and high-flying flavor anymore, I'm afraid it's a different person. Welcome, sir and miss, what type of clothing would you like to see? The guide lady naturally came with a smile on her face. However, Chinfang waved his hand and said, we'll take a look for ourselves first and call you if we need you. Although Chinfang first came to such a high-grade mall, but still do not like to buy a thing as the shopper to follow the introduction of the 7 words. After that shopper lady went down, Chinfang looked at a straight mini skirt on the hanger and spoke, you have a good figure, this mini skirt is surely pretty for you to wear. Chinfang looked at the price. It's also just over $20,000. You can still pay for it yourself. Even if you can't afford it, that consortium behind it should be able to come out and fix it. Ugly, what level of appreciation? Luo Xian glanced at the white mini skirt, jacquard pattern rendering is the season of lazy tone, and then to the leather embedded in the waist, placket, and pockets brighten up some color. The zipper also has the LV letter brand mark. What about this bag? Chinfang saw a purple mini bag, small and exquisite, seemingly made of sheep leather, and even more colorful and beautiful under the illumination of the lamp. The color is too colorful and heavy, it's not good with clothes. Luo Xian does not like this tone. The bag is best white or black is better, because the bag is always just a small ornament, too colorful, will steal the light of the clothes, the overall look is very abrupt. Ha! Chinfang forced a smile, since you don't even like it, let's change it to another one. After Chinfang finished speaking, a man walks ahead. Should have changed to another one a long time ago. Luo Xian really didn't like the sign, but glancing at Chinfang in front of her, she secretly said, this guy won't be angry, will he? Chinfang. What for? Chinfang turned back for a moment and continued to move forward. Are you angry? Luo Xian looked slightly apologetic. No. You didn't like it, so of course we had to go to another one. Chinfang inwardly will smile, but also count this Luo Xian a little conscience, otherwise Chinfang really a little angry, bring her to buy clothes, what style said ugly? The heart of that trace of unpleasantness also faded a lot, surprised, Chinfang remembered this Luo Xian is not like the brand is the Paris family? It's not that I don't like it, it's just that it's so international. How about going upstairs to the Parisienne section? Chinfang smiled faintly, this should not be too much now, right? Parisienne? That's fine. Luo Xian's favorite brand, that definitely nodded in agreement. One enters the Parisienne section. Luo Xian appeared to be up for shopping all of a sudden. Wandered around the store like a little bee. Balenciaga clothing isn't particularly expensive, with a basic level line of around 300 to a few tens of thousands of dollars. But it's great for young people to wear. Clothing will have letters and cartoon images on them, unlike LV, which is mostly just solid colors or patterns. In half an hour or so, Luo Xian picked out a lot of clothes. There are all kinds of them. Halter tops, mini skirts, black silk, leather shoes, bags. Of course, while Luo Xian picked one for herself, she also didn't forget to pick one for Chinfang. It's all her favorite anyway. Chinfang didn't care, as long as it was comfortable to wear. And Luo Xian has a good eye. At the moment the two were already in a big pile of bags. Sir, miss, you've spent a total of $53,000 here. And, I'll pay in cash. Chinfang picked up that big bag of his again. But was Luo Xian barked on the hand, sexy little mouth slightly pouted. Do not take your cash, I'll pay it, really do not understand, back so much cash out why? Luo Xian said, her hands and feet weren't slow, and she felt out her card and swiped it. Chinfang is a little speechless, his whole body belongings, just this $500,000 in cash nah, looks like we'll have to find a bank to exist in the card forget. Look, there's a woman at the front desk over there with a great body. I wonder if it's a back killer. Even a back killer would recognize this, right? These long legs. This thin waist. What an ass. That's not true, it's all the same with the lights off anyway. But when Luo Xian turned around slightly, two buddies shopping at the mall with their girlfriends have an instant death stare. This face. It's beautiful too. What the hell kind of back killer is that? This is the best of the best, okay? Thought it was so skinny, it might be an airfield up front. I didn't realize it was a big hillbilly. Can this be an airfield? Can your airplane land safely? Two pussies went over there to look at the clothes, why don't we go up and strike up a conversation? Seems like the guy is a gigolo, and it's the women who pay the bills. Come on, you'd better not go. Why? Don't hit me when I say you don't deserve it. Oh, I'm not worthy? How so? Did you see the guy's car keys around his waist? Chapter 25, limited to 25 units worldwide. You're out of reach. Not the keys to the BMW? Bull. That's the key to the BMW Shadow. This car is limited to 25 units worldwide. It's specially built by BMW for the 25 best customers in the world. If you haven't spent tens of millions of dollars at BMW, you want to be qualified to buy it? Crap. Spending tens of millions of dollars at BMW? That's why I said you don't deserve it, you see? Look downstairs. The car next to the BMW Yo-Yo is a Spiker C8, a $5 million limited edition. The man's super rich, and the woman's $1,000. Don't say it. I don't deserve it. My $1.5 million Porsche is a piece of junk. Of course, Chinfang and Luo Xian, naturally, didn't know that Chinfang was scared less because of a car key. Two people clothes shopping. Chinfang then proposed to buy some daily necessities. Although there is no shortage of anything in the hotel, it's good to get some favorite snacks and leave them at the hotel. The second floor of Unit A of the shopping center was a large department store area, and at the moment, the two of them, Chinfang and Luo Xian, were wandering around the place, constantly throwing some of their favorite snacks into the shopping cart. Luo Xian, the best thing on earth, really turned around. There was a constant stream of men peeking in the supermarket. Especially this girl's long legs were looked at 100,000 times. A male compatriot with a girlfriend looked at Luo Xian a few more times, and his girlfriend was dissatisfied and said, "Don't look at it. This woman you can't afford, okay, a Parisian family, all limited edition. It's estimated to be more than $100,000, what are you thinking about?" "What do you mean, what toad am I?" the man said a little irritably. I've made it clear enough. Your salary of less than $10,000 a month is probably not even enough for a meal from this woman. Swan meat is not for everyone. Heh, you knew I'd be poor for the rest of my life? 30 years? Stop it, stop reading those metaphysical cool articles. You are not Xiao Yan. Even if the other party is nailing Yenran, you don't have the ability to make them look at you squarely. The girl smiled coldly. Since you are so much like eating swan meat, then I shouldn't be tying up your dreams. Let's break up? Don't, wife, I'm wrong. I shouldn't have looked at that girl. She's not as pretty as you at all, not even a finger compared to you. The boy saw his girlfriend making a scene and immediately became anxious. This girlfriend was the one he spent a lot of money on and only chased after in October. I don't know what's gotten into me. Have to start a relationship after October. National Day, Mid-Autumn Festival, Double 11, Double 12, Christmas, New Year's Day, Spring Festival. Even if your family has a mind, you can't afford to lose it like this. After spending so much money, it would be a loss to break up. Are you insulting me? You're saying that the other party can't even compare to a single finger of mine? The female was simply furious. The other party was just an extremely beautiful woman on earth, and her boyfriend was just insulting himself. I was wrong. You guys are kind of even, each in your own way. But my wife is slightly better. That's more like it. Boy's heart bitter finally coaxed. Just one more look at a beautiful woman, just make such a big temper? I also envy that dude, having swan meat to eat. A toad is always a toad. I mean, Luo Xian, why do you keep throwing sweets in my cart? Go throw them in your own cart. I'll pay the bill. Shut up you. As if she was taking revenge, Luo Xian threw chocolates and some dessert cakes into the shopping cart pushed by Chinfang one after another. The food Chinfang didn't like, she preferred to throw into the shopping cart. Who cares? Chinfang wanted to dislike that much, but looking at Luo Xian being so happy to retaliate, he just let her be. Chinfang then went to another shelf and picked some beer to go. These Hanbo original tribute dates are good. Sweeten this guy to death. Jiangnan honey jaggery. The raw material is sugarcane and the sugar content is great. Capital flavor Poria cake. Sweet and salty. Snore you to death. Sweet to death. Luo Xian secretly cursed in her heart. Inner darkness. Throw in sweets one by one. But it was at this time. Luo Xian turned around without paying attention, and those high heels wrenched a bit, just as there appeared to be a pregnant woman picking out items on the side. Luo Xian then knocked the young pregnant woman to the smooth ground. Ugh! The young pregnant woman's belly wasn't very big, but it was quite visible, and she must have been 7 or 8 months old. Slim, with a fairly delicate face. But with a pointed nose and thin lips, he was born with a mean look. You girl, are you blind? I'm sorry, big sister, are you alright? Luo Xian's mind was thinking hard about sweetening Chinfang to death, but she didn't concentrate, which led to the accident. Lily, why did you fall? Gosh, are you okay? This time. A middle-aged woman pushing a shopping cart then rushed over. The child in that belly was her unborn grandson. Could she not be anxious? Mom, this person knocked me over. Suli touched her stomach, some slight pain. She sat on the ground and pointed at Luo Xian. This woman, she knocked me over. My stomach hurts now. It hurts so much. Girl, were you the one who hit my daughter-in-law? Lin Lifan looked at Luo Xian fiercely and angrily. Her heart was on fire. What were your eyes born for? Don't you see the road? If anything happens to my daughter-in-law's stomach, you're finished. That Li Lifan was also a shrew, pointing at Luo Xian, her saliva slightly ing onto Luo Xian's face as she spoke. Lin Lifang is not a simple character. Her husband, that's the state pastor. The child in this womb is precious, as you can imagine. If something really went wrong with the child in his daughter-in-law's stomach, then this Luo Xian, surely finished. This sentence is really nothing wrong. Big sister, auntie, it was my carelessness, I'm really sorry. Luo Xian squatted down and said anxiously, Big sister, are you alright? Shall I call 120 and send you to the hospital first? Lily? What's wrong with you? This time. Su Li's husband came too. His name is Lung Yao Choi. Seeing his daughter-in-law sitting on the floor, he was also on fire. But look up. Looks like a superb beauty. She's the one who hit her daughter-in-law? Girl, did you accidentally hit it? Long Yu Kai opened his mouth to inquire. Sir, I'm really sorry, quickly send your wife to the hospital? Luo Xian sincerely apologized. Let me make a call, just be careful next time. Long Yu Kai said in a polite tone. Of course, Long Yu Kai was a flirt before he got married. Now married. And the daughter-in-law is pregnant. He'd love to have an affair. This extreme beauty in front of me is real nice. This thing today can also be taken as an encounter between two people. It's a nice encounter, too. Arigato, what do you mean? What even? Suli indignantly glanced at Luo Xian. She understood. Her husband saw that the other party was a beautiful woman and actually had such a soft tone? Suli was instantly offended. At this moment, Suli, originally, her stomach was not much of a problem, just a fall on her but not hurt. but then she started to pretend. My stomach. My stomach is hurting more and more. Mom, I'm not going to lose my baby, am I? My stomach. The baby. The child is gone? Lin Lifang, as the grandmother of the unborn child, her heart was instantly anxious, and she was even more fiery, pointing at Luo Xian and cursing, "You ungrateful, if you let my grandson be gone, you'll be waiting to eat your words. I'm really sorry, big sister, auntie, let's quickly send someone to the hospital." Luo Xian met such a thing for the first time. Her heart was also panicked. Although she was arrogant and high-strung, she was never that kind of unreasonable Qianjin. As long as it was her own fault, she would surely apologize with an open heart. Mom, forget it, stop scolding, hurry up and send your daughter-in-law to the hospital. Long Yukai also had a big head. His own mother was also too spirited, such a beautiful beauty, how could she be fierce? That Suli saw her husband still helping Luo Xian's tone of voice, even more upset a few points, fire to the extreme. She sat on the ground, pointing at Luo Xian to start cursing, stinking, "You're this eye-catching rotten, you're blind, you bumped into me, my child is gone, I want your whole family to accompany the funeral." Chapter 26, Chinfang is in a big mess. The opponent's identity is too awesome. Honestly. If Long Yukai hadn't meant to defend the beauty so much. Suli stood up, cursed a few times, and passed. But one's husband has to defend beautiful women, right? Then it's definitely not over. At this moment, there is a passerby beside Luo Xian. Probably seeing Luo Xian as a beautiful woman, she also opened her mouth to help speak, saying, "This big sister, you have things to say things properly, right? How come you're cursing? Ha? What's wrong with scolding her? I even hit her. This blind rotten bastard." Suli coldly smiled and raised her hand to slap towards Luo Xian. "Why are you hitting people?" Luo Xian also completely exploded, yelling lowly and covering her punched face. "What's wrong with beating you?" Suli didn't think there was anything remarkable at all, this identity of her own, basically the existence of walking horizontally in the Dragon Empire. What was she afraid of? Suli scolded, people also hit, naturally relieved a lot of anger, but also give her husband a lot of dismay. She also do not continue to pretend, stood up and spoke, "Mom, let's go." Suli said and let out an ouch, "My stomach." Continued to load a bit. "Didn't you lose your baby? Didn't you have a stomach ache? Now you're standing up again?" Luo Xian saw it. "You were pretending just now?" "Oh, did I pretend? How did I pretend? Are you wishing for my child to be gone?" Suli turned back to look coldly at Luo Xian and laughed. "Let me put it to you this way, if the child in my belly is lost, his grandfather and grandpa can shoot you, don't you believe me? Since you're fine, what gives you the right to hit someone? You're also too arrogant." Luo Xian wasn't a rebellious girl and definitely disliked her. She felt she had done the right thing. In the beginning, he hit someone himself and apologized and promised to take him to the hospital. But the other guy appears to have just fallen on his ass and is here to pretend? And then hit and cursed? This is too much, isn't it? "Roxy Yen, what's going on here?" Just then, Chinfang finally heard the commotion from the other shell, so he came over and inquired, "Just now I seem to have seen this woman hit you? What's going on?" When Luo Xian saw that Chinfang had come, it was as if she had found a soul to rely on in an instant. A woman is a woman after all, and no matter how strong she is, she's still a woman. The bottom line seems to be a lot less without a man around. "Chinfang, I bumped into her, but she faked it." Luo Xian quickly and simply told the story. "This big sister, I think you should apologize to my friend." Chinfang's face changed slightly, a bit offended that the other party had gone too far. "Heh, who are you? You want my daughter-in-law to apologize to you? It's your girlfriend who bumped into my daughter-in-law, okay?" Long Yukai initially thought that Luo Xian was just a single beautiful woman, but now it seems that she has a famous woman? He is not used to it. That's funny. You don't have the eyes to bump into someone and you want someone else to apologize? Suli saw that her husband had finally spoken up for her, and she felt a lot more comfortable inside. Did it hit you? Deserve to be beaten by you? Deserve to be scolded by you? And you don't have a problem with, and you're still pretending? Chinfang saw Suli standing nicely. Surely there was nothing wrong. Just now Luo Xian said that she was loaded. It seems to be true. I just hit her. How to move at you? Suli coldly smiled. She didn't believe it. A brat and a little girl, even if it was some rich second generation, couldn't do anything to her. Oh, arrogant enough. Chinfang viciously gritted his teeth. The large consortium behind him, which he couldn't contact, wouldn't jump out to help? After hitting someone, you don't want to leave just like that. Chinfang naturally felt out his phone and called the constable. He couldn't take a loss for nothing, couldn't he? But at this moment Su Xinghe. Naturally, he also observed everything here in Chinfang's place. Master, this pregnant woman who was hit, her husband's father is not simple, it's Long Daoming. What? It's Long Daoming? Su Xinghe was flabbergasted. If it was an ordinary status, he really came out to give Chinfang a piece of his mind, but since it was a state pastor, it couldn't be the same. Master, anyway, the only thing we want to help is to help Chinfang and Luo Xian get together. We can ignore this matter. Butler Zhang didn't want Su Xinghe to step in and pay attention to this matter because the other party was simply too strong. Su Xinghe, as the first consortium of the Dragon Empire, was a businessman after all, even though his status was also high. Alright then, let's ignore this matter, we can only apologize to Chinfang. Su Xinghe weighed the pros and cons and decided not to fight with Long Daoming. Not that Su Xinghe didn't have the ability, it was unnecessary to use those connections. In the shopping center, the bickering between Chinfang and Su Li's family continued. You still report the constable, right? You report Su Li saw the other side to take this talk, disdainful smile, see the Yamans come, well how to break it? Chinfang saw that the other party didn't seem to be afraid of this, and inwardly lost his mind. And the consortium behind it hasn't come out so far. Chinfang looked at the unbeatable Su Li's snarky face, this matter can't just be left alone. Chinfang immediately picked up his cell phone and sent a message to Lu Hanyan. It was the night he was bailed out of graduate school that Chinfang met him playing the game. Tell the people behind you. Although I don't know why you guys went all out to set me and Luo Yu up together, I'm sure you must have some big interests. Today's matter, please come out and help resolve it. I'll naturally go along with what you guys want, otherwise I won't let you guys go along. You guys don't act like it's none of your business. Chinfang wasn't a fool either. After these 2 days of his own observation, he realized that not only was Lin Zhenxing a person from that big consortium behind him, this Lu Hanyan was definitely an undercover agent arranged as well. Obviously. Lu Hanyan quickly informed Su Xinghe of this matter. This brat? He knows that Lu Hanyan is the one I sent? And know that our goal is to get two people together? And threatening? What's to be done about this? Su Xinghe also started to panic when he saw Chinfang doing this. It was an advanced cell phone chip technology with an immeasurable real value, and he didn't want to lose the reward. Master, I have to say that this Chinfang is quite smart. But he'll just scare us. I can see that he still likes this Luo Xian. It's impossible that he won't be together for the rest of his life. Butler Zhang laughed, this brat thought he was honest, but I didn't expect him to be hateful. Old Zhang. Why don't we help him? Otherwise, if he drags his feet and doesn't get together with Luo Xian, we'll be completely passive here. Su Xinghe's mind was all about that cell phone chip technology these days, so he naturally began to compromise. Master, you make the decision. The relationship on the royal family side, I suggest that it's better not to move until it's absolutely necessary. Butler Zhang said in a serious tone. This Chinfang doesn't seem like a person who talks about playing around, let's just do what he says. It's better for this reward to arrive early, lest the night grows long. Su Xinghe paused, picked up the phone and called his connections on the royal side. As long as there was help from the royal family, then a state pastor wouldn't be enough. On the other side of the mall, after Chinfang reported to the court, naturally the constable came. What's going on here? The one who came at the head was a male constable, addressed as Captain Zhang by the people below. This man hit me, a pregnant woman. And arrogant as hell. Su Li was the first to be wicked. We're arrogant? Can you speak at all? Who exactly is arrogant? Seeing this, Chinfang immediately narrated the matter briefly to Captain Zhang. I have a preliminary understanding of the matter here. Captain Zhang also heard and understood that it was just an ordinary civil dispute. He looked at Su Li and spoke, this lady, this is your fault, you should apologize to this Ms. Luo. Oh, I apologize? She bumped into me and I almost lost my child. Su Li laughed, what kind of a thing is this, Captain? Dare to say that she, Su Li, is not right? Don't you want your job? You're just pretending. Are you good at it? Luo Xian was furious, the other party was also too disgusting. This Ms. Su, regardless of whether you are seriously injured or not, you shouldn't have hit anyone. Captain Zhang stood on the high ground of law and morality, and said the right thing, you're injured, just let the other party bear your medical expenses, you shouldn't have hit anyone at all. Do I need her to cover the medical bills? Do I need that kind of money? I'll just hit her, how do I recruit? Su Li was offended, I say you, how do you do your job? She hit me, and you're asking me to apologize? I'm afraid you don't want to do your job, right? You. Seeing how arrogant this man was, Captain Zhang spoke up, then you will go to the Yamen to deal with it. Since mediation was fruitless. That'll have to do. Just leave, afraid of you? Su Li laughed. But it was at this time. This captain then received a phone call. It seems to be a call from the general court in the capital. Xiao Zhang, leave this matter alone. Come back. But the other party's attitude is very bad. Captain Zhang said with dissatisfaction. You know what? This woman is Long Daoming's daughter-in-law. This man is Long Daoming's son. This kind of small matter, just let them deal with it privately. Why are you going to get involved? Captain Zhang glared fiercely at the Su Li, looking at her arrogant demeanor, he was irritated, but since the above had said so, he could only follow orders. Settle your matters privately. Just don't hit anyone with your hands again. Captain Zhang said, took away the people and closed the team. Yo, not taking us to the Yamen? Su Li smiled coldly towards Captain Zhang. She knew that it must have been her family who greeted her. Do you want to go in or not? Captain Zhang gave her an indignant look. I'd like to go, but your temple is too small. It can't hold me. Su Li smiled arrogantly. How could such a small member of the empire fight with the state pastor? Be well. Captain Zhang didn't beep with her much and was about to leave. But the phone rang again. It looks like the general court is calling again. That, Zhang, you'd better take this Su Li away. Ha? Didn't you say? Let them settle this matter privately? Captain Zhang was dumbfounded. This changing of orders, what was going on? Chapter 27, 2 Levels of Reversal. Behind Chinfang is actually a supreme celestial. If you're told to grab it, you grab it. Where's all this nonsense? Okay. I know. Captain Zhang hung up the phone, took a hard look at Su Li, and said to his men, this person strikes out and verbally insults others, take him away. Of course, it must be that Su Xingha had invited the royal family to take action, and Long Daoming wouldn't be enough. What? You arrest me? Su Li was puzzled as he looked at his husband, Long Yukai, and said, your old man didn't say hello? Should have fought, right? How? Long Yukai didn't understand. What is the status of his old man? Since he had greeted, these people still dare to arrest people? Could it be that the other party's strength is also awesome? It's useless for my father to greet them? Long Yukai could only understand it this way. Oh, your old man is such a waste. Su Li smiled disdainfully. As a daughter-in-law, she dared to say this about her old man, so she must have an unusual family background. Su Li's father. That's the head of the Su family, one of the 4 major families in the capital. In the capital. The Nangong royal family is naturally the most honorable. Under the banner are the Su family, the Li family, the Huang family, and the Duan family. The Su family is the strongest family under the imperial family, and the status of the Su family head in the Dragon Empire, if it wasn't for that Dragon Empire's royal family patriarch, or a line of the imperial family's direct lineage, were not as bullish as his status. In other words, people are prime ministers, and they don't even look at ordinary members of the royal family. Only the emperor and a few of the emperor's own sons and daughters could press ahead. After Su Li finished speaking, she immediately dialed out, hey, Pops, I've met something here, so help me out. The other party almost ran your grandson over, and now these constables are actually taking me away. Is there such a thing? Yuzai's dad didn't give you guys a heads up? Don't say it, Long Yotsai's father is just a waste. You helped to say hello. Su Li knew very well that when the head of the 4 great families of the capital stepped in, unless that celestial being stepped in, who would dare to beat? Yaotsai's father has greeted him, and he's all but crushed? Who is the other party? Dad, you, the head of the Su family, what are you afraid of? You don't care about your daughter anymore? Su Li pouted. I'll do it, you stabilize it first. Su Badong hung up the phone and immediately started investigating this matter. What exactly is the relationship between the other side? If there is something about a celestial being, or a celestial being's son or daughter, it is something to be weighed. If it wasn't for these guys, then there was really no one in the Dragon Empire who could fight against him, Su Badong. So it was Nangong Revival who greeted you? A man on the edge of the royal family. Su Badong here investigated clearly. This Nangong Revival, the status of the royal family, can only be counted as a relatively strong bar in the outer circle. Not even a member of the royal inner circle. However, that Long Daoming's words, it was entirely because his son married Su Li, the daughter of such a Su family head, that he built his way up to a shaky foundation. Therefore, it was normal for a person on the edge of the royal family to press him head-on. On Captain Zhang's side, he was about to take Su Li away, but a call from the general court came again. That. Xiao Zhangna, you'd better come back, the Su Li you don't move. Chief Magistrate, why do you keep? Subordinate doesn't understand. Captain Zhang was rendered speechless. What is all this? Changing it 3 times in a row? Just do what you're told. Don't say that Captain Zhang was speechless. The general court is speechless too. The first wave was greeted by Long Daoming. The second wave was the esteemed old Mr. Nangong Renaissance of the imperial family. The third wave was Su Badong, the head of the 4 great families under the imperial family. This ordinary thing is, on the surface, just a little wave. But the game behind it. That's a lot of darkness. One more than the other. Master Su, what's going on? You've asked old Mr. Nangong Revival to greet you? These people still don't make a move to arrest them? Butler Zhang couldn't understand. Although Nangong Fuxing's status in the royal family isn't very high, but at least it's the royal family, right? He can't suppress you, Long Daoming? It's the Su family. This one called Su Li. It's actually the daughter of the Su family's head. Su Xing had tilted his neck to look at the ceiling and said, Chinfang, this is the head of the 4 great families under the imperial family. Unless it's that celestial and a few of the celestial's sons and daughters, no one would dare to fight against it. Her father is actually the head of the Su family. This Su Li's identity. No wonder she's so arrogant and domineering. Not even the imperial staff looked at her. Butler Zhang was also shocked for a moment and comforted, "Master, there's nothing we can do now, this Chinfang can't help." Yeah. The Su family's head. The #1 clan in the Dragon Empire. Untouchable. Although Su Xinghe was the #1 consortium in the empire, but compared to the Su family, the difference was too great. He had invited imperial connections to Chinfang all the same, it was just as useless, and he did his best. Close the line. Captain Zhang once again told his men to close ranks, also confusing his men. The consortium behind me didn't fight others? Chinfang ruthlessly looked at his eyebrows. This pregnant woman has something off. Suli watched Chinfang suffer, stepped forward and laughed. "Oh, kid, in this part of the capital, just throw a stone and you'll get a 7th grade. Don't think that a little bit of a broken relationship, just think you are. You have to know that there are people outside of people, there is a sky outside of the sky." As Suli said that, she looked coldly at the Captain Zhang who was closing the team and sneered, "But the Empire is just a small lackey. Still arresting me? Miss Su, please watch your words." Captain Zhang gritted his teeth hard. He really wanted to punch him, but this person was the one who had been told not to move from above, so he couldn't do anything about it. Take this at the same time. The royal villa in the capital, the Dragon Empire Celestial, was currently playing chess. The subordinate who had been sent to watch Chinfang came forward and reported, "Elder Nangong, something has happened on Chinfang's side, and it's something that's moved some not-so-small connections. That Suli is very arrogant on the basis of being the daughter of the Su family's head." This subordinate who was monitoring Chinfang quickly recounted what was present, briefly. "Wait, did I just hear you say that? This Suli seems to have contempt for the imperial staff?" Elder Nangong suddenly interrupted his subordinate's narrative. "Master, that's right, the Suli even threatened the constable, making the other person lose their job if they don't know better. And said that our empire's ordinary staff are just the empire's lackeys." Bang! The board is knocked over. Chess pieces were scattered all over the place. This Su Boiton's illegitimate daughter? It's also too arrogant, isn't it? Elder Nangong was originally in a good mood today, but once he heard about this, his face completely darkened. Without the grassroots workers of the empire, how can there be a stable order in society? Is she trying to defy imperial power by virtue of having the Su family backing her up? Elder Nangong's glare of those eyes also scared the people around him. "Go and arrest her for me. Give that Captain Zhang a message that she has the audacity to defy the attitude of an ordinary imperial staff member again. Slap her for me." Elder Nangong ordered. He wasn't helping Chinfang, but he was truly furious to hear such a thing. Yes. The subordinates were also annoyed with this kind of arrogant and domineering person, and immediately went down to convey the Celestial's decree. Chapter 28, How to Return This Slap. This Suli, she's really something, just letting her go? Chinfang watched Captain Zhang walk away instead of arresting people. At the same time, he also watched Suli strutting away. Gritting his teeth hard, he was very upset inside. But Chinfang knew that he was afraid that the consortium behind him wouldn't be able to fight Suli, right? Pity. Own system, rewarding stuff, none of it. I also wonder if there will be a second time after completing the mission? If you are the kind of protagonist in a novel, such people must be punished. Chinfang. Forget it. The other party seems to be quite hard connected. Luo Xian said softly, sniffling a bit, this beating, she could only take it for nothing. Does it still hurt? Chinfang raised his hand and wanted to touch the side of her face, but it felt too frivolous. After all, the relationship between the two wasn't in place, so he hesitated or put it back. It doesn't hurt, let's go. Luo Xian forced a smile, the sudden concern also made her warm inside. And at this exact moment, Captain Zhang's side, just a few steps away from the scene, received another call from the General Yamen. Is this ever going to end? This is the 3rd call. You have something else? That, Xiaoshang, go and arrest this Suli who is beating people up. Ha? Catching again? This. Captain Zhang is about to collapse. What is all this? What's going on here? Right. Catch. So? Won't be again this time? Captain Zhang said cautiously. And what? It's not going to change again later, is it? Captain Zhang asked breathlessly. It won't change this time. It's celestial. What? Celestial. Celestial. Captain Zhang almost didn't drop his cell phone on the ground in shock for a moment. This thing actually alarmed the Celestials? How big is this? Xiao Zhang, the Celestials have explained over there that if this Suli dares to defy the Imperial staff again, she will be slapped in the face. I will follow your orders. Captain Zhang's side instantly came to the bottom. A command from a celestial being, is there anything more powerful than this? I told you to be arrogant? And call me a lackey? Listen up. Go and take down that pregnant woman. Take her to the court. If you dare to speak contemptuously again, slap her in the face. Yes. 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 The company is also very upset with the arrogant pregnant woman. Now there are orders. That must have been like a shot in the arm. Stop. You hit someone. And physically assaulting others. Come with us. Captain Zhang was majestic, like a celestial god descending from the heavens. Where did he get his backing from? It was that celestial being from the royal villa. You guys are not mistaken, are you? Trying to arrest me? Oh. Su Li was speechless. These people had taken the wrong drugs, right? Still dare to arrest? Of course there's no mistake. The arrest is you. Captain Zhang spoke decisively and snorted coldly. Oh, do you not want the labor position anymore? Still dare. Su Li hadn't finished speaking. There was a snap. Captain Zhang slapped him across the face. You dare to hit me? What kind of thing are you? You. Snap. Another slap. Hey, Chinfang, look, what's going on over there? It seems like that pregnant woman is about to be arrested? Luo Xian couldn't understand it either. Wasn't this woman quite connected? Come on, let's go take a look. Chinfang saw this, although he couldn't figure it out. The hustle and bustle had to be seen. What gives you the right to hit people? You're an Imperial staff member and you're hitting people? What do you mean? Long Yukai roared over in a stern voice. Do you know who my daughter-in-law is? I don't care who she is. Captain Zhang raised his head slightly, without any fear at all. You're dead. You guys wait. Su Li was still arrogant. But. Snap. A slap in the face again. Captain Zhang fought that good fight. How dare you be arrogant? How dare you defy the Imperial staff? No matter who you are, you're going to have to make a trip inside today. Captain Zhang laughed. Even if there are all 4 great families of the Empire gathered behind you today, they won't be able to help you. The 4 great families of the Empire all gathered together can't help me? Su Li's eyes glazed over slightly as she savored Captain Zhang's words, and she slowly began to get scared. Could it be that the one who gave the order was that Imperial Celestial? Celestials, that is the sky of the Dragon Empire. No one would dare to disobey now. This young man. Su Li watched blearily as Chinfang and Luo Xian walked over. It was just 2 copper bell-sized eyes staring at Chinfang. This guy? How can you use the connections of the Celestials? Who is he? Could it be Elder Nangong's granddaughter-in-law? Terrible. It's horrible. Regardless, Chinfang could reach the heavens will directly, so he must have an unusual status. No matter how powerful the Su family is, it's just a vassal. Mr. Qin. Ms. Luo, I'm so sorry. We're at fault for this today. We apologize to you. Su Li pushed aside Captain Zhang and ran over to apologize to Chinfang. Being brought in herself was nothing, but now that she had offended someone like Chinfang, who was most likely the granddaughter-in-law of Elder Nangong, that was definitely not okay. When Chinfang saw this, he was also a bit puzzled. Was the group behind him firing again? It should be, right? Oh, forgive you? Yes, this thing is we are not right, Mr. Qin Elegant. Do not bother about this. We do not fight. After this thing is over, I invite you two to dinner. Su Li said smilingly. Sorry, I'm not a prime minister. I can't row a boat in my stomach. I don't have much elegance. Chinfang smiled coldly. It's also very simple to forgive you. Sir, you said. Su Li was also inwardly relieved when she saw the other party make a request. Her greatest fear was that the other party would not make a request. Xian, how did she hit you? Why are you returning it? Chinfang looked sideways at Luo Xian and nudged his mouth towards her. And at this moment, it appeared that someone around them had also recognized Su Li's identity. Look guys, I recognize that woman. Isn't her father-in-law Long Zhoumu? This is Long Daoming's daughter-in-law. It seems like this man's name is Long Yukai. His father is Long Daoming. My goodness. What kind of identity is this Chinfang? How dare Long Daoming's daughter-in-law? And such a wimp in front of him too? Could it be that this young man is a member of the royal family? It must be someone from the royal family or the first young masters of the 4 great families of the empire, right? Otherwise it doesn't have this kind of energy. Long Daoming's daughter-in-law. Actually conceding in front of this man? It's horrible. And at this moment, Luo Xian, faintly hearing the people beside her talking, could not help but be shocked and marveled. This young pregnant woman is actually Long Daoming's daughter-in-law? Chinfang naturally also heard the surrounding people's discussion. I did not expect the Su Li identity is quite cattle, actually is Long Daoming's daughter-in-law, but the other party, since they are afraid of themselves, certainly not behind their own forces cattle. Chinfang saw her frozen motionless, laughed. This Miss Su, didn't you hear me? I told Xian to slap you. If you're willing, our business is over. But up to now Chinfang didn't even know that Su Li was not only Long Daoming's daughter-in-law, but also a member of the Su family, the first of the 4 great families in that empire, and that the person who helped Chinfang smooth things out wasn't the Consortium he thought he had behind him. After all, Chinfang didn't know that he was being watched by Elder Nangong up to this point. You let her do it. The left side of Su Li's face jerked hard. How many slaps are we going to get today? Ha! Luo Xian again, high, cold and haughty. That is just an ordinary 1,000 gold, involved in this whirlpool to come. She is not even considered a dish. Nowadays we're dare to beat a feudal official's daughter-in-law. Hey, what are you waiting for? Fight! Chinfang saw Luo Xian froze and didn't move, his elbow pushed her arm. Chapter 29 Showdown with Su's group. Luo Xian really didn't have much guts, but thinking about how hateful this woman was, she raised her hand and threw out a hard slap. It was a crunchy sound. Listening to Chinfang was so refreshing that it was like drinking a big bowl of cool water. Hey, sir, you can't hit people with your hands. When Captain Zhang saw this, although he said so with his mouth, inwardly, he clapped his hands. Captain Zhang, I'm sorry, it's indeed bad to hit someone, but this Miss Su, you asked if she's going to sue me? Chinfang raised his eyebrows and smiled as he looked at this Suli. I'm not going to sue, I volunteered. Suli forced out a smile. Mr. Chin, I'm really sorry today. At this moment, Suli really wished she was male. To be honest, she was only considered the illegitimate daughter of the Su family's head. If the first young master of the Su family, the next head of the Su family, came, even if it was Elder Nangong's grandson-in-law, he wouldn't be able to fight casually. Elder Nangong arranged to clean up an illegitimate daughter of the Su family, and the Su family couldn't say anything, besides it was Suli who was at fault first. Alright, we're done. Chinfang said, looking at Luo Xian beside him. His hand hesitated slightly, but still pulled her hand and said, let's go. Ah, good. Luo Xian was still in a state of semi-bewilderment about today's events, and feeling the warmth of Chinfang's large hand, she began to feel good about this man. Today, because of this man, he himself actually hit Long Daoming's daughter-in-law. If it wasn't for Chinfang, he would have been beaten up for nothing today. What's for dinner? Your treat. Chinfang pulled Luo Xian to the mall parking lot and looked at his watch. It was already past 6 o'clock. Ha? Dinner? Luo Xian said a little dumbfounded. I said, are you scared, silly? Isn't it just a daughter-in-law of Long Daoming? Chinfang was a bit amused to see that look. You're the one who's stupid. Luo Xian deflated slightly. By the way, why is it my treat? Didn't you pay all the way here today? I didn't even use a single piece of cash. Chinfang pressed the car keys. What about dinner? Or should we go to your favorite Maxim's? You have the nerve to say. Going out with cash, how troublesome. Luo Xian's demeanor also recovered a few points, blanked the guy and said, I'll take your car, I don't want to drive. Alright. Get in the car. Chinfang nudged towards the car, opened the door and entered the main driver. For the inexplicably large consortium behind him. Chinfang had a new realization. Because of the large consortium behind himself, even Long Daoming couldn't afford to mess with him. Or is there more than just a consortium behind you? There are other forces? Chinfang must find out what's going on with all this. After coming to Maxim's, Chinfang ordered some drinks at random. Just sat down in the chair and took out his cell phone. Because someone from WeChat sent a message. Lu Hanyan, how did you know I was undercover? Actually, I wasn't very sure about it, and seeing that you were always concerned about me and Luo Xian, I swindled a bit. As expected. The corner of Chinfang's mouth curled slightly as he replied again, the consortium that's helping me behind the scenes? Just what kind of god is it? Why has it been working in the shadows? Lu Hanyan, that's not for me to answer you. Chinfang saw that the other party did not say anything, so he had to give up and sent a message. Then why don't you directly ask the person behind you to add me as a friend? Let him get a WeChat trumpet and I won't be able to check his identity. Why bother with an extra middleman? Meaning, you don't want to talk to me? Lu Hanyan had a slightly unhappy tone. Didn't mean that. Chinfang was slightly embarrassed. It was actually quite good if this young lady wasn't an undercover agent. Alright, the consortium that's helping you behind the scenes already knows. He will personally add you later. Lu Hanyan paused and then sent a message, both here. Then I reintroduce myself. My name is Lu Hanyan is right, but I'm not a music teacher. I'm Penguin's Beijing side of the publicity department. It's kind of a high level it. Penguin? High level? Or a white collar? Chinfang was surprised for a moment, as expected, and his guess was right. This woman was not a music teacher. In fact, Chinfang had also tried to find out if she knew anything about music, but the other party was obviously not very proficient. Suddenly, Chinfang's WeChat, someone added a friend. Chinfang didn't have to think about it. It must have been the consortium behind it that finally got in touch with itself. Needless to say, at this moment, Chinfang's mood was slightly trembling. Hello? Little brother Chinfang. Across the street, the nickname is Flying Penguin. Chinfang, hello? The mysterious consortium behind me. Young man, I thought you wouldn't at least recognize the identity of Lu Hanyan's undercover agent that quickly. It's me who underestimated you. Su Xing has sat in his own villa and used a small number to personally communicate with Chinfang. Anyway, WeChat was under his own banner, so Su Xing was very confident that the other party would not be able to find out his identity. This is nothing, your help is too obvious. Chinfang paused and sent a message. I'm sure you guys won't say why you're helping me after helping, so I won't ask too much. But I have a request. Youngster, go ahead. Su Xing laughed. It's hard to believe that this kid wants money again? Every bit of my life, even who I talk to? It's all under your watchful eye, and I'm afraid that's a bit bad, isn't it? Chinfang continued to edit the message. I just want to say, can you stop spying? It's not so bad that if I make out with Luo Xian, you guys have to watch too? You guys helped me after the mall messed with Su Li's business today, so I'll naturally take Luo Xian earlier. After all, I like this girl too. Although I don't know why you guys are trying so hard to set the two of us up. But I'm afraid that there must be a heavenly interest behind it, right? As the saying goes, you can't afford to be unprofitable. Little brother is very smart and quick. Su Xinghe smiled faintly and typed a reply, don't worry, as long as your side takes down this little girl Luo Xian early, my side agrees to revoke the surveillance on you, but not all of it, just not to disturb your life. Alright, remember what you said, from this moment on, I want to know that you guys continue to spy on me 360 degrees without any dead angle, then what you want to get, forget it. Chinfang laughed, I have ways to verify if I'm being watched. The initiative is now in my hands. Don't worry, I am also a dignified figure in the Dragon Empire, a mouthful of spit is a nail, said that I won't spy on you without any dead angle, I will definitely not go back on my word. Hopefully. After Chinfang and Su Xinghe briefly chatted, the Western restaurant's meals, too, began to be gradually served, and Chinfang put down his cell phone. On the other hand, in Su Xinghe's villa, at this moment, Su Xinghe was also giving orders, have the WeChat and Penguin divisions withdraw their surveillance on Chinfang's communication tools. The eyes in reality also withdraw 10 meters away. Don't disturb Chinfang's daily life, just protect his safety. Master, I said at the beginning that this kid is not simple, now that he knows that our purpose is to set him and Luo Xian up, he's even started threatening us with this now. The one who spoke was Butler Zhang. That's something I didn't expect to happen either. But since he knows about it, then so be it. As long as Chinfang doesn't know that we're the Su Clan, then he won't Leonize us with any $100 billion, trillion price tags. Su Xinghe paused and added, although he knows that we're going to set him up to take down Luo Xian, he at least won't know about the system. Master is right, he would never have thought to death that the reward for completing the mission would come running to us. Butler Zhang smiled smugly. Butler Zhang, I think this is something, isn't it true that we need to speed up the pace a bit? After all, the night is long? Why don't we set a fire? Su Xinghe raised his eyebrows and smiled wryly. What do you mean, Master? I will arrange it myself. The corner of Su Xinghe's mouth curled up, when the time comes for raw rice to be cooked, it won't be up to Chinfang. Chapter 30, This wine is not right. It's been spiked. In the Western restaurant, Luo Xian and Chinfang continued to dine in. Romane Conti again? Ordering all those sweets again? Luo Xian looked at the dishes on the table and couldn't help but frown slightly. She wasn't a fool, she could see that Chinfang had definitely studied her interests, but Chinfang had done it smartly without being too deliberate. But Luo Xian didn't bother to say anything. Inwardly, he recoiled with a slight sweetness. Chinfang has a heart. At noon, I had this wine, it's not bad, so naturally I want to drink it at night. Chinfang laughed. This guy, is it so hard to admit it was ordered for me? Finding a bunch of excuses? Luo Xian didn't say anything and continued to bury her head in her food, chatting with Chinfang without a word. Half an hour or so. Luo Xian and Chinfang had almost had 3 glasses of wine as well. Because it's red wine, not white wine culture that requires a full glass. It says 3 cups, but it's actually a very small amount. Therefore, the bottle of Romane Conti, which cost around $8,000, was only 1/3 consumed. That, Chinfang, this Romane Conti, among red wines, is also considered to be of very low degrees. I usually drink more than this much, and I don't see drunk. How come I'm a bit dizzy today? Luo Xian's head was a bit dizzy at the moment, and she was quite strange inside. I feel a bit dizzy too. Chinfang's eyes were also dazed as he squinted at Luo Xian and realized that this girl's face was flushed and adorable. Xian, did we drink fake wine? Why else is it so topsy-turvy? You? What did you call me? Call me. Just call me by my name. What Xian's, it gives me goosebumps when I hear it, you know? Mall called it once and didn't say anything about you, and now you're still calling it? Luo Xian's eyes felt like she couldn't open them, disliking Chinfang, that slender wrist, propping up her small head, shaking. What's wrong with calling you Xian? Shouldn't I call you my wife? You forgot that you promised to be my girlfriend. Chinfang was in a half-drunken state at the moment, and looking at the beauty in front of him, he wanted to take her into his arms and explore her a bit. Shucks, you're shameless. Relying on the power behind you, you actually threatened me to be your wife. I, Luo Xian, am not someone who goes against the grain. Unless you seriously chase me and impress me. Luo Xian also had 7 points of drunkenness, suddenly smiled heartily and stammered, but what happened in the mall today, thank you so much, that slap, I felt so good, I didn't think that I would one day be able to slap that Long Daoming's daughter-in-law. When will you take me to slap the royal Nangong elder? Hee, don't say this nonsense, Elder Nangong is a supreme celestial being of the Dragon Empire, how dare you? Chinfang saw that the other party appeared to be really drunk. In ancient times, this kind of treacherous words, set out certainly to kill the head, but now the words, complete freedom of speech, not so much. You don't know, you're so bossy today. Manly enough. Luo Xian slightly propped herself up and gave Chinfang a thumbs up. What? You called me a dog man? You dog woman. Chinfang was still half drunk at first, but with the fermentation of alcohol, he appeared to be 7 points drunk. I say you're man enough and you call yourself a dog man. You're a funny man. I heard you just called me names, you dog woman. Dog man, you have a problem with your ears, don't you? I think you're drunk. You're the one who's drunk, I'm not. Chinfang shook his head and called out in a loud voice, Waiter! Waiter! Check out! Sir, miss, what are your orders? Seeing this, the waitress pushed open the door of the box and walked in, but her expression was puzzled for a moment, secretly saying, these two couples, their alcohol consumption is too bad, right? This is drunk? Just how much wine is it? Much. How much? Let's settle the bill. Chinfang stood up and walked towards Luo Xian on the opposite side. You. Where's your card? Touch it out to settle the bill, didn't you not let me settle in cash? The card. The card is in my purse, help yourself. Take it yourself. Luo Xian didn't have half a bit of strength at the moment, she was half drunk, glanced at the purse that was placed on her lap, and wanted to pick it up and hand it to Chinfang, but it felt like the purse weighed 1,000 pounds in general. Just take it yourself. Chinfang walked over slightly, standing even unsteadily, with his hands supporting her pelvic bones on both sides. You. What are you doing? Get away from you. You're so heavy. Don't prop me up. When Luo Xian saw this, her eyes glared slightly. Didn't I look for your purse to get my card? Don't you move, where is your purse? Chinfang wasn't pretending to be drunk, he really didn't have much strength left. Finally. Chinfang finally ripped open the zipper of the small purse. Found a lot of cards from it. Have an ID, a driver's license, and a bank card. Why do you carry so many cards? Which one exactly? Chinfang couldn't even see clearly, these cards were white, red and green, they were really fancy. Sir, this one in green, it's an industrial and agricultural bank card. The waitress is also drunk, this man must be pretending to be drunk, right? Then take advantage of him? This point of red wine, women can understand drunk, this man can still be drunk? Green. Green this one? Chinfang, confused, fished out this card from his purse and handed it to the waitress lady, here, take it and swipe it. However, just at this time, Chinfang found a small bag in Luo Xian's purse, and with a gentle pinch, it bubbled up to be a ring-shaped thing. What is this? A snack you're eating? Chinfang was now drunk, naturally his eyes were confused, to be sober, he definitely knew what this was. Air. The waitress saw the situation, also made a big red face, this woman looks pure and lovely, I did not think, but also just the appearance, carry this thing, can be what good bird off? But what she didn't know was that Luo Xian didn't bring this with her. It was slipped to her by her mother at home. Luo Xian herself didn't know. After all, Luo Xian was asked out by Chinfang, when the daughter of a big grin, but when the mother, certainly want to think about some, do not come to an unexpected surprise, that would be a problem. Although it would naturally be good to give a child to a big shot like Chinfang, Luo Xian's mother was afraid that Luo Xian wouldn't be able to accept it. After all, at Luo Xian's age, she definitely wouldn't want a child. It's all about knowing your daughter like a mother. Mr. and Miss, do you want to call a chauffeur? It's better not to drive after drinking. The waitress reminded. Okay, thanks a lot. After Chinfang finished speaking, he tried to prop himself up from Luo Xian's arms, and his hand pressed down on her long black silk legs. You're really heavy. You're hurting me. Luo Xian frowned slightly because Chinfang propped up her leg to get up, but didn't he hurt the little girl? I'm drunk. Really don't have any strength. After propping himself up, Chinfang had a hard time getting back to his seat and waiting for the chauffeur to arrive so they could leave the place. In a daze, Chinfang looked towards the bottle of Romane Conti. The wine's only gone down a third of the way, how come it's so powerful? Although Chinfang was 7 points drunk, he at least had a trace of clarity in his head. He felt bad. Is he or she being set up? But drunk people, thinking ability is very poor, Chinfang did not think too much, now the key thing is, send Luo Xian home. Get up and go home. The restaurant got us chauffeurs. Get up. Chinfang was a boy after all, and even though he had a problem with alcohol, he was still able to stand up. But not that Luo Xian. Not a bit of strength. Chapter 31, quick. Kiss me. I can't stand up, help me. Seeing this, Chinfang could only stagger over, pulling her slippery arm and helping her to walk outside the restaurant. The person who came to drive for me was a girl. She first placed the folding electric scooter in the trunk of Chinfang's BMW and spoke, Sir, do you need help? Need. She's too heavy too. Chinfang had just finished speaking. Then Luo Xian was not satisfied. You're the heavy one. I'm just over 90 pounds. You're the one who's drunk. Air. Chauffeur Miss Mouth Corners hard pumped a bit, this dog food to eat, really is speechless, hurried to help Luo Xian on the car, helped fasten the seatbelt, which went on the main driver's seat. Tianfu Garden District. Chinfang naturally knew the address of Luo Xian's house and swallowed and reported it. Got it, sir. The chauffeured lady replied, and inwardly laughed, secretly saying, such a big beauty? Is this man stupid? Must he ask Su Lao to set him up behind the scenes? Doesn't he have any ideas himself? Of course, this chauffeur was arranged by Su Xinghe. Something's wrong with the wine. That was also arranged by Su Xinghe. Although Su Xinghe had promised Chinfang that he wouldn't monitor Chinfang's movements in 360 degrees, he did do it, withdrawing his eyes at the forefront. But Su Xinghe didn't want to wait any longer. God knows what excuse this Chinfang, when the time comes, will be threatening. Finished the mission early and got that advanced cell phone chip reward early. The BMW Yoyo drove on the avenue, and after about 10 minutes, it finally arrived at Luo Xian's house. Hey, Uncle Cho, open the door. Open the door. I'm back. Why is there no one home? Luo Xian wondered. Usually when he came home, the nanny in the villa, the gardener or whatever, would open the door for him. The daughter of a big villa like this basically doesn't carry a key when she goes out. For example, in ancient times, would a young lady come home without a servant to open the door? Why don't you have anyone at home? All went out for a trip? Chinfang was also strange, such a big villa froze no one to open the door. But none of them know that. In fact, in Luo Xian's house, the entire staff was now present. But just no one came to open the door for Luo Xian. What's going on? Uncle Cho. Auntie Su. Open the door. Luo Xian shouted at the top of her voice, all but thinking if she was in the wrong house, but this was her house. Sir, miss? What now? The chauffeured lady snapped. Shall we? Luo Xian, let me send you to the hotel. Chinfang spoke up, he was drunk like this, what bad thoughts could he have? Okay. Luo Xian nodded, it's really strange, where did the family go? Seeing this, the chauffeur lady immediately helped the two people into the car and headed towards the Heavenly Palace Hotel. Luo Xian had brought her ID card and had no problem getting a room. Chinfang's presidential suite was in room 1101. And one of Luo Xian's new ones was in room 1102. The two rooms are directly across from each other. Finally, we're here. You have a good rest. I'm going back to rest too. Chinfang helped Luo Xian to the bedroom, finally relieved, but his mouth was dry and he wanted to drink water very much. Chinfang, I want some water. Luo Xian had long been thirsty, and now that she was at the hotel, she naturally had a need. Sir, miss, I'll go and pour you some water. After the chauffeur lady said that, she went to the water fountain, took 2 cups, and poured 2 cups of water over. After personally watching 2 people drink it. The chauffeured lady, on the other hand, left the suite without realizing it. Finished, and left the door to the suite unlocked. Where did this chauffeured lady run off to? Chinfang looked around with confused eyes and didn't find her. Maybe they sent us there and left. Luo Xian was really weak all over. At the moment she just wanted to rest, and urged, Chinfang, go back to your room and rest, I'm sleepy. And good. Chinfang nodded his head in agreement, but for some reason, there was an indescribable feeling of dryness at the moment. Chinfang was heading for that security door. Suddenly, Luo Xian shouted and said, don't you go. What's wrong? Chinfang looked back at him. It's fine, you go. Luo Xian also felt like there was a fire in her heart at the moment, it was very hard to bear. Are you sick? There's nothing to shout about? Chinfang tossed his lips and continued to that security door, twisting the handrail a few times. This door, why can't it open? How come you can't open it? You guy, it's not that you don't want to leave, right? Luo Xian grunted, stood up, stumbled to the security door, twisted the door handle a few times, but it still wouldn't open. I didn't lie to you, did I? It really won't open. Is it broken? Chinfang's consciousness was very blurry at the moment, but he was also beginning to feel that today's events were too strange. Could it be? Is it possible that the consortium behind me is behind this? I can't believe it's really broken. What a Thai hotel. Luo Xian spat out, her eyes looking towards the Chinfang, and the two of them locked eyes. Suddenly, Luo Xian didn't know if she was possessed by a ghost or what. It then jumped into Chinfang's arms. I can't stand up. You help me to the bedroom. It wasn't that Luo Xian couldn't stand steadily anymore, but she had an urge to jump into Chinfang's arms. But Luo Xian was also starting to notice that something was wrong. This guy, he's not going to drug me, is he? I've told you, she wants me, it's a matter of words. Is that necessary? And well, Chinfang had no choice but to half carry her to the bedroom. Hurry up and go. You get the hell out of here. Find a lock picker. Luo Xian was lying on her Simmons, she was really close to being unable to hold back, she could only hurry to drive this Chinfang away. And at this moment, Chinfang, looking at Luo Xian's banging beautiful halter dress, and those long black silk legs, as well as that crystal clear swan neck. He was unaccountably manic inside. Suddenly, Chinfang pressed over at once. You? What are you doing? Let me kiss you. No, you go away. Chinfang couldn't hold back any longer when he was faced with such a great beauty, plus this environment, plus the effects of the drug. Her lips slightly leaned towards Luo Xian's ear. Nibbled lightly on that ear of hers. It tickles, don't you do that. You go away. I've promised to give it to you. And yet you want to get me in such a way. You're shameless. I didn't. Although Chinfang knew that this could be someone else's trick, he couldn't bear it inwardly. Luo Xian was really beautiful. In such a situation, I'm afraid that even Buddha would have to commit a crime, right? Still saying no? Did you put something in that bottle of Romane Conti? You're shameless. Although Luo Xian had no strength left, she still kept pushing Chinfang's head. But Luo Xian thought wrong. In that bottle of Romane Conti, it's just the alcohol content spiked to get two people drunk. And what really got both of them lost was definitely the 2 glasses of water that the valet girl poured over. Chapter 32 Luo Xian sinking. I didn't. Since you agreed to give it to me, then let me kiss it, you're so pretty. Chinfang squinted his eyes and looked at her delicate face and the sexy red lips that were slightly open. One moment, he leaned in. Luo Xian's eyes glared slightly. It was her first kiss. It's just gone. Chinfang held Luo Xian's small head and slowly kissed her delicately. Luo Xian appeared to be moved as well. Faintly began to respond. She had never experienced this before. Kissing for the first time, she was lost in the sensation. But without realizing it, Chinfang's bad hand has. At this moment, Luo Xian's shoulder strap of that halter dress was already slipping down halfway. It can't be. It can't be. Luo Xian was shouting furiously inside. Although she no longer rejected Chinfang. But isn't it too soon for that? Luo Xian forcibly overcame her heart and moved her hand slightly, picking up the cell phone on the side. Nor did she care about Chinfang's movements on her body. Taking her cell phone, she opened WeChat and sent a voice message to her good girlfriend, Bai Ningbing, saying, "Save me. Save me. Celestial Hotel 1102. But in fact, Luo Xian herself didn't even know. Because she was delirious at the moment. The eyes are also spent. Sent this message, by mistake, to a WeChat friend called Song Yuchen. You're pinching me. You go away. We can't do this. Roxy Yin resisted, and it was clear that the drugs in her cup should have been a few % less. Or maybe Luo Xian is too pretty and wears such sexy clothes. Chinfang is a man, how can he bear it? Men generally have no sense once they come to their nature. The girls, on the other hand, are much more sensible. In a certain hotel in the capital, at this moment, a man dressed in gorgeous clothes was sitting at a table eating a midnight snack. This man is Song Yuchen. Buzz off. Song Yuchen's cell phone vibrated and had a particularly concerned tone. A few months ago, Song Yuchen at a cocktail party to meet the amazing looks of Luo Xian, the moment began to start the pursuit. After all, it wasn't surprising that frequently sending messages to Luo Xian caused him to be able to top Luo Xian's WeChat message list. A message from He Yun? Still voice bars? Song Yuchen immediately had a bright smile spread across his face. After all, in the past, Luo Xian only replied to messages almost once every few days. And now, I can actually send voice messages to it. Song Yuchen happily clicked on the voice bar and pressed it to her ear to listen. Save me? Save me? What does that mean? Why did He Yun send this message? Song Yuchen listened carefully a few more times, and there still seemed to be an indescribable sound in that voice bar. Song Yuchen finally heard the faint voice, a male gasp. There was also the faint gasp of Luo Xian's breath as well. Not good. Song Yuchen's demeanor changed drastically, and he suddenly got up and said, "Little, help me pay for the meal." Song Yuchen walked out of the hotel where she ate while calling, "Xiaoyu, call up the people, we'll gather at Flower Bird Road. We're going to the Heavenly Palace Hotel." After Song Yuchen hung up the phone, he dialed another phone to the constable and said, "Notice, hello, room 1102 of the Heavenly Palace Hotel, it's likely that there are girls being." Song Yuchen stepped into the sports car while he was on the phone. Buzz off. The sports car roared away with a roar. "Xian! You're going to get that by some punk. I'll make him regret his life." Song Yuchen gritted his teeth fiercely. He knew very well that Luo Xian was completely just a pure beauty. How valuable was this? If the wrongdoers take it, he will get him killed. Less than 2 minutes. Song Yuchen's sports car then arrived at the Heavenly Palace Hotel. A few brothers who were closer to the place had naturally arrived first. "Brother Tatsu, what's the matter? Calling us to gather here in such a hurry? Tatsu? What the hell is going on?" Song Yuchen parked the Lamborghini sports car on the main highway, and without taking the keys, he got out of the car at a fiery speed and said, "Follow me up, room 1102. A friend of mine might have been bullied. Is there such a thing? How dare you touch Tatsu's woman? I'll have to castrate him. Let's go, let's see what kind of people are there, they have too much guts." Song Yuchen took the lead, followed by about 6 people or so, and rushed in towards the hotel with great vigor. "What are you doing? The receptionist was immediately startled when she saw the aura, like she was rushing in to cut someone down. Obviously. Son Yuchen directly ignored this receptionist lady and immediately got on the elevator. Manager. Manager. There are 6 or 7 people. Inexplicably rushed into our hotel and went upstairs. Security. Security. Go with them and check it out. Officials? We've got a couple of guys on our side rushing the hotel in an aggressive manner. And with some wrenches and other tools. The front desk lady immediately a quality trifecta. Scared is pale. Less than 45 seconds. Son Yuchen then led the way to the door of room 1102. You face. Open the door for me. It's not too late for you to come out. If you dare. I'll make you regret your life for sure. Bang, bang, bang. Get thee out. Son Yuchen knocked hard on the door a few times. Finding that no one answered inside. Smash me. Break down this door. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. There were a few more loud bangs. It was at this time that the hotel security guards finally came up. Who are you guys? Why are you breaking down the door of our hotel? Mind your own business. Inside is a friend of mine, a female, who may have been. Son Yuchen didn't say any more and continued to kick the door as hard as he could. But the quality of the hotel security doors is pretty much unimaginable. Several of them took turns kicking more than 30 times. That door still hasn't come loose. So that's it? The security guard also had a rough idea of why these people were slamming the door and spoke, "Stop kicking it for now, I'll go get the hotel receptionist to get the key." Then why don't you hurry up? Son Yuchen yelled over in a low voice. Crap nigga right. You deserve to be green. Where's the mean nigga? The security guard definitely didn't curse out, but was just secretly upset. Chapter 33, Oops. Chinfang has gone in. Why is someone outside banging on the door? Chinfang was in a daze when he heard the sound of thumping and banging. Knock knock. The sound of that slamming door grew louder. It was as loud as a firecracker on New Year's Eve. Chinfang, who was under the effect of drugs, seemed to have sobered up a few points when he heard these loud sounds. He shook his head vigorously. Picking up a bottle of mineral water on the side of the nightstand, he splashed it on his head. Any medicine that meets cold water basically removes a few of its potency. At this moment, Chinfang was already 7% sober. TM, who drugged me? Could it be the Consortium behind it? Chinfang secretly cursed, but at this moment, Luo Xian was sticking to herself. She's still moving. Constantly kissing Chinfang's neck, she also kept chanting, "Give me. Wake up. You wake up. There's someone outside banging on the door." Chinfang shook her a few times. It doesn't seem to help. Picking up a bottle of Coke on the nightstand, he poured it directly on Luo Xian. Slowly. Luo Xian also regained some of her sanity. You. After her sanity came to her senses, Luo Xian immediately took the quilt to cover her unmarked body, and then she began to cry slightly, gradually crying into a tearful person. Chinfang. You're too much, I said I could give it to you, and you actually used this way. Luo Xian wowed and cried even harder, hugging her knees and leaning against the bed. I didn't. Really, you believe me? Chinfang put on his shoes, he was really suffocating inside, it must be the Consortium behind him that did it. You roll. You get out. I don't want to see you. You disappoint me too much. Luo Xian had originally had an impression of Chinfang today, and it had gotten to the point where he was a very good presence, especially with what happened in the mall, and was actually so dominant in helping himself to return that slap. Luo Xian had planned to make this boyfriend, and when they were all familiar with each other, it wasn't like she wouldn't give it to him. But Chinfang had to do it. Here's the key, sir. Outside the door of the presidential suite. The hotel people finally found the key and sent it up. That's when the constable arrived on the scene. There was a click. The unlocked hotel security door was finally open. Son Yuchen ran in towards the suite at fire speed. After Son Yuchen entered the presidential suite, the first thing he did was to take a look inside. The suite was quite large. Suddenly, Son Yuchen looked toward that bedroom room door. The door was open. The sound of crying could be faintly heard from inside. That sound was clearly Luo Xian's crying. Crap! Could it be that after it's done, Luo Xian started crying? When Son Yuchen heard this voice, his insides immediately flamed up. Luo Xian wouldn't have been trashed already, right? She ran through it at a fiery pace. Reached the bedroom. All that could be seen was a man, wearing a thin shirt and shorts, smoking a stifling cigarette on the couch next to the bed. Instead, Luo Xian was covered with a quilt and curled up against the side of the bed, crying. You mother-er! Without saying a word, Son Yuchen went up and slapped him across the face. Are you crazy? Why are you hitting me? Chinfang is now not the temper of the past, naturally facing these people without a whimp, a kickback. You dare to hit me? Son Yuchen glared over angrily, swearing that he would get this thing killed. At this time, the official that Song Yuchen had called for then walked over and yelled lowly at Chinfang. Crouch down with your head in your hands. Put your hands out. With that, the cold handcuffs were pulled out. I didn't force her. Chinfang immediately explained. All that? What are you still explaining? Are you going to put it on yourself, or are we going to help you? Song Yuchen was burning with rage. Kid, you're finished. I'm telling you very seriously, you're finished. I said. I didn't do the drugging. Why are you arresting me? Chinfang hadn't finished. Song Yuchen just slapped him on the face and growled, it's all now, what are you still sophomoric about? UING hit me again, what gives you the right to hit someone? Did I do the crime for real? Chinfang is also furious at this moment, what kind of thing is this man in front of him? How about that Long Yu Kai and Su Li yesterday? They were still not cleaned up by the Consortium behind them. Luo Xian, who was covered and curled up in a quilt, saw Chinfang being beaten at this moment, and growled slightly lower, Song Yuchen, why are you here? What are you doing hitting him? Xian, you sent me a message, you asked me to save you. Song Yuchen looked at Luo Xian, her eyes softened, she liked Luo Xian's face very figure too much, and so pure, he once swore that he must chase this high cool schoolgirl to have a good time. But nowadays, it's all been shortchanged. I asked you to save me? Luo Xian was confused, she remembered that between her confusion, she had sent a voice note asking for help, but she had sent it to her best friend. Did she send it wrong? All of you get out. It's okay now. Luo Xian sobbed slightly, she didn't want to see Chinfang get caught. Let us go? You? Song Yuchen couldn't figure out why Luo Xian was calling for help. And now letting them go? At this moment, Song Yuchen began to think. Is this man very powerful? Luo Xian doesn't dare to sue? Song Yuchen felt that this could only be the case. Xian, don't be afraid, even if this man is powerful. As long as he has committed a crime, we can sanction him. You trust me. Song Yuchen's family was still very powerful, so naturally she was not afraid. You're the one who reported the court to arrest me? Seeing this, Chinfang slightly twisted his head and looked at Luo Xian's side face. I didn't. Don't you falsely accuse a good person, I just called my good sister to help me. In my days, I didn't realize that I sent the wrong one. Luo Xian yelled lowly. Send me the wrong one. Song Yuchen saw Luo Xian say this and frowned deeply, was he being nosy? But Song Yuchen was also an old hand at love affairs, he observed Luo Xian's expression and combined it with the situation. Song Yuchen seemed to have a clear picture of what was going on. That is, the woman has some feelings for the man, but the woman doesn't want to give it to him yet. Thinking of this, Song Yuchen became even more cynical towards Chinfang. Comrade, this man is obviously strong. Hurry up and arrest the person, right? Although Song Yuchen guessed the specifics, he pretended not to know, and still kept telling the constable to arrest the man. This little girl, what is it that you have? You give us the word, we will definitely help you out. The constable who came forward didn't immediately arrest anyone, but once again inquired about the situation. I said, I'm fine here, will you guys leave? Luo Xian spoke with some annoyance. Xian, don't be afraid, if he really bullied you, I guarantee he won't be able to escape the law, don't be afraid. Song Yuchen said, once again urging, comrade, it's obvious, the woman must have been threatened, you directly take this man away. That? Okay, take it away and then investigate. The official said, taking a few steps forward slightly, come with us yourself? We don't want to get our hands dirty. Luo Xian saw that Song Yuchen wouldn't stop until she got Chinfang inside, and she didn't know what to do anymore. She bit her lip and hesitated for a moment. Finally, she couldn't care less about her bright spot and yelled lowly, I volunteered. You guys can always leave. Voluntarily. When Song Yuchen heard these words, it was as if a knife had been cut into his heart, and his face immediately turned iron blue. I've been chasing you for months. You don't even have a good face? Now a white boy? And you say you volunteered? How can this natural beauty be spoiled by this kid for nothing? That, since the woman is volunteering. Then we'll close the line first. Close the line. The two officers who came forward saw this. Naturally, there will be no more arrests. But Song Yuchen stammered a bit, no comrade, Luo Xian must have been threatened, you have to bring this person to the court? You have to investigate the truth of the matter. What if the woman perjured herself? This. The official didn't know what to say when he heard this. General. All the woman has to do is say it's voluntary, then it won't matter. Comrade. Arrest someone. What are you waiting for? It's obvious that the woman is being threatened, okay? Song Yuchen was still unforgiving. Chapter 34, Elder Nangon makes his move. Waiting to close the net. Alright. I'll go with you guys. Stop yelling. Chinfang glared fiercely at Song Yuchen, and didn't bring any fear. Anyway, it wasn't his own fault, it was the people behind him who were messing with him, so what else could he put on him? But Chinfang swore that he made a note of this Song Yuchen. The man slapped him twice. And it's also hard to get yourself in there when you know you haven't committed a crime. Luo Xian, take an early rest, I'll go to the courthouse, make things clear, and it'll be fine. Chinfang stood up and greeted Luo Xian. But that Luo Xian didn't even look at Chinfang. Get lost, hurry up and get lost, I don't want to see you in the future. Chinfang saw this, immediately a ball of fire in his heart ignited, clearly not his own doing, this Luo Xian, how not to believe? I'll tell you once more, I don't know anything about this matter. If you don't believe me, then we'll just go our separate ways from now on. Chinfang yelled over in a low voice, turned around and headed towards the door. It was the first time Luo Xian had seen Chinfang get so angry. She looked at Chinfang's back and spoke slightly. It really wasn't him? After all these people have gone. Luo Xian's mood slowly calmed down as she began to think. Could it be that the family behind Chinfang did this? It looks like Chinfang didn't know about the last time he threatened Dad. On the other hand, Chinfang was already being led to the entrance of the hotel by the official. But this time, an Audi was parked right in front of the hotel. Mr. Child? What brings you here, Mr. Tong? Xiao Pang and Xiao Lu, who came to take care of things, saw this and greeted them, which was in charge of them. Little Pang, what's going on here with little Lu? Tong Tianxing was naturally greeted by Su's group and specially came to take a look. This gentleman. Xiao Pang looked at Chinfang and told Mr. Tong the whole story. Seeing this, Mr. Tong immediately blackened his face and scolded sternly. Are you not fooling around? The woman said she volunteered? Why are you still arresting people? But this gentleman. Pumba stammered for a moment. Then that Song Yuchen picked up. The woman was probably threatened and provided perjured testimony. I think it's important to investigate. And who are you? What does this matter have to do with you? Mr. Tong glared angrily towards Song Yuchen, then commanded, since the female party volunteered, she can't be arrested. Little Pang, little Lu, I order you to close the team. When you guys do things, be a little assertive yourselves, don't do what people say. Go back and reflect on it. Got it, Mr. Child. Then let's close the line. Xiao Pang and Xiao Lu could only leave. But just intended to leave. Song Yuchen still refused to let Chinfang go and spoke. What are you doing? I told you, the man must have threatened the woman. You don't take the lives of the people seriously, do you? If it's voluntary? Why did you call for help? Calling for help doesn't necessarily mean it wasn't voluntary, does it? Maybe they figured it out halfway through? Then it can't be classified as strong. Mr. Tong laughed. He didn't have the other side to understand? That also has to be divided into lifetime periods. If the woman has figured it out after she carries on, it still counts. Song Yuchen laughed. He was also a student of law. How could he not understand? You? Mr. Tong was a bit dumbfounded by his opponent's dislike. With that, Mr. Tong didn't talk to the other party about the law and spoke. We do things on our own, not your business. If you have any opinions, you can complain against us. And just then, another Audi come here. Sun Wentao? Mr. Sun? Why is he here? Mr. Tong's eyes glazed over. This was his superior. Little boy, hear things, you do not care. Sun Wentao, harmless smile, came forward, spoke. This matter I also understand. This young man called Song Yuchen said good, both voluntary, then why call for help? There must be many twists and turns in the middle. Bring the person back for questioning can be. It's still this one who understands things. Song Yuchen laughed. This Sun Wentao was naturally the one he had found. Okay. Don't say a word. I said I'll go with you guys and accept your investigation. Chinfang looked at Song Yuchen with a dark face. He was innocent anyway, so what was he afraid of? Since that's the case, then fine. Mr. Tong saw that Chinfang himself was willing to go in, so he couldn't say anything else. Oh, you kid have no people right? Into the inside, I guarantee to make you regret your life. At that time if you are innocent, also get you black. Song Yuchen viciously gritted his teeth. Luo Xian such a big beauty, it's really cheap for you. Still dare to hit lousy? Immediately. A couple of white and blue cars set off. Chinfang quickly arrived at the courthouse. And in the royal villa in the capital, at this moment, Elder Nangong was slightly sitting on the sofa and soaking his feet. Uncle Nangong handed over a foot-wiping handkerchief and spoke. Elder Nangong, Chinfang has been brought in for questioning. He was taken away by a man named Sun Wentao. Elder Nangong didn't reply immediately, but took the foot-wiping handkerchief and wiped his feet, before opening his mouth slightly. Then what do you think should be done with this Sun Wentao? Chinfang is definitely innocent. To arrest someone indiscriminately, he should definitely be severely punished. Nangong Bo carefully replied. Wrong. Sun Wentao is only the apparent fighter, the one operating behind the scenes is Song Yuchen's father. Elder Nangong laughed, for this kind of hitman is also forced to do nothing, small to punish on good. The manipulator behind that is the real culprit. Elder Nangong paused and then said, this Song Yuchen's father, Song Gang, now seems to have heeded his son's request and started to make some points, intending to blacken Chinfang's innocence. They're going to make Chinfang do the actual crime? Nangong Bo's eyes glared slightly. Yes, and this stuff also depends on the circumstances. If the circumstances are bad, then of course the sentence will be long. Elder Nangong smiled coldly. What if they falsely accused that Chinfang drugged him, plus wounding him, plus threatening and intimidating him and so on? It's not impossible to get a grand slam for Chinfang. Then, old master, what do you plan to do? Nangong Bo asked curiously. Don't be in a hurry to strike first, wait for the right time, then it's not too late to close the net. Elder Nangong laughed. Strike now, there is no evidence. While waiting for Song Yuchen's old man to arrange those trumped-up charges for Chinfang, this is the time to strike. If anyone is reading this, sign in for a bit. And give some recommendations. Thank you. Chapter 35, Big Brother Arrives. You're dead. In the Heavenly Hotel, Luo Shiyan squatted on the sofa and hugged those long legs. This guy Chinfang, it seems like Song Yuchen is very hostile towards him? Will he suffer? But the daughter-in-law of that feudal official from the mall last time was outclassed by the forces behind Chinfang, so she shouldn't be at a disadvantage, right? Speechless, why do I care about him? The drugging thing, if he didn't do it, it's the power behind him that did it. Luo Shiyan said on her lips that she wasn't worried about Chinfang, but inwardly, she was actually quite attached. Suddenly, Luo Shiyan's cell phone had a message from an unfamiliar number. Miss Luo, forgive me, the matter of drugging, we did it, it's none of Chinfang's business. Ms. Luo, we are the court. According to the investigation, the drugging was not done by Chinfang. Ms. Luo, please don't worry, we've traced the matter and it wasn't Chinfang's doing. First one to send a message. Naturally, it's Su Xinghe. The second one to send a message came, naturally, from the Yamen, arranged from the Nangong Elder's side. Where the third is a force is unknown. After all, Su Xinghe and Elder Nangong were not willing to watch Chinfang being misunderstood by Luo Shiyan. It's best for two young people to not have any lumps inside. How else can we accomplish our mission? It wasn't Chinfang who did it. It does seem to be the forces behind Chinfang. What's the old meddling power behind Chinfang doing? Luo Shiyan was really powerless to spit. His own first kiss. And she had been slighted by Chinfang in every place. Hooray, it didn't end up being that. Song Yuchen hates Chinfang so much, he definitely wants to give him pigtails. After Luo Shiyan knew that Chinfang was innocent, she immediately dialed a phone out. Hello, Ningbing? This by Ningbing. Naturally, it was the one Luo Shiyan had asked to be saved in the beginning. Yamen. Bai Ningbing was sitting in her office. She was a female officer, but she was also a beautiful officer who was little known in the capital. Her father and mother were rather ordinary people, but with a great body and looks. According to some boring people's statistics, said Bai Ningbing's leg length ratio and thin waist ratio was already the most horrible golden ratio. Combined with the long hours of training, it's a perfect body frame. It looks very Yukon. There are a lot of suitors. At this time, she looked at her cell phone and it was actually a call from her good girlfriend, Luo Shiyan. What's wrong? Yan? I'm at home. Ningbing. You go to the government office, your side just arrested a named Chinfang. He's innocent, he's not strong. There's a suitor of mine who's afraid that he'll target Chinfang. His family has no small connections. I'm afraid Chinfang will suffer. Luo Shiyan briefly recounted her situation. On the other side, Bai Ningbing was exasperated. Don't worry Shiyan, I'll go watch them and won't let them mess around. Even though I'm not in a very high position. Thank you Ningbing. I regret this matter so much, it's all my fault. Luo Shiyan was blaming herself. After all, the root of everything was caused by her calling for help. But Luo Shiyan really didn't want to just give up to Chinfang so early. Because she hadn't really accepted Chinfang inside. Don't think too much, girls have the right to maintain their innocence, you did the right thing. Bai Ningbing consoled her good best friend, then hung up the phone and headed towards the interrogation room at fire speed. In the interrogation room, the one sitting directly in front of the questioning is Sun Wentao. Chinfang, Luo Shiyan's side said that she volunteered, is this thing true? The one who asked the question was naturally Sun Wentao as well. The two officials next to you were present at the time, whether the woman volunteered or not, let them tell you. Chinfang was not having a bad attitude, was he feeling the need to ask this question again? What's your attitude? Song Yuchen, who was listening from the sidelines, all of a sudden yelled over in a low voice, please cooperate with the questioning seriously. What do you think this place is? Be reasonable anywhere, how many times are you guys going to ask about something I haven't done? Chinfang smiled coldly, you guys can investigate all you want, I don't care. Chinfang, please watch your words. It's our right to ask several times. You have no right to refuse. Sun Wentao knocked on the desktop. Suddenly, a pretty figure came hurrying to the door of the interrogation room. It was a pretty female officer in a blue uniform. This person is Bai Ningbing. This woman's body and looks. It's superb. Song Yuchen was dumbfounded at once. This body and looks are not inferior to Luo Shiyan at all, right? This kind of beautiful constable, I'm afraid you can't even see it on TV dramas, right? Only that kind of picture on the internet. It's all there where it should be. Totally bumpy. It's overwhelming. Song Yuchen swore that he liked such a yukai. This Song Yuchen was about to go up and strike up a conversation. However, that Bai Ningbing spoke with a cold face. "Mr. Sun, I would like to ask, why did you bring Chinfang to the interrogation room? Shouldn't he come?" Sun Wentao responded with a grunt. "Since the woman volunteered, you can go to the office when you bring people in for questioning. It shouldn't have come to the interrogation room in the first place. This is a place where only criminals and suspects can come." Bai Ningbing said with a straight face, "And since the female is volunteering, why are you arresting people? That's perjury. It's perjury after a threat." Sun Wentao yelled over in a low voice. "Oh? Perjury? How can you see that?" Bai Ningbing opened her mouth to question. "What's the deal with this pretty female constable? Why is she helping Chinfang? Could it be that she knows Chinfang?" Song Yuchen was once again sour. Not only did this Chinfang trash Luo Yu, but he also had such a pretty female constable helping him? Perjury is perjury. Not perjury? Why did the woman call for help? Obviously the woman didn't do it voluntarily. It must have been threatened by the male later. Sun Wentao said with certainty, then added, "And according to the investigation, the water that was not finished in the 2 cups in the hotel suite has the ingredients of drugs in it." "Oh? You're saying Chinfang drugged him? Got any proof?" Bai Ningbing smiled disdainfully. "Of course there's proof." Sun Wentao clapped his hands. The next thing the interrogation room came in was a middle-aged man, who spoke. "Just last night, I remember it was this Chinfang who came to my store to buy the medicine about that convenience." "Oh, that's it? To commit perjury? It's also too funny, right?" Bai Ningbing really laughed. Could it be that the other party has a hard relationship? Do not want to do a perjury too delicate? Just fooling around with one? The hotel also found the bag of medicine, and the fingerprints on it are also Chinfang's. Luo Xian has a bruise on the corner of her mouth, which was also hit by Chinfang. Coupled with his resistance to arrest, as well as his improper attitude. Sun Wentao said Luo Xian had a bruise on the corner of her mouth that was definitely hit by that Suli last time. Now it's good, all arranged on Chinfang. To summarize, Chinfang is guilty of strong. The circumstances are egregious, at least 7 years to 9 years. Sun Wentao currently said, but not the final verdict, and to the judicial yamen, that is the moment to be able to make a decision. But with the help of Song Yuchen's father, none of these problems would be a problem. You guys are totally turning black and white upside down. Is there no king's law anymore? Bai Ningbing was really pissed off. These people, what are they? How could they be sentenced for so many years? To be honest, they weren't even qualified to arrest Chinfang. Xiaobai, this matter is not under your control. You'd better watch your post and go. Sun Wentao said coldly, "If you interfere with my interrogation again, I have the right to remove you from your post." You? Bai Ningbing was nothing more than a small captain, and at the moment, facing the pressure of the people in the general yamen, she was also a bit helpless, but she was entrusted with the task of being loyal. "With me here today, you guys don't even have the qualifications to interrogate him, not to mention sentencing him. The woman volunteered, so this situation shouldn't be regulated," Bai Ningbing said decisively. "Bai Ningbing, you disobeyed orders and defied your superiors. I'll write an application to fire you now." Sun Wentao was also enraged. What was this little female constable? Can anyone get into this mess? Nothing to go to the side, have to force himself to go out? Sun Wentao, you're a big official, aren't you? Who are you going to fire? Just then, the doorway of the interrogation room, on the other hand, was where a middle-aged man in a Chinese mountain suit walked in. Chapter 36. Who the hell is Chinfang? How come he's so bullish? Lu Feisheng? When Sun Wentao saw this man, his eyes immediately became alarmed. This person is called Lu Feisheng. He belongs in a special place. It's called the Royal Na Ministry. What is the Royal Na Department? That's what specializes in managing the royal children. Royalty, that's a part of the population that can't go deep enough. The general imperial staff, it's not really good to start, so 10 years ago, the Nangong elders set up such an imperial court department. The head of this royal yamen department, Lu Feisheng, is directly under the command of Elder Nangong. Sort of like a brocade guard. But not quite. It could be said that a figure like Lu Feisheng was a figure that the members of the royal family were afraid of when they looked at him. Just now, I seem to have heard that you're going to remove this Bai Ningbing from her position? Is that so? Lu Feisheng sneered coldly, his eyes glaring at that Sun Wentao. Ministry Lu, it's like this Bai Ningbing, he doesn't listen to my orders. So I'm going to withdraw. Sun Wentao hadn't said anything further. Lu Feisheng then said, then I'll first remove your position here. Starting today, you'll be demoted 3 levels. Lu Feisheng continued, Bai Ningbing, through my observation of you for a long time, I intend to transfer you to the Royal Yamen Department and assume the position of an ordinary member. Are you willing to do so? Let me go to the Royal Yamen Department? Bai Ningbing was all confused. This Royal Yamen Department, it was said that the salary was very high, and it specialized in managing the royal family members. The treatment was very good. You don't want to? Lu Feisheng smiled slightly. I'll follow the arrangements. Bai Ningbing quickly nodded. Good then. You don't have to worry about Chinfang's business here. Come with me. Just go directly over to take office today. Lu Feixing just said this and looked at Chinfang. Little brother Chinfang, you can go now, there's nothing more to do. That Song Yuchen was unconvinced. Who are you? Why did you just pronounce the result? Song Yuchen didn't know what the Imperial Court Department was. It's a unit he's never even heard of. But he didn't think it was as bullish as the capital's General Yamen, did he? Your father is already on trial, and you're still jumping around here? Lu Feixing laughed, such a clown, when it is really 100 years hard to meet. My father? Interrogated? What are you talking about? How can that be? Song Yuchen didn't believe it. Although his family wasn't a top-tier power, the tree was big and deep. It wasn't something that could be moved just by saying so. Your father is so upside down, he won't be able to come out for less than a decade. Lu Feixing glanced at the Song Yuchen and added, and you? After knowing that Chinfang is not strong, he still hit someone and abetted your father to turn black and white. You are also guilty. Lu Feixing said, looking at Sun Wentao, this is your territory, call someone to arrest Song Yuchen. Sun Wentao stammered for a moment. By the way, Sun Wentao, perhaps you can ask more crimes from the hands of this pair of father and son, then you are also able to make up for your mistakes. Lu Feixing laughed, people are doing it, don't do anything wrong, naturally you won't be taken this handle, and you don't have to be subjected to others. As an imperial staff, to withstand the temptations around you. Yes. Sun Wentao actually used to be a quite upright imperial staff, completely set up by Song Yuchen's father, which went down the drain. That supreme celestial being, if he didn't know this, Sun Wentao could be more than just demoted. Come on man na, arrest this Song Yuchen for me. Sun Wentao vowed to be himself from today onwards, but he couldn't afford to be at fault. Bai Ningbing, why don't you send this little brother Chinfang out first and wait for me in the office? After I take care of things here, I'll lead you to the Royal Yamen Ministry to take up your post, so pack up your traveling clothes. Lu Feixing arranged. Got it, Department Lu. Bai Ningbing slightly glanced at Chinfang and secretly said, this guy? What kind of energy? Actually able to make Lu Feixing of the Imperial Yamen Ministry make a move? You have to know that the Imperial Yamen Department that is directly under the management of the Celestials. Could it be that behind Chinfang is a celestial being looking after him? Ha! Chinfang looked coldly at Song Yuchen and spat, you deserve it. Didn't you say I'm finished? Who's screwed now? Song Yuchen was at 6s and 7s at the moment, and naturally didn't say a word in retaliation in the face of Chinfang's mockery. After Chinfang finished speaking, immediately, he left the interrogation room. This place never wants to come back a second time. What are you waiting for? Detain this Song Yuchen. Sun Wentao looked at his subordinates and urged, what are you afraid of? Mr. Lu from the Royal Yamen Department is here, the sky is the limit, no need to be afraid of Song Yuchen's family's power, his family is finished. The crowd heard this. It's slowly starting to get its hands dirty, too. Grabbed Song Yuchen. Wait. I want to know what the Royal Court Department does? What special place is it? Song Yuchen really wondered, what makes this Lu Feixing so tuggy, can he be allowed to die a death? I am only under the control of the heavenly man. Today's matter was also ordered by his old man. Lu Feixing said indifferently, then shook his head, who is it bad for you to mess with? You go and touch Chinfang? Lu Feixing didn't know why the Celestials were so concerned about Chinfang though. But since it's someone the Celestials have been following, who can mess with the Dragon Empire? Moreover, Chinfang had acted with conscience, and even after drugging him, he had been searching his conscience and had not been the least bit at fault. The Celestials wouldn't say they were harboring anyone. One could only say that Chinfang was being watched by the Celestials, and anyone who acted unjustly would be out of luck. Chinfang was like a mobile monitor installed by Elder Nangong. Could anyone who committed things around Chinfang not be an unlucky person? The Celestials commanded it. Song Yuchen's heart thumped, this Chinfang could actually go straight to the will of the heavens? What kind of sin had he done? I thought my family was already a big deal in the capital. But I didn't expect to be unable to defeat Chinfang. In fact, Song Yuchen's old man had heard about Chinfang before he made his move, and that was that Zhang Ziya, who had a $300 billion family fortune, was not going to go over even in college. But at that time, what Song Yuchen thought was that Chinfang was even richer, but he was just a businessman. I didn't realize that people have imperial identities behind them. What's even scarier is that it also goes straight to the will of heaven. Hey, have you guys heard? This Bai Ningbing is going to the Imperial Court Department. My god. It's actually the Imperial Court Department? This is a great place. Go to this place and the royalty will have to respect the existence. I've heard that the salary starts at 30,000, and you can arrange housing in the capital, all luxury apartments. It is said that those who can go to the Royal Yamen Department can be observed for at least 3 years, so how come Bai Ningbing went there? Who knows, but with her personality, she's fit to go. With a burst of envy from his co-workers, Bai Ningbing was let out of the office by Lu Feixing. Mr. Lu, I would like to ask, who exactly is Chinfang? Why is such a small matter able to get the attention of the Celestials? Bai Ningbing was so curious that she naturally asked boldly. Chapter 37 Sushing his fear, Chinfang has come to raise hell. Celestials' matters must not be asked too much. Lu Feixing smiled and said, but it's quite a coincidence, if it wasn't for Chinfang, you wouldn't have had the chance to be noticed by the Celestials. When you come to the Royal Yamen Department, I hope that you still have this iron-blooded nature that you don't recognize your 6 relatives. The Royal Yamen Department wants people like you. Lu Feixing's meaning was very clear, Chinfang because he was being paid attention to by the Celestials, and today Bai Ningbing came out to help Chinfang speak. Nangon Elder's side then asked who this Bai Ningbing is? Then checked out Bai Ningbing's past. Discover that this is an iron-willed female constable. Integrity, courage, and defiance of power. It's perfect for going to the Royal Court Department. I can go to the Royal Yamen Department, I really have to thank Chinfang. The corner of Bai Ningbing's mouth twitched viciously, secretly saying, Luo Xian, this Chinfang is so bullish? Do you still need me to help? I didn't help people with anything, but I picked up a big bargain. If not for Chinfang, how would I be noticed by the Celestials? I'm afraid that if I'm upright for the rest of my life, I won't be able to go to the Royal Yamen Department. Bai Ningbing looked at Chinfang at the gate who was about to leave and immediately ran up and said, Chinfang, hello. Your name is Bai Ningbing, right? Thank you for helping me just now. Chinfang turned around and looked. It turned out to be this female constable who had just helped herself, and he had to say that it was a really superb figure. No need to thank you, I was told by Xian to come over and take care of you. And it's my turn to thank you for what happened today. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to enter the Imperial Court Department for the rest of my life. Bai Ningbing sincerely thanked Chinfang. Ha? Xian called you over? Chinfang would smile, then secretly said, and she thanked me for letting her into the Royal Yamen Department? What does that mean? Could it be that the consortium behind me saw her helping me out and arranged for her to get in? But Chinfang didn't know. That place is no place for the SOS to say hello and get in. It was entirely by accident that Elder Nangon found such an upstanding female constable. Chinfang, leave me your contact information. I'll treat you to dinner some other day. Bai Ningbing took the initiative to ask. Cough cough cough, little Bai, when you go to the Imperial Court Department in the future, then you can't socialize with too many people. Lu Feixing paused, but if little brother Chinfang, it's not impossible. I know. The staff of the Royal Na Department has a special status, I'll pay attention to it myself. Bai Ningbing smiled faintly and after noting down Chinfang's phone number, she gave a thankful glance and was then led by Lu Feixing to work at the new location. Chinfang quickly went back to the hotel after adding Bai Ningbing's phone number. And it was delivered by Sun Wentao himself. Little brother, I'll send you here, you go up. Sun Wentao wouldn't dare to be disrespectful to Chinfang anymore, who would dare to mess with someone who was under the care of a celestial being? And, thank you Mr. Sun. Chinfang politely said. You go on up, little brother, and take care of yourself today. It's okay, and I know that you were set up to go under. Do well in the future, don't go backwards. Chinfang wasn't educating the opposite side, just exhorting I guess. Little brother is right. Sun Wentao touched his head and smiled awkwardly. Chinfang said goodbye to Sun Wentao and quickly arrived at the 11th floor of the hotel. He wanted to enter his room, looked at the door of Luo Xian's room across the street, hesitated for a moment, but still gently knocked. Soon, the door opened. Chinfang could only see Luo Xian wearing a nightgown and looking a bit downcast as she spoke shallowly. I'm sorry for misunderstanding you. And I have nothing to do with that Song Yuchen. I originally asked Bai Ningbing to come over and save me. And he even hit you? On what grounds I am? Luo Xian slightly raised her head and looked at the corner of Chinfang's mouth with some bruises, obviously caused by Song Yuchen's slap, but this guy Chinfang wasn't a wimp and returned the kick over. You know? N. Luo Xian nodded, the government offices and the consortium behind you, they all gave me the word. Then you have a good rest. I'm going to bed. Chinfang looked at her, turned around, fumbled for his room card, and went to his room. I was also angry at the time, I didn't distrust you. Seeing that he was a bit cold towards himself, Luo Xian shouted, and seeing no response, she ran forward, poked Chinfang in the back, and said in a rare soft voice, angry? What do you say? Chinfang turned around and fixed his eyes on her, then half of his face smiled slightly. I won't be angry if I want you to kiss me like you did just now. Go to hell. Go to sleep. Luo Xian really wanted to give this person a kick. Haven't you kissed enough just now? Not to mention kissing. Everything has been done, except the last. The room card is broken. Why don't we go to your room? Chinfang took the room card and swiped it towards the door, deliberately putting his hand through it, and there was no reaction when he swiped it. Is the room card broken? It can't be? Luo Xian believed it and reached out. Give me the room card, I'll swipe it. Luo Xian held her room card and swiped it. Isn't this open? Why are you lying to me? Luo Xian immediately blanked him and said, Dogman. Get lost and go to bed. Dog woman. Good night. Chinfang smiled lightly and opened the door to his room. Luo Yu hesitated and spoke sternly, "Dogman, I bought you medicine and put it in your room. Rub it off yourself." Dogwoman, thanks not. Chinfang will smile, really did not think that this iceberg schoolgirl still has such a cozy side, also did not linger more, but entered the room. Upon entering the hotel suite, Chinfang sat on his butt on the sofa, then looked at the colorful cloudy white ointment on the coffee table, opened it, and applied some to the corner of his mouth. While rubbing the medicine, Chinfang's mind was also thinking about the events of the past few days, and then he still felt out his cell phone. Found that flying penguin buddy. Hey, the mysterious consortium behind me? What the hell do you mean? Isn't that the deal? Leave me alone? The drugging today? You guys must have done it, right? Didn't I tell you, leave Luo Yu to me to take care of? What's your hurry? Although the matter of drugging, Chinfang really took advantage of Luo Yu, but this mysterious consortium's words are not trustworthy, as Chinfang cannot accept. Su Xinghe was sitting in the villa at the moment, and when he saw Chinfang's aggressive inquisition, he didn't know how to respond. The current Su Xinghe, however, clearly knew that Chinfang was being looked after by the supreme celestials of the imperial clan behind him. With this relationship, the current Su Xinghe had to respect Chinfang greatly, not to mention relying on Chinfang to complete his mission. Little brother Qin, listen to me, when I promised not to disturb your life, I only withdrew my personal surveillance of you. Any communication you have, and there's still 10 meters away, there's really no one spying on you. For the drugging thing, it's true that we did it, but didn't we just want to help you out? Su Xinghe awkwardly typed a paragraph and sent it over, then added, "You can call me Old Su from now on." Help me out? I was almost convicted, you know? Chinfang was really powerless to spit, but the other party had been helping himself so much. Chinfang had not forgotten to dig a well when he ate water, so naturally, he did not want to say anything more. Let's leave this matter here. Your aim is to get me and Luo Yu together, right? I'll say it again, I'll take care of it myself, don't help blindly. Just this once. But you need to speed things up, little brother. If there's anything you need help with, just say so. What do you need help with? Chinfang paused. Now that he also had a luxury car, he couldn't live in a hotel every day, he had to have his own real estate, right? And $500,000 in cash wasn't enough to spend, was it? Chapter 38, Su Xinghe admits his mistake. Send the villa again. Old Su, how about this, you give me a villa. And give me some cash? Chinfang spoke up and asked curiously, by the way, I'm with Luo Yu? What benefits can I bring you in the end? I was never able to figure it out. But I know you guys definitely have heavenly benefits. If there are benefits, there are definitely some, but I can't tell you now. Su Xinghe quickly pulled away from the topic and said, say, little brother, which unowned villa in the capital do you want? Or any other big city will do. A villa with no owner? Can't you get a villa with an owner? Chinfang asked rhetorically. Of course you can, but a villa with an owner is going to be a little more complicated. With an ownerless villa, isn't it just a matter of money? Su Xinghe had a tone that wasn't bad. Then Chinfang gave a bad smile and said, I want the best villa in the whole capital. Can you help me with that? The best villa in the entire capital? Su Xinghe hesitated for a moment and spoke with some reluctance. Let's put it this way, there is a set of sea view house villa in the North Sea Villa area over in Jingshan, which can be called the best villa in the whole capital. A villa with a sea view? Isn't my great capital city landlocked? Where's the sea from? Chinfang didn't understand for a moment. It's not really a sea. Rather, it's a lake. Then isn't Zongnanhai also called a sea? Su Xinghe said without a trace of anger, this villa area, over at Beihai Park. Adjacent to Jingshan in the east, bordering Zongnanhai in the south, and connecting to Shikahai in the north, it belongs to the royal gardens of my dragon empire in ancient times. The land is all ridiculously expensive. Ro. Since you said it's the best villa in the capital, then I believe you. No problem. If the villa's real estate license, I'll send it over to you tomorrow morning. Su Xinghe paused and sent another message, let's give you 5 small goals to spend first. We'll talk about it when it's gone. Thanks now old Su. I'll definitely work harder. I'll do what you want. I'll be with this long-legged schoolgirl. Chinfang was very relieved to see that he had the villa and the cash. As I wish? You kid just don't like her? Su Xinghe grunted, we're counting this as a mutual benefit. Love it. The skin is like water. That feeling just now is still fresh in my mind. In fact, if it wasn't for this girl's resistance, things would have really come true. Chinfang smiled thievishly, thinking about what happened after the two were drugged. It was a burst of hotness. If you like it, why don't you just make it raw today while you're drugged? And also in turn towards me to raise the offense? Su Xinghe, through the cell phone, blankly glanced at this Chinfang and said with a bit of ridicule, but it's just that the female side of the family is unwilling. Only to find a friend to come over to rescue. Old Su, you're still laughing at me, aren't you? Then I'll become a monk. Chinfang retorted, and then said in a serious manner, although it is said that a fair lady is a gentleman. But I stick to one principle, for Luo Yu, you can only take from the straight, not the curved. Okay. Then you work harder. I'll give you a big gift when you've chased after her. Su Xinghe was a little bit speechless. He really hoped that Chinfang wasn't some kind of honorable man so that the mission would go faster. But from here on out, he no longer dared to play any tricks on Chinfang. There must be a celestial looking after Chinfang's back. Su Xinghe was a businessman. Where would he get the guts? I think it's time for you to give me a showdown, right? Can't you at least let me know who you are? After all, we all made an agreement? As long as you don't provoke me, I'll definitely chase after that Xian girl. Chinfang tentatively asked the other party. Su Xinghe thought for a moment and did not intend to reveal the system, but instead stated his own identity. I'm the oldest president of the Su Clan group, Su Xinghe. What? You're Su Xinghe? That Dragon Empire's #1 consortium? Chinfang's eyes glared slightly. No wonder that the $300 billion Zhan Longgang couldn't even compare. So it was this identity? Then can you tell me? Why are you helping me chase after Luo Xian? What interests do you have? Chinfang once again pursued the question. This matter right, when you catch up to Luo Xian, I will naturally tell you. Su Xinghe drew a big cake. It was likely that he wouldn't say anything even if he chased after her. His own identity of the Su group could be told, but the matter of the system would have to be thought twice. Alright then. Look at the speed of your typing. You should be a senior player. Go to bed early. Don't be short-lived. Chinfang hemmed and hawed and exited the dialogue box with him. This kid. Can you talk? I've loved you for nothing. Although Su Xinghe cursed on his mouth, but honestly, began to like this young man, but unfortunately his own son gave birth to a daughter. Su Xinghe has actually been looking forward to having a male grandchild. Perhaps when the plan of Luo Xian and Chinfang being together is completed? Let your granddaughter get closer too? This Chinfang is a celestial being behind him. Forget it. It's better for her granddaughter to find her own happiness. The next day at 11 o'clock noon, Chinfang slept naturally and did not go to class, is oversleeping. Open your cell phone and look. It's from Roxy Yan. She goes to school at 8 in the morning. Seeing this, Chinfang replied warmly, yesterday, you played the game with me, you didn't go to bed until 2 p.m. and woke up at 8 p.m. Aren't you sleepy? Seeing no reply from the other side. Must be in class. Chinfang also got up and washed up. Suddenly, Chinfang heard someone knocking on the door. Turns out it was a waitress. You are Mr. Chin, right? This is the envelope someone handed you. My envelope? Chinfang frowned slightly and took the envelope and touched it. It appeared to be an ID of some sort and a key of sorts. Could it be the villa that old Su talked about yesterday? Chinfang's eyes lit up slightly and he immediately opened the envelope. Chapter 39, Shock. The most expensive villa in the Dragon Empire. Fruity. It's a villa real estate license and a villa key. Chinfang flipped it open slightly to take a look. Villa address, 88 North Sea Villa area. Crap. This little hottie. The waitress is called Li Hui. She glanced at the real estate license, saw the North Sea Villa area, a few big words. As a North China drifter for 7 or 8 years now, how could she not know how expensive this North Sea Villa area was? That's a villa area that starts at $500 million. This is the center of the capital and it's really expensive. All of a sudden, Li Hui's eyes were paralyzed as she looked at Chinfang. Sir, are you just getting up? Does the house need tidying up? You're in housekeeping? Chinfang slightly looked up at her. After all, guests stayed in hotel suites. As long as the guests gave permission, they were allowed to go in and clean up their rooms. Li Hui hesitated and nodded. I'll go in and clean up for you? Okay, thanks. Chinfang added after a pause, order me a steak and a sandwich, please. No problem. Li Hui's posture wasn't bad, and after she ordered for Chinfang, that little crag walked into Chinfang's suite with a shake. See, Chinfang went to put the real estate license away. Li Hui quietly fumbled with the small makeup box in her pocket and replenished her outfit. With that, he slightly unbuttoned the second button of his shirt. This vague feeling. She knew that most of all, it was the presence that men aspired to. Mr. Chin, does your comforter need to be changed? Li Hui knelt on the Simmons and made a very seductive gesture as she gently arranged the bedding, and she also sniffed slightly with her nose and found that there wasn't that particular smell. This means that Chinfang spent yesterday alone. No, just help me clear out the snack bags in my bedroom. Don't worry about the rest. Chinfang didn't bother to look at her, although this waitress did have good posture, but at most she was considered a sub-goddess at the level of his ex-girlfriend Lin Yuding, and now that Chinfang had a high-flying schoolgirl that he could eat out of his mouth at any time, how could he look at her? Got it, sir. Li Hui nodded and said with a mouthful of pasty voice, Mr. Chin still rested well yesterday, didn't he? Are you alone? Honestly. Conversations like this are revealing enough. As long as the other side isn't stupid. Must know what she's getting at then. She's just here to deliver. I think you're not asking too much? Chinfang immediately saw the woman's mind. Please help me clean up and then go out. Li Hui is really drunk, her own posture is not bad, right? Is this tycoon so discerning? He doesn't even want it for free? Suddenly. At this time, there was a knock at the door. Hello, sir, does your room need cleaning? The person at the door is called Jade, and this is the real janitor. Ha! Sister Hui, why are you here? Aren't you the receptionist? How come you're here as a housekeeper? Xiao Chui wondered for a moment. You're not a housekeeper? Chinfang's eyes glared slightly as he looked at this Li Hui. I. Li Hui could not say anything at once, and could only walk towards the door, glaring fiercely at this Xiao Chui, and speaking sternly. Right, I'm the receptionist? What's wrong? If I'm not the cleaning lady, I can't come to clean up the guest's room? Do you need to be in charge? Sister Hui. Sorry. Xiao Chui immediately realized that she might have offended Li Hui, and was very anxious in her heart. She came from the countryside and was only a temporary worker in the hotel, while Li Hui was from the front desk and was said to be a relative of the manager. Ha! You've been doing a lousy job of cleaning the last week, too. I guess you don't want to do it, right? I'll talk to the manager later. Li Hui hadn't said anything further. Chinfang immediately interrupted with a sneer. I think you're the one who doesn't want to do it, right? Why are you bullying people? Chinfang took a look at this little cleaning girl as an honest person. And this Sister Hui is posing as a janitor, and when the real janitor bumps into her, she lashes out at them? I didn't bully her. It's her own cleaning job that she didn't do well. Li Hui finished, glaring over toward Xiao Chui. Do you think I'm right? Yes, Sister Hui. Xiao Chui stammered and nodded. All right. People like you have such poor character. Chinfang didn't care about that much and directly called out, saying, Brother Lin, there's a Sister Hui in your hotel. Even if she posed as a cleaning lady to enter my room, she also bullied the temporary workers. Sister Hui? It's Li Hui, right? Lin Zhenqing immediately remembered this person and spoke. This is the cousin of the family of the manager of my hotel. Her usual style is indeed a bit problematic, and I didn't touch her because I didn't look at the face of the monk. But now that you, old brother Qin, have opened your mouth, then I won't keep her. How could Lin Zhenqing dare to disobey Chinfang? Not to mention him? Su Xingha appeared to be respecting Chinfang even nowadays. Toodle-oo. Soon. Then Li Hui, who was posing as a housekeeper, received a phone call from her cousin, who was also the manager of this hotel. Hoshi, what's wrong with you? Going to impersonate a cleaning lady? And bullying the hotel's temporary workers? Now I'm being scolded by the boss too. You come to the finance department to settle the bill. I can't bail you out either. The other side finished. The phone beeped and hung up again. Li Hui was stumped in place, all dumbfounded. What had she done wrong? What did she do wrong? Didn't she just hook up with Chinfang? She lost her job directly? But the current Li Hui hadn't figured out that if she hooked up with Chinfang alone, Chinfang wouldn't have called for her to be fired. Still not leaving? Want me to give you a ride? If you enjoy hooking up, I suggest you change your job. And don't eat peaches and just pinch them on the soft ones. If you're capable of it, go bully some powerful ones. Don't keep bullying people's temps. Chinfang smiled coldly and didn't care about her. Li Hui knew that the other party was one he couldn't afford to mess with, so he had no choice but to slink out. This girl? Is this person always bullying you at the hotel? Chinfang looked at Xiao Chui and inquired. That? Pretty much, she's the manager's cousin, we wouldn't dare to contradict her. Xiao Chui replied honestly. It's okay, the hotel will never use her again. Just help me clean up the trash on the floor. After Chinfang had dealt with this small fiasco, around 12 o'clock, he took the real estate license with him and headed over to the North Sea Villa area. The North Sea Villa area, totaling more than 1,600 acres of land, with roughly 500 city acres of water. Here the water is open, the lake tower shadow, grass and trees, cypress and pine, platforms and pavilions, paintings and corridors, architectural chic, genuinely colorful. In the center of the capital city, the view here is truly one of a kind. Those who can stay here are basically not worth $10 billion, so don't even think about it. There are quite a few people in this sales department. Chinfang looked at the sales department. Many sales ladies were burying their heads in their cell phones because there were no guests at all. At a glance, several hundred square meters of the sales department hall, afraid of only a few guests. After all, the price is too expensive for a villa with of course limited guests per day. How dare you come to this place to buy a house if you don't have some money in your hand? But the rows of salesgirls were not bad in terms of face and body. At this moment in the sales department, there is a tycoon, looking at villas. Looks like a dirt outbreak. Speaking flippantly, too. Missy, your salesgirls here have really good face value. Your uniform is so nice, it's a pity you don't make movies. The soil thug glanced at the figure of the girl who introduced the villa to him and looked straight at her. Mr. Joking. The salesgirl naturally heard what the opposite side meant, but didn't get angry, and pulled away from the topic. Mr. Wang, I think you understand the houses in our villa area, the location is so good, and the scenery is still so good. It might even appreciate in value in the future. Whether it's for your own residence or investment, it's all very good. I have to say, your villas here are really expensive. Tyrannical Rich pointed to a house on the sand table and said, "This number 88? How come it's labeled in the lake? And it's quite a bit bigger than an ordinary villa?" "Sir, this villa is the king of villas in our villa area, it's not for sale." The sales lady smiled slightly. "As for why it's in the lake? That's because this villa is in the lake." "A villa underwater? How do you mean?" Stormy Rich was immediately interested. "This villa is called Floating Seahorse. It's a floating villa in the sea created by the famous Dubai real estate developer Klein Dinster Group and takes its name from the seahorse. The Floating Seahorse is constructed on 3 levels, one underwater 3,000 square meters, one on the surface 4,000 square meters, and one on the deck 2,000 square meters. The master bedroom, as well as the bathroom, is underwater on the first level and features a panoramic window model that allows the villa owner to enjoy the beautiful underwater views of the lake. A staircase provides direct access to the living room, kitchen, and dining room on the lake, which is open to a glass wall that looks out onto the 500 square foot man-made coral back garden, and above the deck, one can enjoy the magnificent views directly from the giant floating bed. The top deck has a mini barstool and micropool, while the pool has a glass bottom and retractable curtains all around if you're afraid of walking out when you take a dip. And with the glass walls being open, the deck can be turned into an extension of the living space as well. Technically, a floating seahorse is a non-powered yacht. But we call this villa the water and moon cave in this country. The thugs listened to the salesgirl. It also drifted off for a moment. "This villa is too awesome, isn't it? Not only 9,000 square meters total? And so high-tech? This lake is already crystal clear, so the view from the bottom should be good, right? Imagine living at the bottom of the lake on the first level, like the Crystal Palace in Journey to the West. How cool is that? So, Missy, how much is this villa?" "It's not expensive, just 8.8 billion, same as its door number." The saleswoman laughed. "But this thing is a non-sale item. Oh, it's only for exhibition, not for sale." "Why don't you sell it?" Thug asked. "I'm not sure about that. It's rumored that the Su Group above our developer is told to keep it. As soon as this villa was built, it was marked as a non-sale item." The sales lady looked at this villa on the sand tray. Her eyes showed yearning. To be able to become the hostess, she was willing to dedicate everything. "This villa of mine sounds like it might be nice." Suddenly, Chinfang murmured from the side and then spoke. "May I ask the sales lady, is your property department upstairs? I'm here to move in." "Mr. You? What did you just say?" "I asked if the property department is upstairs from the sales office." "I'm here to move in," Chinfang replied. "No, the previous sentence? You said we were just talking about this villa being yours?" The sales lady stared with 2 big eyes. This was too unbelievable, right? Hasn't this villa always been in the hands of the old president of the Su Group, listed as a non-sale item? How? I'm here to check in at 88. You haven't answered my question yet. Is the property department upstairs? Chinfang knew that this villa was very expensive and it was normal for the other party to be excited. Chapter 40, Absolute Beauty Black Silk Royal Girl Su Meiji. The future successor of the Su Clan. Crap. What's with this guy? $8.8 billion for a villa. This is too luxurious, right? The thug's face was embarrassed, but then he said darkly, "It seems like this kid just drove a BMW 7 Series, right? Sure he can buy an $8.8 billion villa, king? It can't be that he's here to pretend to pick up girls, right? Do you have a real estate license? Let me see?" The salesgirl looked at Chinfang incredulously, still a bit stunned. "Yes," Chinfang said and immediately handed over the villa's real estate license in his hand. "OMG. Also, it's still true," the salesgirl exclaimed, raising her head to look at Chinfang, who was now no longer looking at a person, but was completely looking at an ATM that never ran out of banknotes. "That's 8.8 billion. Not $100 billion in assets? You're buying an $8.8 billion villa? Is that possible? Ray, what's wrong?" Ghost yelling and screaming? "What's wrong, Ray?" A few surrounding sales ladies saw this and didn't understand, so they walked over and asked, "What the hell is going on? So nonchalant? This gentleman, he came with Villa King's real estate certificate, saying that he is moving into the villa." Shaoli stammered, still not out of the shock. 8.8 billion, nah, this amount is too shocking. "What? Staying at Villa King? How is that possible? Ray, you're crazy, aren't you? Isn't this Villa King a non-sale item? I heard that it's in the hands of the old president of the Su Group." "Right. This villa area was originally invested by the other Su Group. There's nothing wrong with people keeping the Villa King in their hands. But this gentleman? What brings you to check in?" The rest of the sales ladies were confused. Did this young man? Did he go to the top of the Su Group? Did he get this villa? "Sales lady, are you sure this real estate license is real?" That outrageously rich man inquired about Shaoli. He really didn't think so, did he? How could someone who could buy an $8.8 billion villa drive a BMW 7 Series? It's not that low-key, right? And this person is so young? How many young people have a low profile? Anyway, according to his thug mentality, to have that kind of wealth, he should at least drive a $10 million car. The real estate license shouldn't be fake, right? Shally touched the paper and it was fine, she spoke. I'll make a call to the manager to ask what's going on. Ray said and dialed away. After all, this villa was not an ordinary villa and would not be entered into the database and information could not be found. One can only ask the top sisters, what do you think about this? Did this gentleman really buy Villa King? It doesn't look like it to me. The car this guy is driving looks like a BMW 7 Series? Listen to me, it's not a matter of what kind of car he drives, okay? This villa wouldn't have trickled out of the hands of Su's old boss at all. Absolutely impossible. Why absolutely not? I also heard a small senior executive of the Su group mention it, but I don't know if it's true or not. Then tell me, why is it impossible to flow out? I've heard that the villa has extraordinary significance, so it's not for sale. On the other hand, Shally dialed the phone of the manager of the sales department and asked, Manager, Villa King, someone took the real estate license to move in, has this villa been sold above? Villa King? Someone is coming to stay? Manager Yi laughed out at once, where is the liar from? How is it possible? This villa can flow out from Mr. Su? But manager, this other gentleman took out the real estate certificate, like it's real. Because it's not for sale, we can't check the data either. Shally said bitterly, I also think, it shouldn't be, right? Real estate license? Then you hold steady. I'm coming over to take a look. What's going on here? This villa will definitely not go out. Manager Yi hung up the phone after saying that. And just at this moment, a woman in a corseted professional coverall walks through the sales department. The scene roared to life. Ms. Su? You guys look. Is that Miss Su coming? Hello Ms. Su. Hello Ms. Su. Have a seat. Someone, make tea for Miss Su. Miss Su must be here to inspect the work. You guys hurry up and organize your instruments. Seeing so many people going up to greet him, Chinfang turned around, his eyes glared slightly, and commented, this woman can still. Chinfang had seen a man like Luo Yu with a godly face and a super long-legged body. There aren't too many girls who can say okay from his mouth. But at this moment, this Miss Su, whether it was her figure and appearance, she was not inferior to Luo Yu. Just two people with two styles of looks. Luo Yu is pure and cold but not lacking in lovability. This Miss Su's words, on the other hand, were the mature foxy charm of a strong woman. It counts as a beefed-up version of Luo Yu. That Luo Yu was already a picture of seduction, but this Miss Su was even more seductive. Slim waist, long legs, white skin, and good looks. Totally model body and angel face. Miss Su, your side is here, ah? Shally immediately walked up and reported, this gentleman came to stay at Villa King, is this villa really sold? You've come to stay at Villa King? Sume Ji looked at Chinfang and laughed a bit tautly, sir, are you here to play a prank? What? I pranked you? Chinfang was immediately confused, what is this barrenness? It's impossible to sell this villa, and yet you say you're coming to stay in this Villa King? Sume Ji was really funny, her grandfather was Su Xinghe, and she was also Su Xinghe's only first granddaughter, the future successor of Su Group. Talk about the best villa in the capital. His own grandfather could have promised himself. The villa was kept as Sume Ji's future wedding house. How could it be sold? It's ridiculous. My real estate license is here. I really came to check in. Chinfang was confused, why were so many people skeptical when he came to check into a villa? Yes, Miss Su, this gentleman did bring the real estate certificate, would you like to take a look? Shally carefully passed the real estate certificate in front of Sume Ji. No need to look. When I say it's impossible, it's impossible. Sume Ji just couldn't believe it, her grandfather's status as the boss of Su Group, and he wasn't short of money or funds, where would he sell his wedding house? Is it possible? What the hell do you guys mean? Chinfang was a bit annoyed, I came to stay in a villa? You've even taken out the real estate license? And you're saying it's impossible? What's the point of saying it's impossible? Why don't you ask a professional to check it out? Or can you ask your superiors directly? Sir, I'm the president of Su Group today. When you say above, it should include me, right? Sume Ji's expression was a bit slightly angry when she saw that Chinfang was still speaking vulgar words anymore, but as a lady of the house, she definitely wouldn't do it on her face. You're the president of the Su Group? Right. Sume Ji nodded slightly and said ridiculously, so do you still need me to ask upwards? So you're the granddaughter of Plastic Bucket? Chinfang naturally knew that the president of Su Group appeared to be Su Xinghe's granddaughter, while Su Xinghe was the old boss. Plastic Bucket? Sume Ji somewhat didn't understand the designation. It's not. It's Old Man Su. Chinfang awkwardly smiled, this morning, the two people chat. Chinfang knew to the Old Man Su nickname, because with a cell phone to type Old Man Su 3 words, always appeared Plastic Bucket. You are too rude. When Su Meiji heard this title, her eyebrows could not help but frown fiercely. Her grandfather was known as Su Lao or Su General, but she had never heard anyone call out for Old Man Su, let alone any plastic buckets. Men! Give me the guest. Su Meiji was very angry. The person she admired the most was her grandfather, but this person actually insulted her grandfather here. Su Meiji was no longer a great lady, she couldn't endure it. This gentleman, please get out. We don't want to do it. The two security guards looked viciously at Chinfang. Mojo. TM, it's inexplicable. Still owed me real estate license. Chinfang cursed, just go out, what's the big deal? Chinfang's side went out of the sales department and naturally came to the parking space at the entrance and climbed into his BMW. Immediately, with no small amount of fire, he made a call to Su Xinghe. Chapter 41, shocking the whole house. The bridal chamber has been given away? Old Man Su, what's going on? What's wrong, old brother? Su Xinghe was confused. I came to check into the villa and your granddaughter insisted that I was here to play a prank. And even kicked me out. Chinfang paused and added, but I can understand that, after all, it's normal for her to be angry when I said you were a plastic bucket, but why don't you believe me about checking into the villa, King? I'll call my granddaughter about it. I'm to blame for this, I didn't notify the sales department in advance. Although Su Xinghe looked idle, keeping an eye on Chinfang every day, he was actually really busy. At least he was the boss of a $10 trillion consortium, right? And at this moment in the sales department, Su Meiji clasped her hands and sat on the sofa, crossing the queen's legs. That evil also continued to rise and fall, really angry, actually said that their grandfather is a plastic bucket? It's inexplicable. Miss Su, don't be angry, just a prankster. There's no need to get angry. Yeah. This person is also too rude. To actually address our Su groups Mr. Su like that. He's still in our parking space and hasn't left, looks like he's on the phone? Miss Su, why don't I go over there and tell him to get lost in his BMW 7 Series? A bunch of sales ladies from the sales department are here to comfort Su Meiji not to be angry. But after Su Meiji took a glance towards that BMW 7 Series, her eyes glared slightly. Why is this car so familiar? Of course. The car was given to Chinfang just by getting it out of her family's garage. How could it not be familiar? But the family garage is a bit overloaded with luxury cars. Su Maggie doesn't remember either. It's just a little familiar. Suddenly, Su Meiji's cell phone rang. The scene was immediately quiet. No one dared to speak when Su Meiji answered the phone. Su Meiji's white hurried and slender fingers slightly picked up that cell phone, and suddenly her eyes glared as she muttered, "Grandpa called? Grandpa, do you need something? Aren't you in a meeting?" Su Meiji was a bit puzzled. Grandpa usually doesn't call for meetings, what's going on here? Maggie, you went over to the North Sea Villa area? Yes, Grandpa, I came over to check how the villa is selling. Su Meiji said and gave a slight grunt. It's strange to say that there is a young man here who came with a real estate license and said that he wants to move into that water moon cave sky villa, King. This is what you promised to leave me for my future wedding room. It's really ridiculous. That, Maggie. Actually, this house was given away by me. Su Xinghe a little difficult to open, after all, when it was a smear and nail promise to give his granddaughter the future as a wedding room. Because of this villa in the hands of Su Xinghe has not gone out, but now Chinfang side to the capital's best villa. He can only be sorry for his granddaughter. What? Grandpa? You gave away my future marital home? Su Meiji was instantly furious. Who is he? Why did you send him? Even if it's something amazing, you can't give away other properties? Su Xinghe had long known that if he gave his granddaughter this matter, she would definitely be anxious. After all, that set of Villa King was originally built according to Su Meiji's requirements, just not transferred. Su Xinghe gave it away without Su Meiji's permission. The granddaughter must have a complaint. Meiji, listen to Grandpa, this Chinfang is a strange commodity. It's fine for you to choose another place for your wedding room in the future, there are plenty of good villas in the capital. Su Xinghe spoke here and spoke experimentally, and as long as you work hard, this bridal chamber will be just as yours. As long as I try? This wedding house is just as much mine? Su Meiji was confused for a moment. Grandpa, didn't you give it away? This wedding house is still mine? Grandpa means. This Chinfang is good, I hope. Got to. Grandpa, don't say go on. Su Meiji also understood. Grandpa was asking himself to marry this strange Chinfang, right? Maggie, in fact, not only is he an oddity, but this young man saved your grandfather's life? Do you believe that? Su Xinghe didn't care. It looked like his granddaughter had a bit of a grudge against Chinfang. This couldn't be done. Su Xinghe had to spread a panic so that his granddaughter would have a favorable impression of Chinfang. Although it was said that Luo Xian and Chinfang were together in order to complete the mission, and he himself was now letting his granddaughter intervene? Isn't that like lifting a stone and hitting your own foot? But Su Xinghe thought about it. Chinfang and Luo Xian together is not necessarily married well. By the time the reward is in hand, you can let their granddaughter on. This person saved your life? As soon as Su Meiji heard that there was such a thing, that brow that had been frowning slightly stretched out. So Meiji, now you have no complaints about me giving him the Water Moon Cave Villa King thing, right? Su Xingha secretly sighed in relief. Was this matter considered muddled? I'm fine with that. But you can't let me repay him just because he saved your life, right? Although Su Meiji was unwilling to marry, she already had a good feeling about Chinfang in her heart. After all, her grandfather was the person she respected the most, but Chinfang had saved his life. I don't necessarily mean that, it's just that you young people get along. On the line. If you don't get along, forget it. Su Xingha's side was not in a hurry. After all, Luo Xian and Chinfang's mission together was not yet completed. Now his granddaughter is the best not to get involved. That's more like it. But in that case? Then I'll just apologize to him. It was indeed my granddaughter who was abrupt just now. Su Meiji apologized and then asked curiously, by the way Grandpa, what did you say about how he's a strange commodity? And how did he save your life? How can I put it? Su Xingha paused. Let's put it this way, this Chinfang can reach straight to heaven's will. What? Straight to heaven's will? Su Meiji's beautiful eyes glared. Are you saying that he is a person of the Supreme Celestial? Right. Su Xingha nodded fiercely. So this status? It's not bad to match you, right? And it's also Grandpa's lifesaver. Grandpa, didn't you say it was up to us to get along? Why did you mention it again? Su Meiji rolled her eyes. Alright Grandpa, since it's your savior, my side hurriedly invited him in to sit. Then while you quickly go and make amends, you are just presumptuous. Don't ask about anything. Luckily Chinfang has a big measure. He said that he's not angry with you, after all, seeing that you also respect me. He said I'm a plastic bucket and you're angry. Grandpa? He usually calls you. Call you a plastic bucket? Su Meiji asked a bit breathlessly. Neither did I. I was just given my nickname today. This kid, he's just naughty. Su Xingha laughed indifferently. Well, it feels like you guys are the true love, nothing for me. Su Meiji laughed out, like an iceberg melting, but it made those male security guards look dumbfounded. Su Maggie's face is so topsy-turvy. The body is even more of a killer. Hey, you guys go, invite Chinfang, who is in the parking space, in here. After Su Meiji hung up the phone, she somewhat awkwardly opened her mouth and instructed her subordinates. But this statement was made. The whole room was confused. It was important to know that Su Meiji usually respected her grandfather the most. Now the man outside the door had insulted Su Xingha. So Maggie actually had to invite him in? Is this person of awesome status? I don't think so. Driving a BMW 7 Series and wearing just a few $1,000s a set of clothes. There's absolutely nothing rich about it. Chapter 42, Su Meiji, can you be my boyfriend? Huh? What the hell? Miss Su, are you asking to invite that man in just now? What's going on here? Can't really read. Didn't this man insult old Mr. Su? How is it that you, Miss Su, are still? Seeing that everyone was puzzled, Su Meiji opened her mouth and explained, it's okay, he usually calls my grandfather as for the plastic bucket. I'm also confused. What? He called old Mr. Su. Who is this little young man? How could he address old Mr. Su like that? Is the identity awesome? Forget it, I'll go myself. Su Meiji said, lifted up the overlapping legs, stood up, and with a queenly one-line modeling walk, she headed towards the parking space where Chinfang was. Mr. Chin. Su Meiji's stunningly beautiful face, at this moment, did not have the initial frost, but a warm smile. After all, the other person was the one who saved his grandfather. How could Su Meiji not be thankful from the bottom of her heart? Oh? Ms. Su? What's the matter? Chinfang smiled lightly. He naturally knew that old man Su must have notified the past and now the other party had come over to apologize to him. However, Chinfang would never think that Su Xingha actually made up words about saving his life to make his granddaughter feel good about Chinfang. Mr. Chin, at first I was abrupt. Now that Grandpa's side has given me the word, this Water Moon Cave Villa King is indeed a gift from Grandpa to you. The moment Su Meiji's words came out, the surrounding sales ladies, security guards, and others were again dumbfounded. What? What? This Villa King still really belongs to this Mr. Chin? And it was delivered by Mr. Su himself? My god, didn't I hear that this villa was reserved for Miss Su as a wedding room? How come it was given away? What exactly is this Chinfang's identity? The sales ladies could only look at Chinfang in horror at the moment. The two security guards who had just invited Chinfang out were slightly trembling at the moment. They've offended the big boys. Mr. Chin, please come in, I will personally check you in. Su Meiji smiled politely. That smile was like a spring breeze, simply making the surrounding males look drunk. Honestly. Identity is not in place for men. Who can get a smile like that from Su Maggie? No need, I don't want to live here. Chinfang is not arrogant, mainly too angry. He came over to stay in the villa in a good way, and there are really many broken things. Mr. Chin, if you don't move into the villa, then all the sins are on me, and I won't even be able to explain to Grandpa at that time. Sumeji's big beautiful eyes gurgled, "If you don't move in, I'll be here guarding you all the time. I'm not afraid of things getting out of hand." Eh? The corner of Chinfang's mouth twitched viciously. This Miss Su? Actually threatened? But Chinfang was only taking out a mouthful of bad breath. Naturally, it wasn't much more arrogant. Without saying a word, he walked straight into the lobby of the sales department. Come on, people. Sumeji had wanted to summon someone to pour tea for Chinfang, but she felt that she was too abrupt about today's events, so in order to show her sincerity, she went to pour the tea herself. "Mr. Chin, come and have some tea. This is the very best Huangshan Maofeng tea. You taste it?" Sumeji's thin waist slightly bent, presenting a beautiful amplitude overall, and served a cup of tea in front of Chinfang. Of course. This magnitude appeared from the two guards behind them. There are no gullies or ravines in front of us, but there are cliffs behind us. My God. My God. I'm going to die. This Ms. Su. This body is so topsy-turvy. If this moment of bending over could last forever, I'd trade my life for it. I'd still like to see the view from the front. Too bad. Be content with having the cliffs behind you to look at. Miss Su actually personally poured tea for this Chinfang. I'm really envious. You said this Chinfang wouldn't be someone from the royal family, right? Otherwise, what is Miss Su's status? The successor of the Dragon Empire's #1 consortium, how could she be so polite to Chinfang? I don't think Miss Su would like this Chinfang, right? Look at her expression, she doesn't just respect Chinfang, there's also an indescribable good feeling in there? Of course. Initial meeting. It wasn't so much that Sumeji liked Chinfang. This indescribable good feeling must be a lie that Chinfang had saved her grandfather. And, thank you Ms. Su. Chinfang saw that she personally poured tea for herself and her tone was polite, and a few points of resentment faded away from what happened just now. Mr. Chin, just bought the fruit, it's fresh. This time. A well-presented salesgirl, on the other hand, came over with a tray of fruit. Of course, the order to go and buy fruits must have been Sumeji's arrangement. However, the sales lady's eyebrows drifted viciously towards Chinfang. This fruit bowl. There are expensive Buddha pears, Sekiichi apples, decop citrus, Queen Sambikia strawberries, pineapples from the Lost Heligan garden, ruby Roman grapes, sun egg mangoes, and densuk watermelons. These are arguably one of the most expensive fruits in the world. Thousands and thousands of dollars for each. Take this lost pineapple from Heligan's garden. It's hidden away in the jungle by the sea in the tip of West England, where this expensive pineapple is carefully cultivated, and these pineapples are worth $1,600 each. I'll do it. Sumeji slightly took over the fruit plate, but this sales lady was so concerned about winking at Chinfang that she almost didn't drop the fruit plate on the ground. Miss Su, sorry. The sales lady hurriedly apologized. Luckily Miss Su caught it. To knock over this fruit plate, this is tens of thousands of soft sister coins. All of you go down, I'm here, don't be an eyesore here. Sumeji was really speechless, so she sent the people around her down. Although she didn't have the intention of monopolizing Chinfang, she couldn't stand to see the climbing eyes of these sales ladies. Eyebrows would have been a good word for it. But when it comes to them, it's a derogatory term. The fruit plate is good. Thank you Ms. Su for entertaining me. Chinfang looked at the fruits on the plate, although he didn't know how many tens of thousands of dollars it was worth, but they were definitely all extremely high-quality fruits. Slightly picking up a steel fork, he got a piece of pineapple and put it in his mouth. A frown spreads. Really sweet. But just at this time, in the sales department, a lot of sales ladies began to boil up. Look! There's a Ferrari Laka coming to the door. My God, this car is a limited edition, worth about $25 million. This ride is so familiar? It's not young Master Long, is it? The man in the car is coming down. Right. It's Young Dragon. Young Dragon's villa, in our villa area, is also number 66. Although it's not as expensive as Villa King, it's still worth $2.5 billion. This Long Yawu, it's rumored that his old man is Long Daoming. That's not true. According to the grapevine, he has a sister-in-law who's pretty awesome. She's from the Su family. What? The Su family? It's that Su family that's the head of the 4 great families under the imperial family? Yes, Long Yawu's sister-in-law is the daughter of the Su family head. Crap. This identity? It's explosive, isn't it? But it's just the illegitimate daughter of the Su family head. What's wrong with a private daughter? That's the head of the 4 great families of the Dragon Empire, the #1 clan in the world. The luxury sports car down at the door was a teenager in his early 20s, with generalized looks, not ugly or handsome. If I had to have a personal comparison, it's a match for that Wang Song. Your Miss Su is in the sales department? Long Yawu got off the car and walked straight to the sales department, casually asking a sales lady. Young Long, yes, Miss Su came to the sales department today. A sales lady looked at Long Yawu with stars in both eyes. Indeed not bad. Long Yawu smiled faintly. Just now a dogleg told himself that Sumeji had come to the North Sea Villa area, that's why he came out from his house. Long Yawu surveyed a circle of the sales department and opened his mouth to ask, saying, "How come I didn't see Miss Su in person?" Miss Su was in her office with a very important guest. The sales lady spoke, "Shall we? I'll go inform young Master Long." "What more briefing? I'll go by myself. What kind of important guest can there be?" Long Yawu said and headed for that office. "That, young dragon, I'd better inform you, right? It seems that Miss Su holds this guest in high regard. It should be a friend of old Mr. Su, right? Male or female?" Long Yawu inquired. "Male. Is it a male?" Long Yawu frowned slightly. "I'll go by myself, no need to inform." Long Yawu didn't think so. After all, no matter how rich the Su group was, it was still just a businessman. The status was still inferior to that of an official family like his family. Long Yawu didn't think Su Xinghe was bullish at all. It's just that Somika is so beautiful. Long Yawu has been pestering him for a long time. Su Meiji, who was currently eating fruits with Chinfang in the office of the sales department, was informed by a subordinate that it was the guy Long Yawu who had come. "What a nuisance! Why is this guy here?" Su Meiji pressed her brows deeply, her expression indescribably disgusted. She knew that Long Yuwu had a brother named Long Yukai, and before he married Su Li, he was also a notorious flirtatious scum. These two brothers are the same as each other. None of it's any good. What's going on? Who's here? Chinfang dropped a piece of grape in his mouth and raised his head slightly to inquire. "A very powerful guy that pestered me for a long time," Su Meiji said in disgust. "Then just ignore it?" Chinfang said indifferently. "But I, Su Clan, always have to do business. It's not good to offend too many people." Su Meiji sighed and said hopelessly. Suddenly, it occurred to Su Meiji that wasn't there a celestial being behind Chinfang? Why not? Forget it, it's only the first time we meet. It's too bad to let the opposite side help as a shield." Su Meiji quickly dismissed this idea, and it was not good for the two to open their mouths when they were not too familiar with this kind of thing. Chinfang saw that her expression was strange and frowned as he asked, "What do you want to say?" "I want to say. Want to say. Something to say?" Chinfang was speechless. Did this woman stutter? "I want to say, can you pretend to be my boyfriend for a bit?" Su Meiji still boldly said it with an oddly embarrassed expression. Chapter 43, Oops. It's a fake show. No way. Chinfang refused without even thinking about it. He had a Luo Xian on his side, although he hadn't finalized the relationship, it was almost ready. He didn't think this was a good practice. Don't let it happen that when Luo Xian knew about it she got jealous and the mission couldn't be accomplished. That wouldn't be good. Su Meiji never imagined that Chinfang would refuse so dryly, and her face was indescribably embarrassed. And at the moment, outside, Long Yawu, on the other hand, ignored the sales lady's admonition and still came to the office door. Who the hell is it? Closing the door in broad daylight? Is it Su Meiji conferring with a client or what? Or is it some little white boy? Long Yawu was anxious inside at the moment and immediately pushed open the office door. "You? Why don't you knock?" Su Meiji's expression immediately went cold and glared at the guy. "Meiji, this gentleman is?" Long Yawu slightly sized up Chinfang. This guy was a lot more handsome than himself, but he wasn't an extremely handsome man. According to Su Meiji's status, he shouldn't have anything to do with him, right? "Oh, this is a friend of my grandfather's, called Chinfang." Su Meiji faintly introduced. Her expression was a bit like a little daughter-in-law with a grudge. After all, just now she had offered to let Chinfang pretend to be a boyfriend and girlfriend. This Chinfang refused to do so, but be a bit more euphemistic, okay? It caused Su Meiji to be embarrassed beyond measure. "Oh? A friend of your grandfather's? Disrespectful." Long Yawu saw that it wasn't some little white boy and was a little less hostile towards Chinfang. With that, Long Yawu didn't care that Chinfang was here and spoke curtly. "Meiji, there's nothing wrong with you, right? Should I treat you to dinner? To one of your favorite northeastern cuisine restaurants? There's no need for that, is there? I've already done it at home." Su Meiji politely declined a bit. After all, the other party was really strong and she didn't want to offend. "I eat at home every day. What's good to eat? This northeastern sauce spine is a masterpiece. I'll book on it first." Long Yawu family strength is strong, although it is a lick dog, is also considered a strong lick dog, did not wait for Su Meiji's consent, are starting to take the cell phone to book the box. "There's really no need. This Chinfang is my grandfather's friend, sort of a forgotten friend. I have to lead him to see the house later." Su Meiji casually made an excuse, her brows deeply pressed. This kind of suitor with too much strength was really annoying. Deep or shallow? "This brother? How about this? I'll find someone to lead you to the house for Meiji?" Long Yawu asked politely. "I'm casual." Chinfang didn't bother to mind his own business. Was it good to draw more hatred to himself? "This guy." Su Meiji gritted her teeth fiercely and said darkly, "Can't you just take me away?" Brother, thanks a lot." Long Yawu spread his eyebrows and smiled. This guy is still very good at doing things. He opened his mouth and said, "Brother, you leave my phone number, I'll treat you to dinner some other day. My name is Long Yawu." After Long Yawu finished speaking, he didn't make a move to touch out his cell phone, but waited for the other party to touch out his cell phone. The other party must be eager to make friends with a big shot like himself, right? This guy is called Long Yawu? Could it be the brother of that Long Yu Kai from the last mall? Chinfang's expression changed slightly as he secretly said, hee, it's really a narrow road between enemies. Brother, you leave a phone number for me. Long Yawu prodded. Did the other party not hear him? A cockney of his own caliber, asking him to write down his phone number? Wouldn't he be so happy that he hurriedly felt out his cell phone? Oh. Leave a phone number if you want? I didn't bring my cell phone with me when I went out today. Chinfang responded indifferently, not wanting to get acquainted with the other party at all. This. Long Yawu instantly darkened his face. Lousy, but see, you are very good at things. Take the initiative to give the phone. You still do not want it? How is it possible to go out without a cell phone? It really is. Who the hell do you think you are? You've got no shame? Long Yawu is a face saver. Not to mention being in front of Su Meiji nowadays. But Long Yawu couldn't get mad just because of that, could he? It's also too ungentlemanly. Then I'll memorize your phone number. Long Yawu pretended to touch his pocket. Sorry, I didn't bring my cell phone either. Maggie, come on, let's go eat. Just let the others show in the house. Why do you have to go? I think this brother shouldn't have any opinions, right? Long Yawu saw that the other party did not give him face. Naturally his speech would not be any better. Long Yawu finished with a disdainful dark remark. You better have an opinion, so I can dislike you then. I, Long Yawu, am not one to be messed with. Facing such provocative words from Long Yawu, Chinfang couldn't keep his face taut, but soon, Chinfang smiled faintly and said in a shocking tone, you want to lead my girlfriend to dinner? Do you think I have an opinion? Didn't she say she's not going? This statement was made. The scene froze instantly. Long Yawu stayed dumbfounded. Su Meiji was also a bit unprepared. After Chinfang finished speaking, he laughed and gently took Su Meiji's slender arm by his side and said, Meiji, do you want to go to dinner with him? This guy? I thought he didn't agree to pretend to be boyfriend and girlfriend? Now he agrees again? Su Meiji didn't bother to break it down. She had originally made such a proposal just now. Immediately. Su Meiji smoothly also took Chinfang's arm and said, I'm not going. I said it at the beginning. Miss Su, didn't you say? Is he a friend of your grandfather? Long Yawu was confused. What the hell is this? He wanted to hear it from Su Meiji herself. You're right, Chinfang is my grandfather's friend, but he's also my boyfriend. Su Meiji revealed a sweet smile and looked at Chinfang sideways as if he was really her boyfriend. How come I didn't know you had a boyfriend? Also did not hear people say, your thing, I should not know. Long Yawu looked at the two people and thought that they didn't want to be a couple either? Is it not pretending? Su Meiji, in order to make the play more realistic, went on to say, he's my new boyfriend, it hasn't been long, it's normal that you haven't heard of him. After Su Meiji finished speaking, not only was she holding Chinfang's arm anymore, but she leaned even more towards Chinfang's arms. Chinfang at the moment also can only feel Su Maggie that evil. Softly, he rubbed against his arm. Very informative. TM. Long Yawu watched Su Meiji make such intimate movements towards Chinfang. At this moment, on the tip of his heart, like a knife cutting general pain, he pursued Su Meiji for almost a year. There is no result. Did not expect to be shortchanged by someone else? But who is this guy? Never heard of this one either. Can he be worthy of Su Meiji, the future successor of Su Clan? This brother, your name is Chinfang, right? I haven't heard of you in the capital. Are you from out of town? If you are local to the capital, even if you don't see anyone, you should have heard of some. Long Yawu barely managed to squeeze out a smile and questioned, are you really Ms. Su's boyfriend? Chapter 44, the younger brother is rampant. Brother is scared out of his wits. There are still lies about things like boyfriends? Chinfang kindly laughed and slightly tilted his head, standing tall at 185, with my family's Meiji's status in the business circle, it's easy to tail off if you want to create this kind of rumor, there's absolutely no need to fake it just to drive certain people away, it's very costly. Long Yawu saw Chinfang talking about himself. His face turned even more ironic. Little brother. Long Yawu was defeated, and he was just about to open his mouth to say something. Chinfang, however, looked at Su Meiji by his side and smiled. Meiji, why don't you take me around this villa area? It's my first time here as well, I'm very unfamiliar. Okay. Su Meiji said and greeted politely towards Long Yawu. Young Master Long, I'll just take my boyfriend to familiarize himself with the villa area first, I'll let the sales ladies greet you, sorry about that. Wait. When Long Yawu saw the two people go out the door and leave, he hurriedly spoke back. Miss Su, what did you just say? You took this brother to see a villa? Is it the North Sea villa area here? That's not it? Chinfang replied preemptively. That's just right, I also have a villa in this villa area. Long Yawu laughed and said, I'm at number 66, if Mr. Chin is free, you're welcome to come as a guest. Of course, Long Yawu was not inviting Chinfang to be his guest, but using it to show off his Villa 66, which was worth $2.5 billion and was the second most expensive villa in the Beihai Villa area. Oh? 66? I've made a note of it, I'll pay a visit when I'm free. Chinfang smiled slightly. How could he not know that the other party meant to show off, and proceeded to speak. My villa is at number 88, if you are free, Mr. Long can also come as a guest. What, number 88? It's that Water Moon Cave Villa King? Long Yawu was instantly confused. How is this possible? Isn't this Villa King in the hands of old Mr. Su? I heard that it's for Meiji's future wedding house? You're absolutely right, that's going to be Chinfang and I's wedding room in the future. Su Meiji just couldn't believe it. Getting married myself. Let's see how much more this guy dwells on it. For a suitor like Long Yawu, Su Meiji was too deep to be shallow, and it was really troublesome. Now it seemed that Long Yawu appeared to be unaware of Chinfang's bullishness, or else he wouldn't be here in a sword fight. He would surely go to investigate Chinfang afterward, and when he knew Chinfang's power, would he still dare to come and pester himself? Today's Chinfang had done himself a great favor. What? This is your wedding room in the future. Long Yawu's heart tip at this moment is another 10,000 knives in cutting meat. He looked at Su Meiji's stunning body and appearance. To be honest, the domestic so beautiful woman is not there, but so beautiful in the case, but also so rich, is considered the existence of a phoenix feather. Long Yawu's family was originally an official family, and then combined with the Dragon Empire's #1 consortium, it was really a good marriage. Unfortunately, all this dream was ruined by this kid who suddenly appeared. Young Master Long, then make yourself at home, I'll take Chinfang to see the villa first. Su Meiji said, smiling faintly towards Chinfang, pulling Chinfang's arm and heading out. Su Meiji walked to the door, and didn't forget to order a sales lady, saying, you guys pour tea for young Master Long and get some pastries and fruits. Yes. The sales ladies nodded. There was a rather attractive salesgirl, but she took the first step and made tea and brought it in. Young Master Long, you drink tea. Be careful, it's hot. The saleslady carefully brought the tea over, and could only see Long Yawu's face turning blue. Get out of my way. Long Yawu was in an irritable mood right now. How could he have time to pay attention to this saleslady? Immediately slammed the door. This Chinfang? What kind of person is it? I must investigate clearly. I won't let you have your way. Su Meiji is mine. Long Yawu viciously gritted his teeth while walking towards the outside of the sales department. He climbed into his sports car. At that moment the phone rang. Hello, brother? Why are you calling me? It turns out the call was from his brother, Long Yukai. Brother, where are you? Your sister-in-law is going to be locked up for a month. We're going to see him, are you going? Long Yukai hadn't been in a very good mood these past few days, but there was nothing he could do about it. Who asked the other party to be Elder Nangong's man? Who can afford to mess with him? This loss he is still determined to eat, even if Su Li's father also admitted. After all, Su Li an illegitimate daughter, her father is not good to come out to speak. Alright, brother, I'll be right over. I'll go with you to see sister-in-law. Long Yawu nodded his head in agreement, then asked, brother, can you help me investigate someone? Investigating someone? Who are you investigating? Long Yukai frowned and said, you can be quiet during this period of time, don't cause anything. Tianren Sai taught your sister-in-law a hard lesson, saying that your sister-in-law is arrogant and bossy, so it's good for our family to lay low lately as well. I didn't cause anything, didn't I just ask you to simply investigate someone? Long Yawu curtly said, brother, this is very important to me, just help me out, otherwise I'll go investigate it myself. What the hell is going on? If you don't make it clear, I won't help you investigate. Long Yukai felt that the person his younger brother wanted to investigate had definitely provoked him, so he couldn't afford to cause any more trouble at this juncture. Just that Su Maggie, you know, I've always liked her. But? Long Yawu said heartbreakingly, but she brought a guy today, saying he's her boyfriend. Su Meiji? As soon as Long Yawu thought of this natural beauty, he was on fire inside. When he married Su Li, the illegitimate daughter of the Su family head, for the sake of his dad's career, he really regretted it now. Even though the family's strength had been raised, this was a tigress, and the looks were too much worse than a beauty of Su Meiji's level. And, brother, you know, she is the tip of my heart, without her, I can't do it. So you investigate this person, if it's just a general identity, you'll help me out and make him leave Su Meiji. Long Yawu confidently laughed. As far as this relationship of my family is concerned, there are very few people in the empire who can compare. Let me make a move? Long Yukai was a bit embarrassed and didn't immediately agree. Brother, I like Su Meiji so much in my whole life, you helped me this time, I will listen to you in everything in the future. Long Yawu saw that his brother did not agree, like when he was a child, he started to pout. I. Long Yukai paused and spoke, alright, tell me what this person's name is, I'll go check it out. It's called Chinfang. Long Yawu immediately reported the name. But it's obvious. As soon as that name was reported, the other party, Long Yukai, was directly dumbfounded. What? What's it called? Chinfang. Long Yawu was instantly puzzled and said, "Brother, what's wrong? Which Qin is it? Which wind is it?" Long Yukai asked anxiously. "Qin of Qin Shi Huang, the breeze of the breeze." Long Yawu frowned tightly and asked suspiciously, "Brother, can't you recognize this person?" Chapter 45, Behind Chinfang is the Supreme Celestial. You're going to mess with him? It's really Chinfang, huh? Long Yukai immediately changed his face drastically and asked anxiously, "Brother, what do you mean? Sumei Ji and Chinfang are boyfriend and girlfriend? And then you want me to step in? Help you make Chinfang leave Sumei Ji? And, it's like this." Long Yawu nodded fiercely. "Even if they are going to get married, I don't believe that my family's strength will not be able to dig this corner anymore. I will snatch Sumei Ji back. You get your ass back home. What kind of madness are you having? Where would Long Yukai dare to mess with Chinfang? Wasn't this ing lesson enough?" His own daughter-in-law was still squatting inside for hitting and cursing, as well as defying imperial staff. "Brother, what's wrong?" Long Yawu was confused. "This Chinfang is not something you can mess with, don't mess around." Long Yukai was also speechless. "Last time, didn't this Chinfang bring a pure and compassionate superb girl with him? How come this time it's Sumei Ji again? Honestly, that Luo Xian last time was completely unbeatable to Sumei Ji. Could this be a big shot like Chinfang? No shortage of extremely beautiful women at all?" Long Yukai envied when he thought about it. These two beauties, no matter who it is the existence of a person's old life. Too envious of Chinfang. "Brother, who the hell is he? Why are we afraid of him?" Long Yawu was still confused. His father was a big brother in Jiangnan. "Your sister-in-law went in, it's someone else's handiwork, do you want to go in too?" Long Yukai yelled over in a stern low voice, "And you're asking me to help you get rid of Chinfang? You cut corners? Have you never died before? Get your ass back here. Your sister-in-law has been defeated, can we mess with him?" "What? Brother? You said my sister-in-law went in. Is this person's handiwork?" Long Yawu immediately stared with his eyes wide open. His sister-in-law is the daughter of the Su family head this Chinfang's energy. This is Elder Nangong's man. And the relationship is not generalized. If you steal someone's girlfriend, I'm afraid my Long family will be lost. Do you still dare? Long Yukai said decisively, "Don't have any more illusions about Sumei Ji. In the future, when you see this Chinfang, go as far away as you can." Long Yukai was also speechless. It was too late to avoid people like Chinfang. Your own stupid brother? How dare he take the initiative to mess with it? I don't know what's going on. Brother. I know. I'll just give up. Long Yawu, no matter how asshole, also know that Supreme Celestial is the strongest existence of the Dragon Empire, although the heart is very reluctant, but what can be done This world is too small. Both brothers have provoked Chinfang? But fortunately, Long Yawu's side wasn't considered to have messed with Chinfang. Long Yawu once again internally thought about Sumei Ji's stunning body and face value, and vigorously shook his head, not to think about it in the future. And the other side. Sumei Ji, on the other hand, took Chinfang and headed towards the king of villas in the villa area. "Chinfang, sorry for what happened just now. Thank you, I didn't expect you to come forward and help me in the end." Sumei Ji and Chinfang were walking side by side, her height of 172, even if her heels were 8 centimeters, facing Chinfang's height of 185, she was still a bit shorter. "I'm just not used to seeing his arrogant behavior." Chinfang first spat out. "And Miss Su, we've only just met, so you're using me as a shield? That's a bit inappropriate, isn't it? Even though I finally came forward, it wasn't because you kept putting up hints there?" Chinfang wasn't an old man, and his face was slightly displeased. Just now, Sumei Ji had always been the eyes that begged for help to be handed to Chinfang, the eyes that had always begged for Chinfang's help to drive away Long Yawu. Think about it anyway. This woman is kinda cute. "I'm sorry Chinfang, this guy is too annoying, he keeps pestering me because his family is strong, and I can't go deep enough." Sumei Ji slightly pouted her lips, with the look of a child doing something wrong. Who could know? This future successor of the Dragon Empire's #1 consortium could make such an expression in front of a man? As an apology, how about this? Treat you to dinner later? Sumei Ji wasn't a light-hearted woman, mainly because this person was her grandfather's lifesaver, and she didn't care so much about herself, and had already treated Chinfang as if he was a relative. Without this relationship, Sumei Ji really wouldn't have looked for someone she had only just met as a shield. Today? Chinfang paused and said, "Even if it's today, a friend of mine is coming over later. I've notified her and asked her to come over and visit my new villa." The friend Chinfang was talking about was no other than that Luo Xian. "Your friend? A female?" Sumei Ji pressed her eyebrows down for a moment and asked curiously, and looked sideways at Chinfang, waiting for his reply. It's a female, from our school, called Luo Xian." Chinfang answered honestly, "Of course, if it was one of those time manager scumbags, this thing wouldn't even let Sumei Ji know. After all, the scumbags all have a famous saying called, 'Children only make choices.' I want it all." "Oh? Your girlfriend?" Sumijai asked curiously. No, just friends. Chinfang and Luo Xian's relationship, although they had already kissed and touched each other, and Luo Xian had also agreed to be Chinfang's girlfriend, they were not yet true boyfriend and girlfriend, or they were still a little short of meaning. If they did get together, the quest would surely have prompted completion. Okay. Sumeji wasn't a fool, knowing that the other party's relationship must already be extraordinary, just short of a final confession, right? In that case, I'll leave first, you go see the villa yourself. Sumeji didn't want to be a third party. She slightly opened her mouth and said, by the way, leave me your phone number and WeChat for a while. Since she was her grandfather's savior, Sumeji definitely had to ask for a contact information. No problem, 182100122. WeChat and phone synchronization. Alright. Plus you. Sumeji paused and hesitated for a moment. No matter what, to be able to drive away that nasty Long Yawo today, and most likely not come to mess with me in the future, this matter is still very thankful to you. I'll treat you to dinner some other day. Small things. For dinner, I'll just inform when I have time. Chinfang politely said. By the way, if you move into the Row Villa, if there's anything you need, you call me. Sumeji paused and said, and the villa is all decorated with my aesthetic, I think you should be able to like it. Later on, some vegetables, fruits, and daily necessities commonly used at home, I will send someone to send them over to you. Thank you, Ms. Su. No need to thank you, just call me Meiji. Sumeji smiled brightly, no other meaning, as you are my grandfather's savior, you are also considered half of my family. Ha? Chinfang was confused for a moment. What is this? Su Xing his savior? Did Chinfang also understood it in seconds. Could it be that this Su Xinghao wanted to set the two of them up? But hadn't Su Xinghao always set himself up with Luo Xian? It's nifty. Chinfang simply couldn't figure out what this Su Xinghao was up to. Asked the old man back. What's wrong? Sumeji saw that his expression was a bit strange. Nothing, saving your grandfather's life. Not much of a big deal. Chinfang didn't go to reveal it right away, let's ask Su Xing his side first. Chinfang recalled that Sumeji's smile towards herself and her concern for herself must have come from saving her grandfather for this reason. After the two men finished their closing remarks, soon Sumeji left. Chinfang looked at her slender figure and couldn't help but praise her, this woman is so superb. Around 17:20 p.m. Luo Xian naturally got out of class and drove her Spiker sports car, while she arrived at the North Sea Villa area. Chinfang must have gone to fetch her back personally. Chapter 46, the first step to raiding the schoolgirl. Princess hug. Dog man. You're a real treat. This place is too good to be true, isn't it? As soon as Luo Xian entered the underwater layer of the Watermoon Cave Villa King, she immediately looked dumbfounded. The lake is clear. Ornamental fish swimming around, outside the panoramic windows, as the glass is transparent, like they are underwater themselves. And there's a lot of artificial coral, wigwams, and so on. This place looks a bit like the ocean. Such a big villa? The 3 floors add up to 10,000 square meters, right? Luo Xian has seen what a villa is today. What's the difference between this and a castle? No, not 10,000 square meters, only 9,000. The underwater level is 3,000 square meters. It's mainly the villa owner's private area. The middle floor is parallel to the lake. There's 4,000 square meters, mainly for entertaining guests, the largest living area. The rooftop on the upper level, with 2,000 square meters, is usually used for barbecue parties or any kind of dancing and horseback riding. Chinfang smiled smugly, $8.8 billion for this villa, it's really not a bad deal, and the location is still in the center of the capital. Luo Xian cheerfully visited the villa and walked around. It was so big that it was like a labyrinth. When she heard Chinfang being smug here, she rolled her eyes and said, I know that you're rich, don't show off, okay? My villa is just over 2,000 square meters. That said, is there a difference between 9,000 square meters and 10,000 square meters? How no? According to the house price, it's 1 million square meters here. 10,000 square meters and 9,000 square meters is a difference of 1,000 square meters. That's $1 billion. It's 1/10 of your family's total assets. Do you think there's a difference between 10,000 square meters and 9,000 square meters? Chinfang laughed and teased her. Luo Xian was speechless and could only roll her eyes. Do you like it here? Chinfang looked at Luo Xian as she stood in front of the panoramic window door. She was trying to touch the fish outside with her fingertips through the glass. It was a cute look. Nonsense. Such a nice place, unless a fool doesn't like it. Luo Xian pouted her lips, but soon realized that Chinfang asked this question. Was there something else to say? Suddenly, Luo Xian only felt that on her thin waist, there was suddenly an extra pair of hands. It was Chinfang who hugged her from behind. How about becoming the mistress of the place? A sudden sneak attack from behind. It took Luo Xian by surprise. She struggled slightly and said, What are you doing by spreading your hands? Didn't take your medicine today, did you? Luo Xian continued to struggle a few times, and seeing that it was also ineffective, she let him go. What's wrong? What's wrong with hugging you? Chinfang tightly embraced Luo Xian and leaned on her shoulder, the side of his face slightly pressed against the left side of her blowing face, saying, "All promise to be my girlfriend, what's wrong with hugging you? I think you must have taken drugs." Luo Xian rolled her eyes. After all, it was the first time she was hugged and the last time she was drugged didn't count, so she squirmed a little. "If I really took the medicine, it wouldn't be as simple as just hugging you." Chinfang gave a bad smile and gently rubbed his face against the side of Luo Xian's face. "Don't you rub it in. You beard. It's sticking me." Luo Xian only felt itchy and raised her hand to push Chinfang's head away. "Go shave." "Do I have a beard?" Chinfang remembers that he shaves every day, right? "Right, things have been a bit hectic lately, it looks like I haven't shaved for a few days." Chinfang touched it with his own hand. He did have a bit of a beard, but it wasn't very long. "Then why don't you go?" Luo Xian broke Chinfang's hand that was holding on her thin waist and said, "Scatter your hands and go shave. No spreading. Unless you shave me." Chinfang hugged him slightly tighter. "You're sick, I don't know how to shave, shave yourself." Luo Xian rolled her eyes. This guy would arrange it, she was not his lackey. "Then I won't let go, and I'll zap you." Chinfang gave a bad smile and rubbed his chin towards the side of Luo Xian's face again. "Dying." Luo Xian got anxious and stepped on Chinfang's leather shoes with her foot all at once, but it wasn't too heavy. "Spread out or not? Step on you to death, believe it or not." "Oh, very well, not only do you have to shave me later, but you have to clean my shoes." "I told you to step on it, you dog woman." Chinfang grunted, his hands still wrapped tightly around him. "Dog man." "I'll step on it, I'll step on it." Luo Xian wasn't the kind of girl who went against the grain and acted like a maid. She really stomped on Chinfang with force. Chinfang was slightly in pain. Seeing her beaming and not saying anything. Probably really pissed off. It was only then that he scattered and untied the large hands around her thin waist. "Just shave yourself, I'll cook later, don't eat it." Chinfang stood up and looked into that coffee table and quickly found the razor. "You still cook? It must be awful, right? I'm not eating it." Luo Xian watched Chinfang shave. Naturally she didn't go to help, she said she wouldn't shave, so she definitely wouldn't help. "So let's compare. See who cooks well?" Chinfang wasn't a born young master who could cook by himself and was good at it. More than cooking. Luo Xian saw this and instantly got weak. Although she could do it, she only did some simple boiled noodles and also scrambled eggs rice. As for complicated dishes, she definitely wouldn't. "Oh, I forgot, you're a big lady, where can you cook?" Chinfang joked as he shaved. "I don't know how to cook, I'll order takeout." Luo Xian never suffered in a fight, and she wouldn't bow down because of the threat. The big deal was that she wouldn't eat Chinfang's cooking. "I forgot to tell you. The villa is newly moved in here and hasn't installed a signal booster yet. Your cell phone doesn't have internet." Chinfang swindled her, the network was there and it was 5G. "You don't have internet in this place? That sucks." Luo Xian really believed it, and was about to touch her cell phone to check. But Chinfang immediately opened his mouth. "Don't look, there's really no network for you to order takeout. Quickly go to the kitchen to peel potatoes and clean up some materials out. I'll cook and let you eat for free." "This is what you told me to eat, I didn't force you." Luo Xian grunted, "And I don't peel potatoes for fear of getting mud under my nails. There are gloves over there. It won't get into the mud." Chinfang laughed. "Still can't cure your big miss?" Luo Xian was a bit speechless, but went to peel potatoes anyway. As the saying goes, men and women work together. An hour or so. The two men were almost busy. 4-course meal. Simple dish right out of the oven. Mushu pork, lamb meatballs and turnip soup, cabbage and vinegar, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a hardcore dish, beef stew. And that's basically it. It all looks decent? I just don't know if it tastes good or not. Luo Xian saw that Chinfang had made a good meal, and with a slight sniff from that little agaric nose, which was quite fragrant, she reached out her hand to grab it. "Go wash your claws." Chinfang was not spoiling it, and the head of the chopsticks hit him with a single blow. "You're sick, I just washed it, thought it was you boys?" Luo Xian retorted. "Then don't grab it with your hands, there are chopsticks, you don't mind it getting hot?" Chinfang rolled his eyes and handed over a pair of chopsticks. "Annoying." Luo Xian pouted slightly, and as soon as she took over the chopsticks, she began to savor it. "How was it?" "It's not as good as the food halls, but it's not bad, right?" Chinfang's craftsmanship, naturally, he knew in his own heart that it was better than the top than the bottom. "Not bad, barely edible." Luo Xian's sexy little mouth slightly chewed on the beef stew and said, "Stewed in a pressure cooker, it's still not as good as slow cooked. Slow cooking has to take at least 3 hours or more. By then, I'm afraid you'll starve to death and that beef is still not stewed." Chinfang didn't refute, the other party was right, the beef still had to be slowly stewed. Luo Xian didn't say anything, lowered her head and continued to eat, and it seemed like the first time she ate in a male's house, she was a bit exerted, like a mouse. Young people eat and don't drink. It must be fast. 15 minutes or so. Half of the 4-course meal also went. Chinfang and Luo Xian received all the food in the kitchen. But no one went to brush the dishes. Luo Xian was all lazy and naturally wouldn't go. Chinfang was also tired, so he sat on the sofa and watched the news. What's not to see in the new snowy, tough guy behavior? After the newscast, Luo Xian then nominated to watch her favorite power drama. The special effects are good in this season of Do Deet Song Dome. Watch it and then watch the snowy swordwalker. Chinfang also ignored her. With the remote control in hand, the world is mine. To watch anime, why not Fox Demon Little Red Queen? Luo Xian didn't like watching this kind of hit and miss metaphysical national anime. I notice you're asking for a lot, huh? In whose house? Chinfang slightly pouted his lips. This princess disease, it's really a headache. Then I'll go? Luo Xian said in a jokingly angry manner. Go out the door and turn left. Take care and don't see me off. Chinfang grunted. You. When Luo Xian saw Chinfang like this, she instantly lost her temper and really got up as if she wanted to leave. Just go. Luo Xian actually didn't have a clue in her heart. According to Chinfang's character, perhaps she wouldn't say anything nice to retain herself. Later on, if Chinfang really didn't retain himself, how should it end? Ugh. This princess disease. The corner of Chinfang's mouth tugged viciously, followed by a bad smile. Seeing that Luo Xian was about to get up, Chinfang instantly pulled her slippery arm and yanked it into his arms. Luo Xian's body was light. Just about 95 pounds. At this moment, Luo Xian had already reached Chinfang's lap. P.S. Everyone who sees this, can you give the author some recommendation votes? After all, this thing is too important to waste a few seconds of your time, okay? Monthly votes, thank you. Chapter 47, Luo Xian's 2 minutes, so short. Run? Why don't you run? Chinfang tightly wrapped his arms around her waist and even pinched her on the small cliff. What are you doing? Where are your hands going? Let go of me. How many times today? Don't go too far. Luo Xian was really uncomfortable with Chinfang hugging her. It wasn't a pretense, but the two were developing too fast. How did you grow your face? So pretty? Lips are so pretty. Chinfang looked down at the little girl's untamed face, and her slightly opened red lips were tantalizing. With that, he lowered his head and kissed it. Boing boing. At the moment, only Luo Xian's nasal voice could be heard. Because the red lips were gagged. And it also patted Chinfang's back while doing so. But see that nothing works. Luo Xian also stopped moving and appeared to be moved, slightly responding to Chinfang's demanding kiss. This Luo de schoolgirl, she really likes boys with the air of a domineering CEO. It seems that the secret book sent by Zhang Zhao is completely useful. Chinfang kissed her delicately while not forgetting to think of that secret book. If not for that secret book, Chinfang wouldn't be overbearing style. In fact, Chinfang used to be quite gentle to his girlfriend's words. The two kissed deeply for about 2 minutes or so. Chinfang was a little short of oxygen. Luo Xian seems to be still addicted to it. Honestly. If it hadn't already been like that last time, this time Luo Xian really wouldn't have given in and immediately been held and kissed. Girls, once you've opened the first door, the second one is just as easy. Chinfang saw that she couldn't hold it in a bit, so he propped his head up. One could only see Luo Xian's red face in her arms, and that crystal clear swan neck also appeared to have reddened a bit. After all, those were all traces of Chinfang's kisses. That Luo Xian saw Chinfang raise his head and felt that it was a bit bad to just trip into his arms like that, and seizing the opportunity, she got up and went away. Immediately, he began to straighten his hair and clothes. Chinfang. Chinfang just gave a reflexive What are you going to say? Chinfang saw this Luo Xian stuttering and didn't know what she was going to do. Were considered together? Luo Xian felt like she was dreaming, being kissed by Chinfang for so long in a haphazard manner. Just kissed his own neck. It tickles. But so cozy. What do you think? We have not long been boyfriend and girlfriend? Chinfang laughed lightly, looking at her bumpy figure, the truth of violent beating. Chinfang, take me home? Luo Xian also saw that it was past 8 o'clock in the evening. It's time to go back. The house is so big, let's rest here, right? Chinfang didn't have any bad intentions, but he didn't want to move at all right now. You want to? Luo Xian asked tentatively. What did I think? Chinfang asked in a confused manner. Dog man, what are you pretending? I said you want to do it. Although Luo Xian was pure and high-strung, she was not embarrassed to speak out for many words. You want to? Chinfang asked rhetorically. Hell no. Didn't you leave me at home? Luo Xian rolled her eyes. Don't you just want that? What do you take me for? I'm not that horny. I'm just too lazy to drive you back. Chinfang pointed to a nearby bedroom, just that one, it's quite spacious. Don't worry, I won't move you until you figure it out. Chinfang secretly smiled and moved directly to Luo Xian's room to sleep later. Then you're a beast of burden. Luo Xian gave a rare mischievous smile and ran into that bedroom in a flash. You? Chinfang looked at her back, really wanted to ho-ho her tonight, and dared to call himself worse than a beast? But the girl went into the room and the doors were unlocked. Looks like there's no chance. The villa is huge, and that bedroom, with its en-suite bathroom toilet, is not expected to come out tonight. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the quest of pursuing a high-cool schoolgirl and getting together. What? Mission accomplished? System, rewarding energy? Where's the superb cell phone chip technology? I'm sorry host, the reward has been issued. Crap nigga right. Dog system. You sent the quest. The old man will do it again. I'm your son. You can't off. Chinfang was really angry. Solid hammer. This fracking system is a dud. On the other hand, Su Xinghe was sitting in his family's villa watching the news, and at this moment, the sudden beep in his head startled him. Chapter 48, a new mission is coming. The world is abuzz. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing your mission. Cell phone chip bonuses have been issued in. Su Xinghe looked at the desktop and inexplicably added a large file bag. This is that super powerful cell phone chip technology that seconds the sky and the earth and the air? Su Xinghe's heart jumped into his throat. The moment. He's waited too long. It was only a week before and after though. But it feels like a year has passed. Good boy. You asked Luo Xian over for dinner today? Just directly slept with someone else? The corners of Su Xinghe's mouth turned up in a smile, originally thinking that it would take another week and half a month, but he didn't expect it to go so smoothly. But everyone thought wrong. The mission to woo the schoolgirl and get together didn't mean sleeping with anyone. Rather, two people sincerely accept each other. A substantial boyfriend-girlfriend relationship is all it takes. In other words, Luo Xian inwardly regarded Chinfang as her boyfriend, and Chinfang regarded Luo Xian as his girlfriend, and that completed the task. Hey, old man Su, how's it going? I'm good, right? No need for you to wait for 10 days and half a month, it's not taken? Luo Xian and I have already established our relationship. Chinfang quickly sent a message to Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe over there was still happy. Was thinking about how to cast his big plan. After all, with advanced cell phone chip technology, then you can properly suppress the Mi Empire Apple phone. Suddenly seeing that it was a message from Chinfang, he also stopped everything he was doing. Ah, little brother Chinfang nah, you can, I didn't expect happiness to come so fast. Su Xinghe smiled wickedly, how is it? This little ninny should not be bad, right? The body is so good. Have a precious son early. Old immodest. Chinfang rolled his eyes, we haven't had that yet. Chinfang didn't beep with him much, and went to play the game with Luo Xian on the mic. Of course, after Chinfang completed the mission, the system would start handing out rewards indiscriminately. Su Xinghe was lucky to be the first to be sent. Bamboo Leaf Green of the world's #1 assassin organization, finally came the reward? I can't imagine this guy is quite fast. But where's the reward? Where is it? Why isn't it there? Didn't the rewards go out as usual last time? Not this time? What's going on? It's really strange. Do I dislike this cell phone chip? Just don't give it to me? Didn't get the reward. Mr. Steven, the world's #1 weapons dealer in Hawaii, the rewards have finally been handed out. With this cell phone chip technology, if we sell it to that old man Su, we can build a few more nuclear submarines. Reward received. Supreme Celestial Nangon Elder, the reward has finally arrived. Let's find a chance to authorize this thing to Su Xinghe, so that he can get the domestic phone up and running properly. It's also a beautiful thing to suppress the Mi Empire's cell phones. Getting the reward. In fact, this system is a malfunction to send rewards indiscriminately, to put it simply as 10 big brothers in Chinfang, a total of 11 people. Each time the rewards are randomly and indiscriminately sent, it is likely to send rewards to a person, it is likely that more than one, it is likely that they will not be sent, and it is likely that they will be sent to all of them. It's just clueless. But the task must be done by Chinfang here. For the first small reward, 7 out of 10 bigwigs got the reward, which means that 7 bigwigs believed in the system 80% of the time. This time, for the cell phone chip reward, there were only 3 out of 10 bigwigs who got the reward, and those were Su Xinghe, Supreme Celestial, and Mr. Steven. The big man who had been rewarded both times was naturally convinced of the system. The big guy who didn't get rewarded twice, naturally scoffed. Got it the first time and didn't get it the second time. And they start to wonder what's going on with the system. But if the rewards coming out of the mission were too attractive, they had to help Chinfang complete the mission. After all, if the third time in case another reward came? Chinfang, on the other hand, was more unlucky and didn't get a reward twice. On Su Xinghe's side, with the new cell phone chip technology, he could be very busy. Steward Zhang. Command down. Get people into production as soon as possible. And don't make such a great cell phone chip out of it all at once. Apple 100 level configuration. Let's get an Apple 20 level configuration out on sale first. It can already hang the world's cell phones. Let's woolgather. First we weed a wave. Then get another wave. Release an Apple 100 class processor in a couple decades. Just always be more powerful than the world's cell phones anyway. Why else would this thing be the centennial of my Sumi cell phone? But, while Su Xingha's side was happy, he soon received a call from Mr. Steven. Hey, old Mr. Su, how have you been? Very good. In person, one day is better than another, 1 year is better than another nah. Su Xingha was so happy today, naturally refreshed, and the two people did not have too many interests entangled in the world, counting that they were not even in the same industry. Oh? Is that so? That dares to be good. Mr. Steven laughed. Then I have something good here, do you want it? Oh? What's good? Advanced cell phone chip technology. Mr. Steven said, expecting the other party to come immediately interested. But I didn't expect it. Su Xingha on the other side, however, said with slight disdain, how advanced nah? Su Xingha really laughed. You've only received such an advanced cell phone chip reward here, and the other side's is even more advanced? Can it be as awesome as this? Anyway, it's the most advanced technology in the world, the specific data. If Mr. Su has the will, we can meet and talk. I'm so sorry. Recently, my group's focus has not been on cell phones. Su Xingha politely refused, because what he had in his hands was already very good, what they developed. Can it still be as good as the one made by the plugin? Ha! Mr. Steven was outright confused. How could this not be of interest? Alright then. Mr. Steven was still a bit pissed off, but he had a bit of a beef with the president of Apple Mobile in the Mi Empire, and surely he wouldn't sell him something this good. And after Su Xingha hung up Steven's phone, that Supreme being called again. Su Xingha had to immediately respect Mr. Steven's words. On the other hand, were foreign forces, while the Supreme Celestial was Su Xingha's heaven. Su Xingha, old Mr. Nangong, why are you calling? I'm so overjoyed. Elder Nangong, old man Su. I won't talk too much about nonsense. I have a copy of the cell phone chip technology here. Send it to you to look at. You take it and produce it well, and try to up the Apple phone. Su Xingha, oh? Cell phone chip technology? You send a configuration for me to see? Su Xingha wondered. How is it that two of the big boys have given themselves away as having superb cell phone chip technology? But Su Xingha couldn't have imagined, even if he thought about it, that people also shared their systems with Chinfang. Soon, Su Xingha's side then received a cell phone chip configuration from Elder Nangong. This cell phone chip technology sure is strong. By all accounts, it's already the strongest in the world. But compared to Chinfang's reward for completing the mission, it's still almost interesting. Nangong old man sent a cell phone chip technology, naturally, looking for someone to lower 85 grades, belonging to the Apple 15 level of configuration, first sent a wave over, and then a wave, constantly gripping Su Xingha's wool. Elder Nangong, old man Suna, this configuration is already considered the strongest in the world, right? Seeing as you've donated so much money to the Empire over the years, take this. I'll send you the specifics later. Elder Nangong was very good at talking, and he didn't take any money, but the implication was that this is something you take, but you have to donate to the Empire. How much you donate is up to you. That, Elder Nangong, thank you for giving me such a good configuration. Su Xingha was also speechless. The other party was a Supreme Celestial, and he could not say that he did not care for this configuration of his, so he could only agree with a stiff upper lip, even if it is politely declined. Su Xingha also felt it was better not to do that. Don't offend the Celestials. An Apple 15 level cell phone processor, right? Then I'll get an Apple 20 level processor and release it worldwide. By then the old man will know. I've developed more advanced cell phone chip technology. It's just a matter of hardening my heart and accepting his low profile. Su Xingha would not eat this dumb loss. When the time came, he would naturally let the other party know in such a way. As for Chinfang's side, in the middle of the night, besides bringing Luo Yu in to play games, what else could he do? But just as Chinfang was playing the game, the mechanical voice in his head immediately rang out. Ding! New mission coming up. Please ask the host to set fire to the Sun Empire's sacred toilet. And bring the unmarried crown princess of the Sun Empire back to the country as a slave and a maid. In order to avenge the heroic souls of that year. The humiliation of women. System reward, stealthy anti-radar technology for fighter jets, nuclear submarines, etc. 1,000 years ahead of its time. What? Nifty crazy, huh? Burning God's toilet? The old man doesn't get arrested by them? And it's not like there's a reward. Go away. I'm not going. Chinfang was instantly displeased. Nima twice without a reward? Still screwing me here? Chinfang also went on a mission and is the son of the system. And this kind of mission, it's too risky. It's not like pursuing the schoolgirl, at most it's just touching the nose. If you go and burn down someone's solar empire god's toilet, wouldn't the Sun Empire assassins still lynch Chinfang? And right now, the world's 10 greatest bigots, already taking on this task. From this moment on, the world will go into a boil. Chapter 49, New Big Brother appears. Mysterious old grandpa. Dragon Empire First Consortium Su Clan. What? The reward this time? It's actually so awesome? But Chinfang is going to burn the divine toilet? Will I be able to cover this matter when the time comes? Received rewards twice, convinced of the system. World's #1 weapons dealer, TM. Finally. It's finally here. This reward is the only thing that's worth watching. The executives of the weapons manufacturing companies in every country around the globe, listen to me, now we have to look at Chinfang, with the intention of a divine toilet. We'll do our best to make this happen. Twice rewarded, convinced of the system. Supreme Celestial Nangon Elder, Super Millennial High-Tech Anti-Radar Technology? And the mission is so hate-relieving? It seems that the burning of the divine toilet is inevitable. 100 years ago, among the allied forces that burned my Yu and Minjuan, you, the Sun Empire, were not missing, were you? Twice rewarded, convinced of the system. Bamboo Leaf Green, the boss of the world's #1 assassin organization. What? Such an awesome reward? But I wasn't even given the cell phone chip technology this time. Do you still want to help? Second time he didn't get the reward, first time he got it, he's suffering. A mysterious old grandfather in the Dragon Empire who was playing chess. What kind of dog system? No quest rewards for 2 times. Step aside. Don't disturb my chess game. Unlucky bastard, no reward twice. And what is anti-radar technology? That's a coating technology that is applied to the surface of a fighter jet or warship, and generally this coating is rare earth. This paint allows fighter jets and nuclear submarines to avoid detection by enemy radar and achieve a stealth effect. In other words, if someone else is flying a fighter jet, can they evade your radar detection and come to your hinterland unnoticed? May I ask about this kind of technology? Are you afraid? It'll be good enough to knock you out cold. Therefore, the reward is something so awesome. You want to burn a sacred toilet? The 3 people, Su Clan, Mr. Steven, and Elder Nangong, but the rewards had arrived twice, so they were naturally convinced of the system. Therefore, how could they not help Chinfang to complete the mission? At this moment, in the Sun Empire's palace, the Emperor's lord, Emperor Hanamaya, was sitting on a sofa watching TV with his own son. But soon Emperor Hanamaya received a call from an old friend. How have you been lately, old friend? I'll tell you something, someone might be coming to burn your Sun Empire's sacred toilet, and they're going to plunder the crown princess. Baka! What kind of person? How dare you be so arrogant? Burning down my sacred toilet? Plunder away my unmarried daughter-in-law? When Emperor Haogong heard this, his temper immediately flared. Their Sun Empire was at least the 3rd largest economy in the world, right? Are they made of clay? You want to come and burn the god's toilet? You can come here whenever you want? Tell me, old friend, who the hell is it? Why did he want to come here and burn my divine toilet? Emperor Haogong further asked, no matter who it was, he was a sinner for having this idea, and if he did it, then even more so, he had to be left to die without a burial place. The mysterious person on the opposite side of the phone clearly paused before speaking. I don't know the exact name, it should be someone from the Dragon Empire, that's all there is to say. And I'm not very clear about the extent of the truth of this matter. And you're not really sure? Is this thing really true or not? The Haogong Heavenly Emperor was also confused by what he heard, but then with a heavy grunt, he said, it doesn't matter who he is. As long as he dares to touch my divine toilet and crown princess, I want him dead. And since I knew about it in advance, he doesn't have that chance. That's about the way things are. If this is something you can defend yourself against, then you'll have to help me with mine. It's okay to help you. But your information has to be true. Emperor Haogong immediately hung up the phone after he finished speaking. And the son next to him said, Father, who called you? Just an old friend. It says. The Haogong Heavenly Emperor paused, but still spoke. It's inexplicable to say that someone is going to come and burn my divine toilet. Emperor Hanamaya didn't say anything about the crown princess either. Lest my son worry. After all, how can that be? Who dares to rob the crown princess? Oh, burning my sacred toilet. What nonsense! Emperor Hanamaya's son said, opening his mouth and asking, by the way father, how are the preparations for my wedding to Sino Hatsuko coming along? He was very hot when he thought of his fiancée, the 1000 selected candidate for the crown princess, the #1 beauty of the Sun Empire. Only you can be worthy of this status, right? Even at this moment, he was starting to fantasize about his own hands pulling on the twin ponytails of Zua Nao Hatsuko. It's almost time. When the wedding date arrives, let's give you a wedding in style. Your wedding with the crown princess is something that the whole empire is eagerly waiting for. Emperor Haogong smiled amiably. Inwardly he didn't take what his old friend told him seriously at all. He himself only needed to take a little precaution against the divine toilet, then it was surely foolproof. And at this moment in the Dragon Empire's royal villa, Elder Nangong was standing surprisingly in the corridor, pacing back and forth. The look was anxious, and a little excited, and more than a little joyful. He was alone with his thoughts. When Nangong Bo saw this, he also realized that something was wrong. Was something big happening? What could make Elder Nangong lose sleep in the middle of the night? And then pace back and forth in the corridor? Old master, it's late at night, won't you rest? Nandong Bo brought over a windbreaker and draped it over the old master. Think of something. Elder Nandong opened his mouth shallowly, and then his thoughts started thinking towards Chinfang. The first reward, this guy didn't get it. And the second reward, did this guy get it or not? Uncle Nandong, where is this brat Chinfang now? Any movement? Elder Nandong suddenly opened his mouth to inquire. There's no movement, still in the Watermoon Cave Villa for a few days, all day long, getting tired with that little girlfriend of his, eating and shopping during the day, playing games at night or letting Luo Xian read novels to him. This kid is still quite chay. Elder Nandong said, secretly guessing, the second cell phone chip reward? This kid is afraid that he didn't get it either, right? Otherwise, he should have made a move. After all, this thing sells for a big price. That's right, Uncle Nandong, haven't found out yet, what exactly is the relationship between this Chinfang and the Su Clan? Why are you trying so hard to help Chinfang go after the schoolgirl? Nandong Elder was such a shrewd old man, he had naturally thought about whether Su Xinghe could have shared Chinfang's system just like himself, and then also wanted to help Chinfang complete the task of chasing after the schoolgirl? But this kind of thing is too strange, isn't it? Nay, Elder Nandong could only think alone and wasn't able to tell others about the sharing system and let them help advise him. Because he's suspicious by nature, it's best to know about this matter on his own. Third mission. This kid didn't have the reward twice. Ironically, he won't go for it. What should I use to get this kid to burn the god's toilet? It's a pity that this kind of thing can't be too explicit again, otherwise internationally, the Sun Empire makes a claim against me, and although I'm not afraid of the Dragon Empire, I'm not in a position to take advantage of it either. This mission is not like the last cell phone chip reward. Anti-radar technology has a high role to play in modern warfare, and if you get such technology, it's a complete imperial weapon. This time, I shall pour out the power of the nation. Make this happen. This night. Elder Nandong didn't sleep until 2 or 3 o'clock. Footnote, you can see how appealing that ultra-millennial anti-radar technology is. Chapter 50, Traveling to the Sun Empire. Su Xinghe's mysterious gift. Morning. It was a sunny, slightly refreshing morning. Yesterday, Chinfang took rookie Luo Xian and played the game until past 1 o'clock, and the two of them went to bed. Chinfang was still sleeping under the covers. Then Su Xinghe called. Chinfang, do you want to go to the Sun Empire to have some fun? Why do you suddenly want to go to the Sun Empire to play? Chinfang wondered for a moment. I've recently been over here in the Sun Empire, I might have to stay for a month, so I called you to come and play. Su Xinghe laughed, naturally it was for Chinfang's mission to the Sun Empire. He continued seductively, right, Chinfang, do you remember, last time I told you that if you catch up with Luo Xian, I'll give you a special surprise. If you don't say it I've forgotten, I'm all together with Luo Xian, where's my surprise? Chinfang couldn't help but ask, but after a pause, he added, right, the Su Meiji thing? What's going on, why did you say that I'm your savior? I'm still almost past this. Well. Su Xinghe's old face flushed, and he didn't know how to say it, saying very outrageously, I said that the gift I sent you is this. This? What do you mean? Chinfang was speechless. Nice gift? It's his granddaughter's favor? Nothing, just asking you, when are you going to change your girlfriend? Su Xinghe smiled wickedly. Anyway, the reward had arrived, it was time for the granddaughter to take the stage, right? Hoping you mean it? You're setting me up with your granddaughter again? I threw up. Chinfang was powerless to spit. Just tell me if she's any good. Body, looks, and education I think are all very good. Very suitable for you. And her character isn't high-strung, she's very good at taking care of other people's feelings. Su Xinghe's grandma was selling herself short, saying good things about her granddaughter one after another. Stop. I'm a married man now, don't give me that. Chinfang grunted, you said I caught up with Luo Xian and gave me a surprise? What on earth? I don't want this. Lately I'm over here in the Sun Country? The gift is naturally over here, so if you come over, I'll just give it to you. Should I book the airfare for you? Su Xinghe hemmed and hawed, he wasn't in the Sun Empire, but if Chinfang went, it would be fine if he moved to go. Is the gift in the Sun Empire? Chinfang was immediately puzzled, wasn't this place a place to do quests? Why was old man Su asking himself to go to this place? I don't think so. It's not that coincidental, is it? Chinfang immediately spoke, then I don't want your gift, going abroad is too troublesome. Don't intervene. Su Xinghe was anxious all of a sudden, come here and play, my gift guarantees you'll like it. Really? Yes, it's definitely a surprise. Su Xinghe said confidently. Well then, I believe you. I'm going to go over there on New Year's Day, there aren't many days left. I'll bring Xian over then. Chinfang still agreed. But Chinfang wasn't going to do any quests. No rewards anyway, definitely go play. Regardless of what Su Xinghe's intentions were, Chinfang would just ignore them. Even if there were rewards, this mission was too dangerous, and Chinfang would have to think twice before proceeding. Alright then, I'll wait for you in the Sun Empire. Su Xinghe was happy to see that Chinfang was finally going to move. This mission was a bit difficult, but the reward was a super 1,000-year-old anti-radar technology. Chinfang hung up the phone. Immediately went to Luo Xian's room. The two had been bored in the villa for a few days, but that hadn't happened at all. Kissing at best. Hug her. Or pinch. That's all. Both were resting in two separate rooms. This Luo Xian is still sleeping? Chinfang saw that there were no signs of people walking around in the living room either. Wei Wei walked towards the door of Luo Xian's room. Took out the spare key. Just open it. Hoo. A light snoring sound immediately entered Chinfang's ears. Chinfang immediately snorted a laugh. I can't believe this high school girl still snores? Not too loud though. It's already 10 o'clock, why is this Luo Xian still sleeping? And she's still sleeping so deeply? I'm considered to be able to sleep. I didn't expect this Sao. Chinfang felt that it should not be this girl usually not quite early to get up? With that, Chinfang walked over and saw that Luo Xian's feet were exposed under the quilt, and after slightly covering her up, he left the bed and sat down by the computer. Chinfang briefly opened the computer and immediately saw the game records above the computer desk. Last night, after I went to bed, Luo Xian opened a small number to continue playing League of Legends. All played Jinx? And playing past 5 a.m.? No wonder I'm still sleeping now. And sleeping so soundly. Chinfang smiled faintly, already having an answer in his heart. Luo Xian is a strong girl. She must have secretly practiced her skills when she kept calling her a vegetable. Boing boing. Luo Xian grunted slightly at this time. Rubbed his eyes. Immediately screamed. Chinfang, why are you in my room? When Luo Xian saw that Chinfang was using her computer, she immediately panicked, braced herself, rolled over, and turned off the computer. Why did you open my computer? You're so rude. Lo Hiyen is not something else. It was the fear that Chinfang would see him secretly practicing his skills last night. Originally, Luo Xian wanted to give Chinfang a surprise. By the time he practiced, he was highly skilled and surprised Chinfang. But has it been discovered now or not? It's humiliating to sneak in things like practicing your skills. I say, Luo Xian, whose house is this? And your computer? Chinfang deflated, looking at her silk pajamas and remembering the splendor of that heavenly medicine moment. He really came to have some fun. This room will be mine from now on. If you have an opinion, you can object. But objections are invalid. Luo Xian grunted and spoke forcefully. Okay, it's fine to come and stay every day, but the rent has to be paid, right? Chinfang smiled wryly and stepped forward before leaning slightly towards her. What are you doing? Luo Xian took a few steps back in a moment of panic. Nothing. I'm just asking for some rent. Chinfang continued to push her back until he was at the edge of the corner and completely walloped her. Chinfang had slightly her that pretty face leaned up. Would have kissed her. Didn't realize. Next. It made Chinfang giggle. This Luo Xian slightly patted her toes. I can't believe I kissed myself. I'll go. Active? Chinfang's eyes glared slightly. Since you took the initiative, I won't be polite. Immediately, he began to respond to her. The two kissed deeply for about a minute. Until it's already dribbling. At this moment, Luo Xian couldn't hold it in anymore and pushed Chinfang, saying, now the rent is paid, right? I took the initiative to pay it, I don't need you to collect it. It's a forced kiss every time. Luo Xian didn't want that. Be proactive yourself. Make yourself look like one of those weaklings. Okay. The room is on you. Chinfang smiled faintly and reached out to help her straighten her messy hair. So, the computer in my room, you don't move it, that makes sense now, right? Luo Xian pouted her lips, then pushed Chinfang's hand that was grasping on her thin waist and said, scatter your hands, I'm going to get dressed and groomed, you go out. Aren't you going to sleep more? Chinfang knew that she secretly practiced her techniques last night and didn't go to bed until 5 o'clock, and was a bit worried that she didn't get enough sleep. You think I'm you? A lazy pig, I was just an accident today. Luo Xian's tone was strong but her expression was clearly lying. It seemed like she wasn't very good at lying. Okay, here's something for you, want to go to the Empire of the Sun? The two of us going on a honeymoon? Chinfang said with a smile. Bah, who's on a honeymoon with you? We got married? Luo Xian blankly glanced at this shameless guy. Not sooner or later? Honeymoon first? You're on your own, I've got school. I'm no better than you, bailed out of graduate school. Luo Xian definitely didn't go. If it was vacation time now, she would definitely accompany Chinfang. Alright then, I'll just have to be an orphan. Chinfang tugged helplessly at the corner of his mouth. His own words, he was in his 4th year of college, there weren't too many courses, so it was fine to take a leave of absence for a period of time. But Chinfang was holding back. If you go on a trip, it's too much of that to be alone without a girl around. The next day. With airfare personally arranged by Su Xinghe. Chinfang was sitting in first class. Just come and embark on a plane to the Empire of the Sun. The Dragon Empire to the Sun Empire was not far, basically about 4 hours. It left at 8 in the morning. At noon then, they arrived at the Sun Empire's capital city, Winter King. The Sun Empire Duncan Imperial Hotel, located in the center of Duncan, is known for its fine traditions and long history and is the preferred place for diplomats to stay. All hotel rooms are luxuriously designed and elegantly furnished. This is the hotel that Su Xinghe arranged. Chinfang can move in directly. Of course, Chinfang is a high school student, Japanese and text can basically understand, but come to the communication on no problem. Hey, Uncle Lo, why are you calling? Chinfang picked up the phone and took a look. It turned out to be Luo Xian's father, Luo Qiuxia. Wendy, I heard from Xian that you went over to Tokyo? Yeah, coming over for a couple days. Opposite Luo Qiuxia paused and said, it's like this, if you're not busy, there's a distant clan member on my side, who is also considered Xian's cousin, so you help me with a gift of $88,000, and if you're busy, then forget it. Luo Qiuxia also didn't dare to arrange for Chinfang to do things. Only because his daughter is his girlfriend now. So it's not that out of the ordinary. There's nothing wrong with it, then I'll make a trip to help Uncle. Chinfang naturally didn't come over to burn any sacred toilets, after all, there was no reward either, it's just that Su Xinghe had to give some kind of gift to come over and get it. Thanks Wendy, I'll transfer the money to you. You're welcome, no need to transfer the money. Chinfang was not a stingy person, tens of thousands of dollars had to be paid out by the future old man? This would be too much. Chinfang had just hung up Luo Qiuxia's phone. This time, Su Xinghe called. Hey, Chinfang, you should be at the hotel over in Tokyo, right? The gift I sent you has arrived. Ha? The gift has arrived? Chinfang was startled. Chapter 51, How dare the little devils mess with Chinfang? Have you never died? Su Xinghe smiled brightly and said, yes, it's in the underground parking lot of the hotel you're staying at. I asked someone to give the car key to the front desk, so you can go get it yourself. So the surprise you asked me to come to Tokyo to give me was the car? Chinfang held his tongue and laughed, just this? Don't you complain yet. Go check out the car, it's great. You'll be shocked. What kind of car? Chinfang was really interested. See for yourself. Su Xinghe sold a little. Okay. Chinfang said, and immediately went to the front desk to get the car keys, and then went to the underground subterranean parking lot, parking space 88. Chinfang then saw that on his parking space, there was an additional light blue car, the exact shape of the SUV. Chinfang took a closer look. Know the make of the car. Nima? Is this an Audi? This old man Su sent over an Audi? What the hell is this? The most expensive Audi? Isn't it just a couple $1 million? And isn't that most expensive Audi, which would be an Audi R8, a sports car? Definitely not a SUV. Is this some kind of limited edition Audi? But I've never heard of a limited edition Audi either. Anyway, Chinfang looked at the Audi car, and it was no different from an ordinary hundreds of thousands of Audi SUV. Logically speaking, Su Xinghe wouldn't send ordinary things, right? Xian, do you recognize this car? Chinfang quickly sent a photo to his girlfriend in China. This car? Isn't it just an Audi? Luo Xian looked at the car, although her family was rich, she actually didn't like playing with cars. Not some limited edition or something? Chinfang asked again. I don't really understand, who sent you this car? Luo Xian glanced at the light blue Audi a few times again, and didn't see what kind of car it was. Old man Su gave it to me, I'll just ask old man Su later. Chinfang deflated his mouth. Chinfang looked at the new car, since it is a gift from old man Su, it certainly shouldn't be ordinary, get on the car and sneak around first, try the driving experience. But before getting in the car, Chinfang then sent a WeChat to Su Xinghe, saying, Old man Su, what kind of car did you send me? Just a broken Audi? Older brother Chinfang, you wouldn't not know what kind of car this is, would you? Opposite Su Xinghe. It was almost like spitting blood. Such a car worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Chinfang actually said it was a broken Audi? I really don't know. Please enlighten me. Guess it yourself. Seeing Chinfang defeated, Su Xinghe inexplicably felt a little bit cool, but then still said, do you believe this car several $100 million? A few $100 million? Sure. You're burning newspapers on your grave, what are you kidding? An Audi worth a few $100 million? What Audi can be worth a few $100 million? Chinfang was originally an ordinary person, have not seen any luxury cars, let alone this cold to the explosion of the car in front of them. Forget it if you don't believe me, I'm going to have lunch. Su Xinghe was speechless, the Chinfang on the opposite side shouldn't not have this insight, right? I'll look up the information myself. Chinfang didn't continue to beg him, this old man Su, and screwed up? Soon. Chinfang then started the Audi. 1 foot on the gas. It was a shock. Crap. This car has so much horsepower. Chinfang is now beginning to think that this car is definitely not ordinary, and he will have to check it out later. But for now, one has to first go through the things that the future old husband has explained to him. The groom is called Luo Xingchen. Luo family's distant clansmen, most of their family business is in the Sun Empire, but they didn't join the nationality either, they just lived over here for a long time, so the wedding was held here as well. Ha, isn't that Luo Yu? Chinfang's car had just driven to the entrance of the hotel. A familiar figure was seen walking out of the hotel entrance. That person is that combination of green tea and beauty, foxy and seductive 1000 gold green tea Luo Yu. At the moment she was dressed as usual, with long legs and superb black silk from the Parisian house, a wrap-around skirt, silky hair bobbed over her shoulders, red lips, pink cheeks, and a cherry mouth. So many middle-aged men passing by the hotel were giving her sideways glances, their eyes itching to fall into that abyssal gully. Chinfang? Obviously. Luo Yu also discovered Chinfang. She immediately rushed up. Chinfang, why are you in the Sun Empire? I come to travel. Chinfang actually did not look down on her from the bottom of his heart. After all, it can be said that 90% of girls are more or less green tea. This sentence you do not disbelieve, the reality is so. But green tea is good, green tea at least doesn't hurt your feelings, she's close to you for profit only. The scum girl is a different story. The words of a scummy woman hurt your feelings and cheat you out of your money. To put it simply, a girl who is obviously approaching you just to get rich isn't scary because you know she's trying to get rich and won't be too emotionally attached to her, cool and done with it. And the kind of scum who pretends to be indifferent to money, puts on a show of innocence, and then makes you pay for your feelings, this kind of scum is the most terrible. Green tea, on the other hand, is humanly possible. Jagged women, on the other hand, are sophisticated. Here for a trip? You're staying at this hotel too? Luo Yu had a charming smile on her face and was in a good mood, not expecting to meet Chinfang here. So where are you going now? Going out to dinner? Take me one? What Luo Yu was going to do now was originally the marriage of a man named Luo Xingchen in the family who was going to make a trip over there, and if Chinfang invited her to dinner, she could put down anything. No, you go eat by yourself, your second uncle knows I'm in Tokyo and asked me to stop by and help him with the gifts. The groom's name is something like Luo Xingchen. What? Are you going to Luo Xingchen's wedding site too? Luo Yu was surprised for a moment and opened her mouth to invite, why don't we come together? My father also sent me over to accompany the ceremony. Seeing that Chinfang also disagreed, Luo Yu hesitated for a moment and spoke, don't worry, I'll sit in the back, okay? Think of it as me hitching a ride? You come up to the co-pilot, or give me directions, you should be more familiar than me. Chinfang can hold his own, and is not afraid of this seducing. And, okay, I know how to get to the wedding site. Seeing that Chinfang agreed, Luo Yu's face was even more smiling, which led her to step into the co-pilot. Luo Yu got into the car and pulled on her seatbelt and buckled it. After all, it was supposed to be an unbeatable group. Because of the seatbelt a stranglehold. More like exploding sparks. Luo Yu then looked sideways at Chinfang with affection and said, I'm so happy to meet you here today. Chinfang gently glanced at her long black silk legs sitting on the co-pilot and coughed, don't look at me, how should we go? Turn left out of the hotel. There's an avenue straight ahead when you get to Hotel XX. When Chinfang heard this, he immediately started the Audi and quickly got onto the avenue. Chinfang, your car is so fast, it's not an ordinary Audi, right? Luo Yu wondered for a split second, this ordinary Audi could have this speed? You don't know this car? Chinfang smiled faintly, can you believe this car is several $100 million? Ha! Luo Yu's eyes glazed over, immediately observing the car's interior, several $100 million? Could it be that? Yes, that's the only Audi in the world with hundreds of millions of dollars. In the Audi. Chinfang drove the car. Luo Yu took the initiative to find a topic to talk about. Chinfang had a word for it. Soon it was time for the wedding. The male side of the Luo Xingchen is in their own home suburban villa wedding, not in the hotel. Listen to Luo Yu said, this Luo Xingchen home, a few $100 million is there, not particularly rich. Chinfang had just parked his Audi in front of the groom's house. But then a fairly pretty girl came up to me. This is a friend of Luo Yu's. Also came to Tokyo to attend Luo Xingchen's wedding. Her name is Hulun. Who's the guy who sent Luo Yu to the wedding site? Her boyfriend? No way. Does her boyfriend drive an Audi? Driver? Hulun quickly went up to greet him and said, Luo Yu? Hello, you've arrived as well. And, I didn't realize you were ahead of me, it's been a long time since I've seen you. Luo Yu smiled politely. And this gentleman is? Your boyfriend? Hulun looked at Chinfang and inquired about his identity. No, you've misunderstood, I'm not. Chinfang wanted to say that he was an ordinary friend of Luo Yu's, but it seemed like a friend couldn't even be considered a friend as he spoke, I just sent her here. Oh, driver? Hulun smiled faintly, it seems she guessed correctly, then, little brother, please come out for a while, I'll go to the car to accompany Luo Yu for a while. Driver. Luo Yu was speechless to death when she saw that Hulun thought so. And seeing that Chinfang didn't even consider himself a friend, it was simply a bit sad. Sorry ma'am, I'm not her driver, I just simply drove her here. This is my car, if you guys want to talk you can ask Luo Yu to go down and talk. Chinfang naturally wouldn't give the other party a good face, not because she misunderstood that she was the driver, but at least the driver also had dignity and wasn't called to come and go. Hulun was also disliked for a moment. She should have apologized to Chinfang, but she didn't. Instead she said, Luo Yu, let's go, get off the car, let's find a place to talk alone. Let's talk sometime. Chinfang and I will leave with a gift. Luo Yu wasn't a fool. Was Hulun or Chinfang important? Would she sweep Chinfang's face? Okay. Hulun's face darkened even more, and with a greeting, he turned around and left. Lan, what's wrong? An unhappy face? The one who spoke was Hulun's boyfriend, called Yu, a Sun Empire man with a family fortune of around $10 billion, who had been to the Dragon Empire to study abroad and was proficient in both languages. Oh, an inexplicable person. Hulun quickly told her boyfriend what had just happened at the door. Okay, Lan, don't get angry over this kind of clown, he's so rude. Didn't you just misunderstand that he's Luo Yu's driver? Just this kind of attitude? Makuta Feather comforted his girlfriend. Seeing the groom, Luo Xingchen, passing by, he opened his mouth and asked, who is the man beside her, Luo Yu? What's the relationship with Luo Yu? Luo Xingchen replied while greeting the guests, you mean that Mr. Chinfang that Luo Yu brought, right? We greeted him just now when he was accompanying the gifts, and he said he was General Manager Luo Qiuxia Luo, my distant uncle, and asked him to help with the gifts. So it's Luo Qiuxia sent over to deliver the share of money? Hulan secretly disdained for a moment. Suddenly, the groom, Luo Xingchen, frowned deeply. I can't believe a wedding car couldn't make it? Luo Xingchen, the groom, answered a phone call and received such a message. Gonna have to find another one for that. But soon. Luo Xingchen then saw Chinfang's Audi. Why don't we trouble this Chinfang to come with us to act as a wedding car? Forget it, although Luo Qiuxia and I are uncle and nephew, but I don't know him well as the person who sent me to accompany the portion. But it's almost time to leave. It's too late to find it. Luo Xingchen didn't care and immediately went forward and called out to Chinfang, saying, Mr. Chinfang, you wait first. What is it, Mr. Groom? Mr. Chin, it's like this, on our side, the car that picked up the bride for me, there's one that can't come. Luo Xingchen was oddly embarrassed to open her mouth. How about this, if you don't have anything to do, now accompany us on a trip, it's not too far, it's just in a hotel over at the Water Sky Palace, to rearrange the car, it's too late, since you're called by Uncle Luo, I'm not going to see any outsiders. P.S. Everyone who sees this, can you give the author some recommendation votes? After all, this thing is too important to waste a few seconds of your time, okay? Monthly votes, thank you. Chapter 52, Shock. Chinfang's identity exposed. So? Chinfang paused and nodded his head in agreement. Alright, no problem, just let me know when you guys leave. Since they are clansmen of the Luo Xian family, Chinfang might as well help. After all, also what things to do. Thanks then. Luo Xingchen smiled cheerfully when she saw that things were taken care of. Well then, Mr. Chin, just wait for now, we'll set off later. Luo Xingchen greeted and went about his own business. A few minutes later, Luo Xingchen, on the other hand, gathered all the drivers of the wedding car procession to the main entrance, and he, the groom, was about to start speaking. Everyone listen to me. The location is the Sapporo Hotel over at Swatengu. Everyone just follow this Ferrari in front of Makita Feather. Don't fall behind. Luo Xingchen finished his speech. Then Hulun's boyfriend, Makita Feather, as the driver of the lead car in the wedding caravan, started arranging for everyone to line up the caravan. Everyone listen to me, we're all here to help the groom today. I'll set everyone up here. For the car, it's lined up according to price. And nothing else, people, don't think too much. General. The good cars, naturally, are at the top of the list. And bad cars. Then it comes in the back of the line. There's nothing to it. One of Makita Feather's Ferraris, valued at $5 million, naturally lined up at the front. The second was a Range Rover with over $1.8 million. The third is a $1.46 million Lexus LM. This brother, you'll be at the very back, stay close. Yu looked at Chinfang's Audi, but he arranged to be at the very back, because this kind of Audi with hundreds of thousands of dollars belonged to the worst in here. No problem. Chinfang spoke in Japanese and smiled faintly. However, Chinfang still saw a small detail. Even if one's car is considered by others to be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars or so price range. But then there's another car, a BMW 5 Series, which is obviously the real cheapest here. And Makita Feather did not place this BMW at the end. It was to intentionally humiliate Chinfang. After all, Yu naturally wanted to humiliate this Chinfang in order to take revenge on his girlfriend. After Yu had arranged the convoy, he glanced towards Chinfang and then majestically stepped into his Ferrari sports car, seemingly saying to Chinfang that this was the gap. Hulun was sitting on the passenger side of her boyfriend's Ferrari head car, and she didn't forget to glance toward the last row of the convoy, saying, a broken Audi, only at the end. Soon. Makita Feather's head car departs. The wedding car procession, on the other hand, started to drive one after another from Luo Xingchen's doorstep towards the Sapporo Hotel in Water Heaven Palace. Chinfang was the last in the wedding car procession, slowly moving forward. Luo Yu, on the other hand, was a bit unable to resist opening his mouth to spit out, "This groom cousin of mine, it seems that he also does not know the goods. Your several $100 million of cars? Put it in the back? How dare that multi-million-dollar Ferrari? How dare that multi-million-dollar Ferrari? 100 are not worth you this one." Luo Yu said and added, "Can't you just give them a heads up that you're a few $100 million for this car?" When Chinfang saw her say that, he also laughed out loud and said, "If I were to jump out and say that I have a few $100 million for this car, wouldn't they be scared to death?" And can he believe it? Of course. These are not the main reasons for Chinfang. Chinfang mainly didn't want to show off anything. Because the pattern has gone up. Also, a couple $100 million car can really scare people to death. Luo Yu said, looking at Chinfang with affection, "The man she wants to pursue is Hao. His own family only has more than $1 billion of assets. This Chinfang casually a car is a few $100 million. It was already a quarter of her family's total assets. Are you in heat?" Chinfang is really speechless. This kind of eyes, is he a person who just hooks up and gets on the road? It was the first time Luo Yu was scolded by a man like this, but she didn't dare to retort anything. "Chinfang." Luo Yu suddenly poked Chinfang's arm. "You see? That Hulun is still looking behind us, that look." Luo Yu finished, also a little upset, really want to jump out and say, "Chinfang, this car a few $100 million. Pathetic nah." That Makita Feather, who also seems to not recognize the value of this car, even deliberately humiliated you by placing you at the end of the wedding car. Are you done? What do you care what people think? It's time to go, fasten your seatbelt. Chinfang said over in a stern voice. Now Luo Yu hastily pulled the seatbelt. Oh. Okay, this is tied. After Luo Yu finished speaking, she didn't forget to pout her lips and stick out her tongue to act cute. 4.30 minutes or so. The wedding car procession on Luo Xingchen's side had finally arrived at the hotel where the bride was. Everyone park in the hotel parking spaces. This isn't like being on a highway in the outskirts of Nome. No parking. Later at 5 o'clock. Let's just take the bride home. Luo Xingchen, the groom, naturally arranged for everyone to park their cars, which led the drivers of the wedding car into the hotel where the bride's family was organizing the wedding to take a break. Chinfang, on the other hand, did not intend to go in to join in the fun. Sitting in the car and waiting for the departure is good. Luo Yu had wanted to go inside the hotel. But Chinfang is not going. She also stayed in the car to accompany Chinfang. "Chinfang, do you play king? Take me one? I just turned it on, so go ahead and play it yourself." Chinfang played the game ignoring her. Luo Yu had no choice but to fight on his own. Chinfang, who finished playing a handful of games, looked around him at the long-legged dance department's department flower, who used to be sought after by millions of people at the university, as if she wasn't playing the game seriously and was peeking at herself, and sighed, "Life is impermanent nah, the existence that I used to look up to is now just a little licking dog." Thinking of his previous college days, Chinfang suddenly said, "You know when I was in school, freshman year, right, because of you, I was beaten up by Li Lujia? Ha? Because I got beat up? Right." Chinfang guessed correctly that a few years had passed since freshman year, and Luo Yu must have forgotten about it. "Why, how I mustn't think of it, what's that Laka hitting you for?" "Just freshman year, Li Legacy started pursuing you, and I accidentally hit you with a basketball. I got into a verbal argument with him, and then I got slapped by him." Chinfang recalled the incident and was slightly offended, but thinking that Li Lejia should be quite miserable right now, he didn't care. But the situation was such that Luo Yu also advised and told Li Lujia not to fight. But Li Lejia was trying to play hard to get in front of Luo Yu. Just take Chinfang as an experienced baby for pursuing a goddess to brush copies. This Li Lejia is really detestable, deserves his bankruptcy. Luo Yu spat out, but she couldn't really recall this matter, not a single impression. "I'm sorry Ha Chinfang. You didn't do it, no need to apologize." Chinfang sucked in his lips. Could it be that now that he was bullish, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hear such a sincere apology from Luo Yu? "I'll go get some water." Chinfang felt his mouth a bit dry and was about to get up. "What do you want to drink?" "I'll go." Luo Yu didn't care that the king on her cell phone was in the middle of a group battle, and immediately put down her cell phone and fished out a $100 bill from her bag. "No, I'll go." After all, it wasn't his girlfriend, so Chinfang wouldn't make it. "I'll go, sit down, you're too polite." Seeing that Chinfang was about to get up, Luo Yu reached out and held him down, while she herself got up and went to buy water. But just then, a rich second-generation Sun Empire man called Masao Kosaka who came to the hotel for dinner. Instead, he drove his Lamborghini to the front of the hotel. Masao Kosaka he saw a parking space next to Chinfang's Audi and intended to park in it. Crap, so many pretty girls. But at this moment, Masao Kosaka saw so many well-built girls coming out of the hotel and were staring at his sports car. Not showing off your skills at this point? When's the show? He gave a crooked smile. Immediately the gas kicked in, trying to do a nice floating reverse into the garage. Crap! How did the car door suddenly open? Of course. That person who opened the car door was Luo Yu, who was going to buy water. Luo Yu, someone is playing tricks over there. Don't you go down yet. Chinfang reminded. But it was too late. Luo Yu had already opened the car door. Bang! The bald guy in the Lamborghini slammed right into the open door of the Audi. I said, what are your eyes for? Can you watch when you get out of the car? Fortunately, Chinfang's eyes were quick. A direct hand dragged Luo Yu in. However, because the situation was too crisis, Chinfang made a strong effort and directly yanked it into his arms. At this moment, Luo Yu's heart was poofing. Just now that moment, if not for Chinfang pulling her, she could have been directly hit and pasted on the car door. This moment between life and death. Luo Yu directly cried in fear. You're crying here? Chinfang was a bit speechless, looking at Luo Yu, who was dragged into her arms. She shouldn't be pretending, she must have been scared to death. Luo Yu couldn't say a word, still a little stunned. But this was a parking space, not the side of the highway. Who would have thought someone else would drive that fast? And play some kind of spinning and drifting into a parking space? Not getting up yet? Planning to keep lying here with me? Chinfang slightly pushed her. I hurt my foot. Luo Yu gently moved her long black silk legs, and found that the stocking was broken, and there was a few centimeters of blood marks on her calf. I have to say, this Luo Yu has a really good figure. It's worthy of being in the dance department. Her long legs are the kind of golden proportions, and with the addition of the black silk, it's really tempting. As for the blood mark, it should be from the emergency situation just now, when Chinfang dragged her in with force, and then her foot scraped the threshold of the car. What a pain in the ass. Chinfang spat and snapped. Get up, I'll find medicine for your trunk. Oh. Luo Yu still got up with difficulty. She was a bit speechless. What kind of straight man is this? She was injured. Can't she be a bit more compassionate? But think of the strength of the other side. Is it necessary to take pity on yourself? Girl, are you okay? What's with the sudden opening of the car door? Masao Kosaka TM is really speechless. It's just a show of skill, isn't it? Why did the guy in the parking space next to you suddenly open his car door? Chinfang. The door of your car. It's fine, I'll take care of it. Chinfang handed her the medical kit in the trunk first. Take care of it yourself first. Immediately after that, Masao Kosaka saw a man coming down from the main driver and also said politely, Sir, I'm really sorry, is your girlfriend okay? She's not my girlfriend. She's fine, it's just a minor injury, but... Don't worry, sir, the repair cost of your car is on me. I'll help you get it to a garage and replace the door. I'll pay how much it costs. Masao Kosaka apologized. I wanted to play a trick, but I didn't expect your friend to just suddenly open the car door. Buddy, this car of mine, I'm afraid it can't be repaired in the Sun Empire, right? Chinfang smiled faintly. The so-called reach out does not hit the smiling man. The more polite this rich second-generation tone, he cannot be ferocious, but also said to teach this rich second generation of a good talk. Can't you fix it domestically? An imported Audi? Masao Kosaka glanced at the light blue Audi once again and murmured, it's true that it's not a domestic substitute, but even if it's an imported Audi, the Empire of the Sun should be able to repair it, right? What does the other party mean? Saying that the Sun Empire can't fix it? Just then, Groom Luo Xingchen then saw that Chinfang's car appeared to have been hit. Mr. Chinfang, what's going on? Your car. Luo Xingchen, as the groom, was most afraid of any accidents today. He frowned deeply and said, Don't worry Chinfang, I'll fix your car for you. After all, you're here to do me a favor as well. No need, whoever hit it is responsible for it. And the other party also promised to take full responsibility. Chinfang laughed. This Luo Xingchen is straight. This car is several $100 million. The maintenance fee can be quite a lot. He wants to cover it? Sir, why can't this car be repaired in the Sun Empire? It should be able to be repaired, right? Masao Kosaka was still a bit confused. And at this time, that Makuta Yu and Hulun also came over. While Makuta Yu spoke unkindly, how can this car not be repaired in our Sun Empire? If it's an Audi, no matter if it's imported or domestically produced, it can be repaired domestically. Of course, people were from the Sun Empire, and the country they were talking about was, naturally, the Sun Empire. As I said, I'm afraid I won't be able to find a place to repair this car in the Sun Empire. Chinfang also sneered when he saw that his tone was somewhat mocking, but he didn't really want to pay too much attention to him. Seeing this, Makuta Feather added with a somewhat amused tone, we, the Sun Empire, still can't find a place to repair Audi cars? Immediately. Hulun beside Makuta Yu was also disdainfully echoing, yeah. How come Audis can't be repaired in the Sun Empire? There are plenty of 4S stores. The perpetrator of the moment, Masao Kosaka, also began to aim up the car. He was puzzled by Chinfang's words. Since the Empire of the Sun can't fix the car, that must be a limited edition class car, right? Such a car can often only be repaired if it is shipped back to the original garage in a foreign country. But Audi, the brand, has a limited edition model? By the way, which one is this light blue Audi? Is it an Audi Q5 or a Q7? It doesn't feel like it either. Masao Kosaka looked at it for half a day but couldn't come up with anything. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. This car. The head is so flat, it's definitely not an Audi Q5. It can't be? Could be that several $100 million Audi? Masao Kosaka panicked. The horror in his eyes simply spoke for itself. He looked again. The answer was already there in his mind. Oops. I'm in big trouble now. He actually crashed such a super fancy car? Chapter 53, All Dumb Chicken. The most expensive car in the world? Chinfang was delayed for a few minutes first because of the accident here, so the bride's pickup was delayed for a few minutes first. Gradual. Some people from the hotel came out to watch the fun. Masao Kosaka's hands were starting to shake a little at the moment, and he almost didn't hold his cell phone steady when he took it out. Hey, Dad, where are you? I'm here at the XX hotel. I've hit someone's car. Come over here quickly. On the other side of the phone, Kosaka Yamazaki is rubbing a sauna. Out of the blue, I get a call from my son. It seems like my son is still so nervous. It was also starting to worry. Son, whose car did you hit? Are you okay? As a father. Well, the first concern is the safety of your son. But I'm afraid he wouldn't think so if he knew the price of the car. Dad, I'm fine, but why don't you come over quickly and help me with this? Masao Kosaka took a hard look at the front end of his Lamborghini sports car, slamming into the door of the Audi on the opposite side of the road, and while the other person's door was only deflated, the front end of his own sports car dropped a shell. You can imagine how awesome the material is for the several $100 million Audi across the street. Okay, you wait, Dad will come over to help you deal with it. Kosaka Yamazaki hung up the phone, and definitely came over with people at fire speed. As for the words of Kosaka Masao, after hanging up the phone, he could only respectfully look over toward Chinfang and cautiously open his mouth. Sir, what do you call really sorry for you, you first smoke a cigarette, wait a while my dad came to deal with. Masao Kosaka was practically looking at Chinfang like he was a god. How ing posh is this? That said, except in the case of buying a car for pussyfooting around, the average $1 million homeowner buys $100,000 at most, right? You can't buy $1 million car for a total of $10 million, can you? Buy $500,000 at the most. Hundreds of millions of dollars in assets and also playing with $2 million cars at best. Anyway, the thing about cars, they're consumer goods, you can't spend all your money on them, can you? So people play with cars that cost hundreds of millions of dollars? How rich does that have to be? Masao Kosaka's family is just $1 billion or so, and a car from them is 1/3 of your total assets. Could Masao Kosaka not respect Chinfang? I say buddy, don't be in a hurry, it's not that big of a deal, as long as you get my car fixed and back in shape, it'll be over. Chinfang also saw that this rich second generation from the Sun Empire was afraid that he recognized his car, right? At first, this rich second generation was also quite polite, but that was because of the politeness of being rude for bumping into Chinfang's car, that was a gentleman. Now it was different, it was a heartfelt respect and fear of Chinfang's identity. No problem sir, I am out of that money. You wait until my dad gets here. Masao Kosaka was also scared to death inside at the moment. If his dad knew he crashed a couple $100 million worth of cars. Still not mad? It's a couple $100 million Audi. If it's a different door? How much does it cost? Masao Kosaka doesn't have a number anyway. But at the very least, a couple million on the bottom, right? Or tens of millions? After all, it can cost over $10,000 to replace a door on a car that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. At that rate, a couple $100 million car with a new door? Wouldn't that cost tens of millions? A passerby also laughed when he heard that Kosaka Masao actually didn't have the money to change the door of an Audi, and spoke up, brother, I'd say you also drive a sports car, right? It looks like a few $1 million, how can you say you don't have the money to change an Audi car door off? This car even if imported, go change a car door, also at most 1 to 20,000 right? There were a few onlooker girls around who were also speechless as hell. They guessed darkly. What's with this rich kid? Can't you change the door on an Audi? And we have to wait for his dad to come over and take care of it? Is it possible that he borrowed this sports car to pretend to be something he's not? Or else you can't get a couple of $1,000s for repairs? That should be the case, right? Kosaka Masao see a lot of people are pointing at themselves, toward the road people who teach themselves, said, buddy this change a car door, is really not a thing of 10,000 or 20,000, if this is really the case, I really do not need to notify my dad, I can do it myself. This passerby is also funny, retorted, brother, you believe me, this kind of Audi SUV door, not expensive, go to the garage maybe less than 10,000. Masao Kosaka was really speechless, and said in a joking manner, buddy, why don't we do this, I'll give you $1 million, and this car will be counted as one you hit. Okay? Masao Kosaka was also speechless, no one here recognized the car? But I have to say, Masao Kosaka has a really good heart, and has the leisure to make jokes to passers-by. What? Give $1 million? Makutayu was also amused when he heard this. He interjected, dude, you give me $1 million, this car counts as my crash, can buy a new car. You really dare to want off? Kosaka Masao laughed, and did not continue to say anything. After all, the verbal agreement is ultimately invalid. To the other side know that this car is so expensive, when the time to back out is not useless. Anyway, the people around him couldn't understand what Masao Kosaka was saying. How the car looks. It's all just a couple $100,000 for a regular Audi SUV. Nothing special. And at this time, Masao Kosaka's father, Kosaka Yamazaki, had finally arrived at the scene. Kosaka Yamazaki's side thought that his son had crashed his car and had a conflict with someone else, so he even brought that car with him. Kosaka Yamazaki drove a Land Rover, reserved for the violently rich, while 5 or 6 big, tough men came down from the back. Son, whose car did you hit? What did they say? Can't we just pay up and be done with it? Kosaka Yamazaki walked over, with an air of not being bad at all. Pops, this is the car. Masao Kosaka pointed at the door of the Audi and said, the door is deflated. Isn't it just an Audi? And you're calling me over to pay for it? When Kosaka Yamazaki saw that it was an Audi, he was immediately displeased and said, you've spent all the money you were given recently, haven't you? Repairing an Audi? You even call me old man? Kosaka Yamazaki came out of the sauna in a hurry. And then? That's it? That's it? That's it? Just an Audi? Even if you buy a new one, it's only a couple $100,000. Why bother him? Not Pops, General Audi car, I really don't find you to come, but this car is Audi Pikes Peak na, the world just won, worth several $100 million. Xiaoban Zhang Xiong face with full of stifled, said, Pops na, the several $100 million car, change a car door, at least must be a few million to hit the bottom? Or tens of millions, otherwise how would I ask you to deal with it? What did you say? This Audi is worth hundreds of millions of dollars? Kosaka Yamazaki was dumbfounded, he never knew an Audi could be worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Audi car this brand, right? Tens of millions of models are unheard of. Not to mention hundreds of millions? I say son, have you been blackmailed? A few $100 million for an Audi, can you believe this crap? Kosaka Yamazaki grunted, why don't we leave it to the police? Let's call the police. Don't, Pops, don't call the police, it's really a few $100 million. Kosaka Masao speechless through, said, Pops usually let you read more news in browsers, you only know to play mahjong rub sauna, this Audi Pikes Peak really just a few $100 million price. And the people on the scene. When heard here. Gradually, it also began to be unsettling. Immediately, it was a chittering racket. What's that father and son talking about? A couple $100 million for this car? What Audi? It's worth a few $100 million? The most expensive car in the world is only a few $100 million, right? Haha, so this Audi is the most expensive car in the world? Laughing my ass off. Audi Pikes Peak? What kind of car is that? I haven't heard of. Why does that sound so familiar to me? By the way, I seem to have read it on an article. Go to the browser and check out this Audi Pikes Peak. What the hell kind of car is a couple $100 million possible? Chapter 54, shocking the whole scene. The reverse divine vehicle. Soon, everyone around the room started going to look up information. They were holding their cell phones as they did so. While doing so, he began to make comparisons to the Audi Pikes Peak in front of him. Nothing wrong with that at all. This is Audi Pikes Peak na. Holding a grass. This car. It's awesome. What's the situation? Did you guys go check out the information? Is this car really a couple $100 million? Isn't it checked? This car is awesome. It's worth a few $100 million. TM, I've heard of that Volkswagen Tang FAI before, it costs a few $1 million, right? It has to be a Volkswagen license plate, low profile enough, right? But now compared to this Audi Pikes Peak, what is Volkswagen Manhwa? This car is the king of low-key. Isn't it? This car would be totally unremarkable in a pile of sports cars, but it's worth 100 Ferraris of around $2 or $3 million. This Audi Pikes Peak is a car that Audi invested a lot of R&D expenses to build in 2003, from conceptualization to design and development, in only 5 months. At the beginning, roughly €30 million were invested, and if converted according to the exchange rate at the time, the R&D cost was around $270 million. That's right, the shell is made of memory metal. If there is a collision and scratch, you only need to shower it finely with 90-degree hot water and it will be restored to its original state. The 4.2L twin turbocharged direct injection V8 engine endows Pikes Peak with a maximum power of 500 kilowatts, a maximum torque of up to 849 Newton meters, and a top speed of 350 km/h. You can say that this car has the speed of a sports car and the comfort of an SUV. And the safety is as good as it gets. Plus it has a lifted chassis. No matter what the road is, it's as good as flat. Damn, is this car still a wedding car? Why don't you dress it up? Just tie a red cloth? Put a plastic flower on the hood? Why don't you use it as the lead car? Is my several $100 million Audi Pikes Peak not enough to qualify as a headliner? Who knows, it's really hard to read. Probably afraid people won't recognize it as a couple $100 million car. If you can't recognize it, someone should ask, right? Wouldn't it be obvious once you ask? Also, a regular Audi as a wedding car headliner is sure to have people asking, and when they do, they're sure to stun the crowd. What kind of people are getting married in this house? They actually borrowed an Audi Pikes Peak as their wedding car? It's not an ordinary relationship. The crowd of onlookers began to lose their composure. Especially those pretty girls, they were even more nonchalant, looking at Chinfang with eyes that could not wait to eat them. To be honest, in this society, that's what women look for in face value and men look for wealth. At the moment, these women were looking at Chinfang as a boy would look at a superb beauty. It's so luxurious, this kind of car is also willing to drive out of the house? Several $100 million? If the paint falls off, it's still tens of thousands of dollars. I can't, help me, I'm dizzy handsome, more dizzy rich. Prince Charming, there is no, several $100 million of cars, 100 billion level of value, right? Well, don't stagger, look at the girlfriend beside this tycoon, that black silk and long legs, how cool, and that seductive eyes, we don't have a chance. And at this moment, Makuta Feather could only have an ironic face. Audi Pikes Peak. Hundreds of millions of dollars in cars. This. Makuta Yu felt like his brain was lacking oxygen at the moment. He was afraid to believe it. But again, one has to believe. Because I also checked the photo on the profile against myself, and it is indeed Audi Pikes Peak. Isn't this person sent by Luo Yu to help with the share of money? How come he's driving a few $100 million worth of cars? Hulun was also speechless, no wonder he misunderstood him as Luo Yu's driver? And people got upset? Of course, Chinfang wasn't upset because of this, he was tired of looking at her contemptuous eyes. This several $100 million car? Our Makuta brother and Hulun were just talking about a broken Audi? That's right. And you're putting people at the end of the line? This is too funny, isn't it? Brother Makita's car is only a few $1,000,000, this is a few $100 million, a difference of 100 times. Keep your voice down, look at Brother Makuta and Hulun's faces darkening now. I don't think Brother Makuta deliberately humiliated Chinfang because Chinfang offended his girlfriend, right? I think it's because sour Chinfang has a long-legged beauty on his co-pilot. Don't say you're sour. I'm sour too when I look at it. That Luo Yu has a great body. And you know it's cool? Oh. Don't be sour, what's wrong with people driving cars with hundreds of millions of dollars and long-legged girlfriends like Luo Yu? No, it seems that I've heard that Luo Yu isn't Chinfang's girlfriend, right? I don't think it's worthy. It's probably just a lover's relationship and people don't even bother to introduce them. Makuta Yu and Hulun were already embarrassed to the extreme at the moment as they listened to their friends whispering around them. He was like a clown from the beginning. And that's a bit of a long time to be a clown. Then a clown from the wedding scene at Luo Xingchen's house to the wedding scene at the bride's house. The most ridiculous thing is that one also puts people's hundreds of millions of dollars of cars arranged at the end of the wedding car? At that time, one's heart still holds the meaning of humiliation? The other person, Chinfang, however, had a very high pattern and did not refute anything at all. Can one not be a clown? And at this moment Luo Xingchen also knew that Chinfang's car was actually a few $100 million Audi Pikes Peak, also like a dull chicken, he could not help but silently spit. Holy, Chinfang you guy, are you the one Luo Yu sent here to accompany the gift? Or are you some kind of rich kid? You're too dishonorable, aren't you? I told you this car cost a few $100 million. Then I'll put you in the first car. Even if people don't recognize it, someone will ask. If someone asks, someone will answer, and then this wedding won't be a great honor? Luo Xingchen simply regretted it. How does that Makuta Yu's Ferrari compare to Chinfang's luxury car? And the other side. Masao Kosaka was still explaining to his father over and over again. This Audi Pikes Peak is indeed worth several $100 million. Pops, you believe me, look at all the people checking the information, you still don't believe me? Masao Kosaka once again explained bitterly, this car is at this price. Really? Really a few $100 million? Kosaka Yamazaki slowly began to believe it when he saw everyone around him talking about the car for hundreds of millions of dollars. If his son alone had said it, he would not have believed it to death. Maybe that's what people do. Hey, sir, what's your name na? Kosaka Yamazaki quickly and respectfully walked over to Chinfang and politely said, since it was my son who hit your car, then I will definitely take full responsibility. Regardless of how much the car repair bill works out to be, I will get it done for you, sir. Well then, sir, now that you've discussed it, let's call in the insurance company to take care of it. Chinfang gently said so. But that Kosaka Yamazaki slapped his head and stammered, son. We're rich, hey. Ha? Pops? We're rich? How do you mean? Masao Kosaka was confused for a moment. What was this old man smoking? Wasn't he mad at himself? Chapter 55, $100 billion man? Is this your savior? Son, nah, old dad, why did not think of the insurance company? You this car, when the old man but gave you full insurance, now you have an accident, no matter what, the insurance company will have to bear part of it. Kosaka Yamazaki thought of the insurance company, that unlucky person, cheerful smile, now it's good, so many years we sent how much money to the insurance company in the past? It's almost like a wave of earning back. Can Osaka Yamazaki not be happy? A couple $100 million for this car. The cost of repairs is at least $10 million, isn't it? If the insurance company covers a little bit, wouldn't that save a couple million? That's a fortune. Masao Kosaka's face couldn't be more embarrassed, helplessly saying, if we do the math like this, we're really rich. This pair of father and son have a good heart. Chinfang was also amused and walked up. Then the insurance company should have regretted selling you insurance in the first place if they knew that you would hit my Audi Pikes Peak in the future, right? Mr. Little is right. The salesman who sold fully insured car insurance to my son will probably have to be fired, right? Kosaka Yamazaki smiled and snorted, then looked at Chinfang's face once again and frowned. You're not the son-in-law of General Manager Luo Luo, are you? Ha? Chinfang was confused. Do you know my girlfriend's father? Kosaka Yamazaki immediately nodded his head and said, I know, he often has business dealings in the Sun Empire. I have his MSN. I've seen a dynamic on his dynamic with your picture on it, saying that this is his daughter's boyfriend. Of course. Microsoft MSN, which is international. So many multinational entrepreneurs use this to communicate. Luo Qiuxia publicized her daughter's boyfriend, naturally to make those who wanted to pursue her daughter die. Chinfang is a bit speechless, immediately told the future old man to delete his MSN dynamic. He does not want to be too famous. This guy is Luo Xian's boyfriend? The boyfriend of a $10 billion woman? That's Luo Qiuxia's daughter? Chinfang is driving a car with several $100 million. What's $10 billion? So beautiful, or $10 billion thousand gold, Chinfang this blessing. He's so rich, Chinfang, what are you so sour about? That's right, I'm driving a car with a few $100 million, and I still can't be bothered to pick a pretty girl? What big star, what young model, what thousand gold, really just pick. That said, this Audi Pikes Peak is good, but it has one fatal flaw. A car with perfect data like that has fatal certainty, no? If this car must be empty, not very good. The girl sitting on the passenger side of the car is easy to get hot, and must always take off her clothes. Bull. That's pretty much true. But according to you, I also know the fatal flaw of this car, it hurts too much. It shouldn't hurt, right? After all, there aren't many of them that can be recognized, are there? I know why the other Chinfang got such a low-profile car. Why? It's because Chinfang is afraid of hurting his body, chanting, this kind of car, outrageously luxurious, but ordinary, so many beautiful women certainly do not recognize. Anyway, at the moment, Chinfang's several $100 million car is solid. The focus of the entire scene was this Chinfang. But at this moment, Luo Yu suddenly thought of something and spoke, that, Chinfang, didn't I hear that this car of yours is memory metal? As long as you use hot water at about 90 degrees and drench the deflated area, it will soon be restored to its original shape? Right, why did I forget about this? Chinfang had just finished speaking. Then the groom, Luo Xingchen, immediately said, I'll go get you some hot water. Soon. Luo Xingchen then got someone to get hot water. Getting people showered in the deflated door area. The magic did happen. Where that cup crashed and deflated. It was actually really recovering at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye. Bull. Shaga. This car is perfect. And save money on repairs if you get hit later? This is memory metal? And it's so crashable. That's not true, the safety attributes are high. How else would it be worth hundreds of millions of dollars? Whether it's speed or versatility or safety attributes, it totally blows away too many luxury cars. When Kosaka Yamazaki saw Chinfang's car also restored to its original state, he inwardly breathed a long sigh of relief and said, Sir, although your car is very powerful and can restore itself to its original state, my son was too careless, and we are also very self-condemned. How about this? We'll send your car to a 4S store for waxing? Take care of it? No need, since it's all done, it's too much trouble. Chinfang immediately rejected the other party's good intentions. He didn't have the leisure to send his car for maintenance. Then how about this? Kosaka Yamazaki immediately fished out a black Supreme card from his own bag and said, Sir, my family has opened restaurant chains in both the Sun Empire and the Dragon Empire, with a lot of Western food, Chinese food, hot pots and so on. At that time, if Sir holds the card, you can eat for free at all of my 100 stores around the world, and as long as my business doesn't close down, you and your girlfriend can eat for 100 years. 100 years. Well then, thanks. Chinfang didn't refuse. If he did, the other party would be embarrassed. But it was at this time. A middle-aged man in a suit, on the other hand, hurried towards the place of the incident. His name is Hu Xuemin. It's the general manager of Su's group. With a tiny stake in the Su Group, but already worth hundreds of billions of dollars, the country's rich ranking 31. But who is ranked 31.5 nationally? But he is the general manager of Su's Group Na. This is a $10 trillion consortium. Therefore, his position in the business circle is comparable to those in the top 10 of the rich list. Of course. This person, on the other hand, was sent by Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe knew that Chinfang's side of the Audi Pike's Peak appeared to have been hit. I'm afraid that Chinfang's bad temper will start an argument with others. Then make a scene. It's a foreign country. Afraid that Chinfang would suffer. Therefore, he sent Hu Xuemin, who was negotiating business over at the Sun Empire, over to check out the situation. Isn't that Hu Xuemin? Second Uncle Hu? Why is he here? Hulun looked at Hu Xuemin and all of a sudden his eyes glazed over. This was his clan's uncle, although he was not pro, he was the same great-grandfather. After Hulun was shocked, he then glanced at Chinfang in the crowd. This guy drove a few $100 million of cars, his value was at least 50 billion or more than $100 billion, but no matter in the business circle of the Dragon Empire or the Sun Empire, who still didn't respect this general manager of the Su Group, Hu Xuemin? Hulun didn't say anything about punching Chinfang in the face. But you can save face by recognizing Hu Xuemin, right? Such a big loss of face today. Hulun now has a chance to get some of that back. I hope this Chinfang can recognize the general manager of Su Group, right? At that time, Chinfang would definitely have to think highly of himself. Chapter 56, the entire audience chokes. $100 billion big brother as a licking dog? Uncle Hu? What brings you here? Hulun quickly went up to greet him. Oh, Lan Lan? Why are you here? Hu Xuemin had come over to see what happened to Chinfang's being hit, but he didn't expect to meet a junior here. Nothing Uncle Hu, just a friend getting married, we came to pick up the bride. Hulun very lick dog smile, took the boyfriend Makuta Yu's cigarettes, but also went up to Hu Xuemin handed over cigarettes. Of course, after all, the groom was from the Dragon Empire, and even though the wedding was held in Tokyo, half of the people attending were from the Dragon Empire. You see? Isn't this guy that? Hu Xuemin. Geez, isn't that the general manager of Su's Group? Su Group? Is it awesome? You don't even know Su's Group, you can go find a box to lie in. The Su Group is the #1 consortium in the Dragon Empire, and Penguin and Tengu Shopping over in the Dragon Empire are both under the family. There's also the Sumi cell phone. Che, the Dragon Empire's consortium, what's it to me, isn't it normal not to know? A consortium with total assets of $10 trillion. Those Dragon Empire's apparent richest people are so far behind compared to others. Crap? The Dragon Empire's #1 consortium? Bull. So, the manager of this Su Group is basically in a position comparable to a big brother of several $100 billion. Or even higher. Regardless of whether it's the Dragon Empire or our Sun Empire, those hundreds of billions of dollars worth of bigwigs all have business dealings with the Su Group, and when they see this Hu Xuemin, they all have to be polite. My Makuta brother's girlfriend Hulun. So bullish? Still know the Su's Group general manager? I'm sure I know them, people say hello. Hulun wasn't wrong in thinking that. Although Chinfang's several $100 million car being exposed did cause Hulan and Makuta Yu to lose face, but now that they saw that Hulan knew Hu Xuemin, a lot of their couple's face had returned. Hu Xuemin saw Hulun send over a cigarette, he had recently quit smoking and waved his hand, no need. I don't smoke. Then Hu Xuemin opened his mouth again and asked, by the way, Lan Lan, was there an accident here? Two cars collided a bit, but not much. Hulun answered, but it was also strange, what was this uncle Hu urged you in doing here on purpose? Concerned about the accidents here? Okay, I got it. Hu Xuemin said, looked around and said breathlessly, there are so many people. Can't even squeeze in. Audi Pike's Peak came along. It's really making a big noise. 3 layers inside, 3 layers outside. Uncle, you want to go in and take a look? Hulun was a bit confused, what was there to see in this accident? Could it be that Hu Xuemin was also interested in seeing the several $100 million car? Hu Xuemin nodded, and didn't explain to the other party that this was Su Xinghe's arrangement. After all, he wasn't qualified to know too much, but it was just a junior. Seeing this, Hulun and Makuta Feather immediately stepped forward and shouted, everyone make way, everyone make way. Hulun and Makuta Feather look like lapdogs. It's right out in front of the open road. And he called out to his friends to help clear the way. Hulun and Makuta Yu's expressions were complacent again at the moment, and all they could think of in their hearts was that it would be good if Chinfang would recognize Hu Xuemin's identity later, which was the manager of the Su Group. Chinfang would surely look high on them as a couple. It's still the same. Makuta Yu and Hulun did not seek to hit Chinfang in the face, but only sought to save some face. Soon. With Makuta Feather and his friends helping to open the way, Hu Xuemin finally managed to squeeze in. You are Mr. Chin, right? Hu Xuemin spoke Chinese directly, and the moment he squeezed in, his eyes looked at Chinfang. I do, and you are? Chinfang was confused for a moment, he didn't recognize this middle-aged man. Hello Mr. Qin, I'm Hu Xuemin, the manager of the Su Group. Hu Xuemin said and looked at the Audi, saying, I heard that you had a bit of an accident here. The manager of the Su Group? Could it be? Chinfang secretly muttered and also immediately understood that he was afraid that old man Su had sent him. Something did go wrong, but it's all taken care of now. No need to worry. Chinfang smiled politely, since he knew that it was sent by old man Su. Chinfang still fished out his cigarettes and went up to send them. Obviously. That Hu Xuemin, although quit smoking but also did not dare to sweep Chinfang's face, immediately respectfully received the cigarettes. Holland's cigarettes could have been left out just now. That's because the other person is just a junior. But Chinfang could be different. In other words, a friend's drink can be skipped. Is it okay to shrug off a drink from a superior? What the hell? Why is Uncle Hu so respectful to this Chinfang? He's the manager of the Su Group Na, a figure that many 100 billion level bigwigs in our Sun Empire have to respect? To actually treat Chinfang with that much respect? Could it be that Chinfang is much more bullish than $100 billion big shot? Holland looked confused again for a moment. That Makuta Yu is also very confused, although he does not understand the Chinese language, but the body language he can read. This Hu Xuemin and bowed and smiled to welcome. If not, the relationship is a huge difference. How can So respect Chinfang? They had wanted to take advantage of knowing Hu Xuemin to get some face back with Chinfang? You didn't expect to get hit hard in the face again? You've heard of being a clown once. But have you ever heard of a clown who can't wait to be a clown a second time when he knows the other guy is awesome? This Chinfang's identity is the crown prince of the Su Clan? Holland swore. He could never afford to mess with such a person. In his heart, he no longer dared to show the slightest bit of defiance or slowness towards Chinfang. Crap! This Chinfang? How dare the manager of the Su Group treat him with such respect? What the hell is he? I guess it must be the crown prince of the Su Group, right? You have to know that the Su Group is a multinational corporation. If you're in the business circle, even our Sun Empire has a lot of energy. It wasn't just Mu Duanyu and Hulan who were confused. Those friends around me were also confused. Look at Hulun and brother Makuta, who just now had a smug look on his face, seemingly showing off that he knew Hu Xuemin, and were told to clear the way for Hu Xuemin? And squeeze in? I know, they must be trying to find face here with Chinfang. Now that Hu Xuemin respects Chinfang so much, Hulun and brother Makuta have already looked dumbfounded, haven't they? These friends, naturally, are secretly talking about it. After all, no matter if it was Chinfang, Hulun, or Makuta Yu, they could not be offended. Hu Xuemin saw that the matter had been dealt with and spoke, alright then, since Mr. Qin has dealt with it then, would you like to come to our Su Group's branch in the Sun Empire to have a seat? It's not far from here. For everyone reading this, please waste a few seconds of your time and cast your recommendations and monthly votes, thank you. Chapter 57, cool. The system is fixed? No need, we have to hurry to pick up the bride back on our side. Chinfang waved his hand and refused. Alright then. Hu Xuemin didn't dare to force himself to stay. Soon after finishing up here, it was only then that the groom, Luo Xingchen, greeted everyone and began the business of taking the bride home. It was quite a delay though. But the good news is that the results are very satisfying. The bride and groom really don't regret delaying anything auspicious. Mr. Qin, get acquainted, my name is Zuodao Sakurako, although I'm from the Sun Empire, I also know Chinese, yo. Mr. Qin, my name is Kawashima Kuriko, my family owns some amusement parks in Tokyo, come play sometime. Mr. Qin, tell me your phone number, I'll treat you to dinner someday. My family and your girlfriend's father, Mr. Luo, are very good. Many of the rich second-generation and $1,000 ladies who came to Luo Xingchen's wedding today went up to accost Chinfang and begged to get to know him. After all, who wouldn't want to befriend such a powerful tycoon? Even if you can't snag a boyfriend, you can still get to know one. The few friends beside Makuta Yu, who were naturally some little rich kids, also came forward to greet Chinfang when they saw him being so bullish. Only two people, Makuta Yu and Hiran, were left standing there with dark faces. To be honest, a rich second generation of Chinfang's level, Hulun and Makuta Yu also wanted to befriend Unfortunately, where did he get the face to befriend Chinfang? Poor, Hulun thought at first that the person who was Luo Yu's driver was actually so bullish. Everyone listen to me, since this car of Mr. Qin's is so awesome, why don't we take it over as the lead car? Suddenly, one person mentioned that much. I don't see the problem, why not be the headliner for a couple $100 million? When the time comes, even if people don't recognize it, they're sure to ask, so I'll go out and be a living encyclopedia for them. Introduce them. What about that car of Makuta Hata's? Seeing this, Luo Xingchen couldn't make a good choice. After all, if he messed up like this, it would make Makuta Yu a little embarrassed. It's fine, you guys just take Chinfang's car as the lead car, I'll just follow behind. Makuta Yu forced out a smile. How much did his own car cost? Where did he get the face to be in front of someone else's Chinfang? Alright then. Seeing that Makuta Yu also agreed, Luo Xingchen got a large bouquet of flowers and tied it to the front of Chinfang's Audi in style. Luo Xingqian's wedding car procession soon departed from the hotel. While walking down the avenue, instead, there were a number of people who were strangely enough. Oh, TM. Who's getting married here? A nice car in the back? Audi in the front? Who knows? Maybe people just like to get an Audi as a headliner? Suddenly, slight traffic ahead. The wedding car procession then stopped briefly. A passerby beside Makita Feather's car couldn't help but ask Makita Feather, "Sir, whose family is getting married here? Why is the first car an Audi? Your Ferrari is in the back?" Makita Yu's heart was practically dripping blood when he heard such words, and with a forced smile, he said, "I don't deserve to be in the front, so naturally I'm in the back. Your Ferrari isn't worthy? What the hell?" The passerby was confused. An Audi is better than a Ferrari? It shouldn't be, right? That's an Audi Pikes Peak. A couple $100 million car. Can you stop asking? What business is it of yours? Hulun, who was on the passenger side of Makita Feather, yelled over in a stern voice. She was also dripping blood in her heart. Was this person deliberately coming to taunt her? What's all the yelling about? What's wrong with a few $100 million car? Is it yours? Passers-by are a bit puzzled. This woman's menopause, right? Anyway, it was just like what was in Luo Xingqian's mind at first. This Audi Pikes Peak, even if no one can see it, but they will ask, why put it in front of the wedding car? Then someone explains it. Doesn't that make it a little bit more difficult? The traffic jam didn't last long, the vehicles passed, and the wedding car procession quickly headed in the direction of Luo Xingqian's house. After ending the matter of giving away the bride, Chinfang's words naturally took Luo Yu back to the hotel. Not that it's a big kill. Rather, it was because Luo Yu was staying at the same hotel as Chinfang. After all, they also met together at the hotel. Luo Yu was supposed to go back after attending Luo Xingqian's wedding. But Chinfang is still playing in the Sun Empire. And she didn't leave. Day after day at the hotel, every now and then she wore sexy clothes to Chinfang's suite to find him. By breakfast, fruit was delivered. Licking dogs can be very busy. But Chinfang was still not on the road. And that burning of the god's toilet. And no rewards. Chinfang naturally wouldn't do it. He came over for Su Xinghe's reward. But this several $100 million car with such unbelievable performance is not worth his trip. Nightfall. Empire of the Sun. At the moment, Chinfang is a bit confused while listening to the song. Suddenly. Instead, the robot in that mind rattled. Ding. System malfunction detected. Repairing the host reward channel. Successful repair. After the host completes the mission, the reward can be issued normally. Other faults being detected and fixed. 99.99%. 99.98%. 99.97%. What? It's being distributed normally? Chinfang was stunned. The dog system actually said that there would be a reward next time? There are other faults? What are the other malfunctions? Sorry, it's being fixed. TM, this system intelligence is a bit low. Chinfang is very speechless. Every time the feeling of communication are very unpleasant. Why people those novels in the system, with a real person like Lousies is a dead machine, ask what don't know. But since the system says that the next reward can be given out normally, isn't it time to start acting like it? Burning the divine toilet? Supreme Celestial? Su Xinghe. There's you behind it, isn't there? So what's to be afraid of? Burning God's toilet go up. When Chinfang saw this, he definitely wouldn't be afraid, and since the system said that the rewards could be given out normally, he would have to plan out how to go and burn the god's toilet, and then be able to leave all in one piece again. But to be honest, this task of burning the god's toilet wasn't that difficult, at most escaping was more difficult. And plundering the crown princess, this matter is 100 times more difficult than burning a divine toilet. Next, Chinfang also gave the university a vacation. Since we're going to burn the god's toilet, regardless of failure or success, the first thing to think about is your exit. At that time, the Sun Empire's airports would definitely be closed immediately to arrest Chinfang. Therefore, Chinfang must be smuggled back. Hey, Luo Lao. Chinfang quickly made a call to Luo Xingqian. Mr. Qin? As soon as Luo Xingqian heard that it was Chinfang, her attitude immediately became respectful and excited. Don't call me Mr. Qin, just name it. What is your business? Luo Xingqian was still a bit trembling in the face of such a status Chinfang. How dare she call him by his name? I want to ask, in your place, are there any underground forces? Chinfang asked subtly, naturally not saying that he was looking for any smuggling. Underground forces? You're going to? Oh, I just want to hire 2 bodyguards only. I heard that the security company's bodyguards are too decent and always have rules for doing things. You know. Chinfang casually pulled a bit and added, you've been in the Sun Empire for a long time, I think you should know about these forces, right? So it's like this. Luo Xingqian also understood the other party's intentions. Surely they were looking for bodyguards to beat up people? Bodyguards from regular security companies did have many rules. They would only protect the safety of their employers. There's a Chio hotel over by the Chio bridge, and on the bottom floor, it does have some of this stuff. As long as you don't make trouble, it's basically okay to go in and have some fun. Thanks a lot. And this matter, I hope you keep it a secret, otherwise. Chinfang didn't say any more, the other party should have a number in his heart anyway. Understood. Understood. Well then, that's it for now, you're busy, I'll see you for a drink sometime. After Chinfang hung up the phone, he immediately started looking for this place on the map. This kind of place. Although the current Chinfang had a big brother watching his back, he had to have his own security, didn't he? What if the big guy doesn't pay attention and hangs himself? How should I think it through before going in? Or trust the big guy in the back? Knock knock. Chinfang immediately heard a knock at the door. Opened the door. It turned out to be that Luo Yu in black silk again. She was wearing a sequined halter nightgown. Appears to have just walked out of the suite across the street. Chapter 58, doing a quest to get going. Get some help first. Chinfang, have you rested? Not yet, you have something? Chinfang glanced slightly and didn't look much, this little licking dog, all day long she wore sexy clothes to seduce herself. No, just came over to sit. Luo Yu pouted her lips slightly, came to find you to play games, don't you have 5 computers connected to this suite? Playing League of Legends? The game is off. Chinfang looked at what she was wearing and hesitated for a moment, you're not going to change? What's with the change of clothes? I'll take you out. Chinfang faintly spat out a few words. It could make Luo Yu happy. It was the first time Chinfang had offered to take her out. Alright then, you wait, I'll go change. Luo Yu immediately turned around and went back to her room. Don't get so hairy and complicated, dress up faster. Chinfang is not taking her out shopping, just let her be a lookout, after all, the place to go, or a little dangerous. 10 minutes, wait for me, by the way, where are we going to play? Kyobashi Hotel. Because with Luo Xingchen's introduction, Chinfang would definitely be able to enter the last floor of the hotel. What? You go to that place? Luo Yu suddenly turned around, she still knew about the Sun Empire, she had heard that place was a den of thieves. Luo Yu couldn't help but worry as well. But she didn't ask more questions. Since Chinfang had asked him to go, he could definitely keep himself safe, there was nothing to be afraid of. Luo Yu said it was quick. But the makeup dressing took a good 20 minutes. If Chinfang hadn't called over and said he was going alone. Guess it'll take double time to get out. The two soon set foot on Audi Pike's Peak. Chinfang glanced slightly at her abyssal gully and said, pull it up a bit and make it look like what? Luo Yu was a bit speechless but still muttered her mouth and said, can't pull it up, it's low V. Then why don't I just rip it off for you? Chinfang's eyes glared over, don't all wear this every day to seduce himself, he's tired of looking at it, what's left to kill? It's rumored that this Luo Yu hasn't had a boyfriend yet. I don't know where I learned so many hookups. But Chinfang didn't believe that she hadn't had a boyfriend. Must be lying to myself. Rip. Luo Yu said very abashedly, she would like to, but this guy seems not to whisk himself away, is to stay useful like, Luo Yu is not a fool, she can see. You're not as big as her. Chinfang looked at her again and without saying anything more, he started the Audi and headed towards the Chio Bridge Hotel. Roxy Yen? Luo Yu knew that Chinfang was definitely talking about her, this girl was just naturally beautiful, completely a big donut, and the two were sisters, she had also seen Luo Xian's donut. Beautifully shaped indeed. Sir, miss, are you eating or staying? Soon. When Chinfang's Audi Pike's Peak was parked in front of the hotel, a car guide came over, speaking a mouthful of Japanese. We came over to look for people. But also to have some drinks and stuff. Chinfang also talked to the other person in Japanese and said, can I park in this space in front of the entrance? I'm sorry sir, this is a parking space reserved for hotel VIP. If you are not a hotel VIP, you are not allowed to enjoy it. How much does it cost to recharge the membership? Chinfang naturally wanted to park his car in a closer place, so that he wouldn't have to run to the underground parking lot in case something happened. Accumulated consumption of 1 million. Or directly recharge 1 million. The car guide was a bit speechless, driving an Audi only, can you directly charge 1 million? But he didn't make any disrespect on his face, after all, the waiter of the Grand Hotel still had quality. No problem. Swipe your card, I'll recharge 1 million at once. Chinfang fished out a Visa card from his wallet, this thing was called a Visa card, an international universal card that Su Xingha had gotten for him. Visa is a global payments technology company that connects consumers, businesses, financial institutions and empires in more than 200 countries and territories around the world, with 9 million users worldwide. Looking at less though. But they are all high-quality users. Be well. Mr. The car guide also saw in a flash that this was a low-key tycoon, and immediately went to the front desk to conduct business. After Chinfang parked his car, he then walked to the front desk and spoke directly, Miss Front Desk, I want to go to the bottom floor of the hotel, of course, not the underground parking lot. When the receptionist heard this, her eyes instantly glared and she snapped, I'm sorry sir, our bottom floor is the underground parking lot. There is no more bottom level. By the way, here's Mr. Luo's letter of introduction. Chinfang naturally knew that. The sudden mention of this hotel's den of thieves. People definitely don't take it immediately. Someone has to be introduced to it. Mr. Luo? Rockstar. So it's Mr. Luo who recommended you? Miss, please come in. The front desk girl's face instantly spread a smile as well. After all, Luo Xingchen was at least a billionaire, or had often been to the lowest level of the Grand Hotel to play. When Chinfang saw Luo Yu pulling his hand to go inside the hotel, then he opened his mouth to stop him. Luo Yu, why don't you just wait for me up there? What? Luo Yu was confused. Didn't you bring yourself out to play? Didn't you tell yourself to change your clothes? How come you can't even let yourself in? You have a problem with that? Chinfang's eyes glared over. That Luo Yu seconds goaded, pouting, I have no opinion. But why? I've got a few things I need to sort out. What is it? Luo Yu questioned. But the receptionist next to her raised her eyebrows and smiled. Men's things, naturally, you can't ask too many questions. The receptionist finished, covering her mouth and snickering. Of course. It could be seen that this front desk lady still had a very high status in the hotel, otherwise she wouldn't have dared to make such jokes with the guests. Chinfang. Luo Yu see Chinfang come to the hotel is the meaning of this, big wide eyes floated over, secretly thought, so beautiful and sexy in the side, white to send you, you do not want, you run over here to find? This is the family flower has no wildflower fragrance? However, I do not count myself as a family flower, I am also a wildflower, at most a wildflower for free. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you believe her? The receptionist is obviously joking. Chinfang laughed, hesitated for a moment, attached his ear and said, you're good to listen to work, this time I return to China, take out no less than $500 million to help your family investment is. So? Then what am I going to do? Luo Yu was instantly overjoyed. It seemed that even if she wasn't recognized by Chinfang, she was already considered a small follower-level character, right? At the moment, her ear was attached to Chinfang's ear to talk. It was itchy, but she felt good and enjoyed it. Chapter 59, Underground Forces, Smuggling Programs. Just stand guard at the door, and if anything happens to me, you can call me to report the constable. My safety is in your hands. If my phone can stay in contact, you can also just go back to the hotel and sleep. Chinfang said with his ear attached, fished out the Audi Pikes Peak's car keys, and said gently, go play some games in the car. Oh. Luo Yu's voice trailed off. But the fact that Chinfang was gentle with her for once in a rare while still made her happy. She knew it. Men. Just more contact. It's still a good chase. One can be a perfect wife for him, listen to him and everything and fulfill everything he wants. Why don't you want this kind of wife? Seeing that Chinfang had left her ear, Luo Yu proceeded to press against the other party's ear and spat out orchid breath. Aren't you afraid that I'll run away in your car? You won't, how much is that thing? I know it's me you want. Chinfang's ears were tickled by the heckling of her speech and pushed her away. It's itchy, go on. Can I bite your ear then? Don't you dare. Bite you. Luo Yu opened her sexy red lips and slightly bumped them. Chinfang only felt cool at the root of his ears. This. Really slutty. Give a little sunshine and it'll shine. I'll meet you in the car. See you there. Luo Yu was in a good mood as she revealed the beautiful back of a halter dress. Twisting that to die for figure, she went out of the hotel door. This green tea is actually quite good. Chinfang cocked a smile. With green tea like this, you don't have to be psychologically challenged to at least utilize it. She figures wealth. Chinfang too, she stayed in the Sun Empire to help. Everyone has what they need for each picture. After all, there weren't many people he knew on this side of the Sun Empire. Leaving Luo Yu behind would naturally make everything a little easier. Sir, please follow me. When the receptionist lady saw that Chinfang had finished his explanation, she opened her mouth and urged. Aha! Chinfang put on the mask and then went up the elevator along with the receptionist. Originally, in the elevator, only the -2 floors were at the bottom. But saw that the receptionist actually pressed a consecutive 1 2 3 8 5 on the elevator's floor number. It appears to be a hidden unlock code. Then the elevator keypad began to light up with a new icon, -3rd floor. That is, the next level of the underground parking lot. After entering this underground level, what Chinfang did not expect was that this place was many times wider than the hall above. By the way, the footprint of the hotel lot is only about 2,000 square meters. And down here, it's a full 5,000 square meters. I'm afraid it's even expropriated the ground floor of the surrounding restaurants and bookstores, or how else would it be so big? Reasonably speaking, this kind of operation was definitely not allowed by their Sun Empire staff. But it's possible to get it privately. Sir, welcome to the -3rd floor of the Chio Bridge. There's a casino over here with underground boxing. You can get a private bodyguard. More than that, you can get a satisfied lady. Of course. If it wasn't because Luo Xingchen had greeted him, people wouldn't have brought Chinfang to this place at all, let alone introduce him to these businesses. If someone introduces it, then someone guarantees it. Once something went wrong with Chinfang, the owner of the venue could just go straight to the introducer. Sir, please leave your communication equipment in the locker and come pick it up when you leave. At this time, at the entrance, a security guard-looking man then spoke up. Behind the security guard there are some densely packed small cabinets. It's like going to the pool with those lockers for guests' clothes. Xiao Biao, this is Mr. Luo Xingchen Luo's introduction, there shouldn't be any problems. Got it, Sister Min. The lady at the front desk is really in a good position in this hotel. Usually working at the front desk and being able to take guests to hidden floors, that must be a core member of the hotel. This Luo Xingchen? Looks like he doesn't have a small face in this place? Chinfang was surprised for a moment, and without hiding anything, he opened his mouth and asked, "Excuse me, where do I find people who go out to sea in boats? Take a boat out to sea?" Kongmin slightly witnessed and immediately understood the other party's meaning, coming to this place to find a boat to go out to sea? That must be smuggling. Sir, please come this way and follow me. Kongmin slightly bent down while inviting Chinfang into a small door. Upon entering the small door, this is a small hall of over 100 square meters. But the furnishings here are much more Spartan. There were many small tables in the small hall, and the people on them were playing cards. And the dress was ordinary, like some peasants. But Chinfang could tell at a glance that these people who looked like farmers worked on the beach or at sea all year round. Because of the close proximity to the sea, the summer sun is too strong, the ultraviolet rays are strong, the sea breeze tends to hurt the skin, and it is very irritating to the skin, and they all have dry and cracked skin. And so many middle-aged men move around with a bit of a twist in their legs. This could be rheumatism caused by the sea. Uncle Long, this gentleman is here to look for a boat. Conmin quickly walked towards a small table that was occupied by 3 people playing some sort of fancy poker game, not landlord anyway. Looking for a boat? Where do you want to go? Uncle Long had a cigarette dangling from his mouth and spoke a Ryukyu Japanese dialect. In fact, the language of the Sun Empire is based on the Tokyo dialect of the Kanto region, which is also called the common language, almost like Mandarin in China. In terms of dialects, they are mainly categorized into the Eastern Sun Empire dialect, Hachiho dialect, Western Sun Empire dialect, Kyushu dialect, and Ryukyu dialect, among others. Chinfang can understand the official. Then the dialect can be heard in a general way. By boat to the Dragon Empire, of course. To the Dragon Empire? Uncle Long glanced up at Chinfang, narrowed his eyes, and said, "You have to add money." Eh? You have to add money? Although Chinfang wasn't short on money, he was curious to ask, the Dragon Empire should be one of the few empires closest to the Sun Empire, right? Is there still additional money? Recently, there has been news that the airports are being scrutinized for travelers coming and going from the Dragon Empire. And those of us who sail on small boats are also being checked. Therefore, in order for you to safely leave the sea, you will definitely have to pay extra money. Chinfang slowly savored the words. That is to say, their boats are not unchecked. Rather, the top usually turns a blind eye and doesn't really care. If it's an emergency, whether it is a big ship or a small ship, someone will be sent to check. Why are you suddenly going to start inventorying people from the Dragon Empire? Which knows, things up there, one day at a time, the money is getting worse and worse, so you'll have to add money. Uncle Long paused and said, $5,000, we can send you out safely, time and place you decide. $5,000? Chinfang is not bad. The issue being considered is security. However, Kong Min, who was next to him, attached her ear and said, Uncle Long, this is the friend Luo Xingchen brought with him. Oh? A friend introduced by Luo Xingchen? Uncle Long's eyes lit up as he put down the poker in his hand and politely said, Sir, if that's the case, then it'll be the usual price, $1,000. We'll send you out safely. Uncle Long's attitude immediately changed drastically. It caused Chinfang to be a bit confused. Chapter 60, a branch quest appears. Alright then, I'll let you know when it's time. Leave your contact information. Chinfang felt out his cell phone, saved the other party's phone number, and paid a deposit of $500. Seeing that things were also done, Kongmin led Chinfang out of this small hall and into the hall and spoke, By the way, sir, I haven't asked you what your name is yet? Oh, my last name is Zhao, called Zhao Feng. Since I came to this place. That must be incognito. Not to mention that I just heard that the Sun Empire was cracking down on visitors coming and going from the Dragon Empire. Saying that it's not necessarily if it has something to do with you? Of course, Chinfang will not know that the Sun Empire's Haogong Heavenly Emperor was notified by a mysterious person that there is a possibility that the Dragon Empire's people are going to come and burn the god's latrine, although it is also not taken seriously, but recently still all make some precautions accordingly. Hello, Mr. Zhao. Kongmin paused, glanced at Chinfang, and said, Since you are a friend of Mr. Luo Xingchen, you must know Chinfang? Chinfang? Chinfang pulled the corner of his mouth viciously. Was this Chinfang himself? I don't recognize it. Oh. Kongmin's mouth opened for a moment, then she said with a look of adoration. I heard that Mr. Luo Xingchen's wedding a few days ago, there was one called Chinfang who came to attend. That Chinfang is something special. Actually, even the general manager of the Su Clan group respects him a lot. Rumor has it that he might be the crown prince of the Su Clan group, or an illegitimate son. I heard that Luo Xingchen and Chinfang's girlfriend are also considered distant relatives. And then since Mr. Luo Xingchen introduced him here, so the boss asked me to ask you. The boss all wants to get to know this Chinfang. So that's it? Chinfang cried a little. At first he thought Luo Xingchen had a high status in this place. He didn't realize that everything was his own face. It's hilarious to say the least. Luo Xingchen is just an aftershock after Chinfang attended the wedding. Now actually even Luo Xingchen's friends come to this place face greatly. But if he was directly Chinfang's friend, he was afraid that he would be even more respected for coming here, right? Not to mention that if Chinfang himself had come by himself, then surely the other party would have to be even more respectful. I don't know Chinfang, I'm just familiar with Luo Xingchen. After Chinfang finished his words, he slightly flabbergasted her, and could notice that her enthusiasm for himself appeared to have faded by 3 points. After all, if you can get to know Chinfang, then surely she has to be a little more respectful. Right at this moment, a man wearing a trench coat, dangling a cigar, holding an Apple phone, and with his arms wrapped around 2 sexy girls, then came to the underground hall. He was from the Sun Empire, called Bida Shino. He was the boss of the Bida organization on this side of Tokyo City, and a friend of the owner of the Chio Hotel, and he usually came to this place often to have fun. Hey, big brother, we saw a good sexy thing in an Audi car in front of the hotel. This woman shelved that Audi car passenger lying on the game, that posture. It's just perfect. The call that Hidashino answered was from one of his ponies. How pretty can it be? Hidashino chortled, squeezing the crag of the sexy girl beside her, as sexy as the two beside me? Big brother, how about a picture of you? The horseman immediately sneaked a shot towards the Audi where Luo Yu was and sent it over. Sure is a riot. Hidashino's thieving triangular eyes instantly lit up and commanded, you guys bring this young lady in, and in case it doesn't work out, report the name of my Hida group. Not long after, Chinfang's side received Luo Yu's call for help because he hadn't confiscated his communication machine. Chinfang, hurry up and come out for a moment and save me. I was playing a game in the car, and there were 2 guys from the Sun Empire over here who had to invite me into the hotel for a drink. And they said something about their boss being the boss of the Bida group. I had the car doors locked, they couldn't get in. But I said no, and they never left. As soon as Chinfang heard about this matter, his expression slightly witnessed as he looked at Kongmin by his side and said, Miss Receptionist, a guest of your 1000-generation hotel? Is it embarrassing, my friend? Is there such a thing? Kongmin's brows pressed together. My friend called and said he was the boss of some Bida group and wanted to invite my friend in for a drink. My friend refused, and those ponies are still guarding outside the car. With a slight anger on his face, Chinfang asked, who is this Bida group boss? Wait a moment, sir, leave this matter to me. As soon as Kongmin finished speaking, he immediately saw Hidashino, who was hugging 2 beauties in the hall, and walked up. Hello, Mr. Hida. Kongmin Keiko, you're getting prettier and prettier. When are you going to open the door and welcome me? Hidashino saw Kongmin coming over, glanced at her arched arms, and said in a very teasing manner. But today, Hidashino had no interest in Kongmin Huizi, because there was an even more eureka outside. If the ponies can't invite them in, then they will go out and take a look themselves later. Konami Keiko didn't pay any attention to these flirty words from Hidashino, but instead snapped, Mr. Hida, the lady in the Audi at the entrance of the hotel is a friend of our hotel guest, so I hope you'll hold your head high. Oh? Friends of your hotel guests? Hidashino knew that this hotel friend didn't refer to the guests of the Chio Hotel, but rather the guests of the Chio Hotel who were able to come in at the bottom of the hotel. Yes, this gentleman beside me is it. Please call back your horseman and stop harassing that young lady. Kongmin Huizi's status in this place was not low, although this Bida Xinyi had been craving for her body, but she could never get what she wanted. She would not throw the other party out of face. Oh? Your friend? Hidashino sized up Chinfang, wearing a mask, a new face, and very insincerely apologized casually, sorry friend, thought it was just a windbag. Suddenly, a horseman beside Bida Shinya then attached his ear towards him and said, Big brother, this man wearing a mask, called Zhao Feng, seems to have been introduced by Luo Xingchen. Oh? Luo Xingchen? The one who got married a few days ago, and because of a Chinfang, even the general manager of Su Group was there? Can't say. Luo Xingchen that day because Chinfang attended the wedding. The face is still really big. But this person in front of me is just a friend of Luo Xingchen, he doesn't seem to know that Chinfang. Just a friend of Luo Xingchen? Hidashino laughed, since he didn't know Chinfang, there was nothing to be afraid of, and stepped forward, Sir, what is your name? My last name is Cho. Mr. Zhao Na? Do you have something to do here? Done. Chinfang responded lightly, not wanting to say too much to the other party. After all, although Luo Yu was only green tea, she was at least Chinfang's little licking dog, and this person actually dared to go and harass her, something Chinfang could not tolerate. Now that it's done, is there any time for you, sir, to go over there and have some fun? Hideshino pointed to a gate on the left. The place was an underground casino. Sorry about that, I don't want to play today. Chinfang came to take care of things, so he definitely didn't linger much. But it was at this time. Instead, the robot in his head rattled. Ding! Side quest, accept your opponent's invitation to play poker and win $100 million from Hideshino. And leave safely. P.S. Everyone who sees this, can you give the author some recommendation votes? After all, this thing is too important to waste a few seconds of your time, okay? Monthly votes, thank you. Chapter 61, A Reward Against the Sky. It's too generous. Reward, face value plus 100. Force value plus 100. Ability plus 100 minutes. 1 miniature bullet tracking small pistol. The force values are specifically, speed bolt level. Strength Tyson level. Explosive power like Bruce Lee. All aspects will be added. Miniature bullet tracing small pistol, fully automatic, 3-shot, tiny but sharp bullets, 25 bullets in a magazine. What the hell? A side mission? Chinfang was flabbergasted. He knew that the side quest thing was a small quest under the umbrella of a larger quest. Last time I slept. The system then said the rewards would be paid out properly. Therefore, Chinfang is definitely going to do it. Ability to add 100 minutes? That's a little too fierce, isn't it? 100 more force points? Plus 100 for the face? Isn't that heavenly? Mr. Haida, since you want to play, why don't I keep you company? Chinfang would definitely have to accept the invitation for the sake of the reward. Of course, Chinfang had thought about it. If one lost, the money would not matter to him or her. Since he had lost the money, he thought that the other party would not make things difficult for him. If one wins money? With the force value added, and with Luo Yu at the door, it wouldn't be a problem to maneuver around a bit more, not to mention the big brother behind him. Seeing this, that Hideshino grinned and said, "Brothers of true nature, let's go. I'll lead you inside." After saying that, a smug smirk sneaked up on his face as he secretly said, "I can't win against you, Chinese monkey." Soon. Chinfang was then brought to the gate in front of him. Inside is an elevator. Looks like you can still go down to the -4th floor? This made Chinfang surprised. This underground was really a superworld. Mr. Zhao looks surprised? First time here? Bidai-ishin's face was slightly teasing when he saw Chinfang's unseen appearance. It's the first time I've been here, so I'm curious. This place down, can be the most central place of this Chio hotel. After all, there is a big chip in there, if there is really any accident. This -4 floors, but the 4-way, directly out is outside the city. At that time there will be someone over there to receive, immediately send people to the airport or the beach. This is really a good place. Chinfang secretly pondered for a moment, saying that it wasn't certain that this place could still come in handy for his escape. Immediately after, the elevator descended slowly for a moment. Just come to a whole new place. This place is obviously much less crowded. And inside the building, black uniformed security guards with stun batons were standing guard. In a nutshell, that's a lot of defense. Mr. Zhao, the casino here is divided into 3 levels. It depends on what price you want to play at. There's a $100,000 entry level, $500,000 entry level. There's the $1 million entry level. If you want to enter the highest level of $1 million, you must first exchange $1 million in chips at the front desk. Haida Inoue-shin glanced at Chinfang even as he introduced himself, and naturally, in his words, there was no shortage of incentives. People who generally love to save face are definitely embarrassed to go to low-class establishments. Definitely need to exchange $1 million immediately. Then I'll exchange $10 million in chips first, right? Since Chinfang's mission was to win $100 million from Bidai-ishin, surely the capital would have to be exchanged quite a bit, right? Let's start with $10 million and talk about it later when we lose. Although Chinfang was not completely sure that he could win, Chinfang could not give up on the mission. Mr. Zhao, listen carefully, this is US dollars, not yen. Bidai-ishin was a bit speechless, not to mention a few times, this is dollars? Excuse me, Mr. Haida, I just heard you say that there is a minimum of $1 million for entry here. Is there a problem with me exchanging $10 million in chips? Chinfang smiled harmlessly. He had the 400 million soft sister coins that Su Xinghe had gotten over last time, and converted into US dollars it was 66.66 million, so this amount of money was a small matter. Anyway, Chinfang didn't take the 400 million seriously. No more money. Chinfang could still ask for it towards Su Xinghe. After all, Su Xinghe was happy to give Chinfang money. Sir, do you really want to exchange $10 million in chips? The counter lady looked at Chinfang incredulously. Yes, I exchanged $10 million in chips. Chinfang smiled lightly, felt out his visa, placed it on the card machine, and the payment was successful. This guy. Still talking about doing it. Still coming for real? Hideshino was also extremely surprised when he saw Chinfang pay successfully, but he didn't think that the other party should be so hoity-toity, right? Maybe he just exchanged that many chips, didn't place any bets later, and then returned them? There will be a lot of people who play such plays as well. Putting up a front here. Go in the casino and paddle. I can't believe that Mr. Zhao is still playing around quite a bit, huh? Rather unexpected. Hitashino's face twitched lightly and forced a smile. Then Mr. Haida, how big are you planning to play? Chinfang's words had the meaning of provoking the other party. After all, Chinfang was eager to see him exchange a little more chips. After all, his mission was to win him $100 million. If he didn't exchange a little more, how could he fulfill his mission? Ha! Bita grinned. Beauty, please, exchange me for $30 million in chips. Bita said, and grabbed that receptionist girl's tender hand and kept rubbing it. Okay, Mr. Bita. The receptionist girl dared to say the same, and drew out her hand, so she started exchanging chips for the two men. Hitashino after successful payment. Naturally, he looked at Chinfang with a condescending look. Hee, just $10 million in chips, and you have the nerve to pretend? I'd like to see if you really play that big later. Don't go in for a paddle. Hitashino said darkly, squinted at Chinfang and said, Mr. Zhao, let's just go in. Please. Chinfang glanced at him and raised his hand in invitation. Now in the hands of the waiter behind Chinfang was a plate that he was helping to carry. And on top of that sits 10 million in chips. The chips have a round shape and should be made of plastic, slightly larger than a coin. There are different colors as well as different radius sizes. The red chips one is $500,000 and is the largest chip with the largest profile. Orange chips, one for $200,000. $100,000 in yellow chips. Green chips $50,000. $20,000 in cyan chips. $10,000 in blue chips. Purple chips $5,000. For black chips, it's $1,000. White chips are $100, among the smallest chips in the place. Because of the recommendation, the author is going to control the word count. 5 days after the shelves burst 50 to 70 chapters. Remember, it's 50 to 70 chapters, not chapter 50. The author is not joking. And this book is absolutely not abuse the main. All the way to the end of the cool. I hope everyone who reads this waste a few seconds of your time and help cast a recommendation. Thank you all. Chapter 62, Sexy Maid Suit Girl, Erika Yasuji. Mr. Zhao, you find a place to sit first, I'll ask someone to arrange a spot out. Don't worry, although I like to gamble, I never cheat. You can also find a professional to watch the game from the sidelines later. With that, Bita went backstage, not so much to set up any placements, but to go backstage and find a sexy, beautiful dealer. Every time Hida comes here, he gets a beautiful dealer named Erika Yasuji to deal himself out on the sidelines, clear his chips, and so on. Mr. Haida, make yourself at home. Chinfang was not afraid of him cheating. After all, if he cheated, he would see it in a few rounds, and he would just not play. But it was at this time. There's a sexy YouTuber woman in a maid's outfit, about 172 tall, long legs, 36, thin waist, tender white skin. She is Erika Yasuji. She used to be a young model and was introduced here. She hurried up and spoke fluent Japanese to Chinfang, saying, Hello sir, my name is Yasuji Ariki, are you here to play? Can I be your personal lotter? Yasuji Ariori just heard someone say that it was actually that LSP Bitashino who came and appeared to have gone backstage to look for her. Erika Yasuji knew that every time this man came to play, he would make himself his personal lotter and was always moving his hands. She hated this man. Nah, you can't offend yourself. Therefore, Erika Yasuji took the opportunity and slipped out of the small backstage door to keep Bita from finding herself. But as soon as she came out, she saw a fairly honest-looking man here, and she immediately volunteered to be the other man's personal loadmaster. Yasuji Ariori thought that if she had become someone's personal loadmaster, then Hitashino wouldn't be so bad as to come and rob someone, would she? Yasuji Erika? You're a Sun Empire girl? Chinfang slightly narrowed his eyes and sized her up. Her figure was indeed good, one level higher than even Luo Yu's Taithing, belonging to Luo Xian's level of goddesses, but lacking Luo Xian's wave of pure and high cool charm, but with a few more moments of softness with a feeling of charm. In 2 words anyway, a bit stuffy. The Sun Empire beauties Chinfang had seen recently seemed to be like this. Listening to Mr. Japanese. You are from the Dragon Empire? Yasuji Ariori also heard Chinfang's accent and was surprised for a moment. Chinfang nodded and opened his mouth to ask, what can you play here? Sir, we play a lot of games here, the Texas 1, poker, and mahjong, dice. Basically anything played internationally, we can play here. Yasuji Ariori politely introduced. He glanced in the direction of the backstage and found Hitashino coming out from the backstage, anxiously said, Sir, you haven't answered me yet. Do you want someone to be your personal dealer or not? No problem. Chinfang nodded his head and agreed, glancing at Bitashino who was coming out backstage over there, and combining that with her eye movements, Chinfang could also see the signs he was being used as a shield? Why do girls like to do that? Where did this Yasuji Erika go? How come I went backstage and couldn't find it? Hitashino was depressed. Since I can't find it. Then forget it. Get a random beautiful dealer to keep you company later. But suddenly, Hideshino then saw Chinfang's side, a sexy maid outfit of a yukai. Is not that Yusuji Ariyori? Weird. Went backstage and didn't find her. How did you get here? Yusuji Ariyori, why didn't I find you when I went backstage? Did you come out from the back door? Hideshino immediately walked quickly, looked straight at Yusuji Ariyori's sexy body, and said in a domineering manner, "Don't make any excuses today, come and be my personal loadmaster." "I'm sorry then, Mr. Hirata, I'm employed now." Yusuji Erika forced a smile, but underneath that smile was indescribable disgust. "Who? It's this gentleman." Yusuji Aria nudged at Chinfang. Hideshino suddenly had a black line and said, I went backstage to look for you for half a day, but you came out the back door and then found some random honest rich guy and tried to glance away from me with that, didn't you? Hideshino isn't a fool anymore. Looked for this Yusuji Erika a couple times. She uses all this drama. Hideshino is getting annoyed. Didn't you just mooch off her the first time you approached her? What's the point of pretending when you've come to work in this place? Hideshino vowed that this time, he wouldn't let Yusuji Erika use that excuse to avoid him again no matter what. "Mr. Zhao, how about discussing something for you?" Hideshino looked at Chinfang with a somewhat cold tone. "Mr. Bitta, if you have something to say, say it." "Mr. Zhao, it's like this. Why don't I arrange a prettier beautiful dealer for you? This Yusuji Ariyori is a friend of mine, I want her to deal the cards for me." Hideshino had been so polite, the other party shouldn't not give this face. Hideshino said that and added, "I don't think you'll refuse, Erika, will you?" Erika is silent. What bad luck. That's not impossible. Chinfang nodded his head and agreed, but surely the words have an afterthought. But then Ariyori immediately became anxious, secretly saying, "Sure enough, this person must not dare to mess with Hideshino either, plus he knows him again, so he's definitely going to be let out." But what Erika didn't expect was this. Chinfang's afterthought was not a promise to the other party. But, "Mr. Haida, are you sure that there's a more beautiful lady lotter than this lady?" Chinfang laughed and looked at that Yusuji Ariyori. "With her body and looks, I don't think there should be any prettier, right? This Chinese monkey. When I said I'd find you a prettier one, I was just being polite. What the hell are you pretending for? Where can I find one more beautiful than this yukai in this place?" Hideshino cursed fiercely inside. This kind of Chinese monkey is really disgusting. "That, Mr. Zhao, I'll get you a lotter from the Dragon Empire over there, so you guys can communicate as well, no?" Hideshino still smiled gentlemanly, but it was an awkward smile. "My Japanese is still very good, Mr. Bitta is polite." Was Chinfang left to be bullied? Since this Yusuji Arai was already his own personal loadmaster, why did he let himself out based on him saying a few polite words? Really treating himself like a dish? Alright then. Hideshino forced out a smile, while inwardly he fumed fiercely. "Dog thing, you wait. If you're reading this, please waste a few seconds of your time and cast your recommendations and monthly votes, thank you. Everyone's recommendation votes is my motivation. I will seriously write. Thank you." Chapter 63. The game begins. Reward the beautiful dealer. "Mr. Zhao, what would you like to play?" "I'm up for anything. How's poker in Texas?" "I hear it's fun?" Chinfang's words just fell. "I can't believe I saw a table of people playing Bombay." "What's a friar?" Fried Gold, also known as Three Cards, is a folk multiplayer card game widely circulated over in the Dragon Empire. The rules are as follows. 1. Leopard AAA largest, 222 smallest. 2. Flush AKQ max, at 23 minute another straight, same suit. 3. Flush AKJ max, 352 minutes, same suit. 4. Straight AKQ max, 234 minutes. 5. Pairs AAK max, 223 minutes. 6. Single sheet AKJ max, 235 minutes. If you play blackmail, sometimes small cards can be swindled away from the big cards. It is a contest of strength, courage and ingenuity, a game for adventurers. "Sir, are you interested in fried gold?" Erika asked. "By the way, does anyone play this kind of fried gold flower?" Chinfang inquired. "I'm sorry sir, not many people should be playing on the floor if this is the way to play. There shouldn't be anyone but the three at this table." Erika apologized. "If Mr. Zhao wants to play, I do know a little bit, but I'm not very proficient." Bitta was eager to win Chinfang's money. Even if he was a novice he wasn't afraid, after all he had money. "No problem, since Mr. Bitta is interested, let's play." When Chinfang was in his hometown, he didn't play this fried gold flower with his friends and relatives during New Year's festivals. This stuff is honestly 1/3 luck and 2/3 guts. There's no use holding a good card without guts. Chinfang has both the skills and now not bad money. Naturally he has the guts. He will still lose a novice? "Then Mr. Zhao, please sit down." Hideshino raised his hand in invitation and then sat down opposite Chinfang, leaning back in his chair with a grandfatherly look. Yusuji Arai helped Chinfang place a chair. "Please, sir." "Thank you, Ms. Yusuji." After thanking him, Chinfang sat down on a reclining chair, looked at the chips on his plate, and spoke. By the way, Ms. Yusuji, how much is your price as my personal dealer? Erika Yusuji replied, $1,000. Let's give you $10,000. Chinfang said lightly, grabbing up a blue $10,000 chip from that plate. Mr. You are. Erika stammered for a moment. How did it all go up tenfold at once? Have you heard of it? In our Dragon Empire, spreading my wealth before playing cards will bring me good luck. So that's how it is. Yusuji Ariyori had no reason to refuse, but soon she looked sly for a moment, secretly saying, it's not like I don't know that you guys over in the Dragon Empire are most wary of spreading your wealth before and during a card game. But the other guy was really nice. Yusuji Ariyai's favorable impression of Chinfang went up another notch. Look, you guys. That guy is so rich. $10,000 straight up? $10,000? How many yen does that make? 1,150,000 yen. We usually work for people as personal lotteries, and it's a $500 price tag. And Yusuji Erika is to be prettier, it's $1,000 every time. But people this time? Straight up $10,000? That rich guy from the Dragon Empire, why don't you ask me to be his personal dealer? Really? Just you. Look down, can you see your toes? I can see it, why? That's right. You can see your toes even when you look down, and with that, you can't compare to someone else, Yusuji Erika. Che, say it isn't necessarily a fake, I'm the real deal. If it's any more real, then it's so mediocre, people don't like it even if they're dirt poor. Don't make small talk. I heard that this Yusuji Erika's family used to be super rich. Super rich, so why come to work at this place? Who knows? And at this moment, Hita Shinya, listening to those female lottery officials, are here with a starry face looking at Chinfang, suddenly a few more points of displeasure. Hita Shino braced himself slightly, hooked his finger toward the gang of beautiful lotteries, and shouted, come here, all of you. I'll give you $10,000 each. All come and work for me as lotteries. Ha? $10,000 each? Bull. I'm coming. Hita-san. Mr. Bida is just ho. Those beautiful lotteries quickly stood beside Bida Shino, 5-hole, plus a military division. At this moment, Bida Shino is like a starry night. Mr. Zhao, I think we can start now. Hita Shino said in a rather provocative tone, this is your Dragon Empire's way of playing, you must be well versed in it, don't lose your money by then. P.S. Everyone who sees this, can you give the author some recommendation votes? After all, this thing is too important to waste a few seconds of your time, okay? Monthly votes, thank you. Chapter 64, Winning a Ferrari in the opening round. Hida-san jokes, I was worried that Mr. would lose his blood today. Chinfang raised his eyebrows and smiled, revealing a row of white teeth, because I feel like I'm going to be very lucky today, because there's a girl who loves to smile. They say that a girl who loves to smile has good luck, and she's definitely going to bring me good luck. Chinfang slightly glanced at Yusuji Aria beside him, deliberately provoking the other party's bida. The more Hida wanted to sleep with Erika, the more Chinfang frowned at her. After all, if you don't have some fire in you, how can you place a big bet later? Hee, Mr. Zhao is right, but I hope that the lotter beside you can bring you good luck. Hita Shino glanced at Yusuji Ariki's perfect body and secretly spat, and you're letting me bleed to death? With your $10 million in chips? Let's see who will be bloodless when the time comes. Baby, that's hard work, go deal us some cards. Hita Shino patted the craggy female dealer and smiled thievishly. Mr. Hida, I think it's better for my lotter to deal the cards? Chinfang naturally did not trust the lotter across the table. And Erika, who was beside her, clearly hated Hida and shouldn't go along with the trickery. Whatever. Hita Shino smiled indifferently. Chinfang said gently in a commanding tone, Ms. Yusuji, please, deal the cards. Yes, sir. Erika nodded and picked up the poker, showing first that there was no problem. That's when the cards started being dealt. The cards for both sides in the first round were as follows. Chinfang, KQ10. Hita Shino, AKJ. Chinfang's is slightly smaller. Baka. It's AKJ, why don't you come up with AKQ, it's almost the biggest straight card. Hita Shino was a bit sorry, but these three cards were already the biggest in a single hand. Chinfang took the initiative to propose, for the first hand, I'll grab the first bet, I think Mr. Bida is okay with that, right? You go down first. I'll bet $1 million then. Chinfang didn't care about losing money anyway, just play casually. That's what blowing up is all about. Even if one's cards are small, it doesn't mean one will lose. Because neither side knows the opposite card. It's psychological gaming. It's up to the opponent to wimp out and fold. Then the one with the smaller card will still win. Why did this kid come up with $1 million right off the bat? Could it be that he took some big card? Bida Shino said darkly, but wasn't afraid as he spoke, Mr. Zhao, I'll follow you for $1 million. Of course, for the first one, you have to try what kind of moisture is on the other side first. Are you a fan of solid play? Or do you prefer bluffing, commonly known as stealing chickens? Stealing chicken means that is taking a small card to scare the opposite side. Mr. Hida? You want to bet $1 million? The female dealer beside Haida was confused. The card wasn't small, but it wasn't big either. There was no need to bet that much money, right? Tell you to play and you play. Throw 2 red chips up? Haida Shino saw his lady dealer freeze and scratched her craggy ass. The other party actually wasn't intimidated by my $1 million? Chinfang looked at his opponent's expression and combined it with the expression of his opponent's female dealer just now. He analyzed that Bida's cards were not very big at all. Fry this thing. It is entirely possible to judge the size of your opponent's hand by observing the expressions of those around them. Mr. Zhao, it's your turn to speak. After Bida placed a bet of $1 million, he looked at Chinfang across the table playfully. I'll cut the crap. $5 million directly. Chinfang calmly said. What? Bida's eyes glazed over slightly. $5 million? Mr. Zhao must have gotten a flush or higher, right? Hitashino's face turned a little blue when he saw the chip. By all accounts. Can you lay down $5 million except when you get a hitting hand above a flush? I fold. You win this round, Mr. Zhao. Bida spoke up a bit unwillingly, secretly saying, when I get a good hand later, I'll clean you up then. Ha, then thank you Mr. Bida for the $1 million. Chinfang's flagging victory, naturally, he laughed out without any fear of provoking the other party. It was still the same sentence, how could he win him $100 million without the other party getting a little fired up? Chinfang won $1.1 million in this round. This is properly a domestic luxury Ferrari won over. Ms. Yusuji, the cards you dealt me were just wonderful, how can I thank you? Chapter 65, Mysterious Female Assassin. Assassinate Yusuji Aria. Aria saw Chinfang rewarding $100,000. Was going to say something. But Chinfang put up his index finger on Aria's sexy red lips and said, Shoo, don't talk, it'll ruin the good luck. Of course, Chinfang is naturally not a frivolous person, ambiguous in reward, just to provoke Bida. Women are after all the red face of the water. TM. Chinese monkeys. Sure enough. Bida looked at the other two, stranded their flirting, but also in the heart of the fire a few points bigger. And taking the winnings of his own money to reward his favorite beautiful dealer. That's even more upsetting. My goodness. The Dragon Empire Tycoon on the other side. This is too rich, isn't it? Actually rewarding $100,000? Envy. $100,000? How many yen does that make? 11.5 million yen. One reward is our income for half a year. The female Lotus officer beside Bida couldn't wait to pounce over to Chinfang's side right now, and then be a docile and non-speaking mascot, and that would be just fine. Babes, when I win later, I'll reward you with $100,000 just the same. You guys have to draw good cards for me to do that. Seeing this, Hitashino was not convinced and kept bragging to these female dealers. Oh, Chinese monkey on the other side, just pretend, $100,000 per hand reward? Let's see how much money you have. Can you win every hand? Bida looked at the two people on the other side with great displeasure. What a dog and boy. Soon. The second hand of the matchup begins. The deck is as follows. Chinfang, 753. Bida, JJQ. Chinfang's cards are super small, while Bida's cards are pairs. Mr. Bida, I'm the winner. I'll speak first. I'll bet $1 million then. Chinfang was not afraid even though he was holding small cards. Mr. Erika Yusuji was speechless. How dare you bet $1 million on such a small hand? But soon, Erika put away her puzzled expression. After all, if the other person saw the look on her face, it would be possible to roughly guess the size of Chinfang's cards by observing his words. Erika's expression. Did the opponent get a small card? Sure enough. Bida could tell that Chinfang's cards were probably small by looking at them. That's the beauty of the friar. Playing with guts and probing. There are even more veterans who will act to give each other a good time. For example, when his own cards are obviously big, he acts like he's stealing a chicken so that the opposite side is caught in a trap. Mr. Zhao, I'll follow you with $1 million. Plus I'll add another $1 million. Oh? Raise the price? A hint of cunning flashed in Chinfang's eyes. Sorry, Mr. Haida, I think your hand is definitely not as big as mine. I'll call you for $2 million. Chinfang smiled flatly and squinted at Erika. Ms. Yusuji, throw another $5 million up. I want to play big this time. What? You plus $5 million? Hitashino was at a loss for words. Did the other party take the big shot? Was Aria's expression just now just an act? Mr. Zhao, think carefully, your chips total just $10 million. Now bet $5 million. If I call, do you still have money to bet later? Hitashino was a bit uncertain. He couldn't guess whether his opponent was stealing the chicken or really had a good hand. Mr. Bida, you don't have to worry at all. If you call $5 million and I have no more chips to bet, won't you win this game? Chinfang smiled broadly. The other party was obviously weak-minded to say such a thing. If he wasn't weak-minded, he couldn't wait for Chinfang to bet a little more. The military division beside Bida suddenly spoke up and said, Bida-kun, the other party dares to place $5 million at once, so I think it's definitely not stealing chickens. After all, who would risk that much to steal a chicken with $5 million? Hearing this, Bida hesitated, folded his cards, and said, Mr. Zhao, you've won this game again, I'm not going to call you for $5 million. Oh? Not going to follow? Chinfang raised his eyebrows and smiled, secretly saying, playing psychological tactics on me, huh? You're still too young. Mr. Chiu must be holding a flush, right? Either that or a leopard? Otherwise you'd be no less than $5 million, right? How could I dare to call? My cards are nothing more than pairs. Bida laughed. He felt that he could no longer observe the face of the opposite side to act. After all, it was too good at acting. In fact, in casinos, there will be such trusts. It's arranging for someone to be next to you, and then deliberately making faces that convey misinformation in order to mislead the other person. Mr. Chiu, let's see how your last hand and last hand's bottom hand look. There's nothing to see. It's just the smallest card. Chinfang smiled faintly and flipped the card over. I can't believe the top handle is 753. The upper top handle is KQ10. Baka. Hideshino had a momentary surge of airflow and fire like that hydrogen balloon that was about to explode. A grimace. Turns out the other side won both. All by stealing chickens? TM. I shouldn't have been intimidated by the opposite side. I should have called him for $5 million. Hideshino was incredibly regretful. If only he had been a bit more bold just now, he would have won $5 million. That's a few hundred million yen. The warlord beside Haida suddenly attached his ear and said, Mr. Haida, this man's expression and reaction, don't look at it or guess it, just look at the face of the card in your hand. He's very good at acting and psychological tactics. The most important thing in playing poker is to keep your mind steady, not to be arrogant, not to be impatient, not to wave with a good hand, not to be sad with a bad hand. If the expression follows the cards, ecstatic with a good hand? Unhappy with a bad hand? Then never win money. It's already lost about $3 million back and forth. Hideshino gritted his teeth hard, a bit reluctantly. That's not a lot of money though. But seeing the other guy's smug face, this hate is yet deep. Hideshino sneakily fished out his cell phone, put it under the table, found Yusuji Yariki's phone number, and typed, bitch. You're still helping the other side to cooperate with the drama, aren't you? You don't want to come out of this door today, do you? If I lose money today, I'll chop off one of your parents' fingers for every $1 million. If you are sensible, report the information to me, chin up and mouth, nose, eyes and eyebrows, representing single card, pair, straight, flush and leopard respectively. Soon. The third hand of the matchup begins. Chinfang had already won $3.2 million. Mr. Zhao stole chickens in his first two hands, right? Hideshino grinned with a cigar in his mouth, but you'll have to be careful next hand, I'm not going to let you steal a chicken. Say, maybe I won't steal the chicken next hand? Chinfang finished speaking. The cards on the table were also sent over. Chinfang, 789 straight. Haida, 866 pair. Chinfang was lucky in this hand, taking what was actually a 789 straight. That's already considered a big name. No bull. I'm putting $5 million on this one. Chinfang raised his head and glanced at Aria, who was standing to the side, but her expression, seemingly with her eyes flickering, was a bit off. Mr. Zhao, I was unlucky this hand and took a very small hand. I won't call then. Actually not calling? Chinfang saw his opponent fold, the smile on his face froze slightly, but he didn't think much about it, maybe his opponent took a small card? The fourth hand of the game begins. Chinfang, K93. Bida, AA5. Whatever. I'm still $5 million this hand. Chinfang once again threw up a large amount of chips. Hee, I just don't believe that you play your cards that well all the time. Hideshino's eyes crossed and he dominated, I'll call you for $5 million. As soon as the other's words left his mouth, Chinfang was instantly inwardly certified. Could it be that the other side got the big one? Not afraid of yourself? Mr. Zhao, it's your turn to talk. Hideshino smiled wryly, knowing that his opponent's card was a single card that had been reported by Erica. I fold. Chinfang blackened his face and folded his cards. Lost $5 million on this one. Chinfang all of a sudden the war record is now negative $2 million. Initial winnings. It's all in. How did his opponent understand his own psychological tactics so well all of a sudden? Like he saw his own cards? Is there a problem with this Aria next to her? Chinfang began to think about it, but looking thought up, this woman does hate Bida. Could it be that his judgment was wrong at the very beginning? Suddenly, Erika Yusuji answered a phone call saying that there was someone outside the door looking for her. Mr. Luo, my friend is here to see me, I'll go get her and be right back. Go on. Chinfang nodded, then looked at her back as she left. Chinfang felt more and more that there was definitely something wrong with this Aria. Erika Yusuji, who had left the card table, quickly exited the hall and saw a beautifully dressed girl at the doorway, but with a hooded jumpsuit on her head. Erika stepped forward. "Sakurako, did you want to see me about something?" That beautiful back turned around. Ariori was then startled and glared. "You're not Sakurako? Why did you trick me into coming out?" Chapter 66 Grievance Card. Chinfang studs up. "Something for you," said the woman with the cold face. Instead, a knife was placed across Erika's waist and she threatened, "Go, follow me to the bathroom." "You? What are you doing?" Erika was tense to the point where the dagger, which was right up against her waist, almost pierced through her clothes, and the surface of her skin was still pierced a little into it. She was in a very mixed and stifled mood. What the hell is going on today? Always meeting. Either threatened or assassinated. Upon arriving at the restroom, Erika spoke in a wimpy tone. "Are you one of Bida's people?" "Ha! Bida isn't qualified to make me his assassin." The woman turned her cross-eyed coldly at her, grabbed her by the neck, and snapped, "How dare you cooperate with the other party in their deception? I think you are tired of living. A woman like you, our boss has said that death is not enough." Of course. This woman was the one sent by that bamboo leaf green. Although bamboo leaf green didn't get the reward the second time around. But the third reward was actually something that added 100 face value. Ben is beautiful as she is. It's more of a yearning for this stuff. Of course she had to try to help Chinfang complete his mission and win Bida $100 million. Therefore, this Aria actually dared to cooperate with the trickery and win Chinfang's money? How could that bamboo leaf green let go? This is mission sabotage. "You? Are you sent by that Mr. Zhao?" Aria's speech was very unclear as her neck was choked. "You don't need to know too much. Go see Hades." Naturally, the female assassin didn't say much. The order came from bamboo leaf green's side. But to destroy this Yusuji Erika. But when she really wants to kill someone. Outside the restroom door, on the other hand, there was the sound of someone walking. That female assassin had excellent ears and naturally heard the commotion. Her ears twitched slightly and she secretly said, "No good, it's Mr. Chin coming over. Can't let him realize that I'm secretly following him." It wasn't that the female assassin could smell Chinfang's scent, but her hearing was so good that she was able to tell that it was Chinfang by his steps outside the restroom. After all, after secretly following Chinfang for a few days, what kind of sound the shoes Chinfang wore would make, and the characteristics of his walk, these top female assassins naturally memorized in their hearts. With that, the murderess could only jump out of the window. It didn't even make a little noise. Nor did he have time to make a move to kill Erika. One can only wait for the next opportunity. "Ms. Yusuji? Didn't you go out to pick up a friend? Why are you in the restroom? What's wrong with you? Not feeling well?" Chinfang entered the restroom and saw Aria constantly coughing violently, her face and neck red. Apparently, she was coughing violently, having just been nearly choked by the murderess. Chinfang saw her expression was strange, puzzled for a moment, did not care so much, walked up, choked her neck, said sternly, "By the way, ask you a thing, did you report information to the opposite side? Playing with winning my money, right? At first I thought you were pretty good, you shouldn't be that kind of person, I didn't expect you to be an undercover agent. Do you know the consequences of doing so?" Poor Erika Yusuji. That swan-necked neck. Now it's been pinched twice in a row. Her already crystal-clear skin was covered in red streaks of finger-shaped pinch marks. Cough cough cough. No. "Sir, I didn't, it was Bida who forced me. You forgive me, don't you send anyone to kill me." Although Aria usually loves to smile, and also has 10,000 kinds of flavor, a kind of indescribable charm, but after all, she is a small person, where is she not afraid of such a scene? "I'm going to kill you?" Chinfang frowned slightly, where had he sent someone to kill her? Could it be that? Chinfang now thought back, no wonder he saw Aria resting there coughing violently as soon as he came into the restroom. And it looks like the window shook a bit. Did someone jump out the window? Chinfang already knew the general story in his heart and spoke, "Were you really threatened by Bida? Before cooperating with him to win my money?" "I don't dare to lie to you, sir, please look at the text message." Aria immediately showed the evidence because she felt that defecting to Chinfang would definitely save her life and her family. This Bida. You can't play psychological warfare with lousy, so you actually play such a trick? Chinfang gritted his teeth slightly and handed her cell phone back. "Don't worry, if Bida wants to move you, he'll have to ask me first." After Chinfang realized that she was wrongly accused, he loosened his hand that was pinching her swan neck and kindly said, "If you're not feeling well, go back and rest first." "You're not sending anyone to kill me? Why would I send someone to kill you if you were forced to?" Chinfang said here, and then began to think about it, the big brother behind himself, how can he do things so ferociously? Why is he so aggressive? He's not moving, he's fighting and killing. But he couldn't contact the person behind him who wanted to kill Aria. This killer will not be looking for another opportunity to kill Aria, right? "Don't you go back to rest, follow me." Chinfang couldn't let her be accidentally killed by the big brother behind him. Can't these big shots do anything without checking things out a bit? Anyway, once someone hurts Chinfang, they have to kill indiscriminately or bankrupt them? Chinfang could only bring her with him. That's safer. Still, Chinfang couldn't contact the big brother behind him. The only one he could contact was Su Xinghe, but it certainly wasn't sent by him. I'll follow you. Yusuji Aria nodded fiercely and followed Chinfang's footsteps out of the restroom. Mr. Zhao. You're back? Thought you weren't playing anymore? Hidashino smiled provocatively, naturally smug now that he was the winner. Mr. Haida is joking, I am a person who doesn't give in to defeat, and now I have lost $200. That's definitely not going to stop there. Chinfang smiled half-heartedly and secretly cursed, dog, you even threatened Aria to cooperate with the trickery? To have no character and no poker skills. I'm interested in winning a little more of Mr. Zhao's money too. Bida smiled cockily. This kid, who seems to have been conquered by Ariyori's beauty, trusts her that much? No wonder you're losing money. A red face nah. Bida was secretly pleased. Soon, the game went down again. The cards for both sides are as follows. QF, AAA. The biggest card in the deck. Bida, KKK. The second largest card. Sure enough, something big is going to happen in this inning. Here comes the injustice card. What is the grievance card? That's where both sides are dealt ridiculously big cards and neither side is spoiled. TM. I actually got 3 A's, these 3 A's, should I shoot them to the banks? See if I can get a loan of $1 million? Chinfang was inwardly ecstatic, but his face and body movements did not show any expression, because the most taboo thing to do when you get a good card is to be complacent on your face. Shiver ga. It's actually a leopard with 3 kings. Hidashino licked the corners of his mouth fiercely. This game of cards, he was going to make a fortune. But it's worth mentioning that the other party's undercover agent, Erica, how come she doesn't give herself tips anymore? But Bida got the big card anyway. And it doesn't matter that much. Mr. Zhao, I'm the winner. I'll place my bet first. Just $1 million. Bida naturally couldn't put too big a chip down at the beginning, it would be easy to expose himself as a big hand. I'll call you $1 million. Chinfang didn't raise his chips this time either, he couldn't scare the opposite side. Then I'll follow you with $1 million as well. Bida naturally took his time, but he couldn't scare his opponent. I'll raise my price. $2 million. I'll go with you for $2 million. Superb cards on both sides. It's all a deliberate act. Make the opposite side feel like they have a small hand. After 5 rounds of competition. In fact, both sides are starting to realize that the other is a big name. No more babbling. I'll go straight to $56 million. Chinfang was holding the biggest card, so naturally he wasn't afraid. He called the waiter and spoke, waiter. Take the card and go change the $56 million in chips out for me. $56 million. Hidashino giggled inwardly. It looks like the other side is going to fight to the death. But in Bida's hands is Leopard, who is not afraid of anything but 3 aces. Mr. Haida, I'm betting $56 million this time. I'm pokin'. You talk. Chinfang studs up. That meaning is clear. That's if the other side wants to just open with $56 million. 2 is to just fold. Those are the only 2 options left. I can't believe you studded. Hidashino looked at the chips on the table, several whole boxes. He's actually starting to get weak inside. But a card like 3 kings? It's already big. Could the opponent have 3 aces? It's not that coincidental, is it? If you're afraid of this kind of card? I'm afraid I'll be ridiculed when word gets out, right? P.S. Everyone who sees this, can you give the author some recommendation votes? After all, this thing is too important to waste a few seconds of your time, okay? Monthly votes, thank you. Chapter 67, Shocking the Whole House. Open the cards. This Chinese monkey? How could he lay so much at once? You've got big cards? Whatever. I'm 3Ks, there's no need to be afraid of you. Hidashino thought about it again. A Swiss check was fished out of his pocket. Mr. Zhao, I'm sure your cards are big, but they're definitely not as big as mine. So? Bida paused. So I've decided to follow you for $56 million. It's a Swiss bank check, you can have a professional look at it. When Chinfang saw this, he also did not expect the other party to dare to follow $56 million. But Chinfang knew. The other sides must be a big name too. At least a flush or leopard level. But Chinfang's cards are the biggest, so basically it's a surefire unbeatable win. You go see if there's any problem with the check. Chinfang naturally gave Yusuji Aria a wink. Erica sized it up and said, Sir, there's no problem. This is a check from a Swiss bank that can be cashed immediately for $50 million in cash at any bank around the world. Very well. Then Mr. Haida, we are about to open the cards. Oh. Chinfang smiled faintly, then suddenly said, why don't you show yours first? Surrounded by people. More and more. This is a battle of hundreds of millions of dollars. Both sides bet over $60 million. It can be the talk of the town. Mr. Zhao is not afraid to open the card. Just as well. Then I'll show you my cards first. Hideshino let out a wild laugh, his hands trembling slightly with excitement and exhilaration. 3 Ks for me. I don't believe you can have 3 As. Hideshino stood up and condescendingly said, Mr. Zhao, it's your turn to show your cards. Bitaichi flashed his cards. The people around them immediately began to stir. Crap. It's actually 3 Ks. Panther? If the other team doesn't have 3 aces, they're going to lose $60 million in this game. That's tens of billions of yen. The stakes for this game. It's a bit too big. I'm guessing this Dragon Empire man is holding a big hand too, at least a leopard? How else would he dare to bet so much? I think it's a leopard too. But it shouldn't be 3 aces, should it? 3 aces meets 3 kings, an epic ingrate card like this is usually rare. Mr. Haida, so you have 3 kings? Chinfang was surprised when he saw his cards, no wonder Bida was so bold to bet, so he had taken the second biggest card. Mr. Zhao, it's your turn to show your cards. Bida Shino was ecstatic and cursed, you should hurry up. Don't dawdle, can you still learn from Master Xing? Can't you rub out 3 aces? Since Mr. Haida is so anxious to lose his money. Then I will fulfill you. Chinfang's face was slightly grim as he raised his hand and flipped up the cards on his own desktop, slamming them on the table. Bang! The focus of the entire room was on Chinfang's cards. Next, the venue was immediately abuzz. 3 As. I can't believe it's 3 aces. That's quite the super grievance card. And this card gets to the hand? What a cow! Such wronged cards touching together. It's true that both sides are fighting to the death. Hideshino at the moment. It felt like the air around them had frozen. The smile was still on his face, but it had stiffened. The maniacal laughter just now. Dull as a rock now. It's totally just a bright and beautiful contrast. This. How is this possible? Hideshino glared fiercely at Iriki, bitch, I'll kill you. Bita is hot. Why doesn't this Erika report information to him? Have you been turned? Mr. Hada, why are you so angry all of a sudden? How did this lady Lotter beside me offend you? Chinfang smiled harmlessly and questioned the other party. She? Hideshino was too embarrassed to say it. After all, how could he threaten the other party to go undercover and seemingly be turned? How could he say such a thing? Mr. Haida, I can't believe you have no doubts about this poker game, so I'll take this $50 million. Chinfang had a smug smile on his face, but he was also happy inside. He had won a total of over $60 million in this game. By the way, Mr. Bida, do you still want to play? Chinfang's mission was naturally not completed. After all, he had to win $100 million from the other party, and he hadn't reached the target yet. Hideshino couldn't say anything. He wouldn't have any spare money after losing the $60 million. Although he could still come up with $100 million to play with, this money, however, was not free money. This money was money for projects that his industries needed to invest in. If you take it out and play with it, that's a shortage of cash flow. Since Mr. Bida isn't playing, then I'll leave first. Chinfang was a bit bummed that he didn't actually finish the mission at once this time, so could he only wait until this guy had money and come back to play with him again? But just then, Hideshino's henchman then came over and said with his ear, Mr. Hida, Mr. Chen, the young apprentice of the king of gamblers in Singapore, seems to have come here, and is now in Yamamoto-Koen's office. Yamamoto-Koen's words are naturally the owner of the Chio Hotel. Paki Chen is here? Hideshino was like grabbing a life-saving straw and spoke, you quickly go and invite Paki Chen over, let him come over to help, I just need to be able to get my capital back, and I'll split the remaining winnings half and half with him, so that he'll definitely agree to it. And if anything goes wrong, I'll cover it. Hideshino knew that although Paki-chan was the king of gamblers' junior apprentice, but not many people know him in the jungle. After all, he didn't have much background or power, although he had all the gambling skills, but if he were to go and win any big money, the losing party would definitely find him in trouble, and once the losing party was very strong, he would easily get killed. Therefore, Paki-chan, who studied under the king of gamblers, was only active in a small workshop. And now, Bida said something about counting on him. Then Paki-chan has no reason not to come. Mr. Zhao, I suddenly still want to have some fun. Hideshino quickly called out to Chinfang, who was about to leave. Oh? Bida-san wants to play more? But this? Chinfang glanced at the empty space on his table, completely out of chips. I still have a check for $100 million here. I think Mr. Zhao can play it safe. Hideshino fumbled the check out and placed it on the table with a thud. But I might not be able to play with you, I'll have to hire someone. Hideshino raised an eyebrow and smiled. Of course, Mr. Zhao can hire someone too. This? Chinfang hesitated for a moment. It would definitely be easy for him to play against someone like Bida, who was a novice and wants to play, but if an expert came along, it wouldn't necessarily be the case. Although Chinfang was eager to complete the task. But you can't give away money from across the street for nothing. Suddenly, right about this time, Chinfang's cell phone vibrated. Open it. It's a message from a stranger. Do not be afraid. Accept Hideshino's bet. Bring a miniature headset so I can stay on the line with you at all times. This mysterious person suddenly sent a message. It also startled Chinfang. Chapter 68, The King of Gamblers is here? A handful of hundreds of millions of dollars. Dare to play? Who is this from? Telling me not to be afraid? Accepting Bida's bet? Could it be the big man behind me? As Chinfang said that, he looked around and didn't find any suspicious people. Forget it. Since the big man behind it lets play. Then play. Mr. Haida, I accept your bet. Mr. Zhao is truly a man of nature. But Mr. Zhao, you're on your own? Not find someone to replace you? Now it's time for the two sides to compare masters. Not entertainment. Surely the parties can't go up there in person. Just me. Chinfang laughed, his face confident. Good. Very good. Bida was really amused. I've got the king of gamblers disciple on my side, and you're on your own on your side? Suddenly. At the table came a thin, pockmarked young man. This person is about 25 years old, triangular eyes, very short hair. He is Chen Paki, the king of gamblers' young disciple. Paki-chen, you're here, huh? Have a seat. Bida Shino immediately greeted with a smile. And all around, seeing Paki-chen coming, started whispering about it too. Isn't this Paki-chen? I've heard that many small workshops in the Sun Empire have been active lately and they seem to be winning a lot of money. This guy's got some serious gambling skills. I heard he's the king of gamblers' private disciple, right? The king of gamblers in Singapore? Holy cow. Bull. Don't expose that Paki-chen is the disciple of the king of gamblers. Look at that Chinese monkey, you guys. It seems that he doesn't know that Paki-chen is an expert. If he doesn't gamble later, Bida is going to find us in trouble. Yeah, don't discuss it. Obviously. The people around, a few of them, recognized Paki-chan's identity and strength. But they were all afraid of Bida's ferocity, so naturally they still didn't dare to say much. And they're willing to see this Chinese monkey lose money. Mr. Cho? Can we start? Let's get started then. Chinfang agreed. And that's when another text message came from someone on Chinfang's cell phone. It was the same unfamiliar number that had just told Chinfang to take the bet. It reads, lose only. First lose money on purpose. Lose about $50 million. Naya? Is this a game of bait and switch? A losing strategy? Immediately after. The game has begun. But the opponent doesn't play 3 cards. Instead, they've switched to dice. The rules are simple. Shake the sieve cup. Who is the bigger of the 6 dice combined? It's whoever wins. Mr. Zhao, let's make it $1 million a handful, what do you think? Bida proposed. No problem. Chinfang quickly agreed and immediately shook the sieve cup, opened it and said, not bad. 566,321. It adds up to 23. Anyway, Chinfang does not have the technology to want to shake out a few points out of a few points, messy play is. Didn't the people behind it tell him to lose money on purpose first? Seeing this, Paki-chen smiled disdainfully, shook the sieve cup a few times, opened it and looked at it. The king's scornful eyes looked at Chinfang and said, sorry, Mr. Zhao, mine is 656,545. It adds up to 31. Chinfang continued to play the second game, shook, and spoke, 452,151. 18 points. And again, the opposite side was bigger than Chinfang. 10 innings down. Chinfang then won 2 games. It was also presumably because the opposite side had deliberately let Chinfang win. Otherwise a hand wouldn't have let Chinfang win. But Bida was quick to say that the price was raised. The price tag for playing now is $5 million a pop. Chinfang has lost $30 million. Mr. Zhao, you lost again. It seems that your luck, just now playing 3 cards, all used up. Bida Shino, the triangular eyes are like glowing. Slowly they are finally going back to the capital, and then cheer, then start to win money. The next 10 innings. Chinfang won only 1 more round. Now it's $50 million down the drain. The money we just won. All of it was lost in one fell swoop. Just then, another voice came from Chinfang's headset. The sophisticated voice said, change the game, then small. And you indicated that you're only going to play the last game. Let your opponent have a stud. Understood. Seeing this, Chinfang slammed the table and drank. TM. It's too backbreaking to play dice today, isn't it? Whatever, last hand. Don't, Mr. Zhao, play a little longer? You just lost all the money you won just now, you're capital preserving at this point. Seeing this, Bida Shino definitely wanted to retain Chinfang. Then let's have a big one for the last hand. I'm a bit tired. Chinfang pretended to have a headache and rubbed his head. I want to go back to the hotel and sleep. Come on, something big? Mr. Zhao intends to come how big? Bida Shinya has Chen Paki in, naturally not afraid of the opposite side, cannot wait to come a little big. $10 million a handful. Chinfang gritted his teeth. Just $10 million a handful? Hideshino said with a bit of disappointment. I thought Mr. Zhao said how much. Of course, Hideshino was deliberately provoking Chinfang. Since it's the last handful. Then play a little bigger on the top. Oh? Since Mr. Haida isn't enjoying himself, how about we $150 million a hand? It's just pokies anyway. Chinfang raised an eyebrow and looked condescendingly at that Hideshino. What? $150 million a handful. Hideshino was genuinely shocked by the price tag, and he swore that in his entire life, he had never played this big. And the money on his side, check plus chips, is exactly $150 million. Obviously. Chinfang is targeting all of Bida's money. Mr. Haida. This is playing too big, isn't it? Paki-chan was stunned, he had never played this big either. And all around. At the moment, I hear play that big. Nor is it fading. Jesus. I'm humanly numb. I'm dumbfounded too. It's actually one game? That's $150 million dollars? How much would that be? That's over 20 billion yen when you do the math, right? Sort of the Dragon Empire's currency, that's nearly $1 billion. This Dragon Empire person called Mr. Zhao is really bold. But does he have $150 million? Yeah, his capital is only $50 million. He won $50 million playing 3 cards just now, and now that he's lost it back, doesn't he only have $50 million left? It was not only these people who questioned Chinfang. That Hideshino also laughed and said, Mr. Zhao, you only have $50 million left on your table, how are you going to play a $150 million hand against me? It's better to play the price on your table, just $50 million a hand. Don't worry Mr. Haida, I'm not short of your $150 million. Later on, if I lose and can't get the money, you can just hold me. Chinfang laughed, he would be short of money? And what's the point of holding you back? Hideshino said disdainfully, can there be money in detaining you? Then it's even if you don't play. Chinfang pretended to stand up, this is Mr. Bida not playing. Mr. Zhao wait. Hideshino shouted, then attached his ear and said, Paki-chan, is there any certainty? Paki-chan thought for a while and replied, the other party is not even an expert, so I am naturally sure. But the other party and I have shaken the dice against each other for 20 games and only won 4. In that case, he must know that I am an expert. In other words, he knows that I am a master, and now he has to propose $150 million a game of chips. See, this is quite evil. He definitely has some kind of plan. Seeing Paki-chan say that, Hideshino sized up Chinfang and spoke again, Paki-chan, if I had sent someone to check the civ cups and dice, and they were completely fine, would you have been able to win against him? He doesn't look like an expert. But I'm afraid he'll keep hiding his clumsiness and then pull out his strength in the last hand. This is called baiting the enemy, his tactics are obvious. Paki-chan paused and said, anyway, I'm 100% able to shake out 6 sixes, and I'm most afraid that the other side will shake out as well, so won't it be a draw? What about? Just when Hideshino was in trouble. Chinfang suddenly shouted out, playing or not? How about counting you guys as winners if it's a tie? What? A tie counts as my win? Chinpaki's eyes lit up slightly, but he has the strength to shake out 6 sixes 100%. Is the opponent giving away money? That means if you get 6 sixes, you're a sure winner? It's not a gift? What is it again? Chapter 69, The Mysterious Big Brother Strikes. Titanium alloy shatters. Seeing this, Paki-chan quietly said to Bida, Mr. Bida, if the draw is counted as our win, I can guarantee that he will lose ironically, because I can 100% shake out the 6 biggest dots, and the 6 smallest dots. Whether he's bigger or smaller. Bida, okay then, let's play with him. Bida spoke arrogantly towards Chinfang, Mr. Zhao. I agree. We'll go for $150 million a round. But you have to remember what you said, a draw counts as our win. I'll keep my word, but let's not compare big, let's compare small? Chinfang suddenly proposed. When Hideshino saw this, he looked at Chinpaki and said, he switched to Biso? Are you sure? It's no problem if it's smaller than small, as I said, I can shake out 6 ones as well that if the draw is counted as a win for us, he'll definitely lose. Paki-chan said confidently. That's good. That's good. Although Hideshino's face was smiling, but inside he was unsettled, he was afraid of accidents, afraid that Chinpaki couldn't shake it out, but this was the disciple of the king of gamblers, it shouldn't be so bad, right? Wait. Don't start yet. Suddenly, Paki-chan shouted, and immediately attached his ear to Bida beside him, saying, Mr. Bida, this Chinese monkey, why does it suddenly want to be smaller than small? Could it be a parody of the plot in God of Gamblers? The plot in the so-called God of Gamblers. It's like this. Fat, the god of gamblers, competes with a master dice shaker named Kawashima Yoshiko. It's also smaller than small. Then 6 ones is the minimum. And the god of gamblers has stated that a draw counts as a win for the other team. But the god of gamblers immediately changed a sieve cup made of steel and then shook one of the 6 dice, so if one of the dice was broken, it would definitely be 5 points, and even if the other side shook out 6 ones, it would still be a loss. Are you saying that he wants to play this kind of setup? Hideshino frowned slightly and said, this is a plot from a movie, the quality of these dice, they can't be shaken badly, can they? Unless he's given a steel sieve cup instead, which is more or less the same. Paki-chan thought for a while, before speaking, although so, but not afraid of 10,000, just afraid of the eventuality, let's be prepared for a little right, give him a titanium alloy dice, casually he shook cannot be shaken bad. If I roll 6 ones, I'll win for sure. Even if he comes up with 6 ones, it's still a draw. We win in a tie. Right, that's it. Hideshino laughed and said towards Chinfang, Mr. Zhao, if it's smaller than small, we'll have to change the titanium dice because I'm afraid that you'll shake the dice later. The plot in this movie. But it is very classic. After all, the rules of Jianghu, if the dice are shaken to pieces, naturally there are no points. No problem, I can do it all. Chinfang gave a harmless smile, the big brother behind himself, told him to do so, Chinfang just trust the big brother. What's in this man's gourd? A game of certain death? You want to play too? Paki-chan couldn't see it anymore, unless he could shake the titanium alloy dice, he didn't stand a chance. Someone get the titanium dice and give them to the other side for inspection again. The titanium alloy dice you guys found are fine, can we start now? Chinfang smiled flatly and glanced at Paki-chan across the table. Then I'll shake it first. Paki-chan said and his expression became serious, this round was $150 million. Hideshino said it would be split 50-50 when the time comes. How could he not shake it properly and seriously? Paki-chan shook the sieve cup while his ears moved slightly. 3 or 5 seconds of graceful movement later. The sieve cup falls on the tabletop. It made a clunking sound. Paki-chan smiled confidently and opened the sieve cup, saying, sorry Mr. Zhao, it seems that I am very lucky, this time my is 6 ones. It is the smallest point, you admit defeat, right? That's not necessarily true. Oh? It's hard to believe that Mr. Zhao, you can still shake the titanium alloy dice to pieces? Paki-chan didn't believe this, and the expression of disdainful laughter naturally overflowed on his face. Next to him, Hideshino's eyes were also glowing. Watching Paki-chan really shook out 6 ones, worthy of being the disciple of the king of gamblers, it's really awesome. Mr. Zhao, I think you'd better admit defeat, as agreed at first, if it's a tie, we'll win, 6 ones is already the smallest, unless you shake one of these titanium alloy dice. After Hideshino finished, he laughed maniacally, Mr. Zhao might as well think about how to pay for your remaining $100 million first, you only have $50 million on the table. Don't be in a hurry. Chinfang slightly trembled the corners of his mouth, in fact, his heart is not bottomless, but everything is that the mysterious person behind the headset let himself do, Chinfang also do not understand, how to win in such a situation. Is it really possible to shake the titanium alloy dice to pieces? But Chinfang chose to believe it. After all, not once had the big man in the back ever punked Chinfang. I'm starting to shake. Chinfang picked up the sieve cup and although his movements were not standardized and even said to be a bit funny, not a single person around him laughed. All held their breath. Who really wins this $150 million? Now it was up to Chinfang to make this shake. But Bita and Paki-chan both felt they were bound to win. At this moment, inside the sieve cup, there is a shocking energy fluctuation. But the outside world doesn't know it at all. Clunk. Chinfang's sieve cup landed on the tabletop. The room was unusually quiet. Not a single person dared to speak. Bita was unusually excited, Mr. Zhao, why isn't it open yet? Get it out for everyone to see, right? Paki-chan's eyes glowed, Mr. Zhao you're bound to lose. Open the sieve. That's not necessarily true. I haven't opened the sieve cup yet. How is it that the winner is determined? Not until the last moment. Isn't it a little too early to define? Chinfang coldly uttered a few words. Then Bita said disdainfully, Sir, don't struggle, you said a draw counts as a win for us. It's 6-1 points on our side. It's already the smallest. Can you still shake the titanium alloy to pieces? Hurry up and open. That's good. I'll open it. Chinfang slightly raised that sieve cup. The room was quiet again. If you've read this far, could you please waste a few seconds and give sitting a recommendation and monthly vote? I really appreciate it. Your support is the author's motivation, thank you. Chapter 70, Terrible. The world's bigwigs are shocked. To your dismay. I really did shake a titanium alloy dice to pieces. 6 ones on your side, and me, only 5 ones. Chinfang stood up slightly, and as soon as that sieve cup was opened, a titanium alloy dice was indeed shaken into powder. You guys found all these props. Now you've lost. Hideshino. The moment. Full house. There was another din of voices. It was like they had seen a ghost. What's going on here? How come the titanium dice are shaking? It shouldn't, should it? No amount of force can shake it, right? Is there something wrong with the dice? I think there's something wrong with the dice, maybe they've been tampered with, otherwise how could the titanium alloy be shaken to pieces? But the dice were given out from Mr. Hirata's side, so he couldn't possibly have lifted a rock and smashed his own foot, could he? Then there must be a mole on Mr. Haida's side, right? That's the only way to explain it. Who else would have the power? Shake the titanium alloy? Of course. The 10 global bigwigs at this moment naturally knew the news here one after another. And naturally, they knew that this titanium alloy was a proper titanium alloy and had not been tampered with. They had to be shocked too. What's going on with this Chinfang? Shook the titanium alloy dice? Su Xinghe, who helped Chinfang here? Were the titanium alloy dice tampered with? How did it get shaken to pieces? Mr. Steven, according to the eyeball report, there should be no problem with that titanium dice, right? How come? Bamboo leaf green, what kind of power is this to make the titanium alloy dice shatter? Even with my power, I can only shatter ordinary dice, right? I can't shatter titanium alloy dice. Could it be the legendary? Not only the bigwigs of the world and the people watching around the scene looked dumb. That god of gamblers' disciple, Shenpaki, also shook his head vigorously, squinted his eyes and looked over and said, "Impossible, impossible, how did you shake it to pieces? This is incredible. This." At this moment, Hitashino was also unable to say a word, he was like a dumbfounded chicken. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is titanium alloy, how did he break it? Hitashino immediately stood up and slapped the subordinate who had just brought the titanium alloy dice. Tell me, was it you? Did you do it? You tampered with the titanium alloy dice? You made me lose on purpose, didn't you? Boss. I didn't. I really did bring you titanium dice. There's not a single mistake. That little brother was panicked and scared in his heart, but he didn't do anything wrong. You dog, don't tell the truth, do you? Lousy raised you and you still betrayed Lousy? Boss, I really didn't. That little brother said warily. You don't want to tell the truth, do you? I'll chop off your hands and feet, believe it or not. Hitashino at this moment was very angry, his side actually has a traitor? Alright, Mr. Bitta, are you unable to lose? Chinfang stood up and picked up the $150 million check on the table and said, the titanium alloy dice were brought by someone you asked, what else do you have to say? Hitashino was completely speechless, he also wanted to deny it, but his opponent was right, everything was arranged by himself, but he had to admit when he lost, otherwise he would lose face. In front of all those people at the casino. Naturally, Hitashino won't renege on his debt now. Since Mr. Bitta is fine with it, I'll laugh at the $150 million. Chinfang picked up the check and bounced it on the top, making a crunching sound. Miss Yusuji, come with me. Chinfang pulled this chick and said with his ear, if you don't want to fall into their hands, hurry up and follow me now. Good. Yusuji Aria naturally chose to go with Chinfang, she definitely couldn't stay in this place. Hitashino looked at Chinfang and Aria, bit his teeth hard, and kicked the henchman who was preparing the titanium alloy dice. Quickly tell me, did you do it? If it is you who did it. It's not too late to admit it now. Boss, it really isn't me. Lousy Chow Nima. Hitashino cursed angrily for a few moments, thinking that this beloved henchman of his shouldn't have betrayed him either, right? Could it be that he was stolen when he took the titanium alloy dice? And then he himself didn't know? This was something that no one believed was shaken to pieces by Chinfang anyway. Because if it's really titanium, no one can do it at all. Let's go adjust the monitor. I'd like to see who's messing with me. Obviously. It's showing up on the monitor, too. These titanium dice have not been switched. What went wrong? Bitta has no evidence, which is no way to find Chinfang to get the money back. Damn. The old man's project startup money. All gone. Hitashino slammed heavily on the table and said unwillingly, when this Chinese monkey leaves the casino, you guys go and block him for me and snatch his check back. Hitashino immediately called out. The other party is the owner of the Chiyo Hotel, Yamamoto-kun. Needless to say, I know about your side of things. Yamamoto-kun held the phone and also let out a cold sweat. Hida, I watched the security cameras again, and your titanium dice have not been switched. Or something went wrong and it didn't show up on the monitors. I'd still rather believe the dice were tampered with. Yamamoto-kun, don't talk about that. I didn't bring many brothers, so help me out on your side. I want to intercept this Chinese monkey and grab my check back. Bitta-kun, if you do this, my reputation will be ruined. Although Yamamoto-kun had set up these hidden things at the lowest level of the hotel, but never did the guests win money to go and kill people to get rid of the goods. That's why there are so many rich people come to play, and now to do so, the signboard iron is gone. Yamamoto-kun, don't worry, I'll take care of this. I'll directly exterminate this Chinese monkey, who will know that we did it then. Hitashino had already lost his eyes, and he couldn't live without his project's startup capital. Actually, the mysterious person behind Chinfang. It's all about deliberately making an inning where the other team is bound to win. Then let the other side know full well that it's a pit. Jump in there too. Get a titanium alloy that can't be shaken, and then a tie game where the other team wins? Even a pig would know that this is a sure win. But it's this impossible trap that makes the other side jump in without a second thought. In ancient times, this kind of thing was called a yang scheme. Alright, I'll send some people with you. Yamamoto Koen was helpless, the two were good friends, but he really didn't want to do this. It wasn't pity for Chinfang, it was because he was afraid of smashing the signboard. But seeing that Bida had lost so much money, to reject Bida at this point in time, the two might immediately turn against each other. Chapter 71, Bida can't afford to lose. Send someone to retrieve the check? Hotel entrance. Chinfang came out unscathed. Of course. They're going to do it. And definitely not in front of the hotel. You have to get out of the hotel and then find a suitable place to ambush. Luo Yu, open the door. Open the door. It's me. Chinfang quickly knocked on the door of the Audi and realized that the ninny was all asleep in the car. Chinfang could see her tantalizing figure. Thanks to Chinfang's greeting, no one came to harass Luo Yu, or else this figure let people see. Is a man have to go crazy, right? But at this moment, Chinfang was not the time to look at her figure. The mission prompted over. To win $100 million from Hidashino and get out safely. Chinfang didn't know if leaving safely meant leaving the hotel or leaving completely safely. Apparently, Chinfang had already exited the hotel entrance, but the quest did not prompt success. That means it has to be completely safe to be considered mission accomplished. Well, Luo Yu lay sleeping on the back row, holding the Audi Pikes Peak's car keys in her hand, grunted, and opened her eyes to take a look. It turned out to be Chinfang coming out. Chinfang, this one beside you in a maid outfit is. Luo Yu immediately a blank stare cast over, at the very beginning, but also said to come here is not for this thing, this is not directly taken away? Still want to bring back to the hotel slowly and join not? But I have to say, this girl in the maid outfit, these long legs, are really tempting, as well as the body and face really can. If one is 93 points. She must be 95. Luo Yu muttered her mouth, her heart sour, she hadn't even had a substantial relationship with Chinfang yet, and she was being preempted? Cut the crap and open the door. Let's hurry. Chinfang immediately yelled over in a low voice. Good. Hurry. Ms. Yusuji. Go to the co-pilot and fasten your seatbelt, this Bida will definitely not let me go after losing so much money. Although Chinfang had the presence of a big brother behind him, he had to get out of here earlier. After that Yusuji Aria got on the car, she gave Chinfang a deep look and said, Mr. Zhao, just call me Aria, or Miss Yusuji is too much of a stranger. After Chinfang fastened his seatbelt, he immediately started the Audi and took off. To the boulevard. Only then did Chinfang murmur and speak, Ms. Yusuji, you'll have to come back to the hotel with me and follow me around. Ha? Yusuji Ariori was confused, what did this mean? Is he being asked to sleep with her? But one is very fond of him though. But it's not that bad, is it? You have to take your time with these things, right? It's not like you're out selling it yourself. Don't you look at me with this look. In fact, I don't know that the people behind me want to kill you, but they should be looking at you to cooperate with each other to play tricks. But do not know that you are threatened. Anyway, the people behind me to see me aggrieved will come out to help indiscriminately. So that means I can't contact them and can't give them the word not to move you. So it's safest for you to follow me, and afterward, after letting them know that you're my person, they won't make a move. Chinfang also had a bit of a headache regarding this matter. People behind their own backs, seeing that they've been wronged a little, go after others. But this is something that Hirata totally threatened Erika with. Chinfang couldn't contact the person behind it either. Naturally it's safer to keep her around. What if, after leaving herself, the men kill her again? Don't but. I've already made the situation clear to you, do what you want, I don't think about sleeping with you. Chinfang smiled disdainfully, the one behind me, still thinks about sleeping with me all day long. Luo Yu was a bit speechless, this guy could really say it, her face was slightly red, but her heart was happy. Thank you, Mr. Zhao, I'll go with you then. When the assassin behind you that you can't contact knows that I was threatened before I cooperated with the other party to play a trick to win your money, they shouldn't be able to make a move on me. Yusuji Arai apologized and said, really a little embarrassed. Weakly opened his mouth, I'm sorry, you helped me so much, I still misunderstand that you want that me. It's fine. By the way. Don't call me Mr. Zhao, that's an alias, my name is Chinfang. Chinfang faintly said so. Yusuji Arai was immediately startled and said, you're that Chinfang who Luo Xingchen got married, and because of you, the general manager of that Su Clan group came? It's that. This. Yusuji Arai was a bit of a fool, thought Chinfang was just an ordinary tycoon, didn't realize it was so bullish? Then why are you disguising your identity? Erika asked. I've come to the Sun Empire for something very important. We'll talk about this later. Are you the crown prince of the Su Clan? Yusuji Ariori asked once again with a curious glance. Chinfang explained, I'm not, I just know Su Xingha from the Su group, but he and I are on good terms. So? Tell me about you. Why did you come to work in a place like this? It seems like you're a good girl. Don't give me any crap about your family being sick and you need money to cure them or anything like that. This kind of situation is found in so many novels. It's very doggone bloodthirsty. Chinfang is a big heart. This kind of moment of escape, there is still a mood to joke. Yusuji Erika murmured and spoke. It's about my brother's wedding. The budget needs $54 million. What? Your brother's wedding costs over $50 million? Chinfang's expression was dumbfounded. This Aria's family shouldn't be very rich, right? So luxurious? It's yen, which counts as about $3 million in your Dragon Empire's currency. Chinfang didn't understand and questioned, if you don't have any money, why do you want to organize such a luxurious wedding? Yusuji Aria did not reply immediately, but instead looked deeply at Chinfang and hesitated for a moment before speaking. Actually, my family, the Yusuji family, is considered one of the richer families in Tokyo. A few years ago, that time I was 18 years old, my family is still quite rich, assets of 10 billion Chinese dollars or so, but at this time the company slowly appeared problems, my family began to go bankrupt, to the point that now there is only an old mansion and on the verge of bankruptcy of the company. My father would like to take advantage of my brother's marriage of this opportunity, to hold a sumptuous wedding banquet. In this way, the relatives and friends will think that my family, since it can hold such a luxurious banquet, they will definitely think that a skinny camel is bigger than a horse, and at that time, they will be able to get a share of the money to bring my father's company back from the dead. Aria continued to narrate. Now my father is scraping together the budget for this wedding. As for me, I'm also a member of the family, so I have to make some effort. Not long ago, I went to work as a young model for a period of time, but when I worked as a young model, I offended the supervisor over there, so I had to change places. In this underground casino, a day can have a lot of income. I do a month will be able to earn about 70,000 to 100,000 Chinese currency, but also for the family to make a contribution to it. When the time comes, I just hope that my father will be able to get his bankrupt company up and running after he gets the share of money. Of course, the wedding is coming up soon, 3 days from now. Chinfang also heard what was going on. It seems your father is putting all his treasure on this wedding. Chinfang murmured, although this approach was a bit of swollen face behavior, it was the only way her father could go. Immediately. The two didn't make small talk either. Chinfang saw that he was somewhat calm all the way. It just doesn't seem right anyway. Hada just let himself go? Suddenly. Speak of the devil. Chinfang's Audi passed by an unoccupied garden corner. A couple of business cars just suddenly merged across the road. All stopped in front of Chinfang. Chinfang had no choice but to slam on the brakes. It also said that Bida across the street might just admit to the dumbing down today. I didn't think it was still coming. P.S. Everyone who sees this, can you give the author some recommendation votes? After all, this thing is too important to waste a few seconds of your time, okay? Monthly votes, thank you. Chapter 72, Chinfang is intercepted. Battleships coming from the sea. A few commercial vehicles are now open headlights stopped in front of the stop, perhaps afraid of headlights to attract passers-by, they immediately all the lights to the lights out. All that was left was the faint glow cast by the streetlight that was 5 meters overhead in the distance. Immediately. In the crowded cars, men came down with various tools in their hands. There are baseball bats, iron bars, wrenches, wooden sticks, stun sticks, and even multi-purpose hiking shovels purchased online. The streetlights cast their shadows long. In Chinfang's perspective, it was completely like the trend of a black cloud pressing down on a city and wanting to destroy it. Seeing this, Aria warily said, Mr. Chin, why don't we report the constable? This bit is Shino, to have no character, much less a card. Can't afford to lose? Chinfang didn't have much fear, but his expression was still serious. He locked the car door first of all, and then murmured and spoke, we're playing such a big gamble in the hotel, even if we report the arresting officer, we'll still have to go in all the same. But it's better than the current situation, right? In the words of the Sun Empire, gambling on such things, although not allowed, is certainly very tolerant. After all, the higher-ups of the Sun Empire are starting to discuss whether or not to make it possible for casinos to move towards legalization. It's useless for you to talk about this, what I want to say is that it's too late for us to report the constable now. By the time the constables arrive here, we're all afraid that we'll be beaten into pigs. Chinfang knew that the bigwigs behind him might not see him being aggravated, but where are they now? They're not coming out yet? Soon. A short-haired middle-aged man with studs in the crowd then walked up. Mr. Zhao, why are you walking so fast? We, Mr. Hida, also said we'd find you for some tea, so why did you leave in such a hurry? Be sensible and follow us back, or return the check and we'll save ourselves the trouble. By the way, our boss also ordered that if you hand over Aria and that Dragon Empire Yukai you brought with you, Mr. Bida can forget about it with you, or else if you mess with our Mr. Bida, there won't be any good fruit to eat. Seeing that the other party was still thinking about the beautiful woman beside him, Chinfang also snorted, what a lot of nonsense. Returning your checks? It's still impossible. This is what I won. Your dog boss? This is something you can't afford to lose? You're at the end of your rope now, and you dare to scold our boss? Is it because our boss can't afford to lose? Or are you playing a trick? Speak up, which one of our boss's men did you bribe to get them to tamper with the titanium alloy dice, or else no one in the world would be able to shake the titanium alloy dice, I'm afraid. Do I need to play fraud? Chinfang smiled disdainfully. He just shook it randomly anyway, and he didn't know why the dice inside had shattered. Maybe it was really the big man behind the scene who did the trick. Chinfang didn't believe that there would be any internal martial arts in this world. That would be too metaphysical. Cut the crap. Get out of the car for me, hand over the check and the beauty. The big brother in the lead glanced at the maid-suited beautiful Lotus officer on the co-pilot, swallowed his saliva. When he caught her back later, he could take more advantage of her. This woman's body is really good, that skin is tender like tofu. It is said that she used to be a tender model, and was also missed by a lot of bosses. What if I don't? Chinfang said firmly, but at this moment, his eyes were also constantly surveying his surroundings. Why don't these big shots show up yet? Chinfang here waited until the flowers were gone. Seems like every time these big guys show up pretty late. None of them would make a move until Chinfang's moment of crisis. But what Chinfang does not know is that, in fact, the big men have already discovered each other's existence. They are waiting for whoever makes the first move, then it will be able to guess the identity very well. However, once Chinfang had a fatal crisis, they would definitely step in. Very good. Brothers. Smash the car for me. Smash his car door first. The leading elder brother pointed at Chinfang and the main driver and yelled. The brothers under the banner immediately leaned in. One of the men with a wrench held the weapon high above his head and struck hard toward the glass. Get out of the way. Yusuji Aria immediately dragged Chinfang a bit. She was worried that the glass would be smashed and splashed on Chinfang's face. Clunk. Oddly enough, that glass didn't break. Like hitting a kind of soft steel. Third brother, it's strange, how come this glass hasn't broken yet with my wrench? I don't think so. Could it be bulletproof glass? But it doesn't look like bulletproof glass either. The window smashing minions are weird. Because this glass bounces slightly when you hit it. And that property happens to be bulletproof glass. But with bulletproof glass, it's not hard, it's flexible, and it's just as bad if you smash it. But the glass is strange. It has elasticity and actually has hardness. It's actually a glass that's both bulletproof and shatterproof. Of course, with today's science, it's difficult to make glass that's both bulletproof and smash-proof. But as long as there is money, nothing is a problem. This glass is called laminated composite glass and is specialty. Baka. This kid's car is probably special. Smash it as hard as you can. A few more. The lead brother gave an order. A few more leaned in. They all smashed hard towards Chinfang's car glass. Chinfang, what do we do now? Luo Yu was also scared out of her wits and could only brace herself from the back row and hold on to Chinfang's arm. Both girls are timid. Though usually one is stuffy and the other is explicit. But all of these situations require a man to give them security. Don't worry, for a while, this glass they can't smash it. Chinfang calmly said, a few $100 million car, no security strength? What a joke. TM. What glass ah? The big brother in charge of the anger has never seen so resistant to smash the glass, smashed so many times, just the surface layer cracked some. Kid, if you don't come out, I'll light your car on fire, believe it or not? The leading big brother said, gave his subordinate a wink and said, find me a bottle of gasoline too. They're going to burn the car, what should we do? When Aria heard that, she was even more panicked inside. Fear not, the check is in our hands, they won't do it unless they watch the $150 million just disappear, they're just scaring us. Chinfang was also powerless to spit. These big brothers behind the scenes, aren't they watching 24 hours a day? Hurry up and come out? Don't ing dive? Should I send you guys a red packet? This check, on the other hand, is not the kind of check that can be lost. If you lose at poker, you give a check? Then you lose it? He won for nothing? This kind of check, to be destroyed, is gone. Kid, I'm going to count to 10, if you don't come out, I'm really going to burn your car? The big brother in the lead poured gasoline into the front of the car and fished out a metal lighter from his pocket. He kept flipping open the lid and made a show of trying to light it. You're not going to cry until you see the coffin, are you? I'll count down to 10. If you don't come out, I'm going to light a fire. The lead brother grunted heavily. The countdown began. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The lead brother's final voice trailed off. Chinfang thought he would come up with a 0.9 and 0.8. But just at this moment, a big boat suddenly came to the river. This big ship. A strong light was projected over, shining Chinfang's entire Audi brightly. A boat on the river. Where's your picture of NM? Stop taking pictures of the old man. The lead brother shielded his eyes with his hand and went over with a yell. Of course, this place, Tokyo, is naturally known as the capital of canals, with a well-developed water system and close proximity to the sea. The direction of this ship, it should be from the sea. But gradually, as if anyone could see it clearly, it was a huge, immense ship, like it was covered in steel, with huge black shadows of gun barrels on board. The deck of the ship. There were actually helicopters parked. Yokosuka. The leader of the group looked at the writing on the belly of the large, silver-white ship, and gradually his face turned ironic as he shouted, "Run! This is the Yokosuka Naval Warfare Department. Updated with 50 chapters tomorrow. Remember, it's tomorrow. It's early in the morning. Chapter 73, The World is Abuzz. 3,000-man army. Battleship escort. Sengo, what are these sea war departments doing here? Shouldn't they be at the Yokosuka base? How did they come up the river from the coast? Come here? Who knows? What bad luck to meet them here. If it was a general constable who came, Hideshino's side could still say hello. But this came from the Department of Naval Warfare, and Hideshino was surely out of his depth. Gradual. The battleship slowly approached the shore. A whole team of 3,000 people. At the moment disembarkation from the river is starting. And holding tubular black guys all over his body. Fully armed, so to speak. Like a rat crossing the street, Sengo took his men and ran. Quick! Arrest me! Don't let them get away! The man who spoke, dressed in pure white, on those shoulders, had 3 bars and 3 stars. He stood on the bank, directing the procession. Soon, the white-clad soldiers who disembarked, on the other hand, ran neatly towards the fleeing rats, and in the darkness of the night, their white battle dresses were unusually conspicuous. "Hello, sir, what's going on here? Why are these people surrounding your vehicle?" The first sergeant of the Yokosuka base came forward and gave Chinfang a polite greeting. "Hello, I'm from the Dragon Empire. On my side." He did not say anything about his visit to the underground casino. After all, it was not a serious matter in the Sun Empire, but at least it was a trouble. In the Sun Empire, if you break someone's rules, you will be punished just the same. Since Sir is not at liberty to answer, I won't ask any more questions. This bunch of them are shady at first glance. We'll arrest them one by one later. Osamu seems polite to Chinfang. It also made Chinfang a bit confused. By all accounts, whether it was Su Xingha or Elder Nangon, it wasn't as if they could mobilize the Sun Empire's Naval Warfare Department, was it? Of course, Elder Nangon does have this ability, but the relationship between the two empires should be unlikely. Chinfang gradually realized that behind himself, besides Su Xingha and Elder Nangon, there was a third or fourth, and seemingly awesome in the Solar Empire? But Chinfang wasn't sure if these people from the Department of Naval Warfare were gotten by one of the bigwigs behind them. Maybe it was really a chance encounter? Your Excellency Colonel, they slipped away very quickly into the neighborhood. We can't find them very well at all. Should we keep searching for them? A soldier in white came up and reported. No, it's good they're gone. Osamu was clearly not here to arrest anyone, and appeared to only help Chinfang scare these people away. It is said that your Yokosuka base is on the side of the gourd port out of the inland sea? How did you get here all of a sudden? What about traveling up the river from the sea? Chinfang had been here for a few days, so he naturally knew that this Yokosuka base was dozens of kilometers away from the coast. It's like this, sir. We patrolled the Yinjiang River for a bit and stumbled upon what appeared to be a situation over here, so we docked and landed. Osamu obviously didn't want Chinfang to know that they had come for him on purpose, because that person had explained that if he could keep Chinfang from knowing about his existence for the time being, he would conceal it for the time being. Oh? Is that so? Chinfang smiled disbelievingly. This excuse was exactly the same as the first time Su Xingha and Elder Nangon helped themselves, both saying it was by chance. It is said, people from this Yokosuka naval base are not allowed to leave the base without a mission. Patrols are definitely out of their hands. That's the job of the sea captains. That's a bit of a lame excuse. Since you're all right, sir, we'll continue our patrol on our side. The first sergeant gave a polite greeting and gave the order, close up. It's coming fast. It goes fast too. Everything proves it. They were only there to drive the gang away to free Chinfang. Bamboo Leaf Green, the Sun Empire Sea War Department suddenly appeared? Could this Chinfang? Nangon Celestial, interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. Just how much background does this guy have behind him? World's #1 weapons dealer, to actually be able to mobilize the Yokosuka base's marine soldiers? What kind of existence is this person behind Chinfang in the Sun Empire? You have to know that the Yokosuka base's marine soldiers are tasked with guarding the barrier of Tokyo. It's equivalent to the 9 gate governors of the ancient capital of the Dragon Empire. And today? A group of people who guarded the capital have actually been mobilized? Su Xingha, could it be that Chinfang has the Hautian Heavenly Emperor behind him? It can't be right. This guy is notorious for hating people from the Dragon Empire. How could he help Chinfang? Or maybe it's some other bigwig from the Sun Empire? The bigwigs behind Chinfang had naturally seen today's situation, and they knew that the appearance of the Sea War Department was not a coincidence. Chinfang's new background opened the eyes of the bigwigs again. In the Chio Hotel, at this moment, Hideshino had likewise received the news. Bang! A wine glass, on the other hand, shattered hard on the floor. Baka, how did this happen? The Yokosuka base? How did they get up the river? Come to the shore? Hideshino was furious and puzzled. The soldiers at that base, which was a barrier that vaulted the capital, didn't normally leave the coast, did they? Sango said hopelessly, I think there's a special mission. Hideshino bit hard on the cigarette in his mouth and took a long drag. This guy is lucky. How can he meet a large ship of the Department of Naval Warfare out on a special mission like this? Hideshino here never thought that Chinfang could get people from the Department of Naval Warfare. After all, this is the Yokosuka base soldiers that arched the capital, and there are not many people in the Sun Empire who can mobilize. Now Hideshino's $150 million check looks like it's not coming back today. What to do? What to do? The $50 million he lost initially, that's considered free money, and he's not going to lose it and rob it. The latter $100 million, however, was the startup capital for his project. If he doesn't have the money, the whole company's going to be dragged down. Right. Hideshino's eyes suddenly lit up. He still had $10 million, which was in the company's account, and he could raise it. But if this is done, do not return this money in 3 days. Then his company will wither away at an accelerated rate. Hello? Miss Shangwon, the outer deacon of the Green Bamboo sect, hello. Hideshino knows that there is such an organization in the world. Their entire membership is female, and the success rate of assassination is as high as 96%, and its assassins are divided into gold assassins, silver assassins, bronze assassins, and junior assassins. As for the gold medal killer above, then there are the 9 dark wild angels. They are Spirit Foxer, Night Rose, Lawn, Judge, Flying Fox, Zero, Summer Orchid, Dark Knight, and Fallen Angel. These titles are just nicknames from their youth. And in one of the Dragon Empire's popular Crossfire games from years ago, those female characters, for the most part, they were the archetypes. In other words, those characters weren't designed, they were directly emulated. In particular, the Spirit Foxer of the 9 Dark Angels, the head of the 9 Dark Angels, is said to be unparalleled in beauty and color, and often dresses up in sexy lace suits during assassination missions, dressed as a sexy urban beauty. She is both murderous and beautiful, cunning and agile, hence the name Spirit Foxer. And whoever wants to ask these 9 Dark Angels to do an assassination, using money simply won't work, only if the employer can come up with an object they like enough to impress them. Or their boss, Bamboo Leaf Green, would personally dispatch the mission. And the people they want to assassinate are often those who are ministers of the various empires or just outright emperors. Many of the bigwigs in the business world don't even need them to make a move. Just leave it to the people below. The gold medal killer, on the other hand, has a minimum $100 million appearance fee. Silver Slugger, $10 million minimum. Bronze Assassin, minimum $1 million. Junior Assassins are the lowest level, and for around $100,000 to $1 million, they take assignments. Of course, to say that the Green Bamboo sect had any strong forces, it didn't. Compared to the Empire, they were weak. But weak as it was, looking around the world, their organization, there really wasn't anyone who dared to mess with it, even if it was the royal family of a super empire. Because it's a pain in the ass to be missed by them. It's not like anyone lives a life where they could be assassinated every day, right? Therefore, the status of the world's #1 killer organization, Bamboo Leaf Green, that is. Even the royal patriarchs of certain empires have to give her a few points. To put it bluntly, I don't mess with you, and you don't come and assassinate me. Miss Shangwon, the Green Bamboo sect's outer deacon, replied, may I ask if Sir is looking for a female assassin? You report the time, place, name, and time for the task to be completed. If the task needs to be completed sooner, the higher the price will be. P.S. Everyone who sees this, can you give the author some recommendation votes? After all, this thing is too important to waste a few seconds of your time, okay? Monthly votes, thank you. Chapter 74 Hiring the world's #1 assassin organization to assassinate Chinfang? You'd better find a female assassin who is in the Empire of the Sun today. I want news of his death tomorrow. And have to retrieve my check. I'm sure you Green Bamboo sect won't break the rules just because of a measly amount of money, right? As long as you are hired, you will do as your employer does. Hideshino knows that tonight did not catch Chinfang to grab the check back, missed this opportunity, is a dragon like a sea. After all, the other side has a vigilance, and then find these people surrounded, it will be impossible. Of course, our Green Bamboo sect will listen to our employer's requirements and everything as long as we take the mission. Definitely won't see the money and definitely won't smash the signboard. Very well. Then I want my check and the news of his death. Hideshino's triangular eyes showed a hint of ferocity, cursing, Chinese monkey, you can't blame me for this, who told you to take away my $150 million check? The conditions are now being raised for you. Location, Empire of the Sun. Time of mission, within a day. 9 Dark Angels gold, silver, and bronze as well as Junior Slayer. Which level would you like to choose, sir? I want the bronze killer. I'll give you $10 million. Get the best quality bronze assassin. And I'm going to do it with an oath to kill. Bita Shino knew that if he was looking for a higher-level silver assassin, and the mission he sent out was so urgent, and the location would have to be in the Sun Empire, then it would take at least $50 million or so to hire one, so why not lower the level one level, and get an oath to kill? Why don't we lower the level and get a pledge to kill? As for what is a sworn kill order? That's a token given from above when a female assassin goes on a mission. It also means that the task can only be one or the other. It's going to be the female assassin who fails and dies. To be is target death. If the target returns without dying, then the assassin woman can only be given death. If he wanted to escape, he would have to face the green bamboo sex pursuit from the ends of the earth. Often take the vow to kill task of female assassins, the price will be adjusted very high, but also not easy to take. After all, no one can guarantee that he or she can be 100% successful. Soon. Miss Shangwan Customer Service, the deacon of the outer gate, followed Bita's screening conditions. Find the hit woman for Bita. Ji Xingyu. Bronze killer of the green bamboo gate. Rank 49. Gender female. Contact information XXXX. Mission dispatched. Please just contact her as soon as possible. Outer door deacon side. Naturally, it manages the matters of some ordinary rich people who are looking for an assassin. After processing the Bita Shino, a restless heart, but also put down, after all, this is with the oath to kill the mission, that the possibility of Chinese monkeys do not die is very low. After all, if you can't kill her, the assassin will have to die? How can she not work hard? And for the Green Bamboo Gate to be the #1 assassin organization in the world, it's natural that the sign is big enough to ask the assassins to help with the checks and the killings. If the killer sees a check for $150 million and gets up to no good, then what awaits this killer is punishment by the gang. Empire of the Sun Empire Winter King Imperial Hotel. Chinfang drove the Audi Pikes Peak with Luo Yu and Yusuji Aria, and finally returned to the hotel without any danger. Chinfang instructed in the hotel elevator, Luo Yu, go to your suite and rest early. Don't open the door for anyone who knocks tonight, even though it's said that we dodged them once, there's no guarantee that they'll come again. Oh, got it. Luo Yu looked at Aria, who was standing beside Chinfang, and pouted sourly, but still obeyed and left. Aria, I've got a suite for you, why don't you go rest? At this moment, Ariori had a strange expression on her face, both hands hammered on her thighs, constantly tugging at the hem of her maid outfit, with a look of great nervousness, worry, and embarrassment. What are you trying to say? A weird expression? Can I share a suite with you? Erica said with an oddly embarrassed expression. Ha? Why? Chinfang people stupid, even if I helped you escape from the clutches of the devil? It's not as if you're going to give your body in return, right? This implied affectionate fox charming eyes? What if those people behind you kill me while you're gone? You also said that you can't contact them and can't tell them not to make a move to kill me. Aria slightly tugged on Chinfang's sleeve and said, I'm afraid, so I'm going to come to your room and hit the floor, is that okay? Of course. Erica was still really afraid that those people would sneak into the hotel to kill her. After all, at first, when he was in the casino, he was almost killed by the other party. Chinfang had also said that these forces behind him, always seeing him aggrieved, liked to mess around indiscriminately. To be really killed yourself. Then you'll die in vain. Anyway, pestering Chinfang would save her little life. This is reality, not fiction, and there is no woman who was still not afraid when faced with a life-threatening situation. Chinfang saw that the other party was of this idea, he was also a bit speechless, nay he couldn't contact the forces behind him, in case this Aria was really killed by them by mistake, wouldn't it be a pity that such a young model of natural beauty would have to be scented from now on? Alright. You come in. Chinfang smiled faintly and touched the room card while opening the door. Who would hate sharing a room with such a beautiful woman? Thank you, Mr. Chin, thank you. When Aria saw Chinfang's promise, she was instantly beaming with joy, and anyway, following Chinfang was tantamount to being safe. Chinfang. This Easterning chick is really the one you brought back to warm your bed. Luo Yu actually did not leave, peeked around the corner of the corridor, held her tongue for a while, there was nothing she could do, she was not Chinfang's girlfriend, she could only leave sourly and go back to her suite to sleep. The two entered Chinfang's suite, and he glanced at what Aria was wearing, while he spoke. Should I? You change your clothes? It looks like her clothes were punctured. The killer's dagger did that? Ha? Erica's eyes glazed over slightly, what's the rhythm of this? I'm telling you to stop wearing this maid's outfit, isn't that what the Lady Lotuses wear? And it's torn? You go look in my bedroom and see if there are some girls' clothes, hotel suites of this caliber will have some simple spare clothes. Chinfang said while pointing in the direction of the bedroom. Thank you, Mr. Chin. Yusuji Aria gave Chinfang a deep look and bit her lip, while she intended to go inside the bedroom. But she suddenly turned around and said, Mr. Chin, shall I change your shoes? Why don't I change it myself? I'll do it. Ariori said and went to the shoe rack to bring a pair of slippers. You sit down. Chinfang was a bit flattered, the Luo Xian at home had never been so gentle. Could this be the difference between a girl from the Dragon Empire and a girl from the Sun Empire? But Chinfang did not refuse, probably because the other party is very grateful to himself, so that he is so good to himself. If he refused again and again, the other party will have a burden and pressure in his heart. Chinfang is a good boy who understands. Chinfang sat slightly on the sofa and looked down from this angle, seeing some good things, then averted his eyes and muttered, "You Sun Empire girls, are you all like this?" Chapter 75, Completing the Mission. Heavenly reward in hand. Aria was taking off Chinfang's shoes and socks. The sudden question made her pause, then she slowly raised her head and said, "If the relationship is good, especially if it's the elders, they will help change the shoes. We, Sun Empire girls, will all take good care of men, helping change shoes, washing clothes, and doing housework are all things we do." TM. It seems that what the internet says is true, the girls in the Sun Empire are really very obedient and sweet existences. On the contrary, in that Dragon Empire, so many girls have become treated at the level of an empress, with their boyfriends having to wash her feet, do her laundry, and buy her bags. Chinfang thought about it. Maybe it was because there were fewer men in the Solar Empire after the Second Worldwide Battle? But that's not really the reason. Many people thought that the status of women in the Sun Empire was very low, but this idea was actually very one-sided. Compared to other Asian empires, the status of women in the Sun Empire is actually not low. Why? There have been many interviews stating that many Empire of the Sun girls dream of just being a good wife and mother later on. If it were any of those independent women in the Dragon Empire, they would find such a woman unproductive. In fact, looking at the culture of the Sun Empire, when analyzed carefully, women's desire to get married and have children are well documented. First of all, the family culture of the Solar Empire, affection is very thin. Parents will not help their children to bring up children, which means that if a couple get married and have children, there must be a person who sacrifices his work to take care of the family and children. Moreover, if both husband and wife work, the taxes they pay to the empire are quite high, and if only the husband works, he can reduce the taxes by a sum, which makes it more cost-effective for the wife to give up her job and take care of the children instead. There is also the social security medical care paid by the husband who works for the company, which basically covers the family. This gives them even more freedom from worries in life, so more women will choose to work full-time as housewives after marriage. Moreover, in the local culture of the Sun Empire, full-time housewives are highly respected by their husbands. Their status in society is so high that communities and educational institutions are staffed with professional healthcare workers and counselors to relieve and help housewives with the stress of caring for children. In fact, before they get married, housewives in the Empire of the Sun have professional training institutes that train them on how to better serve their families, including cooking, home organization, breaking and entering, plus basic makeup and baby care, all with a systematic and standardized education, which will allow them to enter the role of a housewife very quickly. This almost makes them a thriving industry. It's safe to say, girls from the Empire of the Sun. Totally the earthly ideal. Because they are good at taking care of their families and husbands. So it's not so much that most people think that their empire is inferior to girls because there are fewer boys. Of course, if one didn't know their culture, one would always think that Aria, at this moment, was a seduction. Actually, she's just taking care of the boys. But it has to be the good kind of relationship. Or one that was kind to her. "I'll wash the socks for you later. Why don't I make a pot of water first and wash your feet?" Aria stood up all of a sudden, and the mass also shuddered because of its inertia, and then she went to the bathroom to call for a basin of water at the right temperature. "Washing your feet is not necessary. Why don't you go to the bedroom and find a set of clothes first?" Chinfang said nothing more than to let Aria wash his feet. "It's not even familiar. How can you take your feet and give them to each other to touch? It's not like we're going to foot wash." "Oh." Aria pouted. She clearly had some psychological shadow within her regarding Chinfang's rejection. But when she thought about it, she had heard that boys and girls in the Dragon Empire were very subtle, so maybe that was the reason, and she didn't care. "Did you find any clothes?" After Chinfang finished shuffling his feet, he saw that Aria hadn't come out yet, so he walked through the bedroom to take a look. But the moment. Chinfang's eyes immediately bulged out. Aria at the moment. Changing clothes now. Not yet. Anyway, Chinfang had watched something he shouldn't have. Chin. Mr. Chin. Mr. That's how it is with girls in the Solar Empire. Not like the domestic ones. Being watched. Just make a big fuss. She, on the other hand, lightly exclaimed Chinfang in embarrassment, and then she was on fire to put her clothes on, her fair face slightly reddening. "You? How do you change clothes and not close the door?" Chinfang immediately walked out of the bedroom, also embarrassed as hell. "I thought you didn't find your clothes. I came to help you find them." "Mr. Chin, aren't you washing your feet? You don't have the habit of soaking your feet?" Aria didn't change her clothes and leave the door open, but she didn't feel the need to put up a defense against Chinfang. Besides, Chinfang was soaking his feet, and he probably wouldn't be finished without a dozen minutes, right? But Chinfang is not in the habit of soaking his feet, and a little washing will do. After all, where does a college student find the time to soak any feet? "Sorry about that one, are you done yet?" Chinfang shouted through a wall. Well, it's on, so come on in. You don't have to apologize to me, my bad for leaving the door open. Aria said apologetically. It didn't matter that she herself was being looked at, after all, the other person was sort of her benefactor. If it wasn't for Chinfang taking her with him, it was not certain that she would have been assassinated by the uncontactable force behind Chinfang. Was this not considered a benefactor? I'm going to go wash your socks first. Aria walked out in embarrassment. This chick. Aria washed her clothes while she had to busy herself with making tea and getting some snacks for Chinfang. Half an hour or so. Aria, who had finished her work. Instead, they began to hit the floor in the sweet living room, hugging away the bunks and stalls. And just at this moment, in Chinfang's mind, the alert sound for the completion of the quest sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Completing the mission. Receive the following rewards. P.S. Everyone who sees this, can you give the author some recommendation votes? After all, this thing is too important to waste a few seconds of your time, okay? Monthly votes, thank you. Chapter 76, Unbelievable Rewards. The force value skyrockets. Reward, face value plus 100. Force value plus 100. Ability plus 100 minutes. 1 miniature bullet tracking small pistol. The force values are specifically, speed bolt level. Strength Tyson level. Explosive power like Bruce Lee. All aspects of perception, acuity, and eyesight will be enhanced. Miniature bullet tracing small pistol, fully automatic, 3-shot, tiny but sharp bullets, 25 bullets in a magazine. TM. System greatly. Your reward is finally here. The Emperor is not a man with a heart of gold. Old me did 2 mainline quests in a row. 1 side quest. Now the reward for the side quest has finally arrived. Chinfang was ecstatic. It was only at this moment that he truly felt that he was still considered an outside teenager, wasn't he? Otherwise, in my previous self, it made no difference whether this system was there or not. Chinfang slightly looked over to that bedroom nightstand, and sure enough, it was a miniature small pistol. Supposedly high-tech with bullet tracking. That would be awesome. Chinfang found a plastic bag, put it up and put it under his pillow. This thing, in the future, he can bring with him to save his life. Please ask the host to add face value, force value, ability 100 minutes. The system's words fell. At once, 3 icons appeared in Chinfang's mind. Face plus. Force value plus. Competence plus. Chinfang clicked the face value plus button 3 times, and his own face value was increased by 3 points. Did you choose to add it yourself? Chinfang thought about it. You don't have to add too much to your face at once. If you become too handsome all at once, people around you will be suspicious. Chinfang tapped 30 times in a row. Just add 30 face value and forget about it. Add it slowly later. As for things like force value, Chinfang directly filled it up. After all, this is something that outsiders can't see, there's no need to be too careful. Haha, ability plus 100 minutes? Definitely fill it up. Chinfang smiled wryly, 100 consecutive strikes, adding time like crazy. Chinfang remembered that he and his last girlfriend also did that. There were a few times that it took an hour for Chinfang to be able to make peace with the world. Then add another 100 minutes. That's not nearly 3 hours. TM's ability to do this is really kind of counterintuitive. Soon, Chinfang then came to the full body mirror in the bedroom. Damn, my skin, it's gotten a lot whiter. Chinfang in the past, although it is considered handsome, but only slightly handsome, after all, it is the countryside, skin on the skin is not as well maintained as city people. And now, Chinfang's skin didn't feel much different from those beauties, it could drip with tenderness. The features are a bit more refined as well. It doesn't look like much of a difference though. But what used to be just like a vegan photoshoot is now a polished selfie. My arms also feel like the muscles have skyrocketed. Slightly nearsighted eyes from reading. Now also see very clearly. My nearsightedness is better? Chinfang immediately threw a punch in the air. The wind sound of that fist in air friction, can feel the power of this punch is very sufficient. The system honestly do not deceive me, really is a punch like Tyson. Do a Bruce Lee license plate move? Kick the ceiling chandelier? Chinfang did what he said he would do. With a slight push, it immediately jumped up more than 2 meters off the ground. TM, missed the kick. Looks like the hotel chandelier is still too high. Anyway, Chinfang's bouncing power was spiked a lot. At least the caliber of those average NBA players. Of course. At the moment the reward was handed out, the reaction of the world's bigwigs was equally exciting. Bamboo leaf green, huh? The reward for this side quest? I got it again? The first main quest reward was obtained, while the second main quest reward was not. But the third side quest, it was gained? This system is so strange. But it's great. Having a face value adds 100 points. There's force value plus 100 minutes. But ability plus 100 minutes. What does this mean? Could it be my tolerance? Confidence in the system again. Su Xinghe, how come I didn't get a reward this time? Are there no rewards for side quests? Elder Nangong, how come I didn't get a reward for this mission? Don't you give rewards for side quests? Su Xinghe and Elder Nangong didn't get rewards for the first time this time and began to doubt the system. Mysterious big brother of the Solar Empire, I got the first reward, didn't get the second one, and then I got the side quest this time? Too bad. Force value and face value and all those things are useless, 100 minutes of ability then. It's a good thing instead. Got it again, have faith in the system again. Of course. Wasn't Chinfang's system prompted to fix it some time ago? But the system also prompted, just fixed Chinfang's reward channel. The rest of the problem is still being fixed. In other words, in the future, the system would still send out rewards to 11 random people indiscriminately, but Chinfang's reward channel was fixed, so he would be able to get it every time without the need to randomize it. To put it simply, the system if the mess sent out 5 rewards, but Chinfang here channel repair, he will be able to get the remaining 4, it is the system randomly sent out to the 4 of the 10 big brother. Wait for the system to be fully fixed, then the other 11 big guys will have no rewards. But that read fix was slow. It's been a couple days and only 2% of the fix is complete. In the hotel suite, Chinfang was still indulging in the joy of this reward. The reward this time is too good, it's like eating a 10% tonic pill. The force value has increased too fiercely. Chinfang grinned, but suddenly, he could then sense what appeared to be movement on the hotel's balcony. After all, the rewards had arrived, Chinfang's force value had come up, and his acumen had been augmented a bit. He sensed signs of movement on the balcony. But for sure it wasn't Aria from the living room. There's no one either. Chinfang immediately walked towards the balcony, it was empty, but at this moment, Chinfang's sense of smell was able to be heightened as he faintly smelled a unique odor that did not belong to Aria's body. This smell is not a perfume smell. Instead, it's a cigarette. Specifically definitely ladies' cigarettes. Not good. Could it be the people behind me, who haven't figured out the situation yet? It's coming to kill this Aria who helped Bida with her scam because she was threatened, right? Are the people behind your own back that stupid? Chinfang felt that it shouldn't be right, they saw that they were so nice to Aria, they even brought her back to the hotel, they should know that Aria was from their camp, right? However, what Chinfang didn't know was that the person he had just discovered was, on the other hand, a bronze assassin sent over by Bida. After all, it was only a bronze killer, and even the highest quality bronze killer was still discovered by Chinfang when faced with Chinfang, who had added all aspects such as force value. If a gold medal killer had come, Chinfang would not have been detected by him even if he had added all aspects of his abilities, and the other gold medal killer would not have been detected by him. Why did this Chinfang suddenly come to the balcony? Could it be that I've been discovered? It can't be, right? The other party is just an ordinary person, could he still have such keenness? The Ji Xingyu female assassin hired by Bida couldn't figure it out, so she could only crouch in the bay outside the balcony outside Chinfang's suite and wait for another opportunity. Mr. Qin, what's going on over there on the balcony? Aria immediately walked up and looked at Chinfang standing on the balcony. It's windy, I'll go get you a coat, are you unable to sleep? Didn't have trouble sleeping. Randomly come to the balcony. Chinfang said, secretly thinking, TM, are these people behind me stupid? Are they still here to kill Aria? Or are they simply protecting me? Following me? So annoying. Chinfang couldn't contact them either. Chinfang was so annoyed that he directly shouted to the balcony and said, Aria is Lousy's person. You just calm down. If you are merely following me, you can just follow. Don't touch her anyway. Chinfang just couldn't believe it. After he had expressed himself like this, the person behind it shouldn't be able to make a move against Aria, right? He says I'm his guy. Is that a kind of recognition? Aria murmured with excitement in her heart. Despite the brief contact with Chinfang, he had left her with a deep impression. But Aria had overthought it. When Chinfang said his own people, it was people from his own camp, not women. Tell you what, Aria, come straight to my room. Chapter 77, Extreme Beauty. Head of the 9 Dark Angels. Chinfang called Aria directly to his nearest place to stay in one of the bedrooms for safety's sake, so that he would be able to protect her as well. Ha! To your bedroom. Aria saw this request from Chinfang. It's almost too much to say. But she didn't refuse, nodding slightly and saying, good. Mr. Qin can do whatever he wants, I'm fine. Chinfang looked at her words that were a bit of a question and answer, and helplessly said, not. I mean, why don't you come straight to my bedroom and hit the floor? Just now, it seems like someone lurked in from the balcony, and I'm not sure if they were simply following me, or if they wanted to assassinate you. But I don't think those people are that stupid, right? They should know that you're one of mine, right? Anyway, just to be safe, you come to my bedroom. Someone on the balcony? Maybe it's here to assassinate me? When Aria heard this, she immediately lost her face in fear and hurriedly swung her long legs, collected the spread in the living room, and ran off in flames to stay in Chinfang's bedroom. Same time. In a locker in the hotel suite. At this moment has squatted a green bamboo sect's colorful and beautiful assassin. She is not Ji Xingyue, who was hired by Biddy and Xinya, but is sent by Bamboo Leaf Green to covertly protect Chinfang. Her name is Spirit Fox, and she is the head of the green bamboo sect's 9 Dark Knight Angels. Beautiful, unrivaled killing machine. Why did Mr. Chin suddenly say those words to the balcony? Could it be that I've been caught following him? It shouldn't, should it? She can spot me? Even those dragon special forces of the Dragon Empire would have a hard time spotting me if they were targeted by me. And he warned me not to touch Erica? What does that mean? Are we that stupid? The boss's side already knows that Ariori was threatened before she cooperated with Hirata's scam, and the boss even revoked that order. The Spirit Fox recalled Chinfang's words and immediately realized. If Chinfang didn't discover me? Could it be that he discovered someone else? So, there's someone else in this room? Just now Chinfang sent someone on the balcony? The Spirit Foxer is smart. Immediately guessed the thing. Her mission was to keep Chinfang safe, and she definitely had to clear out anything that Chinfang didn't know about around him. Soon, the Spirit Fox then began a major cleanup of Chinfang's room as well as the surrounding area. She finished her search of the suite, but there was no one to be found. Suddenly, the Spirit Fox, who had dashed to the balcony, then noticed that there was a faint smell of lady cigarettes. In the Green Bamboo sect, so many female killers, basically alone, can accompany them, only lonely cigarettes. Therefore, many female killers are perennial smokers. This faint smell of lady cigarettes is definitely not Erica's. The reason why Spirit Fox's was a Spirit Fox, her sense of smell was definitely much better than Chinfang's. She followed the trail, and along with this faint smell of cigarettes, she identified the location of her target. Turns out it was in a slot outside that balcony. There was a woman in leather pants in a power suit. Don't move. Who are you? Spirit Fox's stance was good, dangling from the hanger's steel pipe, a long jump, and silently reached her back, while an agent's short knife was across her neck. Say, why are you following Mr. Chin? Who are you? You? How did you suddenly arrive behind me? Ji Xingyu immediately let out a cold sweat. With his own perception, the other party just arrived behind him so silently? It could be seen how terrifying the strength was. Answer my question, who are you? What are you doing here? Spirit Fox's agent's short blade cut the skin of her neck slightly, and a bead of blood sprang up. You? Ji Xingyu gritted her teeth. She did not intend to give in. She wanted to find an opportunity to do a counter takedown. But just this moment, Ji Xingyu's eyes glazed over as she saw the pattern of the dagger driving under her neck. It was a short sword with a pattern like fish guts. This fish guts are not so much the guts of a raw fish as it is like roasting a fish, peeling off the 2 coils, and then looking at the guts. This is a fish gut short sword? You are Lord Spirit Fox. How could Ji Xingyu not know about the Ice Blade, the head of the 9 Dark Angels? No wonder she was oblivious. Just to be locked in a chokehold from behind. Oh? You recognize me? The Spirit Fox's eyes mimicked lightly as she questioned, who the hell are you? I am Green Bamboo Sect Bronze Metal Killer Ji Xingyu. Ji Xingyu immediately took out a bronze identity plate representing his identity from his waist. You're under our Green Bamboo Sect? Spirit Fox was a bit puzzled at once. Was it not enough for the boss's side to send himself alone to protect Chinfang? He also sent a bronze metal killer? It shouldn't be. A bronze assassin is fine for simple tasks. Why would they send such a low-level assassin for such a big thing? Isn't it enough to have yourself as the head of the 9 Dark Angels? And at the moment, Chinfang seemed to have heard another brushing sound from the balcony side. Why, there's some movement again. Chinfang said, immediately walked in the direction of the balcony. Mr. Chin is coming over. Go. You and I will talk on the rooftop. Spirit Fox immediately loosened the short fish gut knife across Ji Xingyu's neck. With extra climbing tools in the shape of eagle claws in their hands, the 2 men followed that balcony, their feet on the air conditioning and plumbing and other wall equipment, and with a few dodges, they went up to the hotel rooftop. Greetings to Lord Spirit Fox. Dare I ask if Lord Spirit Fox has a mission here? Ji Xingyu knelt on one knee, the eagle claw climbing tools crossed in her hands. Ha! Spirit Fox laughed coldly. I haven't asked you yet, but you dare to ask me. Say it, who sent you? Was it the boss who sent you? Boss? I'm not. Ji Xingyu tugged at the corner of her mouth. At her level, where could she meet the boss directly? You weren't sent by the boss? Then what are you doing here? Spirit Fox questioned. I took the job. Ji Xingyu's words fell. Spirit Fox slapped her across the face. Bitch. You took the mission to assassinate Mr. Chin? Spirit Fox was instantly on fire. On her side, she tried every possible means to protect Chinfang's safety, and did not dare to slack off. After all, the boss had handed over its same life, same death order to her. What is the same life, same death order? That would be exactly the opposite of the oath of killing. She could only live if Chinfang lived. If Chinfang died, she could only cut herself to thank for her sins. My lord, why are you hitting me? I'm just taking a mission. This mission was sent to me from the side of the outer sect's deaconess Miss Shangguan. Ji Xingyu was suffocating, he was just following the rules of the sect and took the task. How come he was beaten? This mission, you don't do it. Go back. Return the commission to the hiring party. I'll pay for the double price that was added out. Spirit Fox said faintly. The rules of the green bamboo sector like this: if you don't want to do the mission anymore, if you want to revoke the mission, this assassin will have to pay double the commission back to the hirer. But that Ji Xingyu said, I can't. Ji Xingyu is not yet finished. Spirit Fox then glared over with his eyes. How dare you say no to me? Lord Spirit Fox, I took the mission with the oath to kill. This mission can't be revoked. According to the rules of the green bamboo sect, I can either kill the target or die in battle. According to the rules of the green bamboo sect, I can either kill the target or die in battle, or be executed by the sect. I can only do one of the two. You actually came here on a kill order? Who hired you? How dare you be so ruthless? Spirit Fox was curious, who would dare to come and assassinate the person that their green bamboo sect boss wanted to protect? I'm sorry, even if you're Lord Spirit Fox, I can't expose the information of the hirer. Ji Xingyu was very professional. Even if the other party was the 9 Dark Angels, she could not violate the rules. I think you're tired of living, aren't you? Spirit Fox raised his hand and slapped again. Do you know who you assassinated? Even I. The head of the green bamboo sect's 9 Dark Knight Angels all took the same life and death order to come out and protect Chinfang. If he's going to die, I have to die. Spirit Fox. Lord Spirit Fox, you have received the order to live and die together? Ji Xingyu was like a dumb chicken. She would never have imagined that Spirit Fox was now the head of the 9 Dark Knight Angels in the green bamboo sect, so it could be said that she was under one person and on top of 10,000 people, and that she would still lead such a mission? Was it this Chinfang who had taken out something that moved the Spirit Fox to allow her to take the quest? But what could make the Spirit Fox think so highly of it? So much so that she took on the mission of the Order of Same Life, Same Death? If Chinfang hadn't brought out something that made Spirit Fox not afraid to fight for his life, then there was only one explanation, and that was that the boss had personally sent it. You know now what kind of existence this Mr. Qin really is, right? Even I am closely tied to his life and death, so I don't think it's hard for you to understand that my mission was sent by the boss himself. Ji Xingyu heard this and secretly said, it really is the boss who sent him. Spirit Fox looked at her and spoke. Tell me, who is the person who hired you and why did he kill Chinfang? As for you taking the oath to kill, I'll just give the boss a word. Lord Spirit Fox, it seems that our green bamboo sect has never broken this rule, right? How can we still not see blood after receiving an oath to kill? Ji Xingyu didn't understand. Could it be that the boss wanted to smash the sect's signboard in order to protect this Chinfang? Over the decades since the establishment of the green bamboo sect, there really hasn't been a single female assassin who took the vow of killing order that wasn't executed by the sect if they failed in their mission. Even if one was the head of the 9 Dark Angels and took the oath to kill, but did not kill the other party, one would be given death all the same. For the Green Bamboo sect to become the #1 assassin organization in the world, without these ironclad rules, it would not have been able to make it to where it is today at all. The hirers all believed in the Green Bamboo sect's vow to kill, not just words, it had to be one or the other. I'm also not sure if the boss will agree to revoke your oath to kill mission. I can only give the boss a word about you and see what he decides. Spirit Fox said and quickly fished out a button from his pocket, which was a miniature communicator. Boss. The situation on my side is that someone has hired a bronze assassin from my green bamboo sect to try to assassinate Mr. Qin. Spirit Fox went out with these words. Over there, Bamboo Leaf Green, who was looking in the mirror in the castle, slammed the table, and a fierce light flowed out of his eyes as he roared in a low voice, Who is it? Who is the one who wants to kill Chinfang? Bamboo Leaf Green this side of the first main task reward got, the second main task reward did not get. She would have been on the system as a kind of suffering from the mood of loss, but the third branch task is coming so good rewards, direct plus face value and force value. She now looked at the mirror has been the country of the city of Sadaji General Woe of the country and the people of their own. Everything is not all because of the Chinfang? Now someone actually wants to kill Chinfang? How could Bamboo Leaf Green not be angry? But Bamboo Leaf Green wouldn't add all 100 points of face value at once, first add 20 points up and slowly add them later, otherwise the people around would be suspicious. Boss, calm down, this Ji Xingyu was hired by that Bitashino guy. The purpose is to get the check back. And it's also an oath to kill. Spirit Fox paused and said, What I want to ask for on my side is what to do about this. After all, if she has received the pledge to kill, it has to be one of the two. Chapter 78. Kneel down and give thanks. Let her withdraw her mission. I won't pursue her. Bamboo Leaf Green agreed without even thinking about it. For Chinfang's sake, she wasn't afraid of smashing her own signboard. Yes, boss. Spirit Fox also had to sigh, this Chinfang in the end what kind of existence, so much so that the boss for his sake, are able to smash the signboard of the Green Bamboo sect, and then to keep Chinfang, the key Bamboo Leaf Green's tone of voice promised to be very dry, seemingly not even think about it in general. But you give this Ji Xingyu a word to assassinate Haida Shino in turn. If this is accomplished, I can break the rules and upgrade her to a gold medal assassin. I'm sure it should be easy for her to assassinate Haida, right? I'll give her another oath to kill. But here, it's one or the other, and this both is the assassin and the mercenary. After finishing the arrangement, Bamboo Leaf Green hung up the phone and once again looked at her gorgeous self in the mirror. One of the two? This two are killers and mercenaries? The spirit foxman was a bit human numb. This was the strangest oath to kill, wasn't it? It's completely reversed. Ji Xingyu, listen, your mission has changed. Instead of assassinating Chinfang, you're going to assassinate Bida Xinyi, which was assigned by the boss himself. If you succeed, you can be upgraded to a gold medal assassin in the future. But if you fail, you'll be finished. Upon hearing this, Ji Xingyu was so excited that she stammered, I upgraded gold medal killer? 2 levels in a row? Yes, after that you should train hard. Otherwise, if you take on a gold killer level mission, and if you can't complete it 3 times, then you'll be demoted. You do well. Thank you boss, thank you Spirit Fox Lord. Ji Xingyu knelt on one knee in gratitude as she gave a fierce look towards the sky, and after saying her farewells, she went to look for that Bida Shino. It's around 12 a.m. at this moment in the underground casino of the Chio Hotel. It's already empty. Buy the book. It's a point in time when it should be right in the thick of things. However, because of the death of Haida Shino, the hotel owner, Yamamoto Murata, had to let the guests go back first, while the place was closed for business for 1 day. What the hell is going on here? Yamamoto Murata looks at Haida Shino lying in the bathroom. Anyway, the death was ugly. Didn't Bida say? To get an assassin from the Green Bamboo sect to finish off the man who won his money? Yamamoto Murata, as the owner of the Chio bar, was having a real headache now that people were dying in his place. Mr. Yamamoto, I've seen Mr. Haida's wounds, they're deep daggers, quick and precise, I'm sure they're the Green Bamboo sect's assassins, aren't they? Oh? An assassin from the Green Bamboo sect? How is that possible? Didn't Bida just hire Green Bamboo sect's assassins to do a mission? Yamamoto Murata knew a rule of the Green Bamboo sect, which was that once one became a hirer, or a client, of the Green Bamboo sect, then for 3 days, if someone wanted to hire someone from the Green Bamboo sect to kill their employer, then there was a 3-day protection period. In other words, it's only on Bida's side that people paid to be hired as guests? The Green Bamboo sect doesn't take on missions to kill Bida. So there is a 3-day protection period. But after 3 days, if someone wants to hire a female assassin from the Green Bamboo sect to kill Bida, this is the only way to dispatch the mission. Mr. Yamamoto, this does look like the Green Bamboo sect's methods. The Green Bamboo sect specializes in short knives and sneaking, and under certain circumstances, they have a higher assassination rate than snipers, and it's also easier to get away. If the Green Bamboo sect really did it? That's too unreasonable, isn't it? Bida is still their client, and the assassin he hired hasn't returned to resume his duties yet. Yamamoto Murata's brow was deeply furrowed, and suddenly, he saw Bida Shino after his death, who seemed to be holding something tightly in his palm. What's in Haida's hand? Like it was taken from the killer before he died? Yamamoto Murata squinted over and ordered his men to fetch it. It seems to be a bronze medal. It says, Bronze Medal Killer of the Green Bamboo Sect, Ji Xingyu, level 49. This statement was made. The whole room immediately froze. Could it be? Was it the assassin that Haida hired? And killed Bida in turn? Yamamoto's face was immediately covered in suspicion. What's going on here? How can it be played like this? Where are the rules of the Green Bamboo Sect? You take a death warrant and go on a mission? And then kill your employer? Give me the phone. I'm going to call the Green Bamboo Sect's outer deacon and ask her what's going on here. Yamamoto was so furious that he took the phone and dialed. Hello, how are you, sir? This is Yamanaka Aozora. Yamanaka Green Bamboo Company. That must be the pseudonym for the Green Bamboo Sect. I'm a friend of Bida's. A friend of Bida's? Do you have a matter? Ms. Shangwan obviously spoke a bit unnaturally. My friend Bida, since he's a client of your Green Bamboo Sect, he has 3 days of protection, right? But why don't hired assassins go and kill their targets? Instead, they kill their employer instead? Now we have your sect Ji Xingyu's identity card in our hands. What do you say? I'm sorry, please provide relevant and reasonable evidence for this matter. We will deal with it when the time comes. We can't conclude that Ji Xingyu did something just based on an identity card, right? Shangwan customer service smiled coldly. What more evidence is needed? The way Bida died, it was caused by a short knife, fast and accurate, and someone saw that there were strange women coming in and out of my Chio hotel, total sign surface, it must be your Green Bamboo Sect's female assassin. Yamamoto was not compelled to give Bida, more importantly, Bida died in his own hotel, he has to find the real culprit, and then clear his own suspicion, right? Miss Shangwan was instantly rendered speechless, she hesitated for a moment and said, Sir, if you insist on meddling in this matter, then please don't regret it. Moreover, this matter has to do with the reputation of my Green Bamboo Sect, you'd better keep your mouth shut. Shangwon customer service finished. Straight off the phone. What? Yamamoto heard the beeping of a busy line on the phone. It was straight up dumbfounded. TM, what green bamboo sect? This is it? Where are your rules? Yamamoto was on fire. But then a calmer Yamamoto. It's slowly dawning on me, too. He immediately opened his mouth and asked Bida's men, saying, You are Bida's men, right? Do you know where that Mr. Zhao that Bida wanted to assassinate is now? Has he been killed? Not killed, and if he had been, someone at the hotel he was at would have reported him to the constable. The informant said that the lights were still on in the hotel where this Mr. Zhao was. That's right. That's right. Yamamoto Murata took a deep, dark breath. It must be this Mr. Zhao leading everything. Because since Ji Xingyue has taken the oath of death order to go out and do a mission, there is no reason not to kill the other party? But in turn Ji Xingyu wants to kill Bida? And now call the customer service of the Green Bamboo sect, the customer service told to care less about this matter? Doesn't that make sense? This shows that this Mr. Zhao's status in the Green Bamboo sect is very high. So much so that the Green Bamboo sect will kill this person who dares to touch Mr. Zhao even if they don't mind smashing their signboards. That's the only way to understand it. Of course. At the moment, they only knew Chinfang as Mr. Zhao. This was the pseudonym under which Chinfang came to the Chio Hotel. What kind of person is this Mr. Zhao? I've also checked the security camera footage over and over again when he was betting against Bida. That shattered titanium alloy dice is indeed a bit weird. By all rights, it shouldn't have been tampered with, right? But how in the world could anyone shake the titanium dice? Surely the titanium dice were switched in some blind spot. It occurred to Yamamoto Murata that he had also helped Bida send men to round up this Mr. Zhao. At this moment there is an indescribable fear inside. A character like that? The man the Green Bamboo sect wants to keep at all costs? And you send people to surround people yourself? Damn it, don't listen to Bida in the first place. If he doesn't have enough men of his own, let him mobilize them in his own territory. Why should I get involved? This is great, we've offended this Mr. Zhao. I advised Bida at the time that this act of losing money to grab the check back was very unrighteous. He didn't listen, and now he's incurred murder, isn't he? Yamamoto Murata was walking back and forth in the hallway and couldn't get his attention. If you mess with that Mr. Zhao, you're afraid that your end is coming. San, listen up, prepare a car for me, we're going to the Tokyo Imperial Hotel. Yamamoto suddenly ordered. Sir? Are you going to settle the score with that Mr. Zhao? The one who spoke was Bida's henchman, nicknamed Third Brother, and it was him who had initially led the men to besiege Chinfang's Audi. Seeing this, Yamamoto laughed and growled lowly, settling scores, settling niggas? If you guys don't want to die, just stay here and collect Bida's corpse. I'm going to go kneel down and give thanks. A sect like the Green Bamboo sect? Being thought of by them female assassins, you basically have to live under fear every day. This potential threat. It's more painful than a knife to the neck. Chapter 79, the world's #1 assassin organization has been exposed. Yamamoto Murata just stepped out the door. Just one person spoke up and asked. Mr. Yamamoto, could it be that this Mr. Zhao is a very important person in the Green Bamboo sect? So much so that the Green Bamboo sect has to protect him even at the cost of smashing their signboards? When Yamamoto heard this, he immediately stopped in his tracks and said, Don't talk nonsense, just know it in your heart. All of you listen to me carefully, Bida's death is not related to the Green Bamboo sect in any way. You will talk nonsense in the future to smash the Green Bamboo sect's signboard. It is to draw fire and burn yourselves. Yamamoto finished his sentence. Only Sango, who stood frozen in place, was left behind. It seems that the other side is so awesome. You can't avenge Bida yourself. You won't be cynical if you bring someone to block Mr. Zhao, right? Sango was so flustered at the moment that he immediately went out the door, wanting to join Yamamoto on his knees as well. Recall the sudden appearance of that Sea War Department. Sango slowly felt that it shouldn't be a coincidence, right? This person's strength was truly terrifying to the extreme. Not only do you have the Green Bamboo sect as your background, it also has a bigwig from the Sun Empire behind it? Buzz off. Buzz off. Sports car, coupe, business car. A whole dozen cars, parked in unison in front of the Winter King Imperial Hotel. The waiters saw this and panicked. Immediately call for a manager. The aura. Looks like some kind of gang, right? But after all, they didn't do anything, and the waiter was not in a good position to report it to the constable. Just come a few people to follow me, and the rest of you wait here. Yamamoto Murata brought over all the people who had intercepted Chinfang's Audi a few hours ago. But fear of disturbing the hotel. Yamamoto Murata just brought a couple of people into the hotel. One of them was the third brother who led the men to block Chinfang's car. Excuse me, sir, are you looking for someone we're lodging? The front desk attendant boldly stepped forward. We're looking for a Mr. Cho. Yamamoto Murata said politely. Mr. Zhao? Never heard of him. Is he staying at our hotel? We know he's on the 11th floor, suite 08, we can just go there ourselves. Yamamoto Murata smiled amiably. Miss Receptionist, don't worry, we don't make any trouble, we just came over to make amends. If you left his phone number here, you can help us call one for him. We're also afraid that he's asleep and then disturb him, after all, it's late at night. Make amends? The receptionist slowly sighed in relief when she saw how polite and kind the other party was, thinking that the gang would seek revenge. The receptionist then found the number Chinfang had reserved and called it. Hello Mr. 1108, this is the front desk. Right now in the front lobby, there are several gentlemen looking for you, saying they want to make amends. Someone is looking for me to make amends? Who are they? Chinfang was instantly confused when he heard this. The lady at the front desk immediately gave her name. The gentleman who came said he was the owner of the Chiyo Hotel, Yamamoto Murata. Another gentleman said his name was something like Sango. The owner of the Chiyo Hotel? Third brother? Chinfang immediately recalled that he had been blocked by 20 to 30 people a few hours ago, and didn't that leading elder brother, whose minions were under his banner, address him as third brother? As for the owner of the Chiyo Hotel, that must be the person involved in the place where Chinfang gambled. Reparations? You just give him the phone. I'll give it to him. Chinfang couldn't figure out what these people were suddenly making amends for. Could it be that the big man behind them is acting up again? Hello Mr. Zhao. I'm Yamamoto Murata, and there were my men among those who blocked your car. But I can't get out of the situation. Bida said he was short of manpower, and it was too late to go to his territory to transfer people. After all, Bida is also my friend. So? But I have also advised him, losing money is losing, not losing reputation. Yamamoto Murata quickly made his point clear. Upon hearing this, Chinfang asked in wonder, oh? Then why have you suddenly come to make amends to me? Where's Bida? Mr. Zhao is joking, Bida is already a corpse. What? Dead? Chinfang's eyes glazed over and froze for a moment, but he quickly realized that he was afraid that it was the big brother behind him who had done it, right? Was it Su Xinghe? Or Elder Nangong? Or some unknown big brother? Yamamoto said respectfully, since Mr. Zhao isn't sleeping, can we come up and personally make amends to you? Please don't be suspicious, sir, we wouldn't dare to show you any disrespect. Chinfang thought for a moment and replied, then come up and say it. Chinfang also wanted to figure out which big brother was behind it. Say it's not always possible to ask something new out of these people. Mr. Chin, what's wrong? Who called? Aria asked. Chinfang laughed and said, Yamamoto Murata, that hotel owner, said he came to make amends to me. What? The owner of the Chiyo Hotel? Could it be that they've learned that you're the Chinfang who made the general manager of the Su group respect you so much? Therefore, they came to make amends? Aria also took a random guess. It doesn't look like this to me. Chinfang muttered, if this identity, they could respect themselves, but they shouldn't be afraid at all, right? In other words, even if Chinfang was mistaken for the identity of the crown prince of the Su group, then this identity, just being rich, was fine for people to respect, but not so much that it would make people fearful, right? Then you have some other status that scares them? Aria asked curiously. Don't ask too many questions, you vacuum. Get inside and stay there. Chinfang didn't want her bump to be seen. Aria blushed slightly, but went into the house anyway. Soon, the sound of leather footsteps came from the hallway on the 11th floor. Mr. Chin, we're outside the door, open the door for a moment. Outside was Yamamoto Murata's voice. Chinfang looked through the cat's eye. There's only 3 people out there. Crunch. The security door opened. Chinfang was still mentally tense and secretly made preparations so that in case they did make a move, he would be able to counterattack. But the situation is quite the opposite. Poof. After Yamamoto Murata came in with 2 men. The 3 men fell to their knees in unison. Mr. Zhao, please bypass my ignorance. Yamamoto Murata knelt on the ground, not even daring to look at Chinfang. Soon Sango also fell to her knees and begged for forgiveness. Mr. Zhao, I'm the one who didn't know the depth of the situation and followed Bida's orders to intercept you. But everything was done at Bida's behest. Please forgive me. All get up. Chinfang sat on the sofa and said indifferently. Hi. Hi. The 2 men agreed and immediately stood up, standing respectfully to the side with their heads bowed. Luo Yu, are you asleep? Come to my suite for a bit. There are a few guests coming, help me greet them, soak in some water or something. Chinfang naturally made a call to Luo Yu. That Luo Yu heard it was Chinfang's order, so he must have come with his ass on the line. After all, Chinfang also often read the romance of the 3 kingdoms, and he knew that to buy people's hearts, he had to be courteous. Chinfang was in this place, except for those godforsaken bigwigs behind him. Not even a little bit of power himself. Naturally, it won't work. It would be great if these people could be of use to me. The underground of the Yamamoto Murata Hotel is said to be connected in all directions to the beach or airport outside of town. Such a good place that Chinfang had noticed from the start. As soon as Luo Yu came in, she immediately saw the third brother who had initially led people to smash Chinfang's car, and incredulously said, How? How is it him? He just smashed our car. Hello miss, I was wrong about what happened a few hours ago. I give you my most sincere apology. Sango saw that Luo Yu was wearing a purple halter top, and even though his figure excited him, he didn't dare to look any further. Luo Yu, go make some tea and come over. Chinfang commanded. Now that things are over, words of apology, there is no need to say them in the future, it's also considered not fighting. Of course, Chinfang wasn't being generous, but he had use for these people. Oh. Luo Yu also saw it. Could it be that Chinfang's identity had been exposed again? Mr. Zhao, I didn't expect you to treat me so politely. Third brother sat on the sofa with tears in his eyes and plopped down on his knees. From now on, Mr. Zhao is my boss, I'll listen to you in everything from now on. You get up. In fact, I'm in our Dragon Empire, I'm also a college student, I'm going to graduate school soon, I don't mess with you gangs. Chinfang paused and said, we're all considered friends, so in the future, if you guys have something, just let me know. If I have something, naturally I'll need you guys to look after me as well. By the way, my name is Chinfang, there's no need to call me Mr. Zhao in the future, it's just an alias. Chinfang. As soon as Yamamoto Murata heard the name, he was immediately startled again. So this is the Chinfang who made the general manager of the Su group respect him so much? Yamamoto Murata immediately on the Chinfang and have a new perception. On the underground background, Chinfang has the world's first assassination organization Qingju door backing, round financial strength. Chinfang behind the Su group? Such an identity? Not hugging the big boys at this point? When will you report it? Mr. Chin, I, Yamamoto Murata, would rather follow you from now on, please look after me. Yamamoto Murata bowed deeply to show his submission. We're all friends, we'll just take care of each other in the future. Chinfang smiled politely. At this time, Aria, who was originally in a vacuum, also came out of the bedroom wearing Chinfang's tunic, and she asked, Where's Bida? He's dead. Ha? Dead? Mr. Chin. You? Aria was stunned. Don't look at me, I don't know what's going on. Could it be that Mr. Chin, you don't know about the green bamboo sect behind you? Yamamoto Murata asked suspiciously. Chapter 80, The Mystery of the Early Morning. The Green Bamboo Sect? Is that the world's #1 assassin organization? Chinfang's face immediately changed. Now the third big brother had surfaced? Is it the hornet's nest that the whole world is afraid of? The killer organization that no one dares to mess with. Not much power though. But anyone is afraid of being targeted by them. Yamamoto Murata continued to explain, Bida tried to hire an assassin from the Green Bamboo Sect to kill you, and instead he was dealt with by the Green Bamboo Sect's people himself. So that's how it is, huh? Chinfang pulled the corner of his mouth hard. This Green Bamboo Sect's people were really vicious and did not move to fight or kill, so the person who threatened Aria in the restroom was afraid to be a Green Bamboo Sect's person as well, wasn't he? By the way, Yamamoto, I want you to do something for me, in a few days, or in a week, I can't be sure of the time. Anyway, I'm going to sneak from that hotel of yours, to the beach, and then smuggle myself out. You come and set me up then. After Chinfang finished, he didn't forget to add, as for your underground casino thing, since your Sun Empire is about to legalize gambling, I don't care, but that flower in yellow thing, I don't think you should do it. On my side, I can greet Su Xingha of the Su Clan group, so that he can take more care of you and all of his businesses over here in the Sun Empire. Chinfang acts like this. It's totally about tying up the interests. In that case, as long as there are benefits, the other party will not betray themselves. You want to sneak across the border? Yamamoto Murata murmured for a moment and didn't ask too many questions, nodding his head. Mr. Chin, I'll make the arrangements, just let me know when the time comes, and I'll make the most exquisite arrangements for you, to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Fine. Chinfang smiled faintly and asked, then what about Bida's matter? This matter will be handled by me, don't worry, it won't involve Mr. Chin. Fine, then take care of it, he's to blame, who's not to be messed with. Come to mess with me? Chinfang stood up and looked at the crowd downstairs outside the window. You brought all these? Yes, they're the gang that blocked Mr. Chin's car, and they all want to come over to give thanks. Tell you what, let them disperse in a hurry. Chinfang paused, patted the arm of Luo Yu, who was sitting obediently by his side, and said, take out all the dollars in my big bag, give them to Yamamoto, and tell him to take the group out for a good meal. Let's talk about it if it's not enough. Count it as a treat from me, the new boss. But no women, just food and drink. I'll bring more money here if it's not enough. 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 Boss, you are too generous. San was all smiles. This Chinfang is really much more generous than Bida. $500,000? $3 million? 60 million Japanese dollars? Letting them go on the loose? Buying people's hearts. Chinfang was never short of money. Only if you follow Chinfang and have meat to eat, who the hell would still have crooked thoughts? Seeing that everyone else had left, Chinfang looked at that Ariori was wearing her own tunic and snickered. Are my clothes nice to wear? Who gave you permission to wear my clothes? Chinfang was originally joking here. But that Ariori, on the other hand, made a face and spat out her little tongue, and then went to her room to return her coat. And really listened to Chinfang. That's bull. The next morning. It's about 9 past the hour. At this moment, Chinfang was still sleeping, but that Aria was sitting on the edge of the bed, staring blankly at Chinfang's face. I don't know why, but Mr. Chin seems to have glowed overnight, and he's a lot more handsome anyway. Of course. Chinfang added 30 points up to his face value yesterday though. But adding it on doesn't make it instantly cooler. Instead, it's like a drug that gradually gets better looking over 10 or so hours. Therefore, as soon as she woke up, Aria felt that Chinfang was much more handsome. If the peak of human face value is 100 points, the standard for male and female gods and goddesses is sort of a 90. Then the previous Chinfang would be considered 85 points at most. But with the 30 points added for face value, that's 115 points. Needless to say, Chinfang's face was already at the level of the top flow male stars in China. However, those 15 points over 100 can be converted into a strong charisma value, and the more points there are, the more powerful this charisma value becomes. This can be a godsend for unlimited girl attraction. However, the rewarded 100 face value score, Chinfang only added 30 points only, there are still 70 points left. If all of them are added, it must be the male version of the scourge of the country and the people, Sudaji. Therefore, Aria, who was now sitting by the edge of the bed waiting for Chinfang to wake up, was also looking at Chinfang's face and slowly becoming intoxicated. Is he secretly wearing makeup? Aria was a bit confused. Yesterday Chinfang's skin wasn't that good, was it? The curious Aria took advantage of Chinfang not waking up. Just a little closer. Trying to see the light. There doesn't seem to be any makeup. His skin is so. It's as soft as a girl's. How come it wasn't so good yesterday? That's weird. Aria was so curious that she gently slid her fingertips over Chinfang's cheek. Sure enough. This skin is also very tender like water. But just then, that Chinfang slowly opened his eyes. Pearly clothes? You? What are you doing? As soon as Chinfang woke up, he saw a glamorous face only 10 or so centimeters away from him. You? Are you taking advantage of my sleep? To steal a kiss from me? That was the only way Chinfang could understand it, otherwise why would she bring her face so close? I'm not. I'm just looking to see if your skin is made up or not. Aria looked at the handsome face of Chinfang, who was close by, and moved a few more times. I don't know why. Chinfang's face attracted her. See if I'm wearing makeup? Chinfang looked straight at the Aria in front of him, and also understood, afraid that his face value went up, this girl felt strange. Gradual. Two people don't agree. Leaning slightly towards the other. Everyone reading this, please waste a few seconds of your time and give the author a recommendation and a monthly vote, thank you. Your support is motivation. After all, this stuff is too important to waste a few seconds of your time, okay? Monthly votes please, thank you. Kneel down and thank you. Kneel down and thank you. Chapter 81, New Mission Coming. Gradual. The two lips were next to each other. Knock knock. But just then, a knock at the door interrupted the beautiful scene. It should be Luo Yu who got up and came over to bring or make breakfast for Chinfang. Only then did the two part their lips. Excuse me. Chinfang did not hold back for a moment. Rather, he was really sorry for her and for his girlfriend in the country. Mr. Chin. Don't tell me, I'm the one looking for things in the morning. Aria let out a soft cry. It was clear that she was the one who had gotten emotional. She didn't blame Chinfang. Anyway, both parties were kissing in unison because their heads were together and moving. The 2 or 3 days flew by. Chinfang had already figured out the transportation hubs around the divine toilet. But to Chinfang's surprise, he did not expect that Aria's brother Yasuji Nagatani, who was about to get married, was in charge of delivering sacrificial offerings to the god's toilet. Chinfang felt that this Yasuji Nagatani was an oddity, so naturally he met him through Aria here. Noon. On today's day, Chinfang didn't bother to study the transportation hubs around the god's toilet anymore because Aria's younger brother, Yasuji Nagatani, was getting married today. Didn't we talk about this last time? Her father was getting money from everywhere because his company was going bankrupt, and wanted to give his son a lavish wedding so that people would know that his family wasn't actually that bad, and then collect a sum of money for his share to save the company from ruin. The venue for Yasuji Nae's wedding was, naturally, a 5-star hotel with 50 tables of reserved seats. That's 50 million yen just for the food. That's over 2.7 million Chinese dollars. There are also all kinds of luxurious decorations on the site, all kinds of spending, when it really must be more than 3 million Chinese dollars. It doesn't. A good number of the guests who came in just started talking about it. Yasuji Nagatani's wedding, it was really well organized. This Shinmu Grand Hotel is also considered to be a top 10 luxury 5-star hotel in the entire Sun Empire. Who says it's not? A thin camel is bigger than a horse. People were at least at the level of $10 billion of assets many years ago. Just because of a little company decision-making mistakes led to the company's fast withering. There seemed to be quite a few entrepreneurs who came to the wedding site just based on people with such connections. Sooner or later, they will rise again. What's this wedding? Look at this one across the street. I heard the groom's name is Sun San-kan and the bride's name is Satayuki. Sun San-sien? It's not that Sun Jin's nephew, is it? Sun Jin is now the chairman and president of the software bank group? The top 50 of the global rich list, the richest man in our Sun Empire? Yeah, that's why people's weddings, that's luxurious. The budget cost is said to be $20 million. It's in dollars. Satoyuki? That name? Looks like this woman used to be Yasuji Nagatani's fiancé, right? Who says it isn't? Satayuki's family's company was on the verge of bankruptcy a few years ago and took off entirely on the Yasuji family, and now that they've seen the Yasuji family go bankrupt, they've backed out of the marriage and gone on to marry another rich second generation instead. Anyway, the two families are already at loggerheads because of this. So getting married together today? Such a coincidence? And across the street? Coincidence? I'm afraid that the Sato family arranged it on purpose. Already incompatible, it's only natural to humiliate the Yasuji family. That's basically what happened anyway. The Yasuji Nagatani family is kind to the Satoyuki family and offers funds to help her family through their sadness. The young men of the two families, Naa Yasuji and Yuki Sato, became engaged. However, the Sato Yukiya family later withdrew from the marriage when they saw that the Yasuji Naa family had gone bankrupt, which was ungrateful. The two families have been at loggerheads for years. But now, Yasuji Naa found a new wife to marry. And Satsuki happens to be getting married to another rich kid. Then Satsuki deliberately chose to have her wedding door to door. The Sato Yukiya family wanted to humiliate the Yasuji family by the stark contrast. But just then, the wedding site of the Yasuji family. Then someone had a brawl. It turns out that Erika got into a fight with an older woman. What brings you here? Erika looked at the older woman with sharp eyes. The older woman is called Mieko. It's Satayuki's mother. I'm giving away my share, why can't I come? Mieko clasped her hands together and looked at her opponent in amusement. Do I care about your family's share? Erika disliked. You rare or not, it's none of my business. When my eldest son got married, your family accompanied the 10 million yen share money. I'm now returning it to your family as it is. Don't go around saying we're wrong again. Mieko said coldly. She was also right. In the Sun Empire, even if the two families had a conflict, the gift money still had to be returned, otherwise it was justified. Then you can go. My family accepts the money for the portion. Erika looked at her coldly and threw the money contained in that flower basket in the trash can as soon as she could. You. Take it or leave it as you like. Anyway, the portion of money that your family sent in the first place, my family is returning it. Mieko's face turned blue. This was a great humiliation for her. Oh? You've returned the money? Then when your family failed, my family helped your company out of danger? Has your family returned it? Aria sneered. Of course, my family doesn't care. Mieko was even more enraged when she saw that the other party was still tugging away here. Your Yasuji family, what are you like nowadays? Still pretending? Getting money from everywhere? You want your friends and family to see that your family's bankruptcy isn't so bad, right? You want to get some money for the wedding? Why don't you become a model? You'll be a dealer in an underground casino? All that money was for this wedding, wasn't it? The other day at the hotel? It seems you slept with a boss? Is that the best your old man can do, letting you sell? You shut up. Get the hell out of here. Aria was disliked by the other party. Her face turned blue. Where did she go to sell herself and live in a suite with Chinfang, only because she was afraid that the female assassin would kill herself by mistake? Oh, it's okay for me to leave, but later you don't pick up the 10 million yen my family gave me out of the trash. Now you're pretending in front of everyone. I'm sure you'll pick it up again later, right? Mieko smiled disdainfully. You're in this situation now? You're still pretending? It's none of your business what situation my family is in. As for your share of the money, I don't care to pick it up. Whoever likes to pick it up should do so. Although Ariai's family is poor in money, they also have a backbone. The portion money sent by her family can only be collected, not asked for. Oh, I don't care to argue with a clown. I'm going across the street to my daughter's wedding. Mieko grunted, secretly disdainful. Her daughter Satayuki's boyfriend who was getting married, his uncle was Sunjini. That said, it's also considered climbing up the rich and powerful family. My boyfriend is still the heir of the Su group. What are you yanking for? Aria remembered that Chinfang, although the two were not a couple, she naturally couldn't be disliked by the opposite side and had to return the favor. Oh, why don't you say that your boyfriend is the emperor of Sakura? You're the imperial princess, right? Mieko was really laughing. Just her? Now a bankrupt millennial? A Cinderella, someone else's Su group heir looks at her? And that's when Erika's brother came, the groom. What are you doing here? Yusuji Nagatani was angry at the sight of this ungrateful family, and although he and her daughter had been an unmarried couple for a while, the relationship had been broken because of her family's withdrawal. A bankrupt young master and a woman. I'm leaving. Mieko naturally didn't wimp out when facing Erika. But facing this former daughter's fiancé, she still felt that she didn't have much face. After all, it was indeed her own family that was ungrateful, but the Yusuji family was on the verge of corporate bankruptcy, so it was impossible for her own daughter to marry a bankrupt young master, right? The world will be destroyed if it is not for oneself, right? What did you curse my sister for? Can you say it again? If you want to talk about an S, I don't think there's anyer than your family under the sky, right? When you were courting my family, you sent your daughter to my room and asked her to teach me how to play the piano? Do you still remember when you and your daughter were licking your chops to get closer to my family? Yusuji Nagatani immediately shook these things out. Anyway, when the two families meet together, they basically fight. And this was what Mieko feared the most. Her face darkened and she gritted her teeth. Yusuji Nagatani, don't keep hanging your mouth with the past all the time. In the past, you were a $10 billion male, but now? What are you? You're nothing, trying to pretend that you still have strength after going bankrupt? You want people to send you more money, right? I'm going to shake this thing out for you today. Stinking, I'll kill you. Yusuji Nagatani had also been scarred by the opposite side, plus the hatred was so deep that he looked like he was about to go up and hit someone. Brother, don't be impulsive, today is your wedding day, forget it, hit her dirty hands. Aria pulled her brother, a society of law and order, you can't hit people indiscriminately. According to the relationship between the two families, the other party will definitely have to sue their brother in. Oh, fight? Do you dare? I'm afraid you'll regret it if you fight. Mieko grunted, you think I want to come to your house to pay my share? If I don't pay you back? I guess you'll have to go around ruining my family's reputation again, won't you? Who asked you to give it away in the first place? What's wrong with me returning your money? But just then, an Audi, on the other hand, was parked in front of the wedding site. Chinfang walked over with a mask. Ask Erika about the situation here. Brother Chin, you're here, have a seat. Yusuji Nagatani naturally already knew Chinfang. This person appeared to be his sister's sweetheart, but the other Chinfang had not shown his sister his cards, or had not yet given his sister an identity, whether it was a lover or a girlfriend. Who is this big mom? Why are you making noise here? Chinfang glanced at her. Look at her looks, all snarky and mean, isn't she that Satayuki's mother? Yusuji Nagatani looked at her coldly, still not leaving? Staying for dinner? But I'm sorry, even though your family sent a share of the money, I don't welcome you for dinner. Who cares to eat your family's food? A down-and-out young master and a down-and-out young lady. What's the drag? Mieko retorted, calling my family ungrateful. Your family is a good thing? You just wanted to marry my beautiful daughter, so you helped me, right? We all want what we want, so what's the point? Do you have to make it sound like your family is so righteous? Oh, my brother wants to marry your daughter? It's not your family that keeps pushing Satsuki? Creating conditions? Can my brother agree to that? Erika growled lowly, get lost and don't let me see you. Just go. Mieko clenched her teeth hard and shouted loudly, everyone listen to me, this Yusuji family is already so poor that they don't have any money left, the company went bankrupt, this is the last of the money that was taken out to hold the wedding, and they're trying to act like they're still okay after the bankruptcy, and set up a share of the money. How much money are you guys giving away? Beware, don't let them not pay it back when the time comes. Mieko was never one to take a loss. She must have her revenge. Or maybe it's just a deliberate attempt to cause trouble today. Otherwise you wouldn't have come to deliver the share in person. Much less schedule your daughter's wedding across the street. So the Yusuji family has run out of gas? They're just putting on such a lavish wedding for show? Oops. I originally only wanted to send 5 million yen. But when I saw his family having such a lavish wedding, I added 1 million yen on. Isn't that right? I also thought his family's skinny camel was bigger than a horse, so I sent more, so it's a swollen face? This Yusuji family is too disgusting, isn't it? To organize such a luxurious wedding turns out to be a money trap? It looks like I'll just return the 1 million yen his family sent my family as is, no need to add to it. That's the way of the world. If your family still has value, people will add some to what you give them, and the more value you have for others, the more you add. If you have no value, people will give back as much as you give away. Some people even just stop paying back their share. But these people are relatively few, because not to return the share of money such things, easy to be criticized, love face people even if the two families have conflicts, but also will return the share of money. Mieko, shut the hell up. Yusuji Nagatani couldn't listen to the people around him and couldn't stand to hear anymore, so he stepped forward and was about to hit someone, but he was still pulled back by Erika. But just then, Chinfang's system sent another branch quest. Ding! Here comes the side quest. Host Chinfang is requested to help his brother-in-law organize a super pushy and card-carrying wedding. The reward is P.S. Everyone who sees this, can you give the author some recommendation votes? After all, this thing is too important to waste a few seconds of your time, okay? Monthly votes, thank you. Chapter 82, An Unbelievable Reward. Worth $1 trillion. And the reward, 20% of the world's largest private bank. Degree of compliance for weddings, 10%. The reading is 100%. Then the mission is complete. What? Yusuji Nagatani is my brother-in-law? What do you mean dog system? Yusuji Ariori and I, it was just that we had an impulse to kiss that morning, nothing else in our relationship. Don't you talk nonsense, okay? Chinfang's name for the dog system. It's really a bit speechless. But the world's largest private bank? Which bank is that? Obviously. This system didn't talk to Chinfang at all. Chinfang could only look it up online himself. Just typed the world's largest private bank into my browser and soon had the answer. A Swiss bank? Crap. 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 Bull. Chinfang was shocked. This reward is going to be unbelievable, isn't it? Chinfang is not bad though. After all, there was Su Xinghe. But what about today? As soon as the reward arrives, would Chinfang be any worse off? In the future, there was no need for Su Xinghe to give any money. And to say how big the assets of Swiss banks are, no one knows. After all, if you compare it with public information, it is of course the Dragon Empire's Industrial Shine Bank, which is currently the world's #1 bank in terms of market capitalization, the largest capitalization, and the most profitable. ICBC ranked first in the world with total assets of $17.5 trillion at the end of 2012. And in the case of the Swiss bank, it can't be said that it can't be compared. But it basically does not participate in the various wealth rankings in the world, because the bank is all about keeping information about its clients' assets and other information strictly confidential. It's always been a mystery how big this bank is anyway. And most of the rich people in the world like to keep their money in Swiss banks. For this place, the first empire in the world to declare that it would help no one. That is, at no time were they involved in any of the empire's wars. Therefore, they were safe here after several world wars. Slowly, the Swiss bank has become a place where many rich people like to deposit their money. All in all, this Swiss bank. The only way to know what the market value is if Chinfang goes on to become president. It looks like I do need to help Yusuji Nagatani out a bit and help him make his wedding super pushy. Oh, this opposite of the Satoyuki family? And make a day on purpose? Door to door? Humiliating? Trying to create a contrasting wedding? Your own family was ungrateful and let the relationship between the two families fall apart. And now you're still messing with this? Originally Chinfang for the wedding of Yusuji Nagatani, but also just lent out 3 million yuan, so that they have more money turnover, but also to see yesterday kiss that Aria, and grab that convex. But now it seems it's not working. It has to be more luxurious. Chinfang looked at Mei Huizi as she was left there shouting, and also had a slightly angry expression as he said, "This big mom, leaving a thread of hatred behind is a good way to meet each other in the future. Even if there is a great hatred, you shouldn't be doing this, right? People are organizing a wedding here, and it's too unseemly for you to do so. What makes you so sure the Yusuji family is organizing a lavish wedding? Is it a borrowed money to organize it? Is it a last-ditch stubbornness? Oh, not the last of the stubbornness? Isn't his Yusuji family running out of gas? Relying on this wedding to rake in a share of the money?" Mieko glanced at Chinfang and snorted coldly, "Besides, how am I being unkind? I came here with good intentions to deliver the money? They throw my money in the trash? Am I the one looking for things? And you're the boss that Aria recently found, right? I don't need you to meddle in my affairs with Aria yet." Chinfang spoke sternly. To adopt a downtrodden daughter of 1,000, see what you can do about it?" Mieko secretly disdained for a moment, and walked towards the opposite side of her own family's wedding site, and secretly sneered, "This is the gap, one side of the wedding with thousands of people, the other side of the wedding with 100 people. Mieko was kind of out of it today. Though my own family does seem a bit ungrateful. But what about the Yusuji family? You're going around talking about ungrateful withdrawal? Doesn't her family want to lose face? If it hadn't been so screwed up, her family would have taken care of the bankrupt Yusuji family, even if they hadn't married off their daughter. But if they want to make a scene, the two families will break up. Mom, did you go across the street to the Yusujis to pay back your share? How was it? Was there a fight? Satsuki asked surreptitiously when she saw that her mother had returned. How can there be no quarrel? The way our two families are nowadays, meeting is definitely a fight. Mieko laughed, but I've already shouted out his family's plot. Their family wants to rely on this wedding to collect more portion money and save the bankrupt company, right? No way. I told them to go around gossiping about my family. I heard that Yusuji Nae married an ordinary music teacher? Satayuki kindly laughed, a down-and-out young master, that's all he's got. How could I possibly marry him? Alright, Yuki, hurry up and get busy, later on your husband will have to pick you up with a wedding car procession. Meikeko amiably looked at the beautiful daughter in front of her. This son-in-law is a super tycoon, Sun Jin's nephew, the nephew of the richest man in the Sun Empire. This face is a big one. It's just that the groom is a bit ugly looking. But that's okay. It's good that people have money. And Chinfang sighed. Naturally, plans began to help make the wedding luxurious. Hey there, Yamazaki Lao, how are you? Chinfang quickly called the dad of the father-son pair that hit his Audi Pikes Peak last time. Mr. Chin? It's you? Yamazaki was overwhelmed with excitement and immediately sat upright. There's something I need your help with for a bit. Mr. Chin, just say it. A friend of mine is getting married and needs luxury wedding cars, the more the better. You have a channel for luxury cars that you can handle. Get them all for me. There will be heavy thanks afterward. Chinfang looked at the task readout. It was only 10%, which meant that the degree of compulsion was completely insufficient. Must get more luxury cars. The aftermath. Chinfang will think of something else. Anyway, the people Chinfang can contact. Now I'll call out this ultra-fascinating wedding. Chinfang slowly in the planning. It's just a little too quick. It would have been nice if the system had come to the mission a few days earlier. But a short 7 or 8 minutes passed. Buzz off. Buzz off. At this moment, a line of sports cars traveling in front of the entrance where Yusuji Na held his wedding. People from the wedding sites held at the 2 hotels on either side of the highway came out to see what was going on. Crap! What's with all the sports cars all of a sudden? Is this a Lamborghini Veneno, commonly known as Lamborghini Poison? One of the most valuable limited editions of Lamborghini? It is rumored that there are only 3 of these in the entire Sun Empire? The car was only 3 million euros from the factory at the time, but it's been hyped up in recent years and has skyrocketed in value to around 20 million euros. Converted into Chinese currency, that's about 150 million. In Japanese yen, that's 3 billion yen? That one back there? A Ferrari Rafa? A $5 million limited edition sports car? Pagani Windjammer? Also a $3 million luxury supercar. Maybach? Rolls-Royce? Bentley? Bugatti? Oh my god. I'm going to faint. How come there are so many more luxury cars all of a sudden? Are they here for the wedding? But there are 2 families here? Whose wedding are we attending anyway? I'm parked in front of Satoyuki's wedding, so of course I'm here to attend Satoyuki's wedding, right? The person Satoyuki is marrying is the nephew of the richest man in the Sun Empire. This Satoyuki is considered to have climbed into the rich family. It's only natural that a bunch of tycoons would come to the wedding. Speaking of which, the Yusuji family, who married across the street, used to be very prosperous, but has been on the verge of bankruptcy in the last few years. And at this moment, Yusuji Nagatani, looking at the rows and rows of sports cars on the highway, parked at the entrance of the wedding site across the street, also gritted his teeth fiercely and said, Satayuki, you purposely elected the venue to be across the street from me, and this is the beginning of your humiliation of me? One day, I will return all this. As for Satsuki, as the bride, she heard that there were many luxury cars coming to the entrance, while she walked out quickly, wanting to welcome her honored guests. This gentleman, please, who are you? Satayuki looked at the man in a sports car. She didn't recognize him. Could he be her husband's friend? May I ask if Mr. Chin is here? Naturally, Yamazaki had picked up Chinfang's notice and then came here to hold the show. Mr. Chin? Look at that surname. Is it from the Dragon Empire? Satsuki was confused. She didn't know any Mr. Chin. You don't know Mr. Chin? Yamazaki was also confused. But just at this time, a rich young man by Yamazaki's side then said, Yamazaki, we should be going to the wrong place. The wedding that Mr. Chin is talking about should be at the one across the street. How come there are 2 of them? Yamazaki's face jerked hard and he shouted, we're going across the street. There's been a mistake. Yamazaki's words fell. The line of sports cars then began to turn left and parked in front of the wedding site of the Yusuji Na family. What kind of people are these? Inexplicable. Satayuki, the bride, couldn't keep her face up. She thought they were guests coming to her wedding, but she didn't realize that they were going the wrong way. These whatchamacallits. It's on purpose, isn't it? Mieko was also furious, glaring fiercely at the wedding site across the street, saying, Daughter, I think it's the Yusuji family that did this on purpose. I don't know what kind of car rental agency they went to, borrowing so many cars to humiliate my family, right? Hearing this, Satayuki also gritted her teeth and said, Wait, Yusuji family, when my husband's wedding car and helicopter that's picking me up arrive later, I'll let you know what a luxurious wedding is then. Excuse me, guys? Who are you guys? Yusuji Nagatani, as the groom, naturally came out to greet the guests. You're groom Yusuji, aren't you? We were called here by Mr. Chin to honor you today. Yamazaki said politely. It's Mr. Chin. Yusuji Nagatani's eyes slightly glazed over. These sports cars. Sure enough, it was his sister's sweetheart who called them. Now that his family was in this situation, only Chinfang could help his family so much. Crap. So all these luxury cars are here to help the Yusuji family? These cars are going to pick up the Yusuji family's bride later? Bull. I told you, the Yusuji family was at least glorious in the past, and a thin camel is bigger than a horse. Just now that Satayuki's mother across the street, she even came over and said that the Yusuji family was taking out the last of their money for the wedding? It's a way to get a share of the money? I don't think so. The two families were already on the same page, so it must be just a slander. Satayuki was ungrateful and remarried to a rich family, and now her mother has come to slander the Yusuji family. Her character is really bad. There's nothing good about this family. Chinfang sat in a single room on the second floor of the hotel and watched as Yamazaki brought a large group of friends to the show. Nature smiles. Ding. Mission completion 20%. So many luxury cars? I can't believe the pussy only went up 10%. Looks like there's still some gas to be had. Chinfang muttered. Suddenly, the downstairs is getting restless again. What's with another convoy? You guys take a look. All these cars, why are they all some giants? That sign, TM's a Hummer, right? No mistake. English Hummer. It's a Hummer. As for the Hummer brand, as soon as it appears, that would represent this push. Though say a Hummer H2 or H3, it's only a couple $1 million. But the car was discontinued years ago, and while there are numbers of them around the world, there aren't many. The Hummer, nicknamed the Land Ruler, has been a hot commodity on the used car market since production ceased. It's a Hummer H2. It costs $2.12 million. The Hummer H2 can be a little more pushy than the H3. But there's a teeny tiny car in the back? What kind of car is that? Look at the license plate. Looks like a Hummer too? Could it be that stretch Hummer? The appearance of the Hummer Extended Edition has caused another sensation. This car is a treasure among treasures. The whole car is 10.5 meters long, said to be worth 150 million. Perfect metal texture, smooth and domineering lines, extraordinary temperament, all natural. To say that the Hummer H2 is pushing it would be pushing it. Then the extended Hummer H2, that's the face of the face. Crap nigga. Mercedes Unimog. Jeep Wrangler? Mercedes G-Class? Land Rover Defender? Land Cruiser? Night 15? How come it's all some world-famous SUV? Totally dozens of giants nah. But what kind of car is this Night 15? You don't even know that? Have you guys ever seen Fast and Furious? That's the ride that Jumbo Johnson J has. There's a lot of space and luxury inside. Suddenly, the back of the convoy. A vehicle that popped up, on the other hand, once again refreshed the crowd's perception of off-road vehicles. Crap. This. What kind of car is this? Is this the tank coming? Armored car? Chapter 83, What's a Humvee? Tanks are here? The crowd was abuzz when they saw the shape of the car. We can only see that this car is powerful and domineering. The shape is taller than the Hummer, but it is very ugly. The whole body is armored, like a big tank. That car door looked like it was solid and very heavy. I know this car, it's called the Kaibok Battle Shield. There's nothing aesthetically pleasing about the car itself. That solidity is its aesthetic language, and its duty is to do its best to protect the people and property inside. Put a machine gun in the trunk and it would instantly turn into a combat vehicle, like the ones they often show on TV when they are fighting in hot and watery areas. But this would be a civilian version and would not be equipped with a machine gun. Kaibok Battle Shield? This car is rumored to be the car of many big international stars or bigwigs, right? Traveling safety attributes pulled to the highest? Look! The car door is open. Down comes a young man. The doors on this car seem to open very little. That's not true. The doors on a regular bulletproof car do pull differently. The doors are like solid and extra heavy. It's said to be an all-terrain vehicle. The 400mm ground clearance also exceeds most off-road vehicles, including Hummers. How much is this car? It's so huge, isn't it? It's not an expensive car, around $1 million. But it's usually hard to apply to buy it. Even if it's converted into a civilian version, it's only for those international stars or bigwigs to apply for it. It's not good even if you have money. Of course. People who come with dozens of luxury SUVs. Naturally, it was Luo Xingchen who had attended the wedding when Chinfang first arrived in the Sun Empire. Although Luo Xingchen's family didn't have much money, a few $100 million or so in assets, his father knew a former Hummer executive. Chinfang's side let help get the car. He immediately remembered this friend. Of course, if Luo Xingchen's face asks for help, this Hummer executives will only get a random car to come over to support the scene. But Luo Xingchen had given this Hummer executives that Chinfang's identity was in existence that could make the general manager of the Su Group respect him so much, then this Hummer executives couldn't help but pay attention to it. This time, getting dozens of luxury off-road vehicles was a knockout to recognize Chinfang. Elder brother Luo, you got all these cars? Chinfang looked at the scene downstairs and made a call to Luo Xingchen, and didn't understand, is this Luo Xingchen so strong? No, it's a Hummer executives that my father knows, who was in charge of the sales of Hummer vehicles in the Sun Empire many years ago. People are just looking at your face. If I were to do so, they would have sent a few more to show their support at most. Luo Xingchen said politely. Other than that, this extended version of the Hummer, as well as the Kaibai battle shield, if it's not your face, the Hummer executives won't be able to make it out to the show at all. Thank you, elder brother Luo. Chinfang looked at the quest progress bar, and because of these very pushy cars, the quest progress had added another 10% up. Right now, Chinfang's task completion level was already still 30%. Satsuki, on the other hand, who was on the opposite side of the table, was a bit of a looker in there. What's the deal with the Usuji family? The Kaibiek war shield? You can even borrow that? A stretch Hummer? There don't seem to be many of those in the world, do there? Could it be that after the Usuji family went bankrupt? Will there still be rich people who pay attention to his family? It shouldn't be, right? Mieko said in a very confused voice. And although that Sata Shui was angry, she couldn't help but spit out, "Oh, what's the point of pretending? My husband's wedding car procession today is also full of luxury cars. And there will be a stretch Rolls-Royce Phantom that is the only one of its kind in the world. This car's style. You can't even compare it to all of these. This stretched Rolls-Royce Phantom? Why exactly is it so awesome? This car is said to be that ride not long ago that 10 mysterious big men from all over the world met in the Dragon Empire to discuss a certain mysterious matter. The identities of these 10 bigwigs are rather mysterious. The world only knew that among them was the Dragon Empire's #1 consortium, Su Xingha. The car was the groom of Sato Yuki, who asked his uncle, the richest man in the Sun Empire, to get it. Anyway, this one car would have killed all the limos at the opposite wedding. Not to mention the helicopters that will be coming. Later on, she, the bride, flew away directly in a helicopter, and the sports car on the ground was nothing more than a dowry load. Suddenly, both sides of the highway immediately started to get hot again. Oh. Omega. #O. Look everyone. It's the world's #1 extended version of a luxury car. A stretched Rolls-Royce Phantom. The world's most compelling stretch limousine. 8 wheels. 12 meters in total length. The interior space is a small conference room. And the scariest part is that this car was ridden by the world's greatest bigwigs in every field not too long ago. I've heard about this too. It's rumored that the big man is going to the Dragon Empire to meet a mysterious person and negotiate a secret matter. Which of these bigots no one even knows? I know one, the Dragon Empire's #1 consortium, Su Xingha. What about the others? That's all I know. How did this car show up here? Who can borrow this car? I think it's Sato Yuki's family, right? His husband's nephew of the richest man in the Sun Empire, borrowed this car? Shouldn't be a problem, right? Middle of the highway. The Rolls-Royce Phantom, the center of attention, was finally parked in the middle of the road. After all, the place was piled high with luxury cars, and there was no place left to park in the middle of the highway. This is the car my husband said he borrowed to be the lead car to pick up my wedding car? Why is it here now? Satayuki was confused. Wasn't her husband's side still about half an hour away? Why is the first car of the wedding car here now? Satsuki immediately walked out, only to see a young man in a suit come down from that stretch Rolls-Royce Phantom. Satsuki opened her mouth and asked, saying, "Excuse me, sir, why are you here now?" "My fiancé's wedding car procession. I don't think it's here yet, right?" "This lady, I don't think I know you." The young man in the suit smiled slightly. "I was ordered to drive here." "Ha?" Satayuki was confused. The opposite side didn't recognize her? She's Satayuki. Her fiancé Sun Sanxian said that this car is her head car for this wedding, right? Satayuki immediately fumbled for the phone and called her boyfriend, Sun Sanxian. "What's the situation? How come this stretch Rolls-Royce Phantom didn't come with the wedding car procession? It just arrived at the wedding site? To the wedding site?" Sun Sanxian was first confused for a moment. "Like this, Xiaoshui, this car my uncle greeted, indeed borrowed, but today suddenly changed his mind, said that this car others want to borrow." "Someone else wants to borrow it? Not even your uncle's face?" Satsuki was confused. Who was this someone else? Could it be the Usuji family from across the street? It can't be. Even if the Usuji family had gotten so many luxury cars, it couldn't be compared to the richest man in the Sun Empire, could it? I don't know who this person is, but I think it must also be a man of the wind, otherwise how come my uncle, the richest man in the Sun Empire, doesn't give face? Sun Sanxian comforted, "It's okay Xiaoshui, a wedding is just a wedding, we have other supercars, there are helicopters on the line, just to give everyone blowing out this car will be the head car of the wedding car, and now it's gone, it's indeed a bit humiliating. Can't it be that this Usuji family really has some big brother to help?" Satsuki hung up the phone. She opened her mouth to ask the driver in order to get to the bottom of the issue, saying, "So this stretch Rolls-Royce that you drove here? Is it intended to go somewhere?" After all, the car was parked in the middle of the highway, and its purpose wasn't exactly clear. "Here to give the Usuji family a boost." The driver spoke faintly. That Satsuki immediately stared out with two big eyes. Chapter 84, Shocking the Whole World. The richest man in the world? What is this? Come to give Yusuji na a shout out? Crazy, right? Isn't his family broke? How? Satayuki's brain is not working right now. What the hell is going on in all of this? Your own husband's uncle, the richest man in the Sun Empire, wants to borrow a car that was all supposed to be agreed upon, and now he's just changed his mind? What level is the big shot behind the Yusuji family? Suddenly, in the back of that stretch Rolls-Royce Phantom, a middle-aged man came down. All of a sudden the rich and famous on both sides of the wedding. It's all starting to get exciting. Oh my god. That's who Shu mean. It's the general manager of the Su Group. Holy. That's actually him getting out of this car? What are you waiting for? Go up and say hello. This who Shu is managing all of Su Clan's business on this side of the Sun Empire. As long as there are Sun Empire entrepreneurs who have business dealings with the Su Group, which one doesn't flatter who Shu? Wait. In the back of that Rolls-Royce Phantom, another old man came down. This old man. Why does he look so familiar? Oh my god. This is Su Xinghe. That Dragon Empire's #1 consortium? Also the #1 consortium in Asia? Worth $10 trillion? It's said that our empire's Toyota, Honda, Mitsubishi and other cars in the Dragon Empire are all represented by others? Crap. Ruthless ah. Anyone who can sit in this car is really a big shot. Gradual. A lot of entrepreneurs attending the wedding on the side of Sato's Snow family all hurriedly walked towards the opposite side of the road, who do not want to recognize the Su Xinghe and who Shu ah. Mr. Su. Mr. Hu, how are you? Mr. Chin is upstairs, please go upstairs and talk. Yusuji Nagatani, the groom, his tone was a bit trembling. He naturally knew the origin of Chinfang and the Su Group. In fact, Chinfang was not the crown prince of the Su Group. He said that he and Su Xinghe of the Su Group were sort of a kind of forgetful friend, right? Good, we'll go up now. Su Xinghe smiled amiably and commanded, someone, send me a congratulatory gift. Su Xinghe gave an order. A subordinate of the. Then he respectfully produced a box. Then it opened up. Mr. Yusuji, this is a 59.6 carat pink diamond ring. It's the largest pink diamond in the world. A small token of appreciation from our old Mr. Su. Look forward to smiling. Su Xinghe's subordinate's words fell. The whole room was abuzz again. What? The world's largest pink diamond? Wasn't it some time ago? The Steinmetz pink diamond from South Africa? Supposedly worth $390 million. This was shown in London, and the pink diamond is said to weigh 59.6 carats, making it the largest post-cut flawless pink diamond ever evaluated by the Imperial Gemological Institute of Rice. Old Mr. Su strikes. It's really extraordinary nah. Isn't this Yusuji family bankrupt? How come even Su Xinghe came to support it? Who knows nah, bankruptcy is just a myth for everyone, maybe people aren't bankrupt. The Yusuji family and I used to know each other a bit, so it's not too late to go along with the payment, is it? I'm going to add my share. I'll go with 10 million yen. This Yusuji family? Is he related? Why is it hidden so deeply? Go, 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 go. Of course. Su Xinghe could be so generous to the Yusuji family. It could all be to give Chinfang face. It was said that Yusuji Nagatani's sister had spent the last few days in Chinfang's hotel suite for a few whole days, and during those days, Aria must have been highly favored. Su Xinghe definitely wanted to curry favor with Chinfang through the Yusuji family here. The current Chinfang not only had the presence of a supreme celestial behind him, but the last time someone from the Solar Empire Sea Warfare Department had suddenly appeared, Su Xinghe had also begun to suspect that Chinfang also had a supreme background in the Solar Empire. To put it bluntly, if Chinfang is the emperor, then the Yusuji family is an imperial relative nah, how could Su Xinghe not come to support the show? Yusuji nah family. What's this? Yuki Sato stood in front of her wedding site with a dumbfounded look, staring blankly across the room. His own wedding day was supposed to be a week away. But I heard that Yusuji Nagatani of the Yusuji family, the big enemy, is getting married. The family then discussed the idea of choosing the hotel across the street from where the Yusuji family was holding their wedding to hold the wedding a week early, with the goal of humiliation and revenge. Who told him that the Yusuji family had been going around with the withdrawal thing, which so many people knew about, and too many people had called her family ungrateful? That's why the two families are at loggerheads. But now what? You didn't humiliate each other? A stark contrast to your own wedding anyway? Could it be the boss that Ariyori recently met? It's rumored that Ariyori was tangled up with him for 3 days at the hotel? Satsuki inwardly felt that it must be this person, right? But what exactly is the identity of the other party? So much so that Su Xinghe came? Thank you, old Mr. Su, for your congratulatory gift. But this is too expensive, isn't it? Yusuji Nagatani looked warily at the pink diamonds in the box in front of him, which looked exceptionally dazzling under the sunlight. No need to thank you. Follow that future brother-in-law of yours well, he's the one you should thank. Su Xinghe smiled amiably. I have to go meet your future brother-in-law. Old Mr. Su, I'll take you there now. Mr. Qin is upstairs. Yusuji Nagatani immediately put away the precious pink diamond and invited Su Xinghe and Hu Xuemin up to the second floor. Yusuji Nagatani didn't forget to look across the room, spotting Satsuki standing over there staring blankly in her direction. As for Chinfang at this moment, the system prompted. Help Yusuji Na throw an ultra-fabulous wedding. Mission completion directly just came to 80%. Not enough? Not enough? Could it be that the stretch Rolls-Royce this pushy? The compulsion of Su Xinghe and Hu Xuemin coming to the wedding site? Still can't accomplish the task? Chinfang held his tongue. The relationships you can pull on your own. But it's all pulling through. I can't believe I'm still 20% short of a read. And this time, Satoyuki's husband, finally, is picking up Satoyuki with a wedding car procession. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. What's going on here? Why is this street completely blocked? Sun Sanxian poked his head out the window. All you can see is this street, which appears to be blocked by hundreds of various luxury cars? It's straight up waterlogged. Mr. Sun, it looks like all these cars are here for the Yusuji family wedding. There are too many, we can't even get in to pick up the bride. Ha? The Yusuji family actually hired that many luxury cars? Sun Sanxian was a bit disbelieving. Mr. Sun, the stretch Mirage you originally borrowed was because the Yusuji family needed it. The owner of the car stood us up. Ha? Sun Sanxian was all confused. Anyway, I have to go in and pick up the bride, right? Sun Sanxian didn't care how bullish the Yusuji family really was, it was none of his business anyway, after all, it was his wife's feud with his family. Now all he has to do is go in this street and pick up the bride. Call the street officer. Can this not be managed? Sun Sanxian was speechless. No matter how awesome the other party was, they shouldn't be hogging the entire Sun Empire street, right? The words of the street official. Naturally, it's the people who run the streets in the Sun Empire. Sun Sanxian quickly got out of the car and greeted a street official. Street official, don't you care about this street? I can't get through this blockage. P.S. Everyone who sees this, can you give the author some recommendation votes? After all, this thing is too important to waste a few seconds of your time, okay? Monthly votes, thank you. Chapter 85 The Richest Man in the Sun Empire? Crawl and apologize. I'm sorry sir, this family is getting married, and everyone gets married once in a lifetime, so you'd better go around. Generally the street officials of the Sun Empire would give some special care to some convoys that were organizing joyous and funeral events. After all, people don't mean to violate the law. But aren't I getting married here too? Sun Sanxian held his tongue. These street officials? Did anyone greet them? Can this be ignored? Seeing that the street official left, Sun Sanxian said toward the sports cars blocking the street in trance, brothers, can't you guys back out a little bit? Make way? The one who drove a sports car to support the event was obviously the Chiyo Hotel owner Yamamoto Murata. I'm sorry, we can't leave without Mr. Chin's orders. If you want to pick up the bride, let the bride walk for a while before you guys pick her up. Yamamoto Murata is not afraid of the nephew of the richest man in the Sun Empire, because their master is more powerful. What do you mean? You're blocking this guy? There is no law? Sun Sanxian instantly became angry and spoke, hurry up and get out of my way. Ha! Yamamoto Murata didn't say anything, and called out, brothers, there's someone here who wants to cause trouble, let's start with 300 people, and help Mr. Yusuji's wedding as well. Sun Sanxian was so speechless, this person was still an underground force? Suddenly, Sun Sanxian saw a familiar car pass by. The car is a Big Ben commercial vehicle. That license plate he recognized. Is it your own uncle? Sunjini, the richest man in the Sun Empire. Mr. Sun, the street ahead is blocked. The driver in the business car reported towards Sunjini who was on the driver's side. Then get out of the car and walk in. After Sunjini finished speaking, he opened the car door, intending to walk in. But then Sun Sanxian shouted, Uncle, why are you here? Aren't you playing over at my wedding site? Why have you come to the woman's house? Sanhyun? You're here to pick up the bride, aren't you? Yes, Uncle, isn't it blocked here? Sun Sanxian said, these street officials don't care. Don't complain. Exit your car for me and wait for the Yusuji family's wedding car to pass first before picking up the bride. Sunjini left behind a sentence and didn't stay too long, while heading towards the wedding site. And Satoyuki sighed, looking at their own family wedding. A lot of entrepreneurs have gone to the opposite side, the heart is not the taste. Suddenly, she saw Sunjini coming on foot. Satishway immediately went forward and shouted, Uncle Sun, where are you going? I'm going to the Yusuji family. Sunjini didn't even want to look at this woman. What kind of big shots did this woman offend nowadays? I don't know why my nephew is still marrying her. Leave a comment. Sunzini, on the other hand, headed towards the second floor of the Yusuji family's wedding site. Knock knock. Sunjini knocked on the door. Come in. Chinfang sat in the box, surrounded by Su Xinghe, who was Hu Shuemin, and Aria, the groom, Yusuji Nae. Hello, Mr. Qin. I'm Sunjini. Sunjini first bowed deeply towards Chinfang to show his respect before greeting Su Xinghe and Hu Shuemin. Oh? You're the richest man in the Sun Empire? Chairman and president of the software bank group? Chinfang looked at him faintly, but still waved his hand and said, Please have a seat. Hey. Sunjini respectfully agreed and sat down, but also spoke with a bit of trepidation. It is said that this bride that my nephew is going to marry has a bit of a grudge against the family of Ms. Yusuji Ariori? This isn't a grudge, is it? This is bullying, right? Chinfang was angry when he brought up this matter. When the Yusuji family was in its glory, they helped their Sato family, and now that the Yusuji family is failing, they withdraw from the marriage? That's the situation? Even if the Yusuji family is over the top? They should have accepted it, right? Instead, they're starting to make a scene? The two families are on the same page? You're so ungrateful, you're taking revenge on your savior. A wedding across the street? Trying to humiliate? It is true that the Sata family is being too unkind in this matter. Indeed, whatever the Yusuji family does, her family should suffer. Sunjini nodded, but it was only recently that I learned of the Sata Yuki family's feud with the Yusuji family. Sunjini's mind also began to think. If Yusuji Arai, really and Chinfang is putty together in the hotel for 3 days relationship, then Sunjini can't let his nephew marry the Satsuki. For marrying Satsuki, it would attract Chinfang's dislike. Don't worry, Mr. Qin, this child, Sun Sanxian, his parents went away early. I, an uncle, can still exercise my parents' authority to keep him from marrying Sata Shui. Mr. Sun, I didn't tell your nephew not to marry Sata Shui. Chinfang didn't bother with this crap. What business was it of his? By helping the Yusuji family get a luxurious wedding himself, he was merely accomplishing his mission. Naturally, it's not Mr. Qin's arrangement, it's just that I also feel that with a character like Sato Yukiya, my nephew can't marry. Sunjini pulled the corner of his mouth hard. Even if Chinfang didn't care about this matter, Sunjini cared nah. Once my nephew marries Satsuki, Chinfang's girlfriend, Aria, will definitely blow her pillow and say bad things. Anyway, Satsuki can't be married. It's still the same thing, I don't care about your affairs. Chinfang said indifferently and looked at Su Xinghe. Old man Su, didn't you say, get me 2 helicopters? After all, Chinfang's quest readout was still at 80%, so he had to push it a bit more. Don't be in a hurry, old man, the time for the groom to leave, isn't it yet? My helicopter is almost there too. Su Xinghe laughed shallowly. Let's park it on the roof of the hotel later, there are 2 helipads on the roof. It happens to be usable. Let your brother take the helicopter directly later, that woman's house is in the suburbs. Should be able to find a place to park the helicopter. Chinfang looked at Aria beside him. And, thank you Chinfang. Aria could only be immensely moved, but she didn't know why. For her own family's wedding, Chinfang had only taken out $3 million in the beginning to give her family a turnaround. But why later? That's all the tricks? Is this a surprise? Chinfang is too good to himself. This was a man she wouldn't do anything wrong to no matter what. Brother-in-law, thank you, today you can give me face. Yusuji Nagatani said, looked fiercely at Sunjini and said, that's Sata Shui, I saw her across the street, her face was black. This, specifically choosing the opposite side of my wedding to hold a wedding to humiliate my family, it's really hateful. Cough cough cough, the word brother-in-law, I can't afford it, don't call it blindly. Chinfang face embarrassed for a moment, how come he couldn't explain himself clearly? In the 3 days in the hotel, although Chinfang and Aria lived together, but did not do anything the most is to kiss once, or 2 people cannot help but move. This is the unexpected situation. This guy, and he can't afford it? It's me who doesn't deserve it, right? Aria stood by Chinfang's side, secretly feeling a little aggrieved in her heart. It seems that the other party didn't take herself as his woman? But if he doesn't? Why go through all the trouble of helping her brother with such a grand wedding? A mouthy guy who clearly has me in mind. And at this moment, Sunjini, in front of everyone, took out his phone and said, nephew, your wedding car procession, give me a direct return the same way. Oh uncle, didn't you tell me to wait until the Yusuji family's wedding caravan had left? Before going to pick up the bride? How come you're just telling me to go back now? Sun Sanxian's side was confused. I tell you very solemnly. You can't marry a wife like Sato Yuki. Ha? Uncle? You? Sun Sanxian was once again confused. At the beginning, I told you that a person like Sato Yukiya, her character is not good, it's best to marry her, but you didn't listen. Sunjini spoke slightly louder, as if he was speaking to Chinfang, so, now that I've thought it over, you can't marry her, someone like that, withdrawing from the marriage because the Yusuji family went bankrupt. What if your uncle goes bankrupt? Can she still grow old with you? Uncle, if you want to marry Sata Yuki, it's fine, in the future, my inheritance, there is no share for you, you look after yourself. Sunjini usually basically treats this nephew who grew up without parents as half a son. In the future, his own inheritance, he will also share a portion of it to him, and now he is going to marry Aria's family's great enemy. Sunjini can't let such a thing happen, and besides, Sato Yuki's family's character is indeed poor. Sun Sanxian listened to the busy line tone on the phone. His iron color had turned iron, and he was in a difficult situation for a while. Sato Yuki does have a bad character though. But she's pretty. Highly educated. The family isn't Cinderella either. It's perfect for you. And every time he's come down with her that way lately. This woman is really a very comforting presence. He hasn't enjoyed it enough. Forget it. The sky is the limit. If we don't have an uncle, the Sato Yuki won't give herself a divorce right away? Why marry her? Let's look for another one later. Listen up, wedding party. Go back the way you came. This wedding. I'm not getting married. Sun Sanxian shouted out in one sentence. The driver of the wedding car, who was completely confused. Oh. What the hell? No more knots? There's an operation like that? On the other side, Satsuki, who was initially notified that her husband's wedding car procession couldn't get in, was also anxious. Sato Yuki's family is all over the phone making connections. Trying to get all those street officials to come out and take care of it. But Satsuki immediately received a phone call from her future husband, Sun Sanken. Hey, Sanken, it does seem like the Yasuji family is a bully. How about I walk out? How about getting in your wedding car? Or maybe you come straight over and we take a helicopter? Satsuki said hopelessly. She could only blame Erika for finding that man so fierce that there was no way to compare. Even Sun Sanxian's uncle, the richest man in the Sun Empire, seemed to have gone across the street to pay his respects to Su Xinghe. One family is worth tens of billions of dollars, the other trillions. There's no comparison. But Sun Sanxian's next words directly made Satsuki almost faint. Chapter 86, What's a private helicopter? Armed airplanes are here. Satsuki, let's end it and not get married today. Not getting married today? Then what day? Did you change the date? Satsuki said breathlessly. You didn't tell me if you were going to change the date? Satoyuki sighed. But it didn't occur to me at all that the other party was simply not getting married, rather than rescheduling. I'm talking about not getting married. And don't come looking for me in the future. Sun Sanxian said faintly, about to hang up the phone. But that Satsuki was anxious for. Why? What's going on here? Because my uncle doesn't want to see me offend the big man by marrying you. Sun Sanxian coldly smiled and continued. In fact, to put it bluntly, if the Yasuji family hadn't known this big shot, our affair would have been a success, but now? My uncle is just afraid of offending this big man. But then again, it's also your family's own making. It's true that people don't do it for themselves, it's true that the Yasuji family is broke, and if you don't marry into his family, a lot of people would actually do it, but people gossip about your family's ingratitude? And you go after them? Is that reasonable? If this were the case, your family would have just put up with it and not gone and made relations so frosty, and this wouldn't have happened today. Well, that's all there is to say. I'll see you in the Jianghu. After Sun Sanxian finished speaking, he snapped and hung up the phone. Satsuki sat on her but on the couch at the moment, unable to say a word. Yuki, what's wrong? Did something big happen? Seeing this expression on her daughter's face, Mieko also got worried and continued. Isn't it just that the Yasuji family across the street has some power? Let's just let their wedding caravan leave, and then let your husband pick you up, right? Let them be arrogant. Mieko naturally know that the other side of the Yasuji family is now cattle to the sky, cannot fight, come to hide, cannot afford. But at the moment. Wow. Satsuki cried out. Mom, Sun Sanxian he won't marry me. What should we do now? Sato Yuki cried more and more. Not that she loved each other much. It's just that she got to know Sun Sanxian through a lot of ways and also managed to harness him so that the other party couldn't stay away from her. And now? The other guy won't marry him? It's like buying a lottery ticket and winning $100 million and then suddenly the ticket is gone? What? Sun Sanxian won't marry you? What's going on? How could his family go so far out of their way? They did this? Where can we put our Sato family's face? Mieko was lost in her heart, but she was also very angry. He immediately called this former aunt over and yelled, Sun Sanxian, what exactly do you mean? What do you mean, you're not going to marry us? What do you take us for? What are you doing? What can I do if I don't marry? You give an explanation. Mieko snapped. The explanation is that if I marry you, my uncle will disown me, I have no property whatsoever, and your daughter will still marry me? With your family's snobbery? Would you still want me? To put it bluntly, I know what kind of character your family has, but it's just greedy for Sato Yuki's body. Now my uncle is threatening me with the inheritance, how can I not compromise? Sun Masayoshi finished and snapped the phone off. One on both sides of the fence to figure out the money. A chart color. What kind of feelings can there be? Naturally, they parted ways on this. Mieko held the phone dumbfounded as she listened to the sound of the busy line on the phone. Mother, what did Sun Sanxian say? Did things take a turn for the worse? Satsuki wiped her tears. It was Sun Jingyi who forbade him to marry you. If he did, he would have broken with Sun Jingyi. Mieko said hopelessly, suddenly slapping the table. It must be the Yasuji family. It must still be arranged by them. It's disgusting. Mom, I told you from the beginning, since his family is broke, I'm not marrying is all. If they want to scold us, just ninja, just suffer, you have to further stiffen the relationship? Now it's alright, isn't it? People's strength is actually so awesome, we're totally screwed by each other. This person who helped the Yasuji family must be the Dragon Empire person surnamed Shin. Satayuki's heart was practically dripping blood. The current Satsuki regretted going to the Yasuji family to withdraw from the marriage. That Shin guy is really too good. The ability is basically a hands-off existence. It's amazing that a Dragon Imperial can be so brash in the Sun Empire. And at the moment, Yuki Sato's wedding site is now all about packing up the guys. So people can't see it anymore. Ha? How come you started removing tables and chairs and benches? What the hell is going on? No more weddings? Haven't you heard? Sun Sanxian's wedding caravan has gone back and they've decided, on the spur of the moment, that the marriage is off. Ha? There's still this operation? Cow, saying you won't marry? Why on earth? Who knows, but the Satayuki family is no good, and now that Sun Sanxian won't marry, it's her family that has lost a great deal of face. Come on, let's go across the street. It's still bustling across the street. Sato Snow family can only sit in the hotel box, like a deflated ball. Hula hula. Hula hula. The helicopter in the sky, making that noise, was still unusually loud. So many people on the scene looked up. Look! What two big helicopters? Right. The kind that seats at least 8 people, right? Could this be an S-76D helicopter? S-76D helicopters? Is that expensive? It's worth $15 million. Would you say it's expensive? Crap, almost $100 million? The S-76D Voice, one of the world's most popular mid-sized helicopters, has a restful and comfortable cabin with seating for up to 8 passengers. The Quiet Zone gearbox has been merged with the transmission to effectively reduce cabin noise levels. The PW210's twin-engine drive effectively controls the frequency of bumpy airflow during flight and mitigates bumps. At 178 miles per hour, it can fly up to 540 miles. Inside the helicopter, there is an array of luxurious decorations and colors. And it includes a flush entertainment system, color windows, premium leather suede interior panels, and other trim details that will give buyers a comfortable ride. What about the other white one? I don't know. Take a clearer picture. Put it on a software in the Dragon Empire called Dojang Sensei, and you'll know immediately. Identified. This is the Belle 429 WLG helicopter. Fitted with landing gear and powered by twin engines, it's Belle's top-of-the-line private helicopter model. The landing gear allows the airplane to taxi more easily to the tarmac to pick up and drop off passengers, and during flight, the retracted landing gear boosts cruise speed by 5 knots by eliminating drag. Belle says the airplane has a high safety margin to better protect pilots. The composite material in the outer fuselage is lighter than aluminum, taking full advantage of aerodynamics and being more efficient. The cabin seats 7 passengers, has a flight range of up to 473 miles and speeds of up to 177 miles per hour, and is priced at about $6.17 million. And here in Chinfang, 2 helicopters joined. The push just went up 5%. Came to 85% read. Not enough. It's not enough. 15% to go. Crap. Flying in the sky. Running on the ground. What a cow. Wait. What's with the 2 helicopters again? Oh, this is the Sun Empire's War Ministry helicopter gunship? AH-64? Crap. What are they doing? There are no terrorists here. Look in the sky. What's with all the War Department helicopters? What's going on? Can't really read it. The roof of the hotel at the moment. 2 private jets pulled up to the tarmac. And overhead were 2 pitch-black Ministry of War helicopter gunships, AH-64s. One of the pilots on the private helicopter then shouted, "Sir, what are you doing? Is there a mission?" Chapter 87, Shares Arrive. His value soars by $1 trillion. Obviously. Because of the helicopter noise. It's inaudible. The pilot in the private helicopter had to call out over a loudspeaker, "Sir, what is your business here?" But soon that day in the air, the helicopter gunship issued a loudspeaker's voice, said, "We are from the Yokosuka Naval Warfare Department base. We have received intelligence that it is likely that this place will be attacked by terrorists, so we are patrolling the skies. You can just hold your wedding as normal. We're keeping watch in the sky." Chinfang, how come I heard from the people outside? Not only are there 2 private helicopters coming from the roof, even the War Ministry helicopter gunships have come? Aria couldn't figure it out either. Was this all arranged by Chinfang? Reader, he's Su Xiao, right? War Department helicopters? Chinfang was confused for a moment. He let Su Xinghe get 2 private planes, right? When did he get the War Departments? Yusuji Nagatani immediately entered and reported. Someone said that these 2 fighter jets are here on patrol. Saying that they are afraid of terrorists? They're patrolling the skies. Said to leave them alone and just have our wedding as normal. Ha! Chinfang was immediately confused again. Why was this situation so familiar? The first time you bailed out of graduate school? Then Elder Nangong was also finding all sorts of outrageous excuses to help himself? Could it be that? Ding! Private helicopter forced plus 5%. Solar Empire War Department helicopters are touring the wedding site from all over the field. 10% more. The host's progress bar for completing the mission is now 95%. Ding! Street officials are blocking the road. The wedding has become more forced, and the completion rate has been increased by 5%. The host's progress bar for completing the mission is now 100%. Ding! The host has completed the mission. Successfully helped Yusuji Nagatani organize a super pushy and card-carrying wedding. Reward issued, 20% of the shares of the Swiss bank. The acting president of Swiss Bank will arrive in 3 days to pay his respects to the new shareholders. Ha ha ha. Now I, old Chin, am also a rich man, no? We won't need old man Su's money from now on either. Having money of your own is the way to go. Chinfang was inwardly overjoyed. Now both of these side quests have great rewards. The first side quest added a lot to his own personal face and force value. For the second side mission, the financial resources were secured in a big way. I don't know, what is the market value of this Swiss bank? We'll only know when we take over. Chinfang is happy here. But what he didn't know was that he had fixed the reward channel, and he had to have it every time, unlike the other 10 big guys who needed to be randomly and indiscriminately handed out by the system. Su Xinghe, TM? There's no reward this time again? Has the system all abandoned me? Elder Nangong, could it be that this system is starting to break down? No more rewards for the second time in a row? Or is it just the side quests that have no rewards? I can only get rewards from the mainline quests? Bamboo leaf green, no reward again? But luckily, this private bank's shares are just money. The plus face value and plus force value I obtained last time are the good stuff. Mysterious big brother of the Solar Empire, got another private bank share for this mission. Looks like this system is totally real. Because the second cell phone ship reward was not obtained, so the system began to suffer, but 2 consecutive side mission rewards were obtained, and the authenticity of the system, again to the unquestionable attitude. The Dragon Empire plays chess with mysterious old grandpa. What? Bank shares this time? Issued? Is this system not real? Forget it, I'm not interested in money. This 20% of the Swiss bank shares, find someone to transfer to the kid Chinfang. If this system is really real, come some ginseng fruits, immortality pills or something, these I can be a little interested in. What money, technology have nothing to do with me. Once the reward was not obtained, at first he had not believed in the system. But this time, he got a reward for the first time. The mysterious old grandpa also started to believe in the system a little bit. Night. In the wedding room of the Yusuji Na family. Chinfang, Aria, Yusuji Na and his daughter-in-law, and their parents. The family was sitting in the house. Old man, have you accounted for today's share of the money? How much did you receive in total? Yusuji's mother was so happy that her face hurt from smiling. Today was the most glorious moment in her life. Even if the Yusuji family hadn't gone bankrupt many years ago, it hadn't been this glorious. Child's mom, it's been calculated, the share of money this time, it's $10 billion in total. Yusuji's father said softly. Chinese currency? Or yen? It's yen, converted into Chinese currency, it's 500 million. Yusuji's father grinned, and could only say that this Chinfang's face simply should not be too big. Auntie, you are truly the savior of our family. Erica, daughter-in-law, baby mama. Let's all kneel and kowtow to our benefactor. Chinfang was immediately speechless when he saw the family kneeling on the ground in unison. Get up, what's the situation here? Why are they still kneeling? An aunt. This address. Auntie. You should know, if you hadn't stepped in today, that Sadayuki's mother, Mieko, would have made a big fuss about the wedding, and it might have been a problem for the wedding to even go ahead. How can you still collect so much money? With these 500 million Chinese dollars, my company can really come back from the dead. Yusuji's father was grateful to Chinfang, and this kneeling was very sincere. Without Chinfang, after today, there would be no turning over of their family. But now it's the opposite, they have the respect of many entrepreneurs throughout Winter King. So many entrepreneurs want to come and do business with themselves. Restoring the tens of billions of dollars in assets that the company used to have isn't that hard to do these days. And say no more, it will be even more glorious in the future. Lee, tell your parents to get up, it's not much of a big deal. Chinfang's head hurt a bit. If he hadn't released the mission, Chinfang really wouldn't have bothered to put in that much effort. Gradual. The crowd is up. Only then did Chinfang open his mouth to look at Yusuji Nagatani and said, Nagatani-na, I heard that you have a small workshop that produces some fine ritual items? And then you're in charge of all the sacrificial offerings in the divine toilet? Brother-in-law. You're right, I am indeed in charge of the sacred toilet offerings. Yusuji Nagatani was puzzled for a moment. Why did he suddenly ask this? That's fine then, it's a nice little workshop. Keep up the good work. Chinfang didn't say anything, and after a pause, he said, If I ever asked you to do something you shouldn't, would you do it? Brother-in-law, just tell me what you want me to do. No matter what, you've given my family too great a favor with what happened today. Yusuji Nagatani was in such a mood at the moment that even if Chinfang wanted him to kill someone, he wouldn't hesitate to do as he was told. You can think about it, say not necessarily what I let you do, is very that. Chinfang hesitated. Do you have a sense of family? Family and country sentiment? As soon as Yusuji's father heard Chinfang say this, he immediately roughly understood. Could it be that Chinfang was going to make them do something detrimental to the Sun Empire? Auntie. Yusuji's father suddenly stood out and opened his mouth to add, Auntie na, let's put it this way, when our Yusuji family was in trouble and on the verge of not being able to survive, it wasn't those people from the Sun Empire who helped us, they were cold and they fell on their sword. But that's when you came along and helped us. The Sun Empire didn't loan us money, and the friends of the Sun Empire, even less so, looked us in the eye. There is a saying in the Dragon Empire, the gift of regeneration, that is the equivalent of giving a second life to a parent. When Yusuji's father said this, he hesitated for a moment and spoke, Auntie, just tell us straight, it's not like we wouldn't dare to do anything if it's detrimental to the Sun Empire. Chinfang was flabbergasted, not realizing that Yusuji's father could actually understand reason so well. Of course, in Chinfang's perspective, they understood reason, while in the Sun Empire's perspective, this was a traitor. But Chinfang didn't choose to give them a word about the burning of the god's toilet now. Wait for the action. But Chinfang was convinced that even if they weren't involved, they wouldn't be able to snitch, right? Today, Chinfang's help was, without exaggeration, a regenerative favor. The current Chinfang has the power of the gang of the owner of the Chio Hotel. Plus there was Yusuji Nagatani who was the person in charge of delivering sacrificial offerings to the divine toilet. Such is the case. To burn the sacred toilet. That's a lot easier. This thing, when it comes down to it, is kinda easy. To escape. As long as it's properly arranged. It's not a problem either. But there's something else, and that's that crown princess. This one now Daisy. It is said to be the first beauty of the Sun Empire. It's true that she didn't know much when she was first raised in the dark, but when she was taken in by the son of Emperor Haogong, he was going to marry her. What a tiring task. It's rumored that this Zhuo now Daisy, her family is also the #1 consortium in the Sun Empire. Sitting on $8 trillion in total assets. The next day's evening, Yishan Villa area. Chinfang went to Yamamoto Murata's house as a guest. That's the same guy who owns the Chio Hotel. Of course. Eating is secondary. The main issue is still to arrange some matters for them. Chinfang asked them to take the surveillance cameras near the Chio Hotel and record them all, and Black went in and took control himself. In that case, Chinfang could just run from the direction of the Chio Hotel if he did the quest. Without the surveillance footage around the hotel, Chinfang's whereabouts would have fogged up the Sun Empire for a short time. Mr. Chin, take your time, do you want someone to take you back to the hotel? No, I'm not drinking, so I'll just drive myself back. Chinfang bid farewell to Yamamoto Murata, slightly started the Audi, and drove outside the villa area. After all, it's in the villa area. Chinfang's car wasn't going very fast either. Sir, your car. Stop. Suddenly. A big beautiful woman jumped out of the flower bed next to her. The girl was tall. Even if it is wearing a pair of white canvas shoes. But also around 173. Sweet looking. Had a blonde double ponytail. Plus development is very good. Nice ass and small waist. The body proportion of the whole person was the best girl Chinfang had ever seen, higher than Aria by at least 2 notches. Though she was in the middle of winter, just wearing a simple jacket. But the 1,000 winks of style were really visible. To say that this woman was beautiful, it was truly one of the prettiest Chinfang had ever seen. Totally anime face, anime body, those long legs and thin waist, hips, the proportion of everything, when it comes to impeccable. And with no signs of knives on her face, she must be a natural beauty. If you have to have an anime female character to compare, it's totally an adult maya, and has similar features and body. Those red lips, that delicate face, those long legs. It's God's own handiwork, isn't it? Even if someone said right now that the character of the adult Shao dance was made exactly from the template of the beautiful woman in front of him, Chinfang wouldn't disbelieve it. There are no words to describe it, totally anime body and face. Anyway, it's almost as if the sight of such a beautiful woman immediately makes you want to. This is the kind of beauty that drives people crazy. P.S. Everyone who sees this, can you give the author some recommendation votes? After all, this thing is too important to waste a few seconds of your time, okay? Monthly votes, thank you. Chapter 88, Shock. The Crown Princess appeared. A beautiful woman of the national manga goddess level. Stop. The tall beauty shouted again. What's up, pretty girl? Chinfang slammed on the brakes. Open the car door. What do you want? Chinfang was once again speechless. This woman? Is she hitting on herself? But this way of accosting him, wasn't it a bit violent? Cut the crap and open the door, I'm in a hurry to get out of here. Give me a ride? The tall beauty looked at Chinfang with almost begging eyes. You're in a hurry to have a baby? Chinfang was speechless. This woman, her stomach wasn't big either. You're the one having the baby. Hurry up and open the door. Alright. Chinfang was helpless. Anyway, his force value was there. 10 men wouldn't necessarily be able to get past him, so naturally, he didn't bring any fear. Chinfang unlocked the car door. That tall beauty immediately opened the passenger door and hurriedly sat up, shouting, Drive. Where do you want to go? Chinfang really couldn't figure out what exactly this beauty was so anxious about. Just go anywhere, you drive out of the villa area quickly. Otherwise, it'll be too late. The tall beauty urged while she even started to help Chinfang pull the handbrake. Don't you move. I can drive myself. Chinfang snapped, What the hell are you doing? Chinfang said while still starting the car. Drove towards the outside of the villa area. But this time, the two villa security guards, on the other hand, saw the scene just now. Ha! That tall beauty who just got on the bus? It couldn't be Sino Hina, could it? Confidently, surely, who else has that restful figure but her? Crap! Sure enough, it's her. The future crown princess. Sino Daisy. I've seen her at an event and the girl is so top-notch. If only I could. It's so cool to think about it. I'd live 10 years less. Yes, this woman is beautiful. Worthy of being the rumored #1 beauty of the Sun Empire. Don't say 10 years, if you want to have a good month of comfort, it's fine to die right away. The girl's only 19, too, right? So tender. It looks so Saw? She looks pretty innocent to me. Innocent since it is the future prince consort, surely all by Haogong Ben. What a bargain for that 150 centimeters dwarf Hao Miyamoto. Don't talk nonsense. How dare you? But this Sino hatchling? When did she come to our villa area? Her family seems to be the #1 consortium in the Sun Empire, right? This villa district isn't of a high class either. Who knows? I don't know when she entered our villa area either. On the other hand, at this moment, in a villa in the Yishan villa area, a man in black was anxiously holding the phone and said, Mr. Zuoyi, Miss Zuoyi Daisy. She's disappeared. What? It's gone? How many of you are watching? She can run away? What the hell are you guys doing? All that could be heard across the room was the sound of slamming tables. Obviously. The other side was furious. Mr. Zuoyi, we don't know why, a few of our brothers just fell asleep and didn't drink, so we gave Miss Zuoyi the chance to escape. How could the man in black not understand? Reasonably speaking, Zuono Daisy was basically under their surveillance. What means could she have to escape? Could it be that someone helped her? Don't hurry up and go find it. Hurry up and get her back for me while there's still time. If anything happens to my daughter, will you be able to afford the Prince Haogong's side? We're going to find it right now. This is the way to find it. Soon. A search through the entire villa area didn't find Daisy Zua, but it seems that 2 security guards saw that she got into an Audi. Daisy, she got into an Audi? Heading out of the villa area? Who the hell is it? You've got a lot of nerve, don't you? Dare to take away the future crown princess? Take away my Zua Nogawa's daughter? Zua Yichuan really can't understand, with his daughter's status today, who in the end has so much guts. Whether it's himself, the first consortium of the Solar Empire, or the future crown princess of Sino Hina. In the Sun Empire, no one should dare to touch her, right? Mr. Zuoyi, those 2 security guards only remembered that it was an SUV Audi, light blue, and didn't remember the license plate. So it's best to get someone on your end to pull the security camera footage, so the search will be much easier. Get on with your business. I'll immediately give a word to the street officials on my side, so that they can quickly retrieve the surveillance video. Zua Nogawa anxiously urged. He was very worried that Zua Nogaizi had run away. After all, 3 days later, it could be the wedding day of Zua Nogaizi and the crown prince. Chinfang's Audi. At this moment, Zuanao Daisy was relieved to see that she had finally gotten out of the villa area. I say, beautiful girl, what do you want to do when you stop my car? Now that we are out of the Yishan villa area, can you always say it? If you can't tell me, I can only ask you to get out of the car. Chinfang was not a good old man. Even if the other party was beautiful, if he couldn't figure out where he came from, it would never work. Seeing that this person was actually such a straight man, Zuanao Daisuke also blared fiercely at Chinfang and slowly spoke, I'm being held captive in the villa. Locked up in the villa? What's going on? Chinfang's eyes changed slightly. My father is going to marry me off to someone I don't like. Zuano Daisy think up that disgusting little dwarf is upset, his own height of 173, the talent 150 height, and also ugly, his own intention, should be next to drive this level of handsome, although she is not so eat face value, but cannot find a so ugly boyfriend, right? Although the other party's identity in the Sun Empire cannot be found in the second, but she at least is also the heir of the Sun Empire's first consortium, right? Did she need to climb the dragon and the phoenix? Her own family was already very rich. However, Zuanao Daisy did not tell Chinfang that she was the future crown princess. Depending on dress and taste. You should be rich, right? Chinfang sized her up, all dressed in international designer labels, and the decorations must be in the millions. Nice eyesight. Zuanao Daisy glanced at Chinfang and spoke, you should be quite rich as well, driving an Audi Pikes Peak? Ha? You recognized it? Chinfang was surprised for a moment and then joked, so you came to my car on purpose? Knowing that my car has high safety attributes? Neither did I. I escaped just in time to see your car drive past me, so I called out to you. Zuanao Daisuke was also wondering how the few people who were guarding her today had suddenly gone to sleep, giving herself an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Is it convenient to say why you didn't marry the man your father arranged? Was the other guy ugly? Ugly. Not just ugly. It's ugly to the point of toxicity. Extremely ugly. Zuanao Daisy answered without even thinking, and added, and I heard that he's also a pervert, always likes to abuse women. Even if the other party's family is bullish, I won't marry. By the way, you are from the Dragon Empire, right? I am. Chinfang nodded and continued to pick up, I say your father is too that, right? Since you don't like it, don't let you marry. And lock you up? It was also authorized by the man who wanted to marry me. He was afraid that I would run away. So, this kind of pervert, me marrying him? Not in a lifetime. Zuanao Daisuke had nothing but hatred in her heart for that Emperor Haogong's eldest son. Do well for yourself as the heir to the first consortium of the Sun Empire. Life is so much more agreeable. One day was recognized by this Hao Miyamoto. He then began to use his thunderous tactics to pursue himself frantically. And his own father saw the other man as the future emperor. Naturally, they want to marry themselves off one by one. You won't marry? And imprison you? Doesn't your Sun Empire care? Why don't you report it to the constable? Chinfang said with a slight frown, could it be that the other party is so powerful that reporting the constable is useless? You're right about that. The other side has a lot of energy. Oh? What force from the Sun Empire? Chinfang became curious. P.S. Everyone who sees this, can you give the author some recommendation votes? After all, this thing is too important to waste a few seconds of your time, okay? Monthly votes, thank you. Chapter 89 The Crown Princess wants to marry Chinfang? Don't pry, it won't do you any good. Zuanao Daisuke looked at Chinfang slightly, and couldn't help but say that this was the best-looking boy she had ever seen. Of course. Chinfang's face value this secretly added another 30 points up today. It's already a 145 face value. After a full score, it also benefits from a 45-point charisma value. Isn't that just plain handsome? And the attraction to women has been strengthened by a lot more. Yo! I still can't ask? Chinfang slammed on the brakes, fine then, help yourself. Chinfang's family has a very arrogant Qianjin, Luo Xian. That's real arrogance. Wasn't Chinfang a good boy later on? Although it is fine not to answer questions about the other party's privacy, can the other party be a bit more tactful? Can't they be a little more tactful? Can't they just say, don't pry, it won't do you any good? There's something wrong with that attitude, isn't there? Don't. You drive fast. They're going to come after me later when they realize I'm gone. Zuanao Daisy panicked for a moment. Ha! Chinfang just doesn't drive. Unmoved. Hey, drive. Zuanao Daisy looked around in panic at the cars that were coming and going, and it seemed that every single one of them looked like they were coming to get her. Hurry up. Zuanao Daisy pushed Chinfang's arm. You apologize. Chinfang arrogantly held his arms, still not ready to drive. All right. I'll apologize and you hurry up and go down the avenue. Let's get out of Dongjing. After Zuanao Daisy apologized and saw that Chinfang was also driving normally, she then murmured and spoke, you've sent me out this time, you're definitely going to be in bad luck. But it's fine, as long as you keep me from getting caught and send me out of Winter Capital and out of the Sun Empire, I'm sure you're fine. Come on, I'm not afraid of whatever forces are behind you. Che, just you? Zuanao Daisuke glanced at Chinfang's Audi Pikes Peak, although your car is expensive, but when it comes to power, you definitely can't compare. Oh? Is it hard to believe that your future husband is an imperial personnel? Chinfang was getting curious. That has to be. And not just any imperial personnel yet. Yo! Look at you, you're still proud of yourself? Chinfang said without a trace of humor, aren't they imprisoning you? Where am I proud of myself? I'm trying to say that the other party's identity is really strong, so you'd better send me out of the country and we'll both be safe. In case we're unfortunate enough to fall into their hands, don't worry, I'll do my best to protect you as well. I'm not going to let a passerby who helps me get unlucky. Xuanao Daisuke's basic 3 views were still there. Naturally she couldn't implicate this handsome man she met by chance because of her own affairs. The matter of sending you out of the country, let's talk about it. I'll find a hotel later, you can go about your business, I don't care about that much. Chinfang was just giving her a ride. Where would he be a good old boy? He still had things to do in the Sun Empire. Of course. Chinfang didn't know that this was the crown princess. If you know. Definitely promise. I told you, you're in danger yourself if you don't get me out of the country soon. I'm not afraid. Chinfang laughed. Why are you so stubborn? Xuanao Hatsuko wanted to expose herself, but since the other party wouldn't help herself, she would just find another way. By the way, what's your name? My name is Chinfang, from the Dragon Empire, and you? Chinfang asked in return. My name is Daisy Shino. Ha? Hatsuko Shino? Why aren't you called Hatsuko Zono? When Chinfang thought about the mission he came to the Sun Empire, wasn't there a mission to burn the god's toilet and take away Xuanao Hatsuko? Ha? Xuanao Daisy was instantly confused for a moment when she heard Chinfang say that. What? Is your name still really Xuanao Daisy? Chinfang was also puzzled when he saw her expression so strange. I'm not. My name is Hatsuko Shino. Hatsuko Zono obviously wasn't a very good liar, and her speech faltered. You lied to me. Who the hell are you? Chinfang immediately stopped the car and picked up the information in his cell phone. Before Chinfang came to the Sun Empire. Can't find out the photo of this crown princess though. After all, this was not a star of the Sun Empire, but the future crown princess, so naturally the internet would not publish all of her photos, and if they did, they would be deleted by the empire. But Chinfang had information about her physical description. Double ponytail. Blonde hair. High nose. Swan neck. 173 or so. The waist is very thin. The lips are the lips of the sexy internationally famous actress Angelina Jolie type. Moreover, the facial features and body proportions were extremely similar to the national manga goddess Adult Small Dance. Basically a template carved out. TM, how come it looks so much like this woman? Chinfang sized her up again, say, are you the crown princess? I. Xuanao Daisuke immediately panicked. The other party recognized herself. Would she take herself back to that Hamiyamoto to collect the reward off? To no. Took himself this future crown princess back, that how Gong Ben, still not properly reward him? You what you are, in the end is it or not? Chinfang questioned once again and continued to swindle her. You don't say, do you? I'll just send you back to your original place so that you can marry that little dwarf prince. You deliver. Xuanao Daisuke also stopped pretending. I am Xuanao Daisuke. You profit-oriented villains, you knew that you would definitely change your mind after knowing my identity, right? What a way to get what you're looking for. Chinfang grinned. Was he that lucky? Going to Yamamoto's house for dinner casually once? And he met the crown princess right out of the gate? But Chinfang didn't know. It's all set up by the big boys. Chinfang and her appeared to be a chance encounter, but it was actually carefully planned. What do you mean? What iron shoes? Sino Hatsuko was a bit confused by this Chinese vocabulary. Can you speak Japanese? I was trying to say, I'm stranded here looking for you everywhere, and you sent yourself to the door? Chinfang laughed maniacally and immediately turned the car around and changed direction. So you're with the dwarf? Where are you taking me? You stop the car quickly, I'm getting off. Seeing that the visitor was not good, Xuanao Daisy naturally pounced on Chinfang's arm a few times. Will you stop moving around? It doesn't matter if you fall to your death, but I don't want to die. Chinfang yelled over in a stern low voice. Stop the car quickly, if you have some conscience, don't send me back, put me on the side of the road. Xuanao Daisy felt that she was also too unlucky, and said that she had met a good person, but did not expect it to end like this. Is this the 8th time he's failed to escape? What conscience can I have? Give you to Hamiyamoto and he'll thank me heavily. I'm just a profit-oriented villain. Chinfang felt that this girl was not only so beautiful that she made people want to commit a criminal impulse, but she was also quite fun to tease. But Chinfang couldn't help but look at her again. Sure enough, she was the #1 beauty of the Sun Empire. TMs, this body and looks, and that pure in its purity with a SAO temperament. Chinfang also said, where did he get such a beautiful woman? A real-life version of the adult Mai. Totally the same body and face. It's so cool. This. You lapdog. Hamiyamoto's lackey, stop the car quickly. While cursing, Xuanao Daisy grabbed Chinfang's arm and interfered with his driving anyway. At the moment that car rocked. Like a dance. You don't want to die? Chinfang grabbed her delicate hand and pinched it with 30% force, saying, interfere with my driving again, believe it or not, I'll do you in? Let go, you're pinching me. Zwanao Daisuke never expected that. How come this person's strength is so strong? You know it hurts? Then don't interfere with my driving. I don't want to accompany you to martyrdom. Chinfang finished speaking and threw her hand away. You. Zwanao Daisuke glared fiercely at Chinfang, and immediately realized that on her arm was a red stripe. This person was also too unsympathetic, right? Don't you have any conscience? He's so ugly and perverted, you can't bear to let me marry him? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Seeing that the other party appeared to be a practiced person as well, Zwanao Daisuke didn't dare to act rashly anymore. The pain on her arm was still fresh in her mind at this moment. How can I not bear it? How does my conscience ache? I'm claiming my reward. I'm happy. Chinfang grinned, not daring to drive the car too fast for fear that the woman would interfere again. Chinfang said, raising the corner of his mouth and snickering, besides, you don't marry him? Do you want to marry me? If you marry me, I can help you. Who wouldn't want to marry such a beautiful wife like you, hugging her every day, even if you don't do anything? It's worth it. Seeing Chinfang say such light language, Zwanao Daisy glared at him fiercely, but it seemed that her eyes were fixed on Chinfang's face for a few seconds, and then hesitantly said, okay, I promise you, you just need to take me out of the country and escape the wedding in 3 days, I will marry you. But in the future, you and I will have to face Hao Gong Ben's revenge together. After all, you took away his future daughter-in-law. But don't you worry, we will face it together. Chapter 90, Taking the Crown Princess to a Hotel. Her first kiss. Chinfang quietly listened to her narrative. If it was a debutante. He was really fooled by the left-field chick. Chinfang suddenly raised his hand and cupped her chin, saying, I'll get you killed, believe it or not? How dare you use me? And what to face Hao Miyamoto's revenge together? Did I send you out of the country? And you'll turn your back on me? You? How did you know I thought so? With her chin pinched, Zwanao Daisuke reached out and lifted Chinfang's hand, realizing that it was like an iron vice. Is that all you've got? It's all written on your face, are you playing with me? Chinfang laughed a bit and said, if you're playing with schemes, our Dragon Empire is the oldest ancestor of your Sun Empire. You won't be able to beat it. Humph. Zwanao Daisy grunted heavily and said, then send me back. Anyway, by then, I'm going to be Hao Miyamoto's daughter-in-law, and then I'll blow my pillow and tell him to go get you killed. And I'll have to say that you slighted me. He'll have to kill you by then. It's already this time, and you're still threatening me? Chinfang smiled faintly, not afraid at all. That's not a threat, I'll make sure you regret it if you dare send me back to Hagamoto. Zwanao Daisy threatened. Ha! Keep up the threats. You just have to send me back? Seeing that playing smart wasn't working, Sino Hatchling started to panic. Sure, send you back for your reward. Take a good look at me. Zwanao Daisy pulled Chinfang's arm. Look at you what? Not in your good clothes? What's there to look at? Chinfang grinned slightly. No. Look at me, aren't I pretty? You send me out of the country, let's find a place to live in secret, isn't it good? Zwanao Daisy actually had a moment, and really had that idea of living with this Chinfang for the rest of her life. After all, he was really handsome, and had a kind of indescribable charm that attracted her to like him. This ploy again? The beauty trick? I've exposed you once. Still? With all my heart. As long as you can lead me away from Hagamoto's clutches. I'll definitely marry you. Zwanao Daisuke's face once again showed her true feelings. She didn't believe that she couldn't impress him with her beauty. This man was definitely going to be fooled by his own beauty. Che, keep cheating. Act a little more innocent with your eyes, you can't do this acting. Chinfang was unmoved, this woman, she had so many tricks. You turn your head. Zwanao Daisy slightly lowered her head, her expression a bit unnatural. What for? Chinfang gripped the steering wheel and the speed of the car was slightly reduced. Suddenly, that left field hatchling snapped her head up. It then leaned towards Chinfang's mouth. Sue. Wave. Daisy's kissed it. Oh. Crap. Chinfang didn't react for a moment. I can't believe she kissed me? Chinfang immediately felt this woman's slightly cold lips. Leaning back slightly, trying to get away from those beautiful lips. However, Zwanao Daisy wrapped her arms around the back of Chinfang's head. Crap. This is what you wanted. Chinfang didn't care and faintly started to respond, then actually stopped the car altogether. Gradual. The two men savored it. Chinfang also wrapped his arms around her little head. This woman is too seductive. Kissing her felt the best. It's not that she's a good kisser. Rather, this woman is too beautiful. When Chinfang's hand, about to move up from the waist. Only then did that Zwanao Daisy slightly push Chinfang away. At the moment she was flushed and panting slightly. Now you always believe me, right? Take me abroad, I really don't lie to you. I'd rather take advantage of you than marry that shorty. Zwanao Daisy didn't believe me. She kissed you, how could she not be moved? After taking herself out of the country, she will not marry him. That's it? Just going to let me help you? Chinfang faintly recalled the sweetness just now, his little tongue was good. It'll still roll. It was my first kiss. And you're saying that's all? Seeing Chinfang actually say that, Zuanao Daisuke also came that way shyly. And this guy? Is he a robot? Won't he think about her? He wouldn't want to give away such a beautiful wife for nothing? Can't you fool him? Heh, first kiss? Can't be. By the way, haven't you already been kissed by Naho Miyamoto? Chinfang hasn't finished. Daisuke Zua then droned, he never got me, so why would I give it to him? I'm sick of seeing him, standing not as tall as my shoulders. Pust. Chinfang heard this. It's almost laughable. Standing taller than her shoulders? However, the face value of this little dwarf, Chinfang also read on the internet, indeed short and ugly, full of pimples, and also long abstract. By all accounts, the Empress is quite beautiful. How did she give birth to such a thing? What are you laughing at? Daisy Zua gave him a blank look. Not laughing at anything. So you promise me now? Take me out of the country? Don't send me back, okay? I'm begging you. I failed to escape this time, there's really no room left. Zuanao Daisy's pitifully large eyes looked straight at Chinfang as she continued to entice. That's not enough, I won't help you unless I want more. Chinfang joked with her. What do you mean more? Another kiss? Daisy Zua asked tentatively, leaning her head in, come on then. It was also her first taste of kissing. Obsessed with that feeling too. No, no, no. It's the floor above. No, it's the floor below. You. I didn't realize you were like that. Zono Hatsuko grunted as she got it in seconds as well. But soon, she blinked her eyes and lied to the other party. Good. I can promise to give you my body, but remember, don't go back on your word to take me out of the country, or I'll make you regret it. Daisy Zua cheated anyway. Her first time cheating. It's still a bit of an internal struggle. But she really couldn't afford to fail another runaway marriage or she'd have to marry the runt. Definitely don't go back on your word. Chinfang continued to drive and saw the Chio Hotel arriving and joked, get out of the car, let's go inside the hotel, I'll send you out of the country after you explain everything to me. You really want to? Zuanao Daisy also panicked when she saw that Chinfang had really brought her to the hotel. You think I'm kidding you? Not giving me your body? And then take you out of the country? Wasn't that the deal just now? Chinfang drove the car to the underground parking lot, and soon the third brother brought someone to greet Chinfang. Mr. Chin, you're here. Third brother heard the order to come to pick up Chinfang, but saw that Chinfang's car actually brought such a breathtakingly beautiful chick. Was also envious. But there was no way, Chinfang was too strong. It's normal to have this kind of chick. And the words of the crown princess aren't something you'd normally recognize. There are no photos online. It was normal for third brother not to recognize the crown princess. Junior. Chinfang nodded and instructed, hide my Audi, now the hotel is on alert, the underground casino side is temporarily shut down, while the hotel upstairs is open for normal business. Understood, Mr. Chin. Third brother nodded respectfully. Still not getting off? Chinfang looked at her stunningly beautiful face, which appeared to be crying. You're no good. What are you crying about? Chinfang couldn't help but spit. Hurry up and get off, I'll take you to the bottom floor of this hotel. Chinfang once again urged. Humph. Zuanao Daisy hummed heavily, wiped her tears, and with a single leap, jumped out of the Audi. Seemingly because of a very bad mood. And fell a little when he jumped out of the car. It fell right into Chinfang's arms. Is this the start of the pitch? Wouldn't it be nice to take it slow later? There's a lot of people. Now. Chinfang half wrapped his arm around her and continued to tease her. Humph. Go away. Don't you help me. Zuanao Daisy pushed him, all men are no good, they're all evil. Mr. Chin today how? The third brother a little bit cannot understand, according to reason, Chinfang's character is a kind of those girls seduction, are generally not on the road, such as the side of the Luo Yu. How today? Kind of like forcing the meaning? However, San quickly saw the playful expression on Chinfang's face, fearing that he was teasing this little beauty. Fine, walk by yourself. Chinfang watched her walk ahead, twisting that little shapely arm, and secretly sighed, this body. It's really a little goblin that wants to kill people, but for the sake of the mission, and since you're going abroad yourself, let's start planning to take you to the Dragon Empire. Soon. Chinfang then took Zuanao Daisy to the last level of the hotel's underground. With its well-connected cul-de-sacs that lead straight to the airport and the beach, it's the best place to hide the crown princess. In Chinfang's words, as long as he planned to burn down the divine toilet, he would be able to retreat in one piece from here, with the crown princess in tow, at that time. P.S. Everyone who sees this, can you give the author some recommendation votes? After all, this thing is too important to waste a few seconds of your time, okay? Monthly votes, thank you. Chapter 91 Prince Consort's Affectionate Confession. Feel free to sit down. Chinfang placed the car keys on the coffee table after entering a luxurious suite. Hey, Chinfang. Zuanao Daisy bit her lip and shouted. What for? Not feeling well? Chinfang took off his jacket. Will you leave me alone? Zuanao Daisy said with a slight plea. Wasn't that the deal? You offer your body and then I'll take you away? Chinfang said in a rather amused manner. But I don't want to give it to you yet. Then what the hell are we talking about? Chinfang pretended to be fierce. Then I'll send you back to Hao Gongben? Don't send me back. Hee, then you can stay here and have a good time. Chinfang ignored him and poured himself a glass of water and drank it. Hey, Chinfang. Daisy's was shouted again. But Chinfang didn't bother with her. Hey, Chinese monkey. Zuanao Hatsuko actually came that way when she saw her opponent ignoring her. That Chinfang, who was drinking water, immediately stiffened his face when he heard this address. Weakly walked over. Choking the neck of the left field hatchling, he said, say that again? You called us sick people 100 years ago, and now you're monkeys? I didn't mean to disrespect you Dragon Imperials, it's just that everyone around me calls it that and I blurted it out, yeah. I'm sorry. Zuanao Daisy was instantly stunned by Chinfang. Hee, scream again in the future and I'll make you regret it. Chinfang sneered and let go of her. Who told you to ignore me? Zuanao Hatsuko bit her silver teeth, this man was too hateful. What's the matter with you, say it. Chinfang continued to go change his slippers. I was going to say, can you take me out of the country first to avoid the wedding in 3 days, and then you're going to get my business, and we'll do it later when we're familiar with each other? I promise to give you. No broken promises, you're so handsome, I can still barely. Hinako Sano just keeps on cheating. Helped her get out of the country. Definitely not given. Still barely compliant, huh? No way. Chinfang refused without even thinking about it and said in a thin tone, what kind of person doesn't pay? How can you make a deal without paying? You. Zono Daisy couldn't speak anymore, but she really didn't want to marry that dwarf. Zono Daisy's 2 lines of tears started to flow again. Cried for 10 minutes. Seeing Chinfang ignoring her as well. Sano Daisy said with slight sincerity, Chinfang, if I go with you, will you treat me well in the future? That's for sure. Chinfang replied indifferently and said, I'm going to the restroom, you go to the bathroom and put some water on for me. I'll take a shower. Chinfang was also a bit sleepy. Planning to sleep. Oh. With a slight wipe of her tears, Sino Hatsuko went to the bathroom to prepare the water. 10 minutes or so. Wait for Chinfang to come back from the bathroom. The bathtub also slowed down the water. Chinfang naturally went in to take a bath and ignored the woman. But suddenly, Chinfang, who was bathing in the bathtub, she saw Daisy Zua, who had changed into a silk nightgown, walk into the bathroom, and she said, doing it in the bathroom? Daisy Zua slipped off the shoulder straps as she did so. Said with a sobbing look on his face. What? What do in the bathroom? For that matter, didn't you have to get me? Before you agreed to take me abroad? Daisy Zua looked up at him and continued to pull the straps down. Chinfang was powerless to spit. You fool, I'm teasing you, get out. Chinfang didn't consider himself to be a good person, much less a saint. But if it's a man-woman thing, Chinfang at the very least, the girl herself is sincerely willing to be, and only then will the... It's not a new one. Even if the other party was as beautiful as a national manga goddess, Chinfang still had to stick to his heart. You teasing me? Aang. Chinfang nodded, what else? What do you think I am? Zuanao Daisuke instantly burst into tears, she really wanted to slap this man 10,000 times, this is too hateful? Llama took off and now you say you're teasing me? What? If you think so? I still don't mind. Chinfang looked at her exposed shoulders, her skin was really good, completely milk-soaked as it was. Hell no. You Dragon Empire man, so strange. Zuanao Daisuke blankly glanced at this guy, pulling on the straps of that silk pajama top, before leaning against the wall of the bathroom, murmuring and opening her mouth, so, are you planning to send me out of the country? Aang, definitely send it. Chinfang's mission was to take her away, how could he not send her? Send me abroad even if you don't get me? Hatsuko Zono glanced over to the tub slightly, catching a bit of a good look, and then averted her gaze. Anan, yes, do you have any more questions? You just agreed to be that dry? Is there some kind of conspiracy? Zuanao Hatsuko was worried, there's definitely something wrong, isn't there? This? So you want to go back to being Hao Gongben's crown princess? Chinfang asked in amusement. I don't want it. Then why are you talking so much nonsense? Chinfang urged, you go out, I'm taking a bath, if you don't want to wash together, don't look at me. Seeing as you just offered a kiss and I had a great experience, I'll give you my word that I'll definitely send you out of the country. Baka. You dogman, still experiencing good. Zuanao Daisuke immediately soared with profanity, you just cheated me out of my first kiss, and you're still talking smack here. Chinfang saw her cursing and splashed water on his hand, I told you to curse, and you're still baka? I'm still 9GA. Did I cheat you out of your first kiss? You asked for it yourself, okay? You die. Zuanao Daisy grunted and turned toward the bathroom, pausing for a moment to say, thank you. Actually, I said that you take me out of the country and we'll find a place where no one can find us and have a good time. I've said this twice, but the second time I said it with seriousness, and although half of it was a lie to you, there was a moment of having this idea. I want you to treat me well when you take me abroad. Chinfang was speechless for a moment and spoke, what's the point of talking so much nonsense, go out you. Chinfang slowly realized that the woman was starting to like herself. Is it the overflow of charisma value from 100 points of face value? Infinite attraction? And the other side. Zuanogawa was already going crazy in his family's villa. Daisy. How come she can't be found? Who the hell is it? Who's got the nerve? Took my daughter away. 3 days from now. It can be the wedding of my daughter and Prince Haogong. Zanagawa is at a loss. It's also worrying a lot. Although it was said that Zua now Daisy could definitely be found, with the energy of the Sun Empire, could finding a Zua now Daisy not be found? But if the wedding date in 3 days is delayed, then it would be an offense to the Haogong imperial family. He himself was ordered by Prince Hanamiya to keep an eye on Sino Hatsuko. Mr. Zeno, there's an opening. Suddenly, a phone call from the genus. Making Zuanogawa's eyes light up, he held the phone and asked anxiously, how? In the end, who took my daughter? I don't know exactly yet, but that Audi, it seems to have been driven out of Yamamoto Murata's villa. Yamamoto Murata? Who is this person? Zanagawa asked anxiously. Checked it out, seems to be the owner of Chiyo Hotel, which has many hotels in Tokyo. A rich man with assets of over 20 billion yen or so. Oh, check his phone number for me. And then question him. This drive Audi car people, in the end who is it, let him honestly explain. Zuanogawa commanded, then an anxious heart, also put down half, now found the relevant person, then can follow the melon. Chapter 92, the first consortium of the Solar Empire. Worth $8 trillion. In the villa area, Yamamoto Murata was planning to sleep. Suddenly, a phone call came in. Ha? Isn't that the general manager of Sony, which is owned by Zeno? Yamamoto Murata saw the man call. It was also valued a bit. The Zui Yi Group is the #1 consortium in the Sun Empire. Limited, Toyota Motor Corporation, Mitsubishi Corporation, Panasonic Corporation, Sony, Fujitsu, Aeon, and many others. This consortium totals around $8 trillion. Hey, you're the general manager of Sony, right? You are Mr. Ichiro Nishiguchi? Yes. I am. Ichiro Nishiguchi immediately took on the tone of a visitor, saying, Mr. Yamamoto, your villa, this evening, did an Audi go out? This car took a girl, you know that, right? An Audi? Could it be Mr. Chin? Yamamoto Murata said silently, thought for a moment, and spoke, I have a friend who does drive an Audi, what happened to him? You don't need to know what's going on, just tell me where he's likely to be right now. Ichiro Nishiguchi said in a very urgent tone. My friend went out, how do I know where he is? Yamamoto Murata's position could not cause trouble for Chinfang. However, Yamamoto knew that Chinfang was now at the bottom of the Chiyo Hotel. Oh, you don't say, do you? Do you know how serious this matter is? Ichiro Nishiguchi was not in a good position to tell the matter of the crown princess's escape, after all, it was a scandal. No matter how serious it is, my friend went out and I don't know where he went. Since Yamamoto had defected to Chinfang, he would be loyal to the end. Okay then, you know this friend of yours, the place he frequents? Frequenting places? That Water Moon Palace Hotel, and come to the Gaoling Golf Course. Yamamoto casually said a few locations over, but they were all places that Chinfang had gone to play once and did not frequent. All right. I got it on my side. Ichiro Nishiguchi's side immediately hung up the phone. And about 10 minutes later, there was another banging sound at Zanagawa's villa. Bull. This man bulls. These locations. Can't find the light blue Audi at all. This man must have known where that Audi was. And then deliberately concealed it. Baka. This Yamamoto Murata? You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin, will you? Waiting for you. Zuanogawa immediately ordered it down. Give me a hard blow to this Yamamoto Murata's hotel industry. Cut off all cooperation with him. I'll find someone to get rid of all his projects. I'll see if he'll talk. To protect his friends or not. Or to protect his own estate. Zuanogawa hated the person who harbored this person and hated to break him into pieces. As for Yamamoto Murata's side, he naturally quickly told Chinfang about this news, saying, Mr. Chin, what exactly did you do on your side? Why did Sony's general manager would call me and look for you? Sony? After Chinfang finished his bath, he sat on the sofa and ate fruit, glanced at the other sofa's Zua now Daisy and secretly said, this Sony company? It seems to be under the Zui Yi Group, right? Is her father looking for her? Don't pay any attention to them. Just say you don't know where I am. Chinfang paused and added, but will they come to the Chiyo Hotel to look for me? After all, this is your home base. Mr. Chin, don't worry, the underground floor of the Chiyo Hotel is known to many people on the road. But there's another floor below that, the place where you're staying, that no one knows about at all. That place is my own private place. Only I know about it. Okay, in that case, I won't worry about it. Chinfang said and hung up the phone. But just a few bites of fruit. The phone rang again. It's still a call from Yamamoto Murata. Mr. Chin, it's bad, my hotel has been suppressed. A lot of title holders and advertisers that I had a partnership with have revoked my contract. And I didn't get my new construction projects, those plots of land, either. Yamamoto Murata spoke anxiously. This must be because the other party saw that I wouldn't name your location, and then started suppressing me. Trying to force my hand. TM? Your father is really something. Chinfang spat out, kicked the leg of Zhuanao Daisy on the opposite couch, and said, even if you're imprisoned, you're still ing with my friend's estate? What's it to me? What are you kicking me for? Zhuanao Daisuke slapped Chinfang's foot, stinky foot out of the way. Mr. Chin, your side? When Yamamoto Murata heard the other party's conversation, he immediately understood as well. It was Chinfang who kidnapped Zhuanogawa's daughter? It's nothing, I'll just kidnap her daughter to have some fun. Chinfang snorted. After all, he couldn't tell the opposite side that he had a mission to take this chick back to his country. Yamamoto Murata was a bit of a fool. This Chinfang was really bullish, but Chinfang was the #1 consortium of the Dragon Empire, and the other party was the #1 consortium of the Sun Empire. Their strengths were very close, so there was really no need to be afraid. But this Sano Daisy, she's the crown princess. This identity. Don't you be afraid. If those cooperators don't give you cooperation, I'll go give a greeting to Su's group and ask them to find a cooperation channel for you. If the land, Su's group also has it in the Sun Empire, and will grant it to you. No need to be afraid. You don't need to worry too much about the identity of the prince or anything. Chinfang said indifferently and then hung up the phone. He looked across the table at Zhuanao Hatsuko, really wanting to do this superb yukai and then vent his hatred. His dad is so not a thing. Why are you looking at me like that? Something to do with me? Daisy's was said, you can't just give in, you promised to send me abroad. Oh, yielding, is that possible? Isn't it just a Solar Empire first consortium? How about that Sun Empire's richest man from the other day? Chinfang smiled disdainfully. You have to be clear, the richest man in the Sun Empire, that's just on the surface, is only worth about $10 billion, while my family, Zhuyi Group, that's $1 trillion level. It's not much different from the strength of your Dragon Empire's #1 consortium. Zhuyi Daisuke saw the other party take his own family and the richest man to compare? Can this be compared? You like your father's estate so much, so I'll take you back? And? Chinfang questioned her. Don't you? You promised to take me abroad. Then why the hell are you still yakking? Can't rule you? Chinfang slightly roared over. His friend's industry was suppressed by her father. Chinfang naturally looked for her out of anger. This woman is a look of scolding. You're a devil, aren't you? Zhuanao Daisy blanked him and didn't dare to say anything. And the other side. In Zanagawa's villa. Again, I heard his incompetent rage. Baka. This Yamamoto Murata? I cut off his partners. Cut off his program? Why isn't he in a hurry? Still won't say where the Audi guy is? Zanagawa was all over it. Should we talk to Prince Haogong about this? But find out for yourself first. If you can't do it. And then to Prince Haogong. After all, if he said that in the past, Prince Haogong would definitely be angry. Mr. Zhuanao, we found out, it seems that this Yamamoto Murata has a lot of connections with Su's group. We discontinued his partners, but Su's group side found a lot of new channels for him. When Zhuanogawa heard his subordinate say this, he immediately cursed. What are these Dragon Empire corporations doing being arrogant in our Sun Empire? I also said, what makes this Yamamoto so indifferent? It turns out that there is the Dragon Empire's Su group behind it, isn't it? Zhuanogawa is really not afraid of Su. Although it was said that the Su group also had a lot of business dealings with their Zhuyi group. But the two groups are about the same strength, so who is spoiling who? Besides, this was in the Sun Empire, not the Dragon Empire. Or not. You take someone? Make a trip to Yamamoto's house and arrest the kid? And then force the Audi's whereabouts? Zhuanogawa didn't really want to start a commercial war with Su group until it was absolutely necessary. After all, that would involve moving a lot of money. I can't. In the villa, Yamamoto Murata is gone, none to be found. Mr. Zhuanao, on your side, is it not a good idea to notify Prince Hanamaya? Have him search vigorously? Notify Prince Haogong of what? This is something that we have gone wrong, and will ask for a scolding then? Zhuanogawa thought for a while. Look for it again, if there is no result at dawn tomorrow. I'm going to go to war with the Su group behind Yamamoto Murata. Bring down Yamamoto's backers industry in the Sun Empire. How dare he disobey then? TM. This Yamamoto Murata's family seems to be nowhere to be found. Zanagawa is really annoyed. But he still sent his own company's employees to guard the main airport road. The first thing to do is not to let Daisy's wood go abroad. Because once you leave the country you're in trouble. That's when the yellow crane goes away. Just when Zanagawa was at a loss. The subordinate's call came back. Mr. Zeno. There's a sign. I've got something. Speak up. Zanagawa asked anxiously. Chapter 93 Prince Consort Bites. People. It's said that a few days ago, this Yamamoto Murata met a person from the Dragon Empire called Chinfang. And this Chinfang and the Su Clan have a great connection. That light blue Audi should be this Chinfang's car in the Sun Empire, called Audi Pikes Peak. Ms. Sano. It should be this Chinfang who took it away. Great. Now that we know who took it, it's a good thing. Sanakawa paused and said, "Can you find this Chinfang's phone number?" "Found it and called, but the phone is off." "Baka. This Chinese monkey." Sanakawa cursed angrily and said, "Can you find out where he is?" After this Audi took Ms. Sano from the villa area, it headed towards the Yamatori district, but the security footage there is broken in a few places. All we can tell is that he's broadly on the north shore part of the Yamatori district. Part of the north shore of the Yamatori district? Is that the Chio Bridge side? So Chinfang would be at the Chio Hotel? But someone went to this hotel the first time to check it out. Even the floor of the unopened underground casino was searched, and it was nowhere to be found. Sanakawa slammed the table. "This Chinese monkey, I want him dead." "Mr. Sano, I think we'd better wait until tomorrow and try to see if this man's phone calls get through. I can't find his coordinates either, based on the phone location. Must be using high tech." Of course. What did Chinfang come to the Sun Empire for? It must be to burn the god's toilet and take away Sano Daisy. Cell phone positioning and these things have long been plotted by Chinfang. Anyway, Chinfang was just fine in the last floor of the underground casino of the Chio Hotel in peace and quiet. No one can find this place. Well, wait until tomorrow. Sanakawa was also sleepy and had no choice but to stop searching for the day. It really can't. He also had no choice but to tell Prince Hogong about it. "Chinfang, I didn't realize that behind you is the #1 consortium in the Dragon Empire? The Su group? No wonder you're not afraid of my father at all?" On Hanako Seno's side, she naturally knew about Chinfang, but she also had concerns. However, Chinfang, although the Su clan group is bullish, its headquarters is still in the Dragon Empire. If my father were to go to war with the Su group's industry in the Sun Empire because of this, the Su group's industry in the Sun Empire wouldn't be able to fight. After all, a strong dragon can't suppress a snake in the ground, not to mention that the two groups have similar strengths. You won't compromise when the time comes. And turn me in? Just stay here at ease, I'll take you away once I've plotted another thing. Chinfang smiled faintly. Su group can't? Wasn't that the fact that he still had a Swiss bank major shareholder? Yesterday's Chinfang, naturally, had already contacted the acting president of the Swiss bank. Now Chinfang was already a world-class tycoon worth trillions of dollars. Really? Take me back to the Dragon Empire? Sano Daisuke was still a little worried, saying, "But this is something that my father definitely didn't tell Prince Haogong because he was afraid of being scolded, and when he can't find me either, he'll definitely have to tell Prince Haogong, so will you still be able to pocket it at that time?" "Don't worry, as long as you go to the Dragon Empire, that Prince Haogong won't be able to do anything about me." Chinfang laughed. When he got to the Dragon Empire, he would have the Supreme Celestial Being, Elder Nangon, over there. What's there to be afraid of? "But Sano girl, listen to me, if I take you back, be prepared that you won't be able to come back." "Can't come back to the Empire of the Sun? Then my mother and father and I." Hinako Sano hesitated. "This kind of father? Why do you still think about him? He made you marry the person you hated and hated the most in order to climb up the ladder, and you still think about him?" Chinfang laughed. "He doesn't deserve to be your father. But he was always my father." "Alright, think about it for the night. Tomorrow if you want to go back, I won't force you to stay, I'll hand you over." Although Chinfang said this on his lips, but actually what he would do at that time, that would be up for debate. "My father's side lost me, and most likely I'll just be scolded by Prince Haogong. After all, Prince Haogong should know that my father is all about pushing his daughter to him. At most, I'll just be given the cold shoulder. It shouldn't be so bad that anything happens." Sano Hina-chan analyzed her parents' situation and shouldn't be punished too much by the crown prince. But still, she was caught in hesitation. "Where are you going to sleep?" Chinfang yawned, really tired. "Sofa, go sleep inside yourself." Sano Daisy glared at Chinfang. "Don't try to get any wrong ideas. I said I wouldn't move me. If you want to, get it yourself." "Heh, and get it yourself? But you know what? You're really pretty." Chinfang pretended to be a devil and walked over, picking up her white-tipped chin and said, "Or else? Just let me be capricious for once? You get lost. You don't keep your word. It was agreed that you would take me to escape the marriage even if you didn't that me." Sano Daisy lifted Chinfang's arm, but it still wouldn't lift. "But you're really pretty, what if I can't help it?" Chinfang was laughing inwardly, but his expression pretended to be demonic as he looked at her. "You spread your hands." Sano Hanako was a bit scared. She knew she was beautiful and it was normal for a man to be unable to resist. Could it be that the other person was really beastly? "No, you accompany me," Chinfang firmly said. "I'll bite you to death." Sano Daisy bit down on Chinfang's wrist in one bite. "Hurry up and spread your hands." UTM. Chinfang immediately retracted his hand, and on it was a row of teeth marks. Lousy. Chinfang raised his palm, wanting to slap him. You hit, feel free to hit. I've been beaten by my father too many times in recent days anyway. Not one more for you. Sanohina cried out with a wow when she thought of her dad forcing her to marry Prince Hanamiya and beating her for all those things. Chinfang looked at her pitiful appearance and also lowered his hand. I said, why don't you know how to make fun? I still have this point of determination, although you are very beautiful. But I've never been one to take it straight from the center for matters of men and women. I don't have the idea of seeking it in the middle of a curve. Ooh, what are you talking about? I can't understand. What's a straight middle ground? Just not the crooked ones. Only the right way. If I want to sleep with you, I need your consent. Chinfang laughed. You tricked me again? Sano Daisy said in exasperation, blushing slightly and apologizing. I'm sorry, does it still hurt? What do you say? Chinfang reached out and touched the back of her bitten hand. You're a dog? Bite that hard? Why don't I rub you down? Is there a pillbox? Sano Daisy immediately stood up and started looking for a pillbox. Under the coffee table. Chinfang shouted thinly. Clunk. Immediately, Hinako-sano pulled open the drawer under the coffee table and found hydrogen peroxide, iodophor, and cotton swabs. Reach out. Let's see if you'll fool me again. You're scaring me to death. Don't make jokes like that to me in the future, got it? Sano Hatchling blankly glanced at him. You have a saying in the Dragon Empire, don't you say that rabbits bite when they're anxious? You can bite the rest, don't bite your hand. Chinfang watched her tenderly rubbing the medicine on herself, and the resentment in his heart lessened by a few points. P.S. Everyone who sees this, can you give the author some recommendation votes? After all, this thing is too important to waste a few seconds of your time, okay? Monthly votes, thank you. If you have them in your hands, simply vote a little bit, really thank you all a million times. Chapter 94, Su Group vs Zuoyi Group. Two major consortia going to war? Zuanao Daisuke blankly glanced at Chinfang, naturally knowing that he was driving. But for Chinfang's driving, she didn't choose to avoid it like the Dragon Empire girl, but returned the favor with a joke, saying, you want me to give you that, don't you? Then you have to be careful. I have tiger teeth. Not afraid of pain? When he finished speaking, he didn't forget to bare his teeth a bit, revealing his little tiger teeth. Come on, I can't afford to mess with that. The girl with the tiger teeth. Looks like I won't have that blessing in the future. Chinfang continued to snicker, but you can work out and avoid tiger teeth very well. Still rubbing the medicine or not? Where's all the chatting going? Sino Hatchling heavily poked the back of his hand with a cotton swab. It hurts. You're still poking at the wound? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Chinfang bared his teeth for a bit, but it actually didn't hurt. The other party didn't exert any force, plus Chinfang himself wasn't naturally bad at taking pain because his force value went up. It's good to know that it hurts. Zuanao Daisy didn't say anything, and carefully took Chinfang's hand and continued to rub the medicine. Bitten by someone with little bleeding. Instead, use can be rinsed briefly with hydrogen peroxide and then sterilized with iodophor. Then take some oral anti-inflammatory medication to prevent infection. Just take care of it briefly. It's not a dog after all. No need to get a rabies shot. Hoo. While rubbing the medicine, Zuanao Daisuke moved towards the back of Chinfang's hand, gently approaching her small mouth and blowing some cold air. It would allow Chinfang to reduce some of the pain. Look at the rows of teeth marks. No need to think, it should hurt. Why is she so impulsive? But blame the guy for enjoying teasing people too much. Why is there a bruise on your arm? Chinfang suddenly realized that there were faint bruises on Zuanao Daisuke's white arm. Did your father beat you? I didn't marry, so he beat me. It's fine, just a few bruises. What kind of father are you? Is there such a thing? Are you her own daughter? Chinfang was really drunk. In this day and age, there are still those who force their daughters to marry. But on second thought, that was the crown prince of Haogong. No one could not want to be the in-laws of the royal family, right? So basically, I don't want to stay in this house. But after all, it's my own father. In fact, I have not made up my mind whether to go away and not come back. According to what you said, I'll give you an answer in the morning. Zuanao Daisuke forced a smile. Parents, even if there are a million things wrong with them, in the end, they are still parents. But in fact, Sino Hatsuko, from a young age, never found much affection from her parents. It could be that the Solar Imperials are thin on kinship. Or maybe it's because your own parents are busy. Chinfang's wounds were also cleaned up and spoke. Do you have more wounds on you? Do you want me to rub some medicine on you? No need. You quickly rest. Zuanao Daisy surely wouldn't let him rub the medicine on. After all, there are wounds that can be in strange places. Alright then, you go to sleep. Chinfang stood up and carried out the blanket for her. But all that was seen was that Sino Hatsuko was sleeping on her back. That little crag was tempting. The pose is unbeatable. Why are you on your back? It's good to be on your back, yeah. It hurts too much with a back injury. Zuanao Daisy smiled helplessly. Is your father so vicious? Chinfang once again refreshed his 3 views and said sternly, "Let me show you some medicine?" "No need." Chinfang didn't care about her either. Stepping forward, he lifted some of the t-shirt off her back slightly, but was gentlemanly enough not to lift the rest. Zuanao Daisuke first struggled a bit at Chinfang's sudden strong concern, but there was no further movement. Sino Daisy has a thin waist. To this smooth, beautiful back. It looks like the magnitude is tantalizing. Chinfang could only see that the white and beautiful back was permeated with a trace of being beaten by a willow. "What kind of father are you? It's also really good at getting down to business." Chinfang spat, picked up the anti-inflammatory cream, and applied it to her back. "It hurts a little though." But Sino Hatsuko held back. At this moment, Zuanao Daisuke's inner mind was supposed to be a 50-50 split between going or not going. But now there's an 82% split. After treating her wounds, that Zuanao Daisuke then rolled over and got up, looking at the rows and rows of teeth marks on the back of Chinfang's hand from his own bites. She once again apologized incomparably, "I'm sorry." Sino Hatsuko really felt like she was too that. He was so good to himself. And not even forcing that one in the face of a beautiful woman like himself. Such a man, one actually bites him. Who, if it were any other man, could bear to share a room with himself and not have a heart? In fact, Sino Hatsuko could see those meanings in the way Pops looked at himself sometimes. To put it bluntly, even Pops can't hold back a bit when it comes to yucks like her. It was already rare for Chinfang to be such a decent person. But she didn't know that if Chinfang hadn't been surrounded by too many beautiful women lately and had gained a little more resistance to them, he really couldn't help himself. "Don't pull my hand, biting have bitten, what's the use of regretting now?" Chinfang gently drew his hand, looking at her caring look. "It is not pretending, now also feel, in fact, this woman, also quite good." Slightly. Daisy's was spat out her tongue and made a face. "It's no use pretending to be cute, make it up to me tomorrow and make me breakfast." Chinfang smiled lightly, looking at her sexy red lips and delicate face. He actually came to mean something. So eager to kiss those sexy red lips again. The feeling of this girl initiating the kiss in the car at first was still fresh in my mind. But after shaking his head, Chinfang still turned around and went to sleep. The next morning, Chinfang's cell phone turned on automatically. That's when someone immediately called. It directly woke Chinfang up. "You are Mr. Chinfang, right?" The one who called was naturally that Zanagawa. His voice was cold. "Dare I ask who you are?" Chinfang rubbed his eyes, but in his heart, he was a bit out of bed. The phone was ringing endlessly in the early morning. "I'm the father of Sino Hatsuko." As soon as Chinfang heard about this, he immediately lost his sleepiness and spoke. "So it's you? Mr. Chin, I don't know what your purpose is in taking my daughter, but you must know her identity. If you are trying to help her escape, or any other intentions, I think the Haogong prince's side." Zanagawa hadn't said anything further. Chinfang then interrupted with a cold smile. "Stop it, I won't let her go back, and she doesn't want to go back either. If you want to come up with any tricks, just go ahead. Didn't you suppress Yamamoto's hotel industry yesterday? Are you going to go to war directly with the Su group today?" Chinfang didn't bring any fear either. Lazy, very opposite verbosity. Straight off the phone. Then turned the phone off. "Only turn on your other private hidden phone. Baka. Chinese monkeys. Dogs. I want you dead. What a pisser. How dare you just hang up on me? Who do you think you are?" Zuanogawa was so angry that he slammed out his cell phone. And what the hell is this guy doing? Knowing full well that Sino Daisy is the future crown princess? Why did you do it? Do you think I wouldn't dare to go to war with the Su clan? This is in the Sun Empire, not the Dragon Empire. Zuanogawa gritted his teeth and instructed the secretary beside him. "The recent piece of land that Su group is going to purchase over in the Dragon Belt district. The auction is going to start this morning. Let's go and compete. That plot of land to repair the building, the Su group has been planning for a long time. Give them a little lesson." The secretary sniffed and said with a bit of suffocation, "But Mr. Zuoyi, that land doesn't mean much to our Zuoyi group. If we deliberately spend money to grab it, the shareholders will complain. After all, Zuanogawa is only the head of the Zuoyi group, with 20% of the equity, is the largest shareholder. But there are other fractional shareholders as well. He actually didn't have the energy of Su Xinghe, who had a mouthful of Tianxian in the Su clan like that. It's only a few $1 billion, the shareholders won't have any complaints." Zuanogawa smiled. Even if he can't beat the Su group, he made them spend more money to buy this land. But this is just a small test, there are more powerful. Asking for recommendations. So many updates today. It's not too much to ask, right? Chapter 95, Shock. Chinfang is the major shareholder of Swiss Bank? On the other hand, Chinfang quickly received a call from Su Xinghe. "Older brother Chinfang, the plot of land that our Su clan group is going to purchase to build a building in the Sun Empire is now being targeted by the people from the Zuoyi group, so by all rights, they shouldn't have a demand for this plot of land, right? Did your side offend the Zuoyi group?" Old man Su, I'm sorry, this matter is due to me, so go ahead and auction it off for the extra money on top of the 3.5 billion, just count it as mine. Anyway, the losses from fighting a commercial war are counted to me as all. Chinfang had Swiss bank shares behind him, so he was naturally not afraid of things. That's not necessary, just wanted to ask you. How exactly did you mess with the Luo Yu group? Su Xingha also pretended to ask. He knew that the mission Chinfang went on to take away the crown princess. He was afraid that it was because of this, right? Moreover, the current Su Xingha also knew that Chinfang had shares in a Swiss bank behind him. This guy got a reward for doing a mission. And one doesn't get it. That Swiss bank share, that's a good one. Su Xingha envied Chinfang. It's nothing, we'll talk about it when the time comes. Chinfang responded indifferently. And the competition at that auction was fierce. The Zhuanua group offered $4 billion. And Su's side offered $5 billion. Leftfield group makes another $7 billion bid. One is not spoiled for the other. Zhuanogawa couldn't have let the Su group purchase the plot of land on which the building was built anyway. And other industries, too, were massively killing the enemy in a way to suppress the Su group. Only beat the suit. Only then would Chinfang obediently hand over his daughter. Because that's the only way Zanagawa can do it. After all, he didn't know what was going on. Chinfang's location just couldn't be found, and if he couldn't find Chinfang, he couldn't save his daughter. You can only knock on the door. But Chinfang here, naturally, cell phone positioning shielding, hacking into the surrounding surveillance video, think that the plot is very good. Indeed, he is also very hidden all the information about himself. However, without the secret help of the big brothers, yesterday's Zhuanogawa had already found Chinfang. So many loopholes after Chinfang's scheming were actually patched up by the big boys. Such is the case. How can an imperial consortium find Chinfang? Zhuanogawa is sitting in the office of the Luo Yu group at the moment, presiding over the operation of all this, and at all costs, he wants to break the Su group's industry in the Sun Empire. But just then, the phones of various shareholders have been ringing off the hook. Mr. Zhua, you purchased the land in the Belt Dragon district? Do you have an ulterior motive? At such a high price? What did you buy it for? Mr. Zhua Yi, you are frantically suppressing all kinds of Su group's industries to the point of hurting yourself? What is this for? Mr. Zeno, would it be okay if you gave your strategy and let everyone discuss it? The shareholders really can't understand Zhuanogawa's operation. But Zhuanogawa is the founder of the group and has an absolute say. But he also had to look at the shareholders. The interests need to be weighed. He was pretty much an emperor with less bullish monarchical powers. The Su Xingha of the Su group, on the other hand, is a mouthful of heavenly constitution at the level of Han Wu Dadi and Zhu Di, and when he says to fight Xiong Nu, he fights, and no one dares to oppose. Baka. These shareholders? Zanagawa faces pressure from shareholders. It's already starting to get topsy-turvy. After all, that piece of land, which had skyrocketed to a price tag of $10 billion, hadn't been loosened by the Su group. Inform these shareholders. I alone will resist the losses from this suppression of the Su group. Soon. Facing pressure from shareholders. Zhuanogawa said that these losses, he alone to resist down is. That's what took care of those shareholder grievances. On the stock market, on industry, on partners, on projects. Total business competition. It all exploded today. Su's group and Luo Yu group, like two fierce tigers fighting. But it's obvious. Su's side, at any point, has no tendency to be broken. A Swiss bank, and a Su. Two supergroups. You can't beat him? What's going on? There's another inflow of money in here besides the SOS? Find out where it came from? Zhuanogawa wondered, could Su's group be helped by another group? This business struggle. It's basically a two-family thing, right? After all, the business world wants profit. Both families are killing themselves. Who will help? In other words, who would come in and help without trying to profit when both are fighting at a loss? Mr. Zeno, don't go on and on. Now you are not fighting the SOS. You are with the Swiss bank plus the Su group. Two world-class conglomerates are fighting. The general manager under Zhuanogawa also found out the source of the other force. I didn't realize it was the world's largest private bank that's been standing for 100 years. What? The other consortium is a Swiss bank? Zanagawa was shocked. What makes Swiss banks so supportive of the Su group? Are they crazy? Accompanying Su to lose money? Mr. Zhua Yi, Chinfang is the largest shareholder of Swiss bank today with 40% of the shares. He has absolute say in Swiss bank. What? 40% equity? Are you kidding me? This is a Swiss bank. An existence with a market capitalization of $5 trillion. He has a 40% stake? Zanagawa was dumbfounded. Why wouldn't he know about such a big change in the Swiss bank's shareholding? Things came about in a strange way. The shares of the Swiss bank were thrown out en masse by many shareholders. It happened just in the last day or two. Not many people know about this news. The system rewards it anyway. That's certainly water under the bridge. It doesn't need to be too fancy. And Chinfang was only supposed to have 20% of the shares of Swiss Bank. But suddenly there was a mysterious person who transferred 20% of the shares to Chinfang. This made Chinfang man silly. Picked up a great deal. Now Chinfang is worth $2.5 trillion. Converted to soft money, that's 15 trillion. It's more awesome than the entire Su group. 15 trillion plus 10 trillion for the SOS. That's a super behemoth of 25 trillion soft dollars. Can't beat a left field group with 8 trillion yen in total assets? And the Zuoyi group is not Zuoyi Chuan's alone. And 40% of the Swiss bank, on the contrary, is Chinfang's alone. To fight a commercial war? You want to kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800? Chinfang had never really been afraid. It's brilliant. It's the speed at which this money is spent that makes it feel a little bit like the mastermind of the hangout. Chinfang was hiding in the dark underground layer while listening to Su Xinghe's report. It just burns. Burned tens of billions of dollars into it in one morning. You're still a shareholder in a Swiss bank? 40% of the shares? Zuanao Daisuke was also a bit numb. It doesn't matter that there is the Su group behind you? And Swiss bank? Su Xinghe's Su Clan group had a total market value of $10 trillion, but he also only had 50% of the shares, and was only worth $5 trillion. But what about Chinfang? Counting the Swiss bank's stake, a whole $15 trillion worth. In Japanese currency? How much money is that? Chapter 96, Hogong Prince Strikes. A new round of financial battles. Are you surprised? Chinfang lightly ate the lunch made by Daisy Zua. You don't know how to cook? It's so hard to eat? Isn't it true that all you Sun Empire girls, you train before marriage? That's just ordinary people. You're not an ordinary person? You won't marry in the future? You're still being arrogant with your status as a great lady? Chinfang gave a shallow grunt. Learn more in the future. This kind of meal, if you eat it, you will be poisoned. Why don't you just hire a chef in the future? Why do you want me to learn how to cook? It's hard to believe that you're taking me back to the Dragon Empire? To marry me? Zuanao Daisy questioned instead. Ahem. You can come and stay at my house. You can warm the blanket. But marry you then. Chinfang's mission, but the main tip has been to bring back to be a slave and a servant girl, that is, to bring back as a maid. When Zuanao Daisy saw Chinfang say that, she was all starting to waver from the idea of going back with him. On the other hand, facing the two super behemoths of Swiss Bank plus the Su group, Zanagawa can't top that now either. Not only is there the pressure of two super behemoths, it has even more pressure from its own internal shareholders. He broke down. The order was given to cancel the plan to suppress all aspects of Su's group. Chinfang. This person is too terrifying. Why can you have so many shares in a Swiss bank? Although Zuanogawa was the #1 consortium in the Sun Empire, he was now completely helpless against Chinfang. Can't find Chinfang's people. Can't find my daughter. Nor can he beat Chinfang. What's to be done about it? The devastated Zuanogawa could only pick up the phone and warily call Prince Haogong. Hey, under the Hogong Palace. Zuanogawa? Prince Haogong's side is watching the news at home. It's talking about today's tussle between Su's group and Zuoyi group. He asked curiously, why did your Zuoyi group suddenly make such a big mess with Su's group? The entire TV is broadcasting about you guys. Under the Hogong Palace, it's this. Daisy? What's wrong with her? Prince Hanamaya was practically yearning for the breathtakingly charming beauty and figure of Zuanao Daisuko, one of the most beautiful women in the entire empire, a goddess at the level of anime, and only 19 years old with a tender body. He stumbled upon this worldly creature a few years ago. Then he vowed to marry her. Only such beautiful women. Only then is he worthy of the Prince of Haogong. Daisy she ran out. Taken away by one called Chinfang. Now this Chinfang, we can't find anyone. We can only frantically suppress the Su group and force him to give in. But this person has a full 40% of the Swiss bank behind him, and the two super conglomerates together. There's nothing I can do. The moment Prince Hao Tian heard that it was this matter. Immediately furious. Old thing, what are you doing? Didn't you find so many people to watch over the crown princess? How could you run out? This thing of yours? Why didn't you tell me earlier? When did it happen? Zuanogawa then knew this matter to tell Prince Haogong. It would be a welcome scolding. That's when I decided to try to see if I could handle it myself. It was last night around 10 o'clock. This Chinfang froze and couldn't find his people. We tried everything we could think of and couldn't trace any traces. Zuanogawa stifled his anger and said, please also ask Prince Haogong, with the power of the empire, to look for Chinfang's location. Waste. You can't even look at a person well enough. If the fledgling has any blinks, I won't spare you. Prince Haogong gritted his teeth fiercely. This Chinfang? What kind of person is he? What is he doing now after taking away Daisy? Prince Haogong was worried. If Sino is no longer innocent. He wanted this Chinfang to leave his life in the Sun Empire. This is a Dragon Empire person. I've never heard of this character before, and recently in the Sun Empire, it's caused a lot of big trouble. Xuanogwen slowly told the story of Chinfang coming to the Sun Empire. Well, don't say go on, I'll look for it. Prince Hogong snapped and hung up the phone. Immediately, the Sun Empire's scouting department was notified. Tell them to look into this Chinfang. Zanagawa is nothing more than a businessman. But Prince Hogong has the energy of an empire. He sure makes it a lot easier to check things out. Check. Check for me. Everything about Chinfang, investigate for me. Prince Hogong frantically gave orders to his people. The subordinate reported, Prince Hogong, Chinfang knows a girl called Aria. Go and arrest her. Arrest her entire family for me. Force Chinfang's whereabouts. Prince Hogong was as crazy as he was obsessed with Xuanao Daisy. This woman was like a natural soul-seducing siren. There was no one who looked at her and wasn't enamored. Dare I ask who wouldn't be crazy about a woman who looks exactly like she walked out of an anime? Such an angel. I'm afraid it only happens once every few hundred years in the mortal world, right? Totally woeful existence. Your Highness. Erika's family, a few days ago, left for the Dragon Empire. Then why the hell are you talking so much nonsense? Keep looking for people Chinfang knows. People who are close to him. By the way, what about that Yamamoto Murata? Prince Hogong asked. Prince Hogong, this man ran away long ago. TM, you guys are losers, aren't you? Then search all of Tokyo's security cameras and find Chinfang for me. Prince Hogong just couldn't believe it. As long as this person hadn't left the Sun Empire, he couldn't believe that he couldn't be found. Half an hour passed. Prince Hogong couldn't find anything against Chinfang even if he used the power of the empire. At this moment, however, his subordinates reported, Prince Hogong, this matter is very evil. It seems that we have internal ministers in the Sun Empire that are helping to cover up Chinfang's position, that is, not honestly reporting on the situation. There's this thing? Who on earth? So bold? Dare to go against my Hogong crown prince? Hogong prince said fiercely, check, go check. When you find out, I want him to look good, in the Sun Empire, actually dare to do things like this. Prince Hogong was also annoyed as hell. Emperor Neofumia was currently receiving an envoy from a Western empire. It'll be a couple hours before the father is notified. Time passed slowly. Chinfang had the cover of the Bigwigs, and it was mainly the cover of that Sun Empire who had a very high status. Chinfang froze and was not found by them. Prince Hogong was getting anxious here. Baka. Chinfang, this Chinese monkey, where the hell is he? Prince Hogong was getting more and more irritated. He had to. Still going the old Zanagawa way. That would be to beat Confronting the Su Clan into submission. He'll know good behavior. A major shareholder in a Swiss bank? 2 super behemoths plus the Su group, right? That's great, isn't it? Prince Hogong was the future heir to the Sun Empire's royal family. Wouldn't he have any properties under his umbrella? Honestly. An empire where the richest, ostensibly, is the richest. There are actually large consortia behind it. And the richest, in fact, was the imperial emperor and several of the emperor's sons and daughters. For example, many of the big businesses in the Sun Empire, in fact, many of the shares, are in the hands of these direct descendants of the royal family. They were an unrivaled presence in the entire empire, regardless of power or money. Just some of the imperial properties that Emperor Hogong had given to Prince Hogong added up to enough for $20 trillion. That's $120 trillion. What 2 groups can't be defeated? How can we stand still when a new storm has emerged? Prince Hogong gave an order. Mobilizing all the industries under his own banner, he began to frantically suppress the Su group's industries in the Sun Empire in a way that killed 1,000 of the enemy and harmed 800 of his own. To put it bluntly, he can be suppressed without money as the Hogong Prince of the Sun Empire. You can go through the Su group's industries and look for tax evasion and other irregularities. But still, Chinfang was protected by a mysterious bigwig at the top of the Solar Empire behind him, and none of this was easy. You went to investigate, and they helped cover it up. And Su's group is a serious businessman. There aren't too many places to commit things. It can only come to a bright financial competition. Please give a recommendation if you're reading this. The author is begging on his knees for so many updates today. It's really important, thank you all. Once again, can't waste more than a few seconds. Chapter 97, New Big Brother appears. The world's #1 family. And Chinfang's side. Still sitting pretty. He doesn't even care to fight with Xuanogawa for finance, he doesn't deserve it at all. But Prince Hogong struck out. That would be extraordinary. The industry in the hands of an imperial crown prince is intimidating. Old brother Chinfang, Prince Hogong has struck. We're afraid that the 2 major groups together won't be able to stop it. Sushingha's industry in the Sun Empire was not much, but it was still 1/12 of the total assets. If it is broken. It's not meta though. But what a disabling blow. However, he felt no regrets if he helped Chinfang. It's a way of cementing the friendship. Invest in the man Chinfang. Can't go wrong. Old Su, if Prince Haogong makes a move, our two groups in together, we are no match. Chinfang hesitated for a moment and spoke. If your Su group's industries in the Sun Empire were to wither away, are you afraid? Not afraid. Su Xinghe replied without even thinking. Very well. I'll take note of today's help. Chinfang had no choice but to watch the Su clan group being suppressed by Prince Haogong. Chinfang did not struggle anymore. Give Chinfang a few more hours, after the matter on the god's toilet site is taken care of. Chinfang would be able to retreat in one piece. Go back to your country when the time comes. Avenge this hatred again. The Su group's properties in the Sun Empire, don't want them. Chinfang has a system and will compensate Su properly in the future. Ne Su's group only got the technology of cell phone chips and has not yet put into production in large quantities and make profits. Otherwise, in a few years, the SOS won't be what it is today. Same time. At this moment in Great Britain, in a huge estate. An old man stands in his yard watering his flowers. The subordinate, however, said in English reported, Master, Chinfang sighed, now the situation is a bit bad, after the Haogong prince, I'm afraid that the Swiss bank plus the Su group cannot top it, right? Oh? Prince Haogong has made a move? The old man smiled faintly, then let's make a move. Otherwise, this brat Chinfang won't be able to withstand the pressure and give the crown princess away, that would be bad. Of course, the old man would not know that Su Xinghe of the Su clan group had already planned to lose the Su clan group's industries in the Sun Empire not to, but also to accompany Chinfang to go crazy once. Their plan to suppress the Su clan and force Chinfang out was a complete fool's errand. And the old man in this manner was one of the 10 big men. If Chinfang handed over the crown princess. So how do you get things done? And this old man's family was quite wealthy, so how come he wouldn't help Chinfang? All over the world, if we were to purely compare money, there was really no one who could compete with that old man, except for the Dragon Empire or the Rice Empire, which poured out their nations and were able to compete with that old man. Baka. This Chinfang really can sit still. What has Su been beaten up to nowadays? Still not giving in? Then give me continued suppression. Beat him until he's convinced. Prince Hanamaya, for the sake of Zua now Daisuke, has the flavor of a redhead. Of course. Anyone who knows the illusion knows it. Such a man is very manly on the surface, but in fact he is a piker. Redheads are really a curse. But just then, Su's group had been suppressed by Prince Haogong and was slowly going to break. But I don't know why. There's a mysterious stream of money. But it rose suddenly. It's starting to be a mad rush to support the SOS. Slowly. Haogong prince of this pressure, but also then slowly enough to see. Gradually, Su's group began to recover. What's going on? What's going on? What group dares to go against me, Prince Haogong? Supporting the Su group? Prince Haogong couldn't read it. Who dares to be wild in the Sun Empire on their own? Su Xinghe also wondered, what kind of mysterious source of funding is this that has actually started supporting my Su group? Su Xinghe did some calculations. Chinfang had Elder Nangong behind him, no doubt, as well as himself, and it appeared that he had the world's #1 assassin organization. However, Nangong old man is the kind of 3 years do not sound, but a sound of the existence of a shocking, he generally do not do it is in the key place. The words of the world's #1 assassin organization, on the other hand, does not have a lot of financial power, although they are also very rich, but after all, it is not enough to look at. Respected, just that the killers under their banner are too powerful, others do not want to be targeted by them, the financial world is not their play. Su Xinghe couldn't figure out who was helping Su clan. Could it be that the new big brother behind Chinfang has appeared again? Su Xinghe was simply going to be shocked to death alive by Chinfang, the big brother behind him? Just how many were there? Of course. A new big shot appeared behind Chinfang. Not only was Su Xinghe surprised, the rest of the bigwigs are getting surprised. Elder Nangong, a world's #1 assassin organization, already in the Dragon Empire underground casino was discovered by me. Su Xinghe naturally do not need to say much, the earliest discovery, but this mysterious source of funds today? And who is it? Could it be Great Britain's? The world's first weapons dealer, interesting, more and more interesting, Chinfang this guy. If he is backed by that family, I'm afraid that not many forces in the world will be able to stop him than in terms of money. Bamboo Leaf Green, did that family make a move as well? This Chinfang actually has this family behind him? Reactions from the big boys. It can be wonderful. They all already know the source of this mysterious funding. Their curiosity about Chinfang increased by a few more points. And at this moment in Prince Haogong's villa, he began to curse, go check. Go check. Who the hell is it? Who is against me and dares to help the Su clan? If you haven't beaten Chinfang into submission, how will he obediently hand over the crown princess? Is this Chinfang and the Su group an undefeatable little powerhouse? He, Prince Hanamaya, went to suppress it with the assets given by the emperor and he still couldn't beat it? Prince Haogong, we've found out. This mysterious source of funds is actually in the west. The west? Could it be the royal family of a certain empire? Prince Haogong gritted his teeth fiercely and said, even if it's a royal family in the West, who dares to go against my Sun Empire? My Sun Empire is the third economy in the world. Not any royal family. But that family. What family? Prince Haogong asked. The Rothschilds. What? It's actually this family. When Prince Haogong heard this, he immediately began to turn pale. What kind of existence is the Rothschild family? They are a long-established financial family in Europe and the world. It originated in the early 19th century and its founder was Meyer Amsel Rothschild. Supposedly in World War II. It's a family that can influence the entire global war effort. In other words, whichever empire this Rothschild family helps will win. In other words, people have money, they give you money for weapons, they give you money for logistics. When you fight a war, isn't it all about money? And in 2007, a scholar, Song Hongbing, estimated that the family's assets, alone, totaled $50 trillion. $50 trillion? Someone said, who has that kind of money? It was important to realize that the Dragon Empire's total GDP for a year was only a little over $1 trillion. That is, people have assets that are several times what the entire empire makes in a year. But that's a 2007 estimate. So think it's been over a decade now? God knows how much money people have. $70 trillion? Or $100 trillion? Of course, the family's assets, but they're real, so who's going to do the math? Immediately it jumps out, the family was estimated to have $50 trillion in 2007 alone. It's not just bragging. It's actually Rothschild's family. Haogong Prince's words, the identity of the Sun Empire is in the existence of one person under 10,000 people. He naturally knows that the family, more than 10 years ago, the assets, has been about 100 trillion, that the scholar estimates, but also just his own calculations. People's families have how much money, but also buy you a scholar to see through? And more than a decade has passed. The family has at least $30 trillion more in assets. That's $130 trillion in total assets. Their Sun Empire, last year's total GDP, was only $5.1 trillion. 20 years of income. Can't even beat people. What's the deal? And Prince Haogong is just a prince. Not the Mikado. He doesn't represent the entire empire. This, Chinfang, is too terrifying. Prince Haogong had no choice. No wonder this mysterious source of funding is not afraid of his own identity. They're a Western power and they're so bold, so who are they afraid of? But to say the whole world, the comprehensive strength of the strongest family, none belongs to the Naomi Empire Pit royal family cannot, after all, have the right and money. And the second strongest family was only the Dragon Empire's Nangong royal family. The third strongest family was the Haogong royal family. The Rothschild family, the strength can be ranked in the 20s, just better than some small empire royal family. After all, he only has money and some small power. After all, the comprehensive strength, not only more money, but also than the fighting strength. But other than that, if you compare it to money alone, only the Dragon Empire and the Rice Empire can be defeated by pouring out their nations. That is to say, people are the number one richest family in the world. No family is as rich as they are. Only an entire empire to compare it to is even close, and it needs to be a large empire. Sino Hatsuko. Where the hell are you? How the hell are you? Have you been? Prince Haogong was very worried about his crown princess's innocence at the moment. If he was really that by Chinfang, then when he ascended to the throne as the emperor, he would definitely want to take revenge on Chinfang. But now I froze and can't find Chinfang's position. There's also that Sun Empire hierarchy that secretly helped Chinfang. Who the hell is it? This guy who eats his heart out. Prince Haogong swore. Once we find this traitor, he's going to punish him hard. Older brother Chinfang. You. Su Xinghe called Chinfang's phone, and at this moment, he was already unable to speak. Chinfang was too terrifying. Ha? What's wrong, old Su? Chinfang was still in a daze. He still didn't know who it was that had been secretly helping Su's group. You have this Rothschild family behind you? That huge financial family with $150 trillion. Compared to money alone, there is no family in the world that can compete. Su Xinghe, as a businessman, if he could hitch a ride with the world's number one financial family, it would really be an infinite benefit. Now Chinfang was actually able to get this family to make a move? And go out of your way to offend the Haogong royal family? Chinfang's position in the Rothschild family was truly terrifying. The Rothschild family. Chinfang also pulled the corners of his mouth hard. There was a new big shot? The world's number one financial family? Chinfang did the math. Now he's found the big man. There's 4 big men now. The world's number one assassin organization. Su Xinghe. The Rothschilds. And that old man Nangong. These bigots. How one is scarier than the other. Right now, my Su clan's industry in the Sun Empire is considered stabilized. It hasn't been suppressed. But I'm afraid that the money burned down in the financial world today is going to be counted in hundreds of billions of dollars. With today's competition, it can be said that an Ali's mom company is gone. Su Xinghe could only sigh. I'm afraid this is one of the few big financial competitions ever. But the money. Not Chinfang alone out. Instead, many consortia come together. Su Xinghe calculated that his group lost the least amount of money, just about $5 billion. The biggest losers are going to be the assets of Prince Hao Tian and the Rothschild family. After all, they're the last two consortiums to PK. Father's side. Have the talks ended yet? Prince Hao Gong was anxious at the moment, sending the scouting departments to look for Chinfang's location, but he couldn't find it either. It seemed like he was a little bit unable to fight that Sun Empire's senior management who secretly harbored Chinfang. But Emperor Hanamaya was different. He was the one who could pour out the nation's power. A prince is a prince after all. Under the Hagong Palace, the talks on the emperor's side aren't over yet. It will take another hour. The subordinate reported. Baka. Crown Prince Hao Gong heavily slapped the table. Check for me again. Check for Chinfang. Where the hell is he? It was impossible for Prince Hao Gong to force out Chinfang by suppressing the Su Clan now. You'll just have to find out for yourself. But just at this time, Prince Hanamaya receives a call from a mysterious person. This mysterious man was the same mysterious man who, last time, had told Emperor Hao Gong that it was likely that someone was going to burn the Sun Empire's sacred toilet. Who are you? Prince Hao Gong, I'm an old friend of your father's. What I'm going to tell you now is that Chinfang is in that Chio Grand Hotel. There are dark layers underneath that Grand Hotel. The mysterious man smiled bashfully. This information is accurate, there should be no problem. Oh? Thanks for telling me, how can I thank you? Prince Hao Gong knew that there was no free lunch in the world. When the time comes and you ascend to the throne as emperor, just do some small favor. The mysterious man politely said. All right. I'll remember your favor. Prince Hanamaya hung up the phone and immediately ordered, get me the Tokyo General Courts to go and send constables to surround the entire Chio Hotel. Go find that underground dark layer. Chinfang. I want you dead this time. I'm going to capture you. Torture you slowly. Who told you to kidnap my crown princess? Even if you have the Rothschild family behind you, it's useless. You are breaking the laws of my Sun Empire. Prince Hao Gong was now grim-faced and beyond expectant. But he's right. Chinfang has committed things in the Sun Empire. Even if he had the Rothschilds, they wouldn't be able to protect him. After all, internationally, Prince Hao Gong is in the driver's seat. Who told you to kidnap? But is Chinfang really kidnapping? That's not. It was Sino Hatsuko's own wish. Chapter 98, Shock. Tens of thousands of people. Hao Gong Ben strikes. Bottom floor of the Chio Hotel. Chinfang sat in the suite. Transportation in the seclusion of a tent. He's commanding a sacred toilet a few dozen kilometers away. Aria's younger brother, Yasuji Nae, was after all in charge of transporting the sacrificial offerings. Chinfang had already sent in a large number of combustible sacrificial offerings with strong incendiary bombs installed inside from last night to today. As long as Chinfang here orders it. Immediately it was a roaring fire. As mentioned before, it's actually a very simple task to burn the god's toilet, the most important thing is how to escape. In fact, even if Chinfang didn't have any henchmen, as long as you sneak to the perimeter of the god's toilet and throw incendiary bombs into it, it basically works. But the matter of taking away the crown princess is more difficult. However, Chinfang was very lucky. Yesterday he actually managed to meet the crown princess. This beauty also wanted Chinfang to take her out of the country. It seems that she is very disgusted with the little dwarf prince and has some complaints against her family. This made Chinfang clap his hands. And too much luck. But Chinfang would also kind of suspect that this was an arrangement by Big Brother, but he wasn't sure. Mr. Chin. Mr. Chin. It's not good. There are constables coming to our hotel. Suddenly. Outside Chinfang's suite. Sango, on the other hand, knocked gently on the door. Reported the matter. What? Didn't these people check the Chio Hotel once last night? Chinfang was confused for a moment. Mr. Chin, I'm not sure, and it seems that their target is you here. You'd better make plans early. This. Chinfang saw that these constables were coming aggressively, and naturally, he did not know that his location had been exposed. Yamamoto Murata said no one should be able to find this place. But Chinfang's original plan, that was to burn the god's toilet at night and escape. If it's daytime, the chances of an escape operation being caught are much higher. At the moment, Chinfang couldn't decide what to do. Whether to start the operation immediately or wait for darkness in an hour. Looked at the time. It's already 6:30. It'll be soon enough if we wait for dark. Forget it. Let's see what happens first. What if they can't find the dark layer? And at this moment, the underground casino of the Chio Hotel is already coming with a lot of constables. Because Chinfang notified down yesterday that the place was suspended. All that gambling stuff, put it all away. Look, Mr. Official, we have this underground, we just got it out, for our guests to work out, and there is nothing else inappropriate about it. Sango greeted the group of officials outside. But it's obvious. They're not here to catch gamblers. The official at the head was addressed as Captain Ogawa by the men under his banner. He took people. Constantly checking the place for culverts. They kept pounding on the walls and floors. Because if the inside is empty, then the tapping sounds different. Ping back. Ping back. They had stun batons in their hands, and they were constantly banging away. Downstairs, Chinfang and Zhuanao Daisy, too, were sitting quietly. Chinfang, what should we do? We won't be discovered, right? Zhuanao Daisy was panicking. If she was caught back this time, she would never have another chance, because tomorrow was the wedding. Counting the hours. Her wedding to the prince was only so many hours away. It's fine, let's see what happens first. Chinfang was not in a hurry. This place went out and was accessible in all directions, so he could directly reach the coast or the river, or the airport. But Chinfang certainly won't be walking through the airport. This situation today. Going through the airport is a dead end. But, stop it, I won't hand you over. Chinfang was also a bit annoyed by her, and his twittering was endless. Sir officer, this place of ours is the last floor, what are you looking for? Sango was also nervous. Logically speaking, not many people should know about the secret room suite down there in the Chio Hotel, right? How come the moment these people came, they looked like they were looking for a secret room? You'd better be honest. Where is this passage to the secret room? Captain Ogawa couldn't find it himself and was beginning to run out of patience, and with his stun baton in hand, he pointed at Sango. Sir officer, we really don't have any other place here. Sango said firmly. Oh, when I find it, I'll see what you say. You people, you just won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Captain Ogawa smiled coldly and continued to lead the men in pounding the floor and walls. Inch by inch, the carpet searched for the location of the chamber. Finally, someone appears to have found something of the stuff. Captain Ogawa, it seems a bit empty here. There's definitely space down there. There's a henchman down there. Instead, the floor underneath the dining room was found. Knock on it and it's empty. There must be something else down there. Baka. You're still saying there's no passage? It's so empty down here? What is this place? Captain Ogawa turned toward Sango, his eyes glaring over. Come on, tell me, the passageway that leads down here, where is it? Officer, listen to me, there's no passageway here, it must be a drainage ditch down here. Naturally, knocking on it is empty. Sango warily explained. Are you still talking nonsense? Why is this drain so big? It's at least a few dozen square meters here. Knocking on it is empty. Captain Ogawa looked at Sango fiercely. Are you going to say it or not? It's really just a drain. Third brother had also seen Chinfang's strength today, the Su group plus the Swiss bank and the Rothschild family. He had naturally thought about it. This thigh. He's going to hold steady. Asshole. Captain Ogawa slapped him hard and shouted, listen up, everyone, go find tools and dig this place up. Since we don't know where the passage is, then Captain Ogawa will have to be the one to lead the digging here. Soon. The tools are in place. Drills, small hydraulic breakers, high-power single-use electric picks, and more. This place anyway. You can't get in with a backhoe or large demolition tools. No way. Had to use these small tools. Gradual. Chinfang could also hear the constant buzzing of the drill overhead. Chinfang, what should we do? They're going to start punching through the floor. Zhuanao Daisuke was worried and clutched Chinfang's arm tightly, her hands covered in sweat. TM. Dig any further. Old me is going to be smashed to death by the chandelier falling from above. Chinfang pulled Zhuanao Daisy and the two of them came to the restroom of the secret room, a place where they didn't have to worry about the materials falling from the construction above hitting their heads. However, Chinfang did the math and figured that just these small tools, at least half an hour or more, to penetrate the floor. Now Chinfang still had time to make a choice. Let's wait for now. Chinfang still wanted to make another escape at night. The catchers on the floor above, still under constant construction. A buzzing sound resonated throughout the underground casino. But this time, a group of men dressed in black, and with tubular weapons in their hands, arrived instead. They're officers and soldiers from Tokyo. The constables and the officers and soldiers belong to two levels entirely, and their fighting strengths are all different. But again, officers and soldiers are not part of the War Department. What are you guys doing here? Why are you banging around here? Captain Shiger walked over with his men. Captain Shiger, hello, we were ordered that there might be fugitives here, and that there is a dark layer below. Captain Ogawa obviously didn't know about the matter of the crown princess being kidnapped. After all, Prince Hagong wouldn't tell this kind of scandal to the people below. What are you guys fooling around with? There's no dark layer anywhere in this place. Remove them all. But Captain Ogawa didn't agree, because the superior who gave them the order, on the other hand, was someone from Prince Hagong. There is nothing but. If you don't listen, we can only meet in arms. When the Chikyu great captain finished speaking, the men under his banner who were holding the tubular guys were all in a frown. Wait. Let's go. Captain Ogawa gritted his teeth. How could they fight with the officers and soldiers with their fighting strength? It was completely on two levels. One was for maintaining order and security. One was the city's military force. Ha! How come there's no more banging sounds? Daisy Zhuo looked toward the ceiling above her head and said fearfully, did they drill through the floor? It's fine, they're gone. Chinfang naturally received a report from third brother that someone had taken these constables back. This made Chinfang puzzled again. Now Chinfang can be solid. There was indeed a mysterious bigwig from the Sun Empire who was secretly helping himself. But it certainly didn't belong to the Hogong royal family line. Baka. Baka. Who the hell is it? Just who is secretly helping Chinfang? Prince Hogong slammed the table and smashed the chair again. You sent a constable from your side? They went straight to the officials to intercept the man and bring him back? Prince Hogong, this Captain Shiger, he stated that he had received a report from someone that the place was a nuisance. Didn't let the constable continue digging the floor. The meaning of the subordinate is clear. This Shiger captain, who took the whole thing upon himself, did not give an account of who was behind the arrangements. This person who secretly helped Chinfang is truly a traitor to my Sun Empire. When I find him, I'll make sure to leave him in pieces. Prince Hogong gritted his teeth fiercely and commanded, get me the people from the Yokosuka base's Marine Warfare Department to directly surround the Chio Hotel in full armor for me. Since the constable is useless? Then just let the War Department go over there. The War Department's errand? Let's see who dares to stop. A few minutes passed. Prince Hanamaya's men, on the other hand, hurriedly came forward and reported, Prince Hanamaya, the people from Yokosuka base, they won't send troops. What? Actually not sending troops? Prince Hogong sat on the sofa and said angrily, why don't they send troops? They say that the Yokosuka base is a barrier in defense of the capital, and that they won't send troops unless they have an order from the emperor and the chief cabinet minister. Is it possible that my crown prince's warrant still can't mobilize the people from Yokosuka base? Prince Hogong was completely furious and smashed his teacup on the ground. What father said, at special moments, my crown prince's warrant is able to mobilize the Yokosuka base's war department outside of the capital. Don't they know that? The subordinates said so. But the Grand Admiral of the Yokosuka base denied it, saying that it's not a special moment. Baka. The crown princess has been kidnapped and it's still not a special moment? Prince Hanamaya cursed angrily and called the Yokosuka base's Grand Admiral directly out. Shinpin Yuta. You dare to disobey my crown prince's order? Do you know the consequences? Don't you hurry up and send out your troops. Go and surround the Chio Hotel. Don't you know that I can mobilize troops just as well with my warrant? P.S. Everyone who sees this, can you give the author some recommendation votes? After all, this thing is too important to waste a few seconds of your time, okay? Monthly votes, thank you. Chapter 99, Shocking the World. The God's toilet is on fire. The Crown Prince rests his anger. Emperor Hanamaya had said that unless the capital is in a time of crisis and the emperor is not in the capital, then the Crown Prince may not move the Yokosuka base's troop strength without authorization. Shinpin Yuta, he is the Yokosuka War Department's great general, naturally he must act according to the rules, and also someone had given him a greeting, told that he could not move the troops. If he did, then the sin was something that he could not bear. Shinpin Yuta. Listen carefully, I'm only mobilizing 1,000 troops. That's not good enough? Prince Hanamaya now wants to mobilize the constables, and he's being stopped, and he wants to mobilize the war ministry? You can't actually transfer them? Not a single soldier can be moved. Shinpin Yuta said firmly. Shinpin Yuta. If anything happens to my crown princess, I won't be the first to bypass you. Crown Prince Hanamaya grunted heavily and hung up the phone, also furious. As he spoke, are the talks still not over on father's side? If it doesn't work, I'll just rush in and forget about it? Crown Prince Hogong, don't be in a hurry, this Chinfang is definitely still in the Sun Empire. Anyway, the Heavenly Emperor is almost done with his talks, so the Crown Prince is at ease. Take it easy. I'm restless my ass. I Prince Consort. Crown Prince Hogong really hated to capture this Chinfang and abuse him severely, scraping him once a day. And I wonder who the Sun Empire really is? Has been helping him in secret. And now Crown Prince Hogong has no time to find out who this person is, he must free the Crown Princess is the important thing. Zhuan Ogawa, you piece of trash. You're really something that can't make things happen. I told you to keep an eye on your daughter? You actually let her escape? Prince Hanamaya now had absolutely no choice but to sit and do nothing, and he called to scold Zhuan now Hatsuko's old man. Prince Hogong, have you found the fledgling? Zhuan Ogawa didn't dare to return the favor and asked cautiously. I found an ass. There are traitors in my Sun Empire that have been secretly helping him. Even my Crown Prince's hand order, the Yokosuka War Ministry, actually dared to disobey. Crown Prince Hogong grunted heavily. What? Your Crown Prince's warrant was denied? Zhuan Ogawa couldn't understand it either. What kind of identity did the other party have? Could actually be like this? Zuichuan, I've told you again and again that the crown princess has a bad temper and always doesn't want to marry me, and has already run away 7 times. The wedding is approaching, I also gave you the word to keep an eye on her, don't have any accidents. And now? What are your men doing? How Gong Prince, a stomach of fire, can only be sent to the left Nokowa here, he had thought, although the left Nikoko hate themselves, but once the rice is cooked, the woman will be obedient. I did not expect that now, she is no one. The crown prince rests his anger, I'll send more people to look for them. What about finding your mother? If I can't do anything about it, what use can you be? Universal. Dare to scold the old man. I'm afraid it's only the royal family. Then, Prince Haogong, what should we do now? Zua Nogawa said warily. What to do? We can only wait for father's talks to end. I just don't believe it, this Sun Empire traitor who secretly helped Chinfang, my father still can't suppress it? Although Prince Haogong didn't know who this person was, he could roughly guess that it was definitely a minister in the general cabinet. In other words, the one that can hold his prince down. And only the ministers in that general cabinet. Naiko Haogong Crown Prince, although he was the crown prince and his status was indeed noble, he basically did not have much military or political power. And since ancient times, the emperor has had to guard against a rebellion by the crown prince. Can't befriend too many forces for him. For the people of the Yokosuka War Department, the ministers in the general cabinet were their top bosses, and could directly decide whether they would live or die or their future, whereas the crown prince, who was now in the stage of learning to manage the empire, didn't have much power of life and death. Gradually, night came and the sun slowly set in the sky. The whole of Tokyo is starting to go dark. The city is filled with lights. At this moment, in the sacred latrine, the soldiers who had died in the original war of the Sun Empire were buried. And most of these people were those who had died in the original attack on the Dragon Empire. Therefore, for the Dragon Empire, this place, the Divine Toilet, was a sinful place. So many people from the Dragon Empire, they hated it. At night, because there are no more tourists in the sacred toilet, the place is unusually quiet, and you can only see the sparse management personnel walking around in the sacred toilet. Suddenly, the various parts of the Divine Toilet can be described as 18 points in different places. A small fire burns suddenly. In the God's Toilet, what started as a small fire immediately began to grow in sound. The small mass of flames, touching the wooden house, burst into sky-high flames. The blazing fire, as if it had gone mad, with the gusts of wind in that irregular direction, scurried around, recklessly devouring everything in the God's Toilet. Fire! Fire! There's a fire in the God's Toilet. Get the firefighters over here. Come on! The staff in the God's restroom began to panic and yell in disarray. The fire came too quickly in a flash. They had no chance to react. What the hell is going on here? Why is it suddenly burning so much? Toilet director. We don't know, this fire is so strange, how come there's no sign at all? In other words, how could it burn so big all at once? If there's a fire somewhere, it should burn slowly, right? As the toilet chief looked at the blazing fire in front of him, he gritted his teeth and said, someone must have done it on purpose, or else it wouldn't have been possible for the fire to burn that big all at once. Damn it! More than 10 years ago, there was a person from the Dragon Empire who threw burning hot bottles and burned several of our houses. And now again? But this time it's even more ruthless. The entire God's Toilet is ablaze. Let's go, Toilet Master, the fire is too big, there's nothing we can do about it, we'll have to wait for the firefighters to come. The administrator looked at the fire in front of him. They really can't do anything at all. Just be afraid to wait for that fire to come. There's not much that can be salvaged. It's definitely man-made. Whoever it is. Nowadays do this kind of thing. All subject to the sanctions of the Empire of the Sun. Of course, when the God's Toilet burned on this side, then the people in the surrounding streets began to crowd toward that place. Quick look! What's going on over there in the God's Toilet? It seems to be burning up a big fire. What? What's with all the fire? What do the managers in these sacred restrooms do? How dare they catch fire? The head of the toilet in this God's Toilet, I'm afraid he's going to be removed from his post this time, isn't he? Such a big blunder. Only to be removed from office? It must be punished severely. This is the heroic soul of my Sun Empire. Damn it! The people from the Empire of the Sun could only take their cell phones and start taking pictures and posted them online. And so many Sun Empire media outlets were the first to report this. In Tokyo's Chiyoda-ku, Kyuden-kita's shrine toilet. At 19:30 p.m., a fire suddenly broke out and quickly spread throughout the restroom. Firefighters have rushed to the scene, and there are no casualties for now. The God's Toilet fire. Was it premeditated? Or was it an accidental fire? It's under investigation now. According to accounts from residents in the neighborhood, the blaze burned in a flash, not like a misfire, and netizens deduced that it must have been done deliberately. Of course. The media on this side of the Sun Empire reported it, and the news must have immediately reached the country with lightning speed. After all, it's the information age now, and when something big happens somewhere, the whole world knows about it immediately. Domestic is around 19.35 points. So many people's WeChat circles are literally bursting at the seams. The sacred toilet is burned. All celebrate with us. Attached is a photo of the burning of the divine toilet uploaded by a netizen from the Empire of the Sun. Shiver God has eyes, this place should have ceased to exist a long time ago. To celebrate the burning of the sacred restroom, I'm sharing my girlfriend. Go! Guys, it's on me. Let's drink. I heard that the fire came quickly, not like a misfire, like someone did it on purpose. Who the hell did this? It couldn't be someone from our Dragon Empire doing it again, could it? 10 years ago, a guy named Lu something or other burned down the god's toilet, huh? Such a heroic deed is surely the boldness of someone from my Dragon Empire. Who is this man that I would offer him on my family's incense burner? It looks like with this fire, I'm afraid a room in the god's toilet won't stay. Immediately, the internet over in the Dragon Empire started chatting about this everywhere. Live streaming rooms, short videos, QQ Watch, and more. Immediately rushed to the top of the hot search. Of course, 10 years ago, then, the internet is not so developed, so the burning of God's toilet thing, in fact, did not cause too much of a stir. And it's different now. Everyone in the country basically has a cell phone. And all of them can link to Wi-Fi. Big things all over the world, all over the empire in a flash. In Prince Haogong's villa, at this moment, a subordinate stumbled in and shouted, "It's not good, Prince Haogong, the divine toilet has burned up, the fire is so big that it has basically swept through the entire divine toilet." Baka! What the hell is going on? How did it suddenly go off? Prince Haogong said angrily, "What are those administrators of their divine toilet doing?" According to my subordinate's understanding, the fire came too big, it should be done deliberately by someone. Deliberately? Prince Haogong slightly testified, immediately remembered 10 days ago, there was a mysterious person, informing his own father that there was a possibility that people from the Dragon Empire were coming to burn the divine toilet, but it was only a possibility, the mysterious person kept jumping to conclusions. Therefore, although my father did not pay attention to it, he also increased the precautions for the sacred toilet, and basically the visitors who came and went would be properly inspected. And then this mysterious person informed himself that the crown princess was in the downstairs secret room of the Chio Hotel. Are these two things? Was it done by one person? Go to the great meeting place at once. Go find father. Prince Haogong couldn't care less, rushing out of the villa, he had people drive towards the grand assembly grounds. Less than 5 minutes. Along the way do not need to care about the red light green light Haogong Prince, basically unimpeded. Bang! Prince Haogong pushed open the door of the talks and shouted, "Father, it's not good, the god's toilet is on fire, the fire is very big, the firefighters rushed there now, but it should be hopeless. And the crown princess has been taken." Chapter 100, Come here, let me kiss you. What? Divine toilet and crown princess. Emperor Hanamaya's face immediately changed, apologetically saying to the ambassador beside him, "Mr. Ambassador, we have talked about our matters with your country for the time being, so let's go take care of a bit of business first." Emperor Haogong had been reminded by a mysterious person 10 days ago. But he didn't take it seriously at all. After all, who would dare? I didn't realize all this was coming true? Whoever it is. Just get him. Then accept the wrath of the entire Sun Empire and his Emperor Haogong. Miyamoto, you quickly tell me everything about what happened, word for word without leaving out a single circumstance. I want to know the exact situation. Emperor Hanamaya asked anxiously as he walked towards the door. Emperor Hanamaya naturally liked this daughter-in-law as well. And this like. It's not simply that elders like their juniors. This is the #1 beauty in the Sun Empire. TM anime came out of nowhere. Neither father nor son would allow it to happen that the crown princess had been plundered, and the matter of the divine toilet was a disgrace. The man must be caught. Soon. Prince Haogong naturally told all he knew. You mean? Our Sun Empire? There's someone secretly helping this Dragon Empire person Chinfang? So much so that you were held down? And then can't do anything about him? Hearing this, the Haogong Heavenly Emperor's face changed drastically as he said, I'll find out this person and make sure to make him look good. Father, now is not the time to care about this person. Over at the divine toilet, it's already too late to do anything about it, so let's just rescue the crown princess first. Haogong Ben proposed. There's nothing to do on the god's toilet side since it's burned, so I'll have to have someone investigate. Now I will send someone to the Chio Hotel. After Emperor Haogong said that, he immediately commanded, at my command, mobilize the capital city royal guard. Go directly to the Chio Grand Hotel and surround it for me. Emperor Haogong struck out. The guards guarding the capital were mobilized directly. Unlike the Yokosuka base, the royal guard is the group that more directly protects the capital. For example, during the time of Emperor Wu of Han, a few thousand imperial guards protected the imperial city, while tens of thousands of men in large camps on the outskirts of the capital protected a larger area of the capital. Boom boom boom. Streets. A camouflage SUV, on the other hand, was headed towards the Chio Hotel at a fiery pace. In each car, 7 or 8 people stood. They were heavily armed in their hands. The royal guards, on the other hand, were only at the behest of Emperor Haogong, and could not be mobilized by anyone else, naturally. The streets were purged. So many people in the Sun Empire, they don't know, what's the big deal that's going on? So much so that the royal guard would be deployed. Could there be some kind of terrorist? On Chinfang's side, he naturally passed through a passageway that ran through the mountain in the secret room of the Chio Hotel and arrived at the seashore outside the city. And this section of the road, the sea, is a cliff, then a sparsely populated area, the most good place to smuggle people. And before Chinfang's eyes. Instead, it is a small to medium-sized boat about 13 meters long and 3.5 meters wide, almost like many small passenger boats. But don't look at the boat, it's not big, but it's got a lot of horsepower and it's fast enough. Conventional cargo ships travel at speeds between 15-20 knots, which is equal to between 28 and 37 kilometers per hour. But with this boat, it's much faster, traveling 60 kilometers an hour. That means 24 hours of constant forward motion and 1,320 kilometers in a day. The ship was prepared with enough oil, being able to get the ship to reach the south coast of the Dragon Empire. To the southeast of the winter capital is, naturally, an inland sea. And on the mouth of the inland sea, the mouth of the gourd, is the Yokosuka base. Therefore, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the Yokosuka base was a maritime barrier to the capital. Mr. Qin. Ms. Zui Yi. Get on board. Chinfang saw that on the big boat, a man dressed as a farmer came down. He was stout and powerful. This was Yamamoto Murata's beloved henchman. Daisy, hurry up and go, why are you still dumbfounded? Chinfang saw that now Daisy was a bit hesitant, so he pulled her. Could it be that you haven't thought about it? Didn't you promise me that you'd come with me to the Dragon Empire? Chinfang sneered, just your father who beats you every day? The father who wants to marry you off to Haogong Ben and then climb the Dragon Empire without considering your happiness? Why do you still stay? Now Daisy was actually still torn inside. She knows. Once she left the Sun Empire at this time, she likely wouldn't be able to come back. After all, she was the crown princess that Haogong Ben had his eye on. Not just any girl. After leaving and coming back to the Sun Empire, he was sure to be caught by Haogong Ben. I'll just go with you. Now Daisy wanted to have a time to say goodbye to her parents at the moment, but when she heard Chinfang mention that her parents had beaten her and forced her to marry someone, the trace of affection slowly faded a lot. Soon. And the two men went aboard the Sun Empire's winter capital, to the Dragon Empire's East China Sea coast. Then there is this 1,763.85 kilometers of air distance. Chinfang aboard a fast ship, the fastest budgeted time. It takes about 1.5 days. It could be said to be very far away. But really, you only have to go about 700 kilometers west to reach the waters of the Dragon Empire, the East Sea. Get to the place. It would also be out of the hands of the Solar Empire. Finally, it's time to get the hell out of here. But can we safely reach the waters of the Dragon Empire? That's hard to say. Chinfang stood on the deck and looked at the ship as it slowly moved away from the sitting city. The inner worry naturally overflowed. What are you doing standing on the deck when it's windy? Suddenly, Chinfang could only feel an additional windbreaker on his shoulders. Looking back, it turned out to be Sino Hatsuko who had authorized a coat for him. So beautiful, Tokyo. Really don't want to leave here. But since the day I was looked at by Miyamoto, I was destined to start a miserable life. Now Daisy looked at the city in the distance, and a wave of memories flooded her heart. She hated Hagamoto too much. To get yourself. It's really disgusting. What a wonderful life one used to have. Thanks. Chinfang gave a thank you and shook the trench coat on his shoulders. Looking at her face that was still tear-stained, he joked, "What? Finished crying?" Chinfang took her on board. She then began to cry in the stateroom. Chinfang didn't care about her either. The moment you leave your hometown, a cry is the best. There's nothing to cry about. This city was always kind to me 17 years ago, but the 2 years I met Hagamoto made it torturous for me to live here. There's a lingering feeling, but it's also a lingering feeling for the previous 17 years. In that case, you're only 19 years old? Chinfang hadn't asked her age yet. Glancing at her large donut and the anime goddess-level long white silk legs, he said, "You're still really tender." Chinfang is down to 26 already. It's almost graduate school, after all. Counting up. This crown princess, or the aughts. Born around 2002. Tender. You use that word. Daisy Zua gave him a blank look. Not tender? Chinfang slightly pinched her cheeks and said, "It's as slippery as if it was made of tofu. Get your stinking hands off me. I didn't promise to marry you if I went back home with you, and I'm not your girlfriend." Now Daisy gave a light slap. But in turn, Chinfang grabbed his wrist and said, "You are self-absorbed. Who said I want to marry you? You don't want to marry me? You're talking out of your ass, aren't you?" Now Daisuke narcissized herself a bit. With her own beauty, the Sun Empire people, I'm afraid that anyone would want to marry her, right? Don't want to. Chinfang shook his head vigorously. You. Zuanao Daisuke's narcissism in Chinfang here immediately suffered a blow. She drew her hand, said, "You spread your hands, do not marry me, you do not pull me. If I don't marry you, I can still let you stay by my side." Chinfang's mission, wouldn't that be to bring the crown princess back to the Dragon Empire and then serve as a slave or maid? Wouldn't that be to be a nanny or a maid? The person Chinfang was going to marry would not be her. The mission doesn't allow it either. What do you mean, Chinfang? Tricked me into getting on the boat? You won't marry me now? Let me go back with you to follow you around? A maid of honor? Although Zuanao Daisy hadn't promised to marry him, and Chinfang hadn't promised either, but in the chats between the two, she felt that the matter of marrying her was all heartfelt. Why did she change her mind now? How did I trick you into getting on the boat? Wasn't it you who kept asking me to take you out of the country without marrying Hagamoto? And I never said I was going to marry you. You. Zono Hatchling got a little teary-eyed for a moment as she shouted, "You spill, then don't pull me," she said. Intended to bite Chinfang again. You still bit me? Chinfang's face changed slightly as he took out his left hand and said, "You bit me yesterday and it's still not healed." Then spread your hands. The left field hatchling continued to pump her wrist a couple times. What can you do if I don't let go? Who told you to get on my thieving ship? Chinfang exerted a slight force and pulled the Zuanao Daisy in his arms. Honestly. Such a superb creature. If you don't like it. That's really not a man. But Chinfang doesn't say he's in love with her either. It just means that love begins at face value. Plus it turns out that the woman is quite kind and pure. Naturally the good feeling went up quite a bit. Chinfang slightly wrapped his arms around her thin waist and said, "Although I don't intend to marry you, I want you to follow me around every day and be a unique maid." A unique maid? Zuanao Daisy struggled slightly, and didn't care that Chinfang was hugging her anymore. After all, Chinfang was very handsome, plus the first time she had even offered her first kiss in order to trick Chinfang into taking her away, and later on, after the two of them had spent a whole day together, she was naturally less resistant to Chinfang's hugging. "You're unmarried?" Sino Hatsuko guessed. "Not really, anyway, as long as you treat me right, I feel absolutely not sorry for you. And I have a girlfriend in China." Chinfang still said this out loud. "You have a girlfriend?" When Zuanao Daisy heard this matter, she immediately struggled. "Since you have a girlfriend, then let go of me, let's go to the Dragon Empire and go our separate ways." "Look at you, what's with the temper again?" Chinfang had another bit of a headache. No matter if it was Luo Xian or Zuanao Daisuke, it could be said that both of them were missions sent by the system. Chinfang's bones, in fact, still want to find a girl well, and then grow old together kind of thinking. But now that there are two, nature can't help. "You have a girlfriend, why are you still hugging me? Go hug your girlfriend." "I regret it, you send me back." Zuanao Daisy was in a terrible mood right now. "Really want to go back?" Chinfang's face also changed. Hatsuko Zono nodded heavily. "Alright then, third brother." Chinfang shouted, "Let's turn the ship around and go back. Go back to the Winter King coast." "Ha? Mr. Chin. Are we going back?" Sango was confused. It was so hard to get out? Now go back? Didn't understand what I said? Chinfang glared slightly. "Yes." Sango agreed, and immediately shouted, "Deshiong Xian Bai, drop the direction a bit, let's go back." "Zuanao Daisy, this is what you want to go back to, I'll send you back, but I'll be going on my own." Chinfang smiled coldly. "Don't. I don't want to go back." Zuanao Daisy had thought that Chinfang would just make a show of it, but she didn't expect that he would really take her back. "Why don't you go back again? You were the one who didn't follow me back to the Dragon Empire, and now you've changed your mind?" Chinfang pretended to be angry, but in fact, he secretly laughed inwardly. "Still can't rule you? I'm not going back anyway." What did Daisy Zua face when she went back? It's marrying that runt and saying she won't go for anything. Good then, this time you can be given a choice. You yourself wanted to return to the Dragon Empire with me, so don't make any more trouble in the future. Chinfang saw that his men had gone down, and hooked his finger towards Zuanao Daisy. "Come here." "What for?" Zuanao Daisy walked over slightly, those big foxy eyes looking at Chinfang, not knowing what to do. "Let me kiss you, your little mouth is so sexy." Chinfang slightly leaned over his head. This natural beauty really wanted to hug her every moment. "Don't." Seeing this, Daisy Zua immediately backed away slightly. But Chinfang had already landlorded her thin waist. "The first time we kissed, it seems like you initiated it. I still haven't tasted enough of that flavor." Chinfang slightly leaned his head over. "I think you definitely still want to savor it too." At this moment, Zuanao Daisuke looked at Chinfang, who was close at hand. That handsome face, this was the most handsome boy she had ever seen. She closed her eyes slightly, waiting for the other side to move. Chapter 101, Hogong Emperor Strikes. Send out 10 warships. Chase after Chinfang. Seeing this, Chinfang naturally didn't treat her politely and kissed her on those red lips. Not a moment too soon. Daisy Zua then offered that little flavored tongue. The two were making out, and naturally no one dared to disturb them. The fast ship had been heading towards the Dragon Empire. And the other side. Emperor Hanamaya's royal guard, naturally, arrived at the Chio Hotel. The waiter here saw such a condition. It was also a shock. "Sirs, what are you?" "Nothing for you, I've got an important fugitive on my side." Headed by a member of the royal guard. It was straight into the last floor of the hotel. Then smashed open the passage to the dark underground level. Sure enough. Below is a very private suite. Prince Hagong. There's no one. Prince Hagong. There's no one. Searching around the suite. Not a ghostly shadow in sight. Baka. Let this Chinfang escape. Prince Hagong heavily kicked the coffee table but quickly went to the bathroom, only to find a dress worn by a girl. Isn't this the clothes the hatchling wore when she escaped? Could it be that? Could it be that this Chinfang has already taken? The Hagong prince's heart was practically dripping blood when he saw such a situation. Zhuanao Daisy is the best thing in the world. If it's a man? How can you not have some idea? He picked up the shirt slightly, and on it was the faint scent of Sino Hatsuko's body. Prince Hanamaya lost himself for a moment as he remembered the charming figure and looks of Sino Hina. Then he shouted, "Search the whole city for me. Make sure to catch this Chinfang." The more Prince Hagong thought about it, the angrier he became. After catching Chinfang, the first thing he's going to do is slice the guy up that. TMs. His crown Prince Hagong's woman was actually taken first. Prince Hagong, in this suite, a passageway has been discovered. The passageway is a mountain that runs through. Out there is the sea. And not only is there a passage, a couple of other passages. Separate passages to the airport and a couple of abandoned workshops on the outskirts of the seaside. What a masterstroke! Upon hearing this, Prince Hagong immediately gave the order, along the passageway, give chase. Under the Hao Palace, one of the passages seems to have traces of people walking through it. This passage leads to the Miluo coast side. That place is a cliff, and there are few people in general. Many underground forces often smuggle people out of the country from that place. To the sea? Prince Hagong had brought only his father's royal guard with him, and if he wanted to transfer the royal guard sea warfare department, he would have to give his father a greeting. Soon. Prince Hagong then called his father and said, "Father, Chinfang may have smuggled out with his fledglings. Even if their ship is fast, it can't compare to a high-tech fast battleship. Should we send the naval warfare department after them?" "It's fine, I'll make the arrangements. As long as they haven't gone out of the Sun Empire, I'll be able to get them back." Emperor Hagong said confidently, then took a deep breath and said, "The royal sea soldiers of the royal guards of the capital, send me 10 battleships. Search for Chinfang with all your might. It's highly likely that this person is from the Burning God's toilet." Emperor Hagong continued to give orders to the Yokosuka bases. "Listen up, all of the Yokosuka bases, if Chinfang's ship is going to go out, it will surely pass through the gourd entrance you have there, so guard it well for me. Don't let anything go wrong." "Yes, Emperor Sama." As the person in charge of the Yokosuka base, Shinpin Yuta, he naturally had to listen to the emperor's orders, but he couldn't disobey the chief cabinet minister either. And he, Shinpin Yuta, is actually the chief cabinet minister's inner circle. Of course. At this moment, the winter capital chief minister's residence. This is the villa of Chief Cabinet Secretary Norio Yuda. The first time he came out of the casino, he was intercepted by men sent by Bida, and then suddenly appeared to be rescued by men from the Yokosuka Naval Warfare Department, and the wedding helicopter gunships made their rounds. As well as more covert help. Actually, it was all done by Norio Tanaka. In the Empire of the Sun. The Hagong Heavenly Emperor was the patriarch of the imperial clan, and was indeed a supreme existence. But with Norio Yuda, he's kind of a prime minister. And because Emperor Hanamaya had settled for pleasure in recent years, he had more power than any prime minister. So many things that are run by Norio Tanaka. He was naturally one of the 10 bigwigs in Chinfang's system shared quest. Yuda Norio got his first reward, naturally. The second reward, however, was not available. The third mission from Chinfang's place was actually to come and burn their Sun Empire's sacred toilet? This left Ji Fu torn. In the end, it was to help Chinfang complete his mission and obtain the anti-radar technology of the Super Millennium? Or stop him? After all, the second reward wasn't there either. What if the third one isn't rewarded either? But on the flip side, what if the third time around the rewards are posted again? And the recent side quest to help Chinfang win $100 million, 100 points for face value, force value, and 100 minutes, he was naturally rewarded. The second side quest. Help Yusuji Nagatani get a super pushy and card-carrying wedding, rewarded with Swiss bank shares. Got the same. 2 consecutive side quests were rewarded, making him begin to have faith in the system again. But 100 points for face value and force value and Swiss bank shares meant nothing to him. Did he still rely on face value and solo ability and money at his level? At most, 100 minutes of ability was somewhat interesting. Therefore, Jifu still decided that no matter what, he would secretly help Chinfang. Although it was said that burning the god's toilet and taking away the crown princess was something that the emperor would definitely not approve of if Emperor Hanamaya knew about it. But for the sake of the empire, he kept it hidden. Helping Chinfang with various excuses is just that. Yuda Norio also thought about it. The thing about the system, if he explained it to Emperor Hanamaya, he wouldn't believe it. However, after helping Chinfang accomplish his mission, when the time came to take out the super millennial anti-radar technology, he believed that Emperor Haogong would not blame him. If this thing had been obtained, Emperor Haogong would surely have had to say something else, saying, well, burned. Burned wonderfully. What is a crown princess after obtaining this? You know, over 1,000 years of anti-radar technology is enough to make any empire give up everything. Chinfang, not Chinfang. You'd better hurry up with your ship. On the Yokosuka Bay side, naturally, I will let you out of this gourd port. But the Emperor's own royal guard, I have no right to interfere. The Emperor and the Crown Prince are so crazy that they sent a dozen battleships out to look for you. Yuda Norio has no idea in his mind. If the Heavenly Emperor wanted to capture Chinfang despite everything, he really couldn't do anything about it. He could only hope that Chinfang would quickly get through the gourd mouth that was the Yokosuka base, and then he would have the Yokosuka Naval Warfare Department's people stop the Emperor's royal guard. By then, when Chinfang has returned to China and Yuda Norio's reward arrives, then it will be possible to give the Emperor a reasonable explanation. Chapter 102, JAA Stealth Frigate. Chinfang is being caught up? On the other hand, Prince Haogong personally led a battleship and went out to sea to start searching for Chinfang's whereabouts. Emperor Hanamaya also departed with the battleship. This one now Daisy World Yukai. It's safe to say that father and son, none of them want to let go. Not to mention that Chinfang could be the one who burned down the sacred toilet. Prince Hanamaya, according to a fisherman's report from the sea. There is indeed a ship that's heading in the direction of the Yokosuka base. The direction should be due west. Very well. That gourd mouth of Yokosuka base. Father has already greeted it, and there's no way he's going to let this Chinese monkey through. Now just keep an eye on each coast and don't let him disembark. He'll be unable to escape. A hint of ferocity appeared on Prince Haogong's face as he commanded again, let's speed up and head due west. I don't believe the speed of my warship is as fast as his small boat. The battleship that Prince Haogong was traveling on. It's called the JAA Stealth Frigate. Full load displacement 4,000 tons. With a length of 134 meters, a breadth of 16 meters and a draft of 5 meters, the aspect ratio is nearly 8.6. Maximum speed 50 knots. 18 knots range 3,800 nautical miles. 190 staffing. Main engine, diesel-fired power. And the speed, if any, is close to that of a missile ship. And 50 knots is 50 nautical miles 1.8 equals 90 kilometers per hour. The weaponry has many types of artillery. In terms of battleships, the Solar Empire is arguably one of the most advanced empires. Above the vast ocean, Chinfang's fast boat had been traveling for more than an hour. Mr. Chin, a few dozen nautical miles ahead is that Yokosuka base. This place is the gourd entrance out of the Tonkin Inland Sea, so if we get through here safely, we can get into the Pacific quickly. But the Yokosuka base is in the direction of the mainland against the Sun Empire, so let's stay as far away as possible. Toward the left course. Chinfang listened to Third Brother's report and smiled faintly. I know, speed up. As for that Yokosuka base, Chinfang knows. Last time, it was the Naval Warfare Department of this base that came to help Chinfang resolve his difficulties. It wasn't hard for Chinfang to guess that this base sending out troops must have been greeted by the big brother behind himself. One of the bigwigs behind Chinfang was a high-ranking member of the Sun Empire, and the only people who could mobilize the Yokosuka Naval War Department would be the Emperor and those ministers in the General Cabinet, right? Perhaps the person who helped me? It's the Chief Cabinet Minister of the Sun Empire? But definitely not the Emperor. Chinfang analyzed it. It's not really hard to get through this Yokosuka base. The hard part is, the Emperor over at Tokyo would surely send warships after himself. Sango, pick up the pace and go through the Yokosuka base as fast as you can. Once we pass this place, we're basically halfway to safety. Chinfang reminded, still somewhat worried in his heart. After all, it was the Sun Empire's Haogong Heavenly Emperor that he was facing. That's an empire in power. Chinfang, can we successfully escape? Seeing that her third brother had gone down and had just been coaxed into being docile by a long kiss from Chinfang, Zuanao Daisuke instantly flung herself into Chinfang's arms, like a good daughter-in-law. She had a worried expression on her face. It's fine, if that one is dead set on helping me, we have a good chance of getting out. That one? Which one? Daisy Zwa asked blankly. I'm not really sure, but I have a feeling that it should be one of the ministers in the General Cabinet of your Sun Empire, right? Chinfang knew that there were 5 ministers in the General Cabinet of the Sun Empire, and one of them was the Minister of the General Cabinet, the biggest in the General Cabinet. The remaining 4 were auxiliary ministers. Pretty much one is King Li and one is the four heavenly kings. A minister in the general cabinet? Zhuanao Daisy also refreshed her knowledge of Chinfang once again. Could he actually have such a bullish background in the Sun Empire? No wonder so many things turn out well. But then again, the ministers in the general cabinet, whichever one of them it was, couldn't fight the emperor. By the way, Daisy, people who can mobilize the Yokosuka base? Who are there in your Sun Empire? Chinfang asked a crucial question. Someone who can mobilize the Yokosuka base? Sino Daisy frowned. I'm not really sure. But the emperor is definitely one, and it's rumored that Homiyamoto's crown prince's warrant can be used in special moments. As for the ministers in the general cabinet, I'm also afraid that only Yuda Norio, the head of the ministers in the general cabinet, can mobilize them, right? Chief Cabinet Minister Yuda Norio? Chinfang's eyes glared slightly. How could he not recognize this name? In some recent years, most of the Sun Empire's matters could have been handed over to this person to handle, equivalent to the level of an imperial chancellor. Zhuanao Daisuke was very smart. She half leaned in Chinfang's arms and asked shallowly, "What do you mean? This secretly helps you? Is it the head of the ministers in the general cabinet, Yuda Norio? I'm not sure, but according to the analysis, it should be him." Chinfang played with that hair of hers, his tone ambiguous. "How do you know Norio Yuda? What's his relationship with you?" Zhuanao Daisuke was curious. How come this Chinfang has bigwigs everywhere? Yesterday's Rothschild family was already shocking, but I didn't realize there was also Yuda Norio. At first, Zhuanao Daisy thought that Chinfang was just an ordinary rich man. Now it completely refreshed her perception. Honestly, Chinfang's status? Although it was a bit worse than the Prince of Haogong, it wasn't too much worse, was it? This is something. It's hard for me to explain to you. Let's talk about it later. Chinfang snorted and hugged her and kissed her forehead. Go rest if you're sleepy, I'll go to the deck. Not sleepy. It's windy outside in the sea, put on your coat. Zhuanao Daisy immediately got up from Chinfang's arms and looked for her outerwear and handed it over. You rest. Chinfang took the coat and smiled heartily. The girls of the Sun Empire, even if they were as arrogant as Zhuanao Daisy, as long as they recognized a man, they would basically be obedient. Totally the earthly ideal. Chinfang quickly arrived on the deck and spoke. "Third brother, the Yokosuka base should be up ahead, right?" "Yes, Mr. Chin, I can see the battleships moored off their coast," Sango said. Suddenly, shouted out. "Not good, Mr. Chin, look ahead, it looks like there are a few battleships patrolling. Bosun, give me an immediate turn around these battleships." Sango's heart was in a panic. Chinfang's heart, on the other hand, was calm as he secretly said, "The Emperor's side is chasing me and will definitely notify the Yokosuka base's people to intercept me at the gourd entrance. If I can get through it unharmed, then it means that Yuda Norio is still helping me. If I can't get through it peacefully?" Chinfang didn't want to go on. Anyway, if one is captured by the Sun Empire, then one does get into a bit of trouble. But they also have an Angong old man. If this old man ought to give the Sun Empire international pressure, then I'm afraid that they will also be able to turn the danger into peace. The river. The men of the Yokosuka base's naval warfare department were patrolling the range of the inner sea's hulkhead in their many warships. Suddenly a subordinate then reported to the Great General Divine Pin. "A ship is coming over from the sea to the north." "Yes? It's just an ordinary ship. Pay no attention to it. Stowaway boats are usually small, fast boats. This one is too big to be one at first glance. Shinpin Yuta is turning a blind eye here. Basically Chinfang would be able to pass. Just get past here. It would be straight into the Pacific Ocean. It won't be very easy to search for it when the time comes." Anyway, by letting Chinfang pass, Shinpin Yuta had fulfilled the account given by Yuda Norio. "But didn't you receive a deadly order from the Emperor Sama not to let a single suspicious ship past the Yokosuka base?" The subordinate was confused. What was going on? "You've hit the nail on the head, the ship wasn't the subject of suspicion. So it was let through." As the person in charge of the Yokosuka base, Shinpin Yuta naturally had absolute power, and no one dared to beep anything when he let Chinfang pass. Suddenly, Shinpin Yuta's eyes glazed over. Because behind the ship where Chinfang was, it appears a behemoth is approaching. It's a steel warship. Not good. It's Lord Emperor's JAA stealth frigate. Shinpin Yuta knows this battleship, but it's notoriously fast and furious. Fast, on the other hand, is its ability to sail at 50 knots. Quasi is above the device is the same level of radar detection technology of the F-1457 fighter, the warship's head, installed as a called E-3C watchtower radar detector. This is a disc mechanical scanning radar, referred to as machine scanning, whether it is the sky or the seaside, has the world's most advanced sense of smell. Tough, then, is the weaponry it carries. It has 12 SAN-6 anti-aircraft missile vertical launch systems with 96 missiles, 2 SAN-4 anti-aircraft missile launchers with 40 missiles, 1 SSN-14 ASW twin launcher with 14 missiles, 2 100mm guns, 10 torpedo tubes 533 mm. Type 53 torpedo. 8 30 mm machine guns. Etc., etc., etc. It's safe to say that this behemoth is completely loaded with weaponry. Not to mention chasing a small boat. Even if we attacked a small island, that would be enough. I didn't realize that it was just a crown princess. The Emperor Sama and Crown Prince Haogong actually made such a big deal out of it. Jin Pinyutai expression is very complicated. The Emperor sent such a bull worship. The more the Emperor and the Prince of the importance of the left wild chick in the end is to help the Prime Minister or to help the Emperor. Now he also began to shake. On the JAA stealth frigate that Prince Hanamaya was aboard, a subordinate reported, Prince Hanamaya. Look ahead, there is a medium-sized passenger ship. Should we intercept it? Should we intercept it and check it out? Quickly. Send a speedboat to intercept it. The JAA stealth frigate continues to search ahead. Of course. There was no way Prince Haogong would see a suspicious vessel and lean his battleship over to it. Just send a speedboat to take inventory. His JAA stealth frigate just keeps searching ahead. Not good. There's a battleship behind us. Sango was on deck observing the situation. Suddenly came the battleship. It made him panic. Sango immediately ran to the cabin, wanting to inform Chinfang and Zhuanao Daisuke, and pushed open the door without saying hello. Oh. But the moment Sango pushed the door open, just saw a very fragrant scene. Chapter 103, Moment of Crisis. Big Brother is here. Send in the fighters. Chinfang is wrapping his arms around Zhuanao Daisy, the two people forget to kiss, and Chinfang that hand actually. Oh. Sango froze and couldn't help but gulp. As for Chinfang's words, he naturally liked this sometimes gentle, sometimes temperamental, sometimes cute natural beauty. And in the case of Sino Hatsuko, who was kissing for the first time, she was naturally enamored with such a feeling. The two of them are always getting tired of making out. Anyway, Zhuanao Daisy had long been intoxicated by Chinfang's face. Sango looked dumbfounded anyway. Chinfang was too happy. He instantly had a bit of cum meaning. Ha! Zhuanao Daisy also made a big red face when she saw someone violently push open the door of the cabin, and immediately wanted to get up from Chinfang's arms. As for Chinfang's words, he naturally pulled her and continued to hold her without letting this slippery leave him, and opened his mouth to ask, "Third brother, is there something urgent?" Chinfang naturally knew that if it wasn't an urgent matter, third brother wouldn't have come in without knocking. "Mr. Chin, it's bad, there's a battleship coming from behind." And from the battleship, a speedboat was sent out, heading towards us. San immediately forgot about the fragrant scene just now and spilled the beans. What? That fast? Chinfang actually knew something about battleships. Don't look at the fact that battleships sounded awesome. Many people would just assume that the speed of battleships was much faster than that of ordinary ships. Actually, battleships aren't known for their speed. Because an ordinary warship is, in fact, about the same speed as a passenger ship. Unless it's some special battleship. They're built for speed kind of thing. I also wondered how this warship could be so fast. Our ship is not armed with anything, but speed-wise, it's fast. Third brother said warily, "Mr. Chin, what should we do then?" Chinfang. Wait. Zhuanao Daisy was nervous, her palms began to heavily squeeze Chinfang's arm. If she was taken back, she would never have a chance to escape. The thought that every day your husband is Homiyamoto that dwarf. The thought of him on top of himself in that kind of scene. It's really worse than death. I'll go out first. Daisy, stay in the cabin and don't come out. Chinfang said and stood up, placing Zhuanao Hatsuko, who was in his arms, to the side. Immediately, he headed for the deck. But Chinfang had just arrived on the deck. I saw the speedboat slowly approaching. "Listen up, people on board, we are the Royal Escort Guard of the Emperor of Tokyo. Stop your boats and submit to our interrogation." The people on the speedboat spoke through a loudspeaker and flashed their identifying information. Sure enough, it's a warship sent by the Haogong Heavenly Emperor. Chinfang muttered, peering out at the behemoth behind him, "Isn't this one of the Sun Empire's very advanced JAA stealth frigates? It's rumored to be known to be fast and accurate." "Sir, we're a proper merchant ship, there's nothing special about us, we're out at sea for business, we have a license, why don't you check?" Sango naturally began to negotiate with the other party. "No, you stop the ship. Accept our interrogation. If you are serious merchant ships, we will naturally not make things difficult for you. Cut the crap. Let's speed up and rush straight over to the Yokosuka base." Chinfang knew that the other party was not that easy to fool, so he naturally gave the order. "Good." Sango agreed and shouted, "Boatman, increase horsepower and rush over in a straight line." "Stop. You stand still." The people on the speedboat were shocked when they saw this. Could this merchant ship be that fast? It must have been improved. Seeing that we can't catch up, the men on the speedboat had to drive back to resume their duties. "Prince Haogong, there's a vessel claiming to be a merchant ship, it's suspicious and they're refusing our inspection." "What? Refusing to check? Then there must be a problem." Prince Haogong ordered, "Take the battleship directly and chase after them." Prince Hogong gave the order. Soon the battleship chased after Chinfang's small boat at full speed. The moment is playing out as a cat and mouse story. Or dinosaurs chasing chicks. Because battleships are just too big. TM. This JAA stealth frigate. It's really ing fast. Sango cursed. His own ship already had a super fast speed of 60 km per hour, did not expect the other parties basically faster by a third. On board. You hasten to stop the ship. Accept the inspection. If there are no problems, we won't give you a hard time. If you don't heed the warning, we're going to reflect torpedoes. So shouted the loudspeaker. But then Prince Hanamaya was not happy. Baka. Where's the launching nigga? What if there's a Sino chick up there? Crown Prince Haogong, I'm just scaring the opposite side, I'm not really going to attack. The subordinate was a bit speechless. Doesn't he have any brains at all? He still needs to say it? Don't attack as a last resort. If you hurt the Crown Princess, I'll make you all suffer. Prince Haogong ordered, send speedboats, 10 of them, 3 people each, all of them fully armed, grab the right to pilot this ship. Oops. The other side has sent a number of speedboats over. Sango's expression tightened, accelerate for me, drive faster. Third brother, it's already the fastest. The other party's speedboats are very fast, and all of them seem to be Tianqing number 1 exclamation point. The boatman said hopelessly. TM, Skystar 1. How much high tech is this out there? Sango hit the ship's fence hard. The star has been unveiled at the 5th Sun Empire Tokyo Expo, and it is said that the star is not very big, with a length of only 12.2 meters and a displacement of only 7.5 tons, but it is still one of the fastest speedboats in the world, and at least ranked in the top 5. Faster than the 10-meter unmanned reconnaissance speedboat introduced by the War Department of Great Britain. The top speed can reach 112.6 kilometers per hour. Faster than that JAA stealth frigate. Of course, in terms of technology, naturally, the JAA stealth frigate content is a bit higher. After all, the JAA stealth frigate was too massive to still be that fast. And speedboats are supposed to be speedboats. The boat in front. Quickly stop for me. Or we're going to attack your propellers. The people on the speedboat saw that Chinfang's boat still didn't stop. And it doesn't matter that much. Baka. Don't see the coffin, hit me. Hit their propellers. Remember. Keep your eyes on me and don't hurt anyone on board. Of course, it wasn't that they were afraid of killing Chinfang, but rather, Prince Haogong was just afraid of hurting the Crown Princess. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The bullet hit the ass of the boat. Make a pinging sound. As if a gunfight in a game hit a pan. How come this propeller part is so resistant? It's still intact? Of course. The boat that Chinfang took to stow away, Yamamoto Murata must have arranged for Chinfang to be the most highly equipped and safest. Not only is it fast, all kinds of vital parts, and none of them are easy to destroy. Keep hitting me. Hit the ship's power system exclusively. Usually this fear of hurting the other side of a ship-grabbing fight. Obviously. It's about destroying the other side's power system. Ping back. Another bullet sweep. Slowly. That propeller area, it's starting to smoke. Mr. Chin, it's not working, our power system is about to fail. Once the power system is paralyzed, then we'll have to wait to be captured. Sango used to work for Bida though. However, after seeing Chinfang's strength, he intended to help him through this difficult time. As long as this hurdle passed, he would definitely be reused when he followed Chinfang. Since Sango wants to bet. Then, he put everything he had on Chinfang. Chinfang. What do we do? So now Daisy opened the door of the cabin, she also heard the pinging sound of bullets hitting the ship and was scared. Don't you come out and hide. Chinfang at this moment. The heart is not in the right place. The courage to do these quests is actually given by the big guy in the back. What if the bigwigs behind us are now giving up? What's going on? Every time Nima comes out at the last minute? What a dog. But this time it's really going to be the other side that breaks the power system. Mr. Chin. The ship's propeller was broken by them. Now our ship is completely paralyzed. Sango looked at Chinfang with helpless eyes. What do we do now? Before Chinfang could reply, the boat slowly slowed down because it had no power. 60 kilometers per hour. 50 kilometers per hour. 30 kilometers per hour. 5 seconds or so. Basically completely lost speed and went with the flow. Chinfang's ship stopped. Gradually the speedboats came around, and the headlights beckoned to that boat. Look! That woman. This figure and appearance. Could it be the Crown Princess? This is Ms. Zeno, isn't it? That's right, isn't it? TM, how else could the Sun Empire find a second woman this beautiful? Oh, this woman, she came out of anime, right? Those long legs. I don't think I can get over this body. The Crown Princess is also something you can desecrate. Looking for death? The royal guard on the speedboat, that headlight beckoned toward the ship and immediately illuminated a woman of the rank of Euphoria. They guessed it was the crown princess. Immediately, he reported the woman's appearance to Prince Hao Gong on the battleship behind him. That's right. That's right. Double ponytails, tall golden ratio body, anime-like figure. If it's not my fledgling, who else could it be? A smile gradually unfolded on Prince Hao Gong's face. Finally he had found the crown princess, but as soon as he thought that the crown princess had probably already been defiled by Chinfang, this Chinese monkey, his face quickly turned gloomy. TM, could it be that my crown princess is on that ship? I can't wait to blast this Chinfang. Crown Prince Hao Gong gritted his teeth fiercely. Right now, all he could think of in his heart was to snatch back this Yukai, Zhua now Daisy, and then lock her up and ravage her fiercely. Prince Hao Gong knew very well that this had always disliked himself, kept running away, and then actually did those things with this Chinese monkey. He used to go along with the left field hatchling. Now that she's been captured and returned, there's nothing to say that she won't be obeyed. Because Prince Hao Gong is indeed green. Listen to me, since the ship has been damaged by the power system, board the ship and capture the Chinese monkeys, do not hurt the crown princess. And capture a Chinese love monkey alive, don't beat him to death. It's too cheap to kill him. Prince Hao Gong gave the order on his side. The people below immediately began to move. A dozen or so speedboats began to surround Chinfang's small boat. Clunk! A mechanical arm launcher firmly grabbed onto the railing of Chinfang's ship. A royal guard pulled the rope and swung past. I'll go to hell. Chinfang kicked towards him and the man immediately landed in the seawater. The current Chinfang, but he had added a lot of force value up. The power of that kick could be imagined. Mr. Chinfang. Sango was stunned. Zhuanao Daisuke also never saw Chinfang move his hands, naturally surprised, did not think that the man he identified himself as, just so fierce? But in fact, it is also considered to be a man that he identified himself, it is just that there is no way out. Met such a man, she does not want to marry the dwarf, can only let Chinfang help himself. But it's only slowly in the background that I think he's good. It's the one Sino Hatsuko is waiting for. Chinese, how dare you make a move on us? If it wasn't for Prince Hao Gong wanting to take Chinfang alive. They just shot straight up. Tell your Prince Hao Gong that Daisy doesn't like him, don't be cheeky. Is your Sun Empire's royal heir so shameless? Does the Sun Empire have no women? Chinfang couldn't help but spit it out. If Chinfang was in this position, where wouldn't he be able to find a beautiful woman? But Chinfang recalled the enchanting figure of Zhua now Daisy, she really was a demonic spirit. I have a conscience, sorry for his girlfriend, the first time although she took the initiative to ask for a kiss, but the second kiss, but it is Chinfang wanted. You can imagine the charm of this woman. It really makes sense that men are crazy about her. By now, you still have the audacity to talk big, you have no way back, either jump into the sea or come with us. They just don't believe it. Today's Chinfang? What's wrong with wings? Chinfang watched as they all jumped into action and touched the miniature pistol in his arms himself. This was bullet tracking high-tech, and as a last resort, Chinfang definitely had to offer up his weapon. All on me. Fire the climbing claws. Board the ship. It's really suffocating. It's not like we can touch Chinfang and Ms. Zuiyi. There was some grumbling under the banner. But Prince Hanamaya wants both to live, so he'll have to ditch the climbing claws. But smoke bombs and tear gas, which have been requested and shipped in later, won't be necessary. Just in the nick of time. There's a big man on board the battleship at Yokosuka base. Lord Chief Cabinet? What brings you here? Quickly. Send out the battleships. Send helicopter gunships and fighter jets to rescue Chinfang. Yuda Norio left Tokyo from the mainland, but it was much faster than the sea, and he knew that the development of things had been completely out of his imagination. Chinfang actually didn't make it out of the gourd port before he was caught up. But Lord Chief Cabinet, the Emperor's Imperial Army is on the march, are we going to help Chinfang? Shinpin Yuta wouldn't dare to do that, even though he was indeed Lord Chief Cabinet's beloved. I'll take care of anything, if you let Chinfang go this time, it's not certain that the Emperor will even reward you. Yuda Norio was right, Chinfang had completed this mission, and the divine toilet had been burned. If the Crown Princess brought it back to the Dragon Empire, the reward would be handed out. It was a super 1,000-year-old anti-radar technology. Anyway, for the second time in a row, Yuda Norio's rewards were handed out, and he still had quite a bit of faith in the system. Though he was worried that the system wouldn't send out rewards again. But what's in front of you is done since it's all done, so let's do it to the end. Only when Chinfang returned safely and then the rewards were handed out could he give an explanation to the Hao Gong Heavenly Emperor. The Emperor will still reward me? Shinpin Yuta was outright confused, sending troops to go against the Emperor, and then there's a reward for it? Yuda Norio said in a strong tone, cut the crap. I'll take the blame for what's going on. Go ahead and send me troops. I, the head of the General Cabinet, have the right to mobilize the personnel of your Yokosuka base. Yes. Lord Chief Cabinet. Shinpin Yuta didn't care that much, since the other party promised to take all the consequences, let's do it. And Chinfang sighed. Surrounded by a dozen speedboats. It's basically in a trap. But it was at this time. Instead, more than a dozen helicopter gunships and fighter jets flew rapidly in the sky. Everyone who reads this, throw in a recommendation. Thank you so much, I really appreciate it. Chapter 104, Fire. Fire the missiles. The helicopter gunships and fighter jets in the sky, which base are they from? Looks like it's from Yokosuka base? Here to cooperate with our royal guard in making an arrest? They naturally think it's a teammate. But the next second, then machine gun bullets burst from that helicopter. That machine gun bullet didn't hit anyone. Instead, they specifically damaged their propeller area. Ping back. Ping back. A dozen speedboats, and soon the power systems were destroyed. Clunk. From the helicopter, flying claws fell and directly grabbed the mast of Chinfang's ship. Then the helicopter dragged Chinfang's ship, whose power system had been destroyed, westward. What's this for? People from Yokosuka base? Is this a rebellion? Dare to make a move against one of our royal guards? TM. Shoot down those planes for me. The royal guardsmen were furious. Thought it was a teammate. I didn't realize it was a rebellion. Prince Hagong had asked for Chinfang to be captured alive and the safety of the crown princess, but he hadn't said that he would spoil these Yokosuka bases. Chugging. Bullets hit the propellers of the helicopters in the sky. Some of the helicopters are starting to shake up. Damn, the royal guard is great? You're not going to open fire, are you? Hit me. The pilots of these helicopter gunships and fighter jets had likewise received a deadly order, which was to free Chinfang's ship. Neither side is spoiled. Immediately, he opened fire. On Chinfang's side, there were two high-powered helicopters dragging him forward, and he soon left the battle scene several hundred meters away. Suddenly, in front of Chinfang's ship, then a huge battleship drove over. And two speedboats were sent over from that battleship. The man on one of the speedboats shouted with a loudspeaker, "Mr. Chin, your boat is broken. This is a speedboat for you, with enough oil on it to get you to the Dragon Empire. Hurry up and pass through this gourd mouth. Leave the Yokosuka base. Thanks a lot. Daisy, let's change ships." Chinfang didn't hesitate and pulled Zua now Daisy, then boarded the speedboat. Chinfang knows. This must be that Yuda Norio is helping himself. Chinfang now felt more and more that it was highly likely that these bigwigs helping themselves was related to the mission. After all, this Yuta Norio actually disobeyed the Heavenly Emperor and also wanted to help himself? As for the battleship that Hao Gongben was traveling on, a subordinate reported at this moment, Prince Hao Gong, Chinfang, and the Crown Princess have been rescued. What? Who is so bold? Dare to disobey my Hao Gong Prince and my father? Hasn't Chinfang already been surrounded? It's the people from Yokosuka base. Chinfang was already trapped, and they sent helicopter gunships over to paralyze all the power systems of the speedboats that surrounded him. But the other side obviously didn't hurt anyone. But then our men opened fire, and the other side started fighting like crazy. Now that the battle is raging on both sides, Chinfang's boat with its power system paralyzed is being towed away by helicopters. Baka! These traitors from Yokosuka base, what do they want? How dare they open fire on my father's royal guard? Do they not want to die? Hao Gong Tianzi was furious. He had originally thought about how to ravage this crown princess. And that Chinfang, he was going to torture him with one slash. I didn't realize that all the cooked ducks had flown. Soon after, Hamiyamoto immediately informed his father of the matter and said, "Father, it's the people from Yokosuka base, they're blocking us from capturing Chinfang. These traitors." "Son, I know all about what's going on over there. I'm almost there too. I've already called the Yokosuka base. But they don't seem to be listening to my orders." Emperor Hanamiya was slowly learning that the only person who could make the Yokosuka base rebel was that Yuda Norio. What? They actually dared to disobey father's orders? Prince Hao Gong was surprised for a moment. Then what do we do now? I've already deployed a large number of battleships and fighters from Makinoto base, Shimada base. No matter what, I'm going to clean up this Yokosuka War Department today. It was only natural for Emperor Hanamiya to deploy troops over to demonstrate about someone rebelling. The situation now. That's the Yokosuka War Department's people, letting Chinfang go and blocking the Royal Guard. Battleships on both sides. Start lining up. It became a north-south dichotomy. Great General Divine Pin. Listen to me, I am Emperor Hanamiya, why did you rebel? Is Norio Yuda abetting you from behind? If you get your men out of here now, I can let it go. If you persist, you should think carefully, you are just a base of tens of thousands of troops facing my entire empire's million-strong army. Emperor Hanamiya's voice was carried by loudspeakers all over the seashore. He doesn't do it until he has to. Naturally, I don't intend to start any major battles. After all, is it fun for one of your own to fight one of your own? Lord Emperor, I am Yuda Norio, listen to me, this Chinfang you'd better let him back. Because once you let him back, you will have unexpected benefits. Believe me, you should not send your men after Chinfang. Yuda Norio was also on the battleship and responded to the other party with a loudspeaker. Hearing the words from the opposite side, the Haogong Heavenly Emperor also laughed and said, "There are benefits." "What are the benefits?" "He was most likely the one who burned the sacred toilet and took my son's crown princess. There's no way I'm letting him go. If you think you can go against the entire empire with the Yokosuka War Department, then you should give it a try." On Yuda Norio's side, he was really dumbfounded. Everything he did was for the Empire of the Sun. For that ultra-millennial anti-radar technology. Once that reward arrives, the Empire of the Sun could be hundreds of segments higher militarily, altogether. To take this anti-radar technology, years ahead of its time, and install it in fighters, battleships, and nuclear submarines? Wouldn't it be a deadly threat to any empire that was going to fight the other side? With such technology, any empire must be feared. Because this anti-radar technology allows large war machines to make them undetectable to the other side's radar. How scary is that? My Lord Emperor, I am not trying to lead a rebellion against the Yokosuka War Department, and I know that I cannot match the entire empire, but please believe that everything I do is for the sake of the empire. Prince Hanamaya can still find another crown princess. The sacred toilet was burned, it can still be built again. The heroic souls in that divine toilet, if they are alive in heaven, will also agree with me doing this. Emperor Haogong listened to the other party's words, becoming more and more confused. Pulling a war department? Getting battleships lined up to block the road? Is this still for the empire? What the hell does that mean? Yukita Norio, you eat your heart out. What can you find another crown princess? I've decided on my crown princess, and Sino Hatsuko is my crown princess. You want to go to war with the entire empire, don't you? Then let's fight. Prince Hanamaya didn't want to listen to this Yuda Norio bleep at all. What for the sake of the empire? It's all excuses. This Yuda Norio must have received a heavenly favor from Chinfang. After all, Chinfang was too rich. Father, give the order, fire missiles directly at them. If we don't beat them back, the crown princess will be taken away by Chinfang. If we delay any longer, when Chinfang leaves the Sun Empire's waters, it will not be easy. Crown Prince Haogong didn't care about that much, his mind was all about that Yukai woman. But Emperor Haogong hesitated. Once the war started, both sides were surely about to have dozens of warships destroyed, and tens of thousands of lives. Modern warfare. But to move is to destroy the existence of the heavens and the earth. Chapter 105 Battleship Ambush on 10 Fronts. Chinfang can't escape. Yuda Norio, I'd like to hear you say that you're doing this all for the sake of the empire. What's going on? Tell me clearly. Emperor Hanamaya shouted at the high-powered loudspeakers in front of the two armies. Emperor Sama, this thing is a secret, and it's not good for too many people to know about it. You trust me. How could Yuda Norio possibly tell this kind of thing to so many people? There was naturally no signal at sea, and a phone call wouldn't work either, and he hadn't actually thought clearly about whether or not to talk to the emperor about this system until now. He was just planning to wait for Chinfang's radar technology reward to come, and then find an excuse to say that it was a technology developed by Chinfang, and then stay in exchange for a life. Would the emperor still blame him in such a case? Father, don't talk nonsense with him. Fight! Haogong Ben urged anxiously. But once the war starts, the losses could be on the level of trillions. And there are quite a few casualties. Emperor Haogong never wanted to go to war with the other side, and only persuaded them to surrender, although he wanted his son to marry that Yukai and get a piece of the action himself. But these costs are too great. Father, if you hesitate to make a move again, the crown princess will be taken away. Haogong Ben saw his father, simply did not have no intention of starting a war, directly drew back and left. Listen up, captain of the JAA stealth frigate. I order you. Launch a direct attack on the battleships of the Yokosuka War Department. Of course, you can refuse, but if I lose the crown princess this time, the moment I inherit the status of emperor in the future will be your doom. I know you're afraid that father will blame you, but no matter what the outcome is, I will strive to protect you. Haogong Ben couldn't care less. The current Chinfang was heading towards the Dragon Empire from the Huluku at a very fast speed. Almost a couple of hours or so, he would be out of the Sun Empire's waters, and it would not be a good idea to do so then. Haogong Ben knew that once Chinfang went back, with Chinfang's Rothschild family background, it would be difficult to catch him. Prince Haogong. The captain of the JAA stealth frigate was simply speechless. What kind of person threatens someone like that? Not letting himself go when he becomes the emperor? My old man said I ordered you to do what you did, and I can keep you here with my father. Don't you need such an opportunity? To become a popular man at the side of the future emperor? And the other side is just for show. I expect that Yuda Norio won't dare to open fire. It can only be beaten passively. The captain of the JAA stealth frigate, at this moment, began to think, if Prince Haogong forcefully protected himself, then this was really an opportunity. He himself is still young, the future emperor's side of the red man. Then the position of minister in the general cabinet. I think it is possible to go and take a seat, right? Crown Prince, just follow orders from my side. After the captain of the JAA stealth frigate finished speaking, he immediately ordered, fire for me. 2 SAN-4 anti-aircraft missile launchers. Use them all for me. Fire and fight. But. Shoo shoo shoo. Buzz. Boom. The sound of missiles being fired. First came the initial launch, a loud poof. Then there was the sound of swoosh, swoosh, swoosh as it flew. When the missile accelerates to supersonic speeds in the sky, it's the kind of sonic boom sound that buzzes the flight of a supersonic airplane. Eventually the missile hits its target and just explodes with a boom. Obviously. One of the battleships of the Yokosuka War Department, which was in the way of the opponent, was hit. Half of the 100 or so soldiers up there were immediately killed or wounded. Battleships are also starting to sink in. Who ordered the fire? How come the missiles were fired? Emperor Haogong's face changed drastically. Nowadays it's the modern era. Are such high-tech missiles just to be shot? Where is the prince? Where did Hanamiya Ben go? It was only then that Emperor Hanamiya realized that the crown prince was no longer with him. The JAA stealth frigate opened fire? Did he order it? Emperor Hanamiya immediately guessed it was the prince. After all, it's his own son. He knew how obsessed Hiramoto was with Sino Hatsuko. Don't say son. Obsessed with myself. But he still had the sense he should have as an emperor. But. Shoo shoo shoo. Buzz. Boom. Another round of missiles was fired. Another multi-million-dollar battleship has been hit. Lord Chief Cabinet. The emperor has fired missiles at us. What do we do now? Should we return fire? Shinpin Yuta hadn't even thought that the emperor would open fire after all. Yuta Norio had made it clear that he was doing this for the sake of the empire, not a rebellion, even though he hadn't made it clear why he was doing it. The emperor? The emperor? Actually fired at us for real? Yuta Norio listened dumbfounded to the sound of the explosion, and for a moment, he began to wonder if his allegiance to the emperor had any meaning. For a woman? Oh. His own side had been looking out for the future of the empire. And they? Forget it. As imperial royalty, you all have an attitude of indifference towards the empire, so what else do I insist on? The so-called cannons are worth 10,000 taels of gold. These battleships don't cost anything? No money for the missiles? Soldiers' casualties for nothing? Just for the crown princess? A woman? Yuta Norio knew it in his heart. If it had been a simple burning of a sacred toilet, surely the crown prince and the emperor would not have been so vocal. Chief Minister, what do we do? At this rate, our war ministry's battleships will be sunk for the 5th time. Grand Admiral Shinpin and Norio Yuda were on the command deck at the rear of the battleship though. But the battleships in front of us have been suffering. Great General Divine Pin, let's close the ranks. Such an imperial prince and emperor. Yuta Norio didn't say anymore. I've dragged you into this, but it was all my doing, and I'll give the emperor an explanation. Norio Yuta knows. If the fight continues, I'm afraid there's going to be a lot of deaths and injuries on both sides. His heart was dead at the moment. From the moment the other side opened fire, he began to have a heavenly change of mind about the emperor to whom he owed allegiance. Asshole. The captain of this JAA stealth frigate. Why can't you tell right from wrong? Letting Hanamiya Ben run amok? Emperor Hanamiya shouted, where's the prince? Where's the crown prince? Where did he go? Go find him for me. Father. I'm here. If I didn't, the crown princess wouldn't have been able to return and would have been taken away. Now that the Yokosuka War Department's retreated, we can continue to pursue Chinfang. Haogong Ben had thought about it, and even if he was chastised by his father, he didn't regret his decision today. Bastard, you rebellious son. Emperor Haogong slapped him across the face. Do you have any idea how much economic damage will be caused by the 10 missiles you shot? Although Emperor Hanamiya also wanted the crown princess back, he wasn't that irrational. It's not just a few $100 million. How Miyamoto hadn't finished. Emperor Haogong slapped the above again. You dumbass. Is this as simple as money alone? Do you know how many people will die? Do you know the public opinion this will create around the world? And do you know what your people will think of you after this? What will the people in the War Department think of you? Emperor Haogong was really going to be pissed off. If the formation is set up to not play. That all makes sense. If once the missiles have been launched, what will the world think? A crown prince, later crown prince. Since you launch missiles to hit your own people for the sake of a woman. When he is the future emperor, will people be convinced? Are you telling me now that it's about money alone? You're so stupid. Father. Hearing her father say that, Hamiyamoto inwardly regretted her impulsiveness slightly, but when she remembered the exquisitely beautiful Zuanao Daisuke, immediately such a mind was gone. Father, it's already happened, there's no more regrets, of course. Now that the Yokosuka War Department's people have left, let's hurry up and chase after Chinfang. AI, hunted down. The Haogong Heavenly Emperor didn't say much more. After all, things had already happened. Chinfang still had to be hunted down. Everything was because of this man. When that mysterious person informed him that someone, possibly someone, would come to burn the god's toilet and snatch the crown princess. He deserves SSS level of attention. Why is it just a simple precaution? If he had paid attention to it, it wouldn't have happened today. On the other hand, Chinfang's speedboat was now heading towards the Pacific Ocean. That is, away from the direction of the Solar Empire. The original route, it wasn't meant to be. But now that we've been caught up, it's definitely time to change course. The only way to be safer is to get out of the Sun Empire's waters. Because of the Yokosuka War Department. Plus, the boat sent over by Noriotada was, again, faster than the one just now. Chinfang has traveled about 180 kilometers in 2 hours. That's not a long way to travel 180 kilometers though. But it won't be easy for them to hunt themselves down, with anti-radar technology on board. Their radar is not good to find. So they have to look in many directions. Daisy, did you hear that when they left just now, they actually fought? AI, this prince and emperor, I hate them more and more. To actually open fire just to hunt us down. But these sins are all caused by me. Although now Daisy couldn't return to the Sun Empire in the future, she didn't want to see the Sun Empire's infighting either. You're not guilty, they're taking it in a ho-hum manner. No different from robbers. Chinfang was calm inside. After all, he would love to see these guys fighting in their nest. Chinfang had thought that it wouldn't be so bad to start a war over a crown princess, right? He didn't expect the emperor and the crown prince to be that bullish. You know, a battle of this magnitude, with such advanced weapons firing, is basically hard to see in today's modern times. Don't worry, we're almost out of the Sun Empire's waters. By the time we reach the open sea of the Pacific Ocean, everything will be much better. After Chinfang finished speaking, he shouted, "Third brother, when we reach the open sea, we'll drive directly towards the Dragon Empire, try to arrive at the Dragon Empire as quickly as possible, and once we reach the Dragon Empire's waters, maybe we'll be safe." Long night. Chinfang and Zuo Daisy, who were at sea, naturally rested. But the speedboat kept going without rest. Though the two had taken each other as mates. But at this moment in time, no one is sprouting that kind of mind. It's also just a matter of leaning together and resting at best. After all, it's not out of danger yet, and it's already a tense time. If today's situation is safe, Chinfang can't help it. This is really a siren. The woman who can make Hao Miyamoto go out of her way to send missiles, try this charm? Gradually, the day began to dawn. The sea is also gradually becoming visible and blue and no longer dark. When Chinfang woke up, he realized that there was no Zuo Daisuke in the room, and gently opened the door of the cabin to find Zuo Daisuke standing on the deck, staring at the direction of the Sun Empire. "What are you thinking about? So lost in thought?" Chinfang walked over and wrapped his arms around her thin waist. The waist is so thin, it's practically a template with our Dragon Empire's national comic goddess, Adult Little Dance. Chinfang said and rubbed it. "This chick's thin waist is kind of soft." Adult Mai? Who's this? Anime? Our Dragon Empire's national comic, known by many as the national comic goddess, your facial features and body shape really share a similarity with her. Chinfang leaned his head on her shoulder and kissed the side of her face. "I'll believe anyone who says that Adult Little Dance was built according to your template." "My national manga?" Zuo Daisuke slowly recalled, "I remember, but it was your domestic Su Xingha's penguin company that approached me, saying that it was a designer who saw me a few years ago and then sculpted a template for a character according to the memory of me, and then my father didn't say anything about it." "Ha? You?" Chinfang was surprised. This was really modeled after her template? No wonder it's so similar. This is a living, breathing national manga goddess, a real-life version in front of you? What a ing find. Adult small dance words, that template is completely the whole of the Xuanji mother, carefully built out, and now the original version is here? Missed that her so much. This woman is toxic. Mr. Qin, Miss Zuoyi, we're almost entering the Dragon Empire's waters. Sango said with a joyful look on her face, about 60 kilometers ahead we'll enter the Dragon Empire's eastern sea. Very good. Chinfang also felt as if he had been saved from extinction, fledgling, as long as we enter the Dragon Empire, it'll be fine. Finally coming to my hometown, the air feels much better. Just when Chinfang and the others were overjoyed. Shoo shoo shoo. Suddenly. Above the sky at the moment, there were the flights of several airplanes, which were not supersonic fighters, but a kind of unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. A reconnaissance plane? Could it be that this Hao Miyamoto is still chasing us? Chinfang raised his head to look at the reconnaissance plane, not too big, a few meters long and less than a meter wide. This thing, basically, is equipped on warships. The main purpose was to conduct reconnaissance, intelligence gathering, tracking and communication, and had a very important position in modern warfare. Isn't there a Yokosuka War Department in the way? The heart of Sino Hatsuko, which had been lowered, immediately became anxious again. It's really tough. Chinfang spat and said, "Third brother, speed up a bit and quickly enter the Dragon Empire's waters." Obviously. The scout found Chinfang. Then the sight of Emperor Hanamaya and Hanamaya Ben naturally approached at a very fast speed. Above the high seas of the Pacific Ocean. With Chinfang as the center point. Many destroyers, frigates, sea airplanes, helicopters, early warning radars, submarines, air and space power, and other maritime combat machines were approaching one after another. Of course, Emperor Hanamiya was naturally unwilling to engage the Yokosuka War Department for a crown princess, which would be far too costly. But if there was no Yokosuka War Department blocking the way, he would definitely have to recover the crown princess. After all, he had mobilized the royal guards himself and things had gotten so big, if he couldn't recover the crown princess, I'm afraid that the whole world would be laughing at him, the Haogong royal family. In other words, nothing happens if you don't chase it at first. But isn't it a shame to take someone down since you're chasing them? Mr. Chin. To the northeast, there are battleships approaching us. Mr. Chin. There are fighter jets approaching from the southeast. Mr. Chin, due east, there are large destroyers. It's daytime, after all. No more than last night. You can use binoculars and see far away. The war machines coming from all directions were all leaning towards Chinfang's speedboat. That visual experience is a total 10-sided. What's the matter with you? I'm afraid even a mosquito can't fly out, right? It's just horrible. P.S. Everyone who sees this, can you give the author some recommendation votes? After all, this thing is too important to waste a few seconds of your time, okay? Monthly votes, thank you. Chapter 106, Shocking the World. 1800 behemoths. 160 kilometers. What a stab in the monkey's nest. The corner of Chinfang's mouth tugged viciously. This is awesome. Even the destroyers are here? Chinfang knows. This destroyer is no more than an ordinary battleship. They're bigger and more well-rounded. Equipped with a variety of weapons such as anti-aircraft, anti-submarine, and anti-sea weapons, it is capable of serving both offensive assault missions and anti-aircraft and anti-submarine escort missions for combat formations. It can also serve as a support force in landing and anti-landing operations, as well as serving as patrol, guard, reconnaissance, sea blockade, and rescue at sea. Hull space increased, shipboard conditions gradually improved. The modern destroyer crew is no longer like its predecessors, in the simple and narrow, bumpy cabin with their heroism and courage to go through the hard ordeal, but in the comfort of the closed cabin duty, the use of automation technology to manipulate their warships. You're afraid you're the most expensive woman in the world. It's no exaggeration to say that you're worth more than a war waged by a large island. Chinfang shook his head a bit helplessly and looked at the yukai in his arms. Of course. Chinfang was also clear that it wasn't only because of Sano Daisy's beauty that she was so vocal. More than that, the other party was just a matter of face. After all, chasing all of them, with the power of an empire to not be able to catch Chinfang, the whole world would laugh at the Sun Empire. Why don't you hand me over, Chinfang? Am I that worthy of them? Hinako Sano is really heartbroken. This is really persistent. It's horrible. How could I possibly turn you in? You're silly, Chinfang said with steely eyes. But the next second, the buzzing whale-like sound of the battleship rang out. Approaching. In turn, the sound of a high-powered loudspeaker came from above that battleship. It was Hao Miyamoto's voice. Chinese monkey. Chinfang, right? I'll see how you run nowadays. Even if you grow wings, you won't be able to enter your Pacific domain. The main initiator of the Yokosuka War Ministry, who helped you stall for time, was arrested yesterday. Now do you have help? I'll let you know the price for capturing the crown princess of my Sun Empire. The sky. Hagamoto's voice spread far and wide. This high-powered loudspeaker is similar to the loudspeakers used at sea to notify fishermen to go home, but more advanced. Therefore, it can penetrate dozens of kilometers of sea. The anger in that voice. It is also constantly in the ear. Chinfang sighed had slept soundly all night. But Hao Miyamoto hadn't slept all night, and all he could think about was Sano Hina. This Hao Miyamoto. Chinfang looked out at the rows and rows of battleships in the distance here, just like a bronze wall. There was also that Hao Gongban's arrogant voice, which was really arrogant. To be able to go back this time. One day. I will destroy. Chinfang didn't say any more as he hit the ship's mast hard. Owners have extras at their disposal. And now the rewards are being paid out properly. Chinfang felt that he would be able to do it by slowly developing himself with those bullish rewards. Chinfang, why don't you just give me back to them, or take me out and negotiate for them to let you go back to the Dragon Empire? Hinako Sano was feeling lost at the moment. She's really given up. She couldn't see any hope of being able to escape. In the sky, on the sea, so many battleships and fighters. How can I escape? It's okay, let's wait and see. The person Chinfang is waiting for. Naturally, it's the big guys behind it. Especially that supreme celestial being who didn't sound good for 3 years and often came out at the last minute. Every time he shows up. It's all about completely solving Chinfang's problems. But on second thought. Now at this juncture, it's the high seas. It hasn't gone into the Dragon Empire's waters yet. Even if Chinfang was a citizen of the Dragon Empire, there was no reason for other Supreme Celestials to cross the Sun Empire just for that, right? Damn! We're tens of kilometers short of entering the Dragon Empire's waters. Chinfang. Listen to me. Don't you hold on, will there be another chance for the deed to happen? As much as I want to go home with you, the way things are now, we can't go back no matter what, we can only hand me over. Sano Daisy persuaded Chinfang once again. There wasn't a shred of hope inside her of escaping. But just when Sano Hatsuko was at the end of her rope, behind Chinfang's speedboat, that is, in the direction of the Dragon Empire directly west of the Pacific Ocean, a batch of large ships were traveling. These boats look from a distance. It's just a dozen or so ships. But getting closer. Just realized there's a bit too much of that boat. The sails were erected in such a way that they literally covered the sky. It was as if the entire western direction of the sea horizon was full of barred white sails. About 1 kilometer away. The size of these boats is gradually able to be gauged. Their appearance wasn't that of a battleship, but more like an ordinary freighter. The size, however, was in no way smaller than a battleship. There were, naturally, super-sized ships in the group, as well as medium-sized ones. Gradual. The group of boats was only a few hundred meters away from Chinfang's boat. Chinfang also saw clearly that the belly of these hulls had a circular pattern. In the circular pattern, it was written Dragon Empire Ocean Shipping General Corporation. Is this the Ocean Group's freighter? How did it suddenly appear here? Chinfang was puzzled for a moment. This ocean shipping company, founded on April 27, 1961, is the largest shipping company in the continent of the Dragon Empire. One of the world's largest ocean transportation companies. Ranked 327th among Fortune 500 companies. Ranked number 1 in the top 50 logistics enterprises in the Dragon Empire in 2011. What are these freighters for? Hinako Sano also panicked. Was the front and back blocked from retreating? Don't worry, fledgling, this is the largest maritime transportation company in our Dragon Empire. Chinfang looked at the rows and rows of transportation ships and completely lost count of how many there were. But thousands of ships are out there. Each one of them was more than 100 meters long. And they are lined up. Connected together. One cannot see the border at a glance. Woo! 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 The sound of that discharge of oil from a big ship of transportation is like a train on land. Constantly hissing. Chinfang. The Dragon Empire's largest maritime transportation company? An ocean-going company? What are they doing here? Sano Daisy muttered, and then her eyes lit up. This company? Isn't it under the Su Group? Su Xing has sent it to help you? It should be. Chinfang forced a smile. But they're just ordinary transportation freighters, how can they hold off the battleships? Though, their numbers are indeed staggering, how many freighters does it take? The entire group's ships? Have they all sailed here? Hinako Sano looked up. When really, you can't see the edges. If the entire group of merchant ships of the Ocean Company had come, thousands of them, it would have made sense. As of 2020, the Dragon Empire Ocean Group, alone, owns and controls nearly 1,800 modern merchant ships of all types, with more than 96 million deadweight tons and an annual cargo volume of more than 1.2 billion tons. Ocean routes cover more than 1,600 ports in more than 160 countries and regions around the world. The size of their merchant ships has always been firmly ranked first in the Dragon Empire, and second in the world. Among them, the size of container fleet ranks first in the Dragon Empire and sixth in the world. Number 1 in the world for dry bulk fleet. The comprehensive strength of the specialized general cargo, multi-purpose and special transport fleet ranks among the top in the world. COSCO invests and operates 32 terminals worldwide with a total of 157 berths. Hardly? 1,800 ships of the Ocean Group? All here now? Chinfang looked uncertainly into the distance. Don't know if these are 1,800 ships though. But it's at least 1,000 ships or more. Most of the ships are large merchant vessels of 120 meters in length, but also medium-sized ones of 70 meters. Take the middle value of 90 meters. And then 1,800 ships? So these ships are connected? Lined up. That's a whole 162 kilometers. TM, this is really bull. Anyway, Chinfang's eyes didn't see these boats lined up to the edge. How far is 162 kilometers? That's only 134 kilometers from the Dragon Empire's capital to Tianjin. Besides, the boats are connected together with a few meters of space in between. The actual length lined up is well over 162 kilometers. TM, I haven't believed in those ancient battles before, what with the 300 miles of fire? Now I believe it. As long as there are lots of people. As long as there are more boats. It's really nifty to get hundreds of kilometers long. It's horrible. The power of the number 1 maritime transportation group in the entire Dragon Empire. When it's really scary. But, this nymphets anymore. It's still a bunch of sheep. Can you keep those vicious big bad wolves at bay? Battleship versus regular freighter. Basically no need to watch. It's like a grown-up fighting a kid. And the other side. The Haogong Heavenly Emperor and the Haogong Crown Prince, naturally, were also startled by this scene. Everyone complained yesterday that there weren't enough 50 chapters, right? Actually, it's not, because some chapters have 4,000 words or 5,000 words. If they were divided into 1,000-word chapters, the author could have posted 100 chapters. It was 170,000 words before it hit the shelves, and now it's 270,000 words. Everyone can just look at the word count. Finally, I'm asking for a wave of recommendation votes. There are also monthly tickets, you can also send them. Thank you very much. Chapter 107, Shock. The world's #1 weapons dealer strikes. It wasn't that Emperor Haogong was afraid. Just shocked by the shocking scene ahead. A 160-kilometer long cluster of connected ships? Even him. It's also the first time I've seen Na. Father. What is this? What is that thing coming from the distance? A battleship? Homiyamoto stared blankly at the ships across the street that could not be seen from the edge, his expression dismayed. What kind of warship can this be? This must be nothing more than merchant ships and cargo ships. Emperor Haogong coldly smiled. Which empire can have that many battleships? Even if the Empire of the Sun pours out its power. It's only 4 carriers and 22 various shield ships. 18 destroyers. 36 large frigates. 39 corvettes. 26 frigates behind. 6 nuclear strategic missile submarines. Attack 9 ships. 57 conventional submarines. Combined, there were no more than 300 warships of all types in the entire empire. Merchant ships and freighters? Where are these freighters coming from? How can there be such a huge number of them? Prince Hanamaya knew that even their son Empire's largest shipping company, the merchant marine Mitsui. Their merchant ships and freighters are only 800, right? Opposite this large ship that covers the sky. No less than 1,500 ships at all. It's the Ocean Group. The Dragon Empire's #1 maritime transportation company. The top 3 in the world. It's an industry under the Su Group. The Su Group has 51% absolute control of Ocean Shipping Company. It must be here to help Chinfang. Emperor Haogong frowned deeply and said indignantly, but these merchant ships of the Ocean Group should be all over the world, right? How come they're all gathered here nowadays? Father, I did hear a few days ago that a lot of merchant ships from the Ocean Company have received orders to rush back to the Dragon Empire from all over the world. Did Prince Haogong hadn't said anything further. The Haogong Heavenly Emperor, on the other hand, heavily clenched his fists and fumed, bastard. It turns out that these people were interested in capturing the Crown Princess. And the burning of the Divine Toilet, they must have premeditated it. They came prepared. Chinfang sighed. Those large ships lined up in a row were finally getting closer and closer towards Chinfang's direction. It quickly came to a place tens of meters away from Chinfang. At this moment, Chinfang's small boat, facing such a huge group of boats, was completely small as an ant amongst the thousands of troops on the battlefield. In that group of ships, there was a large freighter that let out a speedboat on its deck level. The speedboat broke through the waves and drove towards Chinfang in a hurry. Hello, Mr. Chin, I'm the general manager of the Ocean Company's transportation department, Shenbujin. It was old Mr. Su who authorized us to come over and pick you up. We're lined up against the front now. Chambers Bojin spoke up. Chinfang, however, interrupted. How are you going to fight the battleships? You won't be able to withstand it. It's fine, Mr. Chin, if they dare to beat us, then they are provoking the Dragon Empire, so many lives, if they really fight. I think they should give our Dragon Empire an explanation. To dare to hit our merchant ships. The Dragon Empire will surely press in with a huge army. Chambers Bojin has a good point, though. So many lives. So many boats. To be beaten by the Empire of the Sun. And still not provoke a fight between 2 great empires? These guys? Turns out they came over as a 100+ kilometer wall of ships? Blocking the way? And then they expected the other side to be too afraid to make a move? Chinfang viciously pulled the corner of his mouth. Truly a warrior. These people underestimated the madness of Prince Haogong. Just this guy, yesterday he ordered to hit their own family's battleships. Anyway, this guy is going crazy. Probably couldn't care less. But if the Hanamaya father and son don't dare to harm the innocent, then the 100 kilometers of wall of boats. It's really a lot of time to stall. Chinfang, if that's the case, it can delay their battleships from chasing us, but what about the fighters in the sky? Although Sano Hatsuko saw some hope of escape, she couldn't help but also look at the fighter jets buzzing in the sky. Could Su Xinghe still send airplanes into the sky? Form a wall of airplanes? The sky would be no better than the sea. And the Dragon Empire couldn't find more than 1,000 airplanes even for the biggest airlines. Miss Sano, naturally your concern is not justifiable, but if you are on board, they will not dare to drop bombs or injure anyone if they throw their weight around. They will only paralyze the ship's power system. That Shenbujin crowed shallowly. Therefore, such a situation, but we hear for you along the way to prepare a lot more speedboats. They broke one, we will change one. I think that Hao Gong Heavenly Emperor wouldn't dare to make a move to kill anyone. Otherwise it would have provoked a fight between the two empires. Okay. The analysis is quite reasonable. But Chinfang didn't say anymore. Still, they had underestimated this madman, Hao Gong Ben. What if the guy orders another missile launch? But if it does, the Dragon Empire surely wouldn't let this end well easily. Thanks a lot. Let's go then. Chinfang said and ordered, Third brother, while there's time, let's hurry up and follow them towards the Dragon Empire's waters. Father, look. Chinfang's small boat has been put over by them. What do we do? Prince Hao Gong looked at Chinfang as he fled. Immediately the fire came up inside. Damn! This Oceanic Company's people? Are they looking for death? A completely unarmed freighter? Trying to block our warships? Prince Hao Gong wasn't a fool either, he said viciously. Did they just expect that we wouldn't dare to make a move against them, right? Could it be that you still want to take action against the Dragon Empire's cargo ship? Seeing this, the Hao Gong Heavenly Emperor also glared at his son. If that's the case, then not only would we turn our backs on the Dragon Empire, we wouldn't be in a position of reason internationally. No matter what heavenly matter it's because of, it's impossible to go and actively attack someone's cargo ship. Unless it's because they entered my empire's waters without saying hello. Emperor Hanamaya hesitated and shouted into the loudspeaker. The Ocean Company's freighter in front, what are you doing? Doesn't the Dragon Empire have any maritime transportation regulations? You've broken away from your original route and are all gathered here? Moreover, we are only arresting the person who burned my god's toilet and kidnapped my crown princess. You have no right to interfere. You'd better. Emperor Hanamaya hasn't said anything further. Then Xianbuojin, the general manager of the transportation department of the Ocean Company, said, Hello Emperor Hao Gong, although we have violated the maritime transportation regulations, we can accept the fine. As for you, if you want to make a move against us, you'll have to weigh the Dragon Empire behind us. Damn it! You ocean-going companies, don't even think about passing through my Sun Empire's waters or coming to do business in the future. Hao Miyamoto fumed. Since the relationship is already like this, then the Sun Empire's industry, we naturally have no thought of taking it again. Now that it's come to this, then I'll open up the window of the sky and speak the truth. If you want to move Mr. Qin, your battleships will need to pass through our 160 kilometers wall of ships. Or you can just fire your cannons at us. Repel our 1,800 ship wall. Then your battleships can pass through. Of course. This ship wall. It doesn't have to be dull and immobile. They're battleships to the west. The walls of the ship can be moved. A little delay is still possible. Father, what do we do? Is the fledgling not going to be saved? If we're to be returned by Chinfang like this, we're afraid we'll be laughed out of the world. Emperor Hanamaya listened to his son's complaints. His face was also filled with anger. These freighters, they can't be fought or not fought. It's pretty tough. It's still the same. After all, this is the high seas and you can't attack the other side under the pretext of violating the waters. This way. Get that speedy warship of yours and break out. We'll attract away these walls of ships. Of course Emperor Hao Gong hadn't thought of letting Chinfang and the Crown Princess go. As long as they didn't start a war and didn't die, then anything was fine. Anyway, when the time comes internationally, they have an excuse to reason that it's just a matter of arresting the people who kidnapped the Crown Princess. For that reason, no empire would come out and refute it. Yes, father. Seeing this, Crown Prince Hao Gong also immediately hit the ground running. Remember, you must not be capricious again. And the captain of that battleship of yours, I have also greeted him. If he dares to follow your orders to fire the aerial guns indiscriminately again, then I can only execute him. Emperor Hao Gong naturally knew that his son was likely to commit a crime, but as long as that captain was stabilized, then there would be no problem. I know father. I'll be right there. Hana Miyamoto said, switching to that JAA stealth frigate. Under the breakout of the other battleships. The JAA stealth frigate, on the other hand, bypassed the front and broke out from the side. But over 100 kilometers of ship wall. When it's really not that easy. That is to say, get around this wall of boats. It would take over an hour. However, the fighter jets in the sky could specifically hit Chinfang's speedboat's power system, slowing down his escape. Xianbuojin, the general manager, faced with the idea of their battleships wanting to break out, also began to order the road. Everyone, pay attention. Don't let those speedboats break out. Speedboats are small. It's easy to run through gaps between boats and ships. As soon as a small speedboat comes by, just close the gap. On Xianbuojin's side, he was commanding 1,800 freighters and stalling for time so that Chinfang could escape. But just then someone reported, Manager Qian. Not good. There is a warship so fast. They're going from the left direction, trying to bypass the ship wall. There are also a lot of Sun Empire's Tianqing 1 speedboats, also going from the right direction. They are attacking from the left and right, trying to make it difficult for us to take care of our heads and tails. There's no way out. We can only move the ship wall to the right to block those Astro 1 speedboats. Those speedboats can outrun the JAA stealth frigates. Now let's delay as long as we can. Those speedboats and battleships, they're just too fast. Of course, with all the fighter jets in the sky, naturally, there's nothing anyone can do to stop them. Ping back. Ping back. Fixed mounted machine guns on fighter jets. All of them were hitting against the power system of Chinfang's speedboat. Where it hit, it was just the propeller and it was precise enough to avoid the fuel tank. They're also afraid of blowing up the speedboat outright. It's so damn suffocating. Can't go deep enough, can't go shallow enough. This mission is a real pain in the ass. You can only hit the propeller. Mutu mutu. Mutu mutu. The machine guns on the fighters don't fire very often. After all, you have to hit the right spot. Can't strafe. To harm the crown princess, they are just as guilty. Faced with such a task, it is really bitter for them. TM. These people are such scoundrels. Cripple the Chinfang speedboat. The people from the Oceanic group, they sent over another switch. Shame on you. Give the old man a shot at that big ship they're loading with speedboats. TM, that big ship is full of speedboats sent out for change. Just paralyze this ship's power system. I'll see how they switch to speedboats. Honestly. Stalling in such a way. It does look a bit hokey. But the effect is still a little bit there. At least without them. Chinfang has been captured now. Chinfang, it's not good. The big ship that's been switching us to speedboats. The power system is broken now. They can't follow us. Sano Daisy had just finished speaking. The fighters in the sky, again, began strafing the power systems of the brand new speedboats they had just replaced. Ping back. Ping back. After a minute or so, it hit paralyzed. The present Sano hatchling wasn't as scared as she had been at first when faced with that machine gun fire. After all, it's been beaten up a lot. And numb. I'll see you change speedboats again? Do you still want to change? The fighter pilot who had paralyzed Chinfang's speedboat smiled smugly. But the next moment, there appeared to be a large ship that was driving towards Chinfang again. Another speedboat was dispatched above this large ship for Chinfang to switch to. TM. How many big boats full of speedboats is this prepared for? Keep fighting for me. First hit and paralyze the big ship that loaded the speedboat. Don't allow Chinfang to switch to another ship. Of course. They don't know that. To help Chinfang escape, they had enough for 10 large ships, each containing 20 small speedboats. Chinfang's speedboat's power system was broken, so he was given a replacement. If the mothership, the big ship that holds the speedboat, is broken, then change the mother load. And the motherships were coming out of a cluster of ships, and they didn't know which of the big ships was the mothership that held the smaller speedboats. TM. It's over. What a ing bummer. If it's a game, players are sure to spit out the phrase, "Is this unplayable?" But while this has always helped Chinfang keep moving forward, but the advance was too slow. Each transfer takes time. The matrix was coming from the cluster of ships, and it was taking time again. One of you observe. What are the big ships in the swarm that specialize in speedboats? We specialize in picking these kinds of motherships to hit. Sir. It's hard to see. The big ship with the speedboats is mixed up in the swarm. It's impossible to find. We damaged one of the motherships here. They're sending another one out of the swarm. An hour before and after. Solar Empire fighters in the sky. It's already damaged the 8 speedboats Chinfang was traveling on. That means Chinfang has already changed 8 speedboats. And the mother of the big ship for speedboats, if you will, has also hit 3. Keep in mind that these are not inexpensive speedboats, in the $1 million class. Breaking a ship. That's a Ferrari. Of course, when the time comes, if the Dragon Empire wants to raise hell with this, the Sun Empire will just pay for it, and they'll just not hurt anyone anyway, so the other side won't have a reason to look for things. In other words, if they, the Sun Empire, want to arrest a prisoner, they can't just have someone else get in the way? You just go on a killing spree, right? By the time they are on the side of reason, they will be on the side of no reason. This mother of all tricks to keep switching speedboats. It did give Chinfang a lot of time to stall. But as time passes, on the side of Emperor Hanamiya, the speedy battleships and speedboats such as Tianqing No. 1 were sent to bypass the ship wall, and naturally, they also bypassed the ship wall. Gradually, he began to hunt Chinfang again. Prince Hao gone, Chinfang's speedboat, it's just ahead. TM, an hour and 35 minutes. Finally, we've bypassed this damnable wall of ships. Prince Hao Gong looked into the distance. A few kilometers ahead was Chinfang's speedboat. And the fighter jets in the sky are still beating their propellers. Chinfang is still changing speedboats. What a ing bummer. To actually prepare so many motherships hidden in the swarm of ships. Advancing at this turtle speed? But since I bypassed the ship's wall. Chinfang. This child's play of yours is over. Give me a chase. Seize the right to pilot Chinfang's speedboat. Fighter jets in the sky. there is a definite sky advantage. But they could only fight to paralyze the power system of Chinfang's speedboat and could not grab the right to drive the boat. And the battleships that bypassed the wall. The speedboats can be dispatched now. Woohoo! Battleship JAA. It kept driving towards Chinfang. Getting closer. Seeing this, Sano Daisy hurriedly said, Chinfang, they're still coming around. We've been delayed quite a bit by these fighters. The flame of hope in Sano Daisy's heart had just flared up. Now see that battleship. It went out again in an instant. And just at this moment. Then, in the western part of the Pacific Ocean, there was the sound of battleships whimpering. And the sound of a sharp sonic boom came from the sky. Look at the western sky. So many fighter jets. And battleships. Dozens of them too. Prince Hogong stared blankly into the distance. He couldn't really figure it out. How is it that Chinfang still has people to help him? Is it a Swiss bank? Or the Rothschilds? But can this Swiss bank and the family have a fighter? It can't be, can it? Unless they ask the empire behind them to step in. Father, which empire sent this out? Prince Hogong immediately used his walkie-talkie and informed the matter. If at first Oceanics cargo ships. Instead, it's some little sheep with no fighter jets. But to come nowadays? That would be the same big bad wolf that would eat meat. F-16s. F-117 Nighthawk stealth fighter. F-22 Raptor fighter. F-35 fighter. P-38 Lightning fighter. Emperor Hanamaya informed his son over the radio, saying, Son, these fighters? Not all. Aren't they all Stephen Martin Weapons Company's products? Emperor Hanamaya knew the various types of fighters well. These types of fighters. It is the product of that company. And it sells well all over the world. That is to say, these models of war machines are found in so many empires around the world. But people's empires generally bypass that. Then the fighters or battleships would be labeled with the flags or symbols of the home empire. And these are not labeled with any imperial symbols under the Stephen Martin Arms Company's products. That means it's a weapon the company hasn't sold yet. That's what the company sent. And the chairman of this company, just like the name of the company, is called Stephen Martin. Known as Mr. Stephen. This man is scary. That's the person who has the weapons and equipment of all the underground forces and mercenary groups in the world, except for the empire. Many small empires also buy weapons from Stephen. Sure, there were times when the great empire was short on some weapons and would buy them for him, but it wasn't completely relied on. Let's make an analogy. If those forces other than the empire are the entire jungle, then Stephen is the biggest sword-building blacksmith store in this jungle. Annual arms sales of $129.5 billion. Moreover, Mr. Stephen's Weapons Company, which is one of the world's leading companies in the fields of aviation, aerospace, and electronics, controls the production and launching of all military satellites in the Mi Empire. The representative products are Huntermaze anti-submarine aircraft, E-3 early warning aircraft, B-2 bomber, Su-35 fighter aircraft, F-111 fighter bomber and so on. In 2008, on March 29, Stephen Martin announced that it had beaten rival Boeing to a huge $70.662 billion order for a new radio communications system for the Rice Empire. Stephen Martin became the #1 purchaser of weapons for the air forces of the Mi Empire, the Tsarist state, the Empire of the Sun, and other superpowers. This weapons company is an existence that empires all over the world have to respect. Certain areas on weapons even surpass the technology of the Mi Empire. For those of you reading this, please ask for recommendations. Please ask for monthly votes. Thank you very much.